Who would have thought that the junior sister who had just returned with the master could actually hear my thoughts? She suddenly realized that the elegant and refined senior brother in front of her was actually the terrifying necrophiliac that the outside world feared. But in my eyes, everyone else had a countdown to death hanging over their heads, while she appeared with 3 question marks, which completely confused me. I accidentally exposed my thoughts of wanting to kill her to silence her and bury her. This made the junior sister, who had just been infatuated, turn pale and suddenly become afraid. I keenly noticed something unusual about my junior martial sister and asked in confusion, "Junior martial sister, what's wrong with you?" Seeing me casting a sharp gaze, my junior martial sister quickly shook her head, afraid of revealing any flaws. However, as early as 25 years ago, I quietly developed the corpse burial system, and finally amazed everyone in this world. Despite being proud and looking down on others, the holy paparazzi kept coming. Even my own junior sister wanted to tie me back to her boudoir. I had to wander around with the title of a necrophiliac, stabbing the chrysanthemum of a real dragon with a shot, and occasionally arm wrestling with giant demon races. I consider myself invincible without any problem, although my realm may not have reached the highest level yet. But in terms of real combat power, crossing borders to kill enemies is as simple as drinking water. There's no way around it. Cheating is just so unreasonable. Just as I was contemplating, I suddenly heard a heavy and vicissitudes male voice. "When you meet your senior brother later, remember to call out to him. Don't rush into him." Got it. Master, what kind of person is my senior brother? I always feel scared when you talk about him. Your senior brother has extraordinary talent. Invincible in the same realm, previously known as the supreme of the younger generation. This is not an empty name, but a well-deserved reputation. Phone booping introduced with great pride. However, he is indifferent in nature. Likes to be alone. When you meet him later, he may not be as enthusiastic as your second senior sister or third senior brother. But don't mind. Just know that he is your senior brother. He used to be the supreme of the younger generation. What realm of strength is your senior brother in now? Your senior brother should be in the wilderness saint realm now. Senior brother's realm is so high. Listening to their conversation, I stood up from the grassy lawn at the edge of the cliff, now only in the late stage of the heavenly sovereign realm. Then the chi in my body circulated, causing a gust of wind, smoothing out the wrinkles in my robe. The master is coming, and he is also bringing the junior sister. I have to make a good impression on the first meeting. Before long, I arrived at the mansion and stood in front of the main gate. At the same time, the master was leading the newly recruited junior sister through the protective array of the Linlong Mountain. As soon as the master and junior sister passed through the protective array, the junior sister was enchanted. Wow, this place is so beautiful, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is so rich. This Linlong Peak is the best mountain peak of the 9 Heavens Pavilion. It was specially crafted to reward him after your senior brother, representing humanity, defeated other races. Feng Booping stroked his pale beard, looking at the mountain with great pride. The most satisfying thing in his life was finding Yayu, a good seedling, more than 20 years ago in that remote mountain town. The more the junior sister looked at the mountain, the more she liked it, and she turned to ask, "Master, is this mountain my new home in the 9 Heavens Pavilion?" Feng Booping paused at her words, unsure how to respond. He was proud and respectful of Yayu, his senior disciple, and even as a master, he couldn't make decisions for his disciple. Bringing the junior sister here this time was purely to let her get acquainted with her senior brother, so that they wouldn't be clueless about their relationship in the future. After some thought, Feng Booping looked at her innocent and lovely face and asked, "Do you want to cultivate here?" "Yes." The junior sister nodded without hesitation. "This mountain is your senior brother's place of seclusion. When you meet your senior brother later, you can ask him if you can cultivate here." She understood the implied meaning and, although somewhat regretful, she also nodded. Obviously, the master could not make decisions on this matter. I listened to their conversation and thought to myself, how could they possibly stay here with me? Not long after, Feng Ping brought Shixinshui to the mountaintop. "Ayu, this is the new disciple I have just accepted. She has met the other senior brothers and sisters, and now it's just you." With that, he slightly turned to reveal Shixinshui behind him. Upon hearing this, I also looked down and saw a small silver-haired and golden-eyed figure hiding behind the master, staring at me with a pair of eyes that seemed to speak. "Wow, handsome guy, thank you." Faced with the praise, I accepted it calmly. She came to her senses, her face suddenly flushed, and she took a few steps forward a bit awkwardly. "Shixinshui, I have met the eldest senior brother. I am Yi Yu. This is a little gift from the senior brother." I looked her up and down, extended my hand, and handed her a jade bottle. Seeing me so warmly giving her a gift, she did not immediately accept it but looked towards the master on the side. Although she did not know how precious the jade bottle was, It was not good to randomly take someone else's things. Feng Ping noticed her hesitation. This is a token of goodwill from your eldest senior brother. Don't be polite when you join my sect. From now on, your senior brothers and sisters are your family. Thank you, eldest senior brother. She hesitated for another 2 seconds before finally reaching out to accept it. The material of the jade bottle was very good, soft and light, and the appearance was beautiful. This discovery made her feel like she had found a treasure, with a feeling of not wanting to let go. At that moment, she suddenly heard a deep and puzzled voice. What is so special about this child? Shinshui subconsciously looked at me, then at the master. This was the eldest senior brother asking the master why he wanted to take me as his disciple. Although the question was very direct and somewhat impolite, but before the master could speak, she heard my words. How old is this child? If she has no chest at all, is she between 8 and 12 years old? This time the words were not just impolite, but vulgar, commenting on a girl's development issue in detail, which was too much. Shinshui looked at me with shock and anger, but dared not speak out, because I was too powerful. This was a strong person in the desolate holy realm, while the lord of her hometown was only in the law dragon realm, already a powerful figure who could cover the sky with one hand. In this situation, she could only hope that the master would speak a few good words for her. Just then, Feng Buping spoke up. Ayu, are you free? Of course, master. Please, junior sister. With that, the gates of the mansion opened automatically. Feng Buping nodded slightly and stepped out. He suddenly noticed that his young disciple was still standing in place, waving at him with a smile. Shinshui, don't daze off. Hurry up. Yes, considering my recent rudeness, Shinshui was no longer infatuated at this moment, just a little depressed. She couldn't understand why the master turned a deaf ear to my words, because both elders deliberately slowed down their steps to wait for themselves. Shinshui easily followed. Just then, she heard the sound again, only to realize that eldest brother's mouth hadn't moved at all. Is she a genius, born to be a supreme being? A future of unlimited promise? Could this be a voice transmission? No wonder master turned a deaf ear to senior brother's words. It wasn't even pretending to be deaf, but rather, he hadn't heard them in the first place. However, it is not quite like a voice transmission, because the tone of the eldest senior brother is not like secretly communicating and talking to her. It is more like talking to himself. Ayu, if you're free, you need to go out and walk around more. You've been staying at Linlang Mountain for the past 5 years and not going out. The people from the other forces are starting to speculate about you, saying that you've gone off the rails with your cultivation and had some kind of change, and that your strength has plummeted. Walking through the corridors within the mansion, Feng Yunyun took the opportunity to see his disciple once in a while when he had a legitimate reason to do so. Master, I will go out if necessary, and as for the gossip of suspicion, there is no need to heed it. You didn't care about this kind of trivia and just laughed lightly. In fact, I go out a lot, just that your old man didn't realize it. Could it be that I can hear the heart of my eldest brother? Although Shinshui was young but intelligent, seeing that he said one thing on the surface and thought one thing behind his back, he reacted instantly. No wonder the eldest senior brother seems to be obviously quite good to get along with, and also gave her gifts and took care of her, but in the twinkling of an eye, he commented against her developmental problems, which was not polite at all. It turned out that this was not the words that were spoken, but the thoughts in his heart. Realizing this, the depression in her heart dissipated and was replaced by doubt. She couldn't figure out how she was able to hear her eldest brother's heart. And what the hell is going on here? Master said that eldest brother was closed, but then eldest brother said that he was going out a lot. Ayu, you are now one of the faces of the 9 Heavens Pavilion. As the saying goes, there is no tiger in the mountain, and the monkey is the king, and you have been keeping quiet, and there are people clamoring to challenge you. Seeing his clouded look, Feng Yunyun pondered and then politely said, Master, we've been master and disciple for so many years, so we might as well say what we have to say. There's no need to beat around the bush. When Yu saw this attitude of his, there were a few constraints, and he was instantly unhappy. It's like this. In 5 days it will be the Spirit Abyss treasure seizure. The pavilion master wants you to show up. It's best to make an example out of you. Look at the other people who have openly put out words of provocation, and as a result, you haven't made any movement at all. It's going to be a source of ridicule. Seeing his reluctant look, Feng Yunyun froze and lost his smile. As the most prestigious of the 9 heavenly pavilion, but also the overwhelming genius that shook the whole continent, Yu's every move is full of attention, and he has gone into hiding for nearly 5 years, and his has indeed attracted a lot of speculation. It was like someone was openly clamoring, not that those people didn't know what to do and were seeking their own deaths, but that other forces were secretly sending people to test the waters, wanting to confirm Yu's condition. One must know that the 9 Heavens Pavilion had Yu, A supreme genius who was claimed to have the stature of a great emperor, which was tantamount to having a powerful bottom card. Since master has spoken, I'll make the trip. Yi Yu, having learned of his expectations, agreed without a second thought. Like the open and secret struggles of the various forces of the Tianqian continent, he was too lazy to pay attention to it, because it was imperative to figure out why the sun had fallen on the Tianqian disaster day and how to break the situation. To make an example of him? There are still 2 days before Yin Tianhao's death. Anyway, we have to take a trip to bury him. It's just the right time to show up after a long time, and kill a few people to establish authority. Sure, Xinshui's heartbeat missed a beat when she heard this. Again, he buried the people, and killed a few people to establish authority. Big senior brother, this is what human life is taken for. If eldest brother realizes that I can hear what's in his heart, he shouldn't kill to silence me, right? Sure, Xinshui looked sideways at the parallel eldest senior brother. Looking at his cold and handsome face, his heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate. It wasn't thumping, it was being scared. Eldest brother's tone was too calm. Killing a few people was as if it was the same as killing a chicken to him. Killing at the drop of a hat, not taking human life seriously at all. This might do something if eldest brother found out that he was able to peek into his heart. What's wrong, little sister? Yi Yu's senses were sharp, and noticing the gaze she cast, he asked. It's okay. Seeing the calm but sharp gaze he cast, Sure Xinshui hurriedly shook her head for fear of revealing any cracks. Why does it feel like she's a little scared of me? Wasn't she just being a nymphomaniac? Yi Yu was surprised to see her tense and reactive. Yi Yu's mansion was very empty, because he had long since dispelled the grain. There was no effect of not eating or drinking, and there were no servants around to serve him. The three of them marched to the main hall and sat down. Master, where did you find your little sister? Yi Yu took out a pot of wine from his storage ring and placed it on the table. Then he felt curious and asked. There was a lot he wanted to ask about this little sister, especially trying to figure out what she was all about and why she couldn't see death. My master recently went to attend a grand event, and on the way, I passed through a small city called Lianyun and met this child. I found out that she had no master teacher to guide her, and at the age of 11 she was able to reach the middle stage of the returning wheel realm. Her talent was noteworthy, and seeing that she had a few eye-catching moments, I gave her an acceptance. In response to his disciple's question, Feng Yuni did not hold back and gave a brief explanation in a long story. That's it? Yi Yu was a little surprised, and his gaze went to his junior sister. That's where she came from? It can't be. Shifu Xinshui was puzzled as to why it was impossible. She didn't even know she had any special origin. It's as simple as that. I think her talent has a promising future and will be wasted if she doesn't get the right teaching, so I've taken her on as a disciple. Ayu, do you think there's anything wrong with that? Feng Yunjun jowled slightly, and after affirming it, he felt rare to know. Yi Yu in different temperament, always do not like to interact with people. In the past, he also received 2 disciples. Bring them to pay respect to the big senior brother. Did not ask 1 or 2, at best, is to send a gift to meet. Like today this intention to understand. It is very rare. I think she's pretty special. Yi Yu didn't hide his attitude and opinion and spoke bluntly, regardless of anything else for the time being, just based on the fact that the death of the youngest sister was unknown. It was certain that Shi Xinshui was different from the others. In front of the Tianqian catastrophe day, even the emperor realm would fall, but she was hardened to kill the whole of the unknown. Like what? Feng Yun heard this statement and was also interested. He just accepted Shifu Xinshui as his disciple on a whim, just like when he met Yi Yu back then. As the conversation progressed, Shi Xinshui also perked up her ears and was curious. She didn't even know what was so special about her. Particularly cute? Yi Yu originally wanted to condescend. Did not expect the master will ask this way. Paused for a few seconds. Not good to say that her death is unknown. The fate of the heavens is unpredictable this matter. Then looked at the youngest sister, casually said, that's a true statement. From the outside, this kid is a real cutie to look at. The words were a real shock to both men. Could it be that this child has finally gotten the hang of it? Feng Yun was so excited. How is eldest senior brother like this? Shifu Xinshui was shocked and a little shy, not expecting him to take such a big turn in order to praise himself. Finish, this child how shy. I just casually said did not mean to tease you. Before she could be pouty for long, Shimizu heard the heartbeat and calmed down. Off the cuff? That means it wasn't genuine. A person's heartfelt thoughts are undoubtedly the truest ones. So, you liked her looks? Feng Yunyun looked at the younger disciple and then at the older disciple, and suddenly became interested and asked with a smile. Just now when they first met, Shi Xinshui liked Yi Yu's looks, and now Yi Yu likes Shi Xinshui's looks. This is simply 2 loves that are right for each other. Perhaps he would be able to set these 2 up. just so he could address the concerns he had been having. Yi Yu. This child's character was too withdrawn. He didn't like to interact with people, and he was so talented that becoming an Emperor Realm powerhouse could be considered a nail in the coffin. He is old, and his cultivation has encountered a bottleneck. At most, he will live for a few hundred years, and his lifespan will come to an end. The thing that he has been most worried about all these years is that after his own life and death, he will only leave Yi Yu alone, with no family in sight. No, I just think that her looks are outstanding. She doesn't look like an ordinary family's child, and her origins might not be simple. Yi Yu predicted this operation of his and calmly said, in the Tianqian continent where strength was honored, the theory of bloodline was prevalent. As the saying goes, dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. He didn't think that a common family could give birth to a daughter with silver hair and golden eyes. Hiss. Master, this look is not really want to set me up with this kid, right? Don't mess with me. I don't want to be a lolicon. That said, the master's smirk still gave him a bit of a headache. Shifu Xinshui was reminded by the heartbeat and couldn't help but glance at Master, also feeling that he had a strange look in his eyes. Is Master going to set me up with Big Brother? It can't be. Words. What does lowly control mean? Her origin is actually quite simple. Origin is a small city on the edge of the southern domain Heavenly Blessing Dynasty. A small family in Lianyun City. All of them are clearly checked by me. There won't be any mistakes. On the contrary, her physique is indeed very special. Seeing that he denied it, Feng Yunyun was in no hurry and described it in detail. What kind of body does she have? Yi Yu heard this statement and immediately asked. In the Tianqian continent, there were many strange and weird physiques, and among them, the True Dragon Clan's 10,000 laws impervious True Dragon body was the strongest representative. This universal law is literally universal. If you want to fight with a real dragon, you have to rely on physical combat. However, it can not only fight with you physically, but also bombard you with divine spells. It was with such a physique that the True Dragon Clan sat at the top of the 100 clans, untouched for many years. Unlike other races whose physiques were usually fixed at a few, the human race had a myriad of physiques, with an extremely low lower limit and an extremely high upper limit. I don't know. Master can only see that her physique is unusual. Perhaps there can be some kind of frown. Feng Yuni shook his head slightly and offered with a smile. Master, does your old man really not know, or is it a lie? Yi Yu sniffed a beat and looked at him somewhat helplessly. There are 3 common ways of trying to observe a person's constitution. In the first type, the other party directly displays the prowess of the physique, cognizing and distinguishing it by virtue of insight and experience. The second, seeing the body in blood, is a powerful physique, and the blood contains all the power of the gods. The third, physical contact, infiltrates the divine mind into a person's body, seeing the other person's flesh and blood structure and distinguishing it. It's also good to see what she's really like. That was what he said on his lips, but Yi Yu was quite agreeable to this proposal. What am I lying to you for? I really can't see through what kind of physique she has, but what's certain is that it's unusual. Feng Yuni knew that he was high-minded and proud, and definitely couldn't look at ordinary, unusual women, and decisively endorsed Shi Xinshui. Little sister, give me your hand. Yi Yu slightly jawed and was not polite. As the eldest brother, it made sense to find out how the youngest sister was doing. Good. This was said in a domineering manner, not a question at all, but more like an adult's command to a child, and Shi Xinshui obediently nodded and put her hand out. This hand is too small. If I squeeze it hard enough, I'm afraid I'll break it. Yi Yu reached out to catch her small hand and couldn't help but think. Hearing this heartbeat, Shi Xinshui thought that he wanted to crush his hand, and like a frightened rabbit, she subconsciously tried to withdraw her hand. However, this child was only a returning Will Realm cultivator. Where could he escape Yi Yu's grasp? Don't move, because Shi Xinshui struggled a bit. Yi Yu felt her soft, boneless, white and tender little hand moving around in his palm, and immediately said, being ordered by him in the tone of an adult disciplining a child. Shi Xinshui's body trembled, and she instantly didn't dare to move. What kind of body is this? At the same time, Yi Yu infiltrated his spiritual sense directly into her body through physical contact, and instantly became interested. Only her flesh and blood were densely covered with golden starlight. The sun and moon were lodged in her eyes, and the 5 viscera and 6 bowels had the shadows of deities perched on them. The book Tianqian Anecdotes records various anecdotes of the Tianqian continent. For example, the rankings of the 100 races, the heavenly prides of each race, and the supreme beings of different eras occupied different chapters, and Tianqian Anecdotes, Physique chapter, collected and recorded in detail every kind of physique that had appeared from ancient times to the present day. Yi Yu had read the book, but Shi Xinshui's physical manifestation was still beyond his knowledge. The sun and moon dual pupils were a manifestation of the sun and moon sacred body. Flesh and blood contain starlight, a manifestation of the star's sacred body. These two are united as the Taiyu divine body. The problem lay in the fact that within Shi Xinshui's body, there were still deity shadows lodged in the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, as if a deity resided in the body, which would be completely incorrect. It was certain that Shifu Xinshui's physique was extremely rare, and might even be above the Taiyu divine physique, which ranked third on the top 10 physique list. No wonder the master also cannot recognize the calendar. This physique is afraid to look at the ancient and modern is also the first time to appear. This is her special place? No. The sun and moon holy body and the star holy body, one of the once born, will certainly cause heaven and earth phenomenon. Taiyu god body is able to cause in a domain of the daystar appear, the sun and the moon in the sky of the phenomenon. This child's physique, but also stronger than the Taiyu god body. How will there be no master teacher teaching? Under normal circumstances, not to mention the Taiyu divine body, even the sun and moon sacred body, once the world, that the sun and moon in the sky, fluctuating one side of the vision, is also enough to attract the 5 major forces of the human race to scramble to take in the apprentice. How could it be that 11 years of age has not yet encountered a master teacher? Unless this child didn't cause anomalies in heaven and earth when he was born. But with a physique like this that amazes the world and is enough to rank in the top 10 of the ancient and modern worlds, it's impossible for there to be no anomalies. Either when she was born, there was a strong person who covered the sky for her, or this physique of hers was formed later in life. If there is really a strong person behind her, then she was met by the master. I'm afraid that it is not a chance encounter, but a deliberate If it is formed later in life, then there must be a great opportunity, perhaps the way to break the situation. This child definitely has a big secret. Should we search her soul? But she's too weak. If we search her soul, she'll be an idiot if she doesn't die. Shifuzhui listened to his mental activities, and the more he listened, the more alarmed he became. Obviously, when master gave her a probe into her physique, he was so happy, as if he had picked up a treasure. How come when it was eldest brother's turn here he wanted to search her soul? Any luck? Feng Yun was very optimistic about the potential of this young disciple, and after waiting for a few moments, seeing that Yi Yu was always expressionless and could not get any feedback at all, he impatiently asked, her physique is very strong. If she chooses a good technique for her physique and fully stimulates her potential, it will be hard to find an opponent within the same realm. Yi Yu suppressed the thought of soul searching, released Shi Xinshui's hand and nodded. Physique is for a trait for a strong person. In the case of equal realms, if you have a physique and your opponent doesn't, you have one more card to play, and one more thing to rely on to be stronger than others. Of course, physique doesn't mean that it is invincible. According to the records of the Book of Anecdotes, Tianxian continent also had a period of time in the past where the theory of the uselessness of physique prevailed, because the vast majority of body types are innate. Some people believe that the existence of a body type limits a person's room for growth and diversity. The truth is also true. Although the physique can allow people to be in a specific field, reap great rewards and advance at a rapid pace, but it is also precisely because the breakthrough speed is too fast. There have been cases of unstable foundations, so much so that they would be stuck in a certain realm. Only, this theory was directly and mercilessly disproved in front of the true dragon clan's omnipotent body. No matter how many arguments and bases you have, in front of absolute strength, they are all dirt. Right, I told you that she has a promising future. And she's still young, there's a lot of room for her to rise, and if she's cultivated, she might be able to become a peer-to-peer supreme like you. Seeing him in this tone, Feng Yun was obviously very proud of the fact that he recognized Shi Xinshui's talent. He had to say that his luck was really good. When he was sneaking around, he stumbled upon Yi Yu, and this time, he met Shi Xinshui again. Finally being free from the clutches of her eldest senior brother, Shi Xinshui withdrew her hand and secretly sighed in relief, grateful to have escaped and not having her palm crushed. Yeah. Seeing that he was excited, Yi Yu also nodded his head. The words were spoken, and he glanced at Shi Xinshui. It's impossible for this child to become a peer-to-peer supreme. It was then that Shifuzhui heard the heartbeat again. She realized that she couldn't fully read her eldest brother's thoughts, and that she could only hear the heart when her eldest brother spoke to himself in his mind. Master, can I really become a peer supreme like eldest brother? Shi Xinshui was still a small child, a defiant age. She couldn't figure out why it was impossible and couldn't help but open her mouth. Of course you can. Your physique is something that master has never seen before, and is not even recorded by ancient books, but its power is undeniable. As long as you cultivate hard and bring your potential into full play, in time, it is possible to fight all over the world. Seeing that she was finally willing to speak, Feng Yun responded patiently and kindly. For the master's statement, Yi Yu was to give a few points of face. Silently took out his wineglass and poured wine for the master while slightly nodding his head to show his attitude. Master likes to draw big cakes for people so much. Aren't you afraid that this child will be abused to the point of doubting his life against the true dragon clan in the future and fall flat on his face? Master, is eldest senior brother unrivaled in all the world? When Shifu Xinshui heard her eldest senior brother nodding his head in agreement from the sidelines, she was thinking of something else in her heart and asked again. That's right. Since your eldest senior brother has been cultivating, he has not lost a single battle so far, and can be said to be unique and proud of the world. Although he is the supreme of his peers, the truth is that even the older generation, the powerhouses whose realms are ahead of his, are nothing more than that in front of him. Then what kind of physique is senior brother so powerful? Shifu Xinshui didn't believe it. According to the master's words, and the view of the eldest senior brother just now, her own physique was so powerful. Why couldn't she become a peer supreme? Could it be that eldest senior brother's physique was even more powerful than hers? Your senior brother doesn't have a physique, but his talent and enlightenment can be said to be proud of the ancient world. Fengyan glanced at Yi Yu and after a pause, he explained. What? Turns out eldest senior brother doesn't have a physique? Hearing this, Xinshui was surprised as he looked at Yi Yu. This kid can't be thinking that I'm weak because I don't have a physique, right? Yi Yu, who was carrying a wineglass and was planning to sip a few cups, did not get angry when he saw her pretentious appearance, but just swept her a glance that he found ridiculous. As a strong person, he would not be anxious at all when people said he was weak, because people would only jump in anger when they were poked and prodded. Yi Yu was confident in his own strength. Being swept away by him, Xinshui, who was still very unconvinced, was like being poured a basin of cold water, calming down and feeling remorseful. She was absolutely crazy. Eldest senior brother was a big bad guy who killed without blinking an eye. How dare she provoke him to his face? Xinshui, not having a physique doesn't mean being weak, and having a physique doesn't mean being strong. A strong person's strength isn't only limited to their physique. There are also many other aspects, such as talent, heart, enlightenment, resources, background, and luck. Just like your elder brother, even if you don't have a physique, you can still fight all over the world. You've just been in contact with cultivation for a short while. You're still young and inexperienced, so you can't have this kind of one-sided view of generalization in the future. Seeing that her words were not quite right, Fengyan immediately rounded off. This child is from a small place. She doesn't have much insight and doesn't know how strong you are, so don't take offense with her. At the same time, Fengyan was afraid that his young disciple's words and behavior just now had rushed Yi Yu. Secretly, don't worry, master. How could I possibly get serious with a milquetoast brat? In response, Yi Yu also transmitted his voice in response. 2 shifts a day, begging for favorites. Shifu Xinshui couldn't hear master's transmission, but heard what eldest brother said. Breastfeeding. This comment made her angry, but she did not dare to take offense and clenched her fists under the table. Being able to hear what's on someone's mind is not necessarily a good thing, and if she couldn't hear it, she wouldn't have to suffer this. Junior sister, was this physique of yours born? Or did you get it later? Yi Yu sensed her small movement of clenching her fists in secret and thought that she was being taught by her master and felt unconvinced. So he asked. I don't know. Master Xinshui shook his head. Think hard. Seeing that this attitude of hers was not very cooperative, Yi Yu reached out his hand and wiped it on the tabletop, and it was filled with exquisite and colorful snacks. These treats were exquisite, even as they were emanating light and visions, such as rainbow evening sunsets, late night stars, and white clouds. Wow! Seeing the exquisite and dreamy dessert, Xinshui's attention was immediately hooked. She was a child who came out from a small, remote city like Lianyun City, so she had never seen this kind of food that was carved and glowing. Looking at the wide array of desserts, Xinshui's mouth watered, and out of instinct, she reached for a pure white pastry. Only, just as she was about to touch it, she restrained the impulse and looked up at her eldest brother, who wasn't sure if it was for her. Are you so polite? Yi Yu was a little surprised to find that she had restrained herself, and slightly jawed, signaling her to continue. With his consent, Xinshui finally picked up a piece of pastry and ate it. In fact, the reason why she had tried it was not because it was impolite, but simply because she was afraid of eldest brother. So sweet. Taking a bite of the soft rice cake, the wonderful flavor made Xinshui's eyes light up. She who was only at the returning wool realm had not yet reached the realm of the resisting grain, and delicious food was extremely attractive to her. Moreover, this pastry was very special, containing a majestic yet gentle yuan qi. Merely biting into it was like biting into a cloud, a light and airy feeling that spread like ripples throughout the body. In a trance, it was as if she was seeing herself above the clouds, chasing them and gnawing at them, her soul sublimated in the moment. People can't help but smile when they are satisfied. It's true that you need candy and desserts to deal with children. Seeing her smile from her heart was especially cute. Yi Yu was also a little happy. Eldest senior brother. I really don't know what kind of physique I have. This matter of my physique being special is still something that master told me. After taking a few more bites and swallowing the rice cake, Shinshui looked at the other desserts again and said somewhat sheepishly, "Eat people's mouths soft, take people's hands short." The eldest brother took out these desserts, not free for her to eat, but want to ask her questions, but she cannot give a satisfactory answer. As far as you can remember, have you ever eaten anything very special? Yi Yu was not in a hurry, but guided her. Does this count? Shinshui gave a sniff and pointed at the plate of rice cakes in front of her. This rice cake was definitely the best thing she had ever eaten since she was a child. An innately formed body? The thread is broken. I wonder what will happen if I bury her. Seeing this reaction from her, Yi Yu had already gotten his answer and his mind sank. To be honest, he was very much expecting Shinshui's physique to have been formed through taking some sort of heavenly treasure later in life, because in that case, as long as he found this heavenly treasure, he would be able to solve the conundrum that his master would die on Tianxian disaster day. Although it is uncertain, this value, whether or not it was equal to surviving the Tianxian disaster day, but it was still better than master's precise countdown to death. Eldest brother, I'm sorry, I'll pay you back for the dessert just now. Shinshui thought it was because she couldn't answer the question and made him unsatisfied, and with a steep shock, she immediately said, "No need to return it. These desserts are on me." Yi Yu saw her apologizing and pacified her. "No, I will definitely pay you back. Master, how much does this rice cake cost?" However, Shinshui was afraid that he would bury himself, and ironically wanted to return it, and immediately asked, this question, directly put Feng Yun in a daze and looked at his disciple. "This is the signature dessert of the Imperial Banquet House, the Falling Cloud Cake, 5,000 extreme yuan crystals a plate, a total of 4. If you really want to pay me back, just give me 1,250 extreme yuan crystals." Seeing that master had little idea about it, Yi Yu took over the question and answered it on his behalf. "So expensive? Can you fly by eating it?" When these words came out, Feng Yun was immediately shocked and wanted to curse for a moment. 5,000 extreme yuan crystals. For him, a desolate Saint Realm powerhouse, it is not impossible to take out, but taking 5,000 extreme yuan crystals to buy a dessert, this is too extravagant. With this much yuan crystal, one would be able to buy a 7th grade elixir that was useful even for the Earth King realm. When Shinshui heard this price, he was already numb as a human being and his mind went blank. What was the concept of 1,250 extreme grade yuan crystals? Her family, in Lianyun City, was considered a mainstay family, owning 7 stores, and last year, she had earned over 600 top-grade yuan crystals, worth 6 extreme-grade yuan crystals. In other words, just now, she ate a piece of rice cake and directly ate in 200 years of profit from the Shur family. Eldest brother is too generous, isn't he? A plate of dessert casually taken out is worth 5,000 extreme yuan crystals? Master, this is spirit food. You can't fly after eating it, but it can help nourish one's roots, vitalize blood and refine essence, and heal dark wounds. The Emperor clan grows up eating this kind of stuff. That's why they are all so powerful one after another. Seeing that she had a concept of this price, Yi Yu was a bit amused before explaining. Isn't the Emperor Banquet House only accessible to the Emperor realm and the direct lineage of the Emperor clan? Why do you have this kind of thing? Feng Yun realized how useful this thing was and no longer felt extravagant, reacting with wonder. The origin of this Emperor Banquet House can be too big. Ordinary people can't even get in, even if it's the true Dragon clan. You have to be a direct blood relative of the Emperor realm to get in, even if you have the posture of a great emperor. It was no exaggeration to say that Emperor Banquet House could be considered the topmost restaurant in Tianxian continent without a single one. And many people were proud of entering and exiting Emperor Banquet House. I've never been there. It was given to me. Yi Yu spread his hands and laughed. This is killing and scavenging. I cannot afford to spend so much money to buy this kind of snacks, but this is still do not tell the master. After all, the identity of the corpse demon kills too much. Say more wrong more. As Shinshui listened to his heart and looked at the corners of his mouth that were hooked into a light smile, a curiosity arose in his heart. A necromancer. What's that? No wonder. I told you weren't of a wasteful disposition. Feng Yun didn't suspect him, and with a sigh of relief, he smiled happily. 5,000 extreme yuan crystals to buy a snack. This was completely the behavior of a loser. Little sister, eat some more. After the master and disciple had chatted for a while, Yi Yu noticed that Shinshui was sitting next to him in a well-behaved manner, looking blearily at the snacks on the table with a look of gluttony, which was a bit amusing. It's true that it's in the nature of children to be greedy and playful. Don't eat it, it's too expensive to pay back. although she was particularly eager to eat it, wanting to drool at the thought of that flavor just now. Shui still shook her head to refuse. Eating people's mouths is soft, taking people's hands is short. Before leaving Lianyun City, her parents strictly instructed this truth to her. There is no free lunch under the sky. Must restrain the temptation. Do not fall into other people's traps step by step. Of course, the fundamental reason why she would refuse was still that eldest brother was too scary. The voice of the heart does not lie. That is to say, the idea that the eldest brother just thought of burying her was true. Since you won't eat it, I'll put it away and give it to someone else later. Yi Yu saw that she was still dwelling on this matter, and without any ambiguity, he began to use his storage ring to collect the snacks on the table. Only, he deliberately slowed down his movements and collected them one by one. Seeing those delicious and good-looking snacks disappearing under the clutches of eldest brother, Shui instantly couldn't hold herself together. Her loss and frustration showing on her face, her hands placed on the edge of the table and pressed, like an aggrieved puppy. She was tempted to stop it, but backed off at the thought that eldest brother had just had a moment where he intended to bury her. Seeing her bitter and dry face, Yi Yu's movements didn't stop but repeated this. Ha 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 ha. Although his face was expressionless, Shui was already hearing him laughing happily in his heart, and his mood was even more depressed. Feng Yun, who was beside him, shook his head in amusement when he saw the young disciple being tricked by the eldest disciple, probably because of his age. Feng Yun felt relieved to see them interacting and having fun. To know Yi Yu in different temperament, in addition to get along with him as a master is still warm. With other people has always been not like nonsense, willing to tease the teacher Shui play, has been a very rare thing. By the way, Au, Xin Shui said she wants to cultivate here. What do you think? Realizing that Yi Yu was quite fond of Shui, Feng Yuni also proposed while the iron was hot. If Shui's arrival could make Yi Yu open his heart and accept a newcomer, that would definitely be a good thing. No, I don't want to. Before Yi Yu could answer, Shui shook his head frantically like a rattle. Kidding aside, just spending so much time with her eldest brother was enough to torment her. If she lives together, she felt that she might just evaporate one day. She could be certain that this matter of her being able to read her eldest senior brother's mind would definitely be a death sentence once she was exposed. Don't want to? Feng Yun didn't expect her reaction to be like this and was surprised. Aha! Shui nodded, incomparably determined. Although this mountain is very good, the heaven and earth Yuan Qi is extremely rich, and the scenery is also very beautiful. But the little life is important. At the same time, Yi Yu, who happened to put away all the snacks, was also surprised and puzzled. Didn't she want to live here? Why did she change her mind? Is she mad at me for not giving her a snack? No, she seems to think I'm handsome. Is she shy? That's right. She's been averting her eyes and being nervous since she saw me. It's definitely a reaction to liking me. And letting her live with me would be too exciting for her. Ugh, this damn handsome really will give people trouble. Attract beautiful women even if attract a little girl is what is the matter. I do not want to be lowly control, but it's good that she's changed her mind. Otherwise I don't know how to reject master. Who likes you? Shui heard her eldest senior brother's heartfelt words, and with another glance at his handsome face, she secretly belabored him. What had to be admitted was that eldest brother was indeed a big handsome guy, but the excellent homeschooling she had received from a young age made it absolutely impossible for her to fall for a bad guy. It was true. To know one's own heart. If not for being able to hear her eldest brother's heart, she wouldn't have known that her eldest brother was actually so bad. Since you don't want to, forget it. Seeing her attitude, Feng Yun didn't force her. Anyway, they were both part of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Moreover, they were senior siblings. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Putting down the matter of the youngest senior sister for the time being, Yi Yu and Feng Yuni, the pair of master and disciple, chatted idly. During this time, Shui sat next to him, being very good and not saying anything. She had discovered something, that although her eldest brother seemed indifferent on the surface, his secret thoughts were actually not ordinary. With her eldest brother not taking it personally, she suddenly realized that the whole thing about being able to read her eldest brother's mind was kind of interesting. For example, when chatting about what Heavenly Pride came out recently and did something amazing, the eldest senior brother had actually known about it for a long time, but in order to coax the master to be happy, he still pretended to be hearing it for the first time, because he still had his little disciple with him. Feng Yun didn't stay long this time, but after staying for more than an hour, worried that Shui, the little girl, would get bored, he saw that it was about time and called home. Xin Shui, say goodbye to your eldest brother. In front of the mansion's main gate, Feng Yun was also teaching his young apprentice. I'll see you later, eldest brother. Hearing this request, Shinshui said with an arch, although it is not tiring to read the heart and understand the thoughts of the eldest brother, it is really tiring to hold back the laughter. She was really scared, afraid that she would accidentally laugh out loud and attract the attention and suspicion of her eldest brother. Little senior sister, I'll see you again. Yi Yu was stunned at his words and also returned his bow with an arch. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Feng Yunyun left with Shinshui. There are 2 more days until Yan Tianhao's death. It's time to get ready to go out. Only after watching their figures go down the mountain, Yi Yu turned around and returned to the mansion. Boom! As he entered the mansion, the doors closed automatically with a dull thud. Sensei Shimizu didn't know how far away the reading of the heart was. He just heard this heart before he left without following it. Heart water. Who did you learn to say goodbye so formally from? Leaving Lin Lang Mountain, Feng Yunyun brought her along in the air and halfway there. Recalling the parting just now, he couldn't help but be amused. Afterwards, such a way of saying goodbye was something he hadn't expected. My dad. Well, that's how he says goodbye to his uncles and friends. Shinshui didn't see any problem and answered truthfully. So, Feng Yun was a bit torn on whether to correct her way of saying goodbye, but quickly gave up. It was better to be formal than hasty. By the way, Master, have you ever heard of a necromancer? As they drifted farther and farther away, Shinshui felt that this distance should not be noticed by the eldest senior brother anymore, so she pressed her curiosity and asked, of course I know. Has the corpse demon's fame spread to your little town? Feng Yun heard this query and nodded his head rightfully, and it became rare. What kind of person is a necromancer? Where had Shinshui heard of this name when he was in Lianyun City? But seeing him ask, he still nodded. Master doesn't know either, because no one knows what the corpse demon's true face really looks like, much less where it comes from. But one thing is for sure, the corpse demon is dangerous. Feng Yun shook his head slightly, mentioning such a dangerous person. A look of gravity emerged on his amiable face, incomparably scornful. Why? Shinshui's heartbeat accelerated for no reason when she heard this statement. According to rumors, the corpse demon is a symbol of death, and it appeared out of nowhere 14 years ago, walking the world with the sole purpose of collecting corpses, although it comes and goes without a trace. In fact, there are traces of its activities, because it will target all those who are about to die. In other words, if you see a corpse demon, it means you are not far from death. Seeing that she was curious about this legendary character, Feng Yunyun also deliberately said in a frightening tone, word by word, wow. Shinshui was uncertain when she heard his fanciful explanation. Xin Shui, you wouldn't have seen a necromancer, would you? Seeing this reaction from her, Feng Yuni suddenly thought of a possibility and immediately asked. The targets of the necromancers, regardless of their realm, all had one trait in common, and that was people of excellence, the corpses of ordinary people. It seemed to not look at them. Its target was the strong and the proud of the sky, and since Shinshui had extremely high potential and an unusual physique, even for the first time since the beginning of time, it was very likely that he would be targeted. No, I just heard that necromancers are dangerous characters and wanted to know if it was dangerous in Master's eyes. Master Shinshui froze for a moment and shook his head. Of course she'd seen it. She just sat face to face and chatted with it. Only, it's not something she'd dare admit. Master still didn't know that eldest brother was a corpse demon, and if this leaked out of her mouth, once eldest brother tracked it down, she would be dead. Realizing the root cause of her curiosity, Feng Yunyun also explained and illustrated without reservation in order to make her take warning and hold a sense of reverence. It's dangerous. Extremely dangerous. The corpse demon is very strong. Its battle of fame was 4 years ago. At that time, there were 2 heavenly exalted realms fighting in the western region Forbidden Zone. The Spirit Clan Spirited Soul Heavenly Exalted and the Ancient Clan Swallowing Star Heavenly Exalted. Just as the victory and defeat had been decided, the corpse demon appeared and tried to take away the corpse of the Heavenly Father Swallowing Star, who had died in defeat. The fiery soul Heavenly Father had paid a heavy price to defeat his opponent. How could he possibly watch the results of the battle being taken away from him? And struck out at the corpse demon in anger. However, this outburst led to consequences, as the corpse demon killed the blazing soul Heavenly Father in just a split second. Although the spirited soul Heavenly Father had just experienced a fierce battle and was injured, but after all, he was a quasi-imperial realm powerhouse of the Heavenly Father realm's great circle, and even more so the soul race, so his strength should not be underestimated. After this battle, the corpse demon had gained a lot of fame and attention, and its actions were becoming more and more active. So far, the number of Tianzuan realms whose corpses have been taken away by it is a total of 19. Among them, 13 Tianzans perished in a fight and were taken away by it, and there are also 6 Tianzans who attacked it and were killed by it in return and taken away. There are also rumors that an emperor realm powerhouse of the Soul Clan, Blazing Soul Heavenly Father's biological father, wanted to avenge his son's death, and ended up dying tragically under the corpse demon's hands. This matter, I don't know if it's true or not, it's just a rumor, but the Heavenly Xian anecdotal record's estimate of the corpse demon's strength is that it is at least Min-Empire realm. Hiss, that means the corpse demon is an Emperor realm powerhouse? When Shi Xinshui heard this kind of explanation, he sucked in a breath of cold air, incomparably shocked. In other words, eldest brother is an Emperor realm powerhouse? Although she didn't know how strong the Emperor realm was, according to the cultivation realm delineation mantra, the Emperor realm was the last realm. For a moment, she was happy and sad. Good news, with eldest brother being so powerful, if she was ever bullied, she could still bring in help. Bad news, eldest brother is so powerful, if he gets up to kill her one day, no one can stop him at all. Ah, that's right, Xin Shui. If you encounter a corpse demon on a certain day in the future, such as when it tries to take away a corpse in front of you, definitely don't try to stop it or attack it. According to the Nine Heavens Pavilion's investigation, a corpse demon rarely initiates an attack. It will only show up the moment its target perishes, and as long as it gets the corpse, it will leave. Feng Yunjun slightly jowled, his expression serious, not at all like a serious exhortation in jest. Regarding such a teaching, it began to spread in recent years in the major powers. In short, don't mess with the necromancers. Being requested by the pavilion master, he had also instructed Yi Yu 2 years ago. Luckily, Shi Xinshui took the initiative to mention this. Otherwise, he almost forgot about it. Although he felt that it wouldn't be a problem if he forgot, because Xin Shui was still young and weak at the returning wheel realm. It was impossible for him to actively attack the corpse demon. Got it. Shi Xinshui nodded without thinking. Are you kidding? Letting her attack eldest brother? Looking for death? The reason why the corpse demon is a corpse demon is because it has a very strong pursuit of corpses, and I don't know what it wants so many corpses for. And many people have speculated that it is practicing some kind of evil technique. Seeing that she was very good and obedient and agreed, Feng Yun couldn't help but sigh. Maybe it was taken back and buried. In response to this sentiment, Shi Xinshui couldn't help but mutter, ha ha ha, that is indeed a possibility. You're so smart. Feng Yun stared at her words before he cracked a smile and pressed his hand on her head, complimenting her. The first lesson as a master is to develop the self-confidence of the apprentice and to recognize what the apprentice has done. Lin Lang Mountain. Yi Yu didn't go to the grassy area by the cliff to lie in the sun anymore, but sat alone in front of a stone table in the courtyard. What would be the buried reward for 3 question marks? Lonely people always have a lot of thoughts and the habit of talking to themselves, which was the case with Yi Yu. It wasn't that he was looking forward to his little sister's quick death so that he could bury her and get the reward. He was just a little curious as he encountered this situation for the first time. The reason why he took extra care of his little sister and was interested in knowing was because he always felt that this could possibly be the turnaround to save his master. Between thoughts, he opened the system panel. Name, Yi Yu. Age, 37. Realm, Late Celestial Realm. Weapon, Lance. Armor piercing, 87%, closed. Blood absorption, 165%. Toughness, 83%. Strike chance, 215%, strike rate overflow will be converted to strike damage. Chance of counterattack, 82%, closed. Evasion chance, 59%, on. Combo strikes, 28, weapon adaptation. Enlightenment, 156 times. These special attributes are the rewards he gets for 25 years of helping people collect their bodies and bury them. His special attributes, every one of them, are pretty unbelievable. For example, armor piercing, whose attacks are able to ignore 87% of the enemy's defense, is sure to inflict wounds on the enemy as long as he can hit. For example, blood sucking, even if he's injured, he can come back to life with full blood if he just half kills someone. Toughness, for example, he is immune to the vast majority of controls. There's also a horrible number of combos that allow him to change his fighting style with abandon. If he uses a bow and arrow, the number of combos will adapt itself to multiple arrows, which can attack in a group or remotely against a single. If he used the giant scythe, the number of combos would adapt itself to sweep, capable of wide-range attacks, a weapon prepared for the identity of a necromancer. The function of the burial system is very simple, that is, to see the death of others, to help people collect corpses and bury them to set up graves, and to write down the significant deeds in life. You can get treasure chests, and open the treasure chests will randomly get special attributes. Possessing such a special attribute allowed him, as a late stage of the heavenly exaltation realm, to be certain of battling the Emperor realm as well. Counterattack and armor piercing have to be turned off for everyday life, as they are overbearing in their judgments. For example, counterattacks, even if someone else touches him, will trigger an automatic counterattack. As for armor piercing, He can do terrible damage by lightly touching someone. Tianxian continent, divided into 5 domains: southeast, northwest, and the Middle Kingdom. There are 4 poles in the 4 directions. That is, the forbidden zone of life. Being in the continent, no matter which direction you go, the farther you go, the more dangerous it is. For example, in the southern region, going all the way south, before reaching the end, one first had to go over the 100,000 Great Mountains before entering the lifeless forest, a forbidden area of life. No one knew what lay beyond the end of the 4 directions, and so far no living being had returned after walking to the end of the 4 directions forbidden zone. The central domain, on the other hand, was the well-deserved center of the Tianxian continent, occupied by the True Dragon clan, the leader of the 100 clans. To the south of the southern domain, an unnamed forbidden mountain deep within the 100,000 Great Mountains, wearing a black robe. His face was shrouded in black mist, unable to see his appearance. Yi Yu put a tattered body into the dug pit, and then used Yuan power to harness the earth to bury it. And finally, he recruited a piece of stone through the air and stood in front of the tomb. He put his finger on the tombstone and engraved the words Tomb of the Great Sage of the Chaotic Sea, and then engraved small letters on the side. Yan Tianhao, the early loss of family orphaned, begging, wandering, joined the army, but also had offense, reduced to a servant, ate all kinds of suffering, but a life of strength and unyielding. 375 years old king, 855 years old into the saint of the northern region of the overlaying of the sky city of Yan's home. The late success of a great weapon, but the talent is not enough to need a lot of resources. A life of struggle between life and death. 2,648 years old fell in the northern region of the death of the ice vein. After writing down the name and life story of the tomb owner, the words, quest completed, appeared in front of Yi Yu's eyes. Burial of Yan Tianhao, rewarded with a level 6 treasure chest. Done. With the treasure chest in hand, Yi Yu clapped his hands, patting the non-existent dust, and nodded with a great accomplishment. It's not what it used to be. He used to have quite a bit of trouble trying to bury people, because this world is so powerful that destroying a body can be easy. He has to rob it from someone. But nowadays, as his strength has become stronger, coupled with the corpse demon's fierce reputation, it's very simple for him to go and collect corpses now, and he only needs to show up when his target is dead, and take the body away. When others saw him show up, they had to weigh whether it was worth fighting the corpse demon for a corpse before making a move. Burial system, not just kill a person buried on the line. According to the experience of these years, Yi Yu summarized a point. The treasure chest level is not based on the realm and strength of the rating. The target should be famous. In short, the owner of the tomb cannot be a nobody, but has to have a life story worthy of praise. For example, this Yan Tianhao, as a desolate saint realm powerhouse, but no heavenly pride. In the same realm of the battle is not very outstanding, but a life to be strong. Hard to kill a strong road. For the mediocre qualifications of the generation, his biography is very inspirational. In the northern region is also considered a number 1 character. Why is the level of the treasure chest rated in such a way? Yi Yu thinks that it may be for the people in the future generations to recognize the name on the tombstone when they see it. It's worth noting that the level of the treasure chest will automatically drop 3 levels for those he kills early, before the time of death comes. Maybe the system didn't want him to bury all beings in order to become stronger. But the truth was, if he truly had the idea of burying the living, even if he were to automatically drop 3 levels, the Tianxian continent's so many living beings would be enough for him to be invincible. Between silent thoughts, he also opened the buried reward this time. Level 6 treasure chest opened successfully, rewarding 2% blood absorption and 1% evasion. It's also open to dodge, so it looks like I got lucky this time. Yi Yu was quite satisfied when he saw this reward, because the value of the special attribute of evasion was low. It was naturally good to be able to make up for it. With that done, he raised his eyes and looked out at the densely packed tombstones that stood above the earth, burying famous people who had died in the last 20 years or so. Among them, there were peerless beauties, world-defying powerhouses, juvenile prides, and great emperors of foreign races. Among them, there were a few other acquaintances whom he had dealt and spoken with, but had long since been a dead bone. 25 years to go, and the sun is so big a one. Where should I be buried by then? Yi Yu looked at these tombstones, and instead of being sentimental, because people will eventually die, it's just the difference between dying early and dying late, he thought of a dilemma. With this dilemma in mind, he turned around and took a few steps before his figure disappeared into the void. With his departure, the darkness beneath the earth lit up with a strange light. It's finally gone. The beast that lurked in the darkness, its 4 eyes like ghostly green flames, breathed a long sigh of relief. When will this monster die? I don't want to guard this mountain anymore. there was also a foreign beast that was born with 3 eyes, scarlet as blood, incomparably scornful. The Emperor realm of the Soul Clan was all dragged back by it and buried. However, it often kills people. Even the Emperor realm of the Soul Clan dares to kill. Sooner or later, it will be rounded up. Wait slowly, there will always be a day of emergence. The fire-eyed Fey beast had wanted to speak the big truth, but on second thought, it still held a few hopes. A beast must have a dream. If not, what's the difference between that and the Walking Dead? The southern region, the main area of activity for the human race, was extremely numerous and coexisted with the other races. The human race had a total of 5 major forces, all of which were concentrated in the southern region. From ancient times, for an unknown number of historical years, there had been people who were heroic and wanted to lead the human race out of the southern region, but the momentum of development was mostly limited by other races, failing to reach the heights of the 5 major powers. The human race had a strong ability to adapt to their environment. For example, Shinshui, after spending a few days in the Nine Heavens Pavilion, was already integrating into the life here. On Taiping Mountain, there were several mansions for Feng Yun and his disciples. Is the human race only ranked 9th in the 100 races? In the open space outside the mansion, in front of the stone table, Shinshui's pair of slender arms were resting against the table, her palms resting on her cheeks as if she were holding a lotus flower, and a book was placed in front of her. Listening to the lesson with a puzzled mind, the one who gave her the lecture was a woman with raven hair like a waterfall, delicate features, long arms, tall figure, fair skin, and a high and cold temperament. Junior sister, the 9th ranking of the 100 races is already very high. It's a ranking that the great emperors of the human race have fought with their lives for countless years, so one mustn't be rude or frivolous. Upon hearing this sentiment, the brunette frowned and reprimanded. Second senior sister, I didn't mean to be slighting law, I just think that the human race should be a little higher. Seeing her anger, Shinshui immediately defended herself. It's not wrong for you to think this way. Everyone expects the human race to be in a higher position, but it's important to avoid mentioning words like only the 9th in front of others, especially in front of your 3rd senior brother, who is of the imperial race, and in front of the imperial race, they'll feel that you don't know any better with this attitude. After the reprimand, seeing that she had the intention to change her mind, Lin Jingwen slightly jawed, still satisfied, then admonished, teaching is not afraid of people who don't understand, but of those who don't repent. As a member of the Nine Heavens Pavilion, strength and weakness is not the primary key, the focus is on the quality and vision, to avoid trouble coming out of the mouth, as well as losing the face of the division. Aha! Master Shinshui nodded obediently, writing that down. The so-called emperor clans were clans that possessed emperor realm powerhouses. There were 2 types of emperor clans, those that had great emperors sitting on them, and those that had once had great emperors, but had sacrificed their lives fighting for the human race. But no matter which kind of emperor clan, it is the most powerful clan of the human race, with a powerful bloodline. It is independent of the 5 forces, but it is the clan that stands at the top of the human race. Just because the human race is ranked 9th doesn't mean that the human race is necessarily better than 10th place. For example, in terms of individuals. Seeing that she was obedient, Lin Jingwen took the book and proceeded to explain it to her. Right at this moment, a low and mature voice suddenly sounded in Shinshui's ears. Is this a lesson in insight? Hearing this voice again after a few days, Shinshui was abruptly startled. This was the arrival of the eldest senior brother, Yi Yu, who had made a special trip out in order to bury Yen Tianhao, spent a few days before finally returning to the sect. Because he was going to show up in the Spirit Abyss treasure seizing adventure, he went back to Lin Lang Peak and came towards Taiping Peak, intending to have a detailed chat with his master about the arrangements for this operation. As a result, just after entering the mountain, he saw the second senior sister teaching the youngest sister. Observing this, Yi Yu didn't drag his feet and flew up into the sky, heading straight to his master's residence. Flying over the mansion, he descended directly from the sky. Eldest brother. With his arrival, Shinshui was also the first to stand up and salute him. Eldest brother, you're here. Lin Jingwen froze at the words, turning her head to look. She saw the raven-haired, starry-eyed, and outstandingly handsome Yi Yu, and immediately stood up to welcome her, incomparably surprised. 2 senior sisters, where is master? Facing the obeisance of the 2 senior sisters, Yi Yu asked after returning the salute. When he said that, his afterglow swept a glance at Shinshui with some suspicion and strangeness. Is this girl's perception that sharp? Second senior sister, who is at the Dharma Dragon realm, didn't even notice me, but she noticed it first. Hearing this heartfelt voice, Master Shinshui's body stiffened. Bad. I was so focused on saluting my eldest brother that I didn't even pay attention to the order. This body is really extraordinary. just as she was secretly saying that it was not good. Yi Yu's heartfelt words made her breathe a sigh of relief. It's a good thing I have a physique. Otherwise this is really unexplainable. Seeing this, Shinshui was incomparably glad that her physique was special. Master went out. Eldest senior brother. Are you just looking for master this time? At the same time, Lin Jingwen answered the question, and then looked at Yi Yu with a glowing look, asking daintily, Hiss, isn't second senior sister very high and cold as a person? How did she become like this? Hearing her dainty, ear-raising whispers, Shinshui only felt like goosebumps, shocked by the scene before him. It was the second senior sister who was teaching her these days, such as eating, bathing, living and traveling, and understanding the matters of the Nine Heavens Pavilion and the rules of the door. During this period, the second senior sister can be too strict. She will be scolded if she is a little bit lax, and she is even more unsmiling. As a result, who is this woman with a smile like a flower? Is it really the second senior sister she knows? I don't know what to do, but I'm still here to find you. This second senior sister, although quite beautiful, but the brain has a problem. I have refused a few times still this. And even if I really want to find a partner, the rabbit also does not eat grass on the edge of the nest. It cannot think of me? Change someone to think of? Yi Yu was speechless in his heart when he heard these delicate words. Although Lin Jingwen was outstanding in terms of both her looks and figure, as well as her temperament, he had seen too many stunning beauties. To be honest, the second senior sister didn't look any different from any other woman to him, and that was it. None of them were attractive to him. The day after tomorrow is the Spirit Abyss treasure capture. I'm going to participate this time, but for the specific arrangements, I need to ask Master. Although in his heart, Yi Yu did not say what was in his heart. After all, it was the second senior sister. It was not good to be too disliked, but only nodded his head slightly. Master should be back soon. Why don't eldest brother sit down for a while? I'll go make you some tea. Lin Jingwen's attitude was very enthusiastic. It was hard to see her eldest senior brother once. She was afraid that he would leave first because of the master's absence, and wanted to keep him behind. Second senior sister, there is no need to go through so much trouble. I'll just wait here. Are you teaching little sister? Seeing that she wanted to entertain herself, Yi Yu gently waved his hand and said, Junior sister has only just paid her respects to the Nine Heavens Pavilion. There are many things she doesn't know about the Tianxian continent. I'm giving her a lesson in insight. Would eldest brother like to supervise? Confirming that he wouldn't leave before his master returned, Lin Jingwen only felt like a heartfelt offer. 5 years. The last time I saw eldest brother was 5 years ago. No wonder the change is so big. The second elder sister turns out to like the eldest senior brother. But the eldest senior brother's reaction is not quite right. Seeing this, Shinshui was already figuring out the situation. Love would make people change their faces. Although she was only 11 years old and did not know much about the pattern and condition of the Tianxian continent, she still had a concept of the love of men and women. After all, she was so cute looking that her mother and her father, for fear of her being hoodwinked, were diligent in their teachings on such matters. You go about your business. I'll just wait around and won't disturb you. How could Yi Yu be interested in overseeing this kind of small children's academic lessons and shrugged it off? After saying that, he didn't wait for Lin Jingwen to continue, so he took out a purple gold token and walked to the side to contact his master. The eldest brother is holding an elder token, the same level as master. In fact, his token should have been an honorary elder token, but he felt that it was not good for him as a disciple to be one level higher than his master, so he gave it a rejection. It's just that even though he doesn't serve in the pavilion, his status is still very high and extremely prestigious. Seeing that he walked away but didn't go far, Lin Jingwen didn't force herself to go forward to disturb him, although she was intent on doing so, but instead, she went along with it. Eldest brother is awesome. Shinshui didn't expect there to be such a thing, and was shocked when he glanced at the purple and gold token. The more she learned about her eldest brother, the more it opened her eyes. Obviously they were senior siblings, but the eldest brother was already far away. This is just where it is. The day after tomorrow is the Spirit Abyss treasure raider. When Master comes back, I'll ask Master to see if he can bring us along to see it. Then you'll know how powerful eldest senior brother is. Although she was already shocked by this reaction, Lin Jingwen was still not satisfied with this and was excited. An elder token was merely the tip of the iceberg to elder brother. Yeah. Shinshui nodded excitedly when she heard this. Can be considered to be able to go out? Although the past few days have been very fulfilling. Every day is either cultivation or classes, but has been staying in the Taiping Peak is really too boring. When she was in Lianyun City, even if she didn't go out every day, she went out every few days to sneak, and reading was really boring, although it was a long time to see. Don't be in a hurry to be happy. Master hasn't agreed yet. Let's start the lesson first. and hurry to finish today's academic lesson before master comes back. Seeing her face leaping, Lin Jingwen was also excited, but didn't forget about business. Second senior sister, do you like eldest brother? Noticing that after she saw eldest senior brother, she had a completely different face from before, becoming very enthusiastic and talkative, Shifu Xinshui asked after thinking about it. Junior sister, I didn't expect you to be so discerning at such a young age. This is all seen by you. Is it because we are very much a couple? Lin Jingwen sniffed with some excitement, sneaking a glance at her eldest brother, who had already walked into the distance, before admitting in surprise. The fact that she liked eldest senior brother was something that master and third senior brother had known about for a long time, and were personally well aware of it. Only, she has encountered a lot of difficulties in pursuing her eldest brother. After confessing a few times, her eldest brother is not willing to talk to her more, and this time, the little sister's question just creates an opportunity. I didn't expect the little sister will also assist. It's a godsend. With this in mind, her gaze at her little sister became gentle and incomparably friendly. She hadn't hurt this child for nothing in the past few days. What's wrong with you, girl? Although Yi Yu was walking to the distance, but with this distance, even if they spoke in a low voice, they could still hear clearly. He really wasn't interested in his second senior sister's adoration of the. If he really wanted a woman, the women of the 100 races in Tianqian continent would all run over to throw themselves at him. So why bother eating the grasses on the edge of the nest? Because it's obvious. You're especially happy once you see the big brother. But the big brother doesn't seem to like you. Thinking of what happened just now when eldest senior brother was disinterested in second senior sister from the bottom of his heart, sure Xinshui couldn't help but say, if she didn't know about it, it would be fine, but since she knew about it, and the second elder sister was taking such good care of her, she felt that it was necessary for her to help the second elder sister, so that she would return to her lost ways. I take back what I just said, you don't have a good eye. Which eye did you see that eldest brother doesn't like me? Lin Jingwen, who was still happy, was not happy to hear this and changed her face on the spot. Seeing that she was completely disregarding the words of the good man, Sure Xin Shui choked and was at a loss for words for a moment. How should she answer this question? She couldn't say that she was able to hear her eldest brother's heart, could she? Kidding aside, eldest brother was right next to her. If she said this, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to see tomorrow's sun. I didn't expect junior sister to be so smart and see at a glance that I'm not interested in second sister. But it's no use. Second sister should have given up a long time ago if she could really listen to other people's words. At the same time, she was hearing the heartfelt words of her eldest brother. For the second senior sister's fondness, Yi Yu is helpless, in the way of the relationship between senior siblings, and cannot be used to force, can only respect and keep a distance. Junior sister, you couldn't be trying to steal eldest brother from me. That's why you're saying this, right? It must be so. You also like eldest senior brother. With her speechlessness, Lin Jingwen suddenly thought of a possibility when she saw that she couldn't give a reason. The big senior brother is super charismatic, and the women who like him are simply countless, even if the youngest sister is still young. But after all, she is also 11 years old, not a 3-year-old child, and may not know the love of men and women. How could it be? Faced with this kind of questioning, Sure Xinshui retorted like a reflex. She couldn't even be afraid of Big Brother. How could she possibly like it? Really? Seeing her attitude so resolute, Lin Jingwen calmed down, but still remained skeptical. Really? Sure Xinshui nodded her head with certainty. She and eldest senior brother plus this one time, had only met twice, and had only known each other for such a short period of time, so how could she fall for someone so easily? Admittedly, eldest brother was indeed handsome, even claiming to be the most handsome man she had ever seen, but he was bad and would bully her. You're lying. There's no way there's anyone who doesn't like eldest brother. However, Lin Jingwen was not satisfied with this answer and frowned. There are many people who don't like me. Little sister is really idle. Why bring up this topic? Yi Yu was confident, but also self-aware and belabored. The number of women who liked him was indeed countless, which also included the holy daughters of all the major powers, the imperial daughters, and the proud daughters of the heavens. It's just that he's not interested in pleasing others, and he's not warm and fuzzy enough to be loved by everyone. Somebody help me. Seeing this attitude of hers, Sure Xinshui only felt like crying without tears, fully understanding why eldest senior brother felt that second senior sister had a brain problem. It's no secret that the second sister is hopelessly blind. If she could, she really wanted to transfer the ability to listen to her eldest brother's heart to her second senior sister, then everything would be fine. Caught in a dilemma, she didn't know what to do, and turned her gaze for help to her elder brother on the side. Don't look at me. I don't want to deal with the second senior sister. Just take this opportunity to let this girl see the evils of society, so that in the future, she will understand what words can be said and what words can't be said. Facing her gaze, Yi Yu turned around pretending to be invisible and said darkly, "Big bad." Sure, Xinshui was a bit angry. Even if the eldest brother didn't help, he was still talking in the dark. "By the way, second senior sister, what is the spirit abyss treasure seizure with no one to help?" Sure, Xinshui simply forced herself to change the topic and asked curiously. Although this was very stiff, Lin Jingwen was satisfied when she observed that eldest brother had no intention of helping little sister at all, and upholding the task given by master. She solved her confusion. Clear water is shallow, green water is deep, black water is abyssal, blue water is wide, yellow water is urgent. The spirit abyss, a mysterious zone shrouded in black mist, is home to many powerful and exotic beings, which is where the spirit abyss gets its name. It was dangerous in the spirit abyss. For example, a stone, a blade of grass, a leaf, and even a piece of land all had souls that looked no different from normal, and would automatically attack once a living being approached. Things that were normally harmless were so dangerous in the spirit abyss, and the abyss spirits of human-like beasts were even more terrifying. Having said that, the body of the profound spirit nurtured a core called spirit crystal, which was able to help cleanse one's soul, heal soul injuries, and even increase enlightenment, and was of inestimable value. The spirit abyss that possessed such heavenly treasures was undoubtedly a treasure mine of heaven and earth, attracting countless people to enter it, wanting to harvest the spirit crystals. However, because of the uncontrolled hunting, the number of abyss spirits was decreasing, and 3,600 years ago, in the southern region, in order to collect the resources of the spirit abyss in a sustainable manner, the 5 major forces of the human race were formally stationed after deliberation, and the rules of the spirit abyss for the capture of the treasures were set down. Every 5 years, the spirit abyss would be opened, and one would only need to pay a certain amount of yuan crystals to be able to enter it to seize treasures. But there were conditions and constraints, such as the lowest realm being the Falcon Dragon realm, and the highest realm being the Desolate Saint realm. Usually at this time, the 5 major forces will send a team into it. The lowest realm is the Falcon Dragon realm, so am I not allowed to enter? Learning the details of the spirit abyss treasure grab, Sure Xinshui thought of a question. She was looking forward to the possibility of going out this time, but now it seemed there was no chance at all. The conditions I just mentioned only apply to casuals. The 5 major forces as long as the person leading the team is willing. You can go in even if you're in the spirit movement realm. To this concern, Lin Jingwen put her worries to rest with a few words. So that means I can go in? Sure Xinshui's eyes were watery and wide open, nervous and expectant. It can be, but it depends on whether the master agrees or not. The master specifically called the eldest senior brother here this time, probably to be in charge of leading the team. Is this time the spirit abyss to seize the treasure of the 9 heavens pavilion's words? Lin Jingwen didn't say too much. After all, whether or not she could go to the spirit abyss to seize the treasure depended on her master's decision. Can I participate in the spirit abyss treasure seizure if I exceed the Desolate Saint realm? Sure Xinshui couldn't help but ask as she glanced at her eldest senior brother who was not far away. Although master felt that eldest senior brother was at the Desolate Saint realm, she was aware of the fact that eldest senior brother was most likely an Emperor realm powerhouse. That's of course not allowed. Beyond the Desolate Saint realm, that's a heavenly sovereign. Master said that at the start of every spirit abyss treasure hunt, the 5 major powers would send out heavenly sovereign realm powerhouses to be the first to enter the spirit abyss to hunt abyss spirits of the same realm, sweeping away threats above the Desolate Saint realm. Lin Jingwen explained as she shook her head. On the surface it is said to be sweeping away the threat, but in fact it is the 5 powers monopolizing the high-grade spirit crystals. Those loose people will never be able to get the spirit crystals of the Tianzuan realm in their whole life, unless they join the 5 powers. Yi Yu, who was standing not far away, did not interject, but only muttered to himself in his mind. Such a situation would not be fair to the casual observer, but he had no problem with this approach. It was true that the 5 major forces had taken more advantages and were even more infighting, but the 100 races had given a lot for the strength of the human race. What's more, he's also a profiteer under this set of unspoken rules. Eldest senior brother is at the Emperor realm. Can he participate in the spirit abyss treasure seizure? When Sure Xinshui heard this, doubts arose in his heart. If she could, she would still want to go with eldest brother. Maybe the big brother is dangerous, but this is based on the premise of being an enemy with him. If it is as a friendly army, then the big brother can be too reliable. Second senior sister, can the Emperor realm go to the spirit abyss to seize treasures? Because he couldn't think of an answer, Sure Xinshui simply threw in the towel. What are you thinking? The Emperor realm is a big brother standing at the very top. It has always been a godly dragon. If it doesn't show up then it's already If it does show up, it will definitely be a shocking and earth-shattering event. How could it possibly be involved in this kind of small activity? Lin Jingwen was dumbfounded by this question and was speechless, giving her a blank look before lecturing her. This girl is really not take the Emperor realm seriously. Yi Yu, who was standing not far away waiting for his master, was also dumbfounded by this question. Is this 11 years old? It's really the age of a newborn calf. Who doesn't even know how strong the Emperor realm is? Is the Emperor realm rare? Shifu Xinshui really didn't know how strong the Emperor realm was, and faced with their shocked reactions, he sighed with a bit of hardiness and embarrassment. In her old home, the strongest person is a Dharma Dragon realm powerhouse. Certainly. How strong is the Falong realm? She also has little concept, because she has not seen the adults make a move. She only knew that second senior sister was on the same level of power as the adults and was very powerful. As for the desolate sacred realm's master, the Emperor realm's eldest brother, they were all more powerful than one another. More than rare, the Emperor realm is an existence that stands at the very top of the Tianqian continent. Every Emperor realm is a pride of the heavens that suppresses an era, and countless people can't reach this realm even after exhausting their entire lives. Lin Jingwen explained as she nodded with certainty. The second senior sister seems to know also not much, simply did not say to the point. The Emperor realm a rage. Floating corpses for 10,000 miles. Emperor realm is rare, purely because they are the same as nuclear weapons. The various ethnic groups are bound into rules, easily shall not be out of hand. Yi Yu felt that this statement of hers was too one-sided. He wasn't sure just how many Emperor realms there were in Tianqian continent, as he didn't have the heavenly eyes to overlook the hidden secrets of the entire continent. But it seemed to him that the number of Emperor realms exceeded at least 600. It wasn't that the cultivation system was too easy. From what he had observed, and from the records of the Tianqian anecdotal records, in the last 10,000 years, the number of Emperor realms had repeatedly reached record highs. What's more, the record of the youngest Emperor realm was becoming more and more exaggerated. So far, the record of the fastest breakthrough to the Emperor realm ever is already brushed to 35 years old, a record laid down by the True Dragon clan. Against all odds, even he has not been able to break this record, which is an unavoidable situation, because he was 12 years old in Bone Age the year he crossed over. He wanted to break this record unless he was able to become an emperor in 23 years of cultivation, but how easy would that be? That said, under the law of spiritual victory, he thought that he had broken this record, because he had reached the late stage of the heavenly exalted realm after 25 years of cultivation, and with another 10 years, breaking through the Emperor realm was a sure thing. Perhaps the spirit of Q contains a pejorative meaning, but he must think this way, and only in this way can he achieve an invincible mind. Putting this matter aside, in the past 10,000 years, heavenly prides have been competing for the world. Demons have emerged frequently, and characters that suppressed an era have come out of nowhere. According to the observations and evaluations of the anomalies, 400 years ago, the 957th Great Domain War was the most terrifying one ever. That session of the Great Domain War, the three aces who were expected to compete for the name of the strongest supreme, if they were not born in the same era, in any other era, they would definitely be the demons and champions who swept away their peers without any rivals. The neutral force responsible for compiling the Book of Heresies, independent of the 100 races, the Smoke and Rain Tower, was incredulous at this phenomenon. Previously, Yi Yu didn't have much of a concept about it. He just thought that if he was in that session, he would definitely be the champion as well. But now it seems that the reason why such a demon has come out is because I'm afraid that the catastrophe is coming, and the prides of all the clans have been born in response to the catastrophe. Oh, because of what the two people were saying. Sure, Xinshui sort of understood it this time, although she didn't know what a nuclear weapon was. It didn't prevent her from understanding the concept of an Emperor realm's wrath and floating corpses for miles. In short, the Emperor realm was so powerful that all the clans restrained each other and were easily forbidden to fight so as to avoid a shocking fight. Seeing her nodding dumbly, Lin Jingwen wanted to ask if she really understood, but gave up. This child is still young, it is useless to talk too much, and the Emperor realm is too far away and irrelevant to the vast majority of people. Just know that the Emperor realm is very strong and rare. Little senior sister is also considered to have been born in response to the calamity, right? But there are only 25 years left. Even if her talent is great, she will at most be in the heavenly exalted realm by then. It's a pity. If she had manifested the heaven and earth visions as soon as she was born, it might have been possible to break the record of the youngest Emperor realm. What will the world be like after the sun falls in 25 years? Yi Yu turned his back to the duo, his thoughts aroused by their topic. Although the youngest senior sister was currently still very stupid, and had even never seen much of the world, her physique was extremely terrifying, and was even above the Taiyu divine physique. and I'm afraid that it was already close to the all faiths invulnerable true dragon physique, which was the first place on the physique list. With such an overwhelmingly invincible physique, once the might and potential were realized, it was not impossible to become a peer supreme that was invincible under the sun without a true dragon. However, little sister's formal exposure to the path of cultivation was too slow, wasting 11 years of her life. In response to a robbery? What hijacking? And what does it mean that there are only 25 years left? Sunset? Shifu Shinchue couldn't help but look back as she listened to her eldest brother's words murmuring in her mind, only to see eldest senior brother standing on the side of a cliff with his arms folded, looking up at the sun. For some reason, his back looked lonely. Falling should mean death, right? Does the sun die? The puzzled Shinchue looked at the sun with a pair of big eyes. Right at this moment, Shinchue suddenly felt an incomparably strong line of sight, and when she turned her head back, she bumped into a pair of eyes, only to realize that her second senior sister was staring at herself, with a look as if she were saying, still saying that you don't like your eldest senior brother. I've caught you, junior sister. Do you have any more questions? Having said that, Lin Jingwen didn't bother with her and simply asked, no. Master Shinchue hesitated for a few seconds and shook his head. In that case, let's continue the lesson on the ranking of the 10 major races. Seeing that she stopped asking questions, Lin Jingwen followed her duty. Aha! Master Shinchue nodded and dutifully attended class. There are 100 clans in the Tianqian continent, and the head of the 100 clans is the true dragon. And since the beginning of history, this clan has stood at the apex of the 100 clans, with a status that has never been shaken. Lin Jingwen signaled her to read the book with her eyes and began to explain. However, the rest of the class did not go well. Classes need to be quiet, with the teacher speaking and the students listening, especially if someone is talking next to them. It can be very disruptive and distracting. The day after tomorrow is the Southern Region's Spirit Abyss treasure seizure. The 5 major forces of the human race will all come. I wonder if Xia Xiaoyu will go. Yi Yu didn't want to disturb them and just stayed by himself silently, thinking alone. Who is Xia Xiaoyu? Peering into this heartbeat, Shinchue's attention was drawn directly to it. Xia Xiaoyu. This name sounds like a woman's name right away. Eldest brother is even thinking about a woman? What's the situation? If everyone's coming, how should I make my entrance? If I had known that when I buried Yen Tianhao, I would have brought an imperial beast back. Riding an imperial beast on stage. Definitely the prettiest cub in the room. But riding an imperial beast is also too ostentatious. And it's too arrogant. So it's not good to attract trouble to the 9 Heavens Pavilion. Thinking that there might be old acquaintances coming this time when the Spirit Abyss sees the treasure. Yi Yu's mind was instantly active. Pretending is a human hobby. A human condition. And he is not exempt from it. Rather, because he was strong, had absolute capital, and had even made a name for himself, he enjoyed the feeling of being a saint in front of people. Only he was just thinking about it. After all, those 2 imperial beasts in the 100,000 Great Mountains were subdued by him using his identity as a corpse demon to help him guard his tomb, though he didn't need to guard the tomb after burying someone, and there was no damage if the tomb was destroyed. But in his line of work, everyone he buried made him stronger, and he felt a strong need to guard it. Listening to his heart, Shinchue was in a hurry. Where's Xia Xiaoyu? Why is there no news? More than the emperor beast, she was more concerned about the woman that eldest senior brother was thinking about. Just what kind of god she was. Not out of jealousy, simply out of curiosity. Eldest brother was completely uninterested in second elder sister, so it turned out that he had a beautiful person in his heart. Still 11 years old, she is not very obsessive about strength and weakness, but it is this kind of male and female matter that makes her care immensely. However, it was useless even if she scratched her head and gripped her cheeks anxiously. Her eldest brother's mind was complicated and always drifting, and she couldn't go and ask directly. Master turned out to be going to look for the third master? Right at this moment, Yi Yu suddenly sensed something and raised his eyes to look. Only in the sky, 2 streams of rainbows passed through the mountain protection formation and entered the Taiping Peak, flying towards this side. Soon, 2 streaming rainbows descended from the sky and landed on the ground. Ayu, I didn't expect you to come so soon. I was thinking of looking for you when I was about to leave. Fengyan returned home and laughed when he saw that Yi Yu was already waiting. 5 years, but I can pull this big apprentice out. These 5 years, he did not know what had happened to Ayu. Obviously used to enjoy participating in various competitions and activities, but now he was not going out of the door, and had been shutting himself up in Linlang Peak in seclusion. I won't bother master to make an extra trip. Yi Yu saw that his old man was happy, and the corner of his mouth curled into a smile. Eldest brother. At the same time, the man standing beside Feng Yuni bowed his head and saluted. This person was Win End, an emperor's son of the Yingjie Emperor clan. with an upright and tall figure, wearing a black and gold robe, with handsome features, high coiled hair, and a cold, arrogant, and extraordinary aura. Perhaps it was because he came from the imperial clan and had a high and proud heart, but he was still convinced in the face of this eldest senior brother. This was because he knew very well that eldest senior brother had the stature of the emperor realm, and it would only be a matter of time before he achieved the emperor realm, or even surpassed his family's oldest ancestor. Winning end, you're also participating in the Spirit Abyss treasure seizure this time? Yi felt rare when he slightly jawed. I heard Master say that eldest brother was also going, so I came. Winning end confessed as he glanced at his master. As an emperor's son who was feared in front of and behind the people, he didn't need to care about too many human feelings and said what he had to say. The Yingjie Emperor clan enjoys so many resources. There's no need to participate in this kind of training. Is it really running towards me? It's normal. This guy is the emperor's son but worshipped the Nine Heavens Pavilion, also worshipped the master as a teacher, is trying to become as strong as me. No better in the future. Don't bother master with everything, and have master specially go to pick you up. Yi knew this guy's purpose in his heart and said nonchalantly. This time it was something in the clan. There won't be a next time. Hearing the knocking intent embedded in his words, Winen defended himself and nodded his head in response. Just then, Lin Jingwen brought Shi Xinshui over to salute. Master, when do we leave? Waiting for the master-disciple salute to be performed, Yi didn't drag his feet and directly asked about the main event. Tomorrow morning, all the people participating in the Spirit Abyss treasure seizure will assemble at the main peak of the Nine Heavens Pavilion, waiting for the pavilion master to issue the order to formally set off. I led the team in the previous term. The pavilion master's intention is to let you lead the team into the Spirit Abyss. Feng Yunyun had long been accustomed to his thunderous, something gets done style of action. I can't lead. Hearing this arrangement, Yi was not surprised and only shook his head. Why? According to your previous cultivation speed, you should be in the great circle of the desolate Saint Realm by now, right? Feng Yunyun's eyes widened as he looked at him with a surprised expression. When he met Yi a few days ago, he had already sensed that the strength of this great disciple was likely to surpass that of his master. This was because the current him could not see through Yi's realm and the depth of his strength. I'm currently at the late stage of the Heavenly Sovereign Realm, and according to the rules of the Spirit Abyss treasure seizure, there's no way for me to lead a team into the Spirit Abyss. Yi paused for a few seconds and told him truthfully, not wanting to intentionally hide it from him. This statement was a stone's throw away. Hiss. Winning End sucked in a mouthful of cold air and looked at eldest senior brother with incomparable shock. What? What did you just say? Feng Yunyun was also shocked and wondered if he had heard wrong. Eldest senior brother, are you at the late stage of the heavenly exaltation realm now? Is that really true? Lin Jingwen reacted after the shock and felt overwhelmed. Isn't eldest senior brother in emperor realm? Only Shifu Xinshui was not subdued by these words, but instead felt doubt in his heart. Really? Taking everyone's reaction in his eyes, because his little sister was too calm. Yi nodded after giving her a sideways glance. As expected, the junior sister was after all from a small place and had no idea how powerful the heavenly exaltation realm was. Wow. Then eldest senior brother isn't your honorific title Angry Gun Heavenly Father. Lin Jingwen, as a little fangirl, was thrilled and adoring after confirming that her big brother wasn't joking, and was no longer suspicious. When did you break through? This is too fast, isn't it? Good great. Feng Yunyun had been shocked, and took 2 steps forward to hold his arms close. That was a thrill. In fact, he bragged with the pavilion master and guessed that Yi was the great circle of the desolate Saint Realm, which was already very bold, but now it seems that he is still too conservative. The Jinchuan Dragon Emperor was at the Emperor Realm at 35, so me reaching the late Heavenly Dignity Realm at 37 isn't considered fast. Yi was surrounded by them and smiled. How can this be compared? Eldest senior brother, you are 12 years old before contacting the cultivation of a road. Cultivation so far only 25 years. Win End disagreed with this statement, but he was silent at the end of it because it was too terrifying. Ayu, this talent of yours is too terrifying. If you started cultivating from birth, it might be possible for you to catch up with the Jinchuan Dragon Emperor. Feng Yun was inspired by him and was also aware of a terrible fact. Eldest senior brother, you are in the heavenly exaltation realm. Then wouldn't you be unable to participate in the Spirit Abyss treasure seizure this time? Just then, Lin Jingwen thought of something terrible and was instantly worried. When these words came out, they also attracted the attention of Feng Yun and Winning End. That's right. If you exceed the desolate Saint Realm, you can't participate in the Spirit Abyss treasure seizure. Why can't I? I'll go find the pavilion master to discuss it, and just send me to the heavenly dignity sweeping session before the Spirit Abyss treasure seizure begins this time. In the face of such concerns, Yi gently waved his hand and cleared everyone's doubts. I'm begging for a catch-up read, a favorite. and an investment. Will this work? The pavilion has already announced to the public that the one responsible for leading the general team this time is Uncle Ask Sword. I'm afraid it's not that simple if you want to take his place. For this program, Feng Yuni initially thought it was feasible, but on second thought, it presented a key and important dilemma. Perhaps the Tianxian continent was where power was honored, but it would also discuss seniority. It must be known that the truly old generation had all been at the stage of the heavens' pride to be able to reach that realm. You're an absolute genius, but who isn't? The matter of changing generals on the verge of battle was indeed no real loss for the Nine Heavens Pavilion, and it was even beneficial. But it was the general from before that was the one who had suffered a loss. The world knows that you are the leading Heavenly Father, and as a result, when the treasure seizure of the Spirit Abyss is about to start, you are suddenly replaced, and are still a junior. And it is inevitable to fall into people's mouths. I'll talk to the courtmaster and he'll say yes. Hearing this concern, Yi Yu had already thought of it, and with a slight nod of his head, he stated his decision. Okay, let's hurry up and take care of this before the mobilization meeting and go talk to the pavilion master. Feng Yun was well aware that he could not undermine his disciples' confidence and morale no matter what, and instead of continuing to speak demoralizing words, he saw that he had plans and supported his decision. Let's go. Seeing his master's trust as always, Yi Yu slightly nodded his head and took a step to follow him. You will rest for a while. I will go with your eldest brother and return. Feng Yun felt that it was not too late, and after giving instructions to a few of his disciples, he started to move. After saying that, they turned into two streaming rainbows and flew up into the sky, heading out of the peak. Will this work, big brother? After watching their figures gradually leave and fly out of the mountain protector formation, Lin Jingwen reacted at that moment, realizing the stakes and feeling worried. Ask the Sword Master Uncle is the Pavilion Master's own younger brother. Putting aside this relationship, his strength and talent as well as his reputation are obvious to all, and the public is looking forward to it. And in recent decades, it has been him who has been leading the team in the conquest of the Spirit Abyss to seize the treasures. In other words, before eldest brother worshipped the Nine Heavens Pavilion, senior uncle Sword Asker was already a Sword Asker Heavenly Father. It's not that she doesn't believe in the strength and fame of the eldest senior brother. But in the end, it is the younger generation, and I am afraid that it is not so easy to pull the senior uncle down. Don't worry, eldest brother will definitely be able to do it. Compared to her concerns, Shinshui was not worried at all. You kids. Seeing her blind trust, Lin Jingwen couldn't help it, and was tempted to say that she didn't know anything about it, but managed to keep it in. However, Shinshui's trust is not blind, but well-founded, for she had peered into the heart of her eldest brother before he left. Just based on the fact that I am 37 years old in the late stage of the heavenly dignity realm, the pavilion master has no reason to refuse at all. The world knows that I started to touch the path of cultivation at the age of 12, and that I have been in the heavenly dignity realm for 25 years, and his old man knows the power of this better than anyone else. She sensed that eldest senior brother was confident about this matter, with a 10 to 9% certainty, even though she didn't understand the internal situation of the Nine Heavens Pavilion, and didn't even know what kind of god Uncle Sword Asker was. It still didn't stop her from trusting eldest brother's judgment. You know, it's true that big brother is badass and teases kids, but he's really strong. Humph, if the pavilion master can't even agree to this Nine Heavens Pavilion won't stay. Just then, the winning end on the side snorted coldly. Unlike the awe he felt in the face of his eldest senior brother, his stance was incomparably arrogant as his eldest senior brother departed. Is it happening again? Seeing his arrogant and eye-catching attitude, Lin Jingwen swept him away and pulled over her little sister's arm, leading her away from the third master. What does mean again? Although Shifu Shinshui had the ability to read minds, it was only a special attack on the eldest senior brother and was useless to the others, so he sniffed with some curiosity. Less with your third senior brother to interact. Within the Nine Heavens Pavilion, he only serves the eldest senior brother. To the master, to the pavilion master are all high and mighty-eyed, arrogant as hell. Weekdays have not been less criticized and beaten up. Away from him a little bit, lest they be beaten up together. Lin Jingwen wasn't afraid to be blunt and explained. Is that so? But I think third senior brother is very nice. Shinshui was a bit puzzled as she thought about the first meeting before. Junior sister, your physique is even more exceptional than the Taiyu divine body. Sooner or later you'll be a proud daughter of the heavens. Less of a bumbling generation like your second senior sister. Come over here for a moment. I have something for you. Winan was not angry at this idle talk, but returned the favor and waved. What is it? Shinshui's impression of third senior brother was quite good, and when she heard that there was a gift, she was immediately curious. Only, when she wanted to run over, she was pulled to her death by her second senior sister, unable to break free at all. Looking back, she saw that her second senior sister was shaking her head silently at her, and that look was as if to say, "Keep your distance from your third senior brother." I didn't have time to prepare for the first time we met before. This is the Seeing Emperor pill that I went back to my clan to fetch especially for you. Seeing this scene, Winend was in no hurry, and with a shake of his right hand, a jade box of warm color appeared in his hand. Seeing the Emperor's Dan? Really? Hearing this talk, Lin Jingwen was instantly shocked and questioned. Fifth order elixir. See Emperor Dan. Maybe this elixir is not very high in rank, but this is a special product of the Emperor clan. It must be an Emperor realm powerhouse to be able to refine it, and it is also one of the Emperor clan's powerful underpinnings. It was said that the Seeing Emperor pill contained a trace of the undying will of the Emperor realm, and that by taking this pill, one would be able to get a chance to seek advice from a powerful person of the Emperor realm. In order for the juniors to be able to take it as well, the medicinal effects were not too violent, which was why the grade of the Seeing Emperor pill was so low. That can still be false. Why would I need to be false in this life of Winend? In response to this query, Winend glanced at her, not bothering to lie at all. What are you scheming for when you're suddenly being so nice to little sister? Lin Jingwen realized that the jade box in his hand might contain a Seeing Emperor Dan, and the strength of her movements to grab her youngest sister shed some of its force, but she still didn't let go and said suspiciously, "This guy, it can't be that he's looking at the little sister, right? Seeing that a treasure like the Emperor Dan, which is exclusive to the Emperor clan, can be given away. I treat you with an average attitude because you're a waste. I treat my little sister well because she's the proud daughter of heaven. Sooner or later she'll be the strongest person to dominate a party, and one day she'll even represent the human race to compete with the foreign races." Seeing that she was holding prejudice against herself, Winend gave a cold snort and then spoke frankly. He was a member of the Emperor clan. His eyesight was higher than the average person, and as a member of the Emperor clan, he usually didn't have many hobbies, so he liked to be friends with the pride of the heavens and the absolute demons. There was no other reason. It was only because this kind of gifted, amazingly talented person was qualified to be on par with him. You're the loser. Is that a general attitude? You have an extremely bad attitude. I become a king at the age of 20, and as of today I'm in the late stage of the Earth King realm, while you're still in the great circle of the Falcon realm at the age of 32, and you haven't yet become a king, so it's clear who's a waste. You. Lin Jingwen couldn't fight him at all. She was shaking with anger, but she was powerless to retort. Her eyes were red for a while. Lies don't hurt. The truth is the quick sword. Third senior brother, I can't have what you have. Just then, Shinshui opened her mouth, no longer trying to break away from her second senior sister's hand to walk over, but said. 2 hours later, Yi Yu returned to Typing Peak with his master. Ayu, you're really giving me a face. When he set out, Feng Yunyun had a gloomy face, but when he returned, he was already full of joy and smiles. That's for sure. Seeing him smile with a spring in his step, Yi Yu was also happy. As he had expected, there was no way the pavilion master would refuse the offer. After the pavilion master promised, in order to eliminate the hidden danger of asking the sword master uncle to be replaced, but also shouted myself to the confrontation, face to face to make the words clear, to solve all the worries. The result was obvious. 37 years old at the late stage of the heavenly exaltation realm, 25 years old at the age of cultivation. This kind of talent, even if one looks at the ancient and modern times, it is also a supreme demon who is proud of the whole continent. The Tianzuan sweeping session at the beginning of the Spirit Abyss treasure seizure. In addition to monopolizing the higher order spirit crystals, the main purpose was to show the people of the world the power of the 5 major forces of the human race, attracting people to join in and grow their forces. There was this kind of supreme demon, and it was a major event for the 5 major forces of the human race to gather together. So what was the point of letting the older generation make a move if they didn't pull it out to show off? Between conversations, they also flew back to Typing Peak, intending to tell everyone about this happy news. Feng Yun had only just returned to his peak when he saw several of his disciples, divided into 2 factions, facing each other. That's right, it's a confrontation. Only to see the 2 female disciples standing together, and they are dry glaring at Winend. And Winend stood aside with his hands on his arms with a black face, turning away and lazily ignoring them, looking very upset. Master, eldest brother. With their return, the 3 were the first to pay their respects and salute, even if they were facing each other. What happened? Feng Yun was able to sense that the atmosphere between them wasn't very good, as if they had had a fight, and he asked in disbelief. I wanted to send the Seeing Emperor pill to junior sister, and second senior sister had to stop me. Seeing the master back, Winend can be considered to find a breakthrough. Briefly explained the situation. Want master to help himself to justice. I didn't stop her. It's little sister who doesn't want what you have because you're a scumbag. Lin Jingwen was furious when she realized that he was evil. Junior sister, what's going on? You could see at a glance that the second senior sister and the third senior brother were quarreling again. It had long been commonplace. This time there happened to be someone on the sidelines, and immediately asked. As the saying goes, the public say that the public is justified and the women say that the women are justified. The two sides who argue and quarrel are basically holding their own strong views, and it is very difficult to judge what is right and what is wrong if we listen to their stories alone. Third senior brother called second senior sister a waste, so I don't want third senior brother's stuff. Seeing him ask the question, Shinshui replied with some exasperation. She didn't understand how good it was to see Dan. She only knew that her second senior sister was very good to her, although she was very strict, but in the past few days, she didn't only teach her knowledge, but also taught her a lot of things, and built up a very good relationship between her senior sister and her teacher. Because of this, she couldn't take anything from third brother unless third brother took his words back, which would be too much. Jingwen, Wen End, come with me. When Feng Yun heard this, he roughly understood the root cause of this quarrel, and with a light cough, he commanded. After saying that, he didn't wait for the two disciples to agree, and walked to the side of the mansion. It's not a good thing for two people to have a fight for onlookers to see, although sometimes it's easy to listen to the fairness of bystanders. Lin Jingwen and Wen End exchanged glares and followed suit. With their departure, only Yi Yu and Shinshui were left behind in the vacant and idle place outside the mansion. I don't even want to see the Imperial Dan. This girl really has a big heart. Yi Yu, who was tall in stature, lowered his eyes and glanced at Shinshui without speaking, only thinking, eldest brother, who do you think is right and who is wrong? Shinshui raised her head and looked at eldest senior brother with a pair of big eyes, eager to know what he thought. Does it matter who's right and who's wrong? Yi Yu didn't comment on such trivialities and turned his head to meet her eyes. The second junior sister and the third junior brother quarrel every time they meet. They are complete enemies. Right or wrong doesn't matter anymore. I wonder if this girl will regret it later when she knows the value of the seeing Emperor Dan. Although his mouth was like this, irrelevant attitude, but Shinshui was able to hear his heart and learn the true opinion. Even if the value of the seeing Emperor Dan is high, I won't regret it. It's important because the third senior brother went overboard, calling the second senior sister a waste of space, and it's only when the right and wrong are clearly separated that there can be a result. Shinshui nodded after making up her mind. Don't be blinded by one-sided appearances. You only see the third senior brother saying that the second senior sister is a waste. Then have you noticed the second senior sister calling him a scum? In fact, their quarrels are commonplace. The grudges have been for a long time, and a few sentences of fighting will pass. This time, they will quarrel so stiffly. The fundamental reason is still because you have taken sides. Seeing that she was eager to get an answer from herself, Yi Yu didn't want to talk too much, but after thinking about it, and being idle anyway, he responded, children are children see things cannot see the full picture. The third senior brother to send her to see the Emperor Dan. Such a strong goodwill did not feel. Only read the second senior sister's good. Is it not good for me, to help the second senior sister? Listening to his statement and thoughts, Master Mindwater paused for a few seconds. In retrospect, she had just had a good impression of third senior brother, but it was the reaction of seeing second senior sister being scolded until her eyes were red and she was aggrieved and wanted to cry that made her decisively take sides. You don't even need to care if your second senior sister and third senior brother are arguing. It's not like they're fighting to the death. So why intervene? You only need to know that they are treating you well or not. You rashly intervene. Instead, you are intensifying their conflict. You didn't want to say yes or no, but just said lightly, if I'm not wrong, the third senior brother should be aware of this girl's physique is very invincible. A special trip back to the family with the clan elder to see the Emperor Dan, but also by me to teach a lesson. Results to send a meeting gift, but also by the youngest sister refused to. There is enough miserable but this guy speak do not know how to scruple other people's emotions. Inevitably so. Ooh-hoo. When Shinshui heard this, the anger and anxiety in her heart was already gradually calming down, fully realizing her own faults, and for a while she felt a little guilty. Does the boy understand? He's obviously 11 years old, but he's so smart. Seeing that she realized her problem, Yi Yu was somewhat surprised and impressed as he looked at her. In reality, he didn't expect his little sister to be able to understand his words of reasoning at all, because this child was still young and couldn't distinguish between right and wrong, and even if he really reasoned with her, if he disagreed with her, he might even be able to inspire a small temper. Humph. Eldest brother must not have imagined that I could hear his heart and therefore understand his words. Shinshui, who was still feeling guilty, heard his unexpected heartfelt words and became a bit smug. I went to the hospital today for a checkup, came home and took my meds and slept, and ended up oversleeping, which is why I'm so late. Nothing serious, it's just eczema caused by drinking cold drinks often, probably because I was sleepy after a long day's labor. What's this kid giggling about? He looks like a fool. Yi Yu was confused when he was stared at by her and noticed the snickering that flowed out from the corners of her mouth. Dealing with little girls is a pain in the ass, realizing that girls are not supposed to be reasonable creatures, and neither are little kids, and the two combined are just plain hard to deal with. I'm not a nerd. Sure, Xinshui, who was still secretly glad that she was able to understand her eldest brother's heart, was instantly unhappy when she heard these words. Only, even if she was angry, she didn't dare to say anything for fear of being killed and silenced if things were revealed. Want some? Seeing her fall into silence, Yi Yu shook his right hand, took out a snack and handed it over. Yes, thank you, eldest brother. In response, Sure Xinshui was not polite, extending his hands to take the small plate and thanking him decisively. She did know that the eldest brother wasn't kidding when he said he would give it to someone else last time, so it would be a waste of time not to eat it. Eat slowly, no one is taking it from you. Seeing that she was polite, Yi Yu nodded slightly and gave another admonition. Aha! Sure Xinshui took a bite of the falling cloud cake. The delicious and sweet flavor made her smile uncontrollably, and she even squinted her eyes, enjoying the smooth and comfortable feeling. This time, she was not polite, and dried up the 4 pieces of fallen cloud cake that she had not finished last time. 3 times, in one breath. It was so delicious that after 4 pieces of falling cloud cake went down, she still felt that she couldn't get enough of it, and licked her fingers, unwilling to let go of any grain of rice. I didn't realize I was a snacker. Noticing that her cheeks were puffed up from eating like a hamster, Yi Yu was expressionless, but in his heart, he felt amused. It's time to say no. Feeding cute creatures brings a healing feeling. Eldest brother, how did you and master go to talk to the pavilion master? After Sure Xinshui chewed for a while and swallowed all of the snacks, his eyes turned and he thought of something and took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Everything went well. The pavilion master promised that the day after tomorrow will be me leading the general team to the spirit abyss to seize the treasure. Yi Yu slightly jawed in affirmation. Then are you the person in charge of this spirit abyss treasure seizure? That's right. What's the problem? Eldest senior brother, can I go with you the day after tomorrow to seize the treasure in the spirit abyss? Confirming everything beforehand, Sure Xinshui crossed her arms together and asked a little nervously. Spirit abyss treasure grabbing, at least all have to be Fulong realm in order to participate. This girl went to the useless can only be watched outside. Although it is a bit cruel, but still refuse her. Take the child is too troublesome. Yi Yu's thoughts spun as he heard the request. I've been staying at Typing Peak for the past few days. I'm about to die of boredom. I can assure you that I'll be absolutely well behaved. I won't go west when you point east. Eldest brother. Spying this heartfelt message, Sure Shimizu immediately assured him. She could be too eager to go to the spirit abyss to seize the treasure. For one thing, it was too boring, and for another, she wanted to see what kind of god was Xia Tsayu, the one that eldest brother was hung up on. Will you really behave? Faced with her assurance, Yi Yu expressed a skeptical attitude. He had helped relatives with their children before he crossed over, and 9 out of 10 words spoken by a child could not be trusted, because children are forgetful, and what they say is forgotten in the twinkling of an eye. Eldest brother, please, take me to play. Sensing his suspicion, Sure Xinshui simply took 2 steps forward, and as soon as she grabbed his robe, she shook it and pouted. Good, but you can only spectate from the outside at that time. You can't enter the spirit abyss. After Yi Yu thought about it, he still agreed. Yay, that's a deal. Seeing that he had agreed, Sure Xinshui cheered happily. It's true that they are children. They just ate something and didn't clean it up before arresting someone. As her hands spread her clothes, Yi Yu glanced down at his robes and secretly muttered a word to himself, and the robes shook slightly, blowing a gust of wind to dry the wetness. Remember to wash your hands after eating. After doing this, Yi Yu did not move anything, just the yuan power in his body was running, and he recruited out a small water ball and sent it to her. Aha! Seeing a clean, translucent and beautiful little blue water ball, suspended in front of him, Sure Xinshui was also very good at sticking her little hand in. It's so cool. Her hands were wrapped in the cool yet comfortable clear water, and Sure Xinshui felt so comfortable that she let out a gasp. Only, she wasn't able to hear any heartfelt feedback. In fact, after the last time, she was already finding out. There was no way for her to fully read all of her eldest brother's mind, only to be able to hear the ones that contained feelings and emotions. Eldest senior brother. Just now, third senior brother said that I am gifted and have an incomparable physique. Sooner or later I will be a proud daughter of the heavens. Do you think I can become a peer-to-peer supreme? Noticing this, Sure, Xinshui took the opportunity to ask after thinking about it. Can't. Yi Yu had not been able to say some words in front of his master before, and when he saw her take the initiative to ask, he responded. Why? Shifu Xinshui had long known that he had decided that he couldn't become a peer-to-peer supreme, and finally finding the opportunity, he immediately pursued the question. I'm surprised you don't have a temper. Yi Yu was a little surprised to see that she wasn't angry or frustrated, thinking that she was smarter and more mature than she appeared to be. After being surprised in his heart, there was just the right opportunity for Yi Yu to give her a clear explanation of the reason. Although the battle systems of the Tianxian continent are varied and endless, they can be summarized and categorized into two types. The first is the 10,000 laws, which means gold, wood, water, fire and earth, wind, thunder, rain and electricity, the sun, moon and stars, life, death, time, fate, space, soul, spiritual attacks, and illusions, all of which belong to the 10,000 divine powers. The second is the 10,000 soldiers, which means swords, sticks, guns, whips, bows and hammers, all kinds of weapons. Your physique is very powerful, and you're naturally suited to cultivate star-related divine abilities and techniques, and your main focus in the future will be the way of the 10,000 laws, the way of 10,000 laws, against the 10,000 laws impervious true dragon body of the same realm. There is no doubt that it will be defeated. Just now, the second senior sister told her about the reason why the true dragon clan is the head of the 100 clans, and I don't know if this child can associate this aspect with it. So it is. Listening to his explanation, Sure Xinshui only felt that he was enlightened and realized something. It was no wonder that eldest senior brother had determined that she couldn't become a peer-to-peer supreme. This was because there was the great mountain of the true dragon clan that stood in her way. Do you understand why you can't become a peer-to-peer supreme? Seeing that she was enlightened, Yi Yu wanted to test her. If I only specialize in the way of 10,000 laws, I will be restrained to death against a peer powerhouse of the true dragon clan in the future. In other words, even if I defeat many powerhouses, as long as I can't beat a true dragon, I won't be able to become a peer supreme. Sure Xinshui affirmed with a slight nod. Ouch. Not bad. Seeing that her answer was so standard, Yi Yu was satisfied. This reaction, it is not difficult to see that the words he said to the little senior sister worked. This child is also too smart. Eldest senior brother. Then there's no way I can defeat a true dragon in my life? Sure Xinshui learned the reason and actively sought advice. It's not completely impossible. The true dragon clan is a body that is invulnerable to all laws. It's not like it's a body that is invulnerable to all armies. That year I defeated the true dragon is to rely on the 10,000 soldiers of the gun road. A gun to stab it into. Yi Yu's tone was calm, not putting the true dragon in his eyes at all. Because the true dragon clan is relying on the magic immunity this characteristic to fight down the position. However, he is even more powerful. Attack ignores defense, fights with its own renewal, ignores control, doubles the damage, and also has its own counterattack dodge plus combo, and super high enlightenment. That is to say, if I were to major in the Tao of soldiers, it would be possible for me to become a peer-to-peer supreme? Hearing his double talk, Sure Xinshui was instantly excited. It was true that it was still necessary to communicate thanks to the fact that she could hear the heart of her eldest brother. If she didn't notice it at all, when she faced the true dragon in the future, she would definitely be abused to the point of doubting her life. Not majoring in the Tao of soldiering, but dual cultivation of soldiering, it would be a complete waste if your physique didn't cultivate the 10,000 laws and only cultivated the 10,000 soldiers. Seeing her find hope and sudden excitement, Yi Yu was afraid that his words would teach her to be lame, and immediately said, the next morning, the main peak of the 9 heavenly pavilion, Heavenly Emperor Peak, was incomparably lively. This was because today was the mobilization meeting to announce the people who were going to the Spirit Abyss to seize the treasure this time. Even though the participants had gotten their answers before this, the 9 heavenly pavilion still wanted to make an official announcement so that everyone would know who the people who would be capturing the treasure in the Spirit Abyss this time were. Even if the outer disciples didn't have the means to come, they could still see the status of the mobilization meeting through the projection jade. The inner disciples and outer disciples of the 9 heavens pavilion had a standard for distinguishing between them, and that was the generalization realm. The generalization realm was the first watershed realm in the Tianxian continent. It was a qualitative change, and by reaching this realm, one could go from being an outer disciple to becoming an inner disciple. On top of that, to become an inner disciple, or even a higher core disciple, there was another criterion, and that was to worship under a famous master. For example, Sure Xinshui, although she was still at the returning will realm and had been worshipped in the 9 heavens pavilion for only a few days, she was a disciple of the great sage of the peace, and directly enjoyed the treatment of a core disciple. What a hoot! following in the footsteps of his master and senior brothers and sisters. He arrived at the heavenly emperor peak, and Shinshui was shocked by the sea of people. She had never seen such a bustling scene in her life in her hometown of Lianyun City. It was because the large and spacious Tiandi Peak's middle peak, which was like flat ground, had gathered hundreds of thousands of people at this moment. Even though everyone had the sense to be quiet, there was always someone whispering, and that alone caused an unending stream of tiny noises. That's for sure. The Spirit Abyss Treasure Seizure is a real event. Both the older and younger generations will participate. Every session is full of attention. It's normal for there to be a lot of people. Lin Jingwen was calm but proud in the face of her amazement. This was the underpinnings of one of the 5 major forces of the human race, the 9 Heavens Pavilion, with upwards of 300,000 inner disciples. Where is this? The once in 10,000 years 100 races ranking battle. That's what's called truly lively. The 100 races are out in force. The number of people is nearly 100 million. Just then, Win En said disdainfully, "No one will take you for a dummy if you don't speak. Isn't over 300,000 people a lot? Isn't it lively now?" Lin Jingwen, whose emotions had just been lifted, became angry when she heard his beaten words. "I'm reminding little sister that this level is nothing. Get used to it." Winning En didn't get angry and just said lightly, "Master, where did eldest brother go?" In light of yesterday's lesson, Shinshui didn't want to intervene in the fight between them this time, and hadn't been able to hear the heart's voice, asking with some confusion. He's one of the main protagonists of this pep rally, and it's not time for him to make his debut yet. Feng Yunyun also turned a blind eye to their quarrel, too lazy to care more, because these two people are completely enemies, do not see eye to eye with each other. To help anyone is to treat the symptoms but not the root cause of the problem. See, the little apprentice disciple inquired, and immediately for her to solve the confusion. Oh, realizing that eldest senior brother would not appear until later, Shinshui nodded, and then looked around. It was her first time to come to such a lively place, plus she was young and had seen too little of the world, so naturally she was looking at everything fresh. It wasn't long before a calm, powerful, loud and clear man's pronouncement sounded above the noisy and boisterous middle peak. "Welcome, Pavilion Master. Welcome, Pavilion Master." When these words came out, the crowd, which was still very noisy, paused for a moment, and then there was a resounding, unanimous voice. Shinshui is still the first time to face this kind of scene. Did not have time to shout respectful welcome, can only add a sentence afterward, have an example of bowing his head to salute. Boom! Immediately afterward, she heard a tremor ring out from the sky and subconsciously looked up, only to see that above the sky, what should have been a clear blue sky, at some point a purple thundercloud emerged, and with the roaring sound, a purple thunder light as thick as a bucket, emitting an incomparably strong breath fluctuation emerged from the clouds. The lightning descended into the air and did not strike the ground, but stopped in mid-air. As the lightning dispersed, only a figure with a strong aura was seen, standing with its feet in the void, appearing in front of everyone. The person who appeared was clearly the owner of the 9 Heavenly Pavilion, with crane hair and white beard. His face was not shallowly wrinkled, and his features were full of the vicissitudes of age and time. His breath didn't spread recklessly to deter others, and he was even a bit hunchbacked, but even so, no one dared to underestimate him, because his presence was too strong. That figure, even though he did nothing and merely stood with his arms folded, was emanating the kingly aura of a superior being. Intimidating. The Spirit Abyss treasure capture will begin tomorrow, and will mobilize for departure today. This is a major event that takes place once every 5 years in the southern region, and the 9 Heavens Pavilion will send a team to go and capture the treasure with other forces. So before I announce the list of participants in this operation, everyone should listen to a few words from me. The 9 Heavens Pavilion Master looked down at the 9 Heavens Pavilion disciples below and said in a clear voice, another boring leader's speech. At the same time, Shinshui heard a heartfelt voice, and it was obvious that the eldest senior brother had followed the Pavilion Master to the vicinity, so he was able to hear it. Eldest senior brother's helpless tone made her nearly burst out laughing, because the expression "listen to me for a few words first" reminded her of the opening remarks when Lianyun City held some big event. Obviously, even if the status is different and the place is different, the leader is still the same leader. This was exactly the case. The words spoken by the 9 Heavens Pavilion's Pavilion Master were nothing nutritious, mainly about the origin and importance of the Spirit Abyss treasure seizure, as well as the responsibility and honor carried by the participants. Not a moment later, the 9 Heavenly Pavilion Master finished his platitudes, and with a shake of his hand, he brought out a scroll. Next, I will appoint the participants of this Spirit Abyss treasure seizure, starting from the Falcon Dragon realm, and those whose names are read out will come forward. This volume, responsible for recording the participants in every major event of the 9 heavenly pavilions, is an action that goes down in history. Taiping Peak. Lin Jingwen. Dharma Dragon Realm Great Circle. Second senior sister. The first one is Yu Ya. Hearing this announcement, Shi Xinshui was pleasantly surprised and couldn't help but say, your second senior sister is also a ranked powerhouse in the 9 heavens pavilion's Dharma Dragon Realm. Lin Jingwen raised her chin, quite proud of herself. It is also the Dharma Dragon Realm. Little senior sister. The further back the name is mentioned, the more powerful it is, because the truly great people all make their appearance last. In the future, you have to strive to be the last one to be mentioned, without waiting for her to fool around. Winning End, who was standing next to her, faintly said. Seeing him splashing cold water again, Lin Jingwen glared at him in incomparable exasperation, but since she had to go on stage, she couldn't fight with him, so she flew up into the air. Shuju Peak. Li Mingho. Dharma Dragon Realm Great Circle. The truth was exactly the same. The 9 Heavens Pavilion had many strong Falcon Realm practitioners, and basically, all of the people sent to this event were all great perfections. In order for them to experience and strive to break through to the next realm from there, after reading out 10 names, it was the turn of the Earth King Realm. Taiping Peak. Winning End. Mordant King. Late Earth King Realm. This Mordant King is the honorific title, and there are seals from the Earth King Realm onwards, so you can think ahead of time about what you should call your future seals. When the pavilion master read his name, Winning End spoke to Shi Xinshui and also flew up, with 10 more people. It was the turn of the desolate sacred realm. Wushuang Peak. Yang Taishu. Spirit Void Great Sage. Early stage of the desolate saint realm. Hiss. Did Elder Taishu actually break through the desolate saint realm? How old is that? When these words came out, it was a stone that started 1,000 waves, and countless people were appalled. This is the ultimate demon. People are more angry than people. Some people break through the desolate sacred realm when they are over half 100 years old, and some people can't even reach the Falcon realm after exhausting their entire life. That's right, it's this waste of a man that is talking about me. I wonder what realm Elder Yi is in. It's been a long time since I've seen him. Elder Taishu has broken through the desolate saint realm. Elder Yi will only go higher, most likely to the late desolate saint realm. If we're being bold, Elder Yi might even be the captain of this Spirit Abyss treasure hunt. For a moment, people were in awe. In the 9 Heavens Pavilion, Yang Taishu's reputation was very loud because the strongest person in the younger generation of the 9 Heavens Pavilion was Yi Yu, and he was the second oldest person in 10,000 years, and he had always been pressed underneath. In the midst of the people's clamor, Yang Taishu's figure slowly flew up in the air. There was no deliberate fanfare, but the aura of a proud son of heaven was already on display. He reacted enthusiastically to the people's amazement, and even though some people were being naysayers, he just waved at them and smiled at the corners of his mouth, looking down to earth. In fact, that's what emboldened people to murmur at him. He had a good temper. Otherwise, not to mention that Yang Taishu was at the desolate saint realm, based on seniority alone, it wasn't something that could be discussed by a junior. Encountering Orchid Peak. Misty Moon Immortal. Moon Immortal Great Sage. Desolate Sacred Realm Great Circle. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Court continues to make appointments. Is Elder Mist still going this term? Cheer up, Elder Mist is coming out. At these words, the crowd burst into an uproar. A desolate saint realm powerhouse, when looking at any zone of the Tianxian continent, was a renowned powerhouse, admired, feared, and even more prestigious. Right at this moment, the bright clear sky suddenly darkened. Like a thought into the night, the daytime moon appeared, and a fairy-like silhouette flew up in the air. This scene could be described as the heaven and earth changing colors, a shocking power, and even more beautiful. The moon rises and falls. Misty Moon Fairy is dressed in neon clothes, with a bright white moon shadow behind her. Her features are absolutely beautiful and overwhelming. Her eyes are bright and white, and there is a curved crescent pattern in the center of her forehead, which adds a few points of coldness and extraordinary temperament to her. Unlike Yang Taishu's powerful aura, which was awe-inspiring, her appearance was one that stunned the crowd. Elder Misty is so beautiful. The moon carried by the Moon Immortal Great Sage is the trait and vision of the Een Moon sacred body. Even people who had long ago seen such tactics were in awe. A commotion ensued, and others took the opportunity to give their disciples or postulants the science. Wow, what a beautiful big sister. Disciples like Shi Xinshui who saw it for the first time were only filled with shock. And big sister, she's older than your grandmother. Seeing that her little face was filled with admiration and shock, Feng Yun laughed. That's the fun of having an apprentice. Young kids are full of freshness when they see something. With his words, Misty Moon Immortal, who stood in front of the disciples of the 9 Heavens Pavilion and was facing the cheers, became aware of it, and her gaze as sharp as a blade was cast over, incomparably cold and wanting to kill. did you hear all this? Being stared at dead on by her. Feng Yunin suddenly felt weak and bad and lowered his head. Taiping Peak. Feng Yun, Taiping Great Sage. Desolate Saint Realm Great Circle. He will be the captain of this Spirit Abyss treasure seizure, leading the group to compete with other forces in the Spirit Abyss. The Pavilion Master naturally noticed this scene, but didn't care and continued to name names. However, unlike the agitation of the two names just now, the crowd fell into silence as soon as this result came out. What's the situation? Elder Yi is not participating in this session of the Spirit Abyss treasure seizure? Could it be that Elder Yi is in seclusion? It can't be true that Elder Yi has encountered difficulties in cultivation as rumored outside, right? After a dead silent pause, people were all of a sudden mumbling and expressing their amazement. There was no other reason. Simply because the standard configuration for the Spirit Abyss Assembly was 10 Fa Long Realms, 10 Earth King Realms, and 3 Desolate Saint Realms. In other words, the 3 people from the Desolate Sacred Realm had already been named, so there would be no fourth person next, and there would be no place for Elder Yi. This discovery makes people feel uneasy. To know, for the younger generation of juniors, the prestige of Elder Yi's reputation is so loud that it can be said to be unparalleled, and it is even comparable to the Pavilion Master. What's more, there were many other proud sons of heaven who chose to worship the Nine Heavens Pavilion only after running towards Elder Yi, because they were all self-respecting smart people who felt that they had seen through the future. The Nine Heavens Pavilion that possessed Yi would one day stand out from the 5 major forces and achieve a situation of one over many. They definitely wouldn't have thought that Elda's senior brother would participate in this session of the Spirit Abyss treasure seizure, but not in the capacity of a contestant. Compared to everyone's agitation, Shifu Xinjue in the middle of the crowd was not worried, and even felt excited and expectant. Buzz! As the crowd stirred, Feng Yun's body shook, blowing a light wind that spread out and swept away all words of unease. All of them were brushed by a light wind and felt comfortable and inexplicably grounded in their hearts. At the same time, Feng Yunyun flew up in the air and appeared in front of all the disciples. He, like Yang Taishu, showed up without any intentional fanfare to create momentum. After all, unlike women who are so beauty-conscious. Silence. Next I will appoint the wordsmith of the Nine Heavens Pavilion for this Spirit Abyss treasure-seizing conference. Taking advantage of his move to pacify the crowd, the Nine Heavens Pavilion Master looked at everyone's reactions, his mouth smiling as he ran his hand through his beard and leisurely said. Everyone was obediently keeping quiet, only with a lack of interest and not much sense of anticipation, because the next words were just as unsuspecting as the opening remarks of the Pavilion Master's various conferences. In recent decades, the person in charge of the Spirit Abyss treasure-seizing conference had been one person, and that was the sword-asking Heavenly Father. The sword-asking Heavenly Father was very strong, although being a member of the same Nine Heavens Pavilion made them proud. But for all the disciples, the sword-asking Heavenly Father was too far away and unattainable. I announced that this year's Spirit Abyss Treasure Capture Conference of the Nine Heavens Pavilion's talker will be Lin Langpeak, Yi Yu, and Angry Gun Heavenly Father. Seeing that everyone was in a lack of interest, the Pavilion Master of the Nine Heavens Pavilion was not in a hurry, but made a solemn announcement. He made a point of slowing down his speech when mentioning the name, and the words were so loud that they struck a chord. The moment the Pavilion Master pronounced the 3 words Lin Langpeak, the people who were still imagining things, their brains all buzzed and were deeply shaken. When Yi Yu's name rang out, everyone's eyes widened. When they heard the words Angry Gun Heavenly Father, everyone was confused and could not come back to their senses for a long time. These words, it can be called a stone. Angry Gun. Isn't this Elder Yi's honorable name in the Earth King realm? Elder Yi, known as New Gun. When he was at the Dharma Dragon realm, he represented the 9 Heavenly Pavilion to participate in the Human King battle that the human race specially organized for the younger generation. And with an unbeatable, out-of-this-world posture, he crushed his way to win the championship, and he even represented the human race to go out to the Great Domain battle and swept away all of the heavenly prides of his contemporaries, and even defeated the True Dragon in a crushing manner, the strongest demon of the human race. This was the hefty reputation that Elder Yi had killed. In the Spirit Abyss Treasure Seizing Conference 10 years ago, Elder Yi had even made the name of the Raging Gun famous throughout the continent. There was no other reason. It was only because there was a dispersed great saint who was suspected to have been bribed by a foreign race to take advantage of the opportunity to obliterate the strongest heavenly pride of the human race, Yi Yu, forcing Elder Yi to counterattack with indignation, and with the stature of the earthly king realm, to cross the border to kill the enemy, and kill the world's invincible name. Ever since that battle, Elder Yi was no longer active in the various festivals, biding his time and only showing up occasionally. Some people speculated that the angry Pistol King had offered his bottom card in that battle, sacrificing a great deal before he was able to cross the border to kill the enemy, and with the posture of a king, he was able to take on a great saint. with a great deal of yuan qi. Some people speculated that the angry Gun King had realized the truth that if the wood shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it in that battle, and was afraid of being attacked and killed by the Holy Realm again, and hid in the Nine Heavens Pavilion and didn't go out. The wind and clouds changed, and there were many different speculations until 5 years ago, when he completely disappeared from the world and stayed behind closed doors. The speculation of the people in the sky is also the speculation of everyone, because even if they are the same as a member of the Nine Heavenly Pavilion, everyone's understanding of the angry Gun King is just like that. But what is the situation now? The angry Gun King Yu disappeared for 5 years, reappeared, and shifted to become the angry Gun Heavenly Father directly? Without waiting for people to return to their senses, a steady and powerful footstep suddenly resounded in everyone's hearts. What's this commotion? The sudden sound of footsteps made people feel a tightness in their chests. It's Elder Yi. Just then, someone with eyes and ears suddenly saw something and exclaimed. When these words came out, people looked like sunflowers, following the crowd, only to see that under the attention of millions of people, a lofty figure was walking slowly in the distant sky in the east. The figure was shrouded in divine light, unable to see his face, as if he was in the posture of a god or devil, and was walking step by step. He stepped on the void, and each step was powerful, making a dull and heavy footstep sound, as if he was beating a drum with a mallet, shaking people's hearts. What was amazing for him was that he took one step, but it was like 100 steps, suddenly appearing and disappearing, getting closer and closer. Wow! When Shifu Xinshui saw this scene, even though she had expected her eldest senior brother to come, she was still frozen. She had long since heard about her eldest senior brother's deeds from her master's mouth. Not only that, but there was also the second senior sister and the third senior brother, all of whom held the eldest senior brother in immense esteem. It may be that she has seen little, or it may be that she can hear the heart of her eldest brother, and she inherently and inexplicably feels close. Because of this, even if she knows that her eldest brother is very powerful, she feels just like that, and she doesn't even know how strong, and she doesn't have much of a concept. But at this moment, she realistically felt how powerful eldest brother really was. This kind of earth-shattering vision, terrifying and overwhelming might, was not at all like a person coming. It was more like a heaven-destroying demon god, descending to the earth. Under the attention of all the people, the figure that was like a god or a demon gradually approached. The moment Yi Yu arrived at the heavenly emperor peak, the divine light dispersed before revealing his true colors. Ebony hair like a waterfall, sword eyebrows and starry eyes, great and tall stature, regal, wearing a long black robe. There was no wind in the heaven and earth, but his thick long hair, and the hem of his garment, were fluttering with the wind. His expression was cold and his eyes were bland, as if they contained the invincible will to look out of the world and be the only one to do so. He didn't make any unnecessary movements, merely walking step by step, and between raising his hands and feet, it was as if he contained a terrifying divine might that made heaven and earth tremble. This kind of style can be said to be unrivaled in the world, and it is even more astonishing. It was as if the end of the world had come, and it was impossible to ignore the sense of his presence, intimidating everyone. When he takes action, everyone holds their breath, not daring to move easily, but watching to see what he intends to do. Under the countless gazes, Yi Yu was cold and speechless as he stepped on the void and walked step by step to Feng Yun Yun before turning around to face the disciples of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Greetings to the angry Gun Heavenly Father. Just then, someone in the crowd suddenly blurted out. After the words were spoken, he bowed his head and arched his hands in salute as if he were making an example. Greetings to the angry Gun Heavenly Father. As he took action, it was as if people were waking up from a dream, and they all were bowing their heads and arching their hands in salute. In a split second, hundreds of thousands of channels paid their respects in unison. The sound could be described as mountainous and deafening. In the face of such obeisance, all are willing and dead. People's passion, hot blood, seems to be ignited at this moment. This is Elder Yi. He has not come out of hiding for 5 years, and when he reappears in the world, the young human king has become an honored one. Shifu Xinshui mingled amongst the crowd, listening to the people's obeisance, only feeling his head was buzzing. This is too handsome for eldest brother, isn't it? Shi Xinshui raised his head and looked up at Yi Yu, who stood in front of the Spirit Abyss treasure seizing team in midair like a leader, with only one thought in his mind. What is a strong man? This is the strong man. Between the shock, an impulse suddenly came out of her heart, which was yearning and admiration. Is this the peer supreme? I want to be like that too. Everyone is saluting, but not her. That's too dull. Right at this moment, Yi Yu noticed Shi Xinshui in the middle of the crowd and glanced sideways, secretly pondering. Meanwhile, the Nine Heavenly Pavilion Master stroked his beard and smiled when he saw the people's reaction. This was the heart of the people. He wasn't worried in the slightest and didn't care that Yi Yu's name and prestige was stronger than his own. In his mind, the next 9 heavenly pavilion master was none other than Yi Yu. Unlike other forces, the status of the leader is all about a lineage. The 9 heavenly pavilion is a wide range of rivers and all kinds of geniuses. The position of the leader has always been capable of living. Yi Yu has met all of his fellow disciples, with the more than 300,000 inner disciples treating him with courtesy. Yi Yu also arched his hand in return. Only when he returned the salute did the people then collect their obeisance and raise their heads to look at the heroic figure in midair. Admiration, shock, excitement, pride, thrill, awe. The emotions behind the myriad of eyes were all similar. In this Tianxian continent where 100 clans were in existence, being with Elder Yi as a fellow disciple was a great fortune for them. The appointment of this year's Spirit Abyss treasure seizure has come to a successful conclusion, and before we depart, I would like to ask Elder Yi to say a few words for this event. Only when everyone had slowed down did the 9 Heavens Pavilion Master leisurely speak out. This is the first time I've served as the person in charge of the Spirit Abyss treasure seizure, and since I've suddenly taken over the position of the Asking Sword Heavenly Father, there might be some people who are worried that I'm shallow in seniority and will lose out in the treasure seizure session with the Heavenly Fathers of the 5 major powers. Hearing this request, Yi Yu had long prepared his belly. Elder Yi, if you are still considered to have shallow seniority, then no one is considered to have deep seniority. That's right, how could Elder Yi lose? You've never lost a single battle so far since your cultivation. They're right. Hearing this, people were dumbfounded, and there were even fervent admirers who spoke out. The trust of all the senior brothers and sisters makes me very pleased, but rest assured, I wasn't speaking demoralizingly just now. But I wanted to tell everyone that this session of the Spirit Abyss treasure seizure, I'm invincible. When Yi Yu saw this scene, he didn't know if they were TOs, but it didn't matter. He just continued. Elder Yi is invincible. Raging Lance Heavenly Father invincible. Thinking back to the might of Yi Yu when he made his appearance just now, the people were incomparably excited and the group was enthusiastic. Elder Yi, can I ask you a question? Just then, someone blurted out. Oh, what's your problem? Yi Yu heard this and immediately responded. This trust is finally here. That's right, this was a link arranged by the Pavilion Master, and the announcement was made without mentioning the specific realm. Just for this moment, Elder Yi, what realm are you in now? Seeing him respond, the disciple was thrilled. Late Celestial Realm. In this regard, Yi Yu did not hide it and said frankly, what wood shows in the forest? The wind will destroy it. He did not believe in such nonsense. Wood can be destroyed by the wind? And that just means it's not strong enough. The way he cultivated was the way of invincibility, which was all about having me and being invincible. Things like holding back, hunkering down, obscene development, and backing down, were all bull ***** to him. Hiss. The answer made people suck in a breath of cold air and were deeply shocked. Set out. Let them see how powerful the 9 Heavenly Pavilion is. In the face of people's shock, Yi Yu completed the session of dialoguing with 2, and without any nonsense, he waved his big hand. Let them see how powerful the 9 Heavenly Pavilion is. The people were encouraged to hear this and cheered. I'm asking for investment, catch-up reading, favorites, and recommendations, and I'd like to thank Live Only to Mix for the 5,000 RMB reward, going to the Spirit Abyss to seize the treasure. The 9 Heavens Pavilion, which was one of the 5 major forces of the human race, naturally could not let its disciples fly there. Amidst the cries of high morale, a massive airship descended from the sky. This airship had a burst of immortal light and traveled in clouds. That is, it was grand and ethereal, and docked in front of Yi Yu and the others. Under the attention of all the people, Yi Yu took the lead and flew up, directly leading the team of this Spirit Abyss treasure seizers into it. Departure. Depart. Meanwhile, the disciples of the 9 Heavens Pavilion who stayed on the ground were still as enthusiastic as ever. Departure. Departure. Depart. In this, it also included Shifu Xinshui, shouting slogans with everyone else. It was a thrill. It was so hilarious. So much fun. Kids are very contagious. And how could she not be thrilled by the enthusiastic crowd of hundreds of thousands of people? Buzz. With the team of Spirit Abyss treasure seizers, all of them entered the airship, only to see the divine light-covered airship let out a roar, and a beam of straight white light shot out from the bow, erecting a path in the sky in front of them. In the next moment, the cloud-riding airship followed the path of the sky and flew towards the outside of the Heavenly Emperor Peak. It's so handsome. Seeing this scene, Xinshui couldn't help but marvel. This airship is also too beautiful, grand and spectacular. She used to be in the Lianyun city kind of Falong realm can be when the mighty side of the corner of the land. How has she ever seen this kind of battle? Under the spectators of the disciples of the 9 Heavens Pavilion, The airship sailed out of the heavenly emperor peak and was accelerating, flying farther and farther away. In the face of such a stunning scene, many people were tilting their heads, not willing to blink their eyes for fear of missing a single moment. Among them, naturally, Shinchue was also included, and it was the first time she had seen something so powerful. Only, as Shinchue watched the airship go away, she always felt that there was something strange about it, but she couldn't put her finger on it. I'm not on board yet. Wait a minute. I'm not on board yet. Soon after, Shinchue reacted from her state of confusion and instantly became anxious, taking up her short legs and running forward. However, being in the middle of a crowd of hundreds of thousands of disciples, she simply couldn't squeeze out. Although the streaming sky airship was rare, it wasn't the first time for the more senior inner disciples to see it. No one even noticed her anxiousness, and people were distracted from conversation while they watched. I wonder if I'll ever get a chance to ride in a streaming skyship once in my life. I'm afraid that's going to be difficult. The flowing sky airship is one of the best treasure ships of the Nine Heavens Pavilion, and will only be utilized for large-scale events that the Nine Heavens Pavilion will be attending. It is said that the streaming sky airship is capable of traveling 10 million miles a day at full speed. Who do you think will come out on top of the 5 major forces in this session of the Spirit Abyss Treasure Seizure? That's definitely our Nine Heavenly Pavilion. Didn't you hear what Elder Yi just said? With me there is no enemy. Noisy words spread through the crowd, all of them sighing. Eldest brother, being surrounded by the crowd of teachers Shinchue, simply cannot squeeze out. See, the sky of the airship is getting farther and farther away. Is really anxious to death. Can only do their best to let out a loud shout. Only, in the midst of a crowd where everyone was emotional, her voice was so soft that, at best, the people around her noticed. However, people followed the sound and looked at her more than a few times, attracted by her delicate yet lovely appearance before silently withdrawing their gaze. It's over. Eldest brother shouldn't have forgotten about me, right? Shinchue realized that his voice could not be transmitted far at all. And even more so, there was no way to call off that airship. His mind instantly fell to the bottom, feeling very aggrieved and helpless. The voice of the shouts faded away, and was replaced by a self-talk with a few whimpers. Although the Nine Heavens Pavilion's joyful, all-inclusive atmosphere was fun for her, to her, the most familiar people in the Nine Heavens Pavilion were still her senior brothers and sisters and her master. Leaving them, the Nine Heavens Pavilion could be considered a lifeless place for her. At this moment, she sort of understood the significance of her master's previous words. If you worship under me, from now on, your senior brothers and sisters will be your family. This was scared to tears. Didn't realize that she was not only a snacker, but also a crybaby. Just as Shinchue was at a loss for words, not knowing what to do, a low and astonished voice rang out in her mind. Hearing these words, Shinchue's bottom-falling mind peaked and subconsciously looked around. Soon, she saw a familiar figure among the unfamiliar crowd. That figure, tall and magnificent, could be considered a crane among the crowd, incomparably conspicuous. Did you find me again? Yi Yu was a little surprised when he lowered his eyes to meet her sight. He had purposely hidden his aura this time when he came back, just to avoid being discovered that Elder Yi had just set off and returned. Logically speaking, it was only right that the people who were able to spot him could be counted on one hand if he suddenly turned back this time. However, this girl was only at the returning wheel realm, but she had discovered him. This perception ability was too terrifying. Eldest brother, seeing that he had returned to pick himself up, Shinchue was inwardly overwhelmed with excitement, and at once was running forward a few steps. Don't cry, I haven't forgotten you. Although he was puzzled, but Yi Yu attributed the reason to his little sister's special physique, and when she came closer, he reached out his hand to rub her head and said in a warm voice, "Aha." Shinchue listened to his comforting words and nodded obediently. Go. Yi Yu slightly bent down and extended a finger to her. Seeing this, although Shinchue was a bit puzzled, she nevertheless raised her arm and grabbed his fingers. When she grabbed herself, Yi Yu did not stay much longer and looked up to the Nine Heavens Pavilion master in midair, nodded his head slightly in respect, and then his body swayed and disappeared in place with his little sister. Is the boy even willing to come back for a pickup? How rare! When the Nine Heavens Pavilion master saw him step through the void, he ran his hand through his beard and smiled to himself. Shinchue only felt like it was a flash in front of his eyes, and the face of the world changed drastically. It was no longer the sea of people and voices of the Heavenly Emperor Peak, but it had become very quiet. When she came back to her senses, she realized that there were more than 20 pairs of eyes looking at her. The owner of these gazes was clearly everyone who had just been appointed by the Pavilion Master by name to participate in the Spirit Abyss Treasure Seizure. What's going on here? How is it that in the blink of an eye, Master, second senior sister, and third senior brother are all in front of him? Could it be that she's already on the ship? But she clearly watched the airship flying away. how a turn of the eye. To the airship. What kind of power is this? Although Sir Shinshui was head over heels and was trying to comprehend the situation in front of her, Yi Yu, who was holding her with one finger, was grasping the whole picture. Introducing, this is my little senior sister. I promised her that I would take her to the spirit abyss to seize the treasure to open her eyes. Facing everyone's astonished gazes, Yi Yu graciously opened his mouth. I am Sir Shinshui. Meet the elders of my fellow disciples. Immediately after that, Sir Shinshui slowed down, although it was a little nervous to be stared at by everyone, but still gathered courage and said, with Sir Shinshui's self-introduction. Everyone then reacted. Shuju Peak Li Mingho. Meet junior uncle. Li Mingho of Shuyu Peak has a quick response. Although Sir Shinshui was only a small cultivator of the returning wheel realm, and looked to be about 10 years old, with a childish and small appearance, he couldn't help but carry people with high seniority. Generations aside, he thought a lot in a split second. One must know that Elder Feng hadn't taken on a disciple for many years ever since he had taken on Winning End, the emperor's son of the Yingjie Emperor clan, as his disciple, and now that he had suddenly taken on a disciple, this matter was by no means simple. Moreover, Elder Yi looked like he favored this little senior sister. Just with this relationship, the little senior uncle would have no pressure if he wanted to walk horizontally in Tianxian continent in the future. Wait until the little sister has seen the world. In the future, people are afraid that they don't even know what your name is. At this time do not mix the face familiar. Wait for more time. Aha! Suddenly being called Junior Master, Sir Shinshui was a bit confused, but she also looked at him and nodded in response. The others reacted to the situation and greeted each other. In the Nine Heavens Pavilion, there was no one more worthy of mixing faces than Yi Yu and his sidekicks. As the saying goes, when one man gets a government position, all his cronies get in. Back then, Yi Yu, when he was still the king of angry guns, he was already a peerless demon with immeasurable potential, and now that he has become an honorary young man, he is even more invincible and worthy of climbing into friendship. Junior sister, why are you crying? Who bullied you? Just then, Lin Jingwen noticed the undried tear tracks at the corner of her eyes and broke away from the crowd to walk forward. Nobody bullies me. I just cry for fun. Sir Shinshui paused for a few seconds at her fervent inquiry and responded with a bit of embarrassment. Ha! Feng Yun was already guessing the situation and shook his head in amusement. Children are impatient, coupled with the fact that they have been uprooted from their homes and are already insecure, so it's normal for them to be frightened when they see all their acquaintances gone. Crying for fun? This answer was really out of Lin Jingwen's expectation, and for a while she didn't know how to react. Crying and laughing. The others also found it funny, but they didn't dare to laugh. It was too hard to suppress the laughter. Elder Yi, are you planning to take her to the Spirit Abyss treasure seizure? Would that be too dangerous? Although the atmosphere was eager and cheerful, but Misty Moon Immortal frowned and opened her mouth. The Spirit Abyss treasure seizure wasn't as simple as a competition, but rather an agreed-upon experience for the 5 major powers of the Southern Domain. The biggest difference between a competition and an experience lies in the fact that the former is a sparring match and the latter is a fight. To participate in this adventure, the minimum realm was the Dharma Dragon realm. It was not wise to take a small child to such a dangerous area where strong people were gathered. Is it dangerous? I don't really think so. Yi Yu had participated in the last Spirit Abyss treasure seizure, and was naturally clear about the doorways involved, and was not at all worried about this concern. She won't die if you do. With that, he glanced at Sir Shinshui and then at Misty Moon Immortal. The death of these two is clear as day. One has an unknown death date and one has 25 years. As they talked, the entire room fell silent as the two big men were talking. You are at the late stage of the Heavenly Sovereign realm, compared to the top Heavenly Sovereigns of other powers. You are already behind in realm, and I'm afraid it's not right to bring along a drag queen. Misty Moon Fairy felt that this decision of his was too hasty, and had the intention of advising him. The talker was not that good. In addition to taking part in the Heavenly Exalted sweeping session, he also had to enter the Spirit Abyss to ensure that the disciples of the Nine Heavens Pavilion were not threatened by external forces during their training. There was something she didn't say, and that was that Yi Yu assuming the role of a talker at such a young age and becoming a heavenly dignitary would definitely become a thorn in the side of the other forces, and might have to come up with some tricks to deal with him. Elder Mist, thank you for your kind advice, but I have my own measure. Finding out that she was afraid that she didn't know the merits of this decision, Yi Yu didn't want to talk more nonsense with her, and after thanking her in an unassuming manner, his attitude was clear. Okay. Seeing that his intention was already decided, Misty Moon Immortal knew that she would only be making a fool of herself if she continued to speak, so she also stopped talking and turned around to walk away. With them not being able to talk and parting on bad terms, the atmosphere on the deck of the airship was, for a while, a bit awkward. Second senior sister, Will I cause trouble for eldest brother if I follow to the spirit abyss to seize the treasure? Taking the time to understand the conversation that had just taken place, Shi Xinshui pulled on Lin Jingwen's dress and asked weakly. I don't think so. I don't know. It's my first time there too. Lin Jingwen paused for a few seconds in the face of her plea, not daring to assert herself on the matter. As the heavenly sovereign and the man of words, when the spirit abyss treasure seizure begins, eldest senior brother will have to go into the spirit abyss to supervise the training and avoid the situation of bullying by other forces and abyss spirits. This is a laborious thing to do, and bringing you along would mean that eldest senior brother would have to be distracted from looking after your well-being while upholding his duties. Just then, Winning End opened his mouth to clear up their confusion. The rules of the spirit abyss's treasure capture were very simple. Fair competition in the same realm. The 5 powers, the 5 heavenly dignitaries check and balance each other, and were united in suppressing the spirit abyss so that they too must abide by this rule. Can't I stay on the ship? Shi Xinshui had thought he was watching the show from the sidelines, but he didn't expect this to be the case, and for a moment he was a bit flustered. I can't, because by the time the Heavenly Father sweeps through the session, the entire team will have to enter the spirit abyss, and if you and the flowing skyship are the only ones left out there might be some kind of accident. Winning End shook his head. As an emperor clan, his insights and experience were too much better than normal people. In that case, I'll go back to the 9th heaven. Realizing that he would cause trouble for eldest brother by following him over this time, Shi Xinshui looked up at Yi Yu beside him. Although it was lonely being alone in the 9 heavenly pavilion with no family, it would pass as long as one endured it. I have my own decision on this matter. No need for words. Without waiting for her to finish her sentence, Yi Yu interrupted. This guy's emotional intelligence is also too low. After saying that, he also swept a glance at Win End, signaling him to stop talking. Eldest senior brother, I'm just worried about your and junior sister's safety. Sensing his eldest senior brother's dissatisfaction, Winning End hurriedly defended himself. In his opinion, as long as eldest brother and junior sister acted cautiously, they would become great in time, and there was no need to take any risks at all. There's still a ways to go before the spirit abyss. Everyone meditate individually and adjust their state. Dismissed. Yi Yu didn't blame him much, knowing that his heart wasn't bad, he just liked to tell the big truth. And looking at the crowd, he commanded, this kind of thing, behind closed doors to talk slowly among family members. There is no need for outsiders to watch. Yes. When they heard Elder Yi give the word, the crowd dispersed. Hungry? Take you to get something to eat. Dismissing everyone, Yi Yu lowered his head and said, eldest brother, I'm not hungry. Shi Xinshui shook her head. She had just had breakfast before going to Heavenly Emperor Peak, and after experiencing such a passionate mobilization meeting, she was in a state of euphoria at this time. Where would she feel hungry? No, you're hungry. Seeing that she was still shaking her head, Yi Yu also shook his head in affirmation. Ah, I am indeed hungry. Realizing that he was trying to take himself away from the crowd, Shi Xinshui pretended to rub his stomach and said in a daze. Leaving the deck, Yi Yu led Shi Xinshui into the inner cabin. Eat something. Coming to the table and chairs and sitting down, Yi Yu took out a snack and put it on the table, pushing it in front of her. Third senior brother is really something too. Knowing that this child is a crybaby and still saying that kind of thing in front of her. Not afraid of her crying to you. Shi Xinshui listened to his heartfelt words and wanted to retort to him. I'm not a crybaby. Thank you, eldest brother. It was only when Shi Xinshui saw the plate he pushed over, and the delicate and dreamy treats, that she reacted, feeling warm in her heart. Obviously, eldest brother deliberately said she was hungry, and she denied it and balked at the whole thing, just to try to feed her and cheer her up. Is it good? When she started eating, Yi Yu asked. Aha! Shi Xinshui nodded heavily. Children are easy to coax. Just feed them a little snack. Seeing that there was no longer a look of guilt and regret on her face, Yi Yu then let go of his heart. Junior sister, taking you to the spirit abyss to seize the treasure is something I agreed to after careful consideration. You don't have to worry about causing me trouble. After lamenting in his heart, Yi Yu opened his mouth again. It was his decision to take little sister to the spirit abyss to seize the treasure. Since he had promised, he would have to be responsible for this to the end, such as ensuring his little sister's safety, as well as not letting her be bullied. Really? Shifu Xinshui still had some hard feelings about this. Although she had been cultivating for many years, it was in fact the first time that she had stepped out of Lianyun City, coming into contact with and seeing the vast Tianxian continent. Because of this, she didn't even realize that having her eldest brother take himself to the spirit abyss to seize the treasure turned out to be such a troublesome matter. In her mind, it should have been a small matter of taking one more person along the way. Who had thought it would be so complicated? When I say I won't, I mean I won't. Yi Yu slightly jawed in affirmation. Regarding Shi Xinshui's safety, he was not worried at all, not to mention taking her to the spirit abyss to seize the treasure. Even if he were to take her on a trip to the forbidden zone of living spirits, it would not be a big problem, none other than the fact that he has the ability to see the countdown to death. So far, this ability has not missed a beat. Yama wants you to die in 3 shifts, and will definitely not drag it to 5 shifts, or advance it to 2 shifts. The few instances where death came before his time were entirely due to the fact that certain people messed with him, and he didn't like to spoil people, so he just gave them a burial. Aha! Seeing him flatly assert, the concerns and mustiness in Shi Xinshui's heart were swept away, and she nodded her head obediently. Spinning around, she let go of the snack. Speaking of which, if a plate of falling cloud cake was fed down, a pig could open its spirit to cultivate immortality. Why is this girl still in the middle of the returning wheel realm, with no sign of a breakthrough at all? Is the essence and energy all absorbed by her physique? What's the deal with her physique? Why is it so special? Yi Yu rested on the table with one arm, resting his cheeks with one hand as he watched Shi Xinshui eat with a smile, happy and satisfied, and could not help but think, little sister's death was? Unknown state. What exactly this meant made him curious. Over the past few days, he had projected several scenarios. The first one, little sister was exceptionally gifted, and was the one with the strongest potential and the most heaven-defying chi among the people he had encountered in these 25 years, and would go on to reach the heights of eternal immortality in the future. It makes sense that the system wouldn't be able to give an accurate value until the lifespan was out of bounds. The second, little sister's physique was too unique, capable of shielding the heavenly chance measurement. Even the system couldn't see through it. This speculation was overturned by him, because the Heavenly Fate clan of the 10 great races, who mastered the power of destiny and possessed the unfathomable power of heavenly fate, still had a countdown to death in his eyes. The third, little sister's physique was unique, and she would later master some sort of special ability that would allow her to survive when the Tianqian disaster day descended. The condition he most favored, most desired, was the third. If he could figure this out, he would have a way to save people. As a matter of fact, Yi Yu was not at all worried about the threat that Tianqian Catastrophe Day posed to him. Possessing an invincible Dao heart, he was fearless of all threats in the world, and he had absolute certainty of surviving the havoc that would befall the end of the world. The only reason he was worried about the arrival of Tianqian Disaster Day was because he couldn't find a way to save or break the situation. In the face of his doubts, Shi Xinshui didn't dare to respond or speak, and could only bury her head and eat bitterly. She didn't know anything about her physique, and other than being exceptionally cute, she didn't know what was so special about her, and there was no way for her to solve the problem for eldest brother. What's more, eldest brother was only thinking about it in his mind. He wasn't opening his mouth to ask her. If he answered hastily, he would expose the fact that he was reading minds, and the consequences would be unimaginable. While her heart was weak, because the matter of following to the spirit abyss to seize the treasure was already dusty, her mind was active. Eldest senior sister said that the 5 major forces of the human race are the 9 Heavens Pavilion, the Southern Emperor Alliance, the Xianmen sect, the Pure World sect, and the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty. The woman that eldest senior brother is thinking about, Xia Tsayu, should be from the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty, right? At first, when she wanted to follow to the spirit abyss to seize the treasure, she simply wanted to see the bustle. After staying in one place for a long time, she always had to go out and breathe some fresh air. However, after eavesdropping on her eldest brother's heart, she became curious as to where the Xiaotsayu actually came from. A woman who could make eldest brother miss her was definitely not ordinary. Had enough? After a while, Yi Yu asked when he saw her fixing a plate of snacks. Tianqian Continent's cultivation system. Starting from the divine realization realm, one would not feel hungry even if one did not eat or drink for a month. If one breaks through the Earth King realm, the essence of life will make a leap, and completely dispel the grain. So as long as the yuan qi of heaven and earth is not depleted, one will not be starved to death. Little sister was still a little chicken in the middle stage of the returning wheel realm, far from being able to dispel the valley, and needed to eat regularly. Eat up. Shi Xinshui nodded slightly. In fact, she wasn't hungry at all, and had opened up purely because she'd been fed something tasty. Go. Confirming this, Yi Yu put the plate back and stood up. Where to? Shi Xinshui was a bit curious. Yi Yu glanced at her without much explanation and walked straight to the outside of the house. Although he was handsome when he said one thing and acted in a thunderous manner with very few words, but in Shi Xinshui's eyes, it was a different look. Take her out to see the scenery. It's not easy to take a ride in the streaming sky airship. It's too boring to stay in the house, eavesdropping on her eldest brother's intentions. Shi Xinshui jumped out of her chair and just sprinted to follow her. Leaving the cabin, they came on deck again. During the time they had been away and returned, The atmosphere on deck had been very different. Many people were finding an open space, sitting cross-legged on the spot, meditating with their eyes closed, and tuning up their vitality and state. Tomorrow is the spirit abyss to seize the treasure. Although there are divisions and rules to shelter, enter into the spirit abyss. Absolutely will not encounter high realm powerhouses, the situation of power over others, but still have to compete with other forces of the same realm powerhouses to fight, sparring and fighting with people, lightly injured or killed. This was the experience, and everyone had to take it seriously. There were also individual powerhouses that were talking, such as Feng Yun and Misty Moon Immortal. In this regard, Yi Yu did not bother to disturb, and just walked to the edge of the flowing sky airship, overlooking the bottom. Wow! Following him, Shinshui came to the guardrail of the deck and probed to see, only to feel incomparably shocked. What a magnificent view from above the clouds, overlooking the world. Shinshui was also flying in the sky on the way to be brought back to the Nine Heavens Pavilion by his master, but the height then was not as high as it is today. You don't keep wailing. Hearing her exclamation, Yi Yu was a bit helpless. As a matter of fact, during the mobilization meeting, he found out that this little senior sister was totally wow monster, bringing this kind of bumpkin along for the move. If this is seen by others, I'm afraid it will be a disgrace, but the view is beautiful. Shinshui was a bit aggravated to hear him call himself a bumpkin in his mind. She didn't want to woo-woo, but she just couldn't help it. It does look good. Yi Yu dropped his eyes to the world and looked at the magnificent, high mountains standing and rivers running across the earth, paused for a few seconds and nodded. It had to be said that the Tianxian continent's scenery was really beautiful, with all sorts of hauntingly beautiful natural scenery. He had been awed before when he first saw it. It was because the world was so beautiful that he was eager to find a way to save the sun. If the sun were lost, the world would never be the same. Seeing that he didn't have a heartfelt voice, which was clearly a sincere statement, Shinshui was delighted. The path the streaming skyship was traveling on was divided by cursors, and the way was straight. It took a day, and just as the sun rose in the east on the following morning, the 9 heavenly pavilions men and women finally saw their destination. Junior sister, look, that's the spirit abyss. At the prow of the airship, Lin Jingwen crossed her fingers and finally caught sight of a strange scenery and immediately waved. Wow! Shinshui ran up to her as she called out to her, and when she saw the sight in the distance, she was instantly amazed and shocked. Wow! Infected by her, the younger generation of the Dharma Dragon realm all let out a clamor when they saw Spirit Abyss. Just at the end of the horizon, there was a dark zone that only felt endless when you looked at it from a distance. It was clearly broad daylight, but that area was pitch black, as if a fault had appeared in the earth, a huge and vast deep pit that cut across the continent. What was unbelievable was that the sky around them was still clear, but above the spirit abyss were clouds covering the sun. Thunder and lightning, and gusts of thunder could be heard vaguely. The true face of the spirit abyss, but anyone who saw it for the first time would be shocked by the bizarre and magnificent sight. Because the spirit abyss is like the earth opened its bloody mouth to swallow the sky and destroy the earth. That kind of scene is like telling the world, this is an ominous place. No one should approach. Well, they've all been infected by the little sister. Yi Yu stood on the side and likewise saw the spirit abyss, but he had already been here once long ago and did not find it rare in the slightest. He just watched everyone's reaction and felt amused. It is normal for you to feel shocked when you see the spirit abyss for the first time. However, you have taken the lesson of seeing and hearing before cultivation, profit and cultivation. All of you have been professionally trained. In the future, no matter what you guys see, don't make a strange sound, and you should be able to face the mountain in front of your eyes without being in danger. Behaviors like what you just did, if seen by other forces, others will think that the people of the Nine Heavens Pavilion are all bumpkins and uneducated. Right at this moment, Misty Moon Immortal couldn't stand to watch and spoke out to teach a lesson. Yes. Upon hearing her teachings, the crowd responded and answered. Yi Yu paid no attention to this kind of teaching and had no intention of interrupting. A big power should behave like a big power, and these kinds of rules are the way to go. At the same time, the major forces of the human race, as expected, approached their destination. Wow! However, anyone who came to the spirit abyss to seize the treasure for the first time could not help but let out a shocked gasp. Wow, what wow? No wow, just the way you guys reacted just now. If the other forces see you, the face of the pure world sect will be disgraced by you. Seeing this scene, an old man's face immediately darkened as he reprimanded. Yes, upon hearing his reprimand, the crowd was also ashamed of their behavior. Young lord, they have all received professional training. They just didn't hold back for a while. Please don't blame them. After admonishing the crowd, the old man turned to a man and bowed his head in obeisance. No matter, when this young lord first saw the spirit abyss, his reaction wasn't much better than theirs. But what you guys just said and did, do not show it in front of the other forces. The young lord gently waved his hand without any intention of blame, and one sentence cleared everyone's worries and tension. Yes. When the crowd heard his words, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Young lord, we're traveling on a similar route as the Nine Heavens Pavilion's streaming sky airship. They're one step faster and there's a risk of a collision. Should we slow down to avoid it? Just then, a beautiful young woman with a hot and sexy body stood at the bow of the boat, saw something and turned back to ask, 9 heavenly pavilions? Slowing down to avoid it? Who do you think this young lord is? Lean the ship over for me. Upon hearing the name of this power, the young lord, who was still amiable, his face instantly became gloomy. But according to the rules, if the ships have the same trajectory, the backwalker, instead of immediately carrying out this order, the beautiful young woman had the intention to persuade. She knew that the young lord had a long-standing grudge against the Nine Heavens Pavilion's angry gun king, but even if they disliked each other, they couldn't do this. Really want to chase the tail and crash into it. The first up is the division. The reason is not strong awe. But what? Didn't you hear what this young master said? Pull the boat over. The young master of the Pure World sect didn't care about so many rules, glaring at her and ordering in a domineering and dictatorial manner. Yes, seeing that he was bent on having his way, the beautiful young woman was helpless and could only do as she was told. Elder Rhyme, what's with that look on your face? This young lord is talking about leaning over, not crashing into it. Seeing that expression on her face, as if she had met a boss with courage, the Pure World sect's young lord glared at her again to set the record straight. At the same time, the Nine Heavens Pavilion's flowing sky airship, although it was possible to travel directly from the Heavenly Emperor Peak of the Nine Heavenly Pavilion to the entrance of the Spirit Abyss in a single breath by virtue of the autopilot, the airship could be maneuvered when it encountered an urgent problem. Elder Yi, the Pure World sect's Pure World warship has accelerated to catch up with us. According to the current trajectory of traveling to remain unchanged, there is a high probability that it will crash into the ship. What should we do? Should we accelerate? Misty Moon Immortal, who was a disciplined person, sensible and delicate, noticed the movement of the Pure World sect's airship at the far side and back at the first opportunity, and immediately asked, I guess it's that Lou miming guy who's going crazy. Don't worry about it, let's see what they really want. Yi Yu hadn't paid too much attention to the situation around him, and after sniffing and looking back, he said, what if they crash? Misty Moonshine felt that this was not a good decision. The airships of the 5 major powers, although all of them were high-grade warships, but if they really let someone chase their tails and crash into them, it would be completely unnecessary trouble. If he does crash, I'll smash his boat. In the face of her concern, Yi Yu just waved his hand without any worry. I went for a medical checkup today and had quite a few things to do and got held up. That's why I'm so late. So I hope you readers will forgive me. Who is Lu Miaoming? Shifu Xinshui had just come into contact with cultivation not long ago and didn't know anyone. So suddenly he heard another name and felt curious. He's a proud son of heaven in the same generation as eldest senior brother, and he's eldest senior brother's underdog. Hearing this query, Lin Jingwen naturally solved her confusion. Oh, hearing these words, Shi Xinshui nodded in understanding. Lu Ximing, one of the 5 major forces of the human race, the eldest son of the contemporary head of the Pure World sect, possessing a purification saint body ranked 12th on the physique ranking list, he is known as the King of Dawn, or the young lord of the Pure World sect. This person is extremely talented. 1-year-old spirit movement, 3 years old condensation yuan, 6 years old return to the wheel, 9 years old understanding, 15 years old God consciousness, 18 years old like a dragon, 21 years old king, is the strongest demon in the northwestern part of the southern domain. There is also his temperament is perverse and uncertain, killing full. The battle record is extremely illustrious, forced to thwart all sides of the heavenly pride, once unrivaled, proud of the group of heroes, but in the Human King War of the top 4 battle lost to the eldest senior brother, because of the injury is too serious, condescend to the 4th seat. Not satisfied with her clarification, Win End, who was on the sidelines, added, wow, this addition subdued Shi Xinshui on the spot, realizing the magnitude of it. Lu Ximing is one of the Tianxian continent's top celestial prides. Looking at the entire continent, his battle power and talent rank him as a renowned demon. Junior sister, you mustn't belittle someone just because he's the defeated leader of eldest senior brother. You must know that being able to fight with eldest senior brother on the same stage is already a very terrifying thing. Seeing that his little sister realized the terror of Lu Jiming, Winning End also urged, I see. Shi Xinshui nodded seriously. If she didn't have the 3rd senior brotheress edition, she would indeed hold contempt for Lu Jiming. There was no way that the 2nd senior sister had said too general, and hadn't said anything special at all. Immediately afterward, She couldn't help but turn her head and look at her eldest senior brother on the side. Third brother, if you can talk, talk more. Yi Yu stood in front of the side enclosure of the warship with his arms wrapped around his hands, listening to Wen An's detailed narration. Although his face was expressionless and calm, his heart was secretly happy. I have to say, Wen An still talks a good game sometimes, especially when it comes to bragging about him, compared to the second senior sister's adoration, a large part of which came from his face value. It was Wen An who was the unapologetic fanboy, even going so far as to worship the Nine Heavens Pavilion and become his senior brother, despite being spurned by the Imperial clan. This was also the reason why Wen An sometimes spoke without knowing what was important and offended him, and he didn't care. After all, who really hates a fanboy who thinks you're the strongest from the bottom of his heart and worships you beyond measure? Boom! Right at this moment, the flowing sky airship suddenly shook slightly. The ship's body erupted with white streams of light. The guardrails, the deck, all of them surfaced with arcane textures, and a protective cover even appeared. Only, the protective shield reveals itself for a split second and then fades away, not obscuring the view. It wasn't subjected to ramming or tailgating, but rather the two ships were too close together and the warship's defense array was automatically activated. In the next moment, an alabaster-colored airship came after them, parallel to the flowing sky airship. On top of the Pure World warship, there were likewise more than 20 people. There were many people, but among them, there was a figure that was especially conspicuous. He only saw that the man's face was like a crown of jade, handsome as a demon, with fair skin, a blue hair like the ice sea, tall and slim, with an aura of a scholarly and weak appearance, holding a folding fan in his hand and wearing a snow-white robe. At first glance, if one did not know the identity beforehand, one would even think that he was a beautiful woman. There was a warship phalanx sheltering the separation, and it was impossible to sense any powerful aura, but his temperament and aura were particularly strong, like the sun among the stars, incomparably dazzling and eye-catching. Because of this, even though it was the first time they had met, Shui recognized with a single glance that this man who was as handsome as a demon was definitely the Lu Jiming, the young master of the Pure World sect, that eldest brother had mentioned. This kind of look at the whole continent is the top of the absolute demon. The sense of existence is too powerful, transcendent. At first glance, it is not idle generation. Because of Wen An's detailed introduction, the crowd did not dare to be the slightest bit contemptuous when they saw this man. Yi Yu, you look refreshed after not seeing you for 5 years. Just then, after the two warships were completely parallel, Lu Ximing shook his fan in a graceful manner. It's been 5 years since I've seen you, but you're as graceful as ever. Yi Yu responded to this greeting with a slight jaw and a salty response. With the opening of his mouth to speak, Lu Miming snapped his fan closed and took a step forward. This step was taken with a succession of residual shadows, as if it was a mirror. His figure became imaginary. Immediately afterward, he crossed the void and walked into the flowing sky warship. What strong footwork! Seeing this scene, although the second person of the younger generation of the Nine Heavens Pavilion, Yang Taishu, was smiling on the surface, his heart was secretly shocked. The protective formations of the flowing sky airship, fully energized, were able to withstand the onslaught of the heavenly exaltation realm, fending off external enemies, charging formations to kill the enemy, and were unbeatable. Although it was not fully energized today, the formation that blocked the wanton intrusion of outsiders still existed. However, in front of Lu Jiming, the protective formation was like a virtual void. 10 days of pure steps. Wen An also narrowed his eyes, scornful in his heart, seeing the name of the game. Although the Emperor race was powerful, the 5 major forces of the human race were no less powerful, if not even more so, especially since the direct descendants of the leaders of the 5 major forces were each of the Emperor races. There are also strong and weak emperors. The young master of the Pure World sect, Lu Ximing, is the best among emperors, becoming a hero at a young age, and as his realm gets higher and higher, he is able to cultivate and master all kinds of great emperor's laws, with an immeasurable battle power. I've heard that you've been closed in the Nine Heavens Pavilion for the past 5 years, and the outside world has rumored that you've encountered a bottleneck in your cultivation or have gone off the rails, so I don't know if it's true or not. Lu Miming noticed their shock and scorn, and was somewhat pleased in his heart, but when his gaze turned to Yi Yu's face, that dark joy dissipated, and he walked closer to face to catch up. You would believe such rumors. It seems that during these 5 years, instead of remaining graceful, you have become more and more of a failure the more you live. Yi Yu's stature was even taller, condescendingly looking down at him with lowered eyes, coldly saying, "He's forgotten the pain. Does he think he can do it again? He's looking for a fight again." Put. Shifu Xinshui, who was standing in the crowd, overheard this heartfelt comment, and one couldn't hold back her laughter. The laugh came out and she regretted it and hurriedly covered her mouth. Little girl, are you laughing at me? Lu Miming was already disliked by his words, and then he heard the sound of laughter. And when he followed the sound and saw that it was a little hairy girl, his face immediately sank, and his tone was no longer warm and kind, but became cold and harsh and aggressive. Ah! In the face of his questioning, Shi Xinshui's head was shaking madly like a rattle. You were clearly just laughing at me. How could Lu Jiming believe this denial? And was beyond annoyed. I'm not laughing. I just suddenly remembered something happy. Noticing that he had a gloomy look on his face and was clearly really angry, Shi Xinshui hurriedly defended himself. Oh, if you have something to be happy about, you might as well say it to make everyone happy. Seeing that she still dared to argue, Lu Miming's eyes sank and he coldly said, as the words fell, a blinding and shining white light erupted from his body. Immediately afterward, the wind and clouds changed color, the earth and sky trembled as if the sky was collapsing, and an incomparable, terrifying and overwhelming might suppressed the entire scene. All of a sudden, the flowing sky battleship was trembling, as if it had encountered a terrifying threat, and streams of light gusted. Shifu Xinshui, who was targeted by this aura, her delicate body trembled and stiffened on the spot, only feeling that the world in front of her eyes had become deathly silent, leaving only a blinding white light that swept over like a mountain of mountains. Seeing this scene, her soul trembled and her flesh was in fear, as if she had suffered a murderous robbery. Boom! Just as the white light, which had materialized into a form, was about to overwhelm her, it suddenly receded as if the tide had risen and fallen. Lu Miming, are you tired of living? Yi Yu took a step sideways and blocked between the two of them, also suppressing all his aura, and coldly said, Yi Yu, are you going to fight me for a junior? Lu Miaoming realized that he had struck out and paused for a second, putting away his might, but it was a tit for tat. It's true that she has offended you, but you teach her a lesson even if it's not enough, and you dare to kill her. You are not putting me and the Nine Heavens Pavilion in your eyes. Yi Yu similarly did not have a good face and said coldly, if Lu Jianming was just teaching Shi Xinshui a lesson, he felt it was reasonable, because this girl had indeed done something wrong. She shouldn't have laughed out loud on this kind of occasion, and it wasn't bad to be taught a slight lesson after having learned from her mistakes when she had rushed into a strong person. But Lu Jiming dared to strike, not to mention that this person was Shifu Xinshui. If it was any other disciple of the Nine Heavens Pavilion, it was necessary for him to strike. One must know that he was the person in charge of the Nine Heavens Pavilion's current Spirit Abyss treasure seizure, and had the obligation to protect everyone from accidents. Young lord, you barged into the Nine Heavenly Pavilion's worship uninvited, and you also wanted to kill people. Fortunately Yi Yu stopped you. If he didn't stop it, I'm afraid that the Nine Heavenly Pavilion won't be willing to let go of what happened today. At the same time, an aged and pale voice transmission entered his mind. It's just, but I tell you, I don't bother with her. It's not that I'm intimidated by you, it's that I'm too lazy to bother with little kids. It's not what it used to be, so don't think that I'm still the same as I used to be. Hearing the warning of the elders in the sect, Lu Jiming calmed down, realizing that his behavior just now was indeed too impulsive, and no longer pursued the matter. But he also did not show any weakness. He had broken through to the late stage of the Desolate Saint Realm, and he had even acquired various imperial laws, and with his greatly increased strength, he was eager to compete with Yi Yu, but it was obvious that this occasion was not appropriate, at least until after the Spirit Abyss treasure seizure had begun. Humph! Finding that he still dared to clamor, Yi Yu coldly snorted, his body steeply shook, his black eyes shone like stars, and his aura, which was like a heavenly inclination, suddenly broke out of his body. Rumble! In a flash, the worship trembled violently as if it had been hit by a great wind and wave. When a great emperor is angry, his body floats for miles. When the Heavenly Father is angry, the sky collapses. What is the Heavenly Exaltation Realm? It grasps the greatness of heaven and earth, and possesses the divine might of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. The air that covered the sky was like an exterminating tsunami, engulfing towards Lu Ximing, being overwhelmed by the furious waves of aura. Lu Jiming only felt that it was the sea of consciousness that was trembling and his soul was wailing. Suffering from the severe pain in his sea of consciousness, Lu Jiming was appalled in his heart and raised his eyes to look at Yi Yu in front of him. At this moment, heaven and earth lost their voices, leaving only Yi Yu's huge and towering terrifying figure standing in front of him. What a terrifying figure this is gazing at his stance. It is as if the soul will sink and fall for it. This is the breath of the heavenly exalted realm? Lu Miming, when you say you're not what you used to be, you don't think I'm the same as I used to be, do you? Yi Yu was too lazy to bother with him more, and met his terrified and appalled gaze and coldly said, his words were not loud, like words in casual conversation, but in Lu Jiming's ears, they were like thunder, shaking his heart and soul. How is this possible? Lu Jiming realized an incomparably horrifying fact, which caused his face to turn incomparably pale and his emotions to be difficult to control. He had thought that he had spent countless precious resources and efforts to break through to the late stage of the Desolate Saint realm was already the limit. As a result, who could have thought that Yu, whom he had been chasing with all his might and vowed to surpass, had broken through to the Heavenly Father realm? Yu, what kind of monster are you? Shock, despair, fear, horror, a multitude of emotions intertwined in his heart. Lu Jiming slowed down to look at the man in front of him in disbelief. The cultivation system of Tianxian continent. Everyone could cultivate, but the general knowledge realm was a hurdle, and the Earth King realm was also a hurdle, and the further back it went, the tougher it became. The heavenly exaltation realm was just a matter of time for a supreme demon like him, but it also took time. In a short period of 10 years, breaking through from the Earth King realm to the late stage of the Desolate Saint realm was already a terrifying speed when looking at the past and present. Unexpectedly, he was not only not able to close the distance with Yu, but also dumped farther away, and even difficult to look at his back. Who do you think I am? I'm the strongest genius of the human race. I was before, I am now, and I will be in the future. If you want to defeat me, you'd better think that it's easier to defeat the true dragon race and the soul race. Facing his fear, Yu looked down at him and coldly said, perhaps years ago, Lu Jiming could still be on the same stage as him, but times are different now. During these 5 years, Yu's identity was indeed hidden from the world, but in his identity as a corpse demon, he had long been fighting against various heavenly dignitaries, and had even killed a great emperor. The district's Desolate Saint realm had long since ceased to be considered an opponent by him, the strongest genius of the human race. Lu Miaoming looked at his face, the words echoing in his mind as he drifted off into a state of disorientation. Angry Gun Heavenly Father, the young master is young and impetuous. He doesn't know what's important. I will definitely report this matter to the sect master to punish and teach him a lesson. I hope you will be merciful. Right at this moment, an old voice sounded in Yu's ears. I'm already being merciful. Sooner or later he'll realize that I'm in the Heaven Sovereign realm. It's for his own good to wake up before it's too late. Yu knew that the other party was the person in charge of the pure world sect's treasure grabbing at the Spirit Abyss this time. And seeing that the other party was speaking so smoothly and considerately, he followed the voice and looked at an old man on the pure world worship, and responded by transmitting the voice through the air, and then he collected his breath back into his body. Thanks a lot. That old man was relieved to see that he had curtailed his actions and arched his hand in the air to offer his thanks, and he was also appalled and incomparably fearful in his heart. He realized that he couldn't even see through the specific realm of the Angry Gun Heavenly Father, and this situation, coming from a junior, was simply terrifying as hell. What was even more terrifying was that the Angry Gun Heavenly Father's words nearly shattered the young lord's Tao heart. Injuries are trivial, but they are just flesh and blood. If the heart of the Tao is broken, then it will be a heavy loss. Young lord, the pure world sect's heavenly exaltation realm powerhouse came to the flowing sky battleship and tried to wake up Lu Jiming, but he could not get a response. Lu Miming froze in place for a long time, unable to come back to his senses. In front of his eyes, only Yu's figure remained, tall and magnificent, like a Taiku demonic mountain, insurmountable. In 5 years' time, all the prides of the same generation were struggling and crawling at the Desolate Saint realm, yet this man was already breaking through to the heavenly dignity realm. He couldn't comprehend and couldn't figure out how the hell Yu did it. At the time of his departure from the pure world sect, he had been in high spirits and had a high fighting spirit, and this time, he was determined to defeat Yu and gain the name of the strongest demon. But now, before the fight even started, he was already a loser. As a peer supreme, Yu could be considered synonymous with being invincible in the same realm. Lu Miming had thought that he possessed the Emperor's Law, and even if Yu was a small realm higher than him, he might not have no chance of winning. Talent can't be spelled out. Then I'll fight you for the bottom line. And the identity of the young master of the pure world sect allows him to stand on top of the clouds and look down on the living beings. However, Yu was one large realm higher than him, and the gap between them was simply not something that could be bridged by imperial laws and substrate. What's more, because of the rules of the Tianxian continent, he had already lost the qualification to compete with Yu on the same stage. Farewell. Calling out twice to no avail, the Heavenly Father of the Pure World sect had no choice but to take Lu Jiming away. Boom! As they left, the Pure World worship roared to life and began to slow down. No longer parallel. Before this peer-to-peer came to an end. Phew! Seeing Lu Jiming's departure, the crowd of the Nine Heavens Pavilion was relieved. Junior sister, are you alright? At the same time, Lin Jingwen realized that her little sister was also in a state of disorientation, as if her soul had been pulled out of her body and she had lost her response, so she walked forward with a worried heart. Don't touch her, she hasn't suffered any substantial damage. She just felt a little bit of a small shock from a strong person. Touching her rashly would be alarmingly dangerous. Let her digest slowly. She'll be fine soon. Without waiting for her to assist Sir Xinshui's body, Yi Yu called out to stop her. Since just now, he had been closely monitoring his little sister's condition, and he was sure that he had struck at the right time. Good. Seeing that eldest brother had said so, although Lin Jingguan was incredibly worried, she could only obediently do as she was told and withdraw her hand. The words of the strong possessed absolute weight. There were others who were worried about Sir Xinshui's condition, but when they saw that Elder Yi had spoken, they were also relieved. This girl, was what I just said so funny? After stopping the others from being shocked, Yi Yu looked at Sir Xinshui frozen in place with a dull gaze, and was somewhat helpless in his heart. The kid hasn't seen much of the world, is a wow monster, and it's normal to be surprised by anything he sees. But the conversation he had just had with Lu Jiming with a smile on his face shouldn't have been funny. Forget it, it's good to let her learn a long lesson. In the case of not having enough strength, even saying a wrong word can lead to murder, let alone laughing at someone else for such a reckless move. Moreover, facing the terror of a desolate Saint Realm demon head-on will also help her in the future. Yi Yu thought back to the conversation just now, and couldn't figure out where it was funny even after dying, and didn't dwell on it. The clash between Junior Sister and Lu Ziming just now was actually something he was able to stop from the start, but he still chose to wait and see, and only stepped in at the right time. He was able to protect his little sister, but he hadn't thought of protecting her for the rest of her life. One must know that it was not a good habit for a newborn calf to be afraid of tigers, especially in the Tianxian continent where strong people were like clouds. If he was arrogant and protective regardless of right or wrong, then he wasn't helping his little sister at all, but rather harming her. Whoever you are, you must know the truth that there is a man outside of man and a sky outside of heaven and hold on to it with reverence. Joking about other people is not proper behavior. It's self-defeating. Lu Miming is gone. Why are you guys still nervous? Is he that scary? After organizing his thoughts, Yi Yu looked at everyone on the deck and found that the atmosphere was grave, so he opened his mouth. Yes. Someone nodded slightly, stunned. Although just now Lu Ximing was targeting Sir Xinshui's anger, that terrifying might, just by leaking out some of it. For the Earth King realm and the Fa Long realm, it was like a heavenly avalanche. More intimidating than me? Yi Yu didn't expect that there was really someone to answer back, and after a pause, he asked again. That didn't. When these words came out, the crowd shook their heads in tacit agreement and looked at him with awe and admiration. Lu Ximing is very scary, but the big senior brother is even more scary. Directly Lu Ximing was subdued, and he didn't slow down when he left. That's not good enough. Do what you need to do. He's not your opponent. With this reply, Yi Yu waved his hand, signaling everyone to move freely. Hearing these words, everyone nodded, all going to digest the little bit of strongman shock they received this time. Only when everyone dispersed did Ji Yu then put his gaze back on Sir Xinshui's body. This closer look. He suddenly is perceived the end. Feels surprised to sink a sigh. What's wrong? Has Heartwater had an accident? Feng Yunyun had always taken a staunch supportive attitude towards his eldest apprentice's judgment, and seeing that this reaction of his was not right, he immediately walked up. Looking at Ayu's reaction, it couldn't be that something had happened to the young apprentice, could it? You see her realm, Yi Yu reminded as he shook his head. Late stage of the returning wheel realm. She was scared by Lu Jiming and broke through? Feng Yunyun found no surprises, and with a reassuringly serious survey, he realized why his eldest apprentice's reaction was. Is this the Imperial Feast House's spirit food coming into play? Or does she get stronger when she's threatened with death? Super Saiyan physique? Yi Yu slightly jawed, not jumping to conclusions, but pondering seriously. Little sister was special. That was an undeniable fact. Even at the Emperor realm, it would be difficult to survive the Tianxian disaster day, with a lifespan of at most a few months more than an ordinary person. Yet the date of the junior sister's death was an unknown that was completely out of line with common sense. Such a conversation also caught the attention of the others, who cast their gazes. With everyone's attention, Shifu Xinshui's dull eyes gradually regained their clarity and her consciousness returned to her body. She looked around and realized that Lu Jiming and the Pure World sex ships were gone, leaving only everyone from the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Has the intimidation of the returning will realm facing the desolate sacred realm straight on recovered so quickly? You're awake. Yi Yu opened his mouth as he lamented in his heart. Eldest brother, I'm sorry for the trouble. Sir Xinshui came back to his senses, looked up at Yi Yu who was a few meters away, and immediately was bowing and bending down. Apologizing with gratitude and guilt. Before she lost her concentration just now, she had heard eldest senior brother stand up to help her and go against Lu Jiming, but it's better to scare her a little, so that people won't think I'm spoiling her, and so that she'll remember this lesson completely. and won't make this kind of low-level mistake in the future. Junior sister, come over here for a moment. Yi Yu saw that she didn't cry, but rather realized the fault in the first place, and was impressed with her, but still waved to her with a deliberately stern face. Good. Learning of his intentions, Shinshui obediently walked forward. Was what I just said that funny? Yi Yu stood with his hands on his arms, his face as cold as frost, condescendingly looking at the little senior sister who came closer. The same as a small peahen. Not funny, because she knew that he was trying to scare herself. Shinshui wasn't actually scared, but she still cooperated with a delicate shiver and shook her head pretending to be frightened. Do you realize that just that smile of yours just now is making enemies for the Nine Heavens Pavilion? Seeing that she was stunned, Yi Yu lectured again. I'm sorry. Shinshui was good enough to admit her mistake. In fact, she didn't want to laugh just now, knowing that this kind of serious occasion, not to mention laughing, even if it is interjecting speech, is also out of order. But the words said by the big senior brother and the words in her heart were too funny. She really didn't hold back. Do you understand that the smile you just gave almost caused big trouble for everyone? Understood. I won't do it again. If you know your mistakes and can change them, there is no greater good. You are still young. Remember that you are a first offender. This time you will not be punished. If you do it again in the future, you will be severely punished. Seeing her proper attitude, Yi Yu observed the gazes and reactions of the others and felt that it was almost time. So he nodded his head. I won't do it again. Shinshui nodded heavily, his voice loud and spirited. Everyone saw this scene and secretly nodded their heads in praise. Being able to know her mistakes, this child is bound to become a great talent. I hope that after this lesson, she will not cause any trouble in the future. Seeing that she was well behaved and understanding, Yi Yu's heart was relieved. He didn't like dealing with women because some of them were complete moody, irrational oddballs, and while not all women were like that, there were always rat turds who were disgusting. Does eldest brother think that I'm bound to become great? Hearing this heartfelt voice, Shinshui couldn't help but steal a sigh of joy. I have to say that the eldest brother is really reliable, knowledgeable, and has a pattern, and also has a great vision. She was truly blessed to have such a good eldest brother, but it's a shame too. If she liked to be irrational and get me in trouble a lot, I'd have a chance to bury her. While being relieved, Yi Yu glanced at his little sister again and saw that the burial reward. There was that little bit of curiosity in his heart. If the youngest sister didn't know how to repent and be respectful after getting into trouble, she might just toss herself to her death one day. But it's normal to think that the fact that her death is unknown means that she's a smart person who won't do anything to die. The reason why many people die so early is entirely self-inflicted and hardwired for their own death. Originally, Shinshui, who was still feeling 3 times lucky, was startled by this heartfelt voice. Her petite body trembled, and she lowered her head and shivered. Her mind made up in her mind. In the future, I absolutely can't be unreasonable. And in the future, I also have to avoid causing trouble for eldest senior brother before I can. Otherwise, I may be able to provoke eldest senior brother to be unhappy one day, and directly turn into a corpse demon to bury me. She decided to take back her previous statement, that while eldest brother was very good, he was also very bad. Give me your hand. After publicly teaching a lesson to Shinshui and completely resolving the storm just now, Yi Yu demanded. Oh, Shinshui passed her hand over, although she was worried that eldest brother would bury her, but as long as she behaved herself, she would be fine. Holding her small palm, Yi Yu then infiltrated his spiritual sense into her body to be able to see more clearly. Using spiritual sense to probe others could actually sense some clues, but it was far less comprehensive than physical contact and direct penetration. Little sister's physique was very special. Her flesh and blood revealed golden starlight. The sun and the moon were lodged in her eyes, and there were deity shadows perched on her internal organs. Fruit of the loom. Detecting it again after a few days, Yi Yu could see the difference. Compared to before, the sun, moon, and stars within his little sister's body, as well as the deity's shadow, had solidified a little bit, although it was very subtle, but he could still see the difference. But whether this is the effect of spiritual food or potential stimulation, there is no way to draw a conclusion for the time being. It is better to keep on observing. What's wrong? Shinshui was a bit puzzled by his inspection. Your realm broke through just now, so I'll see if there are any problems. Yi Yu shook his head and didn't voice out his discovery. A strong man does not speak lightly. This is his habit. He never asserts until he is absolutely sure. Did I break through the realm? Shimizu froze for a moment, and then was pleasantly surprised. As a matter of fact, ever since she heard about Lu Jinning's exploits, she was struck with a little bit of a small loss deep inside, because she was the proud daughter of heaven in Lianyun City. Everyone said that she was a genius, reaching the returning wheel realm at the age of 11. and in time, she might even reach the Falcon Dragon realm, and become just as powerful and strong. However, when compared to Lu Jiming, she realized that her talent was nothing more than that. When people were 6 years old, they were already at the returning wheel realm. The only reason for her to retain her optimism is still her physique. Lu Jiming's physique is 12, and the master and the eldest brother said that her physique, it is extremely likely to be ranked among the top 3 of the physique list. Your talent is very good. It's good to break through the realm, but it's best for you to consolidate the realm. The foundation is important. Yi Yu saw her smiling happily and did not have the habit of pouring cold water on her, but complimented and advised. Aha! Sure, Xinshui nodded, writing down his words word for word, concentrating her spirit, and beautifully looking inward to see the changes in her yuan power. Perhaps the people present were at the lowest level of the Fa Long realm, and a minor stage breakthrough in the district's returning will realm was not surprising at all. But to her, this was undoubtedly good news, meaning that she was one step closer to being a peer-to-peer supreme. Elder Yi, another airship is leaning over. Just then, a very helpless voice came from Misty Moon Fairy. Again? Hearing this, Yang Taishu couldn't help but say, it wasn't common to rely on a ship for this kind of thing. He had participated in the Spirit Abyss treasure seizure, and nothing like this had ever happened before. The 5 powers were all very disciplined and peaceful, waiting until the gathering point before the Spirit Abyss to seize the treasure to meet again. Don't be too nervous, just come, you have your Elder Yi here. At this, Fengyun was not surprised and spoke out to calm him down. Yi Yu has been hidden for 5 years without coming out. All the major forces are very curious about his situation. This time the Spirit Abyss treasure grab is undoubtedly a good opportunity. It is normal that they will be impatient to run over to spy on the news, and rightly so. Hearing this, the crowd also relaxed. It's a warship from the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty. Elder Yi, what should we do? Should we still take the decision we just made and leave it alone? Although Misty Moon Immortal felt that there were a bit too many troubles with the Spirit Abyss treasure seizure this time around, with one wave just subsiding and another rising, she could understand it, and only symbolically asked for instructions. Accelerate. However, Yi Yu's decision this time was out of everyone's expectation. The Pure World warship is leaning over because Lu Jiming thinks he's good again, and I'm afraid that when the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty is leaning over like this, it's because Xia Tsayu wants to come over to see what's going on. The woman that's Xia Tsayu, eldest brother Mrs. has appeared. Hearing this heartfelt voice, Shifu Xinshui, who was still inwardly focused, instantly came back to his senses. This book began to push. Tomorrow Monday, want to compete for the list, ask for votes, ask for collection, ask for reading, ask for investment, ask for everything. Shushu is here to thank all the readers on his knees. What did you say? Misty Moon Immortal actually didn't expect him to be this answer, and was somewhat surprised. I said, accelerate. Yi Yu was speechless and could only say it again. Good, confirming that there was no mistake. Misty Moon Immortal didn't ask too many questions and resolutely agreed. Immediately, she spread her spiritual sense and piloted the flowing sky battleship and began to accelerate. It was better to do more than less, and it was the wisest decision to accelerate than to engage with other forces. Eldest brother, why are you speeding up? Xinshui also reacted at this time, having thought that she would be able to eat melon and meet the woman that her eldest senior brother was thinking about, but it turned out not to be the case. These words, too, speak to everyone's heart. Everyone couldn't figure out why Yi Yu suddenly changed his mind. When it was clear that the Pure World sect was planning to lean over, they still said that they didn't need to care. If anyone and everyone can rely on the ship with us, where is the face of the Nine Heavens Pavilion? In response to this query, Yi Yu did not have a weak heart and responded righteously. So it is. The crowd sniffed at it and thought it made sense. As a matter of fact, everyone did not like to lean against the boat, just like Lu Jiming just now. Everyone was so nervous when facing him that they did not dare to breathe for fear of offending inadvertently. Xinshui was the one who accidentally laughed out loud and nearly caused a killing. Thanks to Elder Yi protecting the shortcomings and presiding over the big picture, or else he really would have died in peace. I don't want to meet her in private. Why is Elder Misty's acceleration so slow? There's something fishy. Although everyone was convinced, Xinshui was not. She heard the heart, her eyes lit up, her curiosity was aroused, and she was vaguely excited. What's the situation? It looks like the eldest senior brother doesn't want to meet with Xiaotsayu, and obviously before, he was thinking about whether others would come to the Spirit Abyss to seize the treasure. There's a story. There's definitely a story between these two. Only, even if she had been interested in exploring, she had lost the context. Accelerate. That's good. This was because eldest brother's mind was on the flying speed of the warship at this moment. Third senior brother, the genius of the Pure World sect is Lu Ximing. Then who is the genius of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty? Shui asked curiously after thinking about it and scooting her little legs to sneak over to Win inside. She has given up looking for the second elder sister to beg for questions. There is no way. The third elder brother is indeed sometimes not very good at talking, but he really knows too much. Seeing that she would take the initiative to look for herself when she encountered a problem, Win's end was happy about this, but his demeanor remained cold and arrogant, and he just gave her a detailed explanation. Xia Tsayu, one of the 5 great powers of the human race, the eldest princess of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty, possessing a Taiku sword body ranked 15th on the physique ranking list, known as the Jade Sword Fairy. As soon as she was born, she caused 10,000 swords to roar within the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty, and it was said that there were also immortal swords that descended to the world and recognized her as their master. Her talent is terrifying. 1-year-old spirit movement, 3 years old condensation, 5 years old enlightenment, 6 years old return to the wheel, 8 years old understanding, 13 years old God consciousness, 15 years old like a dragon, 18 years old king. Once the world is unveiled to fight all the same generation without rivals, proudly look down on the group. The first time to lose is also lost to the hands of the eldest senior brother. In the Human King War ranked 3rd, 5 years old enlightenment. Enlightenment is what realm ah? Shifu Shimizu listened to his words word by word, carefully gathering intelligence, and after a little thought, he was puzzled. Enlightenment is not a certain realm, but the Tao realm. Without enlightenment, not a king. The Tao realm is said to be mysterious. It is hard to say it clearly in a few words. When we go back this time, if you still want to know, I'll give you a good talk. Seeing that she didn't know, Winsome wasn't surprised and simply said, the Jade Sword Fairy was crowned king at the age of 18. Then wouldn't she be even more powerful than Lu Ximing? Shifu Xinshui was enlightened and no longer dwelled on the issue of the Tao realm, but began to focus on other details. She had thought that Lu Ximing's cultivation speed was already very heaven-defying. Unexpectedly, there is someone who was even better than him. It was like this back then, but it's hard to say now. Just now, although Lu Ximing was steadily pushed down by eldest senior brother and left in a sorry state, his strength is already extraordinary. Win En shook his head and didn't assert himself. Back in the Human King battle, it was indeed Xia Tsayu who ranked in the 3rd place and was superior in terms of achievement, but the fact is, these two have yet to fight for real when both are at full strength. What's more, when a scholar parted for 3 days, it was time to look at him. The aura that Lu Jianming had just erupted was very strong. His strength should not be underestimated. Coupled with his knowledge of the imperial race, the 2 elders of the desolate sacred realm and senior brother young Taishu Yang, I'm afraid that they might not be his opponents. At the same realm, Xia Tsayu can beat the out of Lu Jianming, but I haven't seen her for 5 years, so I don't know what realm she is in. It was at this moment that Shifu Xinshui was finally able to hear the heartfelt voice of the eldest senior brother. But isn't her physique ranked 15th? How come it's even better than Lu Ximing? Although she had heard it, it wasn't the answer she wanted, and Xinshui thought about it for a moment. She cares about the ranking of the physique list. According to her master and big brother, her physique is able to rank in the top 3 of the physique list, which is very powerful. A higher ranking on the physique list doesn't mean it's necessarily stronger. It's just that in the case of the same realm, the objectivity and theory, as well as the potential, and many other aspects are better. And to truly distinguish a strength level, one would have to at least have a fight to know. It's like if Jade Sword Fairy is in the Earth King realm and Lu Jianming is in the Falcon Dragon realm. Could it be that Lu Jianming, who has a higher physique ranking, is still stronger? Seeing that she had a tendency towards the physique invincibility theory, after thinking about it, Winning En solved the confusion for her. So it is. Xinshui nodded plausibly. In fact, she still has questions, but she doesn't dare to ask any more. For example, the eldest senior brother thinks that Xia Tsayu is able to beat the out of Lu Jianming in the same realm. I hope that this girl, after hearing these words from 3rd senior brother, can understand that physique is not absolute. The composition of a Yuan cultivator's battle power. In addition to physique, there are also factors such as realm, aptitude, Tao realm, and race. Yi Yu watched from the sidelines and didn't interrupt, just silently observing her. The ranking of the top 10 races was not a blind ranking, but the result of a real battle, piled up with corpses. With that extraordinary physique, the youngest sister wants to become the first person in the young generation of the human race. Not without possibility, but based on the physique alone. When she faces the first in the physique list of the true dragon clan, she will definitely lose. Boom! Right at this moment, the flowing sky battleship suddenly was letting out a low vibration, and the array of light flowed. Elder Yi, the people from the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty are catching up. Immediately following it were Misty Moon Fairy's words. How did they catch up with you? Weren't you traveling at full speed? When Yi Yu heard this, he couldn't sit still. The one that caught up was not the great Xiao worship. It was the Jade Sword Fairy. She single-handedly caught up. In response, Misty Moon Fairy was helpless. As soon as the words fell, only sword light flashed and a sword shadow caught up with the flowing sky worship, advancing parallel to it. This crazy woman. Seeing this scene, Yi Yu felt a bit of a headache. The flowing sky worship was traveling at full speed, which could be considered divine. But Xia Tsayu, as the eldest princess of the great Xia imperial dynasty, was even more of a supreme demon, and also practiced the emperor's laws, so it wasn't surprising that she was able to catch up if she left the team behind. Coming, Shifu Xinshui reacted with divine speed, and at this time, he also realized the situation and was suddenly agitated. 28. Outside of the flowing sky worship, the sword shadow was powerful and swift, and wherever it went, it whistled continuously, like ghosts crying and wolves howling, to pierce the sky. This scene caused the crowd of the Nine Heavens Pavilion to look sideways, and those who practiced swords were even more admiring and yearning. Slow down, and remove the shipguard formation. Seeing that familiar sword light, Yi Yu paused before lightly swinging his right hand. It's not good to push her to the point of coming up with a sword later. Misty Moon Fairy heard this request and complied on the spot. Anyway, the person in charge of this Spirit Abyss treasure seizure was Yi Yu. Even if the sky collapsed, he would be the one to carry it. In the next moment, the Battle Sky Airship ship protection formation was no longer activated, but it still retained its wind protection, no longer being sheltered by the formation. In just a flash, the terrifying and overwhelming sword intent, like a mountainous and pervasive mountain, rushed into the flowing sky battleship. In a trance, it was as if everyone was seeing an ancient immortal sword that dominated the sky, and that sharp, cold aura was trembling. Only, this vision did not exist for long. Seeing the warship formation dissipate, the sword shadow was no longer parallel, but directly entered the flowing sky warship and landed on the deck. It was at this point that people were able to see the true face of that sword shadow. Its appearance is like a heavenly fairy, icy muscles and jade bones, deceiving frost and snow, long black hair gently fluttering, just standing there. It is like a ghostly lotus blossomed, eyebrows curved, eyelashes thick and long, like a sapphire-like Danfeng eyes, such as the tear mole as the finishing touch, for her stern and icy temperament, added a few points of coldness. She was tall, wearing a long red dress with exquisite embroidery, and the headdresses on her long hair, each of which was a rare treasure, as if it was stating her honor, and the magnificence of her style was so overwhelming that it was breathtaking, as beautiful as a heavenly fairy. If that sword shadow just now was terrifying to the point of being chilling, then her true face was beautiful to the point of being sinking. Yi Yu, you finally come out. Xia Tsayu walked with lotus steps. The step rocker on her head didn't move at all. Those beautiful eyes fell on the man of Gaishir Shenwu. Her red lips slightly opened. Her voice was clear, cold and magnetic. Her gaze, measuring constantly. Long hair as black as ink, black eyes that looked like stars, and a deep and indifferent face that revealed an absolute will to defy the world and dominate the living world. After not seeing him for 5 years, Yi Yu still looked the same as he did back then. That overwhelming presence and vigor was mind-blowing, and it was difficult to remove his gaze after just one look. As she advanced, those who blocked the road were wise enough to get out of the way, as if they were pinned down. It's been a long time. Yi Yu was a bit surprised to see her with this opening statement and also caught up on old times. I can't believe she's so normal. Has she changed her mind? Has she changed her mind in 5 years? It's been a long time. When are you going to marry me? Xia Tsayu slightly jowled and took a few more steps forward, walking to him and looking up straight. Boom! When these words came out, it could be said that they were a stone's throw away, and everyone was shocked. In a flash, everyone's gazes were no longer attracted by this unexpected visitor, and they were all on Yi Yu's body. Shocked, Elder Yi and the great summer princess actually had an unknown emotional involvement. Wow! Shinshui saw two people standing face to face, one handsome, one beautiful, simply a match made in heaven, and immediately knocked to the ground. Watching others talk about love can be too much fun. Ever since she heard the name Xia Tsayu, she had guessed many scenarios, not realizing that it was the most shocking one. Could it be that eldest brother wasn't interested in second senior sister because he liked Jade Sword Fairy Xia Tsayu? I never said I'd marry you. Although the beauty asking for marriage can be a great pleasure. Yi Yu shook his head. It seems that she is still the same as in the beginning. Believe that she will change. I am also too naive. At these words, everyone's minds hung in their throats. What's the situation? The first princess of Daxiao's courtship was rejected? You have to marry me after what you did to me. Although she was rejected, Xia Tsayu seemed not to be rejected for the first time and was not discouraged. Her tone was decisive. Mud. It's just that I bumped into you in the shower by accident. Why do you keep pestering me? You've got something to say. And those who don't know will think I've done something to you when they hear you say that. Yi Yu wanted to curse in his heart, but it was not good to poke the truth outward, just coldly skimming the surface. Is this the truth? It turns out that eldest senior brother wasn't thinking about Xiaocayu at that time, but was afraid of seeing her. Shifu Xinshui was shocked by this heartbeat. Yi Yu, ask yourself, did you really not do anything to me? Xiaocayu raised her eyes to look at his handsome face, and there was some sadness in her eyes. During the 5 years, she had traveled to the Nine Heavens Pavilion many times, wanting to see Yi Yu, but this man had always been closed, unwilling to even see her. She had thought that Yi Yu had finally figured it out this time when he came out of the gate, but she hadn't thought that it was still the same as it was back then. The moment these resentment-filled words came out, everyone subconsciously glared at Yi Yu. To let down such a good woman, Elder Yi was too immoral. She slandered me. I never touched a finger on her, so don't get any ideas. Realizing that everyone had been led astray by her words, Yi Yu immediately clarified. If this is not explained clearly, I'm afraid that by the time the sun rises tomorrow, the whole continent will think that he is a negative man. Although he said so, but people tend to believe more in what the weak say. After all, no woman would joke about her innocence. You haven't touched a finger of mine. But look, hearing him say this, Xiaocayu was also anxious to confront him clearly. The women of the Daxia imperial dynasty, with their traditional and conservative thinking, even a pair of feet cannot be seen by someone other than their husband, but Yi Yu has seen her body, and still wants to play tricks, pretending that nothing has happened. She cannot tolerate such aggravation. Don't you talk nonsense. Seeing that she was in a hurry, Yi Yu immediately reached out to cover her mouth in a swift manner, physically stopping her impulse. If this matter is told, there is no need to wait for the sun to rise tomorrow. The moon has just come out tonight, and the entire continent will know that the human race's #1 demon, the unparalleled and unrivaled Angry Gun Heavenly Father, Yi Yu, peeped at the eldest princess of Daxia, Xiaocayu, to take a bath, and refused to take responsibility for looking at someone's body. Yes, the spread of such powerful gossip is just so goddamn fast. Xiaocayu was covered by his mouth and reached out to yank his hand away, but she couldn't tear it away. Stop yelling, can we talk inside? Her palm was rubbed by her soft and moist lips, and she even felt a hot and moist breath. Yi Yu's heart was stirred by her, and knowing that if he continued like this, the scene would be out of control, he could only decide to shift the venue. Even if Xiaocayu really wants to confront him, it cannot be in this kind of occasion. Let people look at the joke? Well, Xiaocayu stammered. If you think it's okay, nod your head. Yi Yu wasn't going to let go of her just like that, lest she talk nonsense again, and demanded. Facing his gaze, Xiaocayu nodded. Talking alone was more than she could ask for, and she didn't like to spread her private affairs around. She was really pushed by this bad man. This book on the push. Very much need everyone's support to punch the list. Please collect, please read, please invest, please everything, please. This is really important to the tree. The warships of the major powers are fully functional and diverse, not only capable of traveling long distances and killing the enemy in battle, but also repaired with a series of rooms such as practice rooms, refining rooms, and quiet rooms. Bidding farewell to the crowd, Yi Yu pulled Xiaocayu's arm and walked into a quiet room, which could prevent the sound from leaking out and also avoid being disturbed. Rumble. The stone door landed and descended. The quiet room closed, and the fire lamps on the walls were lit, illuminating the room brightly. Xiaocayu, I've already told you that time was an accident. What the hell do you want? Yi Yu let go of Xiaocayu's mouth, a little impatient. His reputation as a wise and godly man was almost destroyed by one of her words, whether it was an accident or not. According to the rules of the Daxia imperial dynasty, you have to marry me after you've looked at my body. Xiaocayu's bright eyes were high and her attitude was firm. Again this broken rule. According to your argument, if a woman of the Daxia imperial dynasty is seen by a vicious man, she will have to marry even if she is unwilling to do so? Yi Yu was really speechless when he heard this statement and theorized with it. In the face of this situation, if a Daxia woman is unwilling to marry, she has another option, and that is to die. Xiaocayu's crimson lips pursed lightly, paused for a few seconds, and still locked eyes with it. Not backing down, Yi Yu opened his mouth, wanting to say something, such as, so you can still go to hell, but it was blocked in his throat, and his heart rippled, because the subtext of Xiaocayu's words was tantamount to saying, I'm willing to marry you, although he didn't propose, but to be able to win the favor of a woman as amazing as Xiaocayu to show her love. He couldn't say such words even if he was no longer uninterested. Say something. Seeing him fall into silence, Xiaocayu's fair face surfaced with a faint blush, her cheeks burning and her ears reddening, and she couldn't hold it down at once. Shame on you. What did this man want? Did she have to make it so clear? We're not going to get anywhere. Yi Yu looked at the top of her head, a depressed air in his heart, and said indifferently, Xiaocayu, 9120. Burial reward, grade 8 treasure chest. This woman, like everyone else, had her death countdown stuck on the day of the Tianshan disaster. The end of the world is like a sword in the sky, waiting for the right moment to fall from the sky and harvest everyone's life. After 5 years, he had so far failed to find a way to save his master when the day of heavenly Shin catastrophe descended. And now that he was asked to add one more person to protect, he was simply asking for trouble. He didn't want to see the end of the world come suddenly when he was married to Xiaocayu and had a child. And his family was in harmony, causing the family to fall apart. He's not that stupid for being stubborn when he knows the outcome is bad. And with her, he would be tantamount to being tied to the ship that was the great Xia imperial dynasty. And by the time that happened, the people he had to protect would become a terrifying quantity. It won't end well. Finally, he waited for him to speak, but Xiaocayu couldn't figure out what he meant. Your talent seems strong, but in fact, it is nothing more than that to me. In time, I will ascend above the emperor realm and walk in front of all beings, and the love of children is nothing but a burden to me. Examining her death once again, Yi Yu condescendingly looked down on her and said in a deep voice, It's true that my talent is not as good as yours, but I definitely won't be a burden to you or drag you down, and I will do my best to keep up with you. Hearing this confident and lonely words, Xiaocayu did not resent it at all. Instead, she liked his airy chest, and immediately pressed one hand on her chest, with a confident assurance. As a proud daughter of the sky, retreating from a difficult situation was something that would never happen to her, and contrary to that, she loved challenges. You think you can keep up with me? Yi Yu gazed at her stunningly beautiful and delicate face that was glowing with radiance and beautiful eyes. You don't think you can? Xiaocayu raised her right hand, gently pulling back her sideburns, stunningly beautiful and confidently asking without answering. Boom! As soon as the words fell, Yi Yu's body shook with a terrifying and overwhelming might, and the majestic sea-like yuan power came out through his body, spreading out like a storm. Tada! Facing this kind of storm, Xiaocayu was caught off guard and was directly blown back 2 steps. Looking up again, she realized that Yi Yu's figure was already enveloped by a bright and dazzling golden light, just like a sun standing in front of her. His figure was like an abyss, like the sea, with golden light, a pair of black eyes as bright as stars, emitting a terrifying aura of looking down on all beings and being the only one to be respected. When Xiaocayu looked at him, it was as if she was facing the ancient gods and devils, facing the vastness of the universe, facing the bottomless abyss, not being able to see the depths at all, and only feeling small, fearful, powerless, and despairing, making it difficult for people to put up resistance. Obviously Yi Yu was standing right in front of her, but she couldn't even see his true face. Alarmed by this, her mind sank to the bottom. I'm in the late stage of the heavenly sovereign realm now. I can poke you to death with a single finger. Xiaocayu, do you still think you can keep up with me? Unlike earlier when he shocked Lu Jiming, Yi Yu completely exploded his aura this time and asked again. 5 years have not seen. By virtue of the advantage of the Taiku sword body that makes it easier to comprehend the Tao of the sword, her realm breakthrough is very smooth. It can be said that it is difficult to see the bottleneck. And now she is already in the great circle of the desolate saint realm, and as a member of the younger generation, she is an unquestionable leader, even when compared to the 100 clans' pride. Giving her some more time, achieving the emperor realm could be considered a nail in the coffin. However, so what if she was able to break through the emperor realm sooner or later? Even emperor realm powerhouses would fall when the heavenly Shin catastrophe day descended. Late celestial realm? Hearing his thunderous shocking voice and feeling his trembling aura, Xiaocayu's pretty face, which was glowing and white as snow, turned deathly white. She had not seen her for 5 years. She had wasted her sleep and food, and had been born into bitter cultivation, and had thought that she had become a little closer to Yi Yu. Being able to talk to each other alone this time was the turnaround. What had not been expected was that in 5 years' time, Yi Yu had already completely thrown her off the scent. Is it so hard to get you to marry me? Xiaocayu forced herself against his aura and raised her eyes to look at his blurred figure enveloped by a golden halo. Already realizing his answer, she suddenly reddened her eyes. With an attitude like that, it seemed like there was really no chance between himself and him. Listening to the helpless and desperate words and looking at Xiaocayu's heartbroken and sorrowful eyes, the golden light that enveloped Yi Yu's circumference shook for a moment and was shaken. This lifting of the eyes, the 10,000 grievances, as if to say, you negative man, it was heartbreaking, it's hard, and the day you catch up with me, I'll marry you. Suppressing the waves at the bottom of his heart, Yi Yu collected his yuan power into his body and resolutely turned around and walked away in large strides, leaving behind only one sentence. Rumble. looking at the stone door of the quiet room that trembled and was rising. Xiaocayu looked at his back and fell into deep thought. As a proud daughter of heaven, she was extremely perceptive. Did Yi Yu give her a promise with those words just now? That's right. She originally thought that Yi Yu wanted to let her know that she was difficult to retreat, but when she thought about it, it was not like that at all. How hard is it to catch up with him? No one can say for sure, but what is certain is that the matter of Yi Yu marrying her is no longer impossible or out of reach. In an instant, Xiaocayu comprehended the meaning of those last words and came to her senses. She was enlightened. In the next moment, after controlling her yuan power to adjust her state, without the slightest hesitation, Xiaocayu took a step and followed. She didn't make a sound, nor did she ask Yi Yu to wait for a moment. Her footsteps were firm. Seeing Yi Yu and Xiaocayu enter into the middle of the quiet room, everyone on the flowing sky battleship looked at each other with a lack of interest. The good show was over. Although everyone was out of luck, Sure Xinshui was aware that he had a chance. Wow! She peeked from side to side, and then pretended to run over to the deck rail and look down at the view. At the same time, the heartfelt voice of her eldest brother rang in her ears. You're so pretty. Why don't you find someone else to like you? Why do you have to stare at me? It is not just a chance to see your body. So obsessive. I do not know that I strip naked to show her back. She will not stop. This idea of Big Brother is too outrageous, isn't it? It's not even the same thing when the genders are swapped. When a girl is looked at naked, that's a big loss. And when a guy lets a woman look at him naked, that's totally hooliganism. Wait a minute. Big Brother isn't really going to take off his clothes, is he? The character of the eldest brother is not very fond of joking. It may be really possible to do so. Forget it. If I really take it off, she might blackmail me even more. Phew. Hearing this heartfelt statement, Sure Xinshui breathed a sigh of relief. It seems like Big Brother is still rational and didn't do anything that's stupid. The rules of the Daxia Empire are quite double standard. A woman married to a handsome man, but an ugly man died if she looked at her naked body. Right? Put. Shifu Xinshui could feel her eldest senior brother's overflowing resentment, and she almost didn't tense up. No. Did she mean to confess? It's making my heart beat a little faster. Hearing this, Sure Xinshui couldn't help but look back towards the stone door of that quiet room, curious as to what exactly Xiaocayu had said. I was able to get a glimpse into the heart of my eldest brother, but after all, it was the sentiments of one person, not two. Ugh, I have no good results with her. It's better to reject her and let her die of this heart. Big Brother is sighing? No good results? Why? No. Is eldest brother going to reject the Jade Sword Fairy? Why? The Jade Sword Fairy is so beautiful. She's simply gorgeous. Can't even look at this? I've said all I have to say. So this woman should come to her senses, shouldn't she? What did eldest brother say? It can't be that he said something outrageous, right? She's so confident. What exactly did Big Brother say? Big Brother is too bad. Always heart and mouth. I beat you half to death back then. I don't know how much better I am than you. Do I? Eldest brother has gone too far, hasn't he? He even beat the Jade Sword Fairy. Wait, Xiaocayu was beaten and still likes Big Brother? This, eavesdropping here. Sure Xinshui people are numb, unable to understand, only feel that this world is too complicated. In her shoes, there was absolutely no way she would have liked a bad man who had beaten her, and half to death. Too much. If I don't show my hand twice, it seems you really don't know how powerful I am. Show a couple of hands. What is up to? What kind of look is that? Can you describe it more clearly? Forget it. It's better not to speak too harshly, so as not to hurt her Taoist heart. Was eldest brother just talking tough? What exactly did he say? It's time to go out. If a man and a woman are alone in a room for too long, they'll get the wrong idea. Big Brother is coming out. Whoa! Upon hearing the rumbling sound of the stone door opening, Sure Xinshui, who was full of inner drama, was like a frightened rabbit. Her petite body trembled before she squared her head to look outside once again, letting out a gasp of amazement. This kid is wah-wahing again. What's so wah-wahing about it? Yi Yu had just stepped out of the quiet room when he saw his little sister looking outside at the airship with a look of amazement and shook her head helplessly. This kid, he doesn't look too bright. That said, she was scared by Lu Jiming just now, but she doesn't look like anything different. Is she that mentally strong? Or is she hiding her little heart? Find some time to ask her about it. Children's psychological problems are important. Looking at his little sister, Yi Yu thought of another thing. It was reasonable to say that one would need time to recover after being shocked, yet the youngest sister seemed to be unresponsive. Why are you all looking at me? Have you adjusted your status? If you're not prepared to lose your lives after the Spirit Abyss treasure seizure begins, you'll be the ones to suffer. After making a decision in his mind, Yi Yu realized that on the deck, everyone from the Nine Heavens Pavilion was looking at him, so he lectured with a stern face. Seeing his tone of voice, everyone didn't dare to mess with him and averted their gazes. Right at this moment, a silhouette walked out from the quiet room, and it was clearly Xiaocayu. Nothing happened? Everyone's eyes wandered and found that Xiaocayu's instrumental grooming hadn't changed in any way. Neat and proper, and they all felt pity in their hearts. To be honest, if Elder Yu was with immortal Jade Sword, everyone would raise their hands in favor of it. It must be known that the Jade Sword Fairy was one of the strange women of the southern region's human race. Not only is her talent outstanding, her strength superb, and her background remarkable, but she also looks like a heavenly fairy, which is simply a good woman that is hard to find in the world. The Jade Sword Fairy and I have already talked. The misunderstanding is lifted. Today's matter shall not be spread indiscriminately. If I find someone chewing on the back of the tongue and spoiling someone's reputation, in accordance with the rules of the sect, they will be severely punished. Yi Yu waited until she came out and didn't turn around to look at her, but only looked at the crowd once again and warned. Yes, we all understood and responded. All the people present, putting aside Shi Xinshui, the little guy who had messed up. Those who could be selected to participate in the Spirit Abyss treasure seizure were all not idle, and no one would be so insensitive as to presume to talk about the personal feelings of their elders. He really has me in his heart, and is worried that my reputation will be spoiled. Can't promise me now because he wants to seek the way with one heart? When Xiaocayu saw this scene, a warm current swept through her heart and she secretly said, "Boom!" Just then, a huge and looming airship suddenly emerged slowly from the side. That was clearly a great Xiao warship, and after so much time, it was already catching up. The dragon cannot be leaderless. The great Xia Imperial Dynasty's warships are following. So go back. Seeing that warship, Yi Yu glanced back at Xiaocayu and sent the guests away. Good. Xiaocayu got the promise and stopped deadlocking. Knowing that his words were reasonable, she nodded her head and agreed. Gentlemen, I am disturbed by the rash visit. Farewell. Immediately, she looked towards the disciples and elders of the Nine Heavens Pavilion on the deck and bowed her hand in salute. Seeing someone as big as her, and still so humble and polite, everyone was impressed. As she saluted, Yi Yu subconsciously glanced at the deck of the great Xiao warship, wanting to see if the people over there had noticed their princess saluting and what their reactions were. However, it was this sweep of the eyes that Yi Yu saw an unexpected scene, and his heart sank. There are always conspicuous people in the crowd. At the first glance, Yi Yu saw an extremely small number on the head of a young girl with black hair and blue eyes, a delicate appearance and outstanding temperament. Summer Shallow 2. Burial reward, level 4 treasure chest. Not only her, but also a handsome-looking teenager, as well as others. Xiao Wuxuan 2. Burial reward, level 4 treasure chest. For some reason, everyone on the Daxiao warship had the same death countdown over their heads, as if it was a spirit ship with a destination in hell. What's the situation? The Great Xia Empire's participation in the Spirit Abyss treasure seizure this time around will result in the deaths of everyone except Xiaocayu? Sorry for the slow writing today. 31. Originally, he had casually swept a glance, but noticing that the people on the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty's warships had such small numbers on their countdown, Yi Yu's calm eyes stared for a few moments. The Spirit Abyss treasure hunt will begin today. The first day was the Heavenly Dignity sweeping session, to uproot all the Heavenly Dignity realm powerhouses within the Spirit Abyss before the event began, and also in order to monopolize the high-grade spirit crystals. The next day was the free treasure capturing session, where the Desolate Saint realm led the team, leading the young generation of the Earth King realm, and the Dharma Dragon realm to enter into the trials therein, and the heavenly dignitaries of the 5 major powers would not leave the field, but would always keep an eye on all the big and small happenings in the field. Because of the frequent emergence of celestial pride in the last 10,000 years, the demonic chaos, and the endless great wars, the true Dragon Clan has set up a set of rules at the head of the clan. Emperor Realm, not to be taken lightly. The older generation shall not take it easy on the younger generation. Those of a higher realm may not easily strike at a lower realm. All major trials, same realm competition, life and death regardless, afterward may not seek revenge. This rule only applies to major races and big powers. If it's a casual person with no backing or backstage, then just fend for yourself. The above rules may be considered null and void if the younger generation, and the weaker ones of a much lower realm, offend the elders and rush the stronger ones. Under this set of rules, the survival rate of the heavenly prides and demons of all races had increased drastically, like a situation where a certain power or race participated in some kind of trial and the entire army was wiped out hadn't happened for an unknown number of years. With the earth-shaking Heavenly Father leading the team, why did the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty suffer such heavy deaths and injuries this time? What exactly will happen tomorrow? Yi Yu scanned the people of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty. His eyes finally landed on a middle-aged man with a stout figure, wearing battle armor. with strong muscles and a booming aura, and seeing the number on top of his head, he could not help but ponder. Zhongjia, 3793, burial reward, level 6 treasure chest. He had seen this man before. And the other party was a representative of the Great Xia imperial dynasty in recent years, participating in major events. In the absence of the Emperor realm, the heavenly sovereign realm Great Perfection, equivalent to a quasi-emperor realm powerhouse, was the facade figure and top pillar of the major powers. The strength of the earth-shaking Heavenly Father. There was no doubt. Compared to the questioning sword Heavenly Father, it could be said that it was indistinguishable, difficult to distinguish between high and low, and it was a well-known big figure in the southern domain. With such a great man in attendance, what kind of calamity would the members of the Great Xia imperial dynasty participating in the Spirit Abyss treasure seizure experience this time before they were all wiped out? In the face of his scrutiny, Zhang Jie, who stood with his hands on his arms, had the sense to return the gaze, accompanied by dismay and a nod of respect. Perhaps Yi Yu did not deliberately emit breath, but Zhong Jia could still feel a vague sense of threat from his body, which was the battle intuition and instincts forged through 100 battles. This sun has been hidden for 5 years without coming out, and has actually become a Heavenly Father realm. If this news is spread out, I am afraid that the whole continent will be shaken by it. It must be known that although Yi Yu was not young, the length of his cultivation was known throughout the world. After all, his reputation was too loud. Angry Gun King Yi Yu, deservedly the strongest demon of the human race. No one could be compared to him when looking at the past and present. One must know that before Yi Yu, there had not been a human demon who had defeated the true Dragon Clan's heavenly pride son in the same realm. With a glance at each other, Xia Tsayu was already flying up, returning to the great Xia worship. By the time she returned, the people on deck were saluting and greeting her, as the eldest princess of the Daxia imperial dynasty, but also the proud daughter of heaven. Her status is extremely lofty, not idle women. Rouge and vulgar powder generation can be compared. Right at this moment, Xia Tsayu realized that Yi Yu was still looking this way, looked back and met his gaze, guffawed and waved gently at him. Characteristically cold and arrogant Xia Tsayu the smile back, gently waving his hand movement. Yi Yu even through the protective array of the worship, cannot hear the sound inside the great Xia worship, but also as if he heard the clamor of the great Xia children, especially the two children surnamed Xia, who were shocked by Xia Tsayu's light laugh, had an incredibly stupid look on their faces, similar to their little sister's wowed expression. It's better to wait and see what happens. Crashing into Xia Tsayu's gaze, Yi Yu nodded to her in response to her wave and withdrew his gaze, secretly intending to do so. His burial system, the ability to observe the countdown to death, while powerful and absolutely accurate, wasn't very functional. For example, he couldn't see how others died. If he wanted to know exactly how a person died, he had to observe silently before the countdown to death came. Everyone's death countdown is fixed, will not change dynamically at any time. Want to rewrite the date of death? Not he suddenly a word, or a whim to make a certain decision can be rewritten. For example, if a person is going to die tomorrow, he has to kidnap the person, trap them in a place where no one can find them, where they are absolutely safe, and wait until the death countdown is over. And then the date of death will only change if the person is still alive. However, the next one wasn't too far away unless he swept away the threats and hidden dangers that cause death. For example, if a person is going to die tomorrow, and he learns through inquiry that the other person is going to a certain place and advises him, and the other person listens to the advice and changes his route, he can also rewrite the date of his death. This method is more metaphysical. Some people escape and live much longer straight away, but some people escape and have the next one waiting for them, a death sentence. Everyone's death is fixed the moment he observes it, and if he doesn't intervene, it's useless even if the person begs for the shelter of a strong person, because the result of a fated death, which is the conclusion reached after systematic observation and estimation of all contingencies, is absolute death. People will eventually die. Everything is predestined cause and effect. No one can go against the sky. The Emperor realm cannot. The true dragon cannot. In this world, he is the only one who can rewrite someone's destined death. There might be others, but he hadn't met any so far. Perhaps to the system he was the buried-in alien who wandered the earth, out of the range of observation and estimation, and whoever he faced, by default he would not intervene. The great Summer Imperial Dynasty will die and suffer heavy casualties? What the hell? Meanwhile, Shi Xinshui overheard such heartfelt words and was secretly shocked. Her beautiful eyes could not help but look at the opposite worship. Wait, how does eldest brother know that the great Xia Imperial Dynasty is going to die a heavy death tomorrow? Could it be that eldest senior brother can also tell fortunes? Have the ability to foretell? Immediately after that, Shi Xinshui reacted, raising her eyes to look at her eldest senior brother on the side, and her small heart, which was already shocked, could not control its accelerated beating. She had an overwhelming feeling that she had inadvertently overheard her eldest brother's most important secret. There's still a short way to the spirit abyss. Go and care for your little sister's psychological problems. Facing the desolate sacred realm head-on and nearly being killed. I don't know if this child will leave any psychological pitfalls. Anyway, it's tomorrow's matter, not yet today's matter. You didn't think for too long and decided to settle the matter at hand first. Junior sister, let me ask you a few questions. Although it is a psychological counseling, but Yu this time did not take away the idea of a separate conversation. Just walked close to the front, condescending to look at the division Shinshui this little bit. Go ahead. Stumbling to overhear a big secret that he shouldn't have. Sure, Shinshui was incredibly vain. No wonder eldest brother was so powerful. He was able to see things before they happened. The eldest elder brother has such a capacity, but it turns out to be an incognito incarnation of a corpse demon, who likes to rob corpses from people. It shouldn't he be practicing some appalling magic skills, right? Yu was puzzled when he saw her stand upright and answer back, shivering, why are you nervous and starting to be afraid of me again? Wasn't it fine just now after helping her out with Lu Jimming? I just entered the quiet room before I should not have done anything. Could it be a symbolic lesson this girl? Put her scared? Forget it, let's be afraid. It's better than her liking to stick to me, just like Xiaotsayu. What do you think of Lu miming? Figuring out what was going on. Yu didn't dwell on it too much and asked. He's very powerful, but not as powerful as eldest brother and Jade Sword Fairy. Shimizu forced herself not to pay attention to his heartbeat and replied without thinking. Do you want to kill him or not? Yu was quite satisfied with this response and asked again. Obviously, after what happened just now, the youngest senior sister was already in possession of a sense of awe. Awe is an indispensable nature of mind for anyone. Even if he comprehended the invincible Dao heart, he would never be gullible and underestimate his opponents. This question directly confused Sure Shinshui. Don't want to? Yu realized the answer when he saw the stunned reaction of hers, but still asked. Don't want to? Why would I want to kill him? Master Shinshui asked weakly when he shook his head. Because he just tried to kill you. Yu reminded her when he saw that she seemed to be in over her head. What does eldest brother mean by that? Is that he wants me to kill him? Sure Shinshui didn't hear the heart voice. Knowing that he was heart and mouth at this time, suddenly thought of something, stared wide-eyed, incomparably shocked, and asked, how can this be done? Lu Ximing so powerful, and is the famous pride of heaven, or desolate sacred realm powerhouse. Oneself is only the late stage of the returning wheel realm. The difference in realm can be described as a heaven and a earth. You're not angry at all when people try to kill you, and you don't want revenge at all? Yu shook his head, realizing that she couldn't understand what he was saying and could only say it in a more understandable way. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to save her, but she's almost been killed by Lu Mingming, which is not angry. It doesn't seem to be afraid. This heart is also too big. So eldest brother saved my life just now? Not just helping me out of trouble? I don't know. Shifu Shinshui was shocked, not realizing that there was such a thing, and immediately felt confused. As a matter of fact, she didn't have any particular thoughts on the matter of Lu Jimming's fury. She wasn't offended because she had laughed out loud first, and it was normal for the other person to want to teach her a lesson when she had offended them. She wasn't scared because she was more happy that eldest brother had stepped up to help her than she was scared. Only, what she didn't expect was that Lu Jimming wasn't simply angry at that time, but actually wanted to kill her. She just laughed and almost died? Thinking of this, Sure Shinshui only felt his spine chilling and creepy. This child's character is too soft. It's like a flower in a greenhouse. I guess he hasn't even killed a chicken at home before. And he's never thought about fighting and killing, so sooner or later he's going to be beaten up by the society. If he doesn't change his character, if he continues like this, even if he has potential, he will become useless. One can be merciful, but not so weak as to even think of retaliating against others. Seeing that she was confused, Yu didn't urge her, but only thought darkly. Tianxian continent, strong people like clouds, crisis, although there are rules, but where there are rules, there will be desperate people. Mercy is not just about military power, it's also about weapons. I want revenge. Just then, Sure Shinshui came back to his senses and raised his eyes to look at the eldest senior brother in front of him, finding the answer. Outrageously, if Lu Miming wanted to teach her a lesson, whether it was slapping her twice or scolding her a few times, she had nothing to say because she was the one who had been at fault first, but to die because of such a small thing, she would never accept it. You want to kill him? Yu saw her sudden change in attitude and met her eyes with interest. Is the boy so enlightened? He's got it all figured out. However, it was only a moment's effort. Sure Shinshui's pure, flawless and ignorant eyes, at this moment, had unexpectedly become so resolute. Very well. It's too nebulous to consider a peer supreme as a target. It's much clearer to consider Lu Jiming as a target for revenge. Yi Yu secretly appreciated this change in his heart. This child's physique was even more transcendent than the Taiyu divine physique that was third on the physique list. It would be too much of a waste to have such a powerful physique with a cowardly heart stuffed inside. I'm going to kick his ass. Master Xinshui shook his head, clenched his showy fists and shook them. Aha! Seeing that she had come to her senses, Yi Yu nodded his head in satisfaction and said no more. The boy had never even killed a chicken, and with thoughts like killing someone else, it was only natural that he would have no thoughts for a while, whether it was to beat up or kill. As long as the little sister wasn't a timid character who had been bullied and didn't have any thoughts of retaliation, it was fine. The crowd of the Nine Heavens Pavilion saw this scene and gave sideways glances, but they were all too accustomed to it to make a dissenting voice. Carrying a sharp weapon, the killing heart arises from itself. In Tianxian continent, fighting and killing can be described as something that is no longer commonplace. In order to live and not be bullied, you have to get stronger. By the way, eldest senior brother, I didn't even know that Lu Jiming had just tried to kill me. Many thanks for saving my life. Seeing him nodding with satisfaction, Xinshui revealed a smile with some happiness, and then he felt guilty when he thought of something. Thinking about it this way, eldest brother was her savior, and as a result, she was so afraid of eldest brother just now. It was so wrong. This is what I should do as a talker. There is no need to thank you. Even if the person Lu Jiming wanted to kill wasn't you, but someone else, I would still step in. Seeing her hindsight, it was only then that she realized that she had gone through a killing spree. Yi Yu didn't care at all about this thank you, and just looked at the crowd around him and made a statement. His outburst just now was not a special care for his little sister, but rather he did what he should have done. If Lu Jianming hadn't gotten up a killing intent and was just teaching a lesson, he definitely wouldn't have made a move. Even if you are duty-bound, you still saved my life and have shown me kindness. Sifu Xinshui did not hear the heartbeat and knew that it was the truth from his eldest brother, but was grateful nonetheless. So what do you want to do? To return the favor? Yi Yu saw that she refused to stop and bring the matter to light. So he said, you don't want to give yourself to me, do you? Don't with me. With those words, Yi Yu's mind hung in the air. I'm begging for recommendations, favorites, and catch-up reading. What a way to return the favor. Xinshui's gratitude that was running like a gushing spring was like hitting an indestructible rock all at once, and was directly pressed back. What did don't with me mean? The desperate and troubled tone was too much. Was she that bad? Eldest brother is also too narcissistic. Is not just the first time to meet. Was his looks to the stun so a moment well, as to move to feel that she likes him? My father taught me since I was a child that a drop of kindness is returned by a spring. Shifu Shimizu was struck with passion by him, but revitalized. What a cliché. Is it coming? There is no way to repay the great kindness. I am willing to work as a cow for the benefactor and give my body to him. Yi Yu listened to this rhetoric and did not interrupt her, but only secretly said, eldest senior brother, right now I have nothing, but I will definitely repay you in the future. Shifu Xinshui listened to his heart, nearly failing to tense up, having an urge not to vomit, but still restrained himself and spoke his heart at his own pace. Since you insist, let it be as you please. Yi Yu was relieved to see that she didn't say the same set of words about giving her body in return, so he nodded his head and agreed, and didn't reject it, lest she didn't die and continue to talk about it. Ending this conversation of gratitude for saving his life, Yi Yu was quite satisfied with the result and sized her up with his afterglow. She's not stupid enough to know that there's no strength, no treasure, no beauty. Who doesn't have beauty anymore? Who was it that said I was extra cute the first time we met? Great! Having met with the Jade Sword Fairy, I have no beauty left. Xinshui was very angry, but she dared to be angry, and only fumed in her mind. In another 10 years, she was confident that in terms of beauty, she would definitely not be inferior to the Jade Sword Immortal, and at that time, she would definitely make eldest brother look good. After confirming that her mental state was fine, Yi Yu no longer cared about her. Elder Mist, how much longer until we reach our destination? Half an hour. It will arrive before the Spirit Abyss treasure raiding assembly begins. It's time to adjust the state. Although this time the Spirit Abyss treasure seizure has me invincible, but the experience is the experience. The danger and opportunity coexist. Do not take it lightly. Learning that there was not much time left, Yi Yu once again looked at the crowd and declared his voice. For cultivators, the state and mental preparation before a battle is very important. If nothing is prepared, and you are suddenly attacked and an encounter occurs, in case you are taken by surprise, your mind is unstable and you are not calm enough, it is extremely possible that you will be killed at the drop of a hat. Yes, the crowd responded to the words. Everyone in the 9 Heavenly Pavilion. It looks like there is nothing serious, and none of them will die tomorrow. I don't know what is the situation of the other forces. After the symbolic exhortation, Yi Yu made another round to confirm to the fact that everyone's death countdown was not in this spirit abyss treasure seizure. And with a satisfied nod, he walked towards the bow of the ship. Eldest senior brother really does have the ability to foretell. Is he able to predict who will die? I wonder if eldest senior brother has calculated when I will die. Hearing this similar heartfelt voice once again, Shinshui, who was still furious, had her attention instantly drawn to it. Because of the saving grace, she came back to her senses and wasn't that afraid of big brother again. Moreover, although eldest senior brother was the one who appeared to be aloof on the surface and saved people with a business-like face, he was actually very concerned about the well-being of those around him. Although she was curious, but she did not dare to ask. Just secretly remember. See if there is a chance to know later. The spirit abyss, like a huge gaping hole in the earth that suddenly sprang up, swallowed the sky and ate the earth. Around the spirit abyss, surrounded by a black gale, it was the abyssal wind, terrifying and dangerous. Just by getting close, one was able to hear the incessant whistling sound, like ghosts crying, like wolves howling, more like bone-scraping knives. The materialized abyssal wind was extremely terrifying. Ordinary people, not to mention entering the spirit abyss, cultivators below the Falcon realm, would be blown into white bone fragments by the abyssal wind alone if they approached, and their corpses would not survive. Because of this, even if the 5 major powers regarded the spirit abyss as a place of trial, they wouldn't send cultivators below the Falcon realm because the death rate was too high. There was not much time left before the spirit abyss treasure seizing conference began. 30 kilometers away from the spirit abyss, the scattered cultivators walked in groups of 3 or 5, either hanging their cloaks or holding high-grade yuan weapons to protect themselves against the raging winds. Perhaps the Falcon Dragon realm above would be able to resist the attack of the abyssal wind, but resisting it for a long period of time was very draining of yuan power. Because of this, many loose cultivators would acquire some life-preserving treasures even if they had to dump their family's money in order to capture the treasure in the spirit abyss once every 5 years. Rumble! Right at this moment, a green-colored warship shrouded in precious light, with a lofty aura as large as a mountain, wrapped in roaring thunder, broke through the winds of the abyss, surpassed everyone, and headed straight for the spirit abyss. This warship could be described as transverse and unstoppable, and in just a few moments, it rushed in front of the entrance to the spirit abyss. Look! The Xiansex Thunder Xian warship. The spirit abyss treasure raiding conference is about to begin. At the sight of this scene, some people looked up with incomparable excitement. The 5 rogues warships have arrived. We have to speed up. If we can't follow them into the spirit abyss, it'll be hard for us to go in again. Some people saw the situation, and after being stunned in their hearts, they immediately became anxious and yelled at their companions. Regardless of what kind of rhetoric and attitude they had, all of them sped up their marching efficiency and quickly surged forward after seeing the appearance of the warships of the 5 major powers. Unlike the 5 major forces that had warships that went straight to them, in a zone so close to the spirit abyss, they didn't even dare to fly in the air. The spirit abyss might not be comparable to the forbidden zones of living beings in the 4 directions of the Tianxian continent, but it was still called a Jedi, and the forbidden area and the Jedi have one thing in common. That is, the closer the more dangerous. Once deep, if the yuan power is exhausted, if there is no backup to help, it is certain to die. All hands on deck. In the face of such danger, the scattered cultivators had to unite. Just as everyone was burying their heads in the sand and running hard, another warship broke through the air in the distance, easily reaching right up to the entrance of the spirit abyss. The warships of the Southern Emperor Alliance have arrived as well. So fast this time? We're the ones going slow. The time is the same as in previous years. Come on. Seeing this situation, people couldn't even wait to envy the ease of the 5 major powers, but instead felt bad. Boom! Just then, a 7-colored haze shone through the darkness, and the beautiful and dreamy streaming sky airship pointed directly at the spirit abyss. Following closely behind were the Pure World Sex Pure World warships and the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty's Great Xia warships. Without a moment's effort, the 5 major forces gathered at the head, and 5 warships with precious light and lofty aura, just like a big mountain, gathered together and stood across the sky. The 5 major forces of the human race, depending on their geographical locations, took the lead or arrived one after another, with very little error in timing, just as if they had discussed it. The first shift is delivered. The second shift was not written satisfactorily enough, so I'll have a meal and deliver it, and I'll be sure to make up for it by 12 p.m. Wow, there's a lot of black stuff flying around out there. What is that? Shinshui held her hands on the edge of the boat and probed at the scenery outside, feeling incredulous. The closer one got to the spirit abyss, the more peculiar the scenery became. For example, outside of the warship's shields, Strange things as black as air currents were flying around, and the whistling sound of ghosts and wolves could be heard. She was still young and short-sighted, and she would be surprised to see many things, let alone such a rare natural wonder. These materialized black winds are the abyssal winds that blow out from the spirit abyss. Extremely dangerous, and the reason why the minimum requirement for capturing treasures in the spirit abyss is the Falcon Realm. If you don't have any protection, if you are scraped by those black winds, you will lose a layer of skin if it's light, and if it's heavy, you will die on the spot. Lin Jingwen, who was closing her eyes and concentrating, saving for a rainy day, considering the battle and all the unexpected situations and making plans, opened her eyes at the sound of the voice and glanced at it, then answered for her second senior sister. There are so many circles of light on the ground. What is that again? Learning that Yuan Feng was so dangerous, Shinshui cautiously probed and looked around with a lot of doubts. Junior sister, those aren't circles of light. They're protective shields, a sight emanating from the loose cultivators' casting of their body-protecting Yuan weapons. At this query, Lin Jingwen was a bit hesitant and stood up and walked over to her side to take a downward glance, which confirmed the situation and answered, "That means the shields are all filled with people?" Shinshui was lying on the side of the boat, with a pair of big, watery eyes, staring at the circle of light on the ground. Exactly. Then isn't it dangerous for them to walk against the abyssal wind? They're all using shields. Of course it's dangerous. If they mess up and the shields lose the support of Yuan crystal or exotic treasures and are exposed to the abyssal winds, they'll surely die. It's so dangerous. Then why did they come? Shinshui smacked his lips over it, quite unintelligibly. People die for money. Birds die for food. They come even if they risk their lives, naturally for the sake of seizing treasures. The value of spirit crystals is extremely high. A spirit crystal of the Falcon Dragon realm is worth at least 20,000 extreme Yuan crystals. The Earth King realm is 200,000, and the Desolate Saint realm spirit crystals are even more marketable. Lin Jingwen looked down at the ground, at the scattered cultivators who were struggling to move forward. Her eyes were complicated, and her heart was full of emotions. Wow, is it worth that much? Shinshui was moved by the price. Immediately, she lowered her head and couldn't help but move the 10 fingers of her hands. Her family only earns 6 extreme Yuan crystals a year. A single Falong realm spirit crystal can compare to her family's income for thousands of years. Spirit crystals are as precious as a tiger's wings to the pride of the heavens, so the price is naturally exorbitant. Gollum. Returning to his senses, Shinshui couldn't help but gulp a little, his eyes glowing with gold. If she was able to obtain a Falcon Dragon realm spirit crystal, she would be able to pay back the spirit food that eldest brother had given her. If she was able to obtain a Falcon realm spirit crystal and send it back home, her parents wouldn't have to earn money to support the family. I didn't expect that this child is still a little money fan. If I let her know that the spirit crystals of the heavenly exaltation realm are the real rare treasures, I don't know if I can stimulate her to cultivate hard. Noticing her great reaction, Yi Yu, who was standing at the bow of the ship and sitting on the flowing sky battleship, could not help but look sideways, thanks to the fact that the number of spirit abyss was not small in Tianxian continent. Otherwise, surrounding the spirit abyss, it would definitely be a world war. Compared to the second senior sister who saw the scene for the first time, Yi Yu had already seen an unknown number of situations where people died of wealth, and was not surprised in the slightest, but only secretly thought. He had once wondered if the spirit abyss would be the bane of Tianxian's disaster day, because the spirit abyss is very peculiar. 8,000 years ago suddenly appeared all over the entire continent, a total of 18, as if a natural disaster had descended, resulting in countless deaths and injuries in Tianxian continent. It is said that on the day the spirit abyss descended, it is conservatively estimated that nearly 10 billion living beings across the continent were reduced to flying ash, their corpses scraped by the winds of the abyss. Moreover, the note of the spirit abyss descending into the world was very similar to the note of the heavens' pride chaos, so perhaps it was an evil omen that things would decline. But he had changed his mind 10 years ago, after going in the spirit abyss once himself. This was because the living beings in the spirit abyss might be very strong in the same realm for ordinary casual cultivators, but they were weak for the children of great powers who had mastered various high-level techniques. What's more, the Emperor realm and the spirit abyss had long been wiped out by the human race's lead team, and coupled with the once every 5 years cleanup, it didn't pose a threat at all. These 18 spirit abysses were all occupied by the 10 major races, with the human race, which ranked 9th, sharing one. The true dragon clan, the leader of the 10 major races, had 5 seats to themselves, quite unreasonably. Second senior sister, how many Yuan crystals is a spirit crystal of the heavenly exaltation realm worth? Hearing this heartfelt question, Master Shinshui returned to his senses and pressed his curiosity. I don't know. This question was beyond Lin Jingwen's knowledge. Junior sister. Your second senior sister actually doesn't know anything. Her understanding of various things in the Tianxian continent is just from reading a few books. If you ask her such a high-level question, that's not making things difficult for her. It's better to let me tell you. One heavenly sovereign realm spirit crystal can be exchanged for a 9th grade Hotian Yuan weapon. Just then, Win End, who had been recuperating, opened his eyes and stood up with a snort of laughter, speaking eloquently. 9th grade Hotian Yuan weapon? Master Xinshui listened to this statement and savored it thoughtfully. 9th grade. It should be a treasure equivalent to the heavenly honored realm, right? But the Tianzuan realm spirit crystal is also the treasure of the Tianzuan realm. What is the difference between saying this and not saying it? Exactly. Seeing that she seemed to have comprehended the value of the heavenly exaltation realm spirit crystals, Winning End nodded in satisfaction. Third senior brother. How many yuan crystals is a 9th grade Hotian yuan weapon worth? After thinking about it, Shifu Xinshui saw that he understood it well, and again, he couldn't help but ask. When these words came out, Win End also choked. Rare treasures were difficult to measure in yuan crystals, as was the case with the 9th grade Hotian yuan weapons, and as was the case with the heavenly exaltation realm spirit crystals, which could only be exchanged for goods. In fact, he was still able to answer it, but he had an uneasy feeling that no matter what he said about his baby, his little sister might not know, and it would be an endless question and answer session. Oh, don't you understand very well? Seeing that he was overwhelmed by the question, Lin Jingwen, who was still angry, laughed and mocked, realizing that he had taken over a mess. Win End made a round of right and left, and then turned his gaze for help to Feng Yun, who was on the sidelines, wanting to divert the water from the east. As for turning the trouble over to the eldest brother, that was out of the question. Elder Misty, is there anything different? Feng Yun asked for help with this, pretending not to see it, and walked over to Misty Moon Immortal with his hands in his sleeves, striking up a conversation in a serious manner. No, the Xian sect and the Southern Emperor Alliance have already arrived, and we're almost there. Misty Moon Immortal got angry when she saw this guy and gave him a blank look with an icy tone. Hey, yesterday I just casually said, you do not take it seriously. Seeing her displeased look, Feng Yun stroked his beard and compensated with a smile. Apparently, Elder Misty was still holding a grudge against him for saying that she was older than the young apprentice's grandmother. Laughing in reparation at this, Misty Moon Immortal plucked out a glance at him and let out a light hum. Still satisfied, immediately, she maneuvered the flowing sky airship and began to accelerate, so as not to fall too far behind the other forces. Junior sister, look, we're at the spirit abyss. Hearing this conversation, Win End also found a way to break the situation and immediately said, second shift delivered. It's late today. Sorry haha. The 5 major forces were gathered together, with their prows all pointing straight at the spirit abyss, each occupying its own position. The moment the warships docked, the hulls of the ships all erupted with a brilliant heterochromatic light that spread out. Boom! The might that erupted from the warship was so hard that it tore apart the abyssal winds that spread all over the heavens and earth, sweeping out a windless zone. The relationship between the 5 major forces has always been uneasy, and there is frequent competition on weekdays, with the major forces fighting to the death in a few cases. Now that they were meeting, it could be said that no one would let anyone in, and all the members and disciples of the forces were in full stance. On such occasions, no one is playful and the atmosphere is incredibly serious. Flying out of a short hair wild, no shirt, strong muscles like a hideous earth dragon coiled in the body, the imposing pugilistic strongman. Ha 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 ha. Thunder Prison, my old friend. Is the Heavenly Father sent by the Xian sect this time you again? When the pugnacious strongman saw the old acquaintance on the warship next to him, he burst into laughter and greeted him warmly. Bastard sword, don't smile too smugly. This time, I will make sure that you fail miserably. The Thunder Prison Heavenly Father on the Lei Xian warship flew out, his face grim, gritting his teeth as he coldly said, Thunder Prison don't blame my brother for talking too much. You have lost in my hands 4 times, and have not been replaced. Your background in backstage is really hard You quietly tell me, the Xian sect shouldn't have no other Heavenly Father, right? The hegemonic dagger Heavenly Father grinned with snow-white teeth and playfully asked, if you can win against me, then can the people under you win against the Xian sect? Bastard sword, you can be careful that the Southern Emperor Alliance has no one to follow in its footsteps. Seeing him deliberately taunting himself, Thunder Prison Heavenly Father was furious, but with a glance of his afterglow, he saw the person on the side behind him and instantly had the courage to sneer. It's not like Xian sect was the first and the last spirit abyss treasure seizure. What are you fooling around for? The hegemonic sword Heavenly Father was unimpressed when he saw the young man behind him. Second is also stronger than third, and don't forget, in the Human King battle, your little nephew was ranked 5th, bottom of the list. Seeing that he was not hit, Thunder Prison Heavenly Father leisurely said again, "Are you looking for a fight? Believe it or not, I'll split your head into a rotten melon this time?" Hearing these words, the bastard sword Heavenly Father's violent temper couldn't be held back at once. The Southern Emperor Alliance had placed 5th in the last Human King battle, and even though the ranking wasn't low, the top 5 places had all been rounded up by the 5 major powers. Because of this, 5th place is the bottom, which is a disgrace. Only, he still had something to fall back on. In recent decades, he had represented the Southern Emperor Alliance in various events, and had reigned as the strongest heavenly dignitary of the 5 major powers. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that he was in a hurry and wanted to use his power to oppress people when he couldn't say anything, the Thunder Prison Heavenly Father wasn't afraid and let out a loud laugh. Damn, why are you such a badass? Where had the bastard sword Heavenly Father ever suffered this kind of stifling? He looked back at one of the juniors on the Southern Emperor Alliance's warship, incomparably exasperated. The young man on the warship, dressed in green clothes with a handsome appearance, was stared at by his hateful eyes, wanting to say something, but there was no way to explain, so he could only smile bitterly. He also did not want to take the 5th but the same generation of pride with his term, one more than one fierce. Technology is not as good as others. It is really no way. Where are the people from the Pure World sect, the 9 Heavens Pavilion, and the Great Xiat Imperial Dynasty? Not coming out for so long. Are they ting on the boat? The bastard sword Heavenly Father also knew that he had given it his all in the Human King battle and coldly grunted and did not pursue the matter, but instead looked around and found that the other 3 ships had not moved, so he coldly grunted. Bastard sword dude. You build up a little bit of virtue. This kind of blabbering will lead to a big disaster sooner or later. With his impatient urging, an old man flew out from the Pure World warship. It was the Pure Underworld Heavenly Father. Yu Yao. He didn't want to come out so slowly, but the young master was in shock. It's been more than an hour and he still hasn't slowed down. The Pure Meditation Heavenly Father is right. The earth-shaking Heavenly Father also flew out and chimed in. Where's Ask the Sword? Don't come out yet. It's time to start. In response to this statement, the bastard sword Heavenly Father simply ignored it, and cast his gaze towards the 9 Heavens Pavilion, scanning the people on the deck through the warship's formations, but the result was that he couldn't find the figure of his old acquaintance. Naming him and shaking his voice to urge him on. Before the Spirit Abyss treasure grabbing began was the occasion for the heavenly exalted realm to talk to each other, although the rules had been set long ago, but it was better to meet first to make the words clear than to say it again when encountering in the Spirit Abyss. Thunder Prison. You wait for me. If you can kill a heavenly sovereign realm abyssal spirit this time, I'll take your surname. After saying that, he turned his head and then stared at the Thunder Prison Heavenly Father, smiling morosely. Then I'll wait for you to change your last name. Ray Prison realizes that he's blatantly trying to engage in targeting and doesn't show any weakness in his tit-for-tat. The Pure Underworld Heavenly Sovereign and Earthshaking Heavenly Sovereign paid no attention to their bickering, and instead cast their eyes on the 9 Heavens Pavilion ship. Unlike the bastard's sweeping gaze, which deliberately ignored someone, they were all staring at the man on the bow of the boat. That figure, long hair like a waterfall, eyes deep and wise, face like a knife, a great and hard body, without saying a word, but exudes an unruly, looking down on the world's hegemonic intent, heart-stopping, raging gun Yi Yu. Meet all the seniors. Under their gazes, Yi Yu slowly took up his steps and walked step by step with his feet in the void, nodding his head slightly in greeting. Kid, where's the questioning sword? Seeing this, the hegemonic sword Heavenly Father asked with a frown. Bastard sword Heavenly Father, you don't need to look for it. Ask the sword Heavenly Father didn't come this time. His old man is resting in the pavilion. This session of the Spirit Abyss treasure seizure, I'll be the one to act as the talker. Seeing that his gaze was still probing at the warship, Yi Yu did not hide anything and said frankly, what did you say? When these words came out, the bastard sword Heavenly Father was stunned by them, his gaze retracting like electricity and landing on this latter's body. The person in charge of the Spirit Abyss treasure raider was a person who had to be in the heavenly sovereign realm. Little friend Yi is polite. The pure underworld Heavenly Father had long since gained insight into the situation, and by the time Yi Yu had reported his origin and identity, the truth had already been finalized, and he also greeted him with courtesy. This is too bold for the 9 Heavenly Pavilion. Earth-shaking Heavenly Father Zhongjia also reacted at this time, realizing the situation. He had long since discovered that Yi Yu, the strongest demon of the human race, had most likely broken through to the heavenly exaltation realm, completely leaving behind the peers of that year. What had not been expected was that the 9 Heavens Pavilion was so bold that such a major event as the Spirit Abyss treasure seizure dared to allow a junior like Yi Yu. who had just broken through the heavenly exaltation realm not long ago, to act as the talker. Little friend Yi, is this true? Seeing this situation, the Thunder Prison Heavenly Father of the Xian sect looked at Yi Yu with incomparable horror. In terms of age, Yi Yu's 37 years old was not that young, but the world knew that he had only started cultivating at the age of 12. In other words, he had only been practicing for 25 years so far. 25 years? From the spiritual movement realm to the heavenly exaltation realm? Are you kidding me? Such a heaven-defying cultivation speed. It wasn't much inferior to the strongest demon ever in the Tianxian continent, the Zhenchuan Dragon Emperor. If this matter was true, Yi Yu's talent was so demonic. In time wouldn't he become the strongest great emperor of the human race, leading the Nine Heavens Pavilion to ascend to an era of one super and many strong? Seriously. Facing the gaze of the four heavenly dignitaries, Yi Yu was not affected in any way and only slightly jawed. 36. 36. Yi Yu did not deliberately burst out his breath and realm, but his words were as unstoppable as a star meteorite descending from the sky. He broke through to the heavenly exaltation realm? What kind of speed is this? On the warship of the Southern Imperial Alliance, Wu Tian, the strongest person of the younger generation and the fifth-place winner of the Human King battle, took a violent step forward and looked with incomparable horror at the figure that stood alongside the heavenly dignitaries. Raging gun, how true. On the Lei Xian warship, a man with red hair swaying and a cold temperament looked at Yi Yu's figure and shook his head to himself. He had thought that he hadn't seen him for 5 years and was going to take advantage of this Spirit Abyss treasure seizure to fight with Raging Pistol Yi Yu once more at the desolate Saint Realm Grand Circle, but now it seemed that there was no chance at all. This monster, on the Pure World warship, Lu Jiming saw Yi Yu once again and did not speak. His lips were white, his body could not stop trembling, and he had long since lost his previous spirit. On the Great Xiao warship, Xiao Tsayu's pair of beautiful eyes reflected the heroic posture of that world-covering divine warrior with a radiant glow. Having once fought with Yi Yu on the same stage, she knew better than anyone else just how amazingly talented this man was. Imperial sister, brother-in-law is actually in the heavenly exalted realm, yeah, and he's also become the head of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. That's too powerful, isn't it? Just then, Xia Shange couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Don't yell nonsense. He's not your brother-in-law yet. Don't yell in front of him, lest you cause misunderstanding. Hearing her little sister's exclamation, Xia Tsayu's heart fluttered, touched by the title of brother-in-law, and then she blanked her. It's only a matter of time. You've just had your way with me. Being blanked by her, Xia Shange wasn't afraid, seeing that her imperial sister was actually happy and not angry, playfully spitting out her tongue and muttering, "Be reserved, it's rude to be seen." Seeing that she was still spitting out her tongue at this age, Xia Tsayu was both spoiled and strict with this quirky little sister. Meanwhile, outside the warship, the 5 heavenly dignitaries stood in the air, facing each other, the atmosphere serious and dull. This time, when the Spirit Abyss seized the treasure, the Nine Heavens Pavilion sent out a junior who had just broken through the heavenly exaltation realm, which was considered good news. The number of heavenly dignity realm abyssal spirits was limited, and with one less strong competitor, this year's harvest would most likely be better than previous years. But the fact that this talker was Yi Yu was undoubtedly bad news for the other 4 major forces. Regardless of the outcome of this session of the Spirit Abyss treasure seizure, when it was over, the name of the angry gun Heavenly Father Yi Yu would be like an unstoppable hurricane, spreading throughout the entire continent. What is even more terrifying is that his battle record, from the day he was introduced, he has not lost a single battle so far, and he is invincible in the same realm. Even if the true Dragon Clan is in the same realm, he is not his opponent. A demon with unrivaled battle power like this, once he became an emperor, he would be an extremely terrifying great emperor. When that time came, the delicate balance struck between the 5 powers would most likely be broken. Seniors, it's time for this session of the Spirit Abyss treasure seizure to begin. Yi Yu reminded as if he was oblivious in the face of their gaze. Coming out again after 5 years, he came this time with one purpose in mind, and that was to establish his authority. At 37 years old, cultivating for 25 years in the late stage of the heavenly dignity realm might be shockingly big news, but he was not satisfied with this. He wanted to defeat the strong with the weak, the following to overcome the superior, using the posture of the younger generation to defeat the older generation. The world was shocked in one battle, so that the world would no longer dare to underestimate him. Little friend Yi, before we start, I want to make sure you know the rules of the Spirit Abyss treasure seizure. Seeing that he couldn't wait to get started, the bastard sword Heavenly Father took over the conversation and asked a question. First, protect the people of one's own power from the threats of the higher realms. Second, with the entrance of a heavenly dignitary, one may not strike at an abyssal spirit below the heavenly dignitary realm. Before Yi Yu set off, he talked to ask the sword Heavenly Father alone for a while. and had an understanding of the rules, duties, and experience aspects. Then do you know that the 5 major powers agreed to a rule that for each session of the Spirit Abyss treasure capture, a Heavenly Father is sent to act as the talker, and 3 Saint Realms lead the team, leading 10 Earth Kings and 10 younger generations of the Falun Gong realm to participate in the experience. Do you know this rule? The bastard sword Heavenly Father was not surprised by this answer and asked again. Sure. Yi Yu raised his eyebrows and slightly jawed. Then let me ask you, why did the 9 Heavens Pavilion come with 25 people? Or did I count wrong? Receiving an affirmative reply, the bastard sword Heavenly Father's voice sank. Wangly 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 wangly, and he asked in a pretense of puzzlement. The person that bastard sword Heavenly Father wants to ask about should be that little girl, right? Yi Yu spoke blandly when he saw his conspiratorial appearance. It could be someone else. I just want to know why there is an extra participant in the 9 Heavens Pavilion this time. The bastard blade Heavenly Father didn't want to carry the reputation of targeting juniors, and after shaking his head, he aggressively questioned. These words also attracted the attention of the crowd, who cast their gazes. Upon this look, everyone realized that there were indeed 25 people on the 9 Heavenly Pavilions boat, plus Yi Yu, and the extra person was a small silver-haired dot with a childish appearance and a still very low realm. Suddenly being stared at by everyone, Xin Shui only felt like she was dying of nervousness. As early as the moment the 5 powers gathered, she held her breath, straightened her mind, and didn't even dare to wow. This was because she had discovered that unlike before when she had boarded the ship midway, all of the members of the 5 powers had become serious after they had gathered at the Spirit Abyss. Perhaps everyone didn't deliberately give off their aura, but they didn't look like they were idle people. Their aura was full of power, even more so than Lianyun cities. Even the fellow disciples who seemed to be getting along well just a moment ago were transformed into cold and terrifying, very not to be messed with. This silver-haired little girl is my little senior sister. She wanted to come to watch and see the world, so I brought her here. Don't misunderstand. Seniors, she's not here to participate in the treasure grabbing. You can pretend that she doesn't exist. I can guarantee that she won't affect others. Without waiting for everyone to express their feelings, Yi Yu opened his mouth to explain. See the world? See the world? The crowd felt nothing but absurdity at this statement. Since the Spirit Abyss set the rules 3,000 years ago, there had never been a power that would bring people to watch the fun. One must know that the Spirit Abyss was a 9 deaths to life jinx for people. Even the 5 forces Falcon Dragon Realm and Earth King Realm young generation elites would risk perishing in the course of their training. Coupled with the fact that the 5 major powers were competing with each other, each one of them was preoccupied with their own affairs, and a carelessness was something that could really kill someone. Raging gun. You're not planning to carry this little girl with you the whole time, are you? The hegemonic sword Heavenly Father asked as he looked at that little girl a few more times and withdrew his gaze. Right. Yi Yu nodded, affirming the matter. After the Spirit Abyss Treasure Raiding Conference had officially begun, the warships, as out-of-body objects, were to be put away. After the Heavenly Father swept through the link, he would take his little sister with him at all times. New gun. Do you realize that you are in constant competition with us during the Spirit Abyss Treasure seizure? Are you not afraid of returning empty-handed this time or having any accidents if you bring along a little brat who is dragging your feet? Seeing that he still didn't deny it, the bastard sword Heavenly Father's face sank, unable to bear it any longer. His face sank, his tone unkind and angry. For the 9 Heavens Pavilion to send out a junior to compete with them on the same stage in this session of the Spirit Abyss Treasure seizure was already insulting and belittling to their group of older generation heavenly dignitaries. As a result, this scion didn't know what to do when he was at a disadvantage, and acted as if he didn't even put them in his eyes, even planning to bring a little girl to fight against them. This kid couldn't really think that he could fight them just after breaking through the heavenly exaltation realm. Could he? It's just the Spirit Abyss seizing the treasure. What kind of accident can there be? Yi Yu saw his seemingly kind advice, but in reality, he was unsuspecting and conspiratorial in his demeanor, and swept a glance at them in disbelief. Somewhat amused. The Emperor realm he had killed. The regional heavenly dignity realm Great Circle. If it was the elders in the pavilion he would still respect a few points. As for the heavenly dignities of other forces, he didn't put it in his eyes at all. 2 more to go. Asking for recommendations. Monthly votes. Whatever. 37. 37. What do you mean by that look? Treating me like trash? Bastard sword Heavenly Father is the old generation of strong, high position. Strong people cannot be humiliated. Plus is a hot-tempered. The flame has always been arrogant. However suffered this kind of humiliation. Instantly became angry. A step forward. Burst out of the terrifying and incomparable aura. Clank. In the next moment, his body was like a precious sword coming out of its sheath, emitting a crisp and ear-shattering sword sound, and a heaven-destroying sword intent that was declared. All of a sudden, the Spirit Abyss, which was already dark, became even more gloomy, and the air was filled with the aura of solemnity and great terror. Kala, the overbearing and incomparable blade intent, as well as the terrifying ferocious might of the heavenly exaltation realm grand circle, caused the space to tremble and be torn out with a tiny crack, just like a heavenly collapse. Don't get mad. I'm not holding it against you. I just don't think everyone here poses a single threat to me. Targeted and oppressed by his blade intent, Yi Yu acted as if he didn't feel anything and hurriedly pacified. The Spirit Abyss treasure seizure was about to begin, and he had only one goal in mind, and that was to follow through with the trash talk to the end and cause the crowd to be angry, so that he could rightfully beat everyone up and then give the heavenly dignity realm spirit crystals to the whole lot of them. Little friend Yi, meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. Thunder Prison Heavenly Father wasn't a good-tempered person either, and with that mocking and disdainful smile and look, it was like he didn't put their group of elders in his eyes, and his face instantly grimaced. New gun. You are indeed invincible in the king realm. Even the true dragon is not your opponent, but you are now facing the heavenly exaltation realm. This time is different from the past. Be careful with your words. The great summer imperial dynasty's earth-shaking heavenly father, because the eldest princess likes Yi Yu's sake, saw him speak out of turn, not knowing reverence although some touch of anger, but still remain calm and good words. He can understand Yi Yu's temperament so arrogant. After all, before this, Yi Yu life without defeat. The battle record is remarkable and heaven-defying. Gifted, but also the power to defeat the true dragon. The achievement of ever the first person of the human race. This kind of juvenile arrogance, the young is not frivolous, is a strange thing. However, in the Tianxian continent, every heavenly sovereign realm was a big name with a face and reputation, and it was not a problem to suppress a side of the world with one's own strength alone. The four heavenly dignitaries present were even more powerful, standing at the apex of the heavenly dignitary realm, representing the five major forces of the human race, the highest end battle power under the emperor realm. Their depth and strength was not something that the younger generation could compare to, nor was it that easy to catch up with. You know, who wasn't the best of the young when they were young? Moreover, the Spirit Abyss treasure seizure was about to begin, and the act of causing public anger was too stupid. The four heavenly dignitaries from the five major powers, pure meditation was the only one who did not utter a word in the face of this mockery, but instead vaguely gained insight into Yi Yu's intentions with these words, and a terrifying conjecture surfaced in his heart. He's not trying to beat us all up and use this to make a name for himself, is he? He'd realized that everyone seemed to have misunderstood something. Yi Yu was not as simple as having just broken through the heavenly exaltation realm, but was in the late stage of the heavenly exaltation realm. When he was young, he had crossed a large realm and killed a saint realm as a king realm, although the desolate sacred realm is a casual cultivator, not as strong as the five major forces. However, Yi Yu's battle power is extremely heaven-defying, but it is an indisputable fact. Nowadays, the gap between everyone's realm and his was just a small realm. If they are really defeated by Yi Yu, then the prestige of the angry gun heavenly father will be as great as the sky, and it will be out of control, and they will be used as a stepping stone and a backdrop by people for eternity. After 100 years, after 1,000 years, after 10,000 years, as long as the name of the angry gun has not been forgotten, people will remember this battle. I'm not talking nonsense. This Spirit Abyss treasure seizure can't have any accidents at all in my opinion. Seeing that the two heavenly dignitaries, Earthshaker and Pure Underworld, did not have a fit, Yi Yu could only continue to add fuel to the fire and continue to scan them with disdainful eyes. Raging gun, you'll pay for those words. Seeing that he was still unrepentant, the bastard sword heavenly father chilled his voice. He looked angry, but he was actually sneering in his mind. Everything was progressing according to his plan. He had long looked at this raging gun Yi Yu with displeasure. With such a demonic talent, allowing him to grow up would lead to endless troubles. This time, it was not easy to face each other, and he himself was still acting surprisingly angry before the fight. So when it came to the fight, a carelessness, not controlling the strength, and slipping up and killing this Nine Heavens Pavilion genius was also reasonable and justifiable. Little Frenji is really young and energetic. Let's set off. The Pure Underworld Heavenly Father felt Yi Yu's gaze sweeping over him, if anything while provoking him, and only felt it was a chill down his spine as he smiled and opened his mouth. As expected, Yi Yu's behavior of not knowing respect and not putting the old senior in his eyes seemed foolish and not knowing the heights of heaven, but in fact, he was actually scheming a great deal. I'm on the verge of being called trash by me pointing my nose, but still so tolerant. Was he able to see it when I clashed with Lu Jiming before? Yi Yu saw that he was able to laugh out loud by this, smacking his lips in his heart and feeling pity. As the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling person. People are doing this to you, you still have to beat them up. It doesn't make sense. Pure meditation. You can't wait to teach this kid a lesson? But don't be in a hurry. The loose cultivators aren't in place yet. We have to wait for them. It would be stupid to cause public anger. Although the Thunder Prison Heavenly Father was angry, he followed the rules and laughed sorrowfully. In the various events led by the 5 major powers, the participants have always been not only the 5 major powers, but also widely invited casual cultivators. One was to highlight the power and heritage of the 5 forces and their bright prospects to attract the casual cultivators to join, and the other was to avoid causing public anger. Although the mass anger of the scattered cultivators will not bring any big trouble to the 5 major powers, who doesn't want a good reputation? Don't talk nonsense. I've known little friendy since we first met. If you guys want to fight him, you'll have to go through me first. The pure underworld Heavenly Father realized that he had misinterpreted his meaning and cursed. Feeling EU's gaze, he immediately was patting his chest and said, "The same goes for me. Bastard sword. Thunder Prison. I also know little friendy at first sight. You guys don't want to think of bullying the few with the many." Right at this moment, earth-shaking Heavenly Father Zhongjia also reacted and stood resolutely in line. These two people. Yi was really shocked when he saw this face of theirs with his eyes. Have you guys gone crazy? The people he just cursed weren't just me in Thunder Prison, but you guys as well. After seeing this attitude of theirs, the bastard sword was stunned and suddenly felt that they were strangers. When did two people become so good-tempered? They don't even get angry when they are pointed at their noses and called trash. What the hell? Thunder Prison Heavenly Father couldn't figure out the reaction of these two old acquaintances. Pure Underworld Heavenly Father, I'm afraid I guessed the purpose of my pre-match trash talk. Earth-shaking Heavenly Father changed in attitude. Is it Xia Tsayu voice transmission said something? Seeing this situation, Yi somewhat helplessly glanced sideways at the stunning beauty on the great Xia Imperial Dynasty's warship. This boy must pay for his words. I say, and I'll see who dares to stop me. Seeing them turn against each other, the hegemonic sword Heavenly Father didn't understand, but he wasn't afraid either, and coldly said, in front of the 5 major powers, as a senior, if he was scared off by a junior, would he still want to lose this old face? Ha! Yi was happy to see his arrogant stance and was happy to see this attitude in his heart, but didn't show it and just sneered disdainfully. Old thing, I hope you can still be so tuggy when you enter the spirit abyss and get brutally beaten by me. The bastard sword Heavenly Father is a violent temper, and has always been in a high position of power, and the strong cannot be insulted, so why would Yi not be the same? Sensing the invincible Dao heart, he had never been one to keep a low profile and be gentle. It was simply impossible to provoke him without paying a small price. The Southern Empire Alliance steps forward. Seeing his dead pig's attitude, Bastard Sword knew that it was useless to say anymore. He already couldn't wait to teach him a lesson, so he immediately gave orders. The others, seeing this, also called on their disciples. Before entering the Spirit Abyss, the members of the 5 powers needed to meet and recognize each other. The Spirit Abyss treasure seizure will last for 5 days, because there are still scattered cultivators involved. For the sake of common interests, the members of the 5 major forces are not allowed to struggle for the first 3 days, and wait until the last day to fight head-on, regardless of life and death. Of course, non-essential circumstances, the members of the 5 forces will not fight and kill. After all, you kill my people, I will also kill your people. Do people leave a line, and meet each other in the future? With their call, a group of people flew out from their respective warships and stood behind the various heavenly dignitaries. Unlike the relaxation in private, the young elites from the 5 powers, with the collection of playfulness and looseness, each looked like a dragon among men with a great deal of aura. In no time, the 5 major forces were already assembled. Aside from Shi Xinshui, she was only at the returning wheel realm, and could not yet do anything to travel with her feet in the void, so she could only stay on the warship. Along with the assembly, the 5 powers were sizing each other up and confronting each other. What's going to happen tomorrow? Why will all the other 4 forces be dead or injured, but only the 9 heavenly pavilion will be unharmed? When everyone ran out, Yi scanned the circle and fell into thought. The disciples of the other 3 forces, many of them had a death countdown with the number 2 on their heads, and although they weren't completely wiped out like the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty, they were still heavily dead and injured. What he couldn't figure out the most was that none of the 9 Heavens Pavilion disciples would die. Although he is the one who leads the team and encounters any danger, it is true that he can guarantee the safety of everyone, but the system's determination of death, but it never counts his outburst. Return to the ship and depart. As the strongest Heavenly Father of the last Spirit Abyss treasure seizure, Bastard Blade glanced down at the scattered cultivators on the ground, and when he saw that it was about time, he gave the order. Yes. Hearing his call, the disciples of the Southern Emperor Alliance responded loudly, and the group returned to the warship in a neat and orderly manner. At the same time, Yi Yu was also calling for everyone to return to the ship. When the 5 powers were all ready, the warships all erupted in a burst of dazzling light, adjusting their orientation, and the formations were in full operation. The abyssal winds of the spirit abyss could scrape the Falcon realm to the bone, but to a warship that could withstand the attacks of the heavenly sovereign realm, it could not pose any threat. In the next moment, the entire army set off, breaking the wind towards the spirit abyss. The scattered cultivators who had been waiting for a long time, seeing the situation, also immediately followed the footsteps. Perhaps following the back of the ship wouldn't completely ward off the abyssal winds, but it would drastically minimize them and reduce attrition. Woo woo! Formally entering the spirit abyss, the movement of the abyssal winds became even greater, as if it was a celestial apocalypse that was going to devour everything. Way-awa! As the warship tilted and flew straight underneath the spirit abyss, Shinshui, who was lying on the edge, almost didn't stand still, and only felt trembling with fear and a feeling of dizziness, and was so frightened that he screamed out. The dark and deep spirit abyss was like a bottomless pit, with no bottom to be seen at all. Is this the Jedi? It's scary. It was also Lin Jingwen's first time coming to participate in the spirit abyss treasure seizure, having previously known the world through books, and was shocked by the sight. Not only were the girls unable to hold back their awe, but all the disciples who saw spirit abyss for the first time reacted in much the same way. The difference only lay in whether they made a sound or not, and the shock in their eyes could not be concealed at all. It's so dark. Shinshui only felt that he was entering an unknown space. All around was dark and incomparable. The only thing that emitted a faint glow were the warships of the major powers, as well as the protective shields of the scattered cultivators who were following behind. Such a dark light lasted for who knows how long, and with a burst of blinding white light, a change finally came. Here we are. Seeing this situation, Yi Yu stood up and cleared his voice. Wow! After Shinshui opened his eyes, he was deeply shocked by the light in front of him. She had thought that underneath the spirit abyss, it should be an incredibly dark place. What she had never expected was that it was incredibly bright. Looking down, the vast and boundless earth, the lofty mountains standing on the earth, the rivers running across the chaotic line, and vaguely able to see a lot of strange creatures. Raging gun, come out of there! Before she could continue to view the world, an angry and suppressed, thick and powerful male voice exploded like thunder. One could only see the bare upper body, wild hair flying, and muscular bastard blade heavenly father, not far away from the sky dome, coming with his feet in the void, calling out across the sky. He who had finally found a chance to show his fists and feet was like a blade that decimated the heavens and earth, swallowing mountains and rivers, as if one more glance would cause one to be stabbed by his terrifying aura, causing one's spine to chill and one's soul to be frightened. Hiss! Seeing this situation, the people of the Nine Heavens Pavilion had sucked in a breath of cold air, having never seen such a terrifying and overwhelming might. Looking at that figure from afar, it was as if he was looking straight at a dominating sword that was going to destroy the heavens and destroy the earth, and was unstoppable, just so eager to get killed. At the same time, Yi Yu was already taking steps towards the outside of the warship, seeing that he was going to go out to face the battle. The disciples of the Nine Heavens Pavilion looked at his figure with worry in their hearts. Although Elder Yi was powerful, and even more so, he was extremely talented and had reached the late stage of the heavenly exaltation realm. But the other party was an old generation heavenly exalt who had been famous for many years. With the realm lagging behind, can this battle really be taken down? Noticing everyone's worries, Yi Yu marched to the bow of the boat and didn't bother, just took a step out. No words are needed, strength will speak for him. Yi Yu stepped out of the warship. Between the palms of his hands, the 7-foot silver spear fell into his hands. His great and tall body, straight as a gun, the yuan power that was contained in his body, came out through his body. The bright and dazzling golden light that surrounded his body, an invincible will to look down upon all living beings and be the only one to be honored, accompanied by the might of the Heavenly Father that looked down upon all living beings, was actually materialized into a pillar of light that shot up into the sky. 2 more descend. Later there will be a third. First go to eat a meal, before 11 o'clock to send. Shu Shu has a cold and fever. Guangdong's weather is too absolute. Yi Yu went out to battle and burst out with a not-so-weak aura as soon as he came up, using this to consolidate the heart of the Nine Heavens Pavilion's army. The two sides were still separated by a dozen miles, but their eyes flashed as if there were 2 beams of divine light that passed through the vault of heaven and collided together. Dang! The mere collision of gazes was like 2 sky-covering tsunamis colliding together, pulverizing everything into powder. The scattered cultivators who had only followed the warships of the 5 major powers after 1,000 years of hard work and entered the spirit abyss hadn't even had time to land and rest their feet before they discovered this loud and powerful clash. What's this about? It's not going to be a war, is it? Just now, the bastard sword heavenly master shouted out an angry gun. It can't be the angry gun king I know, right? Be confident. Don't doubt it. It's the King of Angry Guns. To be more precise, I'm afraid that it's not called the King of Angry Guns now, but the Angry Gun Heavenly Father. Hurry up and go. If you get caught in the waves later, you'll die in vain. Alarmed by this stern and terrifying aura, the loose cultivators who were swept by the gale were all scared to death. Seeing the sky above, like a god and devil general two figures, scattered cultivators are people elite. See the situation is not good have turned their heads and skipped away, for fear of being implicated in. The strongest person among the scattered cultivators who had come to the spirit abyss to seize the treasure was only at the desolate Saint realm, and in front of the heavenly dignity realm, they were not worth mentioning at all. Late stage of the heavenly exaltation realm. I see. Is this the basis of your arrogance? The bastard sword Heavenly Father stood in the air, looking at Yiyu who walked out from the flowing sky battleship, sensing the invincible and lonely aura. His eyes sank and saw the clues. Are you scared? Yiyu saw that he had put away his contempt and leisurely said, all my life, I've never had the word fear. The hegemonic sword Heavenly Father snorted coldly and shook his voice. Yiyu. You are afraid that you don't know just how big the gap between the late stage of the heavenly exaltation realm and the great circle of the heavenly exaltation realm is. After the words were spoken, he was also sneering in his heart. He had stayed at the great circle of the heavenly exaltation realm for many years, with strong strength and outstanding battle records, shaking the party. For a junior who had been cultivating for 20 years or so to think that he could defeat him with the late stage of the heavenly exaltation realm was simply delusional. Rumble. Just then, rolling thunder exploded, and the thunder prison Heavenly Father arrived. Bastard sword. Let me do it. This kid is bullying people too much. The thunder prison Heavenly Father's eyes flashed with a cold and horrifying light. This EU had actually reached the late stage of the heavenly exaltation realm. This kind of breakthrough speed was astonishing. If this sun is not removed, once he rises to power, there will be endless trouble. Stand back so those two idiots don't think we're outnumbering them. The bastard blade Heavenly Father glanced at him indifferently, his gaze sweeping away to see the two Heavenly Fathers, Earthshaker and Pure Underworld, who were watching from afar. You go keep an eye on Pure Underworld and Earthshaking. Don't let them interfere. This little brat doesn't know how to be respectful, doesn't know how to bide his time, and seeks his own death. I'll let him know what it means to be cruel. With those words, he also transmitted his voice to Thunder Prison. I can't carry the two of them, but it's you who can carry them for a moment. Thunder Prison Heavenly Father received this transmission and responded as well. As old rivals for many years, their thoughts were, at this moment, amazingly consistent. This EU started ferociously. His battle power is extremely heaven-defying, invincible in the same realm. Even the true dragon is not his enemy. Opportunities were rare, and it was fine if he couldn't find one before, but this time, he had broken through to the heavenly exaltation realm and took the initiative to send up for death, so it was just the right time to pinch off this hidden danger. Even if Yiyu had fought for the glory of the human race as a young human king, so what? It wasn't for the glory of the Xian sect, so what did it have to do with the Xian sect? The words have been said. You cannot carry it, also have to carry it. 50 breaths. No, 20 breaths will be enough. Seeing that he was able to reach a consensus, although the bastard sword Heavenly Father was happy, it was not his style to change his mind on the verge of a battle. It's a long story, but this exchange was only in the twinkling of an eye. Stop arguing and get yourselves together. Yiyu didn't care what they were plotting at all and just urged. With that said, he also called out the character panel in passing. Ding! Armor piercing is on. Ding! Counterattack is on. When a lion fights a rabbit, it also uses its full strength. Even though he felt that the bastard blade Heavenly Father was weak, it didn't stop him from taking it seriously. I don't know what's in store for me, so I'll teach you to learn to be reverent today. When the bastard sword Heavenly Father saw his gesture, he opened his arms and wiped them away in the air. In the next moment, a weeping blood frenzy sword appeared out of thin air. This mad sword was too terrifying, and once it was revealed, it unexpectedly caused a bloody rain to rise between heaven and earth, as if it was an evil demon descending, with an extremely evil aura. It was as if this blade was a taboo, with blood flowing, and just one more look at it caused one's soul to tremble, and one's heart and mind to be corrupted. Violent and terrifying, the dark blade that dripped blood seemed to have drunk the blood of billions of living beings, and the fury rushed to the heavens. I don't want to die. Help! Help! Accompanied by the bastard sword Heavenly Father reaching out and taking the weeping blood frenzy sword into his hands, there were even more endless wails and mad roars. The sound is so horrible that it can stop a baby from crying at night, and it is like a nightmare. Bastard sword, you've gone too far if you take out an emperor's soldier. Seeing this scene, the earth-shaking Heavenly Father couldn't sit still at once. This was an emperor's weapon, And the reason why the great perfection of the heavenly exaltation realm was called a quasi-empire was because one could master and utilize the power of an emperor's weapon. The bastard sword used the emperor's soldier. It was obvious that it was going to be a real move once it came up, leaving no room for error. A carelessness could kill someone. Although the angry gun Heavenly Father is arrogant, but who is young and not frivolous? The crime is not to death. Only, just as he wanted to move to block it, the Thunder Prison Heavenly Father stepped in front of him. At the same time, the hegemonic blade Heavenly Father struck out without any hesitation, tugging the weeping blood imperial armament in his hand, transforming into a blood-colored stream of light and heading straight towards Yu. Seeing this situation, Yu also sensed their thoughts, but he was not afraid, dragging the silver lance in his hand, transforming into a golden stream of light, and rushing straight away. A distance of a dozen or so miles should have been incomparably far, but in front of them, it was just an instant. In the next moment, a gold and a red figure collided together. Rumble, just like a meteorite collision, pinpoint to wheat arrows. When they collide at that moment, the sky seems to be bursting open. The void cracks spread. Intense incomparable yuan power fluctuations set off more than the thunder deafening resonance. Like the abyss, like the sea rages on. Divine light exploded, and the heavens were dyed a gold and a red color by their collision. This collision was too terrifying, like a battle between gods and demons, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. With that dazzling light, those below the heavenly exaltation realm couldn't really see the light of the battle at all. However, the heavenly dignitaries from the 5 major powers were looking at it with incomparable clarity. Hiss! The pure underworld Heavenly Father sucked in a sharp breath of cold air. One could only see a figure being pierced by a long spear in the midst of the vast aurora. It was the bastard blade Heavenly Father. Immediately afterward, the dazzling vortex of Aurora Borealis shattered open, revealing itself to the people. Ahem! The bastard sword Heavenly Father's chest was pierced by the long spear. His body was lifted up high, coughing up blood, and his earlier spiritedness was already gone. Is that the best you can do? Yu held his lance and picked him in mid-air, looking at his wretched appearance of spitting blood from his mouth, his gaze cold and disappointed. He originally thought that bastard blade Heavenly Father had a few real tricks up his sleeve and could fight him for a few rounds, but it turned out that he hadn't even performed his gun technique yet, and he gave a second with a casual stab. The third more to send on. Before the shelves, the editor in charge let me do not add more. Stable update only delicious full recommendation, but a reader said a very reasonable, wonderful place is not burst more weight for when. 40. How can this be? The bastard blade Heavenly Father's chest was pierced through, the ghastly and overpowering strength of the gun raging across his body, the heart-rending and intense pain forcing his eyes to widen and his mouth to open as crimson blood flowed. For this result, he had not expected it in any way. According to his vision, Yu should have been seriously injured or even killed in seconds by his slash. It must be known that the gap between a quasi-emperor realm with an emperor's weapon and a heavenly father without an emperor's weapon is almost insurmountable. At the very least, it is difficult to erase this difference for the same human race. Grow up in your next life. Facing his question, Yu coldly said, if the bastard sword Heavenly Father had been more cautious and faced his attacks with intent to evade and dodge, he might have been able to fight him for a few rounds. However, this fellow's fighting style was reckless, not even caring how he made his moves. He directly took out his emperor's weapon wanting to exchange injuries for injuries, intending to kill him in a quick battle. Unfortunately, the one thing he wasn't afraid of was recklessness, because no one could be more reckless than him. You dare to kill me? Be a man and leave a line. Hearing these killing intent, cold and bone-chilling words, the hegemonic blade Heavenly Father's heart and soul trembled. A sense of crisis arose, and he wanted to warn with a dangerous voice. The Spirit Abyss treasure seizure hosted by the 5 major forces together, easily under the circumstances is rarely kill each other. Like the fall of the Heavenly Father, such a thing, do not know how many years have not had. Although spirit crystals were valuable and extremely rare, the value of a heavenly exaltation realm great perfection was even more immeasurable. Why not? Yu interrupted, and the long spear in his hand shook. Angry gun, my big brother will let you. The terrifying gun chi streaked across, transforming into a vortex, and the sudden attack made it too late for the hegemonic blade Heavenly Father to even struggle, as his body began to continuously disintegrate, letting out a terrified and hysterical roar of fury. In just an instant, the bastard blade Heavenly Father's vitality breath was gone, and even more so, his corpse was boneless. After utilizing a blindfolding move to put away the bones of the bastard sword Heavenly Father, Yu glanced at the weeping blood frenzy sword that was still lingering in front of him, and kicked out, sending it down to the ground. Boom! The Emperor's soldiers descended from the sky and smashed into the ground, just like a meteorite descending, directly tearing out a crack in the earth, and even more rolling dust flew out. Bring your Emperor soldiers back and tell your alliance masters that if the Southern Emperor Alliance wants to go to war, the Nine Heavens Pavilion will accompany them to the end. Yi Yu had no intention of putting away the Emperor soldier. He just looked across the sky at the warship of the Southern Emperor Alliance. His voice was like thunder. He naturally understands the principle of leaving a thread of truth behind, or else he wouldn't have kept Lu Jiming's life. But he never spoiled those who tried to kill him. Before setting out for Spirit Abyss, he had talked to the Pavilion Master, and the Heavenly Father of the Questioning Sword, and received approval. He was the most important disciple of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. There was no one else, and trying to kill him was tantamount to declaring war on the Nine Heavens Pavilion. This, being shouted at by him through the air, the people on the Southern Emperor Alliance's warships all looked at each other, not knowing how to react. The younger brother of the current alliance leader of the Southern Emperor Alliance, the bastard sword Heavenly Father, who had shaken the four quarters of the world and had ruled the world for many years, had died just like that? They didn't even get a chance to cheer and it was all over? Everyone is in danger of. The Spirit Abyss treasure seizure has just begun yet. The Beiji dagger Heavenly Father is dead. What should they do next? The bastard sword is dead? The Thunder Prison Heavenly Father, who was staring closely at shaking earth and pure underworld, watching out for their strikes, also came back to his senses at this time and turned his head in horror over it. Are you kidding? He has fought with the hegemonic sword Heavenly Father for so many years, and he knows how strong the strength of this formidable enemy is. Just now, he felt that he couldn't stop the two heavenly dignitaries, but it was the idea that Hegemony Blade was able to stop the two heavenly dignitaries in a short period of time, and it was also because he knew Hegemony Blade too well. But what is the situation now? The bastard sword had the strength to stand up to two top human heavenly dignitaries, yet he couldn't even block a single shot from the angry pistol. Yu? Have I been hit by a hallucination? Thunder Prison Heavenly Father couldn't believe this, and only felt skeptical and even more fearful. Without waiting for him to ponder over it, he suddenly felt a terrifying and dangerous gaze. Dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Out of instinct, the Thunder Prison Heavenly Father violently raised his head to look, and saw a scene that gave him the creeps, only to see that Yi Yu, who was in the distance, did not know when he aimed his gaze at him. Those dark and cold eyes were like the gaze of a predator, taking in the heart. That look, as if to say, it's your turn. Snap. Brother Yi is truly worthy of being a young supreme being with the stature of a great emperor. Today, he has removed the evil from the people, so it's really a great pleasure for the people. Realizing that his next target was himself, the Thunder Prison Heavenly Father raised his hands and just clapped, laughing aloud as he did so. The one who knows the time is a wise man. The strongest person who could reach this realm of the Heavenly Exaltation Realm Great Circle, just having a violent temper, would have long ago died for an unknown number of times. Cut the crap. Didn't you want to fight me just now? It's your turn. Although he was compensating for the smile, Yi Yu could see his behavior of blocking the earth-shaking Heavenly Father's attempts to block him just now as true, not showing the slightest bit of mercy. Brother Yi, just now it was me who had no eyes. I was also blinded by the bastard sword before I did that. You are generous. Just spare me once. Seeing his murderous aura, the Thunder Prison Heavenly Father placed his posture extremely low in front of the five powers, even bowing and apologizing. The tragic situation of the bastard sword is still fresh in his mind. He doesn't want to die so hastily, and he will lose face if he loses face. Thunder Prison Heavenly Father, come over and take my shot, and this matter will not be blamed. Facing his apology, Yi Yu's attitude loosened up a few points and promised. Hearing this request, Thunder Prison Heavenly Father's heart went cold. The man who took your shot just now is dead as a dregs. If you're dead, you're dead, and there's a chance of survival if you take a shot. Although he felt that there was little hope, but the Thunder Prison Heavenly Father decided to tough it out and flew forward. Now it seems that Raging Gun was not unjustified when he said they were weak just now. To be more precise, it wasn't that they were too weak, but that Raging Gun was too strong, and he was well aware of this. Aren't you going to get ready? When he flew close, Yi Yu saw that he didn't stimulate his Yuan power, didn't perform his divine abilities, and didn't use his Yuan weapon yet. So he asked, when you make a mistake, you have to be punished. I was the one who made the mistake first. I only hope that the Angry Gun Heavenly Father can take a bite out of it. Thunder Prison Heavenly Father shook his head, setting his attitude right to the end. The bastard sword couldn't even carry it, and there wasn't much hope for him to resist it. In other words, whether he could survive or not all depended on the mood of the Angry Gun. They're really old foxes, one more than the other. Seeing his attitude of standing upright after being beaten and knowing his mistakes, Yi Yu cursed in his heart, and then he raised the lance in his hand and directly stabbed it. Ka-ching! The lance broke through his body, and a pillar of blood exploded out of the Thunder Prison Heavenly Father's right shoulder as his right arm flew a trajectory through the air. You're better than bastard sword. Go back. Breaking one of his arms as a lesson, Yi Yu swept a glance at him, then put away the lance in his hand and turned around. Thank you, angry gun Heavenly Father, for raising your hand. Seeing him turn around and leave, the Thunder Prison Heavenly Father only felt that he had escaped from death and walked from the door of the ghost, and was grateful. 41. This heavenly dignity battle could be described as a sudden outbreak and a sudden end. Nonetheless, the shock and fear brought by this brief battle was even more violent than the intense battle. He's right. It's easier for me to think about defeating the true dragon instead of thinking about defeating him. Ever since he went to the Flowing Sky battleship, Lu Jiming, who had been shocked to the point that he was sick and dumbfounded and didn't even make a sound, gradually regained clarity in both of his eyes, encountering Yi Yu again after 5 years, only to see the other party break through to the heavenly exaltation realm. The frustration of being unsurpassable and never being able to catch up caused his Dao heart to nearly shatter. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt that there was no need for him to be discouraged, because even the hegemonic dagger Heavenly Father was not Yi Yu's opponent, and he could not even carry a move. In comparison, back then, during the Human King battle, he had even fought against Raging Gun for 5 rounds before he was seized the opportunity to be heavily injured with a single shot. So close. The pure underworld Heavenly Father looked at Yi Yu's back and pinched a cold sweat. Thanks to the young lord running to the Flowing Sky battleship to pick a fight before arriving at the Spirit Abyss, or else he would have been half crippled if not dead. This Yi Yu is only 37 years old. How can he be strong to this extent? Even their group of old monsters who have lived for hundreds of years are not a match. The battle power of the great emperor's son-in-law is so heaven-defying. Daxia is blessed. The earth-shaking Heavenly Father was both in awe and grateful, secretly sighing. The people from all the major powers were all terrified. And even though Yi Yu's former opponents had known of his terror, this moment was also an eye-opener. The only thing that stood out was the reaction of the Daxia Imperial dynasty. Imperial sister, brother-in-law is so awesome, so handsome. On his way back to the ship, Yi Yu suddenly heard an exclamation. Looking around, he saw that the person who spoke out was a young girl with an exquisite and delicate appearance from the great Xiao worship. Following Xiao Tsayu's side, is she talking about me, brother-in-law? Seeing the combination of these two, Yi Yu had a realization. Don't yell, it's not time yet. With his gaze, Xiao Tsayu was embarrassed and immediately put on her face to teach her royal sister a lesson. It's not a matter of time. Xia Shange was self-acquainted, sensing Yi Yu's gaze from afar and waving her hand at him to greet him through the air. In response to this warm greeting, Yi Yu slightly nodded in response out of politeness and returned to the worship. Elder Yi, this is too fierce of you. That's the bastard sword Heavenly Father. And he was even stabbed to death by you with a single shot. Elder Yi is invincible. By the time he returned, the disciples of the Nine Heavens Pavilion were enthusiastic. And even more so, they raised their eyebrows and swept away the gloom of the slump. Ayu, good kill. That bastard sword took out the Emperor's soldier. It's obvious that he wants to kill you. Kill it. The Nine Heavens Pavilion will always be your most solid backing. Feel free to rest assured. At the same time, Fengyun was the first to welcome him and patted Yi Yu's arm in appreciation. I understand. Yi Yu saw that he was concerned and nodded. Elder Yi, why are you so strong? One disciple couldn't hold back and wanted to ask for the secret to becoming stronger. These words caused all the clamor on the worship to pause and steeply fall silent. Everyone's ears perked up. The disciples who were able to come and participate in the Spirit Abyss treasure seizure were all the elite of the peaks of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. And each one of them had gone through the selection and layers of struggle to get to this point. In terms of talent and qualifications, as well as background, each one is not an idle generation. Out of the Nine Heavenly Pavilion, can be called a party of geniuses, a dragon and phoenix among people, and the children of famous families. Facing the Saint Realm, the Heavenly Father, they would be in awe, but they still had the heart to chase after them. However, when facing Elder Yi, it made them look at him, and they simply couldn't afford the slightest thought of chasing after him. Talent. Yi Yu couldn't say that he had a system boost, having a 156 times gain based on his own enlightenment, and responded after pondering. This answer directly killed everyone's curiosity and expectations. In fact, everyone was very clear about Elder Yi. After all, he was the strongest genius of the human race that had shaken the entire continent. The growth story of Angry Gun Yi Yu was even compiled into a biography, and there were still people telling books in various places. When is it our turn to appear? After watching Elder Yi fight someone, I already can't wait to show off my skills. After a dead silence, someone spoke up. With that, the man was also rubbing his fists and couldn't wait for the big show. Get on with it. Don't be gullible. The Spirit Abyss can be very dangerous. With his excited words, others chimed in, and still others were alerted. Seeing everyone's excitement and uproar, Yi Yu did not participate in it, and his afterglow glanced at the corner of the edge of the warship. Why isn't this girl moving? What's on her mind? Seeing Shi Xinshui frozen in place, Yi Yu was somewhat puzzled. By all rights, children are the least urban and should react more strongly than adults when it comes to things. It's over. Eldest senior brother said he would kill people. He really will kill people. Shifu Xinshui, who had witnessed the bastard sword Heavenly Father being killed, had fallen into a state of dumbfoundedness since a moment ago. Seeing that eldest brother was so strong that even the seemingly formidable bastard blade Heavenly Father was not a match for a single move, she was happy and worried at the same time. It was true that she hadn't killed a single chicken since she was a child, but she had seen a pig run without eating it, and she had seen murder. But the matter was not a matter of concern, and the danger did not come to her, and she felt as she did. But it was different now. She was sweating at the thought of the consequences of her eavesdropping on her heart and being discovered by her eldest brother. You're so powerful, eldest brother. The world is invincible. Just then, Shifu Xinshui heard the sound of the heart and realized that her eldest brother was observing her. She immediately returned to her senses and ran forward to offer her services. Are you that slow? You'll be this strong in the future too. Practice hard. Seeing her afterthought reaction, Yi Yu shook his head in amusement in his mind, turned off his armor-piercing and reached out to rub her little head, placing high hopes on her. From the Tianshan disaster day, there are still 25 years of time. Yi Yu is very much looking forward to Shifu Xinshui to grow up as soon as possible, exhibiting her death's special features and help him find a way to break the situation. As for burying her now, it would undoubtedly be killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. The end of the world is indeed near, but it's not tomorrow. There's still quite a bit of time. Aha! Facing the praises and expectations of his eldest senior brother, Shi Xinshui also nodded his head heavily and enthusiastically. She must become stronger, and when she was as powerful as eldest brother, she wouldn't have to be afraid that the matter of eavesdropping on her heart would be exposed. When you gaze into the abyss gazes into you. The landscape of the spirit abyss was special and different from the ground. Both the creatures and the landforms were strange and odd. The arrival of the people brought a buzz to the land after a long time. In the depths of the spirit abyss, several pairs of eyes emerged from the darkness, peering at the direction of the flowing sky warship with incomparable scorn. This human race has even mastered the power of destruction. How did it do it? They were discreet, just peering and withdrawing their gaze. Unbeknownst to them, 2 more deliveries. Also thank you to Ultra Electromagnetic Hit on Flower Fire Lightning, UHOSAS, for the bounty. The Spirit Abyss region was vast, and after the heavenly dignitaries of the 5 major forces returned to their warships, they didn't need to gather and meet again. They all adjusted their directions and headed to their respective directions of responsibility. As the warships set off, there were also heavenly dignitaries who stepped out of the warships and opened the way in front. The only one that remained in place was the warship of the Southern Emperor Alliance, with no one stepping out. Young Lord, what do we do? The members of the Southern Emperor Alliance still hadn't slowed down from the fall of the bastard sword Heavenly Father, and with no leader in the group, they could only pin their hopes on the young Lord. Stay where you are and don't move. Fully energize the battleship's formations, and wait until the other forces' heavenly dignitaries are able to free up their hands and clear the heavenly dignitary realm abyssal spirits. The young Lord of the Southern Emperor Alliance was, after all, an emperor's son, experiencing the pain of bereavement and being deeply shocked, but still maintaining his composure. The abyssal spirits had no intelligence and would only follow the instincts of the weak and the strong, hunting each other and attacking when they met their enemies. At the same realm, the elites of the major powers against the abyssal spirits were basically a sure win as long as they weren't sneak attacked. But if the realm lags behind, the human race against the abyssal spirit can be said to be 9 deaths, because the abyssal spirit does not care what your identity, what origin, different races, not to mention the constraints of order and rules. Once they meet, either you die or I live. This was also the reason why every Spirit Abyss treasure seizure would have a heavenly sovereign sweeping through, as well as a heavenly sovereign supervising the formation. I'm going to kill all the heavenly sovereign realm abyssal spirits. You guys stay on the ship and don't move around. Meanwhile, Yi Yu saw the movements of the other forces, threw down a sentence and moved off. As he left, Misty Moon Immortal also maneuvered her warship and followed behind him. The disciples of the 9 Heavens Pavilion all took Yi Yu as their leader and complied with the order to stay on the ship and not go out. Tomorrow, the people of the Disya Imperial Dynasty will die and be injured. Should this matter be told to them? If I tell them, will it allow them to escape? With the conflict between the 5 powers over for the time being, Shifu Xinshui was pondering an incomparably serious question. She was considering whether she should take the risk. In fact, she had decided earlier when she had overheard her eldest brother's heartfelt words that she must find an opportunity to alert the great Xia Imperial Dynasty and help them escape. Although they hadn't spoken, because of the eldest princess of Daxia. The atmosphere and feeling on both sides were nice and friendly when they were traveling together in the warship earlier. But now, she had to revisit this decision. Because the big senior brother is really going to kill people. Killing the Heavenly Father is almost the same as killing a chicken. All without any special feelings, cold and merciless. If she warned a few times an eldest brother sensed the signs and suspected that she had the ability to read minds, then the dangerous person would become her. But if she didn't warn them, wouldn't that be like saving them from death? Whether to protect himself or to follow his conscience, the difficult choice made sure Xinshui tormented. In the final analysis, the eldest brother has anticipated the death of others. Why did he not remind them of his intention? Obviously he and the Jade Sword Immortal are friends. Could it be that he, as a necromancer, can't wait to see others die? Thinking about how the two choices were not right, sure Xinshui was incomparably depressed. Junior sister, come and see. That's the profound spirit. Lin Jingwen looked at the light outside from the edge of the warship and suddenly saw a scene and beckoned. Sure Xinshui jogged all the way over, and following the direction she pointed in, he saw a huge monster whose body floated with an ethereal white light in the lush forest on the ground. The monster was shaped like a small mountain, with its body piled up like mud, writhing rapidly on the ground. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with a monster much smaller than it, leaping high into the air and tackling its prey underneath it, suppressing its prey, like an abyssal spirit made of mud. Its body was rapidly writhing and crushing, and its size was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Is this the abyssal spirit? It's disgusting. When Sure Xinshui saw this scene, he only felt his scalp tingling, goosebumps rose all over his body, and an uncontrollable feeling of disgust surged through his body. It's really quite disgusting. Lin Jingwen couldn't agree more with this assessment. Too shallow. Winning End, who was standing not far from the side, couldn't help but say when she saw that the girl's comments were all directed at the appearance. How is that shallow? Lin Jingwen had never dealt with him, and when she saw him interjecting again, she was not happy. Shouldn't the more important thing to care about for the abyssal spirits than the beauty of their appearance be whether they are dangerous or not? You should know that they have the power to devour and grow. Plus they have no intelligence or ability to communicate verbally, and only have hunting and killing instincts, but they're extremely dangerous aliens. Seeing that she still didn't recognize reason, Winning End simply had to break it off with her. Just then, Sure Xinshui interrupted the conversation. Why in the world are there such disgusting creatures? Existence is reasonable. The Tianxian continent has 100 races, and there are all kinds of strange and weird creatures. Little senior sister, although you think they are disgusting, but in fact, in the eyes of the foreign races, we are also. Winning End heard her doubts and also explained for her. However, he stopped before he could finish his words, because the state of his little sister didn't look quite right. On weekdays, Shifu Xinshui's pair of golden eyes, always with two watery, innocent eyes, was like a little sister, endearing. However, at this moment, Sure Xinshui's golden eyes were cold, and an incomparably strong feeling of disgust flowed out. That look, that expression, it was as if he hated to kill all the profound spirits. At first glance, uninformed people, they thought that the abyssal spirit had some kind of blood feud with the little sister. Shinsui, what's wrong? Right at this moment, Feng Yunyun also noticed his young apprentice's abnormality and came over to show his concern. Master, can you kill it? Sure Xinshui asked as he pointed at the profound spirit on the ground that was devouring its prey. That is the profound spirit of the Dharma Dragon realm. According to the rules, the master cannot make a move until the time of free action. Let your second senior sister kill it. When Feng Yun heard this kind of request, he looked at her with some surprise and explained. What is this situation? Isn't the character of the young disciple quite pure? When did he learn to fight and kill? This abyssal spirit should not have messed with the little disciple. Just because it thinks it looks bad and is disgusting. It wants to kill it? Leave it to me. When Lin Jingwen saw her cast a glance, she immediately was agreeable. Thank you, second senior sister. When the death of that abyssal spirit was agreed upon, Sure Xinshui nodded and stood on her tiptoes on the edge of the airship, looking around. Master, what realm is that profound spirit? Soon, she found another abyssal spirit that looked particularly conspicuous and asked. Earth King realm. Feng Yun had noticed it back when she was looking around and gave the answer without a second thought. Third brother. Upon learning of the realm, Sure Xinshui turned her head and looked at Win End. No problem. The latter, seeing this gaze, agreed without hesitation. Perhaps he was in the late Earth King realm, and in terms of realm alone, he was the lowest of the participants in the same session. But as an emperor, in terms of battle power alone, he had no problem boasting that he was the strongest in the Earth King realm of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Thank you, third brother. Receiving his promise, Sure Xinshui was incomparably happy and thankful. before lying down on the edge of the boat and searching for the next profound spirit. Seeing this scene, Feng Yun, Lin Jingwen, and Winning End couldn't help but glance at each other, realizing that something was wrong. Because the little senior sister is like she hates to let all the abyssal spirits she sees die. If she is not strong enough, I am afraid that she does not need to ask for help, but she is on her own. Although the abyssal spirits had the ability to devour and grow, the human race came to sweep once every 5 years, and the number of abyssal spirits of the heavenly dignity realm was not so high that they could be seen everywhere. After a few moments, Yu finally managed to find a heavenly exaltation realm abyssal spirit and decisively struck. Boom! Ow! With a tremor that shook the earth, a roar that resounded through the clouds swept out like a storm. The sound of the battle between the heavenly dignitaries was so overwhelming that the flowing sky worship, which was following Yu's march, was the first to notice the situation. Elder Yi, this is too strong. His strength, shouldn't he be able to match the Emperor realm? The Misty Moon Immortal, who was in control of the worship and on guard against all enemy attacks and dangers, sensed the movement far ahead. Her beautiful eyes saw through the distant path, and her mouth gently opened, her shock hard to hide, even though she had just witnessed Elder Yi's strength. After all, the bastard sword Heavenly Father, who had been famous and renowned in the southern region for many years, had been stabbed to death with a single shot. But even so, seeing Elder Yi's heaven-defying and terrifying battle power like this, there was really no way for her to be commonplace. Now she sort of completely understood why the Pavilion Master had asked Elder Yi to take the place of the sword asking Heavenly Father. The Pavilion Master didn't just want Elder Yi to make an appearance in front of the 5 major powers and show off properly as simple as that, but rather, he was scheming a great deal. Elder Misty, what happened? Many of the juniors didn't understand the situation, and only heard the deafening tremor, and when they saw what she looked like she saw, they immediately begged to be asked. A Heaven's Dignity Realm abyssal spirit was stabbed to death by Elder Yi with a single shot, and the 9 Heavens Pavilion was the first to take down a Heaven's Dignity ranked spirit crystal. Seeing that everyone was curious, Misty Moon Immortal didn't hide it and smiled with joy that was hard to hide. Yes, Elder Yi is right. Let them see how powerful the 9 Heavens Pavilion is. It's too cool. Everyone has been saying for the past few years that Elder Yi is in seclusion and not coming out, that he's encountered some kind of misfortune and bottleneck, and that his splendor is no longer there. And it's depressing for me, so now I can raise my eyebrows and let out my anger. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other, paused for a few seconds, and then they were all raising their arms and shouting loudly, and their morale was greatly boosted. Yes, Shifu Xinxue was also clapping his hands. In the face of this good news, there was only one person on the warship who didn't cheer, and that was Feng Yun. He went with Yu to meet the Pavilion Master, knowing the greatness of his eldest disciple, having seen the Human King battle, defeating the True Dragon and such prideful splendor of the past and present. Just killing a Heaven's Respect Realm abyssal spirit wasn't enough to cause him to rejoice. More than that, as Feng Yun watched his young apprentice's reaction, he always felt that her shouts of approval were different from everyone else's starting point, and were more like a great joy. Everyone was happy that Yu had made a great show of strength and had done a good job in honoring the 9 Heavenly Pavilion. Xin Shui was happy that the Heavenly Exaltation Realm abyssal spirit had died a good death. The Heavenly Dignitary Sweep was something that none of the disciples of the major powers could participate in, and could only follow behind to open their eyes. With Yu's opening of the door, there were also loud noises coming from the distance. Obviously other forces had also found their targets and officially started the war. Just by listening to the noise, the intensity of the battle could be seen, but none of the battles would last too long before they could be divided into results. The 5 major forces of the human race, the depth of the foundation. As the saying goes, a general will be able to achieve 10,000 bones withered, able to reach the great circle of the heavenly dignity realm of the characters. Each one of them has grown up through the blood and rain, the strength of the terrifying, facing the profound spirits that had no intelligence or brilliant strategies, only hunting and killing instincts, like wild beasts, and with the addition of the Emperor's soldier, it was definitely not difficult to kill them even if they couldn't talk about chopping them up. Heavenly dignitaries roamed across the spirit abyss, and when they saw an ungrateful desolate saint realm abyssal spirit, they only needed to make a slight move to suppress it, and when they encountered a heavenly dignitary's realm abyssal spirit, they struck out in a thunderous manner. Elder Heavenly Father is also too strong. With the actions of the 5 major powers, the casual cultivators who had re-entered the vicinity of the landing site and were waiting for their free movement time, listened to the tremors in all directions, and could feel the desperate and terrifying yuan power fluctuations from a great distance away. Sighing, after half a day, Yu returned to the flowing sky worship. Perhaps it was after a hunt, but when he returned, he was still graceful and immaculate, with no signs of battle visible at all. Elder Yi, how was the harvest? With a burst of pleasantries and concern from the people, Misty Moon Fairy pressed the question. At first, the warship was able to keep up with Elder Yi along one direction. However, after killing all in one direction, Elder Yi began to sweep in other directions, and although there was no danger in following along the way, he was unable to keep up and had no way to see the battle clearly. 17. In the face of everyone's expectations, Yi Yu smiled, and with a shake of his hand, 17 heavenly dignity realm spirit crystals, which emitted white ethereal light, the size of an adult's head, and had sharp edges and corners, floated in the air. That brilliant light was even coloring the warship white. In previous years, the harvest of each session was around 5 pieces, this time it's that much. When the pavilion master hears this news, he's afraid that he'll be smiling from ear to ear. Fengyun was also happy to see the large number of spirit crystals. A great harvest. It's beautiful. The female disciples of the Nine Heavens Pavilion were incomparably desirous when they saw these spirit crystals. The thing that people enjoy the most after a big show is the look and reaction of everyone. Although Yi Yu was calm on the surface, as if it was a matter of course, in his heart, he was satisfied. Unlike killing the bastard Blade Heavenly Father, which had no real gains, hunting the profound spirit was a real fight for the sex benefit. After making his rounds, Yi Yu subconsciously glanced at Shi Xinshui, and then felt that something was wrong. Unlike everyone's awe and yearning, or even longing, the eyes of the youngest sister looked out of place. It's not wanting it, but hating it, or even revulsion? This is not right. When this child heard that the spirit crystal was valuable before, wasn't he at a face of wealth reaction? Have you observed all the targets? Discovering this moment, Yi Yu did not go over the top at first, but instead looked at the disciples and juniors of the same sect. The warships followed the Heavenly Father's sweeping path forward, not only for the sake of having a caretaker, but also for the disciples to be able to feel out the terrain first, lock on to their targets, and be ready to strike. Observe. The crowd responded. Very well, a quick trip back to the start and it will be your turn on the field. Yi Yu ordered as he nodded slightly and put away the spirit crystal. The landing point after entering the spirit abyss is the starting point, and that area is somehow safe from high realm abyss spirits. After the heavenly dignitary swept through, the 5 major powers would have to meet to check their respective harvests and rank them, as well as record the change in the number of spirit abyss. Great! It can be considered to have waited until this time, and everyone is fist pumping with excitement. Is there something wrong with the crystal? Did she see it? When Misty Moon Immortal piloted the warship back to the sea, Yi Yu turned his gaze to Shi Xinshui and walked over, deciding to talk to her. The fact that the youngest sister possessed a physique that was even more powerful than the Taiyu divine body was actually nothing unusual in his opinion. The reason why he cared so much about the youngest sister was still because the system wasn't even able to assert the child's death. 2 more descend. In addition to thank Alliance reward, before the shelves cannot add more. And so on the shelves to set up the rules of adding more will certainly make up for it. Au. Xin Shui reacted strangely to seeing the abyssal spirit for some reason. As Yi Yu walked towards Shi Xinshui, Fengyun saw this and immediately transmitted his voice. Immediately, he recounted his young apprentice's reaction, grasping the key points. It's like you've got a grudge against Fuxin? Clap your hands? No matter what Fuchi looks like, he's disgusting? Yi Yu was a little surprised as he listened to his master's narration. From the human's aesthetic point of view alone, it was true that there were individuals of the abyssal spirits that were rather disgusting looking, but overall, they were still on the level, obviously. But no matter what the abyssal spirit looks like, it feels disgusting, and it is also like having a grudge. This is indeed a bit odd. Junior sister, come with me, I'll show you something. Between thoughts, Yi Yu walked up to Shi Xinshui's face, looked down on this little bitty person, and said, good. Listening to his heart, Shi Xinshui was already cooperative as she knew what he was going to say to her. With that, they headed for the cabin of the warship. Isn't eldest senior brother too partial to little senior sister? Does eldest senior brother like silver hair? Seeing this scene, Lin Jingwen was envious and jealous, and as she watched them walk indoors, she couldn't help but hold up her long hair with her hand and mutter, is it silver hair that eldest brother favors? Eldest brother favors the proud daughter of heaven. Seeing that she was still whimsical, Winend was really amused and laughed so hard that he couldn't catch his breath. Roll. Lin Jingwen, who was just thinking about whether or not to dye her hair, became angry when she realized that he was splashing cold water again and glared at him, not bothering to pay attention to him. Uncle Win, is junior uncle's talent great? Meanwhile, Li Mingho of Shuyu Peak was attracted over and asked cautiously, it's not generally powerful. When little sister grows up, even if she can't match her eldest senior brother, she won't be too far behind. Seeing his curiosity, Winend didn't hide it from him and hummed in self-satisfaction. He firmly believed that it wouldn't take long for his little sister to rise to fame and renown, shaking the 9 heavens pavilion, the heavenly pride coming out to astonish the world. Hiss, so powerful? With this response, Li Minghe was instantly subdued. Perhaps according to this statement, Junior Master is not as good as Elder Yi, but when looking at the entire continent, there are very few characters that can be comparable to Elder Yi. In other words, Junior Master is at least a chaotic demon, but Little Master looks like he's all in his teens, and his realm is very low. The onlooker was puzzled to hear this comment and couldn't help but say, putting aside the super cute looks, the Little Master really doesn't look like anything special, nor does it look like the proud daughter of heaven they have seen before, who doesn't look too smart. Be careful what you say, don't judge geniuses by their age. Elder Yi only started cultivating at the age of 12, and he still hasn't reached the heavenly exaltation realm at a young age. Seeing that he didn't understand the situation, his fellow disciples were kind enough to warn him. Meanwhile, Yi Yu brought his little sister inside and closed the door. Eldest brother, you must kill all the profound spirits. Can be considered to wait until he came back and found the opportunity to talk? The teacher Heartwater walked to the table and sat down, and cannot wait to say, oh, why is that? Yi Yu was puzzled when he saw that she had a serious face and was even shouting and fighting. This girl was almost killed by Lu Miming before. Even if she knew about this, at most, she was thinking of beating the person up, as a result of the abyssal spirit, but she wanted to kill all of them, which is a genocidal speech. The difference is also too big. Although it's not my kind, their hearts will be different, and people won't have any moral constraints or mental burdens when facing a foreigner. But the abyssal spirit shouldn't have offended her, right? Because abyssal spirits are disgusting and these monsters shouldn't exist in this world. Speaking of the reason, sure Xinshui didn't hesitate for a second, frowning in disgust. It's just like what Master said. It's like she has an unbreakable grudge against the abyssal spirit. Is it the physique? It makes her behave like this. Although this child's physique is very similar to the Taiyu divine body, it is even more divine. And what qualities it actually has have not been exhibited for the time being. Usually there's no reaction, but it's so intense against the abyssal spirit. And her reaction to seeing the spirit crystal just now wasn't right. So maybe there's a clue. Yi Yu saw her face of disgust and pondered. For the little sister's condition, he is especially concerned. Because this girl is too special, and the death is ominous. Without the trait of having an unknown date of death, not to mention that her physique was stronger than the Taiyu divine physique, which was the third on the physique list. Even if it was stronger than the All Faith's true dragon physique, he wouldn't have bothered to pay any attention to it. Is that the only reason? Tell me in detail what you feel when you see the abyssal spirit? Yi Yu decided to ask about this matter in detail. It's just simply very disgusting and revolting. By the way, eldest senior brother, you mustn't use spirit crystals. Listening to his heart, sure Xinshui didn't know how to describe her feelings, and said that she thought of another thing and hurriedly added, why don't you use it? Spirit crystals are a treasure specializing in the spirit abyss, able to help cleanse one's soul, heal soul injuries, and increase enlightenment in the corresponding realm. Seeing that she took the initiative to mention it, saving the trouble of guiding it, Yi Yu opened his right hand and took out a celestial realm spirit crystal. Any treasure that could increase enlightenment was worth a fortune, not to mention the effect of healing soul injuries. With regard to this heavenly dignity realm spirit crystal in his hand, if he were to place it outside, as an unowned object, it would definitely cause all the forces to fight over it. What cleansing of the soul? Contaminating the soul is the real thing. It's dangerous. When Xinshui saw the spirit crystal he was holding in his hand, it was as if he had seen a ghost, his gaze scornful and disgusted. Junior sister, do you have a basis for this statement? Are you seeing something? Hearing this statement, Yi Yu's face changed as he pursued. After asking, he lowered his eyes to look at the spirit crystal in his hand, and his normally idle mind became steeply active and instantaneous. Is it possible that the cataclysm came from the spirit abyss? The spirit crystal is not a treasure of heaven and earth, but a poison? Come to think of it, the origin of the spirit crystal is indeed very strange. Every 5 years, the spirit abyss will give birth to a sizable number of abyssal spirits, and even every time the abyssal spirits above the Falcon realm are killed with very few abyssal spirits left, there can still be more than 20 abyssal spirits in the Tianzuan realm. If the spirit crystal of the spirit abyss is not a gift from the heavens, but an elaborate layout, then it will be able to explain clearly why the Emperor realm will all fall after the descent of the Tianxian disaster day. Souls are contaminated. It is not possible to say that there are still some backstabbing, but if it is really like this, then the people who have used the spirit crystal, is not it hard to escape? That at $hashtag at $. The more Yi Yu thought about it, the more chilled he became. The top powerhouses in the whole continent had more or less refined spirit crystals, and both master and he had used them. Ah! Right at this moment, Yi Yu's contemplation was interrupted by Shinshui's screams of pain. Little sister, what's wrong with you? Yi Yu raised his eyes and found Shinshui lying on the table covering his head with a splitting headache, and then glanced at the spirit crystal in his hand and hurriedly put it away. I'm fine. Finally it was stopping. Shinshui breathed a long sigh of relief and gently shook her head. She couldn't say that she was bombarded by his complicated and intense mental activities to the point that she had a headache. It's all right if you put away the spirit crystals. Will the spirit crystals hurt her? Yi Yu saw her look of relief and implicated the situation with his own behavior. If anything, as expected, it was just as he had guessed. Through his little sister, he was able to find a way to break the situation. Like now, for example, he was no longer at a loss for the road ahead. He was finally finding a little bit of a clue. Little sister, look at it carefully. Yi Yu was extremely concerned about the cataclysm that would befall him in 25 years, and took out another spirit crystal of the Falcon realm, wrapped it in Yuan power to isolate it, and concealed the fluctuations, and put it in front of her. He didn't want to see his master fall in the catastrophe, nor did he want to see the Tianxian continent destroyed. Perhaps when that time came, he could bury all of the Tianxian continent, and the rich rewards might be able to help him ascend above the Emperor realm. But even if he became the strongest, what was the point if he was only alone, and he didn't even have someone to talk to? He can talk to no one, but he can't talk to no one. Because of this, he wanted to be strong, but he also wanted the world to be safe and sound. Yeah, don't you bring it over. Seeing him push over, Shinshui jumped off the stool as if by reflex and stepped back, pulling away. What do you feel when you look at it? It's all over the place. It's disgusting. It's not good. Shinshui, who was hiding far away, looked at the spirit crystal on his palm and didn't like how he looked at it. According to this reaction, the youngest senior sister, unless she is forced, or else she refuses to touch the spirit crystal to death, not to mention refining it. The Emperor realm can't see the end of the story, but she is instinctively rejecting it. Her physique still has the trait of tending to blessings and avoiding disasters. This boy, what a light! Experimenting again. Yi Yu put away the spirit crystal and came to a conclusion, and then he looked at his little senior sister with relief and satisfaction. He spent 5 years, ran all over the continent, and even walked into the 4 directions of the Forbidden Land, and did not find good clues. The result is that he has only known the little sister for less than 10 days, and he has found some eyebrows, and the harvest has come faster than expected. The spirit abyss may not be all of Tianxian's disaster days, but it will be one of them. He didn't think that there was only one type of cataclysm that would make the Tianxian continent overthrow in a short period of time, and that all the sons would have to die. In fact, he had vaguely guessed a long time ago that the cataclysm was likely to come from beyond the heavens, because of the emperor realm of the Tianxian continent. Even if it was the true dragon clan, even if they were more solitary in nature and presumed to unify the continent, it would be impossible for them to destroy the world. After all, it was the land that gave birth to them and raised them. The bottom line is that he's a traveler from another world. It wasn't surprising that there were other heavens and earths outside of the Tianxian continent, or perhaps higher latitudes and great worlds with even more terrifying power systems. Eldest brother, let's go kill the abyssal spirit. Seeing his kind gaze, Shinshui rejoined the table and climbed onto a stool to sit down, and then she couldn't wait to propose. After such a short while, she was also reacting. Although she didn't know what Tianxian Disaster Day was, it was clear that her words just now had managed to catch the attention of eldest senior brother. In her opinion, killing all the abyssal spirits could be said to be beneficial. What's more, if eldest senior brother were to start killing now, the people of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty might not have to die. It was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Only, Yi Yu did not agree to this offer and instead fell into a deep thought. The spirit abyss is the common treasure of the 5 powers, and even the human race. If we directly wipe out the spirit abyss without regard to the consequences, this is much more troublesome than killing the hegemonic blade heavenly sovereign, and we may not be able to say that we will have to have the human race in internal strife. And even if I obliterate this spirit abyss, there are still 17 more in Tianxian continent, and there is still no way to erase the threat of the abyss spirit. If I want to kill all the abyssal spirits, either I can prove that the spirit crystals are harmful, or after I break through the emperor realm, I can only do it if I'm certain that I can single-handedly take on the entire continent by myself. It's too hard to prove that spirit crystals are harmful. It's still a little easier to single out the whole continent. Before that, let's find a reason to put her off. After thinking about it, Yi Yu still felt that it was better to plan first before moving. Where there are people, there is a jungle, and one must speak of human feelings and rules. But as long as his fist is hard enough, he doesn't need to talk about the rules. He makes them. With 25 years until the Showa, There is still time. Although he boasts that he is invincible in the world. But this is based on the premise of single combat. If he is surrounded by 100 races of emperor realms together, he is not sure to say that his current self can win steadily. It's a little easier to take on an entire continent solo? Sure. Xinxue looked at his cold and resolute face, shocked by his thoughts. Where's the easy part? She's less knowledgeable, but that doesn't mean she's stupid. No matter how you think about it, it's a little easier to prove that spirit crystals are harmful, right? Should I say this is big brother? Ideas are always different. Little sister, are you hungry? Yi Yu looked at her and after pondering, he took out a plate of dessert and put it in front of her. Forget it, instead of finding a reason to put it off, I'll distract her with a snack. And since she's helped me point in a direction, it's just the thing to give her a little reward. Although what his junior sister had just said wasn't even based on anything, because the date of death was unknown, he was willing to believe in his junior sister's judgment that the profound spirit shouldn't have survived in this world, and that the spirit crystals were harmful and couldn't be used. Regardless of whether Spirit Abyss was the havoc of Tianxian Catastrophe Day or not, he was determined to exterminate it anyway, preferring to kill the wrong person without letting go. Hungry, Shifu Xinxue, who had learned through eavesdropping on his heart that sooner or later, eldest senior brother would kill all of the profound spirits, was not obsessed with the present and nodded his head. In fact, she wasn't hungry at all, because the spiritual food contained too much yuan qi, and she wouldn't be hungry even if she ate a piece for a few days without food. Only, because of the habit of eating 4 meals a day, it's time to eat more and grow up faster. Yi Yu looked at her eating in anticipation and took out a few more plates of snacks for her to eat. This girl has not even mastered the power in her own body. She is able to feel the weirdness of the spirit crystal. Wait until she grows up. Immeasurable ah. Thank you, eldest brother. Listening to his heart, Xinxue always felt warm and thankful. The danger of exposure aside, she kinda liked being with her eldest brother, because eldest brother really spoiled her, would protect her, and would give her food. You're welcome, you deserve it. Seeing her sweet smile, Yi Yu slightly shook his head. Spirit food thing besides being tasty, it was only more useful for children of low realm and young age. He put it in the storage space to take up space, and being able to feed his little sister was considered a good use of it. Leisure is always short. After a while, a piece of mirror hanging on the back of the door. The mirror surface flowed and transformed. Like ripples, the voice of Misty Moon Immortal rang out. Elder Yi, it's almost back to the starting point. Good. Hearing this reminder, Yi Yu stood up and headed out. Well, gulp. Eldest brother, wait for me. Seeing him move so quickly, Xinxue, whose mouth was stuffed with pastries, immediately jumped off the stool, chewed and swallowed frantically, and then took up her short legs to follow. 2 more descend. In addition to the tree built a readers group. You come to play and thanks to, I want to drink AD calcium milk, for the reward. 46. The warships of the 5 major powers returned to their starting point one after another. It was one thing for heavenly dignitaries to compete with each other. The main duty was still to do everything in their power to clear out the threats and kill all the heavenly dignitary realm abyssal spirits, leaving behind the abyssal spirits of the desolate sacred realm and below for the later generations to use for practicing. Carpet searches are necessary for the safety of the younger generation. Yi Yu's encounters are all one-hit seconds. Half a day down. There will not be a situation where the more you fight the more you get tired. It is reasonably the fastest to come back. Only, he had killed the bastard sword, so he naturally took the responsibility of swallowing the patrol range of the Southern Emperor Alliance along with it, and along the way, he also helped the other forces to share the pressure, so he was not the first force to return. Sister-in-law. Yi Yu had just stepped out of the room when he heard a vibrant and enthusiastic sweet voice. He followed the sound and saw several figures flying this way. The leader was Xia Tsayu, followed by 2 others, Xia Shange and Xia Wushuang. Apparently, the Daxia Empire was the first to return from the end of the sweep. All of them were old acquaintances, and there were no obvious entanglements in the recent past. Misty Moon Immortal did not refuse guests when she saw this situation, and directly adjusted the formation of the warship to allow people to enter and exit. Soon after, Xia Tsayu brought 2 people aboard the Flowing Sky warship. Sir Yi? I'm sorry, these 2 children adore you and want to get to know you. I really couldn't argue with them, so I brought them here. As soon as she landed, Xia Tsayu faced everyone's gaze and explained. She'd only been here once before, and it hadn't even been that long since she'd come running again, and had to give a reasonable explanation. It's true that her younger siblings want to meet with Yi Yu. It's also true that she wants to spend more time with Yi Yu. That's okay. Yi Yu didn't mind this very much and shook his head. Brother-in-law, you're really handsome, even more so than father. As they paired off, Xia Shange couldn't hold back her awe. Before the distance was so far away, this time standing so close. Brother-in-law's appearance. It is simply amazing. The instrument is extraordinary. The domineering aura is hard to restrain. The figure is magnificent and tall. The appearance is cold and handsome. How to look good. You're also very pretty. Yi Yu strategically ignored her name-calling and nodded slightly in response. Should not say. The emperor bloodline is a different reaction. This child, look at the age. About 18 or 19 years old. The appearance is absolutely beautiful and beautiful. The body is slender and slim. Pavilion, excellent temperament. This is my fifth sister. Xia Shange. Xia Tsayu kept her gaze on Yi Yu's body as she marveled, seeing that he was not angry. She then said, whirling around, she also turned her head to lecture in feigned anger. Shallow song, don't shop blindly. What if you offend Lord Yi? My relationship with Mr. Yi is not what you think. Doesn't brother-in-law like it when I yell like that? Xia Shange's slender body sideways, crookedly probed and asked. Just name-calling. Yi Yu slanted a glance at the corners of Xia Tsayu's hard-to-conceal smile and gently shook his head. It's not a matter of liking it or not. It's just that it's easy to cause misunderstanding. But never mind. As long as she's happy. It's not like brother-in-law is a highly insulting shout or nickname anyway. As long as no one doesn't rejoice. There's a show. Shifu Xinxue, who was following Yi Yu, brightened up when she heard this heartbeat. Sure enough, the eldest senior brother is more special to the Jade Sword Fairy in exchange for the second senior sister. There is absolutely no way that it is such an attitude, and it is estimated that the first time it will be clarified. There's a show. When Xia Shange saw this reaction, she also brightened up and had an active mind. In fact, she had been actively calling out to her brother-in-law because she wanted to help out her imperial sister, who was too dignified and might not be able to put up a fight. For the feelings of the imperial sister and brother-in-law, she can be too eager to see, especially when she just saw the imperial sister looking back at her smile. She is helping anyway, just as they were secretly happy in their hearts. Sure, Xinxue and Xia Shange suddenly were glancing at each other. Gazes met and two pairs of large, clear, watery eyes locked. With just a glance, they sensed that the other was one of a kind. This is my sixth brother, Xiao Wushuang. The two little girls can detect the clues. Xia Tsayu also, why not detect the meaning behind this attitude? The heart of the joy is difficult to resist, but also do not forget the business. Brother-in-law. Finally it was his turn. Xiao Wushuang took a step forward and bowed his hand in worship with incomparable respect. For this brother-in-law, he was from the bottom of his heart 10,000 approval, but also incomparable worship. Putting aside the power and positional identity, back then, Yi Yu won the championship at the Human King battle, and even more so, on behalf of the human race, he bravely won the championship in the 100 Races Heaven's Pride battle, which strengthened our human race. Based on this kind of battle record alone, it was enough to make countless human races look forward for him. Not to mention, he had seen that human dragon battle with his own eyes, being shouted on by such a big man like him. Righteously, Yi Yu suddenly regretted it a little. It was a bit of a double standard to think that way, but he was a normal guy, and it was definitely the adoration and kindness of the girls that made him happier than the enthusiasm of the boys. Xiao Wushuang, as the name suggests, your talent is very good. However, said words, splashed out of the water. Yi Yu just said the name calling only, always cannot take back, can only nod. Hard to find a merit to boast. Compliment people to the point. On the talent, this Xiao Wushuang is really good, although not as good as his royal sister, but it is also considered outstanding. Hearing his compliment, Xiao Wushuang froze for a moment, and then looked sideways at her imperial sister with unbearable surprise. Don't get carried away by a compliment. Talent is talent and strength is strength, but don't get carried away. Seeing his silly face, Xia Tsayu laughed a little and knocked him down. This imperial brother, usually quite shrewd, how to meet Yi Yu has become so demented. Got it. Xiao Wushuang nodded, understanding the difference between potential and strength, but his mood was still uplifted because he had received recognition from his idol. After the simple pleasantries, Yi Yu glanced at Xia Tsayu, not knowing what to say. As a matter of fact, he had so many thoughts about Xia Tsayu. Otherwise, in the quiet room, it would not have been possible to make a promise while refusing, leaving both sides with a thought. Mr. Yi, who is this? Seeing that he didn't say anything, Xia Tsayu also thought of a countermeasure a long time ago and looked at the silver-haired little girl beside Yi Yu. When she came over the first time, she didn't even have the heart to focus on anything else because she hadn't seen her in 5 years and was anxious to find Yi Yu for answers. After getting the answer, after the open naming of accountability by the Heavenly Father of the hegemonic sword, she noticed that the number of people on the 9 Heavens Pavilions worship this time around was surprisingly more than one, and it was still a little girl of the returning wheel realm. It was truly rare that Yi Yu would act with someone other than his master. Little sister, Say hello to everyone. Yi Yu looked down and found Shinshui grabbing his pants leg and Xia Shange in a stare down. So he called out. My name is Shinshui. Hello guys. Shinshui returned to his senses and with a low bow at the three men, he gave his name. Birthday today. Got delayed by a little something. Sorry ha. And one more late shift. Before 11. A soft and sweet, well-behaved and eloquent voice that was beyond pleasant. So cute looking. How old? Xiaocayu scrutinized her appearance and slightly bent down to ask. Silver hair and golden eyes. This child's appearance was truly extraordinary and a bit divine. 11. With such a close-up look, Shinshui looked at her appearance and looked at her with two eyes. What a beautiful big sister. She has never seen such a beautiful beauty in a small place like Lianyun City. Are you hungry? Do you want something to eat? After a brief conversation, Xiaocayu asked after a moment of contemplation. But I just fed this girl. Will she still want it? If she doesn't want it, Xiaocayu will be embarrassed. Hearing this question, Yi Yu, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but keep his face taut and serious, just laughing in his heart. Perhaps he is quite fond of feeding his little sister. Watching her eat so well, it is more interesting than eating himself, just like watching the eating broadcast. But it was a hopeless choice to say nothing. After all, the age gap was there. He really didn't know what to talk about with a small child. He might as well throw in some snacks. Will the Jade Sword Fairy be embarrassed if I don't want it? A little. Master Shinshui didn't quite understand the reasoning behind it, and after a burst of analysis, he nodded. This is falling cloud cake. It's one of my very favorite treats. Try it. Seeing that she wanted to eat, Xiaocayu decisively pitched in, taking out a snack served in an exquisite jade box and handing it to her. I can't believe I asked. Almost forgot. This kid is a snacker. Seeing this scene, Yi Yu was a bit surprised, but quickly figured it out. How can a child mind eating too much? It's the same reason people don't mind having too much money. Falling cloud cake. Learning that the box contained this confection, Shinshui could not help but glance at Yi Yu. What's wrong? Don't like it? Seeing that she reacted strangely, Xiaocayu was a bit puzzled. No, I just think it's a coincidence that the first time eldest brother gave me something to eat before, it was also the falling cloud cake. Shinshui shook her head and then explained. Learning of this matter, Xiaocayu froze for a moment and also looked at Yi Yu. Does that mean he remembers what I like to eat? Although it is not a secret that she likes to eat falling cloud cake, there is no need to hide it. However, she did not even think that Yi Yu would pay attention to this kind of thing. After all, Yi Yu was bent on seeking the Tao and was either fighting or on his way to cultivate and become stronger in preparation for battle. But the coincidence made her think that way. Don't look at me. I don't have this because you like falling cloud cake. It's simply a loot collection. In response to this gaze, Yi Yu did not say anything and only thought in his mind. The cleaner the clearer. He asked himself. There was absolutely no such behavior of specially buying the falling cloud cake because Xiaocayu liked it. As for the first snack given to his little sister was the falling cloud cake, he should not have thought about it that much at that time. Elder Yi, the Xian sect is back. The 5 major forces have arrived. Just then, Misty Moon Immortal gave a reminder. Good, I have things to do, so I'll go ahead. Hearing this reminder, Yi Yu responded, and then said, after the heavenly dignity sweep, there is another part of the process. The ranking. This ranking had no substantial rewards, and was mainly displayed for the casual cultivators to see, letting everyone know which power was more imposing and attracting powerful individual casual cultivators to join. Since Mr. Yi has something to do, Shallow Song, Wushuang, we should go back as well. Seeing that he was on duty, although Xiaocayu was feeling sorry for him, she felt that it was not appropriate to stay and was planning to leave. Sister Asaka, do you want to eat together? Seeing that she was about to leave, Shinshui, who was carrying the box, suddenly thought of a trick and asked, may I? Xia Shange had just locked eyes with her and had wanted to chat with her, not expecting her to take the initiative to share, and was a bit surprised. Moreover, it was not easy for her to find the opportunity to bring her imperial sister here. She did not want to go back so soon. I can't eat it all by myself. Shinshui nodded. She had only just eaten her fill. When she was in the cabin, eldest brother had given her several portions of spirit food. Sister Royal, may I? Hearing this request, Xiaocayu, who had just said that she wanted to leave, looked at Yi Yu with some hesitation. It's good for the kids to be happy. Let them be. It's a good way to make friends. Yi Yu, who was heading out, sensed her difficulty and opened his mouth to relieve her. The youngest sister is still young, and it is good to make a few more friends. Maybe she and Xia Shange's age. There are a few gaps, but 10 years later it is not far away. After saying that, he left the warship to join up with the other heavenly dignitaries. to verify the number of heavenly dignitary realm abyssal spirits within the spirit abyss and whether or not the dangers had been swept clean. Come on. Watching with bated breath as eldest senior brother left, Shui was like a wild horse out of control, beckoning frantically to Xiaoshange to run toward the room. Coming. Xiaoshange also didn't wait for her imperial sister to agree. After all, her brother-in-law had agreed, and decisively stepped up to follow her. Soon the two ran into the room and sat down at the table. The falling cloud cake is so delicious. Little sister. Imperial sister has really put a lot of money into you. Picking up a piece and taking a bite? Xiaoshange was conquered by the soft but not sticky texture. Laying down heavy money? Shui didn't quite understand that statement. It means very good to you. The things in the imperial banquet house are very expensive. Eating a few times a year is enough luxury. Even if it is the imperial sister. Only when she is very happy. She will take it out and enjoy it. And she usually won't share it with me. Seeing that she didn't understand, Xiaoshange covered her mouth and laughed lightly as she explained. Ooh-hoo. Shui was enlightened. Just in the past few days, she had eaten 7 or 8 servings, so she hadn't even noticed. When she thought about it, the Jade Sword Fairy had indeed treated her well by giving her her favorite snack. Sister Shalloson, listen to my advice. Will you guys quit the Spirit Abyss treasure seizure now? Realizing this good intention, Shui felt compelled to do one thing, and putting down the half-bitten falling cloud cake in her hand, she solemnly said, "Why?" Xiaoshange was dumbfounded at her words, and genuinely didn't expect why she would say that. Spirit Abyss Treasure Raider. But the 5 major forces will not miss the event no matter what, because every session of the treasure harvest of spirit crystals, for all the major forces of the geniuses, strong, and this thing can also be used to barter for some high level of treasure. I'll tell you a secret. You mustn't tell eldest brother. Is that okay? Seeing that she didn't agree so easily, Shui wasn't surprised and said again, "Yeah, don't worry, I'm pretty tight-lipped." Discovering that there was a secret to listen to, Xiaoshange was instantly energized. In fact, I have the ability to tend to good fortune and avoid evil. I have a premonition that you guys will encounter extremely terrifying dangers tomorrow, and it's very likely that you'll die or be heavily injured. Having done a good job of ensuring that things would fall apart, Shui said with a serious face. Seriously? You can calculate if someone will be in danger? Is that why brother-in-law is so good to you? Understanding the cause, Xiaoshange felt incredibly wide-eyed. Second shift delivered. Thanks for the well wishes. 48. 48. Exactly. Shui froze at his words and quickly responded, nodding in a serious manner. In fact, she didn't know why eldest brother was so kind to her, but that didn't matter. As long as she could help everyone in the great Xia imperial dynasty. How many dead or wounded are dead? Maybe she was an 11-year-old little sister, but Xiaoshange didn't have the idea of belittling or underestimating her. And after suppressing the surprise in her heart, she asked seriously, "Is it important?" "It's important because it's not uncommon for people to die in the Spirit Abyss treasure hunt." "Is it normal to be dying?" Shui was shocked beyond comprehension. "How many will probably die? How bad are the losses? I want to find out," Xiaoshange asked when she nodded. If not too many people died and it was within their reach, even if they knew it was dangerous, they would still go for it. Because the path of cultivation started from the Fa Long realm, it was not easy to break through with heavenly treasures and elixirs alone, but rather, it depended on the sense of the Tao realm. In other words, spirit crystals that could enhance enlightenment were essential treasures for geniuses from major powers. If you guys don't leave, in the end, only immortal Jade Sword and earth-shaking Heavenly Father will survive. Seeing that she was still not afraid, Shui simply was to tell what he knew. When these words came out, Xiaoshange's face changed drastically. If it was 24 people and only 2 could survive at the end of the day, that would be a heavy loss indeed. You believe me? I definitely won't lie to you. Tomorrow, not only the great Xia imperial dynasty, but also the people of other forces will die and be heavily injured. Shui was afraid that she wouldn't believe in herself since she had only met with her once, and did everything she could to convince her. Little sister, if we are careful and take full precautions, can we escape? After thinking about it, Xiaoshange looked her squarely in the face and asked for help. Are you going to take any more chances like this? Although Shui was young, she still had some knowledge of the doorways between people and sensed her attitude. This is knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain, but going towards the tiger mountain. Actually, I can't make the call on this matter. It's still up to Imperial Sister and Heavenly Father to decide. Seeing that she was very unappreciative of herself, Xiaoshange smiled bitterly. The matter was of great importance, and although her talent was still good and her status was honorable, it was not her turn to make the call on such an important matter. Go tell them then. Of course, Shui knew that she couldn't make the decision. and the reason why she talked to her was to pass the message through her. I'll give it a try. Little sister, if brother-in-law knows about this and protects us, can we get through this danger? Xia Shange nodded, making a mental note of the matter, and another idea arose. That's definitely possible, but the question lies in whether or not eldest brother wants to save you guys. Sure, Xinshui sniffed and bellyached. Eldest senior brother was so strong that he could even kill the emperor realm. Saving the great Xia imperial dynasty would definitely be a breeze, but for some reason, eldest senior brother had no intention of making a move at all, instead wanting to see what would actually happen tomorrow in the great Xia imperial dynasty. Eldest senior brother already knows, but what exactly will happen tomorrow? I can't calculate it, only know that you guys are very dangerous. Insurance, you better retreat as soon as possible, so as not to drag your feet. After thinking about it, Sure Xinshui deliberated on what to say, and then said seriously, does brother-in-law know already? Xia Shange didn't have the ability to predict the future and wasn't sure what would happen, but when she heard this, she brightened up and found a turnaround. Aha! Sure Xinshui nodded, and it was still something she had overheard from her eldest brother, who surely knew more about it in person than she did. Then what does brother-in-law mean? Let's withdraw from the spirit abyss to seize the treasure. No, quitting was my idea. Eldest brother didn't want to tell you guys. He was going to wait and see what kind of danger you guys would be in. Sure Xinshui shook her head. It was her idea to withdraw from the spirit abyss to seize the treasure. Since the danger was in the spirit abyss, as long as the great Xia imperial dynasty withdrew, it would definitely be fine. Then I understand. Confirming this, Xia Shange let out a long breath of relief. What did you understand? Seeing her relieved, Sure Xinshui always felt that something was not right, and to be on the safe side it was better to follow up and ask for clarification. Since brother-in-law knew about this but didn't say anything about it, instead intending to wait and see what happens, he must have wanted to see what dangers we'd encounter first before making a move. Xia Shange completely relaxed. With a supreme expert like her brother-in-law watching from the side, that would definitely be fine. You think eldest brother will definitely step in to save you guys? Won't it? It's better to ask for help. Sure Xinshui choked, not daring to assert himself, and could only say, she was heartbroken, not realizing that it was so difficult to persuade people to avoid danger. Thanks for the heads up, but it's fine. Don't worry. Let's eat. Seeing that she wasn't too happy, Xia Shange also hurriedly coaxed. Good. Seeing that her intention had been decided, with a relaxed look on her face, Sure Xinshui realized that there was no use in saying anything, and could only nod his head. Let us hope that eldest brother will really save them. A few other forces aside, because of the great summer Rapunzel, she is quite kind to the people of the great summer imperial dynasty. Meanwhile, the heavenly dignitaries left the worship and met again in the air. The great Xia imperial dynasty, beheading 4 heavens father realm abyssal spirits. The earth-shaking heavenly father wasn't ambiguous either, and directly took out 4 spirit crystals. The pure world sect, beheading 5 heaven sovereign realm abyssal spirits. Xian sect, decapitated 4 heavenly dignity realm abyssal spirits. Thunder prison heavenly father's words drew sideways glances. Broken an arm. He did not take back. A sleeve is empty. Obviously, the results of the sweep has not been significantly behind. The strength is really not to be underestimated. 9 heavens pavilion, beheading 17 heavens dignity realm abyssal spirits. At the same time, Yi Yu took out the harvest from this heavenly dignity sweep. With the results he had produced, the ranking of this heavenly dignity sweep was already without a doubt. This move was not only to set the rankings and allow the major powers to compete, but also to record the status of each spirit abyss treasure capture. 30 heads in total. This time there are 2 more heavenly exaltation realm abyssal spirits than in previous years, but it should be a clean sweep. The earth-shaking heavenly father added up the math and took out another booklet to record it. Overseeing the situation of the spirit abyss, each force has a duty. Although the spirit abyss is a treasure land specializing in the production of spirit crystals, but at the same time is also a Jedi, when it suddenly appeared in the continent, had brewed a monstrous killing disaster. The spirit abyss was very odd. In 5 years it was able to brew more than 20 heavenly sovereign realm abyssal spirits, a large number of king realm and falcon realm. No one knew exactly what would happen if they left spirit abyss unattended, but hunting regularly to uproot the threat was definitely a good plan. The 9 heavenly pavilion has this all to itself. Nonsense. The angry gun heavenly father is so strong and has killed the bastard sword heavenly father. One less competitor. What does what happens between heavenly exalted have to do with us? Don't worry about that. Finding a way to kill a few abyssal spirits is the right thing to do. Kill 1 head for blood money. Kill 2 for glory. As the 4 heavenly dignitaries talked in the air, the scattered cultivators below were already impatient. The celestial realm abyssal spirit has been purged. and the current Spirit Abyss treasure seizing exercise has officially begun. It wasn't long before a majestic and loud voice resounded through the heavens, officially opening the curtain of the Spirit Abyss treasure seizure. The Spirit Abyss treasure seizure had officially begun, and the major powers had put away their warships in order to allow their disciples to have effective training. In the blink of an eye, only the flowing sky warship remained above the sky. Although the warship had not yet been put away, the disciples of the Nine Heavens Pavilion were already eager to jump out of the airship. Woohoo! Some people don't ride in the air either. They just fall out of the sky as if they were free-falling and letting out cheers. Junior sister, for the next few days, you will follow me. After bidding farewell to the three people from the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty, Yi Yu said as he operated his Yuan Qi to create a golden cloud underneath Shinshui's feet for her to land on. Aha! Having just done something wrong, Master Shinshui was very good and honest. Elder Yi, I'll be troubling you for the next adventure. Once she was dealt with and stabilized, and the disciples all flew up in the air, Misty Moon Immortal collected the flowing sky warship and handed it over to Yi Yu. After receiving the exquisite and pocket-sized model of the warship, Yi Yu directly put it into the storage space and rose into the air with Shinshui. Wow! Everyone looks so handsome. Shinshui wasn't afraid of heights, and along with the sectional climb, she saw everyone from the Nine Heavens Pavilion displaying their abilities in traveling in the air, and the scene was very grand. The Nine Heavens Pavilion, as a great power, had a complex array of divine abilities, and the sea was full of them. You can later. Yi Yu had little feeling for the scene and casually said, "Is that cool?" Although the disciples who were able to be selected to participate in the training to capture the treasure were all the best who had killed their way through the peaks of the Nine Heavens Pavilion, he had represented the human race to fight with the 100 races' celestial pride, and had seen even more cool and shocking big scenes, so he had no feelings about it. Although his heart was questioning it, nevertheless, Shinshui was greatly exhilarated, looking forward to the day when he could also be like everyone else, soaring in the clouds, each displaying his or her own magic skills, and climbing over mountains and ridges. A Yuan cultivator had to reach at least the fourth realm, the first watershed of cultivation, the Tongji realm, to be able to harness a Yuan weapon, or perform divine abilities and body techniques to move through the air. Because they had stepped on the warship beforehand, the disciples of the Nine Heavens Pavilion, all of whom had a clear goal, acted without hesitation, and in the blink of an eye, they had caught up with the footsteps of the casual cultivators. Although everyone is not in danger, but it is better to follow a little closer. This girl's realm is too low, the distance is too far away. I'm afraid I can't see anything clearly. As the large troop advanced, Yi Yu also brought his little sister to follow. It didn't take long for a disciple of the Nine Heavens Pavilion to enter the battle. Boom! Only a figure could be seen rushing towards a profound spirit that was the size of a small mountain and was the same as a mud monster. Is that second sister? Riding in the air with a great view, Shinshui noticed the scene and asked, pointing, "That's right." Yi Yu nodded. "Eldest brother, can you get a little closer?" Confirming this, Shinshui immediately said. She was curious about how powerful her second senior sister was, and was also a bit worried about her safety. Not only did she find the abyssal spirits disgusting, she also felt that they were dangerous, and that such monsters were best wiped out altogether. In response to this request, Yi Yu did not say anything and just adjusted his Yuan power to cover up all their figures before taking a step out. Boom! In the next moment, Shinshui's eyes shook before he heard a deafening tremor. Looking around, she saw that her second elder sister was wrestling with a small mountain of mud a few dozen meters away. This distance was so close that she was able to take in the details of the battle. The sword in second senior sister's hand was as if it was indestructible, and it was even more divinely powerful, with each sword being able to erupt into a condensed sword light that was more than 10 meters long. Disgusting thing, go to hell! Not only that, she was also able to hear her second senior sister's cold and disgusting words. In no time at all, the mud monsters that she had named died under Ling Jingwen's sword. Second senior sister is so powerful. Shinshui was in an excited mood after watching the battle. Is that good enough for you? Yi Yu reacted calmly when he saw such a battle, and as he pondered in his heart, his spiritual sense spread out, paying attention to the condition of all the disciples of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Although none of the disciples of the Nine Heavens Pavilion would die through the system's death judgment, not dying didn't mean that they wouldn't be injured, and it was necessary to make sure that everyone wouldn't be jeopardized by encountering an abyssal spirit of a higher realm. Isn't this awesome? Big Brother's vision is so high. Hearing this heartfelt voice, Shinshui couldn't help but smack his lips a little. She realized that there was a really big difference between her and eldest brother's views on the same thing. Why did second senior sister leave? Didn't notice us? Between thoughts, Shinshui was puzzled when he saw Lin Jingwen put away a spirit crystal and leave without looking back. It's a close distance, but I've used my power to mask our breath and silhouettes. Not to mention this distance, even if we stood in front of her, she wouldn't be able to see us. Yi Yu was not surprised by this, and solved his confusion. Standing in front of second senior sister, she can't even see us? Can't spot us? Sure, Xinshui's eyes widened. Exactly. Yi Yu nodded in affirmation. Seeing his flat-out assertion, sure Xinshui couldn't help but look up at him. If eldest brother has this skill, wouldn't it be like peeping into someone's bath, sneaking into a girl's room, and no one else would be able to find out? It wasn't right. The eldest senior brother had been caught peeking at the eldest princess of Dasha's bath before. What does that girl's look mean? She's not thinking of something wrong, is she? Standing in front of a girl who can't even spot me. That's really not quite the right way to put it. Yi Yu noticed her gaze and always felt that she was thinking about something very rude. Eldest brother, let's go see the others. Sure, Xinshui was just thinking randomly in his mind and didn't dare to ask. Proposing. In response to this proposal, Yi Yu didn't say anything and just took a step out and led her to the next battlefield. You watching other people's battles well will be beneficial to your cultivation in the future, because this dead kid still had time to ramble on. Yi Yu simply was reminding. For those with a low realm, it was a rare experience to be able to observe a high realm battle up close. Shifu Xinshui realized that it was going to be beneficial for cultivation and also looked at it seriously. Yeah. Soon after, Xinshui couldn't help but wave his fists and scream as he saw profound spirit die under the hands of his fellow disciples from the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Is there anything to be gained from watching this battle? Seeing that she was in an uplifted and excited mood, Yi Yu asked. Harvest? What harvest? Xinshui choked at his words, as embarrassed and confused as if he had listened to his teacher tell a good story in the schoolroom and was suddenly called upon by the teacher to answer a question. Forget it, this girl hasn't received any formal cultivation or teaching. I can't tell much from watching this level of battle. It's better to take it one step at a time. Seeing this reaction of hers, Yi Yu realized that she couldn't spit ivory out of her mouth and instantly gave up. That being said, he still took his little sister around so she could see a little more of the battle. Eldest brother. After watching several scenes like this, Xinshui suddenly shouted. What's wrong? Yi Yu picked up the conversation. Can you bring out the warship? Xinshui asked with a bit of a squirm. After the warship is put away, it can only be taken out when the Spirit Abyss treasure seizure is about to end, or else it will be viewed by the other forces as breaking the rules. Yi Yu shook his head and responded. Ah. Xinshui was incredibly frustrated when she heard this. Are you tired and want to sleep? Or is she hungry and wants to eat? Look at this little expression. She doesn't want to go to the toilet, does she? After formally answering, Yi Yu observed her expression and reaction, also pondering over her situation. 2 more to go. Thanks for the well wishes, and a request for recommendations and stuff. I think. Xinshui squirmed even more when she realized that he had thought of several possibilities in an instant, and the key had even guessed one of them. People had 3 urgencies, and before, when she was in the warship and the Nine Heavens Pavilion, she had the right place to solve this problem and pressed on without thinking about it that much. Now that the warship was gone and she was peeing, she remembered this. But how should I talk to eldest brother about this kind of thing? The warship is inconvenient to take out, and I'll lay a boundary for you, so you can do whatever you want, and no one will see it. Seeing her embarrassed and bashful appearance, Yi Yu vaguely guessed her situation, and without asking too much, with a shake of his hand, he laid a boundary beside him. Arcane and mysterious runes revealed their light, forming a huge golden circle of light. Even though he had a clear conscience, even if he took out the warship, it definitely wouldn't affect the fairness of the Spirit Abyss's treasure capture. But following the rules is respecting others as well as yourself. Being a man should be principled, not bottomless. Having power to trample on the rules will only become lawless. Is it true that no one can see it? Xinshui couldn't help but glance at him when she heard the countermeasures he proposed. It's not that she doesn't believe in the eldest brother. On the contrary, she can believe in the eldest brother's ability too. Strong to be unbelievable, she can't even imagine that there is anything that the eldest brother can't do. Can there be a lie in what I say? Yi Yu faced her gaze and straightened up. He had always been a man of his word. Thank you, eldest brother. Xinshui didn't question him, and simply thanked him before running to the boundary on the side. Putting aside this little episode, Yi Yu took Xinshui and continued to go and supervise the condition of the disciples of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. The Spirit Abyss treasure grabbing was basically a scare for the disciples of the 5 major powers. Even if he was injured, even if it was the pain of a broken limb, he would be able to quickly remedy it with an elixir or something like that. Before they set out, each of them had received a lot of help from their respective masters. In contrast, the loose cultivators were not so lucky, and if they were not careful, they were directly swallowed alive by the profound spirit and died without a corpse. Shifu Shinchue followed Yi Yu's side, and it was also an eye-opening experience. From the shock at the beginning to the calmness later on, observing the battle was rewarding. The rate of growth is pretty good, and I haven't offered to let me save anyone until now. Yi Yu took her performance in his eyes and was quite satisfied overall. How dare I mention it? In response to his comment, Shinchue said darkly, when eldest brother had taken her to see the casual cultivator for the first time, he had wanted to test her character to see if she would make a request to save her life. However, she could remember what happened before, and eldest brother hated people who would cause him trouble. Because of this, she did want to save people at first, but then gradually she looked away under the heartfelt view of her eldest brother. Respect the fate of others and let go of the helping plot. People have to die, either from old age, sickness, or heaven's jealousy, as well as self-seeking death, regardless of how miserable and regretful they were when they died. This group of loose cultivators had come to the spirit abyss with the mental intention of perishing. There was another matter that concerned her more than the deaths of these unrecognizable passers-by. I don't know if eldest senior brother will save the people of the great Xia imperial dynasty. Sister Shalosong found out that eldest senior brother knew about this, but without even thinking about it, she was convinced that eldest senior brother would make a move. Shinchue looked up at the eldest senior brother beside him and couldn't help but think, although the death of the passerby, she is already able to achieve peace of mind, but still can't let go of the danger of the Daxia imperial dynasty. In fact, after she calmed down and thought about it, she was able to understand Xia Shang's blind trust in eldest brother. According to normal thinking, the eldest brother is so strong, and with the Jade Sword Fairy as a friend, the relationship is not simple, and it is still a good opportunity for the hero to save the beauty, and it is just a matter of raising a hand to save him. But the problem was that Xia Shang didn't know that eldest brother was a corpse demon and was more interested in watching others die than saving them. She had noticed, however, that when the loose cultivators died, although the eldest senior brother did nothing on the surface, he was actually collecting the corpses in secret without God's knowledge, intending to bring them back to be buried. He really has a fetish for taking people back to bury them, and I don't know what the picture is. Having said that, she still had expectations for her eldest senior brother, believing that he would make a move. On the other side, the men of the great Xia imperial dynasty were also splitting up. Xia Tsayu of the desolate sacred realm didn't need to supervise everyone's well-being because she had the heavenly dignitary on top of her. However, as a royal sister, she still brought her younger siblings along with her as she searched and hunted for the desolate sacred realm profound spirit, so that they could observe high-level battles at close range. Shalosong, why do you keep staring at me and snickering after you've eaten the falling cloud cake with Shinchue? This is an experience. Be serious. Only, after Xia Tsayu resolved another desolate saint realm profound spirit, she couldn't watch anymore and stopped. Even as an imperial daughter, Shalosong possessed many powerful divine abilities and yuan weapons that wouldn't be too risky when hunting abyssal spirits. However, to keep snickering and being distracted in the middle of a battle was a bad habit that had to be corrected so that it wouldn't lead to a catastrophe in the future. Did I snicker? No, right? Xia Shang was questioned and came back to her senses, instantly feeling weak, and casually said, what can she say? She couldn't say that her brother-in-law had planned a heroic surprise waiting for you, could she? Ever since she learned that her brother-in-law had known in advance that everyone in the great Xia imperial dynasty would be in danger tomorrow from the mouth of her little sister, Shifu Shinchue, she had brainstormed a big scene in which a hero would save her. It was a scene that made her feel beautiful just thinking about it. Seriously, stop staring at me and snickering. Seeing this reaction of hers, Xia Tsayu guessed at a glance that she must have something on her mind, and somewhat helplessly admonished. This kid, ever since he saw her smile back at Yi Yu, he had been this giggly. Happy that he had such an excellent brother-in-law, but happy as you are, dropping the ball and getting distracted in the middle of a battle is a big no-no. Okay, I won't next. Seeing that imperial sister had said this, Xia Shang realized that her reaction was too obvious, and also decided to tighten up a bit with a proper attitude. The spirit abyss doesn't see the sun, moon, or stars, but people still have 1,001 ways to tell time, and Yi Yu's method of judging time was simple. It was to observe the change in the number of days in the death countdown. Yi Yu, who spread his spiritual sense silently to monitor all corners and changes and details of the spirit abyss, suddenly noticed a bright figure landing down from the entrance of the spirit abyss. Only, while he could see the death countdown, his spiritual sense couldn't catch any trace of it. Ghostbusters, 9119. Burial reward, level 7 treasure chest. The Ghoul clan's imperial powerhouse? Perhaps the figure could not be seen, but because of this, Yi Yu easily judged the strength and origin of the other party. He would be able to detect traces of the Emperor realm deliberately hiding his form if he exerted his pupil technique and fully operated his spiritual sense. It was only that he was, after all, in the heavenly sovereign realm, and he still couldn't do it if he wanted to unilaterally spy on the Emperor realm without being detected by the Emperor realm. The four great powers will die and suffer heavy casualties. Is it the one that's behind all this? I thought it was the spirit abyss that was behind this, but I didn't realize that it was a threat from a foreign race. Catching the unusual and unexpected unfolding, Yi Yu's mind sank. Perhaps this ghost fiend Sky hadn't taken any action yet, but for an Emperor realm powerhouse of another race to hide its breath and sneak into the spirit abyss that belongs solely to the human race unknowingly, I'm afraid that no one would believe it if they said that it was just passing through. With Yi Yu's discovery, Xinshui's heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. An Emperor realm powerhouse of the Ghoul clan? The great Xia imperial dynasty will die and suffer heavy casualties because of the threat of an Emperor realm powerhouse? She found the matter suddenly complicated and dangerous. The Ghoul race, the eighth of the 10 major races, inhabits the southern region and is a race that was birthed from corpses. The racial aptitude of the Ghoul race was unpredictable, and depending only on what race the corpse that was conceived was, and what kind of great person it was in life, it would not be much less diverse than the human race. This race was the biggest victim of the law of coexistence of the 100 races, and 10,000 years ago, it ranked as the sixth of the 10 major races, and was powerful. Unfortunately, after the law of coexistence of the 100 races, the number of strong and heavenly pride fallers in Tianxian continent has decreased. Dramatically, the Ghoul race was implicated in this, and the ranking gradually fell, falling to a level only one higher than that of the human race. Eldest brother's other identity, named Corpse Demon, was also because of what he did. Much like the Corpse Demon clan, which liked to collect corpses, the lower limit of the Ghoul race is very high, much higher than the human race. The cases of being born in the returning wheel realm and the passing sense realm abound, and the upper limit is extremely high as well. It all depends on how strong the corpse was during its lifetime. Just as she was thinking, Xinshui suddenly had a splitting headache. The countless voices of her eldest brother's heart mingled together like a torrent, entering directly into her mind, and it was simply too much to bear. What's wrong? Discovering the Ghostbusters Sky, Yi Yu, who was instantly thinking, was brought back to reality by her screams of pain and concern. What is the situation of this girl? She shouldn't be sensing that Ghostbusters Sky is coming, right? On this side of his head, Yi Yu saw Xinshui covering her head again and could not help but feel surprised. He knew that his youngest sister had strong senses, and several times was the first to notice his presence before anyone else did. But for the returning wheel realm to gain insight into the Emperor realm that deliberately hid its aura, that was too outrageous, wasn't it? Perhaps he didn't recognize this ghost fiend Sky before this, and there weren't many deeds on the continent with this name. But since the Corpse Ghost clan dared to take action, they were bound to be prepared, and had definitely sent out an Emperor realm that excelled in concealment. Because if the Emperor realm were to make a rash move against someone below the Emperor realm without any rules, once the true Dragon clan knew about it, they would absolutely be unable to take it in their stride, and would definitely have to make things look good. In such an extreme situation, the junior sister was still aware of it, and her physique's potential was too terrifying. It's fine, just a slight headache all of a sudden. Xinshui shook his head, not daring to tell the truth. With the experience of the last time, she is already in understanding of the big brother in the leisure time is okay. She eavesdrops on the heartborn up no impact. Once eldest brother got his attention drawn to something important, the ideas became so fast and furious that she simply couldn't handle it. Let's wait until we settle this time before we slowly explore her physique's potential. Seeing that she was fine, Yi Yu didn't care much about it, but instead combed through the situation at the first opportunity. Before this, he had been waiting to see what would happen. Now that this variable has appeared, there are always hints and thoughts. The target of the Ghost Fury Sky should be me, and it is not me. I am not in the calculation, and if it dares to strike at me, the Ghoul race will undoubtedly commit a great taboo, and it will only draw fire to itself. Every generation of the son of the race is in the limelight, highly regarded, not so good to kill. That is to say, it is impossible to strike brightly and unscrupulously. The so-called sons of the race were the most outstanding geniuses of the 100 races in each generation. As the son of the human race's race, he could be besieged to death by the heavenly exalt realm, but he could never be killed by the emperor realm. If someone dares to violate this rule by bullying from above, they are undoubtedly incurring the wrath of the people. The four forces will die this time. Is it trying to kill with a sword? That's right. The Nine Heavens Pavilion has a promising future because of me, and the four major forces are already scared of me. If the new generation of the four major powers die or are injured in this spirit abyss treasure hunt, that would also mean that the Nine Heavens Pavilion will be far ahead, and when that happens, the four major powers will have to unite to fight against me. But it can't be ruled out that the Ghoul clan went crazy and saw that my talent was too unbelievable and wanted to forcefully kill me and bring me back to raise the corpse. If you take me to raise a corpse, there's no telling what kind of monster you can raise. But it was only a moment before Yi Yu cleared his thoughts, and he felt that he was close to the truth. That's the benefit of knowing the rules and knowing your enemy. The 5 major forces of the human race like to fight openly and secretly, fearing that whoever is too strong is too much stronger, and also fearing that they are too weak, and will only unite as a front when threatened by an external enemy. When he killed the hegemonic Blade Heavenly Father, it was a huge loss for the Southern Emperor Alliance, but it was not to the point of breaking bones. After all, the status and heritage of the 5 major powers was no joke. Moreover, with the death of the bastard sword, the only one who had suffered a significant loss was the Southern Emperor Alliance, and when the other 3 forces saw it, it was too late to cover their mouths and snicker, so there was no way they could have had the idea of losing their lips and teeth. However, if the 4 major forces all suffered heavy losses and only the 9 Heavens Pavilion was left unharmed, this would easily cause a situation of the same enemy. So it seems that the 4 forces will die this time. I am the main reason. To be able to come to participate in the spirit of the abyss to seize the treasure are the 5 forces of the young generation of elite, this time in foreign tribes. It is better to take action to save people, just like this to watch them die. The human race will lose a lot of money. Guessing the purpose of the Ghost Fiend Sky's actions, Yi Yu also organized his thoughts. He had decided long ago that he would respect the fate of others, but the foreigners were making trouble, and he would strike when it was time to strike in the face of the greater good of his race. Great! Eldest brother has finally decided to save the day. Shifu Xinshui, who was sitting on a cloud and letting his eldest brother carry him around, was in an incredibly uplifting mood when he heard this heartfelt sound. To her, this is great news. It wasn't just because everyone in the great Xia imperial dynasty had been saved, but also because she had felt the temperature of her eldest brother. This meant that eldest brother wasn't dying to see everyone die, and that he would still save people if necessary. One can only feel exhaustion when one lets go and unloads one's defenses. The boulder hanging over his heart fell with a thud, and Sure Xinshui was completely at ease as sleepiness struck him. She's asleep? She doesn't meditate. She just sleeps? Listening to her gradually slight murmur, Yi Yu glanced at her and was somewhat surprised to find her lying on a cloud with her eyes tightly closed. Although the cultivation system of Tianxian continent is not cultivating immortality to seek longevity, meditating and cultivating and refining the heaven and earth Yuan Qi also has the effect of toning up one's health. The elite disciples of the major powers, from the age of 3 or 4, do not sleep. Directly replace sleep with cultivation. However, this girl from the Law Dragon realm can be Wen, sitting on one side of the corner of the land. It is estimated that the general knowledge of cultivation is not enough to roll. Forget it. Let's wait until she wakes up from her nap before correcting her behavior. Yi Yu looked at her relaxed and sweet sleeping face, thought about it and didn't bother disturbing her dream. 2 more deliveries. Even with the stance of covering the sky and hiding from the world, as long as Yi Yu paid attention to the surroundings beforehand, under the detection of the system, he was able to lock onto a person as soon as he saw the death countdown. Noticing the arrival of the ghoul race at the first moment, Yi Yu did not take action immediately, but was in continuous observation, wanting to see what tricks it wanted to play. Because of the law of coexistence of the 100 races, for the Emperor realm to attack beings below the Emperor realm without a reason was tantamount to violating the rules, and was something that would incur the wrath of the masses. If he had taken the initiative to attack, then this corpse ghost race powerhouse named Ghost Fiend Sky would have a legitimate reason to attack him. He had no fear of the Emperor realm, and he was absolutely certain in a head-on battle, regardless of what realm the powerhouse was in. As long as the gap between realm and battle power was not so large that it was absolutely impossible for him to hit. With the special attributes of armor piercing and blast attack, he had the power to fight. Having said that, he was after all at the late stage of the heavenly sovereign realm, so it wasn't that easy for him to kill the Emperor realm in a single blow and make quick work of it. If he didn't manage to kill him with a single shot and the other party became furious due to his injuries, the young elites of the 5 major forces within the spirit abyss would all be affected. The Ghost Fiend Sky executed his stance, hiding his breath and figure into the heavens and earth, and silently passed through the swirling wind and fog of the spirit abyss, arriving at the spirit abyss of the human race, even though it was sneaking into the spirit abyss of another race. Its movements were extremely arrogant, as if it had walked in brightly, not afraid of being discovered at all. Entering into the spirit abyss, it didn't use its spiritual sense, but instead resided high up in the sky dome, a pair of turquoise green eyes looking openly. Why is there a heavenly father missing? The eyesight of the Emperor realm was extremely terrifying, capable of piercing through vanity, and the ghostly fiendish sky found traces of the 4 human celestials, but it was never able to locate the 5th celestial. Feeling puzzled, the human race, unlike other races, is divided into 7 major factions: the Nine Heavens Pavilion, the Southern Emperor Alliance, the Xian Sect, the Pure World Sect, and the Great Xia Emperor Dynasty were the 5 major forces, along with the Transcendent Emperor clans, and a large number of scattered cultivators. The major races had also had internal splits into 2 or 3 factions, but in the years of past killing and fighting, basically all achieved unification, and even if they didn't manage to achieve unification, they were at most divided into 2 factions. Like the human race, the internal forces are complicated, and has never been able to realize the unification of the situation. Can be said to be a unique case. Forget it. Something should have changed. After spending another 10 breaths of time taking in the scene within the spirit abyss, the ghost fiend Sky, who had never been able to find the 5th heavenly dignity, gave up his search and made a judgment in his heart. It was simply impossible for the heavenly exaltation realm to hide its form in front of it, without God realizing it. Putting aside his doubts, Ghostbuster Sky then set his eyes on someone. It was a man with black hair like a waterfall, bright eyes as bright as starbursts, standing as straight as a gun, and a tall and imposing figure. He just stood there, obviously not doing anything, but raising his hands and feet, without any flaws to speak of, with a sense of oppression. This EU has actually reached the late stage of the heavenly exaltation realm. If we can bring him back, there's no telling what kind of heaven-defying powerhouse can be birthed. Seeing the figure of Furious Gun EU, the pair of green eyes of Ghost Fiend Sky immediately burst out with covetous fire, even hotter than seeing a ghoul race's absolute beauty with an enchanting and fiery figure, who was gorgeous to the world. In terms of love of talent, in terms of adoration of the strong, looking at the entire continent, there is no race that can compare to the ghoul race, whether it was a supreme genius or a supreme powerhouse. As long as they could be brought back by them, they would be able to breed a heavenly pride. If there were a few corpses with extremely strong phases, they could even give birth to a strong person who surpassed the original body. Even if those corpses weren't used to breed strong people, they could still suck the essence of the corpses to feed themselves and grow their flesh and essence. It could be sure that if it could absorb the power and talent of Raging Gun Yu, its strength and upper limit could definitely metamorphose. This Rage Gun Yu was too heaven-defying. It could be called the strongest human race ever in Tianxian continent. In the same realm, even true dragons were not his opponent. It's all because of the broken rules set by the true dragon 10,000 years ago. It's so hard to collect corpses now, although his gaze was fiery. However, the ghost fiend Sky didn't dare to make a move rashly, and could only retract his gaze with fondness and indignation in his heart. Before the law of coexistence of all races, the ghoul race, by virtue of stealing corpses, digging up graves, killing by force, and killing by plan, the great generation of heavenly prides, and the great powerhouses of the world came out one after another, and it was such a beautiful scene. It's better to look for corpses and pick up rags, hoping that there are a few valuable corpses in the human spirit abyss. After a moment of reverie, Ghostbuster Sky's gaze wandered away, through the dirt and mountains and rivers and forests, and began to search for the body. Luck isn't bad. The spirit abyss of the human race has accumulated so many corpses and quite a few powerful bodies. The Emperor's eyes penetrated through all the illusions and obstructions, and it found the bones of the corpses buried beneath the earth, and there were quite a few of them. Along with the celebration, Ghost Fiend Sky was just about to take action when he suddenly felt a wave of depression, because it had just seen Yu. It only felt that it didn't smell good at all when it saw the bones of these human celestials. It's like just seeing a stunning beauty and then seeing something crooked, and not being able to get excited about it at all. Damn it! I'm an Emperor Realm who has been reduced to the point of sneaking into other races' trial grounds and stealing corpses. It's all because of that corpse demon. If it wasn't for this ghoul race scum blatantly collecting corpses, seeing soul race powerhouses and ancient race powerhouses killing each other, all daring to get down and grab the corpses to their faces, and even killing the soul race Emperor Realm, causing the various races to run to target us, where would I need to come and do this kind of shameful deed? Don't let me catch you or I'll be sure to drag you back to stand trial. The more Ghost Fiend Sky thought about it, the more angry he became, cursing under his breath. Bad luck. Too bad luck. How did the Ghoul clan produce such scum as the Ghoul demon? You collect corpses on collecting corpses. You cannot just use to absorb. Do not contribute to the race. Do not see the Ghoul race has fallen to the 8th of the 10 races? After a moment of cursing, it was pissed off, but it had a duty assignment and took action. Although stealing corpses was dishonorable and didn't match the identity of the Emperor Realm, it had no choice. The Ghoul clan had been targeted by various clans and had suffered heavy losses, so it had to replenish its newborn forces. Yu's spiritual sense covered the entire spiritual abyss, and because he did not want to be exposed, he did not target the ghostly fiendish Sky, but only used his spiritual sense to simulate an invisible eye that was above the zenith of the sky looking down on the earth. Seeing the countdown to the death of the Ghost Fiend Sky, falling from the sky and burrowing into the ground. Yi Yu's attention had been following. What's this Ghostbuster doing? Collecting bones? It can't do it itself, so it's going to play tricks with these corpses? After looking at it like this for a while, Yi Yu detected something. The ghost fiend sky was moving under the dirt, and the bones of those who had been buried in the great underground for who knows how many years were being collected. These bones were useless to him, and as a corpse collector, he needed to collect the corpse at the first opportunity and bury it before it lost its essence. This may be due to the law of conservation of energy. The power of special attributes does not appear out of thin air, but is made by transforming a certain kind of energy contained in the corpses of the strong and the human masters. Exactly. After he tried digging up a grave once, he didn't do it anymore, and collected the body when it was time to do so. Little by little, time passes. As Yi Yu stared at the ghost fiend sky, he also did not forget to pay attention to the others. The countdown to death is based on days, but when it really comes down to it, it will become an hourly algorithm. 10 minutes to go. Seeing the numbers above the heads of the Dasha people getting smaller and smaller, Yi Yu was staring at the ghostly fury sky at every moment. He had been supervising for a long time, but he couldn't guess what tricks Ghostbusters Sky was going to play. The ghoul race, as one of the 10 major races, could be called the most bizarre race, with divine means, huge differences between individuals, and eccentricity and unpredictability. What's more, this ghoul race was still in the Emperor realm, so unless one had the mind-reading technique, no one would be able to guess what kind of plot it was pulling. Having said that, he had already guessed this ghost fiend Sky's purpose which was to take advantage of the opportunity to cause chaos, kill people with a knife, and collect the corpses of the human race's heavenly prides to bring back. Boom! Right at this moment, a tremor that sounded like a crack in the sky suddenly exploded from the dome of the sky. It wasn't a thunderclap. It was more like some kind of behemoth was coming down with a bang. Hearing this voice, Yi Yu's spiritual awareness attention was always locked onto the ghost fiend Sky's whereabouts, and he also did not forget to follow the voice. The zenith of the spirit abyss was a darkness that was oppressive and gloomy. The sky that was formed by the grouping of the abyssal winds was like a black cloud that was oppressive and gloomy, with a terrifyingly loud roar. The abyssal wind heavenly screen was as if it had been pierced by a prime heavenly sword, hardening and tearing out a huge gash. The sky screen shattered, and in the mouth of the abyssal wind, the whistling sound was continuous, like the interior of a tornado. Howl. In the next moment, a mighty roar that shook all directions, ancient and thick, as if it came from the distant past, came from the eye of the wind. This roar shook the heavens and the earth, and it even resounded through the universe, like the king's domineering voice, wrapped in a wind pressure that crushed everything and swept away. Dragons greeting? The true dragons are here? At the sound of this voice, Yi Yu's mind flinched, his eyes suddenly became sharp and his heart was heavy. What's going on here? How did the true dragon clan, which has always been a divine dragon, come here? He can be too familiar with the sound of the dragoness roar. After all, during the 100 Clans Heavenly Pride battle, he beat a true dragon to the point of wailing. Ah! Right at this moment, Shinshui screamed in pain and sat up with a pained expression, her hands covering her ears. The dragon's roar was so dominant, so loud, that just hearing it in unison made her ears go deaf and her brain buzz. This was still the result of Yi Yu sheltering her with his power. If not, a dragon's roar from the Emperor realm would be enough to shock the death of countless small and petty beings. For a moment, the great power talents and elites scattered all over the spirit abyss all noticed the dragon's roar and realized one thing: the true dragon had come. As the head of the 100 clans, the true dragon clan's row was too big. The word low-key was as if it didn't go well with the true dragon at all. And once the true dragon was introduced, the world was bound to be shocked. At the same time, a huge dragon head slowly poked out from the mouth of the tornado at the zenith. It was a huge head that covered the sky, with horns like a deer, head like a camel, eyes like a rabbit, collar like a snake, scales like a fish, and whiskers beside the mouth that stretched like a river of clouds. Its light dazzled the world, like a round of golden sun shining on the world, and the heaven and earth within the spirit abyss became a few points brighter. Just like daytime, the true dragon appeared in the spirit abyss. No words were spoken, just a pair of dragon eyes sweeping the heavens and earth, wrapped in endless terrifying imperial might, shocking the entire scene. For a moment, it was as if time within the spirit abyss was frozen for it. The heavenly prides of the major powers all stopped their hands, their souls trembling, their bodies trembling, as if they had encountered the most terrifying heavenly enemy, silenced, not daring to move. Even the profound spirit, which had always been spiritless, attacking at the sight of people and wrestling at the sight of its compatriots, was suppressed and unable to move. When the true dragon appears, the world stops fighting. Sinful beast, how dare you steal the corpse of the dragon race? Come out to this emperor. The Emperor Realm True Dragon swept around and was not able to lock onto a target. So the dragon's mouth opened and a suppressed and angry voice was emitted. This ghost fiend Sky. It can't be that he really came to steal the corpse, right? The culprit that caused the deaths and injuries of the 4 major forces is actually the True Dragon? The True Dragons have come to cause trouble, and I'm afraid the major powers will have nowhere to turn to, even if they are dead or wounded. Hearing these words, Yi Yu looked at the dragon head above the zenith with an odd expression, only feeling that he had seen a ghost. Long Xiaoyun, 9118. Burial reward, grade 8 treasure chest. Stealing the corpse of the True Dragon clan. This boldness was too fat, even if he now boasted that he was invincible under the heavens, and that he was unbeatable in single combat. He hadn't even laid a hand on the True Dragon clan. As the head of the 100 races and the strongest race, the temper of a true dragon could be too great, and running to collect the corpse of the dragon race was no less than touching the reverse scales. Although he was disguised as a corpse demon and no one knew his true form, and the opinions of the 100 races under the sky were diverse, he did not want to mess with the True Dragon clan before he was certain that he could single-handedly take on the entire dragon clan, so as to avoid inviting a racial war to the human race. Compared to him, who still had some understanding of the situation, the major powers were all confused and outside the situation. What's the situation? How did the Emperor Realm of the True Dragon clan come to the spirit abyss of the human clan? Stealing dragon corpses. Who did this? Human. Do you know where the sinful animal that stole the dragon's corpse is? After Long Xiaoyun was unable to get any response to his angry roar, he was filled with rage that had nowhere to be released, and with a turn of his eyes, he locked his gaze on the nearest human Heavenly Father. Greetings to the Dragon Emperor. I don't know what kind of sins you are talking about. The earth-shaking Heavenly Father who was supervising his juniors was gazed upon by the Emperor Realm, and only felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. This was too unlucky, and immediately bowed to pay his respects, not daring to respond with the slightest bit of slowness. The Heaven's Destiny clan says that the answer this emperor wants is in the human spirit abyss. Do you think this emperor should believe the Heaven's Destiny clan? Or you? Long Xiaoyun gazed at the earth-shaking Heavenly Father. His dragon's mouth opened and his voice was like thunder. Between the words, the emperor's might exploded, solidifying this heaven and earth. The earth-shaking Heavenly Father was oppressed by its great power, and only felt that he could not speak of his suffering. It's a complete moot point. He doesn't even know what's going on here. Stealing a dragon's corpse? Who's got the nerve to do that? Where is the human Emperor Realm? Show yourself and give this emperor a statement. Seeing the bitterness on his face, Long Xiaoyun snorted coldly, not bothering to communicate with this kind of nameless little person. He opened his dragon's mouth and issued a question. The dregs below the Emperor Realm were not worthy of conversing with it, and it was difficult for even its name to enter its ears. This sound did not only resonate through the spirit abyss, but also rushed out beyond the spirit abyss. Because its body was so huge, it hardened and tore an opening through the spirit abyss, running through the inside and outside. The Dragon Emperor has traveled a long way to come here. There is something you might as well say properly. The human race will give you a satisfactory statement. Right at this moment, a voice resounded through the clouds as Yi Yu took a step out and arrived at the zenith. Angry Gun Yi Yu. Long Xiaoyun followed the sound, and his dragon eyes gazed at him, recognizing where he came from. Noble was in the Emperor Realm, and beings below the Emperor Realm did not deserve to be remembered by it. But Yi Yu was different. Even though he had only defeated the True Dragon at the King Realm, it was still a heaven-defying battle that was enough to go down in history. Based on this battle record alone, Yi Yu's name was enough to make all the living beings in the entire continent remember his name. A man and a dragon, facing each other in the air. The difference in size between the two sides was huge, like a big mountain and a small stone. Inherently, the aura between them was not the least bit different. With Yi Yu's appearance, people were relieved. Perhaps the angry gun Heavenly Father wasn't at the Emperor Realm, but he had been rated years ago as having the stature of a great emperor. Enough to talk to the Emperor Realm, especially earth-shaking Heavenly Father Zhongjie. As the Dragon Emperor's gaze shifted, he only felt like he was escaping from death and pinched a cold sweat. Although he, as a great circle of the Heavenly Exaltation Realm, was usually worshipped by people as a quasi-empire, a half-step Emperor Realm, with a lofty status and earth-shattering prestige. In the eyes of the Emperor Realm, he was nothing more than the Heavenly Exaltation Realm. What's more, this Emperor Realm was also the head of the 100 clans, the great emperor of the True Dragon clan, and no one knew just how terrifying his strength was. The True Dragon clan, as the head of the 100 clans, as long as they didn't commit a monstrous act of public anger, the clans could only tolerate it. From ancient times to the present day, no human race, excluding Rage Gun Yi Yu, had been able to defeat a true dragon in a head-to-head situation. Not only the human race, but the 100 races of the Tianxian continent. There were only a handful of races that had defeated a true dragon in head-on single combat, and every one of them was a world-defying powerhouse that had gone down in history. So big, Shifu Xinshui, who was left in place by Yiyu and sheltered by his power to avoid being shocked by the aura and sound, also came back to his senses at this moment and raised his head to look at the huge dragon head above the dome of the sky, and was truly shocked. She originally thought that the abyssal spirit's size was as huge as a mountain, and it was already terrifying. Unexpectedly, the true dragon clan was even more terrifying. Raging Gun, what can you say to this emperor? At the same time, Long Xiaoyun looked at Yiyu's imposing aura, which was not weak, and for the time being, he stopped his thoughts of requesting the emperor realm to show up and speak, and smoothed his tone a little bit, which was regarded as an acknowledgement of his qualification to have a conversation. In fact, he had noticed Yiyu's presence just now when he was searching for the corpse thieves' traces. In a short period of 5 years, from the great circle of the Earth King realm to the late stage of the heavenly dignity realm, spanning nearly 2 great realms, this kind of cultivation speed, truly worthy of being a demon who had been crowned with the name of the strongest genius of the human race. This year's Yiyu, his bone age is only 37 years old. At this rate, give him another 10 years, he will become a great emperor. 47 years old at the emperor realm. Even if it was no match for the Jinchuan Dragon Emperor who had claimed the title of emperor at the age of 35 and was now the leader of the Dragon Clan, it was still enough to go down in the history books and overwhelm the supreme geniuses that had traveled to and from the ancient and modern times of all the clans. The Dragon Emperor came in a rage that someone had stolen the bones of the true Dragon Clan, and according to the Heaven's Destiny clan's measurements, it was learned that the body thieves were in the spirit abyss of the human clan. Yi looked at his huge dragon head with a calm and unassuming attitude. The Heaven's Destiny clan was one of the 100 clans of the Tianxian continent, not strong in combat, but a neutral race that served the major powerful clans. This clan he tried to contact, although it has the ability to know the fate of heaven, predict good and bad luck, and pass through the sky to claim the enemy, but it does not have the ability to change the fate of heaven. This clan's fortune-telling is also within the scope of the system's calculation of the countdown to death. For example, a corpse he had collected in the past few years was because he had offended the strong clan, and was counted by the Heavenly Destiny clan to find out his whereabouts, and died miserably under the strong clan. Not bad, do you have a clue? Long Xiaoyun jawed. His eyes were calm, and his voice resounded between heaven and earth. Did he come to pick a fight on purpose? Or he really couldn't spot the Ghostbusters sky? To this query, Yiyu didn't answer immediately, but instead pondered over a question. This Dragon Emperor had come in force, and although the attitude of the dialogue was still acceptable today, it was not possible to say what the exact purpose was. Does he have a clue? Well, there must be a clue. From the moment Ghostbusters slipped in, he locked onto the trail. There was no way around it. The death countdown marked by the system was too conspicuous, and once he was on his radar, it was simply impossible to break free from his lock unless one was out of the field of view. But the problem was that the Ghost Fiend Sky's death was not today. Logically speaking, with the dragon race's hegemony and loneliness, once they touched the dragon scales, they couldn't care less about the rules and would just kill when they said so. Not to mention that the Ghost Fiend was still in the Emperor realm and was in the wrong first. Yes, after a little thought, Yiyu nodded his head even though he had a guess in his heart, but had no way to ask for proof, and prepared for both hands in his heart. Is that true? Hearing this, Long Xiaoyun's voice lowered a few points, his eyes lingering yet serious. That body thief didn't know what magical power he had performed, but he was able to sneak into the dragon tomb silently. Perhaps this thief was cautious and only stole the corpse of a Zunshur realm dragon, not daring to move the Emperor's corpse, as if it was a test run. But there is one and then there is two. This move has even touched the reverse scales of the true dragon clan. This kind of uncontrollable anomaly must be found a way to get rid of. In response to this query, Yiyu did not say much. Just between a single grip of his right hand, the 7-foot-long spear fell into his hand. With the long spear in his hand, his stance became overbearing, as if he was revealing an aura of stabbing through the sky. Seeing him take out his weapon, Long Xiaoyun was unperturbed and just waited to see what would happen. A mere late stage of the heavenly exaltation realm, even if he took out his weapon, there was no way it could bring him the slightest sense of threat. Facing his gaze, Yiyu raised the lance in his hand and violently pulled it backward before throwing it in a spin. Woo-woo! The lance broke through the air, wrapped in the momentum of ghostly cries and wolves, and fell towards the earth. The long gun penetrated through the earth, like a meteorite descending from the sky, suddenly exploding open, the light in the sky raging, like an abyssal sea of gun-chi rioting. The storm swept through, and the earth was torn out in a hideous and ghastly crater. As the gunfire raged on, there was a small area of emptiness, though no one was to be seen. Raging Gun found me? How did that happen? The Ghostbuster Sky. who was lurking in the ground, was confused and was forced to defend himself against the gunfire. He didn't understand why angry Gun Yiyu was able to lock onto his whereabouts. He was a strong person secretly cultivated by the Corpse Ghost clan. Even the layers of guards of dozens of Emperor Realm true dragons failed to discover him, and he was able to sneak into the dragon tomb unnoticed, and get his hands on the dragon corpse for the first time ever. Not waiting for him to figure out what was going on, Long Xiaoyun could see the end in that huge pit. Long Xiaoyun did not hesitate for a second and took action on the spot, the prime dragon claw probing out. Seeing this, Ghost Fiend Sky reacted at the first opportunity and tried to escape. However, this claw of Long Xiaoyun directly crossed space, not giving him a chance to escape at all, and directly grabbed Ghost Fiend Sky in his hands. It really is the ghoul race at work. It's also right, other than the ghoul race, there is no need for other races to go through the trouble of asking for a corpse. Successfully catching the thief, Long Xiaoyun directly sensed a strong death aura through the dragon scales of his dragon claws, and his mind was cold to the extreme. Rumble. As his mind turned, his movements did not stop for a second. Fiercely clenching his dragon claws, thunder light exploded, and the power of thunder raged on. The power of thunder was one of the most overbearing forces in the world, and the Ghost Fiend Sky was imprisoned by the dragon's claws, and even more so, was baptized by thunder, and immediately let out a howl of pain. I didn't mean to pick a fight with you. Yiyu looked at Long Xiaoyun's action of directly laying down a killer and fell into thought. This sudden outburst was but the twinkling of an eye. What's going on here? I don't know. The Dragon Emperor seems to have caught the real culprit and is killing people. The casual cultivators tilted their heads to see the scene, heard the hysterical wailing, and remained outside the situation, seemingly unaware. Great. Just now I was scared to death when I saw the angry gun Heavenly Father take out his weapon. I thought that the angry gun Heavenly Father was going to make a move against the Dragon Emperor. The disciples of the Xian sect, being the elite of the Heaven's Pride and having seen a lot of things, were still able to grasp the situation and let out a long sigh of relief. What's there to be afraid of? Use your brain to think about it, okay? The angry gun Heavenly Father is a Heavenly Father realm. Even if he's even more stupid, it's impossible for him to make a move against the Emperor realm. Some people do not understand this statement. Where do you think the word anger came from for the name of angry gun Heavenly Father? He's a violent temper that will lift the table and start a fight with someone at the drop of a hat. Facing his question, the relieved Xianmen disciple rolled his eyes. Just what kind of god is it that dares to steal the corpse of the true dragon clan? The Thunder Prison Heavenly Father of the Xian sect felt the Dragon Emperor's terrifying thunder that contained the will to destroy and was 10,000 times more afraid. He is a strong person who cultivates the thunder method and cultivates the 10,000 laws thunder road, but his power of thunder, compared with the dragon race, is completely small, and there is no way to resist it. Thanks to the rage gun, or else I'd be dead this time. The pure underworld Heavenly Father of the Pure World sect was also secretly relieved. The higher you stand, the farther you can see. It is precisely because they are big powers that they are more aware of the ugly faces of other races, even if it was the ghoul race, which was only one rank higher than the human race. If they met each other head-on, the other party would have a look down on them. As for the strong clans that were far ahead of the human race, such as the Dragon Clan with the true dragon body that was invulnerable to all laws and the Soul Clan with the divine soul body that was invulnerable to all soldiers, they were even more arrogant than one another and didn't put the human race in their eyes at all. It was no exaggeration to say that this time, the Dragon Emperor came in a rage, and if he didn't give him a satisfactory answer, in a fit of anger, it was possible that he would directly wash the spirit abyss in blood. Brother-in-law is great. The people of the Daxia Imperial Dynasty were also excited at this time, especially Xia Shange, who directly cried. She had long known that the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty would suffer a great calamity today. Although Shi Xinshui, the little sister, was still young and was an unknown and nameless person, but as the youngest sister of the angry Gun Yiyu, and being brought along, she was by no means an idle person. But while she believed it, she still wasn't worried after learning that her brother-in-law had been informed. It was because he was able to kill even the bastard Blade Heavenly Father. There was simply no way that anyone within the Spirit Abyss would be his opponent, and he would surely be able to heroically save her. When that time came, the relationship between brother-in-law and big imperial sister would definitely see a further heating up. Who would have thought that the great calamity that had befallen the great Xia Imperial Dynasty would come from the true Dragon Clan beyond the Spirit Abyss? Just now when the earth-shaking Heavenly Father was targeted by the Dragon Emperor for a conversation, she was on the verge of being scared to death, fearing that her brother-in-law wouldn't be able to save the day, and she was even more remorseful, for a time thinking that she had made a monstrous mistake, and that she should have listened to the advice she had been given. Seeing her excited to the point of crying, Rao Xiaotsayu looked confused. Seeing that Yiyu had helped the Dragon Emperor to find the real culprit, she was also excited and happy, and was even more proud of herself, but it was still far less than the sixth sister's reaction. Although all parties reacted with excitement, sure Xinxue was not happy. It's so hard to catch the real culprit, but he doesn't even interrogate him or ask about the whereabouts of the dragon's body. What kind of trick is this Long Xiaoyun trying to play? Is he trying to take advantage of the situation? It's true that if the wood shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it. It's true that if you're sharp, you'll be in constant trouble. If he really makes a move on me, then it will be difficult. If I win against him, I will be scorned and deliberately targeted by the true dragon clan. And if I don't win, then he will directly kill me. But it's still too early to jump to conclusions, whether he wants to make a move on me or not. Let's try him out first. She realized that her eldest brother was not happy about the result, but was instead suspicious. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Long Xiaoyun grabbed the ghost fiend sky, he didn't hesitate for a second and directly used his divine ability to suppress it. Although the Emperor realm of the corpse ghost race was powerful, there was no resistance at all in front of him. However, it was only a matter of moments. The thunder power that raged in the dragon's claws gradually dissipated, which also meant the fall of the ghost fiend sky. Seeing this scene, Yi Yu did not say anything. He just opened his right hand and summoned back the lance that was deeply rooted in the earth through the air. Dragon Emperor, I've already helped you catch the body thief. Is this statement satisfactory? When Long Xiaoyun's gaze turned again, Yi Yu said aloud. Although his voice was ordinary, it contained yuan power and resounded through the heavens and earth, even turning into a burst of sound waves to be transmitted out of the spirit abyss. Only, his sound wave that was deliberately blessed through yuan power enhancements scattered in all directions, and as it was about to pass by Long Xiaoyun's dragon body, it was annihilated. Seeing this scene, Yi Yu's mind sank, his eyes flinty, and he already had an answer in his heart. Human race, you dare to steal the dragon tomb. You're asking for death. Long Xiaoyun annihilated his voice that was trying to reach the outside world. The dragon's eyes stared angrily. His voice was like that of a god, cold and majestic. His voice resounded inside and outside of the spirit abyss, just like it was the words of divine punishment, pronouncing the charges. The true dragon clan, dozens of great emperors guarding the dragon tomb, cannot be found traces of the ghouls of the emperor realm. The angry Gun Yiyu, this Tianzuan realm, was able to find the tracks, although I do not know how he did it, but this guy is too evil. In the past, the king realm was able to defeat the dragon, and today, the heavenly father realm is even able to incite the whereabouts of the emperor realm that specializes in the way of concealment. Battle power is heavenly, and the aptitude is unfathomable. And in time, God knows what he will grow to the point. If we don't get rid of this son today, he will become a great danger in the future, destroying the body without a reason. Is it really for the purpose of planting evidence without proof? Seeing this situation, Yi Yu's eyes also turned ice cold and nodded. The strong never knew how to write the word fair. The advantage is mine. If you talk to me about fairness, are you out of your mind? The ghost fiend Sky was already dead. His corpse and bones were nowhere to be found. And this time the conflict took place in the human spirit abyss. And there was also the Heaven's Destiny clan endorsing it. This guy was really insidious. Seeing him stabbing everything without mercy, Long Xiaoyun snorted coldly and did not talk nonsense with him. The prime dragon claw explored and grabbed directly towards Yi Yu, to crush him as he did, as if he was suppressing the ghost fiend Sky. This move seemed simple, but it was unbeatable and extremely domineering, because of the reason that all laws do not invade the true dragon body. The ordinary people will not even have the ability to block the dragon's claw invasion. Once he is given a grip, even if there are all kinds of magical powers, it is difficult to escape from the palm of the hand, can only be bombarded and killed into the dregs. Boom! But right at this moment, a gun chi that ran through the sky suddenly exploded, directly stabbing through Long Xiaoyun's palm, and dragon blood spilled into the blue sky like flowers blooming. If you want to fight, then fight! Yi Yu erupted with majestic yuan power. His long black and thick hair, each strand of which was covered with golden light, fluttered in the wind, unstoppable and looming forward. His words were cold and stern, showing no weakness. With those words, he copied the lance in his hand and violently stomped his foot. Facing the Emperor Realm, True Dragon also rushed straight ahead without retreating, to battle him. 2 more to go. Watched LNG in T1 tonight. That's why it's so late. Sorry, that's bad luck. And all of you big brothers, mouth mercy, do not call me water. Writing a novel is to tell the story clearly, not throw the outline tearing and painful penetrating wounds. Golden dragon blood splattered away from the dragon's claws, spilling blood into the sky. I got stabbed by him? The sudden pain caused Long Xiaoyun to be stunned, but it was but a moment before he cleared the waves in his mind. No, it should be that the power of that ghoul race Emperor Realm's desperate struggle rubbed a bit of skin on my palm, which just happened to be targeted by this brat at the weakest point. Or else how could this kind of scum possibly injure me? After reasonably explaining the matter, Long Xiaoyun's state of mind returned to calm and everything was under control. A mere Zunshe realm. How dare you pull a gun on the Emperor realm? Don't be too arrogant. In the next moment, the huge-sized, towering Long Xiaoyun lowered his eyes and saw Yi Yu, who was holding a long spear, as if he was transformed into a lance that pierced through the sky, rushing to kill himself. Cold and lonely, majestic and supreme words resounded through the heavens and earth, and with it was the prime dragon claw that killed from the abyssal winds, covering the sky and the sun, with scales sparkling and divine radiance shining. Supreme heavenly prison. Although he was lonely and proud, Long Xiaoyun had no intention of showing mercy, but instead thundered out, intending to fight a quick battle, to obliterate this sun before the human emperor arrived. This time, the same dragon claw attack, but there is a golden dragon thunder surrounded by 5 claws. Wherever it passes, the sky and dome trembles, space shakes, as if everything will collapse under the claw collapse. The dragon's claw dominated the world horizontally, like an insurmountable demonic mountain, and there was even endless thunder blocking the way. That golden dragon thunder, exuding a destructive and horrifying aura, contained majestic and surging yuan power, as if everything in the world would be destroyed and reduced to nothing in front of it. It was a great power. The sky collapsed and thunderclouds covered the earth, which could be called a heavenly calamity. Seeing the sky pouring, Yi Yu, who was charging straight towards the Dragon Emperor, stomped his feet violently and his figure disappeared from its original position, directly exercising his stance and crossing the void. In an instant, Yi Yu's figure appeared 1,000 miles away. Only, even though Yi Yu had crossed 1,000 miles, the prime dragon claw was like a giant hand controlling heaven and earth, still hanging above his head, constantly pressing down. The terrifying and incomparable dragon claw gave people an extremely depressing feeling, as if it was a living being in his side of the world, and no matter how much it struggled, it couldn't escape from this piece of heaven and earth. In the face of his struggle, Long Xiaoyun was unmoved, a pair of dragon eyes always locking onto his trail, cold and arrogant, as if looking at a corpse. This was the true dragon law, the first of all the laws, a law created by generation after generation of the true dragon clan's heavenly pride and demons over an infinitely long period of time, and it was the ultimate of all the laws, the emperor's art. Once caught by the supreme heavenly prison, the void would be suppressed and consolidated, and even if a soul race emperor realm in the same realm as him faced this move, he would either die or be injured, and it was impossible for a mere exalted realm to have the strength to fight. What's the trick he's trying to pull? Just then, Long Xiaoyun realized that Yi Yu's movements had stopped, no longer charging forward or dodging, and pondered in his heart, but did not take it lightly. From ancient times to the present day, the heavenly pride demons all had one thing in common, and that was the heart of a strong man, unless they see true despair. If not, they will fight to the end until the last shred of hope is spelled out. For Yi Yu, he had a silver lining no matter what, and that was the human emperor realm arriving to save the day, especially the emperor realm of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. This was the reason why his first strike attempt at a second was unsuccessful and he moved straight to the real thing. Forget it, why speculate on the thoughts of a venerable? The human emperor realm is approaching. We need to kill him quickly so as not to cause trouble. Only, Long Xiaoyun quickly gave up his projections, sensing the movement in the outside world, pursuing the body thieves. He deliberately hid his breath and figure to avoid alerting the snakes, and did not reveal his true form until he came to the spirit abyss. Even though he had acted decisively, in tens of breaths of time, the human emperor realm was already aware of the situation and was coming at full speed. Skybst. At the same time, Long Xiaoyun no longer procrastinated. The dragon claw that had just been stabbed violently swung. The emperor's power was in motion. One hand held up the mountains and rivers. One hand pressed down on the 8 wastelands, one high and one low. The heaven and earth collapsed. This was the linking imperial art, from the hand of a dragon, and the two arts were united in infinite greatness, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Rumble. The dragon's claws rose up from the ground, and the earth trembled as if it had suffered an unprecedented earthquake. The mountains collapsed, rubble flew horizontally, and horrifying yuan power transformed into a destructive hurricane that swept away. Get in the boat. Get in the boat. In the face of this kind of heavenly calamity and earthly calamity in general, the terrifying heavenly might, for a moment, the 5 major forces were all in danger of each other, and they all clung to each other. The celestial sovereigns of the various forces, even more so, didn't care about the rules, and directly took out their warships and, perhaps this warship wasn't an imperial weapon and could only withstand the full force of the Zunshe realm's attack for a good while, but there were so many heavenly prides from the various forces that they had no choice but to do so. Just as the heavenly tribulation and earthly tribulation was about to erupt, Long Xiaoyun suddenly was feeling an unprecedented sensation. It was a cold, piercing, creepy feeling, like being targeted by a natural enemy. A sweat-inducing fear that curbed his spellcasting movements. The sudden sense of crisis caused Long Xiaoyun's heart to jump, and as his eyes swept open, he was met with a pair of eyes. It was a pair of pitch-black starry eyes, in which cold and bone-chilling killing intent permeated. Really looking for death, aren't you? The magnificent and tall Yi Yu, holding a silver spear, looked up with his head high, gazing at Long Xiaoyun above the sky, his killing heart gradually rising. Considering the big picture and the safety of the human race, he had wanted to fight Long Xiaoyun head-on and stall for time, waiting for the human race Emperor realm to arrive to save the day. But this fellow had already lost his heart in order to rush to kill him before the human Emperor realm could save the day. And the Emperor arts he executed were one move more outrageous than the next. If this move erupted, the entire spirit abyss would be devastated with no survivors, including his master. With those words, his figure shifted and directly disappeared in place. This time when he moved, his aura completely disappeared between heaven and earth, as if he had evaporated. Where are the people? Long Xiaoyun was stunned when he saw this scene and realized that the long-locked aura had disappeared. How could this be possible? The supreme heavenly prison had the power to blockade the void, and even if an emperor realm executed a body technique, it would be difficult to break free from the blockade. Hide your breath? But what's the point? As long as one couldn't escape from the range of the imperial art, there was nowhere to escape from the power of the pouring heavens. Here it is. Right at this moment, a low and cold voice rang out from above Long Xiaoyun's head. Yi Yu stepped on top of his head, looking down on him from above. His right arm raised and spun his hand. His lance drew a trajectory. The tip of the lance was pointed downwards, and he stabbed down. Hearing this sound, Long Xiaoyun subconsciously operated his dragon power to surround himself out of his fighting instincts. But the next moment, pain erupted from the top of his head, and the dragon power blocked the attack, but not the attack. Ow! The dragon's head was wounded, and the pain that was so intense that it twisted his soul caused Long Xiaoyun to let out a howl of pain. Ow! The heartbreaking roar of pain, accompanied by the dragon's roar, resounded through heaven and earth. This howl of pain caused countless people who were trying to find ways to defend themselves to look up and be shocked. What's wrong with the Dragon Emperor? It can't be that he's hurt, right? If this is true, then who injured the Dragon Emperor? Hiss. The young elites of the 5 major forces were simply unable to feel the situation clearly. Only the heavenly dignitaries of the major forces, who vaguely glimpsed one or two, all sucked in a breath of cold air. Stuck in the great circle of the Zunshe realm for many years, in order to become stronger, they all refined the method they cultivated to the extreme. Because of this, they saw a scene as terrifying as it was. The angry Lance Heavenly Father had actually stepped on top of the Dragon Emperor's head. That kind of stature, that kind of elegance, can be said to be unrivaled in the world. You really think you can take me down, don't you? After stabbing Long Xiaoyun with a gun and forcibly interrupting his spellcasting, Yi Yu scanned the heaven and earth within the spirit abyss and said in a cold voice, "An exalted can't defeat an emperor's technique?" Did he really think he was kidding when he killed the emperor? The second of the 10 major races, the strength of the soul race's emperor realm wasn't much less than that of the dragon race. What's more, the soul race, by virtue of their object-immune hanging ratio physique, were instead even more difficult opponents for him. Hearing his disdainful and arrogant words, Long Xiaoyun was filled with anger that had nowhere to be released, and without any nonsense with him, his body condensed and bound Yi Yu's lance with his flesh and blood, and his dragon power erupted out. In a flash, bursts of golden clouds filled the surroundings, and even more so, endless thunder appeared. However, in an instant, thousands of golden dragon thunder, from the clouds bred, with the momentum of the sky, through the sky to the ground and down. Countless columns of thunder directly bombarded in the surface of the body of Long Xiaoyun and the top of the head. Each golden dragon thunder seemed to contain the power to open the heavens and split the earth. Yet this kind of attack was actually bombarding itself. This was the place where the true dragon clan was so strong that it was unreasonable. With the all-faiths invulnerable true dragon body, which was number 1 on the physique list, it was able to take such an extreme approach to battle. Rumble! The thunder in the sky turned into a thunder prison. And with the golden light illuminating the spirit abyss all golden and golden, the sound of stone breaking only spread out. This kind of thunder is too horrible. Just by hearing the sound of chi, let countless people deaf, body numb, brain empty. This was the wrath of the heavens that made people despair, and the thunderbolt that made people feel so small that they couldn't raise the slightest bit of resistance. However, in the midst of the endless thunder, there was another sound so subtle that it was imperceptible. You thought I'd run away? These disdainful and icy words were only heard by Long Xiaoyun. It was a voice that chilled him to the bone. Spiritual sense of the sky turned over. He saw that Yi Yu was flooded by the dragon thunder. His body trembled. His clothes turned into flying dust. His flesh and blood were blurred and scorched. but those black eyes were still clearly visible in the vast golden light. At the same time, Yi Yu gripped the lance tightly and pulled it out of Long Xiaoyun's congealed flesh and blood with a hard grip, raising it high again and stabbing it down. Ah! The dragon's head contains the sea of consciousness. For the living beings of all races, is the key part of the top priority, the pain of the trauma, far more than other parts. Being traumatized again was like rubbing salt into the wound, and Long Xiaoyun's head shook wildly, trying to throw him off. At the same time, along with the stabbing of a gun, Yi Yu's skin that had been torn apart by the dragon thunder and burned until it was scorched black was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is where the 167% blood sucking comes into play. As long as he still has a breath and someone for him to attack, he is able to suck the blood of his enemies and use it to restore himself. This was just the beginning. Yi Yu didn't dodge at all. As he did, he kept drawing his lance and stabbing him with shot after shot. Asterisk 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 Griffin, you deserve to die. With this shot after shot, Long Xiaoyun was more than furious, his huge dragon body twisting madly and cursing in hysterical rage. But no matter how much he struggled, Yi Yu was as if his feet were rooted above his head. And no matter how much he blasted with his power, he could not be shaken, much less knocked away. That's what 83% toughness does. And if the enemy's avatar is able to control him for 10 seconds, that's at least 3 seconds off his clock. On top of that, the impact he receives, the knockback, offsets 83% of the strength. Boom! In the face of his angry scolding, Yi Yu did not make a sound and only responded with his actions. Roar! In the face of his wordless, oppressive and terrifying, unreasonable counterattack, Long Xiaoyun couldn't hold back and let out a dragon roar. In the next moment, its body erupted with golden light, and its huge and sky-shadowing dragon body unexpectedly disappeared. At the same time, an additional silhouette appeared above the dome of the sky. Blonde hair like a waterfall, dragon horns on his head, dragon scales on his face, handsome and dignified features, 3 meters tall, with a dragon tail behind him, and blood flowing like a gushing fountain on his head's heavenly aegis. You're a ing maniac. Long Xiaoyun, who was forced to take human form, with his cape in hand covering the top of his raw and painful head, fearful and maniacal, looked at Yi Yu, who was not far away, and cursed angrily. This Yi Yu. It was clear that the damage from each strike was not heavy, and it hurt like hell when he couldn't be killed. The most wicked thing was that his heavenly thunder purgatory was not able to kill Yi Yu hard, and he did not know how he withstood it, as if he did not want to die. Trying to run? Yi Yu, whose clothes were broken and ragged, shook the charred black layer on the surface of his skin's body into pieces, copied the lance in his hand, and killed. Seeing him kill again, Long Xiaoyun, who decided that the trauma and defeat just now must have been caused by the difference in size being too large and not flexible enough, snorted coldly, and with his hands spread out and intersected in front of his chest, he was about to cast an imperial art. Only, before he could execute his moves, how fast Yi Yu was, coming up with a kick on his chest. Yi Yu's attack was like a huge mountain crashing over, directly sending Long Xiaoyun flying. Emperor technique execution was interrupted. Long Xiaoyun's body flew out backwards, consolidating his stance, no longer amplifying his stance, but instead, his dragon tail straightened up, like a sword or knife, and chopped away through the air. The might of the Emperor realm was terrifying, but it was a chop of the dragon's tail, just like a lightning point night curtain, exploding with the momentum of sweeping everything. Wherever it passed, the space was chopped out of the cracks. No matter how he attacked, Yi Yu simply did not dodge. A long spear descended from the sky and smashed down heavily, as if he wanted to smash this heaven and earth to pieces. He would bet on the 60% evasion rate, and even if he didn't win the bet, as long as he wasn't killed in seconds and Dragon Emperor took a shot from him, he would be able to recover. The dragon's tail versus the lance was like pinpoints colliding into each other. This strike was like a sparring match between gods and demons, shaking the heavens and the earth, and a solemn aura of murder filled the heavens and the earth. Right at this moment, an urgent and panicked voice rang out from the sky. Dragon Emperor, please be merciful. There must be some kind of misunderstanding between this. I'm begging for recommendations and monthly votes, and this book is still on the new book list. The Xian sect cultivated the Thunder Dharma and was good at speed, and even more so because of the terrain. The Xian sect's Emperor realm rushed to the Spirit Abyss at the first opportunity. Approaching the Spirit Abyss, he was able to feel the raging and terrifying imperial power raging through the abyssal wind, and he was instantly panicked. His body shifted into a thunderous light, further erupting into even faster speeds, and he also shouted through the air, Dragon Emperor, please be merciful. There must be some kind of misunderstanding between this. In the spiritual abyss of the human race, there was a gathering of heroes, gathering the 5 major forces of the human race, the heavenly prides of the three realms of the Dharma Dragon Realm, Earth King Realm, and Desolate Sacred Realm, as well as the top pillars of the major forces, the Heavenly Dignity Realm Great Perfection. These elites, all of their identities were extraordinary, either the descendants of the top pillars of the major powers, or the disciples' children and grandchildren. If all of them were wiped out, for the major powers, even if it wasn't considered a great loss of vitality, it would still be a major loss that couldn't be ignored. As the words were shouted across the sky, thunder light penetrated through, like a thunderbolt descending from the sky and striking directly beneath the spirit abyss. In the blink of an eye, the thunder light descended on the spirit abyss and violently exploded. Rumble! A burst of thunder resounded, surrounded by electric light, just like the Thunder Emperor descending to the world, with a majestic and horrifying aura. Long hair swinging with the thunder, a man with a great and tall figure, majestic and supreme, with a full aura, locked onto the figure of the Dragon Emperor at the first moment, and was just about to open his mouth, but he paused and was speechless for a moment. As soon as he entered the spirit abyss, he saw raging Lance Yu copying the lance in his hand, chasing and beating a person with dragon horns, dragon tails, and dragon scales, suspected to be a Dragon Emperor. This situation, beyond his expectations, left him at a loss as to how to react. The Dragon Emperor shouted in the human spirit abyss for a statement, but also the crime of stealing the body will be set to the human race. Before that, even if there is no killing spree, but also will kill a few people to vent their anger, and wait for the human emperor who was able to talk to come and then make a decision to the right. But what is the situation now? Why was the Dragon Emperor being chased and beaten? Moreover, the Dragon Emperor looked like he had suffered a considerable amount of injuries. His cape was in a sorry state. It's the Sect Master. Great! The Sect Master has come to our rescue. With his appearance and pause, the Xian sect disciples were immediately excited, as if they had seen their backbone, and their fearful hearts, where everyone was in danger, were all at ease. The first human emperor to arrive at the scene was the current Sect Master of the Xian sect, which could be considered a source of pride for them, Emperor Yum Thunder. The earth-shaking heavenly sovereign and the others were also shocked by the battle, but they still reacted with divine speed and paid their respects at the first opportunity. The gap between the Emperor realm and the quasi-Emperor realm was extremely huge. What's more, Emperor Yunlei was a top human emperor who had been mightily shaking the southern region for thousands of years, and his status was supreme. Dragon Emperor, please be merciful and stop fighting. Emperor Yunlei was shocked by Yi Yu's feat, but he was after all someone who had seen the world and shouted when he slowed down. Long Xiaoyun, who was just about to perform the emperor's method, was stabbed by another gun, and a blood splash exploded from his chest, and his long ago scarred dragon tail swept and swung round, wanting to forcefully repel Yi Yu. Only, Yi Yu possessed a dodge in his body, and even had a long spear in his hand, so he did not dodge or retreat at all. Clang! The long spear against the dragon's tail was like a clash of swords and spears, and sharp sounds resounded. With this collision, the lance was shaken away, but another wound was added to the dragon's tail. Dragon Emperor, you guys should stop fighting. Seeing this scene, Emperor Yunlei took the time to observe the situation within the spirit abyss, and realizing that everyone was safe and sound, the boulder hanging over his heart fell with a bang, and he shouted again. Great! Nothing happened to his great-grandson, and the young elites of the five powers didn't look like they were missing arms and legs or attrition. At $%, Long Xiaoyun, who was being chased and beaten, heard this and only felt that it was bullying the dragon too much. Did this human emperor not have eyes? Who is actually beating who? Right at this moment, the space shook. The sky was like a lake. It was actually splashing with ripples, and a figure came from the void, coming with a fierce momentum, just like a demon god descending. Dragon Emperor, you want the human race to give you a statement, but you can look for an adult. What's the point of fighting with a junior? Could it be that in the eyes of the dragon race, there are no great emperors in the human race? As he walked step by step, his figure gradually became clear. With crane hair and white beard, his body was stooped and hunched, and his voice was vicissitude and low, but he was furious. Unlike the attitude of the Yunlei Emperor who traveled at full speed as if he was shouting for someone to stay under the knife, the second Nine Heavens Pavilion Master who arrived at the scene had an extremely strong attitude as if he was trying to burn the jade with the stone. He was really angry. In the past, when he met with the Dragon Emperor, the other party was high-minded and arrogant, and always had no one in sight even if it was just a matter of attitude. There was no need to take it into account. But this is not the same as in the past. The Dragon Emperor has killed the human race's young elites in the trial ground. This is a matter of principle. Most importantly, the participants of this session of Spirit Abyss also included the next Pavilion Master of the Nine Heavens Pavilion, Raging Gun Yi Yu. If Yi Yu met an untimely end, he would fight the Dragon Clan even if he gave up this old life. Just after the words were said, the 9 heavenly pavilion master, who hadn't yet had the chance to become angry, suddenly saw the situation in the spirit abyss, and that furious, rising aura suddenly came to a standstill. Seeing that Yi Yu was not dead and was even chasing after the Dragon Emperor to fight, the 9 heavenly pavilion master only felt like he had seen a ghost. Dazed and his brain was down. Yi Yu was fierce. He knew it, and he knew it well. But what was the situation? This was because Yi Yu had once fought with Questioning Sword when he had indicated that he was at the late stage of the heavenly exaltation realm and wanted to replace Questioning Sword as the person in charge of this spirit abyss treasure seizure. Even though it was a small trial and a casual 2 moves at that time, he could see that even though Yi Yu was at the late stage of the heavenly exaltation realm, his terrifying battle power was enough to be comparable to a quasi-emperor, and he didn't have to worry about being bullied by the old things from other forces. Late stage of the exalted realm, chasing after the emperor realm to fight, or the emperor realm of the true dragon clan, the head of the 100 clans. Is this not too outrageous? All the major powers valued the young generation elites, and the great emperors of the remaining 3 major powers were arriving one after another. Only, all the great emperors were silent after seeing the battle clearly, especially the large hole in the dragon emperor's head on the ceiling of the sky. Although the bleeding had stopped a long time ago, the penetrating wound that was visible to the naked eye made people look at the bottom of their hearts chill to the bone. However, everyone didn't continue to watch the show. A battle comparable to that between emperor realms, a random aftershock spreading out would cause the abyssal spirits within the spirit abyss to suffer heavy deaths and injuries, and the river to shatter and reverse horizontally. If it was not stopped, the spirit abyss occupied by the human race would be greatly wounded, and it was unknown how many years it would take to recover. The bottom line is that if the fight really goes down to the wire and gets worse, the matter will be out of hand. Boom! With the deathly silence that followed, out of the greater good, the 9 heavens pavilion master stepped in, only to see his right arm stretch out, transforming into a giant hand that covered the sky, like a heavenly rift that separated heaven and earth, isolating the 2 entangled parties. One hand reached over, separating the 2 sides, and he too was shouting separately, "Dragon Emperor, please be merciful when you have to spare others. There must be some kind of misunderstanding going on here, so why don't you sit down and talk it over first? Raging gun, for the greater good, stop fighting." With the intervention of the human emperor, the human-dragon battle was finally brought to a close. The 2 sides were forcibly blocked from each other, and if both sides struck out again, they would be attacking the great emperor, which was a very unwise move. I don't want to fight either. It's really because the Dragon Emperor is unforgiving. Yi Yu raised his head to the sky and looked at the 5 human great emperors who were subduing the scene in midair and immediately sued. Poof! Long Xiaoyun, who was separated on the other side, was instantly infuriated when he realized that he was evil. The human emperor has been there for a long time. Who the hell is unforgiving? Having said that, the true dragon clan is by nature lonely and proud. Although Long Xiaoyun was angry, he didn't want to fight with someone openly, and after glancing at the 5 human emperors in the air, he only felt that it was a big loss of face, and snorted coldly. In fact, he had long since stopped wanting to fight because he realized that this angry gun Yi Yu was too evil. Obviously, his physique and defensive aptitude were not very strong and could easily be broken, but Yi Yu's recovery speed was extremely astonishing. As long as he failed to kill him for a moment, he became alive and well in the twinkling of an eye. Moreover, his Emperor Realm Dragon body, which he was proud of, which was impervious to swords and spears and invulnerable to all laws, was like papier-mâché in front of Yi Yu's long spear, and could not block the attack at all. If he just kept fighting like this and no one was around to stop and talk him out of it, maybe he would die by this kid's hands. Dragon Emperor, just now you said that the human race stole the dragon tomb. Is there any basis for this matter? Because of Yi Yu's great power, the 9 heavenly pavilion master was raising his eyebrows among the leaders of the 5 major forces at this time, taking over the power of speech on the spot and confronting them across the air. Of course there is a basis. The Heavenly Fate clan said that the answer to the body thief is in the spirit abyss of the human clan, and I caught the body thief just now. You human race dared to steal the dragon tomb. What are your intentions? Long Xiaoyun was bruised all over his body. His hair was disheveled, and he was in a sorry state, but the loser did not lose. His attitude was still arrogant, and he was even asking for offense in return. He had the backing of the Heaven's Destiny clan and the Dragon clan as his backing, plus the fact that the Corpse Ghost clan's Emperor Realm had already been pinched to death by him, with no bones left and no evidence of his death, so he wasn't worried about his ploys being punctured. Dragon Emperor, where are the body thieves? Seeing that he was a lone dragon in the territory of the human race and still dared to be so arrogant, the 9 Heavens Pavilion Master was enraged, but didn't show it and asked instead. The general trend was irreversible, and the ranking of the top 10 races, in a sense, represented the total strength of the races, as well as their individual combat power. Although the human race was ranked 9th, with an element of being dragged down by the huge population base, and the actual ranking could be raised a little higher, it was still far from enough for the true dragon race, which was at the head of the 100 races, against the dragon race. If the human race is in the right, it is okay, it can pull the power of the 100 races to help. If it is not in the right, it will be difficult to do. Killed by this emperor. How dare you steal the dragon tomb? This is angering the dragon clan scales. The crime deserves death. Is this body thief really human? The 9 heavenly pavilion master was suspicious in his mind about this statement. He does not understand. Although the human race is constantly in civil strife, openly fighting, but in the face of the great justice of the race, but still end clear. What's more, the strongest members of the human race are those who know what's good for them, and those black sheep who have made a nuisance of themselves have long since died out. Emperor Profound Sky, are you questioning the character and integrity of the dragon race? Sensing his suspicion, Long Xiaoyun burst into a towering rage, his mighty voice shaking the heavens. The more vain a man is, the louder his voice becomes, and he must sit on this statement. Although the true dragon clan was powerful, in a one-on-one situation, it was even able to forcefully obliterate any race. However, if you lose your righteousness and cause the public to be angry, even the dragons won't be able to survive if 100 groups of people surround them. This was also the reason why for the 18 Spirit Abyss, a treasure land that specialized in spirit crystals, the dragon clan only dared to occupy 5 of them, not daring to occupy all of them, and dispersing the remaining 13 to the various clans. Pavilion Master. The corpse thief is a corpse ghost race emperor realm, specializing in the method of concealment. The reason why he was in the human spirit abyss was to run and steal corpses. This dragon emperor did come after him at first, but after seeing me, he went along with his livelihood, grabbed the corpse thief and destroyed the corpse without a second thought, forcibly planted the evidence, and wanted to kill me in order to eliminate future problems. At the same time, Yi Yu transmitted his voice to the 9 heavenly pavilion master. As he transmitted his voice, Long Xiaoyun sensed a fluctuation in his spiritual sense, and his gaze vaguely and scornfully glanced at Yi Yu, unsure of what he had said. Hearing this transmission, the Profound Sky Emperor instantly understood the situation and wasn't very surprised. So that made sense. Dragon Emperor, every race has black sheep. Since the culprits have already been punished by you, you might as well turn the page on this matter. After the Profound Sky Emperor thought about it, he spoke. You say turn the page? Long Xiaoyun's attitude was strong and domineering, and he wanted to carry out the planting of evidence and charges to the end. Deception is too much. The body thief has already been killed by you, dead without proof. And you as an emperor realm are the one who made a scene at the human race's Heaven's Pride trial grounds, and even killed one of my human race's venerable members without speaking the rules. What more do you want? Do you really think that my human race is easy to bully? Hearing these words, the Southern Emperor Alliance's lord immediately pressed on and said angrily. After arriving at the Spirit Abyss for such a long time, he was already fully aware of the situation. All the major forces were safe and sound. Only his brother was dead. If he hadn't been in command of such a large power as the Southern Empire Alliance and had the greater good in mind, he would have absolutely had to fight the Dragon Emperor to the death. As soon as these words came out, all the emperors of the human race were aware of something, and one after another were taking a step forward to stand in line. The human race was not the strongest race in the Tianqian continent, and because of this, no matter how much internal strife there was on weekdays, in the face of right and wrong, one must be united. There's too many people bullying young dragons, right? Long Xiaoyun saw that the human emperor pressed the battlefield and was accused by his storm, but he didn't shy away from the battlefield and continued to clamor. But he was suspicious in his heart. Could it be that when he fought with the raging gun, the aftermath shook a certain exalted to death? How did he not know about this? The reason he was so hardened was because he knew he hadn't killed a single human so far, and had ostensibly just killed a body thief in name only. Even if some people accused him of fighting this junior, raging gun, so what? The person didn't die. Being accused by him in this manner, all the great emperors didn't say anything and were forced to withdraw their encircling movements. If they could, they would love to be outnumbered and bully the lesser dragons, directly slaughtering this dragon emperor. With 5 human race great emperors holding down the field, a mere dragon race great emperor, they were quite certain to quell it, but doing so would be tantamount to ripping off the dragon race, and would inevitably lead to a racial war. If the human race fought with the dragon race, they would have no chance of winning and would just be taking their own lives. Today's matter will be put to rest for the time being. What exactly the outcome of this matter will be decided after this emperor goes back to report to the clan chief. Long Xiaoyun sensed that they had suppressed all their killing intent and said no more, only snorted coldly. After the words were spoken, He didn't say goodbye or farewell as he rushed up and left the spirit abyss. In response to this action, the emperors did not make a move to stop him, and could only allow him to leave. It was because the true dragon clan leader he spoke of was the Jinchuan Dragon Emperor. The strongest demon come strongest person ever in the Tianxian continent. Bar none. Damn. This long worm is also too arrogant. Even more arrogant than my old man. The Southern Emperor Alliance Master watched his back depart until it disappeared, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists with killing intent. If we let him walk away today, there will be constant trouble in the future. It's a pity that we can't kill him. The Xianmen sect master, Emperor Yunlei, shook his head and sighed. Being able to cultivate to the emperor realm, which one of them was once not a young, wild, unbeatable son of heavenly pride, but the years and the great power of the race had smoothed out their edges. The human race had to hold back if they wanted to survive in the midst of the great prosperity of all the races. It is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. You have the potential to lead the rise of the human race to battle with the true dragon. So bear with me for a while and wait until later to settle the score. The Nine Heavens Pavilion's ally, Great Emperor Profound Sky, was not too persistent, but turned his head towards Yi Yu with incomparable pride, persuading and pacifying him. Good. Yi Yu readily agreed to this counsel. On the surface, he said this, but this was not the attitude in his heart, and his killing heart was secretly hidden. I'm not a gentleman. It's not too late to say 10 years. I'll turn into a necromancer and bury him in a few days. He was not good at killing with the identity of the human race, so as not to cause a great disaster of extermination for the human race, but the identity of the corpse demon could always be killed, right? 60. New gun. Thanks to you this time. If it wasn't for you going up against the Dragon Emperor, I'm afraid that the younger generation of the human race would have died and suffered heavy casualties. The Yunlei Emperor thought of the scene of the Dragon Emperor being chased and beaten just now, and was not stingy with his words of praise. While praising him, he was also shocked. This Yi Yu's battle power and potential was too heaven-defying. A Zunshi realm could battle an Emperor realm true dragon. What would happen if he were to break through to the Emperor realm? Seeing that Yi Yu was so sensible and not young and reckless, the leaders of the major powers were immediately unable to hold back and opened their mouths. Sense of the big picture and pattern. New gun. You are truly worthy of the name of the strongest genius of the human race. When it comes to being the pride of the human race, new gun, you dare to fight the true dragon. This kind of boldness, swallowing mountains and rivers, exalted battle emperor realm, invincible. After this battle, you are bound to be famous on the continent once again. Emperors, when looking at the entire continent, were the topmost powerhouses, and even more so, they stood at the top of the heap. But the truth was that after they had broken through to the emperor realm, they were instead unable to be as frivolous as they had been when they were young. This was because after breaking through the emperor realm, the enemies they had to face were no longer the prides of their peers, but rather the powerful ones who had long since become emperors over the long years. Every emperor realm was a peer supreme that had amazed for thousands of years and suppressed the contemporary generation, precisely because they were all geniuses. The gap accumulated by the precipitation of years and time when they faced those seniors was almost insurmountable. Even in terms of realm, taking great pains to catch up with great difficulty. The same realm, the same height, the difference in racial talent was what was truly despairing. Thankfully, although the human race was not the strongest in terms of single combat, the population base was large, the lower limit was low and the upper limit was high, and there were always human race celestial pride who killed their way out and relied on numbers to fight with the other races. Seniors are too flattering. You are the ones who truly have the pattern and know what's right. Mr. Yi is injured. And in order to avoid hidden dangers, he urgently needs to heal his wounds, so he'll go first. Being praised by them, Yi Yu readily responded and did not dwell on it with them. You're injured. Go ahead. Seeing that he wanted to heal his wounds, the Nine Heavens Pavilion Master smiled and agreed, very understanding and tolerant. Although Yi Yu appeared to have no injuries on the surface, he was ragged and bloodied, and had obviously suffered a large number of attacks. For strong people at their level, external injuries were minor problems, and internal injuries were the key. With this matter settled, Yi Yu also sent a message to the Pavilion Master as he left. By the way, Pavilion Master, there's one thing I forgot to mention. I killed the bastard sword Heavenly Father because he took out his Emperor's soldier and tried to kill me. And the Heavenly Fathers and disciples of all the major powers saw it. The Southern Emperor Alliance's alliance leader just now thought that it was the Dragon Emperor who killed his brother, and he should learn about the situation later when he meets up with the members of the Southern Emperor Alliance. There is also this session of the Spirit Abyss treasure taking after this battle. I'm afraid that it can't go on. I'll hand over the worship to everyone just to heal in the quiet room, and I'll rely on you to preside over the big picture afterward. Upon hearing this transmission, The smile that spread across Emperor Profound Sky's face stiffened. Only his smile twitched for a moment, and then he grimaced. What's wrong? What did Angry Gun say to you? That look. Seeing that his smile was unnatural for a moment and his complexion shifted, the emperors who noticed the fluctuations in the voice transmission were all puzzled. Ba Song. I heard Nu Gun say that the bastard sword Heavenly Father wanted to kill him. What are the intentions of this move? At the same time, the 9 Heavenly Pavilions Pavilion Master, Great Emperor Profound Sky, snapped on the spot. What? As soon as these words came out, the faces of all the emperors changed, and they all were looking towards the Southern Emperor Alliance League leader, Emperor Bas Huang. Profound Sky, don't spit blood. Batsong had already experienced the pain of bereavement, and was forced to choose to hold back in consideration of the overall situation, and now when he saw him still saying this, his face changed drastically and he became furious. Nu Gun is the strongest genius of the human race ever recognized, the pride of the human race, destined to become the top pillar of the human race, but the Heavenly Father of the bastard sword tried to kill him, and also used the Emperor's soldier. And Nu Gun said that the Heavenly Fathers and disciples of all the major powers saw it. The profound Heavenly Emperor snorted coldly. His tone was not hurried, but it was aggressive, strong and domineering, just to kill him by surprise. The advantage is in me. At this time, the Emperor realms of the major powers are all present. If I don't ride my face now, when will I wait? When these words came out, all the emperors looked at each other and did not make a sound. This is just a one-sided statement from the Angry Gun. There must be some kind of misunderstanding in this. Wait until I understand the situation clearly. Seeing the righteousness of his words and his strong attitude, he did not seem to be faking. Realizing that this matter might be true, he was gazed at by all the emperors and was a bit weak, forcing him to suppress his anger. He did have the idea of killing EU. After all, this latter was too heaven-defying. Under the same realm, the true dragon was not even his opponent. You don't know about this? Having lived for so many years, and having known them for many years, Emperor Profound Sky knew the truth that people's hearts were treacherous, but he didn't poke at them, only questioned them. The 5 major forces, with the exception of the 9 Heavens Pavilion, should all have had the thought of trying to kill EU, because no one would be willing to watch the unstoppable rise of the 9 Heavens Pavilion. Just like back then, it was unknown which power was secretly instructing and bribing a desolate Saint Realm to attempt to assassinate EU at the Spirit Abyss Treasure Seizing Conference. It was a pity that the sneak attacker was killed back by EU and died without proof. Otherwise the matter would definitely not rest easily in the 9 Heavenly Pavilion. How could I have known when I was one step behind you? You didn't order the bastard sword Heavenly Father to kill EU? Profound Sky. You should speak with evidence. Batsong looked at him angrily. He was short-tempered, but he was not a reckless person. He was not so stupid as to instruct his own brother to kill EU. EU said that all the major powers saw the bastard sword trying to kill him. So the truth will come out when the heavenly dignitaries are called in. Profound Sky grasped the absolute initiative and methodically dealt with Bastard Sword's death. Up to this point, the emperors were vaguely aware of something, so it seemed that the death of an exalted in this session of the Spirit Abyss treasure seizure was not necessarily the work of the Dragon Emperor. The Bastard Sword Heavenly Father was nowhere to be seen so far, so maybe he was killed by the Angry Gun Yiyu. Meanwhile, Yiyu bid farewell to the leaders of the major powers and descended from the sky, looking for the disciples of the 9 Heavens Pavilion to rendezvous. Yiyu first found Master and Elder Mist, during his battle with the Dragon Emperor. Thanks to these two seniors presiding over the situation and gathering everyone, he was able to stay safe and sound. After handing over the worship to the two elders and asking them to retrieve all the disciples of the 9 Heavens Pavilion, he took the pretext of healing his wounds and entered the quiet room. As the stone door of the quiet room closed, in the twinkling of an eye, Yiyu changed into a clean and complete set of clothes. The alibi's been worked out. The next step is to find the time to slip out. Because of the special attribute of blood absorption, although there were injuries in the battle, Yiyu's injuries had long since recovered. The reason why he had to excuse himself to heal his wounds was because he was too lazy to confront the Southern Emperor Alliance. And secondly, he was trying to cover his tracks and act in secret. Regarding the death of the hegemonic sword Heavenly Father, he was not worried at all. Those who kill, people will always kill. The heavenly dignitaries of all the major powers had seen the bastard blade take out his imperial armament, and the death of the bastard blade at his hands was no more than a claim of inferior skill. If the pavilion master was eloquent, he might even be able to claim some moral damages from the hands of the Southern Empire Alliance's leader, because an old senior of the Great Circle of the Zunshur realm fought a late-stage Zunshur realm scion and used imperial weapons right off the bat. The Southern Emperor Alliance was not justified in saying anything. First shift delivered. Second shift by 10:30. I don't know what I ate wrong, but my stomach is upset and I keep wanting to squat in the toilet. Should we wait for the human emperor to leave before we set off? Or should we slip away in front of them? Considering the timing, Yi Yu fell into thought, weighing the pros and cons. It wasn't that easy for a normal person to slip away unnoticed in front of 5 top human emperor realms. That being said, there was a way for him to do so. After all, he was the one with the 156 times increase in gnosis. Possessing such heaven-defying enlightenment, he would be able to see through whatever divine abilities and moves others had used with a single glance, and if he took the time to penetrate them, he would be able to turn his opponent's divine abilities into his own. On top of that, he also relied on his enlightenment to customize his stance, feats, spear techniques, and divine abilities. Although he could beat most enemies with a stabbing attack from his lance, to be truly invincible, relying on flat A alone was still not enough. Just now, when he fought with Long Xiaoyun, he ran to other people's heads in a flash. That is, he had performed the self-existing divine walk and the burial of the sky method, self-contained divine walking, which allowed him to do as he pleased, advance and retreat without hindrance. Free and easy, divine walking between heaven and earth, was created by drawing inspiration from the special attribute, toughness, the sky burial method, which enables him to bury himself in the sky, allowing him to transcend life and death, with his breath and whereabouts undetectable, was created by relying on years of experience in burying people. Relying on these two tricks, he incarnated as a corpse demon and roamed the Tianqian continent for 5 years, and so far he has not been caught. Of course, this also has to do with his ability to kill the people who are following him. It's better to set off straight away. Long Xiaoyun has already run away for a while. If we really let him run back to the dragon domain, it's likely that we'll be besieged if we try to kill him again. Thinking about the various circumstances, Yi Yu quickly made a decision. Thinking that, he took one step and his figure disappeared into the quiet room, leaving the spirit abyss. Long Xiaoyun once again revealed his true form and sped through the void above the clouds. Still bruised and battered, his mood was incomparably resentful, and even more scornful and terrified. Rage Gun Yi, you must die. The late Zunshur realm can actually cross a large realm to fight me. A late emperor realm. When he breaks through to the emperor realm, his battle power is incalculable. Let's just lose face. It's better than the human race popping up with an emperor realm supreme that can fight with our race. In that battle just now, onlookers might not be able to see the clues, but he, as the authority, knew everything. Rage Gun Yi was too evil and completely out of his control. What creeped him out the most was that Fury Gun Yi was actually able to break free from his linked emperor laws, supreme heavenly prison and heavenly explosion. This was a godless law created by the Dragon Clan's emperor realm supreme beings, and even though the true Dragon Clan had mastered many emperor laws, this move ranked among the top supreme divine abilities. If the talent wasn't strong enough to create their own supreme true dragon law, most true dragons would choose the inherited law of a certain emperor realm supreme to cultivate. On top of that, there are many evil things about Raging Gun Yi. He was clearly at the Zunshur realm and didn't have an emperor weapon, but the spear in his hand was able to stab him. An emperor realm, and his spear technique was heaven-defying. He was clearly in the Zunshur realm, but he didn't know what kind of heaven-defying aptitude he had mastered, and he recovered from his injuries so quickly that he was nearly immortal. Obviously, he was at the Zunshur realm, but he was able to spot the ghoul race emperor realm that the dragon race emperor realm couldn't even gain insight into his whereabouts, and his eyesight was heavenly. No matter what, we must make the patriarch realize the threat of this Raging Gun Yi and suppress it at all costs. Long Xiaoyun thought about it and only felt that Yi Yu was as terrifying as he was. His mind turned and he started to think about what to say. As a dragon, he was well aware of the nature of his fellow clan members. To say that the most solitary race in Tianqian continent was the true Dragon Clan, there was no one, because from ancient times, the true Dragon Clan had stood at the top of the 100 clans, and its position had never been shaken. Trying to convince the patriarch to put down his stance and resolve to deal with a junior was not something that could be done in a few words. While his thoughts were racing, Long Xiaoyun suddenly felt a creepy sense of threat. The sudden sense of crisis caused him to stop his movements and look around, his Emperor Realm spiritual awareness spreading out to search for any disturbing elements. The surroundings were unfamiliar. The mountains, the rivers, the city, everything. This was because this was the southern domain where the Shura race, the human race, and the ghoul race were entrenched, not the dragon domain that was located in the center of the continent. The spiritual sense searched in vain. There was no Emperor Realm's aura at all in this nearby zone. As for beings below the Emperor Realm, he subconsciously chose to ignore them, and it was simply impossible for them to give him a sense of crisis. Having said that, he did not take it lightly, but rather, his dragon's eyes opened and looked down on the heavens and earth. Just as he was scanning around, a darkness that seemed to be able to devour light suddenly broke into his sight. Alarmed by the anomaly, his gaze flicked back and he looked down, only to see that in the mountains on the ground, a bizarre figure clad in black robes, with its face shrouded in black mist, making it impossible to see its appearance, carrying a huge scythe, was looking up at him. This figure did not deliberately emit an aura, as if it was fused with heaven and earth and was difficult to detect, but it was bizarre and frightening as it just stood there. A necromancer? Upon seeing this figure, Long Xiaoyun instantly locked onto the rightful owner and also recognized the identity. In these few years, the corpse demon's reputation was too loud, because there was an emperor realm of the soul race that died at the hands of the corpse demon. For the people of the world, this was nothing more than a rumor and a speculation, but for the top powerhouses of all the major races, it was a thunderous, chilling battle. Alarmed by the arrival of the corpse demon, the injured Long Xiaoyun was incomparably jealous. Perhaps in the rumors, the necromancer won't actively attack anyone as long as you don't stop it from collecting corpses. However, his current situation was different because he knew very well that he had just killed a corpse ghost race emperor realm. Corpse demon, what are you stopping this emperor for? Want to fight with the dragon race? Long Xiaoyun did not take the initiative to attack, but instead opened his mouth. In a flash, his majestic voice like a god resounded out, proclaiming the world, wanting to use the great power to scare him off. He couldn't die now. He had to bring the news that angry Gun Yiyu was a great danger to his heart back to his clan. Dragon Emperor, I don't like killing, but you killed my brother. Seeing that he wanted to proclaim the world and use it to deter himself, Yiyu was not afraid at all. His voice was cold and merciless. What does this emperor killing a body thief being the black sheep of the human race have to do with your brother? Seeing that the rumored silent corpse demon actually opened his mouth to speak, Long Xiaoyun's heart sank and he retorted on the spot, unwilling to admit the matter. Still sophistry. Don't think I don't know that the emperor realm you killed in the human spirit abyss was my brother. Yiyu snorted coldly, his angry voice piercing through the sun, his murderous aura rushing to the sky. Hashtag at $%. Finding out that he had bitten off more than he could chew on this matter and had not hidden his killing intent, Long Xiaoyun really wanted to curse. Is this corpse demon crazy? How dare he help the human race to clear their name? Shouldn't it be a joyful thing that he planted the human race? And for the ghouls, it was just the right amount of time to be cleared of suspicion and guilt? Even if you really killed your brother, don't you know how to weigh the pros and cons and put up with it for the greater good? You don't think the ghost race has been targeted by the soul race enough, do you? Indicating the slightly modified truth. Yiyu stopped talking nonsense with him and raised the giant sickle in his hand. Corpse demon, try touching me, and the dragon clan will let you know what it means to pay. What is called after regret. Seeing that he had the intention of making a move, Long Xiaoyun growled in shock and anger. However, before his shouting words could be spoken, with the sudden pause, a heart-rending pain came from his neck, and the golden dragon's blood spewed out like a gushing spring, spilling blood into the sky. If the dragon clan wants to fight, the ghouls will accompany them to the end. Stepping on top of his head and slicing off his head with a blade around it, Yiyu's cold and merciless voice also resounded between heaven and earth, head heavy and body light, between the sky and the earth. Long Xiaoyun heard the voice only to realize that there was a person standing on top of his head, which was clearly a corpse devil. In just an instant, it ran silently over his head, so familiar a scene that he was overwhelmed with astonishment. Suddenly, a pie-in-the-sky conjecture surfaced in his mind. Could it be that the corpse demon's true identity was not the mysterious emperor realm of the corpse ghost race, but Rage Gun Yiyu? As this thought surfaced, Long Xiaoyun's eyes widened violently, and he only felt that it was a numbness of the scalp and death. The second shift is here. 62. Beneath the pale sky, it was still the human race's territory. The people of Xiang City looked up at the sky and saw a scene they would never forget in this lifetime. First, there was the behemoth that covered the sky and stood across the sky, and then the shadows loomed as if it were an instant into the night. That mysterious and unknown beast that covers the sky, just looking up at it, makes people feel small, fearful, desperate, and makes it difficult for people to develop the powerlessness to resist. What was even more shocking was that the figure, which was even more terrifying than a heavenly disaster, was screaming and talking with someone, and with a black blade light that seemed to decimate the heavenly dome. The head was actually sliced off hard, and the body and head were separated. As for the voice of the gods that resounded between heaven and earth, people didn't even pay attention to it, only feeling their heads buzzing and stopping all actions at hand. The heavens and earth were silent. All living beings were silenced. It was clearly visible to the naked eye and happening right in front of their eyes. But countless people couldn't even see the full picture of this scene. Only Yuan cultivators with stronger realms were able to catch a glimpse. A bizarre figure wearing a black robe and carrying a giant scythe reached out and grabbed the dragon's horn as the huge dragon's head descended from the sky, dragging the sky, obscuring dragon's head and body as it turned to leave. That giant beast that covered the sky, in front of this black shadow, it was as if an eagle had caught a chicken, and with a few steps out, It disappeared above the pale sky. It comes silently and goes without a trace. Seeing the shadowy figure disappear, the warm and hopeful sunlight shines on the earth, moisturizing the cold and fearful hearts of the people. It was dawn, and the scene just now was like something that happened in a flash of lightning. Extremely brief, making it like a big dream. However, people see people around them reacting in the same way as they are, and know that it's not a dream. Boom! Until a long time had passed, there was no sound from Xiang City, but it was a stone that started 1,000 waves. Corpse Demon, Dragon Emperor. Ziyang Chang was a powerful person of the King Realm, and he was able to see the full picture of this state of affairs, only feeling that his scalp was numb. Because of the command of the 5 major powers and the Imperial clan, the territories under their jurisdiction were ordered not to take the initiative to attack the corpse demons, and to avoid them if they could. And those who were in high positions were even more aware of the terror of the corpse demons than the common people. At this moment, he realized even more profoundly that the corpse demon was terrifying. That was the Dragon Emperor, and against the corpse demon, he hadn't even lasted 2 rounds, and in just one move, he was chopped under the blade. What made him fearful was that the Dragon Emperor realm had fallen outside of Purple Sun City. It shouldn't have brought a destructive blow to his small city, right? The Earth King realm, at a super close distance, could only vaguely see the full picture. The Saint realm, Heavenly Father realm, and Emperor realm, who were in the distance, were watching even more clearly, scornful and fearful. Griffins couldn't comprehend the greatness of a giant tree in the sky, and the weak couldn't comprehend how terrifying the Emperor realm was. The blade that cut across heaven and earth, as if it was going to cut down a side of mountains and rivers, was chilling. Everyone could be certain that the corpse demon slash that was condensed to the point where it was as if it was substantial, cutting through flesh, soul, and heaven and earth, was definitely the strongest strike they had ever seen in their lives. The Dragon Emperor was killed in seconds. It wasn't that the Dragon Emperor was too weak, but the power of this blade was beyond everyone's imagination. This blade is definitely a killing move of the Supreme Blade technique. The human powerhouses who practiced the Tao of the blade, numerous in number, had glimpsed the speckled corner of this imperial battle from the distant skies, and were more awed and excited than fearful and terrified, and were exhausting their minds to remember. Wanting to memorize this blade, the Dragon Emperor was all chopped up with a single slash, and they were able to mimic a few of the divine resemblances, and their strength must have increased greatly. In the southern region of the Tianxian continent, in the human spirit abyss, the 5 human great emperors who had gathered here had not yet left, because the spirit abyss had suffered an imperial battle. This place was already devastated and in shambles, and the young elites of all the major forces had suffered a great calamity of life and death, so someone had to be the backbone. The battle between the Dragon Emperor and the corpse demon was far away, but after all, it was a battle on the surface of the earth, not a special Jedi like the spirit abyss. The 5 human emperors flew out of the spirit abyss as soon as they heard the Dragon Emperor's voice, and were the first to explore the situation. As the battle flared up but was fleeting, the 5 great emperors all looked at each other in disbelief. What do you all think of the strength of the necromancer? Great Emperor Yun Lei took a deep breath, his brows furrowed. Scary as hell, not to be messed with. The emperor of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty didn't hesitate for a second. The slash that killed the Dragon Emperor in seconds, even though it was far away from each other, gave him a feeling of trembling and fear. If this were to take a knife head-on, I'm afraid that I would die the same way as the Dragon Emperor. This corpse demon is really crazy. He even dares to kill a true dragon. The eyes of the Pure World Sect Master were filled with scorn. The logic of the Emperor's realm's actions were all traceable, rational and natural. After reaching the Emperor realm, even if you don't know the big picture, there will be someone to help you know the big picture, because all clans had Emperor realms, and Emperor realms were also divided into strong and weak sequences. In this situation, if one was still unaware of the time, one would surely die, just like just now. Even though the Dragon Emperor had run into the human race's heavenly pride trial grounds without speaking the rules to cause trouble, and even fought, nearly burying the 100-year-old heavenly pride of the human race's 5 major powers, there was no need to completely tear his face off and allow the Dragon Emperor to leave because the loss was still within an acceptable range. However, this corpse devil is not according to the rules, completely disregard the safety of the Ghoul clan and the overall situation, even dared to kill the Dragon Emperor, directly with the Dragon clan openly against the face. Once the Dragon Emperor died, the true Dragon clan would have to take action, and if this revenge was not taken and recovered, there would be a loss of face. What made him scornful was that even if the corpse demon was so strong, even the Dragon Emperor dared to kill him. Was there anyone else under the sky that he didn't dare to kill? The body thief that the Dragon Emperor killed was not the black sheep of the human race, but the brother of the corpse demon. What does everyone think about this? Just then, the 9 Heavens Pavilion Master spoke. He had long since learned from Yi Yu's mouth that the body thieves that the Dragon Emperor had killed were not of the human race, but of the ghoul race, and that this conflict was purely the Dragon Emperor looking for a fight. However, since there was no evidence in the way, the Dragon Emperor could only be allowed to be arrogant, and I was afraid that there would be big trouble to follow. Unexpectedly, the Dragon Emperor had not yet returned to the Dragon Clan to find help, but halfway through, he unexpectedly killed a corpse demon, directly helping the human clan to overturn the case, clarifying the charges and diverting the fire. Good job, corpse demon, killing this one. Seeing this scene, the Southern Emperor Alliance's alliance leader, Emperor Ba Tsung, had numerous feelings, but more than anything else, he was in pain, clapping his hands and laughing. Painful, too painful. Having also lost his brother, he could all too well understand what the necromancer had done. If it wasn't for the fact that as the head of the Southern Emperor Alliance, he had to consider the consequences of his every move, he would have hated to be just like the corpse demon and slaughter the person who killed his brother. It's a pity that he can't do this. He has no way to take revenge. Rage Gun Yi Yu just fought with the Dragon Emperor. The strength is so strong that it is incomprehensible even if it is not. It is even more so that it has shown an unparalleled talent, and the potential is incalculable. In this situation, even if he could beat Yu, the four Emperor realms beside him would make a move to stop him with the argument that the greater good was at stake. When the Dragon Emperor fell, the world was shocked. The sound of the Emperor battle was too great, especially since the Dragon Emperor and the corpse demon had conversed a bit before the battle began. Perhaps one person's voice was not enough to spread throughout the entire continent, but the death of the Dragon Emperor was like a destructive hurricane blowing up from Xiang City in the southern domain, sweeping across the entire continent. The death of the Dragon Emperor, the Dragon Slayer corpse demon's brother, the body thief, and a slash. There's also a quote from the corpse demon that's been passed down by word of mouth that's even more enjoyable. If the Dragon Clan wants to fight, the ghouls will accompany them to the end. The ghoul race, which ranks 8th among the 10 major races, is also too hardened to go to war with the true dragon race, the leader of the 100 races. It is said that the corpse demon killed the Dragon Emperor with a single slash. This Dragon Emperor is still an Emperor Realm Great Circle, the topmost powerhouse of the dragon race. Allegedly your ass. Don't use blackmail to spread rumors. The more rumors spread, the more outrageous. This Dragon Emperor is in the late stage of the Emperor Realm, and seldom appears in the world. It's said that he doesn't even have an honorary name, the Emperor Realm, but not much fame. The true Dragon Clan's depth is exaggerated. Speaking of the last time, a certain powerful race made war on the dragons, or the last time. It was like the human race had encountered a big melon and had an extra topic to talk about before and after tea, and the same was true for other races, such as the Shura race, which also had the South Domain as its territory. Is the ghoul race living out of patience? Recently chased and suppressed by the Soul Clan with heavy deaths and injuries. How dare they provoke the Dragon Clan? For the Ghoul Clan to have produced a ghoul demon as a deviant, it's truly a plague on the race. This situation with the corpse demon is too terrifying. Let's rigorously check it out. We must nip this black sheep in the bud. The Thule clan was gloating, but it was also a cautionary tale. This corpse demon is simply a black sheep. Forget about killing the Soul Race Emperor. He even killed the Dragon Emperor. It's over. It's over. This ghoul race scum. Don't let me catch him. I'll break him into pieces. When did Ghostbuster Sky have a brother? This matter must be clarified. The ghouls have never been single corpses born alone. There is no such thing as siblings. When the Ghouls and Ghosts tribe heard this news, they only felt that they had heard shocking bad news. And for a moment, the Ghosts and Ghosts were terrified and even more furious. The Soul Race had been hunting the Ghoul Race for the past few years, and had already suffered heavy deaths and injuries. If this was added to a Dragon Clan, the Ghoul Clan would be on the verge of extinction even if they weren't exterminated. In less than half a day's time, the entire continent was in an uproar. The Dragon Emperor had fallen. This was a shocking event that hadn't happened in how many years? The originator of this incident is quietly hidden from the world, nowhere to be found. South of the southern domain, an unnamed forbidden mountain deep within the 100,000 Great Mountains, Yi Yu, who was wearing a black robe and his face was shrouded in black mist, making it impossible to see his appearance, was digging a pit with a giant sickle. He buried the dragon's corpse, invited a stone in the air, stood in front of the tomb, carved on the tombstone Long Xiaoyun's tomb 5 big words, and carved small words on the side. Long Xiaoyun, the pride of the Dragon Clan, the first of the 100 clans, age unknown, died at his own peril. After writing down the name and deeds of the tomb owner, the words, "Mission completed," appeared before Yi Yu's eyes. Burial of Long Xiaoyun, rewarded with a grade 5 treasure chest. Having taken care of the matter, he was again digging up a hole next to him and burying a body. Tomb of the Bastard Blade Heavenly Father, Wu Jing. young heavenly pride, peer supreme, 19 years old king, 31 years old saint, 57 years old title, life seldom defeated, elder of the Southern Emperor Alliance, gifted, with the posture of a great emperor, a life of untamed, 286 years old died in the spirit abyss of the human race, burial of Wu Jing, rewarded with a level 4 treasure chest. After burying the 2 corpses, Yi Yu went ahead and opened the treasure chest. Level 5 treasure chest opened successfully, rewarding counterattack 1%, blitz 1%. Level 4 treasure chest opened successfully, rewarding 1% toughness. Surprisingly, I exploded my toughness. Good luck. Seeing this result, Yi Yu slightly jawed, still satisfied. As for whether the corpses were all piled up and buried together, whether they would be found by people with strange magical powers, or whether they would be counted out by the Heavenly Fate clan's fortune-telling, he was not worried at all. Although there are no strange magical powers in the Tianxian continent, when he transforms into a corpse demon to kill his enemies, not only will he kill the person, but even his soul will be extinguished. On top of that, once the body was given to him to bury, it would be completely buried between heaven and earth, with no air at all. This was also the reason why his divine ability, the burying sky law, which was so powerful that it was cast at the late Zunshi realm, was able to slip away from under the noses of 5 emperor realms without a trace. He buried himself between heaven and earth, as if dust to dust, jumping out of life, and even fate was cut off. With no chi, it would be strange if others could find him. Snap! With the big job done, Yi Yu clapped his hands, patting away the non-existent dust, and turned to go. As he walked, he was also pondering a question. This time it is relying on the death countdown to lock the Ghost Fury sky. To death I didn't see what the hell it looks like. It seems that I have to create my own pupil art to be able to do it, or find a way to make the eyes evolve a little. The Ghost Fiend Sky also didn't know what divine ability and technique it had mastered. The concealment method was extremely heaven-defying. Under the same realm, others simply couldn't detect its traces. If it wasn't for the death countdown on top of Ghost Fiend Sky's head, I'm afraid that even he wouldn't have been able to realize it. A strong man should save for a rainy day. Although he could rely on the death countdown as a plug-in, but even if he could lock on to his target, being able to see the enemy's movements was also crucial. With that thought, his figure disappeared between heaven and earth. After a long time had passed, a strange light lit up in the darkness beneath the earth. The dragons all dare to kill. This guy is getting bolder and bolder. The fire-eyed Fae couldn't help but stare at the engravings on the new tomb. Having been captured to guard the tomb and stayed here for so long, it had long ago discovered that, but whenever the owner of a tomb dies of self-seeking, it is the necromancer's intention to kill him painfully. Why don't we just run away? If the Dragon Clan and the Soul Clan kill us together, we'll most likely be implicated. The three-eyed Fae beast was also aware of the situation and was 10,000 times more scornful. Run for what? Where can you run to? We'll be dead if it finds us, and it's only good if the Dragon Clan really kills it over. We can fall back on the battlefield and join forces with the Dragon Soul Clan to kill it. To this proposal, the fire-eyed Fae disagreed. Instead, dreaming big, the strength of this corpse demon is unfathomable, bizarre and terrifying. In the case of single combat, it is thinking that it is impossible to beat the corpse demon in this life. If it was able to unite the Dragon Clan and the Soul Clan, it felt that it still had a few chances of winning. This plan is feasible. Why don't we take a trip to the Dragon Domain and tell them about the corpse demon's lair? Lay a dragnet and ambush the corpse demon. Kill this monster. The three-eyed alien beast's eyes lit up, and it couldn't agree more with this statement. Okay, just do as you say. I'll stand guard here while you make a trip to the Dragon Domain. There you go. That's the way you came up with it. You go? I thought you didn't want to guard this mountain? With some arguing, neither of the two Fae were willing to go AWOL to risk their lives, and looked at each other in silence. 64. In the southern region's human spirit abyss, the Emperor realms of the five powers presided over the situation and stabilized the people's hearts before leaving, while the people returned to the warships, witnessed a great battle, but also experienced nearly a day of experience in the capture of the treasure. The major forces of the heavenly pride of the children of the harvest, since the shock of the god after the reprieve, they have meditated to cultivate. This session of the Spirit Abyss treasure seizure could be said to be a non-event, because of the battle between the angry gun Heavenly Father and the Dragon Emperor. Just the aftermath spreading out was not something that the profound spirits of the Dharma Dragon Realm, Earth King Realm, and Desolate Saint Realm could withstand. They had no intelligence, they only knew how to kill. And in the face of the heaven and earth cataclysm, even though they could run away, they didn't know how to hold together to resist, and they perished one after another. While the juniors needed to cultivate, the heavenly dignitaries did not, unless they seized the opportunity to break through the Emperor Realm. However, breaking through the Emperor Realm was not easy. and it was never something that could be done overnight. I'm afraid that the human race's spirit crystal harvest this term is going to hit an all-time low. When the great emperors left, earth-shaking Heavenly Father Zhongjie, looking down on the surroundings from above, couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Although the 5 major forces, only the Southern Emperor Alliance had lost a Heavenly Father, and the young Celestial Pride were all unharmed. However, uncountable abyssal spirits were shaken to death by the aftershocks of the Emperor's battle, and even the spirit crystals weren't able to be spared. The spirit crystals of the Heavenly Exaltation Realm have all been collected. The harvest is fair. There is no need to be so frustrated. In response to his sigh, the pure underworld Heavenly Father was unimpressed. With thousands of years of accumulation, all the major powers had stocks of spirit crystals, reserved exclusively for the use of the heavenly prides and elites, as well as those who had made contributions, and there was no need to care about this loss. That's right, although the harvest of spirit crystals is at a record low, the rise of the angry gun Heavenly Father is enough to offset this loss. Thunder Prison Heavenly Father nodded slightly, agreeing with this statement. With the late stage of the Heavenly Exaltation Realm, he forcefully fought the Dragon Emperor, and it was also the late stage of the Emperor Realm, spanning a full major realm. At this moment, he had completely seen how terrifying the angry gun Heavenly Father really was. After this battle, his thoughts had changed radically. He really shouldn't have held the idea of angrily shooting Yu for the glory of the human race before. It's not like he was fighting for the Xian sect. When a foreign enemy attacks, the human race must be united. In a battle with a foreign race, a supreme genius like the angry gun Heavenly Father who surpassed the racial rankings was their backbone. Attacked by an external enemy, the children of the 5 major forces that had been opposing each other because of the Spirit Abyss treasure seizure had temporarily removed their barriers and gathered together. The 5 warships leaned together, and the disciples between the powers came together to gossip and sigh. Is eldest brother alright? Lin Jingwen was unmotivated to cultivate, and from time to time, she looked at the door to the quiet room with worry. Even though eldest senior brother was mighty, battling the Dragon Emperor at the Exalted Realm, such a battle record was heaven-defying and terrifying. But after all the excitement, she calmed down, worried about her eldest brother's injuries. After all, crossing the ranks was not that easy. Hair is long and knowledge is short. If you are not fine, eldest brother will not be fine. Repair your refining and go. Winning End, who was meditating with his eyes closed, recalling the Emperor battle and trying to gain something from it, opened his mouth without opening his eyes. Lin Jingwen glared at him, not bothering to argue with him. Second senior sister, eldest brother will be fine. Everyone is meditating to recover. You should also meditate and rest for a while. Master Xinshui had previous experience and didn't take sides this time, but only advised. After these days of getting to know each other, she was already understanding that the third elder brother just didn't talk too well, but was actually quite warm-hearted, just that the way he cared for others was not very friendly. Junior sister, it's impossible to say. After eldest brother finished fighting with the Dragon Emperor, he waited until the Dragon Emperor left, and the first thing he did was run into the purification room to heal his wounds. What does this indicate? It means that eldest senior brother had been holding on for dear life before the Dragon Emperor left, not wanting his vulnerable side to be seen by the outsiders. If I'm not mistaken, eldest senior brother is now hiding in the pure room licking his wounds alone. Seeing that she was concerned about herself, Lin Jingwen sighed and voiced the concerns in her heart. Hearing these words, Sure Xinshui was confused. Toughing it out? Vulnerability? Hiding and licking your wounds? Big brother? Other people might not be clear, but she could know that eldest senior brother wasn't in the quiet room at all, and had long since slipped out, incarnated as a corpse demon and slaughtered the Dragon Emperor, and hadn't come back yet. I hope this battle won't leave eldest brother with any dark wounds. Seeing her eyes widen as she realized the severity of the problem, Lin Jingwen sighed. Seeing her face full of sorrow, Sure Xinshui thought about it and stopped advising her. Obviously, second senior sister was immersed in worrying about eldest brother, unable to extricate herself from it, and unless it was eldest brother who showed up to speak, she would not be able to listen to anyone else's words at all. Giving up on persuasion, her gaze wandered away. A good death. That Dragon Emperor was too arrogant. Elder Yi is able to battle with the Emperor Realm at the late stage of the Heavenly Exaltation Realm. If he breaks through to the Emperor Realm, shouldn't he become the strongest Emperor Realm? Most likely. With the exception of the second senior sister, everyone was not worrying about the safety of the eldest senior brother, but rather it was a scene of joyful and lively discussion. Seeing this situation, Sure Xinshui was also curious to listen to the discussion from the sidelines, but after listening for a while, she lost interest, because she was not very familiar with everyone, and her age. There is a generation gap in her identity, so she was not able to participate in the discussion. Why isn't eldest brother back yet? Bored. Shifu Xinshui looked left and right with anticipation. She suddenly realized that being with eldest brother was the most fun. Although she had to always be careful not to be exposed and avoid being killed and silenced. It was interesting to watch her eldest brother act one way on the surface and another way behind her back. After waiting for a long time, a familiar voice suddenly rang in her ears. Killed Long Xiaoyun also ran a trip to the 100,000 mountains to bury. A round trip. Spent a whole day. The great emperors are gone. And I do not know if they have found that I slipped away. Big brother is back. Hearing this heartfelt message, Shifu Xinshui's eyes lit up and he was suddenly energized. 100,000 mountains. This seemed to be a Jedi land south of the southern domain, isolated from the forbidden zone of living beings. The forces didn't lose much, but the casualties are all dead. That's right, Yi Yu had indeed returned. But he was still hiding his figure and breath to see the situation clearly first. Why is this child dawdling again? Can't she practice a little longer? After roughly grasping the situation, Yi Yu saw Shi Xinshui on the deck, somewhat helpless. This feeling is like an old father who goes out for a day's work and comes home to see that his child is not studying or doing homework at all, but just watching TV there. It's 25 years until the end of the world. It's a long time, but you've got to branch out and practice. If you keep playing like this, when will you become a big shot? Hearing eldest senior brother's hateful tone, Shi Xinshui was incomparably vain. 65. Perhaps the quiet rooms of high-level warships were all protected by formations, isolating all sounds and probes to avoid being disturbed from practicing. Only, this formation was a virtual nullity to Yi Yu. Executing the self-contained divine walk, Yi Yu revealed his form when he returned to the quiet room. It looks like no one is interrupting. Yi Yu walked to the stone door, reached out and pressed his hand on a piece of mirror, inputting Yuan power to manipulate it, and found that there was no access record. So he was relieved. Tianshan continent has a long history. Although under the influence of the cultivation system, technology has no way at all. But where there are people, there is civilization. Many convenient and handy things have come into being as a result of civilization. Since there were no great emperors running to the quiet room to look for him, it meant that there was no possibility of his sneaking out being revealed, erasing the risk of exposure from the root, because healing was an excuse, and in reality, there was no injury at all. Yi Yu did not stay in the quiet room for much longer, and directly used his Yuan power to drive the formation and open the stone door to walk out. Rumble. Although the quiet room pursued the word quiet, the sound of the stone door rising at the time of opening could not be small. As the door to the quiet room opened, the disciples of the Nine Heavens Pavilion were all awake, seeing the rising of the gate, even though they could only see the lower half of the body and could not yet see the whole picture. Everyone stood up one after another and even rallied. Elder Yi. When the stone door was fully opened and Yi Yu appeared in front of the crowd, everyone bowed their heads and paid their respects. Eldest brother. Lin Jingwen sized up his appearance and was reassured when she realized that he was well-built and in good spirits. Eldest brother. Shi Xinshui also pretended to run over with incomparable joy as if she saw him finally come out of the gate. Is she that clingy? Is she scared and looking for protection? Or is she hungry? Has anyone given her anything to eat in the last half day? When she ran closer, Yi Yu looked at this cute little silver-haired dot and reached out to touch her head, thinking with some surprise, did anything happen while I was in seclusion? Yi Yu asked as he pretended to have just finished healing his wounds and looked up at everyone. The pavilion master made a trip here and asked me to bring you a few words. Yu, how did you get out of the gate so quickly? How is your recovery going? Feng Yun also walked forward at this time, and after briefly explaining the situation, he asked the question that everyone was concerned about. Eldest senior brother, did you leave any dark wounds from your battle with the Dragon Emperor? Lin Jingwen also couldn't help but ask. These two words made everyone's ears perk up. Do I look to you like I have a dark wound from which I have not recovered? In response to this query, Yi Yu spread his hands and laughed lightly. Not like that. I told you that Elder Yi would be fine. Seeing his soaring confidence, everyone breathed a long sigh of relief and burst into laughter. Although everyone did not show their worries during Yi Yu's healing in the quiet room, they were all holding on to their hearts. Yu, I have good news for you. Seeing that he personally said that he was fine, Feng Yun no longer spoke much or worried, but instead pocketed his sleeves with both hands and said with a smile, this great apprentice is so good and so mentally mature that he never needs to be worried. What? Yi Yu was a bit curious. Is it the news that Long Xiaoyun was killed by the corpse demon? Seeing that master looks like he wants to show off, cooperate with him. The Dragon Emperor who fought with you earlier is dead. Feng Yun didn't have the idea of selling out and spoke bluntly. What? The Dragon Emperor is dead? Hearing this, Yi Yu immediately stared with a shocked look. Seeing that the always lonely and tough Elder Yi would also have such a reaction, everyone was unable to strain a smile. Do you want to guess how he died? Seeing this reaction from him, Feng Yuni was immensely satisfied and asked again. He had been looking forward to this moment ever since he heard the news that the Dragon Emperor had been killed by the corpse demon from the mouth of the pavilion master. The Dragon Emperor had just made a grudge against Yi Yu, and there should have been endless consequences, but it turned out to be a sudden change. Well, killed by your old man? Yi Yu asked rhetorically after pondering for a few seconds. Brat, you're making fun of master. If I could have killed him, would I have needed you to go out and fight him before? I would have gone up and slapped him twice right then. Feng Yun, who had wanted to tease him a bit, cursed with a laugh when his expression stiffened. If he had the ability to kill the Dragon Emperor, he would have gone into battle against the enemy long ago. And how did he die? Yi Yu was a little amused to see him blowing his nose and asked again. Killed by a necromancer. Given that this guy was speaking out of turn, Feng Yuni didn't sell himself short. Immediately, he made it clear from beginning to end that the corpse demon had appeared in the world, avenged his younger brother's death, and put out the word that he would follow the Dragon clan to the end, and behead the Dragon Emperor with a single sword. One blade to cut through the Dragon Emperor. This corpse demon's strength is actually so terrifying? Yi Yu frowned, his face grave. I don't know what people say about necromancy, so eat me and throw me a brick. This corpse demon is indeed terrifying. It is said that Dragon Emperor is still in the late Emperor realm. When Misty Moon Immortal heard this, she couldn't help but join the conversation. Yeah, just now the Pavilion Master also instructed everyone not to provoke the corpse demon no matter what. The corpse devil is certainly terrifying, but the eldest senior brother is still better. The corpse devil is the Emperor realm beheading the dragon, while the eldest senior brother is the late venerable realm battling the Dragon Emperor. And when the eldest senior brother breaks through the Emperor realm, it will only be stronger. As I see it, that corpse devil can chop Dragon Emperor with a knife. Or thanks to the eldest senior brother, that Dragon Emperor and eldest senior brother battle, consume not small. Winning End didn't agree with what everyone was saying. The big picture was clear, but he said this, if he knew that I was the necromancer, I don't know what his reaction would be. Big brother is so good at acting. Sure Shimizu, who was standing close by, found it funny and amusing to listen to his words and heart, and watch everyone's reactions. No matter what, the corpse demon avenging his brother's death is a great favor to the human race. It can be considered heaven's help. Yi Yu summarized after a few words. He didn't have any intention of revealing his identity, because the corpse devil was a good vest to use, and he didn't have to worry about causing trouble for the human race when he went around causing trouble. Although he wasn't a character who worried about the world, he didn't want to cause trouble for the human race either. No matter what, the human race had always been his kind. This statement was met with overwhelming agreement. Exactly. I'm afraid the Ghoul clan is going to be in bad luck this time, with a black sheep like the Ghoul demon. Be careful what you say. The corpse demon even dares to kill the Dragon Emperor. It's fine for you to praise it, if it hears you say bad things about it. Some gloated, but the next second they were booed off. Regarding the black sheep argument, Yi Yu didn't care at all, and was instead amused by the matter of pouring dirty water on the ghoul race and letting others take the blame for it. In fact, when he used to act as a necromancer, he never spoke. He just collected corpses silently, because thinking logically in terms of behavior, there was no need for the human race to collect the corpses of powerful people, so he never worried that anyone would guess that he was a human race. The fact is also true, the most suspicious object of the 100 tribes before this is the Ghoul tribe. Otherwise, he would not have been named as a Ghoul demon. However, this time the trouble was ultimately brought about by Ghost Fiend Sky, this corpse ghost race emperor realm sneaking into the human spirit abyss, so how could he not retaliate? 2 more to go. Asking for recommendations. Monthly votes. Catch-up reading. 66. 66. Master, when will you return to the Nine Heavens Pavilion? When the topic of the Dragon Emperor's death came to an end, Yi Yu asked. The disciples of the 5 major powers are all recovering from the calamity and are currently recuperating, so when everyone checks the spirit crystals of the session and ranks them, it's time to go back, Feng Yan said as he turned his head to look at the people on the other warships. Receiving this quasi-letter, Yi Yu slightly nodded his head, and was not entangled in the matter of the spirit abyss ending prematurely. Rather, it was better to say that he was happy to see this result. At the same time, the gazes of the other forces were focused on the Flowing Sky warship. To talk about the 5 major forces today, the most popular character was Raging Gun Yi Yu. If he was still in the Desolate Saint realm, the strongest of the younger generation from the major powers would have come up to climb up and talk for a few moments. However, the gap in realms made them go far. When did this guy become so good-tempered, so strong that he didn't kill me on the spot? Lu Jianming of the Pure World sect couldn't help but mutter when he thought of Yi Yu's battle with the Dragon Emperor. It wasn't that he wanted to be killed, but he knew Yi Yu's temper well. Unlike the strongest of the young generation of all the major powers, who all had thick backgrounds and were strong afterward, and were already famous at a young age. Yi Yu, as an orphan with only a desolate Saint Realm Great Perfection Master, had the weakest background. Because of this, Yi Yu had suffered a lot of cynicism in his youth. At that time, Yi Yu, if you dare to scold him, he dared to lift the table to give you a slap, beating you dizzy. That is called a violent temper. If you dare to provoke him, you will either be stabbed to death by him on the spot, or you will be beaten half to death by him. Like this situation was not curbed until after the Human King War. What makes him incomprehensible is that Yi Yu is so much stronger than him, and he even dares to kill the Heavenly Father, but he did not kill him, and this matter makes no sense. If it were him, with his posture at the late stage of the Heavenly Sovereign Realm and his battle power comparable to that of the Emperor Realm, if the regional desolate Saint Realm dared to disrespect him, he would definitely be slapped to death. When the members of the Pure World sect saw him dwelling on this, they all gave him a sideways glance and silently withdrew their gazes. We all know the reason for this. One is that the pure underworld Heavenly Father begged for mercy, and the other is because the young lord is also the personal son of the contemporary head of the Pure World sect anyhow, and he is also a famous figure in the southern region. So people are giving your father a face, going the distance. The Shin sect's heavenly pride looked at Yi Yu's figure and shook his head. Yi Yu broke through the heavenly exaltation realm first. He was admired and scorned, but he was still in a calm mood because the further the realm went, the more difficult it was to break through. But any of the heavenly pride who possessed the stature of the Emperor Realm would be able to catch up with them sooner or later. However, after the battle with the Dragon Emperor, he had to admit that he was afraid that he would never have the chance to compete on the same stage as Raging Gun Yi Yu again in his life. On the warship of the Daxia Imperial Dynasty, Xiao Tsayu secretly breathed a sigh of relief and let go of her worries when she saw that Yi Yu had come out unharmed. Can I catch up with him? Only, before Xiao Tsayu had a chance to be happy, she remembered what happened during the separate conversation and couldn't help but ask herself, because it was easier for the swift sword body to comprehend the Tao of the sword. The bottleneck of the realm was clearly visible to her, not to say that it was shaped like a void, breaking through the heavenly dignity realm and the Emperor realm. For her, it is something that will happen sooner or later, but the power that Yi Yu has shown still makes her suffer and her mood falls to the bottom. Just then, a voice transmission suddenly entered her mind. Xiao Tsayu, when you break through the heavenly exaltation realm in a few years, don't refine the spirit crystals. Xiao Tsayu froze for a moment, and when she looked up, she met a pair of dark and bright eyes. Yes, realizing that it was his voice transmission, Xiao Tsayu affirmed without thinking. Immediately afterward, her rock-bottom mood felt like it was rocketing up. This was the first time that Yi Yu had taken the initiative to transmit his voice to her. What did this mean? He has me in his heart. Are you seriously injured from your battle with the Dragon Emperor? Xiao Tsayu swept away the haze in her heart and also took this opportunity to transmit her voice back. When Yi Yu heard her words of concern, he didn't reply and just shook his head, signaling that he was fine. Seeing that he was as high and cold as ever, and did not like to say much in private, Xiao Tsayu did not dwell on it, but nodded her head, in a wonderful mood, and even more beautiful, as if every mouthful of air she breathed was sweet. She didn't want to ask why, because since Yi Yu said so, he must have his judgment and findings. In the final analysis, if Yi Yu wanted to harm her, he didn't have to use such petty tactics. Try it first. Hope this is the way to break the ice. Transmitting his voice to explain this matter, Yi Yu also muttered to himself in his heart. It was his first attempt to make a proposal 25 years in advance to try to modify someone else's death. What exactly is the result? He can't say, but no matter what, it never hurts to try. If Xiao Tsayu was able to transcend death because of these words, it would naturally be the best. As for the other powers' heavenly pride, he didn't try to contact or advise them because he didn't think that others would listen to him like Xiao Tsayu did. The way to break the mold. Sure, Xinshui's mind was active when she realized that her eldest brother was dwelling on this again. Suddenly, she remembered the problem that her eldest brother had once troubled. 25 The sun fell after 25 years. At that thought, she couldn't help but look up at the sky. Only, the spirit abyss was a Jedi, and the sun could not be seen at all. Must work hard to practice to get there. Although it was invisible to the sun, for once sure Shimizu didn't turn her head and forget about it, but began to pay attention to the problem. This was not the same as in the past. Now she was already aware that eldest brother possessed the ability to foretell the future and the life and death of others. She didn't know what it would be like for the sun to fall, but she felt a strong need to become stronger. At the very least, when the sun fell, she couldn't be protected by her eldest senior brother like this time when the Dragon Emperor attacked, and could only cower in place and not move at all. It didn't take long for the 5 major powers to gather under the leadership of the heavenly dignitaries and begin to liquidate the harvest of the current spirit abyss. The competition in the heavenly honored realm was won by the 9 Heavens Pavilion. The competition for the younger generation was won by the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty. This was also the case in the previous session, as the Jade Sword Fairy Xiaocayu was too powerful and bravely won first place in the absence of Raging Gun Yiyu. In comparison, although the Nine Heavens Pavilion had an older generation of Desolate Saint Realm leading the team, compared to this kind of overwhelming demon with the posture of an Emperor Realm, the heart was more than enough. According to the customary process, after everyone checked the spirit crystals and ranked the proud underpinnings of the younger generation of each clan, this session of the Spirit Abyss Treasure Rating Conference also came to an end. At the time of parting, the warships of the 5 major powers boarded the sky. The 5 warships broke through the air, with only a few scattered cultivators surviving by virtue of their opportunities and heritage, following close behind. Boarding the road home, Yiyu stood at the bow of the ship to preside over the situation. Brother-in-law, Sister Xin Shui, I'll see you next time. Thank you. Come to the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty to play when you have time off. Just as he was leaving, Yiyu heard a metaphysical yet sweet voice. Looking around, they saw Xia Shange on the Great Xia warship, waving enthusiastically at them. She thanked me because I helped the earth-shaking Heavenly Father. And she thanked Junior Sister because Junior Sister invited her to eat the fallen cloud cake? Although Yiyu's mental activities were active, his surface character was very high and cold, and he just nodded his head. Until next time. In contrast, Shinshui's character was very warm, and she was in an unbearable mood when she realized that she had to part ways, waving goodbye to her across the room. 67. Break through the abyssal winds and rejoin the surface. The warships of the 5 major powers, without making much of a stop, went their separate ways back home. The journey home takes a day and a night. Although the end of this session of the Spirit Abyss treasure hunt is very hasty, but for everyone, it is very enjoyable, but also eye-opening, up some insights, a great rise in ambition. This was because not only had they seen the legendary Dragon Emperor realm, but they had also witnessed the current emperors of the 5 major powers appearing, and most crucially, they had seen how powerful Elder Yi was. Finally, having taken care of the pleasantries and processes with the other forces, Yi Yu then entered the quiet room to meditate once again. He was not there to heal, but to look inward and examine himself. When Yi Yu sank his mind into the sea of consciousness, he saw a golden lance. This was his soul, which had taken the shape of the Gundao because of his realization of the Gundao. In the huge and vast boundless sea of consciousness, the golden lance stood between heaven and earth, as if it was the only one in heaven and on earth, revealing the invincible overbearing intent of stabbing through the heavens, as if it was the strongest lance in the world. Only, the golden lance wasn't pure gold, but vaguely revealed a ghostly white light. Does it turn out that the white light trapped in the soul is not evolution, but contamination? Yi Yu gazed at the soul in the shape of a lance and saw the white light in it, pondering. As the strongest genius of the human race, and even the most promising disciple the Nine Heavens Pavilion had ever seen, the pavilion had spared no effort in cultivating him. Before he broke through to the Heavenly Dignity Realm, the Pavilion Master had given him 3 Heavenly Dignity Realm Spirit Crystals, accumulated over the years. The 9 Heavenly Pavilion, one of the 5 major forces of the human race, naturally had more than that. It was just that the Spirit Crystals were very special, and the Spirit Crystals of each realm could only be refined 3 times before they reached the upper limit. Because of this, after he had broken through the Heavenly Exaltation Realm, he took the time to refine the Spirit Crystals without a moment's hesitation in order to further become stronger. The Spirit Crystal thing was really good. It could increase your enlightenment and help you modify the shape of your soul to fit more with the Tao realm you wanted to perceive. With such a characteristic, the 100 races in Tianxian continent are all using, including the multiplier enhancement that he has a super high enlightenment, and there is no exception. When it comes down to it, everyone is using it, and if he doesn't use it, he's getting ahead of everyone else in some way, and there's no reason not to use it. Facing up to the problem of soul contamination, Yi Yu also began to think of ways to remove the white light staining his soul. However, he tried many ways to no avail. The power of the spirit crystal was completely integrated into his soul, even becoming a part of it. Even though he endured the pain and dug down a small piece of his soul, the spirit crystal would burst out with incredible power, healing his soul wounds at a slow pace visible to the naked eye. Waiting for the last hour, his soul completely recovered from the injury. The ghostly white light did not decrease in the slightest, but increased, directly filling the wound. It's just like a bone attachment. Yi Yu carefully felt it. The body and power and soul did not have any lack or reduction, and could not help but frown. Feeling tricky. Apparently, it was easy to add the characteristics of spirit crystals to the soul, but it was as hard as hell to remove the characteristics of spirit crystals, assuming that the soul is injured. The contamination of the spirit crystals will spread further. So is there a possibility that people whose souls are often injured have long been contaminated with ghostly white color? We'll have to find another way. After testing and intuitively feeling the weird power of the spirit crystal, Yi Yu couldn't think of any other method after thinking hard, so he could only ignore it for the time being. Junior sister, you've seen the hustle and bustle. After returning to the Nine Heavens Pavilion you can cultivate properly. If you don't cultivate, I'm afraid that you won't have the chance to beat up Lu Jiming for the rest of your life. He too will get stronger. He won't stay at the desolate Saint Realm waiting for you. Yi Yu walked out of the quiet room and brought Shi Xinshui into the cabin, again taking out 2 portions of spiritual food to feed this little girl. Aha! I'll definitely work hard on my cultivation. Shi Xinshui, who was eating, nodded his head heavily, very aware. Very good. Seeing that she agreed dryly, Yi Yu also nodded with satisfaction. He couldn't find a way to break the soul contamination problem for the time being, but he wasn't at his wit's end. There were still clues. The youngest senior sister was very special, but she was only at the returning wheel realm, and she was able to detect a problem that the 100 Races Emperor realm couldn't even see, that the spirit crystal wasn't a treasure of the heavens and the earth, but rather, it was a kind of poison. Since she was able to discover that spirit crystals were poisons, maybe she could also discover the antidote for them. Only, this child's strength and realm were too low, and he had no insight at all, so he had to be nurtured. Whether it was difficult to cultivate or not, he wasn't very worried. This girl's potential was terrifying. Her physique was extraordinary. It was highly likely that she was born in response to the calamity. If she cultivated hard, coupled with the resources of the Nine Heavens Pavilion, she would definitely be able to grow by leaps and bounds. And you don't sleep when you're tired in the future. Just meditate and cultivate directly. Restoring your spirit is even better than you sleeping, and you can also become stronger. After thinking about it, Yi Yu thought of the situation where this girl was so tired that she directly laid down to sleep before, and also dinged. Oh, Shi Xinshui agreed to all of his requests. After all, eating people's mouths is soft. Little senior sister's physique is very special. We have to find her a gongfu that suits her. Or do I directly customize a gongfu for her? Seeing that she was well behaved and cooperative, Yi Yu no longer said anything more and just fell into thought. For any race, a suitable gong method was crucial. Right, eldest brother. Hearing this heartfelt voice, Shi Xinshui suddenly thought of something and opened his mouth. What's wrong? Seeing her suddenly open her mouth, Yi Yu also picked up. Wasn't I almost killed by Lu Jiming before? I even broke through a small realm at that time. While you were healing your wounds, Master told me to meditate and rest for a while as well. And when I looked internally, I realized that I had an extra book in my head. Immediately, Shi Xinshui spoke of his discovery. Oh, what does that book look like? What's it about? With an extra book in her head, could it be that her physique is dangerously stimulated and primed for awakening? What could this book be? A gongfu tailored for her? Or a divine ability? When Yi Yu heard this, his interest was immediately aroused and his mind was steeply active. If it was a gongfu, then naturally it would be the best, saving him the effort of spending time looking for gongfu and creating his own. I don't know what was written. It was a book with a black background that emitted colorful starlight. I couldn't turn the book over. I could only see 5 words written on the written text. Taiyujin Shengong. Master Xinshui shook his head, and went into a hand-waving burst of description. Taiyujin Shengong? Hearing the title of the book, Yi Yu weighed the implications. God? Is there a god in this world? In fact, what he cared more about was a certain keyword in the name of the feat. Is this God a god of gods, or a god of spirits? 68. 68. In the Tianqian continent's long history of time, emperor was a synonym for supremacy. The emperor realm, the apex of the Tianqian continent's cultivation system, was also the end of the road. It was only that Yi Yu was after all a traveler, with a more out-of-the-box and expansive mindset that would not be bound by the thoughts of the world, and had also witnessed the strength of the emperor realm with his own eyes. In fact, the great circle of the emperor realm was not enough to transcend life, death, and time, or even to be immortal, so he believed that there was still a path above the emperor realm. This was the only way he had thought of to break through to the realm above all beings before he met his little sister. Because the Tianqian continent is very strange. Obviously, there are sun, moon and stars, but really living in this land, but it gives him a feeling that it is not like a planet. Moreover, there were extreme realms in the 4 directions, forbidden zones for living beings, and even the emperor realm could not go to the end. Town god. This god, is it a god, or a god realm, or is it the god race? Assuming that the Jinshin's means suppression, this girl was born to be antagonistic to the gods. She hates the abyssal spirit so much. Could it be that the abyssal spirit is the so-called gods? Combining the known situation, Yi Yu was thinking, 1,000 worlds, there is nothing strange. The 100 races of Tianqian continent are strange. Assuming that there is a divine race, and it is not strange. And a god race isn't necessarily a god race. It could just be a self-proclaimed name for some powerful race. For example, the Profound Spirit, a race with a bizarre growth rate, exceeded the boundaries of the Tianxian continent. In fact, if the Profound Spirit was considered a living being, a race, it was also added to the breakthrough records of the Tianxian continent. The record for the fastest breakthrough to the Emperor realm ever, 35 years, was even too long for them. It is important to know that every 5 years, the Spirit Abyss will give birth to dozens of Tianzuan realm Abyss spirits. If it is not cleared on a regular basis, the birth of Emperor realm Abyss spirits will not be strange. There is no basis for it. It is just a wild guess. It is better to find a chance to go to the Spirit Abyss to take a look at it. It is better to create a pupil art of your own, or to make your eyes evolve and become stronger. Yi Yu is not a bullseye character, and is better at taking action than thinking. And with a rough judgment, he stopped thinking hard. His eyesight wasn't very strong, and he was still able to spot Ghost Fiend Sky's trail thanks to the system's death countdown. Maybe he could always rely on the system, but if he could improve his eyesight, that would naturally be a good thing. This girl's eyes don't know what kind of eyes. Able to see the weirdness of the abyssal spirits. I don't know if I can dig down one and stuff it into my eyes, transplanting it into my body like the sharing wheel eyes. Thinking of improving his eye power, Yi Yu subconsciously looked at his little sister's large, watery and clear eyes. Although this girl's eyes hadn't yet displayed a powerful might, the potential was immeasurable. This was evident by the mere fact that she could tell that the spirit crystals that the Emperor realms of the entire continent couldn't detect as abnormal were in fact not good things. Cough cough. Seeing that eldest senior brother was thinking and pretending not to hear anything, Shinshui, who was obediently eating, was shocked by this sudden thought and choked on her little heart. Eat slowly. No one is taking it from you. Yi Yu saw her choking, and with a shake of his right hand, he took out a cup, condensed a ball of clear water with yuan power and poured it full, pushing it in front of her. Men's thoughts are always very active, whimsical, such as seeing beautiful women, will not be able to resist the reverie. It was only that Yi Yu had a firm heart and thought about many ideas, and would not directly resort to such extreme means. There's still plenty of time left, and it's not time to push the envelope and kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Thank you, eldest brother. Shinshui took the water and took a sip, and only gradually calmed down when she saw that he was superficially kind. In fact, she had gotten used to the character of her eldest brother. Killing and decisive, avenging on the spot, killing when he said he would, and occasionally thinking of burying people and searching their souls. It was just that the idea of gouging her eyes out was too scary for her to bear for a while. Speaking of that book in your head, you really can't open it? You shouldn't have given up after you couldn't turn it over, right? After waiting for a while, Yi Yu saw that she had slowed down, so he returned to the topic and asked. It was too strange that the feats had all appeared, yet they could only be read in writing. Really? As soon as I read it, I thought the book was awesome and couldn't open it by any means. Shinshui nodded. Whether it was out of respect or out of awe, she didn't dare to lie to eldest senior brother. One must know that the two names of eldest senior brother, Angry Gun Heavenly Father and Corpse Demon, in the eyes of ordinary people, were both characters that were not to be messed with at first glance. It was also true that the people who had messed with eldest brother, a bastard blade Heavenly Father and a dragon emperor, all died. Is the realm too low? When it opens up, let me know and practice. Yi Yu confirmed to the fact that she was not a child at heart, daunted by the sight of a book, and nodded, intending to wait patiently. After a day and night's journey, the flowing sky worship returned to the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Unlike the mobilization meeting, where almost the majority of the inner disciples were assembled, because of the hasty end of this Spirit Abyss treasure capture, there weren't as many people waiting at the Heavenly Emperor Peak. Granted, basically all the famous and important people were there. It was because the Pavilion Master had brought back two earth-shattering pieces of great news after traveling to the Spirit Abyss to save the day. In this session of the Spirit Abyss treasure seizure, the Heavenly Father swept through the session, and the Nine Heavens Pavilion came out on top, taking 17 Heavenly Father realm spirit crystals, breaking the historical record, and being enough to go down in the pavilion's annals of history. When the Dragon Emperor came to attack, Yi Yu, the Angry Gun Heavenly Father, defied the power and fought with the Dragon Emperor without losing a battle. Learning of this divine might of Elder Yi, everyone naturally rallied to welcome their triumph. On the occasion of the streaming heavenly worship returning to the Nine Heavenly Pavilion, it was a universal celebration, with a lot of noise, and amidst the sound of people cheering, it arrived at the Heavenly Emperor Peak. The process of the commendation assembly was mainly to discuss the merits and rewards, and show off in front of people as an example to motivate the disciples of the Nine Heavens Pavilion and improve the cohesion. After the Pavilion Master's personal recognition, Yi Yu was also bragged about and worshipped by the inner disciples of the Nine Heavens Pavilion for a while. Elder Yi is truly invincible. Elder Yi was actually able to battle the Dragon Emperor. This is too strong. Faced with this kind of occasion, Yi Yu cooperated and enjoyed some of everyone's worship and respect before he was able to leave the stage. Only, instead of going back to Lin Lang Peak, he had communicated with the Pavilion Master beforehand by transmitting his voice, indicating that he wanted to talk alone, and entered the Heavenly Emperor Pavilion. It wasn't long before the Nine Heavens Pavilion's Pavilion Master, the profound Heavenly Emperor, Zhu Yuan, returned to the top floor of the Heavenly Emperor's Pavilion after finishing the commendation meeting. Pavilion Master, I have a proposal, and I ask you to agree to it. Yi Yu stood in front of the parapet, overlooking the 9 heavenly pavilions unending, towering mountain range, and the smiling faces are hard to dispel, mingling, together with the inner disciples who left, and waited until the Pavilion Master came back, turned his head and said, Elder Yi, you're being too formal, so feel free to ask for anything you want. Seeing him in such a formal and respectful tone, Zhu Yuan laughed. From today onwards, disciples of the 9 Heavens Pavilion, don't refine spirit crystals anymore. Take them out and sell them, or exchange them with other forces for resources. Yi Yu did not talk nonsense and opened the door, directly stating his proposal. There was no way he could convince the world, but as a member of the 9 Heavens Pavilion, and even more so, Elder Yi, who was admired by millions, it was enough for him to convince his compatriots. 69. Don't refine the spirit crystals anymore? Is there a reason for that? Zhu Yuan was confused when he heard this proposal, but he didn't rush to refute it, but sought an explanation. As the Pavilion Master, every decision he made represented the will of the 9 Heavens Pavilion, and what was at stake was not an individual, but everyone. Elder Yi, I'm not rejecting you. Every decision you make, I feel is important. It's just that this matter is significant and concerns countless people up and down the pavilion, so we need at least a suitable reason to convince everyone. After asking, Zhu Yuan was worried that he would think too much about it and also added his statement. Spirit crystals are not good. They contaminate our souls. Yi Yu knows that there is no way that he could have agreed in one bite like Xiaocayu, before he made a special trip to have a separate conversation, and there is no rush. Starting from the beginning. Pollution. You mean the ghostly white part of the soul? Hearing this statement, Zhu Yuan found his way and his thoughts came alive. After I broke through to the heavenly exaltation realm, I have gained a deeper comprehension and insight into the power of the soul. In my previous battle with the Dragon Emperor, I suffered a certain degree of soul injury, and during the process of self-healing I had been observing and realized that the qualities of the spirit crystal were odd, giving me an ominous premonition. Yi Yu stated with a slight jaw. He didn't give up his little sister. Although that girl's physique was extraordinary, it was undoubtedly child's play to try to convince the Pavilion Master of the discoveries of a small child. That said, he is very confident in his little sister's discovery, because there is no one in the world today who knows more about his little sister's special features than he does. Zhu Yuan nodded slightly, indicating that he was listening, and let him continue. Spirit crystals are dangerous, just like boiling a frog in warm water. Perhaps it doesn't show any abnormalities now, but once it explodes, I'm afraid there will be unimaginable consequences. Given the bright light that was little sister, Yi Yu decided that the Spirit Abyss was a young conspiracy targeting the pride of all the 100 races in the entire continent. Hearing this, Zhu Yuan fell into deep thought. As the Pavilion Master of the 9 Heavens Pavilion, a long-established powerhouse, a great man who had been in a high position for a long time, his pattern and vision were extremely high. Because of this, when Yi Yu brought up the word pollution, he thought of many things. The thing called spirit crystal had suddenly appeared in the Tianqian continent 8,000 years ago, and upon its introduction, it had directly made it to the list of rare and exotic stories, ranking at the 8th seat. It wasn't that the value and usefulness of spirit crystals wasn't high enough to compare to the forefront, but rather that spirit crystals weren't rare enough to fall into the category of being a mass-producible heavenly treasure. Even mass-produced heavenly materials were able to make it onto the rankings, and that was truly terrifying. Once the spirit crystal was introduced, after its role was tapped by people, it even came close to triggering the 100 Races War back in the day, because spirit crystals were able to increase enlightenment while also giving the soul the property of self-healing. The two characteristics in one was simply a rare treasure. In the 8,000 years, it wasn't as if no one had ever put forward the conspiracy theory that it was the spirit crystals that came from the spirit abyss of unknown origin, but even if there were suspicions, it didn't take long for conspiracy theories to last in the face of profit before they were disproved. Because of the fierce competition among the 100 races, no one could resist the temptation to increase their enlightenment. The enemy is using it, and if you don't use it, you are lagging behind. In the end, everyone is scrambling to refine the spirit crystals. After 8,000 years, the 100 races' celestial pride, including the human race's celestial pride, were already treating spirit crystals as essential treasures for cultivation, with one in each hand. The stronger the talent and the higher the potential, the amount of spirit crystals allocated to the hand would instead be higher. Just like Yi Yu, he hadn't even reached the heavenly dignity realm yet. Zhu Yuan directly took out 3 heavenly dignity realm spirit crystals for him, arranging the cultivation resources properly. Pavilion Master, assuming that spirit crystals are truly a poison, and that all of the 9 heavens pavilion's celestial pride and elite have taken them, once they break out, the consequences will be unimaginable. Seeing him in deep thought, Yi Yu waited for a while and opened his mouth. Just listen to you. The 9 heavens pavilion stops using spirit crystals and takes them out to exchange for resources. This decision is very significant. I have to report to the ancestors first and get their consent before I can officially finalize it. But don't worry, I will absolutely convince them. If they don't listen, I will step down as the pavilion master and vouch for you. Zhu Yuan raised his eyes to Yi Yu and realized that he insisted on this view, took a deep breath and made up his mind. Today was not the same as in the past. Once upon a time that young and stubborn child had already grown up, and had grown to the point where he was strong enough to fight with the Dragon Emperor. For the 9 heavens pavilion to be able to have Yi Yu, the strongest heavenly pride of the human race, was a great fortune for the pavilion. Moreover, his concern was not without reason. If Yi Yu's assumption was valid and the spirit crystal was dangerous, it would be a horrible disaster of unprecedented proportions. I'm sorry for your trouble, Pavilion Master. About the soul being contaminated and how to solve it, I'll go and think of a solution. Yi Yu saw that he had a firm attitude and chose to trust himself, bowing his head and arching his hand in salute. He was completely unconcerned about his soul being contaminated. As the saying goes, one power breaks all laws. There is no enemy with me. He was fearless of all threats in the world. Only, he had to find a way to do so, because the master, his senior brothers and sisters, as well as the elders and countless compatriots in the pavilion, all needed to solve this problem. He didn't want to save the world. He only wanted to be able to guard the 9 heavens pavilion as a family, and the loved ones he cared about. Of course, he didn't mind stepping in if it really saved the day. I will think of a way to resolve this matter as well. Your time and energy should be focused on cultivation. You fought with the Dragon Emperor at the late heavenly exaltation realm. This matter cannot be concealed. When the Dragon Clan frees up their hands, they might target you. Zhu Yuan brought up the importance and also urged. Good. Yi Yu nodded his head and agreed. There was still a lot of room for him to rise. At the same time, the great Xia warships returned to the imperial dynasty. After a recognition ceremony, Xia Tsayu was able to leave the room. As she was leaving the table, she called out to her siblings to go to a confined space for a private conversation. Shallow Song, Wushuang, after you break through to the next realm, don't refine the spirit crystals anymore. Why? Xia Shange, who had participated in the Spirit Abyss treasure seizure and had been rewarded by her father's emperor with 3 Earth King realm spirit crystals, was puzzled at the words. When she broke through the Dharma Dragon realm, she had refined the spirit crystal. This thing can be too good. Big Imperial Sister, what is the meaning of these words? Xia Wushuang couldn't figure it out either. These are the words that Eunuch Yi instructed me alone. He may have discovered something. Seeing that they wanted an explanation, Xia Tsayu hesitated before saying. She didn't know why she couldn't refine the spirit crystals, but since it was Yi Yu's words, she was willing to believe them. Oh, that's fine. Hearing this explanation, Xia Shange nodded in understanding and agreed. Good. Xia Wushuan learned that this was her brother-in-law's decision and did not ask any more questions. I say this and you don't agree. Mention his name and you don't think twice about it, do you? Seeing this attitude of theirs, Xia Tsayu didn't know whether to be happy or sad for a moment, and suddenly felt that they owed them a beating. 2 more deliveries. Thank you to Cat Shepherd, Permanent Pointer Poi, Ultra Electromagnetic Hit on Flower Fire Lightning, for the bounty. 70. On that day, the elders of the 9 heavens pavilion acted and gathered their disciples. After capturing the treasure in the Spirit Abyss, the disciples would usually be rewarded with spirit crystals for the next realm based on their performance and the experience. Only this time, they followed the pavilion master's instructions and switched to other heavenly treasures. Although they could not improve enlightenment and did not have the effect of curing soul injuries, they were rare heavenly treasures or elixirs that could accelerate the speed of cultivation breakthroughs. The original spirit crystal rewards were replaced, and the senior management of the 9 heavens pavilion did not give a detailed and clear explanation, only stating that it was the decision of the pavilion master. In the face of this situation, people were confused but did not question the idea of the courtier. In the absence of major events, the disciples of the 9 heavenly pavilions, the years are quiet. It's nothing more than cultivating to become stronger. taking missions out every so often to contribute to the clan, and depending on each realm, age, and stage, trials will be held within the clan for people to compete. Without contrast, there is no strength or weakness. Without fame and fortune, there is no motivation. If you want to motivate people to become stronger, you have to give them a proper stage to show the results of their cultivation. For this kind of situation, Shi Xinshui, who was merely at the returning wheel realm, had no chance to participate at all. There was no reward for going to the spirit abyss to see what was going on, but she returned to Taiping Peak and turned into her previous state. 3 hours of insight lessons every day, 4 meals a day, as well as submerged cultivation. As a disciple personally accepted by Feng Yunyun, although her realm was low, her treatment was extremely high, at the level of a personal disciple, and for the time being, she didn't need to do tasks and contribute to the sect, she only needed to earnestly cultivate. The feeling of staying in the mountains all the time to cultivate was boring and uninteresting. Only, Shifu Xinshui had the goal of becoming stronger, and this time, he was honestly cultivating. Most crucially, she realized that eldest senior brother had been secretly supervising her cultivation status. The returning chakra realm can't open that book. I wonder if the general knowledge realm can turn the first page. It's been 2 days. Why is she still in the late stage of the returning wheel realm? Did she eat the pills I gave her or not? Hearing this heartfelt message, Shifu Xinshui also remembered the meet and greet gift from her eldest brother and began to take it. It's been 3 days. I fed her so much spirit food. Even if she doesn't cultivate, she should break through even if she slowly absorbs it. Could it be that the energy has all been swallowed by her physique? It's already the 4th day. Is this kid practicing seriously or not? I haven't serious practice, especially serious. Don't even sleep now. Being stared at by the eldest senior brother, Shi Xinshui didn't dare to be lazy at all. The 5th day of. Forget it. Forget about her first. Take a trip to the Ghoul clan. The Dragon clan pressure for a few days. The patience should be worn down almost. It is time to start the war. Go to see the lively. Hearing this heartfelt statement, Shi Xinshui let out a long sigh of relief. The tension of being urged to practice was really scary. Only, before she could be happy, she reacted. The dragon race is at war with the ghoul race. This hilarity is interesting when you hear it. Second senior sister. I haven't seen eldest brother for a few days. What is he doing? Realizing that eldest senior brother was going to leave himself behind and run off alone to watch the fun, Shi Xinshui instantly pressed on and opened his mouth. Junior sister. Eldest brother is very busy. You don't think it's easy to want to see eldest brother, do you? Lin Jingwen, who was holding a book and explaining the Heavenly Treasures chapter to her, sniffed and said seriously, is eldest brother busy? Hearing this statement, Shishinizu paused for a moment. She had never seen someone as idle as eldest senior brother, who ran to Taiping Peak every day to secretly monitor her cultivation progress. As far as she knew, eldest senior brother also often left the Nine Heavens Pavilion, disguised as a corpse demon, and skulked around. He hasn't seen me for 5 days. Does the boy miss me? Yi Yu, who was just about to move, stopped for the time being when he heard her mention herself. Children are clingy, extremely dependent, not yet independent, and place extra value on friendship and affection. You miss seeing mom and dad when you don't see them for a few minutes, much less days. That's for sure. As a heavenly sovereign realm powerhouse, eldest senior brother has countless things to deal with on a daily basis. Do you know when was the last time I saw eldest senior brother before this spirit abyss treasure hunt? Lin Jingwen nodded her head with certainty. When? 5 years ago. The eldest senior brother is now the Tianzuan realm. Tianzuan powerhouse closed door cultivation once. May have to be 5 years and 10 years. And so on the next time you see the eldest senior brother. You are afraid that you have grown up. Lin Jingwen couldn't help but sigh as she talked about this. If she could, she wanted to see eldest brother every day. Yet that was impossible. You can't see me because I don't want to see you. Ooh-hoo. Seeing her sighing and hearing her eldest brother's heartfelt words, Shi Xinshui nodded in understanding. She pondered what exactly she would say to get her eldest brother to take her along to the fun. So far, the only group fight she had seen was 2 clans in Lianyun City going to war outside the city. At that time she was still young, sitting on her father's shoulders to watch the play, but too far away to see clearly, only to see the colorful and exotic light flying all over the sky. Spectacular and beautiful. Can't we go to Linlang Peak to find eldest senior brother? Shifu Xinshui thought about it and came up with a method, which was to meet with eldest senior brother first and then find a chance to pamper him. Although her eldest brother had a sinister heart, either thinking of burying her or gouging out her eyes, these were occasional whims, and actually doted on her and cared about her condition, probably related to her physique. Linlang Peak is eldest brother's territory. Apart from master and the pavilion master, no ordinary disciples are allowed to trespass, not even elders. to avoid disturbing eldest brother's cultivation. Lin Jingwen's eyes lit up when she heard this proposal, and then she shook her head in response. The 9 Heavenly Pavilion is a vast area with countless peaks. As Elder Feng's disciple, although she can go to many places, she is not able to go wherever she wants to go. This child has been practicing for 5 days. She doesn't want me to take her out again, does she? Do you want to take her with you? But with the ghouls and dragons at war, the situation is intricate and complicated, and unlike the spirit of this treasure grab, this time it's definitely an emperor realm out. So it's best for me to hide my tracks and wait for an opportunity to move. So it's not too convenient to bring her along. And bring her along specifically, things will be very troublesome if the second sister sees it. Yi Yu watched their conversation in the dark, pondering in his heart and weighing the pros and cons. Okay. Sure, Xinshui could only press down his restless curiosity as he listened to second senior sister's explanation and learned of eldest brother's attitude. It's time to go. Seeing that his junior sister's desire to find him was successfully suppressed, Yi Yu also stopped secretly observing and turned around to leave. 71. The Tianxian continent had 5 domains, with the dragon race monopolizing the middle domain. Sitting in the center of the continent, in fact, is not all good. For example, the terrain is not advantageous. If you go to war with other races, it is easy to evolve into a situation of foresighted encirclement, the back of the enemy. However, for countless years, the true dragon clan had been entrenched in the central region, and their prestige and position was unshakable. It was only because the true dragon clan was too powerful. No matter which realm or stage they were invincible existences in the same realm. The other 4 domains were occupied by powerful clans. For example, in the southern domain, there were 3 powerful races. The Shura race, the Ghoul race, and the Human race. The only way to qualify to be called a strong clan is to squeeze into the top 10 among the 100 clans. Every strong clan was rich in heritage and had a long history. As for other races, they usually didn't go hand in hand with the great domains, except for races with special natural aptitudes, such as the Celestial Destiny race. Actions between powerful clans would draw the attention of the entire continent. At the border of the Ghoul race's territory, 10 true dragons dominated the sky, overriding the pale sky. The 10 emperors pressed into formation, and that terrifying might caused the heavens to tremble, space to tremble, and even more divine light. Ghoul clan, if you don't hand over the corpse demon, this emperor is going to lead the dragon clan into search. The dragon emperor at the head of the group, overlooking the ashen earth, said in a deterrent voice. His voice seemed to be connected to the heavens, resonating hundreds of thousands of miles. His voice shocking the heavens and the earth, forcing the formation in front of the people of the world. Jintian Dragon Emperor, it is not that we do not want to cooperate, but we also do not know where the corpse demon is, and I have already said many times, the corpse demon tribe has always been a single corpse and a single birth. There has never been a sibling saying, that corpse demon's words are pure nonsense, and the discerning person knows that it is planted at a glance. On the grey and barren earth with countless broken ruins and houses, the man with a pale and bloodless face, ebony hair like a waterfall, wearing a black suit with a majestic appearance, stood in front of many fellow ghouls and ghosts, raising his head to face them, incomparably scornful. Jintian Dragon Emperor, one of the most famous dragon emperors in the last 10,000 years, suppressing countless generations, undefeated in his life, once known as the strongest person in Tianxian continent. The figure who had pulled him down from the throne of the strongest was the Jinchuan Dragon Emperor, who was known as the strongest genius the Tianxian continent had ever seen and who had become an emperor in 35 years. Empty words have no evidence. You say planted evidence, at least show evidence. Who in the world does not know that the corpse devil is a member of your clan? This emperor gives you 3 choices. Hand over the corpse devil. Let us go in and search, as well as go to war. The Jintian Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes at this statement and said in a chilling voice. In fact, he thought it was a plant. The Ghoul clan had recently messed with the Soul clan and dared to mess with the Dragon clan. So even if you thought about it with your brain, you would know that there was something wrong with it. The last race that challenged the dragon race had long since been removed from the 100 races. But the problem was that everyone in the world had seen the corpse demon kill the dragon clan's imperial realm, and even heard the corpse demon's words that if the dragon clan wanted to fight, the corpse demon clan would be there to the end. Just based on this alone, if the dragon clan didn't find a way back, it would only make the world laugh. When Ghost Shang Tian heard this, he was truly dumbfounded. He'd love to prove that ghouls aren't ghouls, but the problem is that no one would even believe him if he said that. In the eyes of the people of the world, the necromancers that had traveled across the continent in recent years, collecting corpses everywhere, were undoubtedly the ghoul race. Because of the other races, there was no need to go through the trouble of collecting corpses. If he wanted to break this situation, unless he could catch the corpse demon and hand it over in front of the leaders of the strong clans and the people of the world. However, after the corpse demon killed the Soul Race Emperor, with the help of the Emperor's corpse, his strength skyrocketed, and now he was even able to behead the Dragon Race Emperor with a single sickle. So far, all the major powers' assessment of the corpse demon's strength was elevated to the height of the Imperial Realm Grand Circle, treating it as a thorn in their side. It was not easy to catch an Emperor Realm Grand Circle. This was also the case before when they were secretly targeted by the Soul Clan, and they simply couldn't think of a way to clear their names. The difference was that the Soul Clan's Emperor Realm was killed without being noticed by the world, without openly shouting, without openly tearing their faces apart. Jintian Dragon Emperor, every race has black sheep. Corpse Demon is the scum that betrayed the race and went away long ago. There is a head for the grievances. If you want to avenge your grievances, go ahead and look for him. The Corpse Ghost race will definitely not intervene. The personal behavior of the Corpse Demon cannot represent the will of the Corpse Ghost race. If the Dragon race insists on taking the wrath of the Corpse Ghost race because of the black sheep acting up, we won't sit back and wait for it to happen. There was no way for Ghostborn Sky to clarify, so he could only characterize the dragon's behavior. It is impossible to let them enter the land of the Ghoul Clan to search for people, because there are too many secrets within the land of the Ghoul Clan, and over the years, they have secretly operated and hid the corpses of an unknown number of strong clans. If they are defeated, the situation will only become more serious. Ghost Shang Tian, don't mistake yourself. The Corpse Demon has not only struck out at the Emperor Realm, but also at the Venerable and Saint Realms. This son's crime is unforgivable, and the heavens will not tolerate it. Handing it over will be good for everyone. There's no need to harbor such a scourge. The Jintian Dragon Emperor was also characterizing his actions. Rules, when they are set in place, bring great benefits to those who make them. The dragon race was a fish out of water under the rules of the law of coexistence of the 100 races, as the true dragon race was invincible under the same realm. Because of this, even if the dragon clan dares to violate the rules, it has to find a suitable and honorable reason to really be lawless and unscrupulous, and cause the world to be furious. Even if it is a true dragon clan, it is not possible to fight against the whole continent with 1 against 100. The two clans were talking to each other, and the other powerful clans were also spying in the dark. Let's get this fight started. The more of these two races that die, the better. Yi Yu had long since changed into the attire of a corpse devil, performed the burial of heaven method, sneaked around and was watching the show, ready to collect the corpse at any time. He has little empathy for other races. Not my kind. Their hearts will be different. This truth is not only limited to the human race, it is also the same for other strong races. However, all the strong clans that ranked above the human race were arrogant and unimpressed when they encountered the human race. The 10th ranked giant race has a thick and honest character, never taking the initiative to cause trouble, and getting along with the human race is quite amicable. I don't know what to say. The Dragon Clan lost in Emperor Realm. You must repay this revenge. After 5 days, Jintian Dragon Emperor's patience had long since worn thin, and with a cold snort, he thundered out. The 10 Emperor's pressure array had been set out, and the Dragon Clan must ask for a satisfactory statement. If they left like this, it would instead be a joke for the 100 clans to see. Boom! The dragon clawed the sky and pressed down with a palm to subdue the corpse ghost race. The ghouls have a clear conscience. When Ghost Shang Tian saw him striking, a vibrating sound resounded, announcing the 8 directions at the same time. His right arm transformed into a sword and chopped away into the air. When fighting with the dragon race, one could never utilize the 10,000 Laws avatar, and the only way to fight with one was to use a weapon. After 5 days of sparring, the dragons and ghouls finally fought. 2 more to go. Please collect. Please catch up. Please recommend. Please monthly votes. Please guys. 72. 72. The Emperor battle was instant. The power of both sides collided together. Divine light surged. Yuan Qi raged. The destructive aura turned into strong winds swept away, and there was even the mournful sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling, resounding in the heavens and earth, calling for battle for many days just to give the corpse ghost race a chance to give an explanation to the 100 races in the world. Jintian Dragon Emperor's patience had long since worn thin. Ghost Qingtian's sword. The sword intent rushed to the sky, as if it was transformed into a ferocious sword that opened up the sky and the earth. However, in front of the Jintian Dragon Emperor, his counterattacks were as unbearable as dirt. Boom! It was as if the prime dragon claw was trying to suppress a great world, descending from the sky, and all of the Ghost Qingtian's struggles, all of his counterattacks, were crushed by destruction, with just one strike. The sound was even more horrifying than a meteorite falling from the sky. The earth was torn apart. Countless corpse ghost clans collapsed on the spot, and the Emperor Realm was implicated and was forced to retreat, suffering a certain degree of minor injuries. The fish in the pond is all like this. the ghost Shengtian who was directly targeted. In front of such a horrifying attack, whether it was a stance or a divine ability, all of them couldn't be exerted. The void was imprisoned. Heaven and earth were imprisoned, and no one could escape him. Out of your depth. After crushing it with a palm, the Jintian Dragon Emperor retracted his prime dragon claw, and his massive dragon head condescendingly looked down at the abyss below, cold and unfeeling. As it withdrew, the 100 races under the sky were able to see the battlefield clearly, only to see that the earth had been hardened and blasted out into a hideous and terrifying bottomless abyss, and there was even a residue of imperial might, with the destructive abyssal winds raging in it. The ruined houses on the ground were swept away and turned into a plain. Looking at the continent are well known, renowned for many years of the birth of the Sky Ghost Emperor. At this time is more all over the body, as if the whole body's bones have been broken and crushed, as a puddle of mud fell at the bottom of the abyss. This scene caused the 100 races in the world to be shaken, and they were even silenced, their scalps tingling. As the strongest person in the Tianxian continent 10,000 years ago, the Jintian Dragon Emperor was known to be strong. However, time has changed. Heavenly pride competes for the world. Demons emerge frequently. The old generation of Emperor Realm retires to the mountain forest Forbidden Land, and the new generation of Emperor Realm makes their appearance. 10,000 years was too long. The Jintian Dragon Emperor had been hidden for many years, and people only knew of its legend. As to how strong it was unknown, because every Emperor Realm, when they were young, was called a heavenly pride demon, and possessed the heart of a strong man. They had no intention of being undefeated to the strength of the Jintian Dragon Emperor, even though they did not have the intention of belittling him. The strongest great emperor of the past? How strong is the strongest? How do you compare to me? Because of this, the world's hundreds of tribes for the ghouls and dragons of the dispute simply do not have the lips and teeth cold idea. More is to want to use this to spy on the dragon tribe's heritage and strength. If the strength of the dragon clan was nothing more than that, then they would take action in the 100 clans ranking battle 12 years later. The throne of the head of the 100 races was the highest ambition for any race. However, this strike by the Jintian Dragon Emperor shattered the hopes of many races. However, it was not difficult for any strong person to see that this was just a casual strike by the Jintian Dragon Emperor, and he did not even use any killing moves or cards. His strength was still unfathomable. Jintian, how dare you kill tens of thousands of my corpse ghost clan sons and daughters? You're too deceitful. Right at this moment, the furious words of the ghost Shengtian came out from the abyss and resounded. The puddle of slime in the land of the abyss is writhing and twisting and rising up humanly. In this regard, but any strong person who knew the born Sky Ghost Emperor was not surprised. The strongest members of the ghoul race all have different abilities, different styles and mysterious. The Shengtian Ghost Emperor was very strong, but the most difficult thing about him was his innate divine ability. Back to heaven. As long as you don't kill him, he's able to heal himself and excels at protracted battles. What was chilling was that the Jintian Dragon Emperor had severely injured the Shengtian Ghost Emperor with a single strike, which implied a gap in strength. Not to bully the weak and bully the small with the strong is the rule set by the Dragon Clan as the head, but today you are blatantly violating the rules and being lawless. Is this wanting to tear down the regulations and go back to the time when the 100 clans were in chaotic war? The ghost Shengtian, who had been heavily injured by the blow, felt the terror of the Jintian Dragon Emperor incomparably truly, and could only let out his voice in an attempt to pull up the momentum of the 100 races. This emperor has already said, hand over the corpse demon and this matter will not be blamed, and has also given you 5 days to think clearly. But you guys are stubborn and your heart is punishable. Jintian Dragon Emperor was not the least bit flustered by his big cap and responded righteously. The 5 days of calling the battle, the first courtesy, is for this day. At those words, his dragon body that covered the sky and snaked for countless miles twisted, and his dragon tail was like a great sword breaking through the air, sweeping across the sky, descending from the heavens and chopping at the ghost Shengtian. The shimmering, god of light golden flare's dragon tail was like a great sword of annihilation, to annihilate all things. This strike was even more terrifying than the dragon claw slap just now, containing the will of the Tao of War. It was the invincible and domineering intent of the heaven and the world, the only one who was unique, unstoppable, destroying everything wherever it went. 10,000 years ago was the strongest dragon emperor, and after being hidden from the world for 10,000 years, no one knew just how terrifying the strength of the Jintian Dragon Emperor was. All things die. Seeing this strike, not yet fully recovered from the injury of the ghost Shengtian, his heart was shocked, not caring that the 10,000 laws are useless to the true dragon. Both sides of the body burst out 4 arms, shoulders on both sides of the 2 heads also drilled out, 6 arms open and close the palms. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, invite the king to ascend. At the same time, his other 2 heads, too, were chanting. In a flash, A lofty and imposing ancient city was revealed with the ghost Xingtian as its center. It was a ghostly city that exuded an aura of death, broken and mutilated, with ghosts crying and wailing, and even more endless visions manifesting, but before it could fully unfold, it crashed into the dragon's tail. However, his counterattacks were still as earthy as the dragon's tail descending from the sky, and the ancient city was only blocked for a split second before it was cleaved in half. Rumble! The dragon's tail resembled a sword, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, accompanied by a golden sword light that shone in the heavens, piercing through the heavens and sweeping through the earth. That blade light was like a waterfall falling from the sky, connecting to the sky and destroying everything in its path, until the blade light disappeared. An incomparably hideous and terrifying abyss that stretched for countless miles until the end of the horizon emerged on the earth. Under this blade, the clouds above the dome of the sky were flattened, the earth was torn out of a hideous wound, and even more countless ghoul races were turned into flying ash and perished under it. The other great emperors of the ghoul race were not targeted and avoided them early, but they still suffered some degree of light injuries. The heaven-swallowing ghost emperor looked back and saw the terrifying power of this blade, felt the aura of the ghost Xingtian and the countless sons and daughters of the corpse ghost race all disappear between heaven and earth, and was disheartened by all thoughts. 10,000 years ago, the ghouls and ghosts of the clan how strong, the depth of the unfathomable, the various ethnic groups do not dare to underestimate. Hibernation for hundreds of thousands of years, arise, directly on the top 10 of the 100 ethnic races, but also ranked in the 6th place. But since the dragon clan as the leader, formulated the law of coexistence of all races, the ghoul race can no longer be like the past years as fish in the water, already declining. The result is out of the ghoul devil this scum, to the ghoul race to cause big trouble. First, he provoked the soul clan, and now he is provoking the dragon clan, being targeted by these two clans. I am afraid that this time, even if he is not exterminated, he will suffer a great deal of vitality and fall out of the top 10. Deceiving ghosts. Seeing what happened to countless afterbirths, the heaven-swallowing ghost emperor gritted his teeth and shivered with rage. But before he could finish his words, his gaze that scanned the battlefield saw a scene that shook his heart and soul. 73. The ghost Xingtian's desperate resistance was seen in the eyes of the 100 races powerhouses. I didn't realize that the born Sky Ghost Emperor still has the Shura clan's divine ability. It's hidden so deeply. Some people were surprised. The body with 3 heads and 6 arms and the 3 hearts were one, but it was the racial aptitude of the Shura clan. The Dragon clan is also too overbearing. This strike killed at least hundreds of thousands of ghouls. Don't you think it's done too much? Some people have a sense of anger and a sense of the rabbit's death. However, all the races outside the top 10 were shocked and angry. The 8th-ranked ghoul race was in such a state in front of the dragon race. If the dragon race came to find trouble with them one day, what should they do? The great circle of the Emperor realm, plus the Tao of soldiers of the return to the first realm. How strong should this strength be? The Emperor realms of the powerful clans, on the other hand, were fearful, constantly estimating and weighing. It is not far from the next 100 races ranking battle, and it is not far away. How to face the dragon race is a problem. Good death. Seeing this scene, the Shura clan's Emperor realm let out a cold snort and exclaimed in pain. Being the same powerful clan in the southern domain, the Shura clan and the Ghoul clan could be said to have a long-standing grudge, and were more than eager to see the Ghoul clan exterminated than their lips. But right at this moment, the 100 races, who had been observing the battlefield from afar and had very different minds, suddenly were shaken, and their thoughts reached an astonishing unanimity. Does he even dare to show his head here? Only a figure emerged in the sky above the endless gully. It was a bizarre figure clad in black robes, with its face shrouded in black mist, making it impossible to see its appearance, and carrying a huge scythe. He didn't deliberately emit an aura, and his presence was even faint, as if he was blending into the earth and sky, like a blade of grass in nature. However, the moment people's eyes caught his, they couldn't take their eyes off him. Corpse Demon, the culprit of this conflict between the true Dragon clan and the Corpse Demon clan. In fact, everyone felt that it was absolutely impossible for the Corpse Demon to show up, although he openly let slip that if the Dragon clan wanted a battle, the Ghoul would accompany them to the end, possessing the horrifying battle record of slaying a late Emperor realm Dragon Emperor with a single slash. His strength was unfathomable. However, it is not difficult for any smart person to guess that the Corpse Demon openly opposes the Dragon clan, and 9 times out of 10, it has a blood feud with the same clan. Only, even if the truth could be seen through at a glance, the Ghoul race was forced to eat this dumb loss, because the Dragon tribe, as the head of the 100 tribes, was provoked and had to take action to save face. The Corpse Demon is godlike and secretive, so if you can't find anyone, then you can only go to your base camp to take a trip and force you to show yourself. So close, almost the corpse was destroyed by him. Is the strength of the Jintian Dragon Emperor too fierce? Or is this Shang Tian Ghost Emperor too weak? 2 moves and he gave seconds. Yi Yu appeared on the battlefield and put a lump of flesh and mud into the space where the system stored the corpses, secretly celebrating. In fact, he's going to run ahead to guard the body as the death countdown continues, not just to recover the body, but to avoid a situation where he destroys it. Originally, he also expected the Ghoul clan and the Dragon clan to fight each other, but what he never expected was that the 8th-ranked Ghoul clan was unbeatable in front of the Jintian Dragon Emperor. Is this the gap between the Emperor realms as well? He was very vocal about the matter of gaps existing in the same realm. After all, he had fought the 100 clans' heavenly pride. It had to be admitted, but all the pride of the powerful races ranked above the human race were indeed stronger. Rumble. At the same time, the heavenly dome trembled, and the pale sky unexpectedly materialized, solidifying and forming into a golden square in all directions. This was the Jintian Dragon Emperor striking out, directly blocking off this heaven and earth to prevent the corpse demons from escaping. Before he left the mountain, he had read the intelligence gathered by his clan's descendants. Corpse demon. Real identity is ominous. Appearance is characterized by black robes to cover the body, holding a giant sickle. Talent aptitude is ominous. Come without a shadow to go without a trace. The place of infestation is irregular. The scope of action is the 4 domains of Tianxian continent. Not ever entered the dragon domain. Likes to collect the corpses of powerful people. Suspected to be a ghoul race. Remarkable battles were the beheading of a mid-imperial realm soul race emperor, as well as a slash that killed a late imperial realm dragon race emperor, suspected to be at the great circle of the imperial realm. Corpse demon. 5 days of time did not call you out. This emperor also thought that you liked talk. Did not expect you really dare to show up. Exercising his formation aptitude and closing off this heaven and earth, the Jintian Dragon Emperor looked down on Yi Yu from above. His voice was like shocking thunder, lonely and cold. Its eyes were merciless, as if it were looking at a corpse. As the previous strongest person in the Tianxian continent, he was fearless against all enemies except for his son, the Jinchuan Dragon Emperor. What's more, in order to establish prestige for the Dragon Clan and let the 100 clans see how powerful the Dragon Clan was after a long time, he even brought 9 Emperor Realm True Dragons to press the battlefield. With this battle, he could have killed even the strongest of the Soul race, and the Emperor Realm of the district's Ghoul race was not worth mentioning. Can you kill him without a gun? Just a giant sickle? Yi Yu did not respond, only slightly tilting his head, looking at the frame above Jintian Dragon Emperor's head, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. 9119. Burial reward, grade 9 treasure chest. This fellow was also powerful enough. There were still 9,112 days left before the sun's fall, and as a result, it managed to survive for 7 days after the Tianxian catastrophe day descended. The level of the treasure chest would drop by 3 levels for enemies he killed with his own hands, meaning that if he killed the Jintian Dragon Emperor, he would only be able to get a level 6 treasure chest. This was a big loss, because the burial reward of the Jintian Dragon Emperor was the highest reward besides the sun. The higher the level of the treasure chest, the higher the chance of opening a rare attribute, and the rewards are rich, such as weapon adaptive, which is the most difficult attribute to open. As for the little sister's burial reward 3 question marks, although he is very high, but after all, there is no actual result, cannot be used to make comparisons. Moreover, as a corpse demon, he was explicitly representing the corpse ghost race. If he were to slaughter the Jintian Dragon Emperor, the strongest person 10,000 years ago, in front of all the races in the world, the Tianxian continent would definitely change the sky directly. On top of that, he wasn't sure if he could beat the Jintian Dragon Emperor with his scythe, because he thought he was invincible under the sun and was relying on the number of combos of his lance. The weapon of the giant sickle was purely for abuse and was not suitable for defeating the strong with the weak. Corpse demon. As an Emperor realm, you dared to kill an honored member of my clan. An unforgivable crime. Right at this moment, an indignant and furious cry that resounded through the heavens came from the distance, only to see that beyond the sky, 3 Emperor realms appeared, huge in size and without entities, looking like ghosts, emitting a foreign-colored light and coming in force. The one who showed up was clearly the Soul Clan with the body of 10,000 soldiers, as the second-ranked strongest race, because there was another race above them. They didn't have the ability to be as domineering as the dragon race, as if they had no one in their sights, and pressed the battlefield in front of everyone in the world. Because of this, the strategy they had adopted prior to this was to target the corpse ghost race and force them to hand over their corpse demons, but several years of time had delayed a result. Now that the corpse demon has shown up and caught him, the score must be settled. 2 more to go. We'll update early tomorrow. 74. The 10,000 laws impervious to true dragon body and 10,000 soldiers impervious to true soul body occupied the top 2 seats of the physique list.
and their rankings hadn't been shaken since ancient times. One was at the same realm,
ignoring all divine powers and specializing in divine powers always.
One was at the same realm,
ignoring all weapons and specializing in close combat. There was an old saying that if the true Dragon Clan and the Soul Clan join forces,
there would be no more enemies. That said,
the true Dragon Clan and the Soul Clan are hostile to each other from ancient times.
Each conflict is to fight each other, like water and fire.
Yet at this moment, these two races were a united front against the same person.
What does this scum want? What a black sheep. Ah,
the few Emperor realms of the corpse ghost race that were pressing the battlefield. Seeing that the corpse demon had shown up and directly lured the soul race out,
their minds sank to the bottom and they couldn't help but curse angrily in their hearts.
For the Dragon Clan to press on for 5 days, the Ghoul Clan was ready to be brave, to die a few aged Emperor realms,
to pay the price in blood, to let the Jintian Dragon Emperor get his revenge, and this would be over.
As long as they could avoid being searched by the dragons into the ghouls and ghosts, the situation wasn't the worst.
After all, there were countless secrets hidden beneath the earth of the Ghoul race.
As for going to war with the Dragon race,
that was simply impossible.
Looking at the 100 races, only the Soul race had the ability to fight the Dragon race to the death in a single race. For other races to go to war with the Dragon race, although it could not be called egg hitting a stone,
it was still a mantis, asking for death.
I've already said that if the Dragon race wants a battle, the Ghoul race will accompany them to the end.
Jintian Dragon Emperor, don't think that the Corpse Ghost Clan is easy to bully.
The depth of the Corpse Ghost Clan is beyond your imagination.
If you want to fight to the death, just come.
Yi Yu, who was being watched by millions of people, carried a giant sickle, and his low and hoarse, battle-inspired words resounded through the sky. This kind of tit-for-tat shouting words,
shocking,
this courage, this boldness, simply shocked the crowd, sparing the Shangtian Ghost Emperor.
In the face of the Jintian Dragon Emperor's pressure, he at best said,
the Corpse Ghost race won't sit still and wait for death,
and didn't dare to call for battle at all. What's more, when the Jintian Dragon Emperor made a move, the other Emperor realms didn't dare to intervene,
instead letting them fight one-on-one for fear that if they intervened,
it would lead to the other Dragon Emperors attacking as a group, and bring the situation to a head. However,
this corpse demon was as if it was blissfully unafraid of the might of the Dragon race,
and if it didn't open its mouth, it would be a deadly battle,
and it was overbearing.
Upon hearing this,
the several Emperor realms of the Ghoul Clan who were personally present at the battlefield had their hearts cooled halfway and hurriedly took a stance.
Jintian Dragon Emperor,
the corpse demon race definitely has no thoughts of going to war with the Dragon race. This is merely the corpse demon's personal words.
A black sheep.
Everyone should be punished.
The culprit of this misunderstanding is right here. This person is at your disposal.
The Corpse Ghost Clan will never intervene. They are afraid that the matter will become a big deal and rush to clear the air.
Just kidding. Just one dragon tribe presses the formation. It's enough for the Ghoul tribe to eat a pot. Plus the Soul tribe. Who can stand up to this kind of formation? Clan elders, the time has come. I'm already invincible.
There's no need to act anymore. It's time to let them see the depths of the Ghoul Clan.
In the face of their proclivity,
Yi Yu turned his head to look at the several Corpse Ghost race Emperor realms and said in a deep voice, he very much wanted to fight the Dragon and Soul races head on and try to see how far he could go. Except that a person who wanted to single-handedly take on 13 Emperor realms,
one of which was the Jintian Dragon Emperor who was known to be the strongest 10,000 years ago, would be too reckless to go it alone,
and would have to pull in some helpers. He couldn't believe to death that the Ghoul race, which ranked above the human race, had no bottom card. The Ghoul Clan was a powerful clan that had fallen from the 6th ranking, and although the ranking had fallen in the last 10,000 years, the countless years of heritage was absolutely extraordinary. If 13 Emperor realms could wipe out the Corpse Ghost Clan,
it would be a travesty. Jintian Dragon Emperor,
corpse demons are born with rebellious bones and malicious intentions. Please be clear.
In response to this clamor, the spectral illusion Ghost Emperor took a step forward,
bowed his head and arched his hand. The Dragon Clan has come to the door and are still groveling to others.
Where is your backbone? As clan elders of the Ghoul Clan, don't you have any bloodlust? Can you stand up to the hundreds of thousands of compatriots who died at the hands of this long worm? Seeing his stance,
Yi Yu was genuinely shocked by the thick skin of this group of old things and cursed with hatred. Although the truth that those who know what's good for them is good for them, the world understands this truth. But in front of the 100 races, to do this kind of thing, it is simply a dog with a broken spine.
Are not afraid of being looked at as a joke? In response to this agitation,
the spectral illusion Ghost Emperor was unmoved,
only indifferent.
A little impatience leads to a big plan. Going to war with the Dragon race and the Soul race is clearly asking for death. They voluntarily stepped forward to deal with this matter, and had long ago put life and death at risk. and it was simply impossible for them to be changed in their minds by a few words. Although the hearts of this group of old foxes were like iron, the words of the corpse demon resounded through the 8 directions. That's right. Fight them to the death. Great Emperor, fight them. The ghouls were a race born from corpses, and had always been fierce and fearless of death. Coupled with the fact that hundreds of thousands of their compatriots had died just now, the younger generation was instantly provoked, and all of them were letting out their voices in support of the cause, even if it was a mantis. So what? They would rather die in battle than just die that way for no reason. War, war, war. Seeing that these few old foxes were unaffected and the ghouls in the territory were provoked, Yi Yu took advantage of the situation and let loose. War, war, war. Even though there was no hot blood within the ghouls' words ignited everyone's fighting spirit. In an instant, the sounds of battle subdued the heavens, countless yuan power erupted into the air, and a strange light surfaced on the gray earth. Shut up! Seeing that this group of brainless backwoodsmen were being provoked by the corpse demons, the spectral illusion Ghost Emperor was instantly enraged and shook his voice. As it spoke out, the Emperor's might swept out like the sky dome collapsing, a terrifying and overwhelming aura that, in just an instant, caused the territory of the corpse ghost race to be deathly silent. Everyone needn't pay attention to the phantom Ghost Emperor. This old thing only harbors a bad habit. Being a ghost is too much of a failure. Let's watch me slay the dragon. When Yi Yu saw him interfering, he also stopped talking nonsense. His right arm shook and ripped off the giant sickle leaning on his shoulder. Standing diagonally in the air, his icy cold blade aimed at the 10 true dragons above the pale sky. Rift sky. It is the prey of this emperor. The Jintian Dragon Emperor turned a blind eye to Yi Yu's behavior. His gaze remained fixed on the Soul Race Imperial Realm, and when they took the initiative to walk into the heaven and earth separated by the golden square, he coldly said, it didn't even bother conversing with the corpse demon, focusing on the Soul Race. This golden cage was the most commonly used formation of the Dragon Clan's Imperial Realm, the prison of beings. The more singular the effect of the formation, the more horrifying the effect. This prison of beings does not have any ability to attack, only can enter but not exit. The ability to limit the imprisonment can be called the world's best. The only way to escape from the prison of beings was to kill the array maker, or for the array maker to put away the array. Because of this, from the moment the corpse demon was enveloped by the prison of beings, in the eyes of the Jintian Dragon Emperor, the corpse demon was already a corpse. This son has plagued the descendants of my clan. Please ask the Jintian Dragon Emperor to hand over the corpse to my clan for disposal after he punishes him, so I can also give an explanation to my clan. While Yi Yu was inciting the ghoul race, the Split Sky Soul Emperor had long since led the 2 Soul Race Emperor realms into this golden square of heaven and earth, and said in a deep voice, facing the strongest person from 10,000 years ago, the Jintian Dragon Emperor, looking at the entire continent, only the successive patriarchs of the 10 strongest clans were qualified to talk to him as an equal. The Jintian Dragon Emperor agreed to this request after thinking about it, knowing of the Soul Race's grudge against the corpse demons. 75. Having participated in the 100 Races Heaven's Pride battle, Yi Yu had seen the arrogance of the major races long ago. Both the Dragon Race and the Soul Race were paragons who had no one in their sights, and didn't take the other races into consideration at all, only seeing each other as formidable enemies. Are we done talking? Because of this, by them making up ways to die and places to go as if no one else was there, Yi Yu did not get angry and only waited until the Jintian Dragon Emperor cast his gaze before speaking. Corpse demon, what are your last words? The Jintian Dragon Emperor looked down at him as if he was looking at a mole cricket, his tone calm and cold. The corpse demon was suspected to be at the Great Circle of the Emperor Realm? He had already been in this realm 10,000 years ago, and in 10,000 years' time, he had even cultivated the true Dragon Clan's shortcoming, the Tao of soldiering, to the extreme realm. In terms of single combat, looking at the entire continent, other than his son, there was no opponent at all. Because of this, the corpse demon's strength, even if it was strong, would be certain death in his eyes. The Dragon Clan Emperor killed my brother first. I killed him. One life for one life is just fine, but you just killed my clan's Shangtian Ghost Emperor again. That's not fair. Yi Yu's face was shrouded in black mist. This was the effect of the system's exclusive corpse collector's robes. No one in the realm could detect the depths, and no one could detect his true identity. So what if it's not fair? When the Jintian Dragon Emperor heard these last words, he only found them laughable and had a lonely attitude. A life for a life. That's only fair. In response to this rhetorical question, Yi Yu stated his opinion. As soon as the words fell, the Jintian Dragon Emperor sensed the change in its aura and his gaze flinched. In a flash, it struck out with a bold hand, but the target was not a corpse demon, but a true dragon at its side. As it probed its dragon claw, a silent circular arc of blade light suddenly appeared.
Its reaction was extremely fast, and at the first moment, it exerted its true dragon claw, wanting to grab the blade light and crumble it, but unbelievably, the light of the blade suddenly passed through its dragon claws and encircled the neck of a true dragon at the edge. Roar! Corpse demon! This emperor will let you die without a corpse. Seeing this scene, the Jintian Dragon Emperor was furious and let out a domineering and overwhelming dragon roar. His dragon's roar was like an annihilating storm blowing up and shaking the heavenly dome. At the same time, in the group of 10 dragon emperors, the youngest and lowest realm true dragon, who was merely in the middle stage of the emperor realm, a thread of blood surfaced on the neck of the dragon that connected the dragon's head and body. In the next moment, the corpses slowly separated, and golden dragon blood gushed out like a gushing spring, pouring into the sky. Jintian Dragon Emperor, not everyone is as brazen and unfair as you are. For example, I am very fair, and when I say a life against a life, I mean a life against a life. In the face of his roar, Yi Yu's reaction was calm, and the blade of the giant sickle in his hand was still cold and clean as a wash. Seeing this scene, all the 100 races in the world were horrified, and even more so, their necks were cold. In the blink of an eye, a dragon emperor's corpse was separated. What happened? Could it be that the black circular blade light was the corpse demon's move to slash the dragon emperor in one slash? But didn't the necromancer stay put from the beginning? What made the world's powerhouses tremble with fear was not the fact that the corpse demon had killed a true dragon in the middle stage of the emperor realm with a single slash, but the fact that a dragon emperor had died before people could see anything clearly. A strong person of the great circle of the emperor realm, in the case of a sudden sneak attack, using the Bing Dao that was best used against the dragons, instantly killing a true dragon of the middle emperor realm was theoretically feasible even though no one had ever done such a thing before. The problem was that the corpse demon was clearly motionless, yet no one could see his striking movements, which was too terrifying. Realizing this, the strongest members of the 100 races who were originally thinking of watching a good show once again looked at the corpse demon with a gaze that became incomparably scornful. The racial aptitude of the ghoul race was truly mysterious and unpredictable in its eccentricity. If this son doesn't die, the woe is endless. The Jintian Dragon Emperor was certainly terrifying, powerful and unbelievably strong, and an ordinary emperor realm was unbeatable in front of him, but the logic of his actions is traceable. For example, this time he led a team to come to the Ghoul clan to ask for a claim. First called for 5 days, and the Ghoul clan couldn't give a satisfactory explanation before he started to take action. In contrast, necromancers are different. As a Ghoul clan, it would covet the corpses of the strongest of the 100 clans, and it wouldn't be surprising no matter which clan it clashed with. And when it acts, it never takes into account the overall situation, nor does it care about the safety and danger of the race, and it is solitary and reckless. The most crucial thing is that its strength is unfathomable and terrifying as it is. Are you kidding me? 2 emperor realms of the ghoul race are worthy of a life against a dragon race emperor realm? With the roaring of the dragon, the Jintian Dragon Emperor was already seething with uncontrollable fury, his body twisting in the air, snaking and speeding, his dragon's tail transforming into a heaven beheading sword, chopping away directly. The reproduction ability of the dragon race was low, and every true dragon was born to be honored, not to mention a life against a life. Even if it was 1,000,000 ghouls, they couldn't withstand a single emperor realm true dragon. How is it unworthy? A dragon's life is a life, and a ghost's life is a life. When Yi Yu saw him make a move, he violently stomped his foot, dragging the giant sickle in his hand, and rushed up to the sky to fight with him. In the next moment, the giant sickle and the dragon's tail collided together, and the supreme greatness of the emperor realm burst out, causing the heavenly dome to shake. This was a heaven and earth that had been fortified by the prison of beings, and the power of this collision of strikes had actually shaken the void hard. Just one strike wasn't enough, and the two sides tangled together, setting off a fierce battle between the lightning and the fire. You slashed, I sighed. One person and one dragon fought without a fight, causing the 100 tribes to be horrified. With their fierce collision, the violent and horrifying blade chi, raging away, the several clan elders of the Ghoul clan had long ago run away in fear of avoiding them, and the Dragon clan did the same, pulling away. Only the 3 emperor realms of the Soul clan remained towering and floating in the air, possessing a body that was invulnerable to all soldiers. The aftermath waves that contained the power of the Tao of soldiers were nothing to them. But just as the strong wind swept through, the split sky Soul Emperor, who was in the lead, suddenly was feeling a strange sensation coming from his face, and sighed in surprise. Raising his hand to touch it, he touched an indented wound. I'm hurt? Hurt by Hayadu? Noticing this, the split sky Soul Emperor was at a loss. The soul race did not have a physical body. The form was very special. There was no blood, and it wasn't even a concept on the same level as a physical mortal body. Because of this, if you want to hurt them, you must rely on the 10,000 laws avatar.
Using the power of the Tao of 10,000 soldiers to deal with the soul race is as stupid as using the 10,000 laws avatar to deal with the dragon race. Without waiting for him to figure out what was going on, with an earth-shattering roar, the two sides of the fierce battle took a turn for the worse, only to see that the dragon's tail, which covered the sky and looked like it had the power to open up the heavens and the earth, was actually hardened and repelled. With the brief stoppage, it was only then that people realized that the Jintian Dragon Emperor's dragon tail, which had transformed into a heaven-zapping blade, was actually covered in countless white marks, and there was even a shocking wound that was flowing with golden dragon blood. In comparison, the corpse demon was holding a giant sickle, like an ancient demonic god, with an overwhelming aura, as if he had the upper hand. Jintian Dragon Emperor, when I say that the ghoul race will be accompanied to the end, I mean it, and it's time for the dragon race to abdicate as it has occupied the seat of the head of the 100 races for countless years. Facing the attention of all beings, Yi Yu carried a huge sickle. His low and hoarse voice was incomparably evil, and his words were even more airy, and he even had the intention of reaching the top. 2 more to go. I'm writing all night today as I have to take the kids for their vaccinations and regular checkups. In addition, I would like to thank 1 in the water planting rice seedlings for the 10,000 starting point coin reward. There's also a bounty from Hanazawa Kana Hayoka Kita, and 2, a string of numerical codes for book lovers. Thank you, boss. Boss Atmosphere. 76. In the first round of exchanges, the Jintian Dragon Emperor fell into a disadvantage and was bleeding. The result was horrifying, and even more so, his scalp was numb. That was the Jintian Dragon Emperor. 10,000 years ago, he was famous throughout the continent, overriding the apex of hundreds of millions of living beings, and was known as the strongest Emperor Realm Supreme 10,000 years ago. Even surviving from his hands is worth bragging about. As for defeating him, it is simply delusional. This necromancer is also too weird, striking out in fury until he was shaken back. The Jintian Dragon Emperor lowered his eyes to look at the wounds on his tail, as well as the tired white marks, and gradually calmed down. Although he hadn't yet moved to the real thing and exerted all of his means, merely striking out with the power of the Tao of Bing, the strength of the corpse demon was still something that should not be underestimated. He used the dragon's tail as a blade, and for every attack, the corpse demon was attacking at least 4 or 5 times. Perhaps the disparity in size dooms the difference in speed, but what is sacrificed for speed is power. In other words, his dragon tail chopping strike, even though it was not considered the fastest in the same realm tussle, was so powerful that a single attack could top a dozen or so attacks. If an ordinary person wanted to collide with him and compete in a head-to-head power match, there was only one option, and that was to perform a stance in order to make up for the gap in size and strength. But the weird thing was that the corpse demon was able to fight against his dragon tail chopping strike with the power of each attack when he struck so swiftly. Is it a racial talent? This guy? What kind of monsters are mixed from which races? This old monster. The strength of the body is also too unbelievable. 87% of the armor piercing did not manage to easily break through its defense. But if I use a gun, I will win. As he summarized the stage, Yi Yu looked at its dragon tail and had a preliminary assessment of its strength. In this battle, he had all of them on except for the attribute of weapon adaptation, which was not on. It wasn't that he was intentionally holding back, but the giant-sized weapon adaptation, sweep, was too cocky, functioning as a wide-range, indiscriminate attack with a 28,000 meter radius for every attack. This weapon is only suitable for mowing the grass in the pile of enemies without any double, not suitable for solo fights and over-level challenges. He is now a ghoul demon, a member of the ghoul race. If he opens this special attribute, a fierce battle will definitely accidentally injure the friendly troops. It was a pity that he couldn't use his lance right now. Each attack came with 28 combo strikes, and the Jintian Dragon Emperor would definitely not be able to carry his attack, with both sides stopping for the time being to make an assessment of the enemy's strength and think about tactics and fighting styles. Lord Corpse Demon is so strong. Lord Corpse Demon wasn't talking big when he said he was already invincible. In the future, if any ghost says that Lord Ghoul Demon is the scum of the ghoul race, I will be at loggerheads with him. Battle, battle, battle. The ghoul clan will accompany you to the end. The younger generation of the ghoul race, seeing this situation, only felt that their blood was boiling, and they were even more in awe. The dragon tribe came to offend, called for 5 days, the great power to press the ghosts. The ghouls and ghosts don't mention how suffocated they are. Now the corpse demon cut the dragon emperor with a knife, and even fought with the legendary strongest dragon emperor 10,000 years ago, and even got the upper hand. So it can be said that it gave the ghosts a mouthful of bad anger. Even the few ghost emperors of the corpse ghost clan were incomparably stunned. What is this corpse demon? How many corpses has he swallowed? How can he fight against the Jintian Dragon Emperor?
This is too heavenly. To be able to go through a few moves with this emperor, you do have some skills, but to dare to clamor just based on that is simply to laugh off the teeth of the people in the world. When the Jintian Dragon Emperor saw that the Ghoul clan was inspired by the performance of the corpse demon, he only found it laughable to the extreme. He himself hadn't yet used the dragon race's best 10,000 laws avatar, but he was just attacking with his dragon's tail, just like the human race who only used one hand to fight with their enemies, allowing the corpse demon to take a few advantages, surprisingly allowing him to become arrogant. As the words fell, the dragon power within the Jintian Dragon Emperor's body burst out. All of a sudden, the gray dome of the sky, suddenly dark clouds rolling, dark and dense clouds, without warning appeared out of thin air, shrouded a side of the mountains and rivers, but also a torrential downpour. In just an instant, the sky was dark and darkness enveloped this world. The cloudy clouds that covered the sky and stretched for countless miles emitted a depressing aura of destruction. That terrifying and incomparable dragon might was even more domineering and supreme, causing people to look up to its shape and even have the urge to prostrate and kneel down. Rumble. Cloudy clouds appeared, heavy rain fell, and golden thunder raged above the dome of the sky, bursting with golden light. Thunderstorms are obscure and dragons come to wail. The true dragon clan, as the head of the 100 clans, was not solely based on the invulnerable body of all laws. Every true dragon possessed the ability to cast clouds and rain, overturn rivers, and roar with thunder and fury. Dragon thunder was on par with phoenix fire, one of the most domineering powers in the world, the supreme power that countless thunder cultivators had pursued throughout their lives. The greatness of heaven and earth changing color was like a pot of ice water, directly pouring on the heads of those hot-blooded young generations of the ghoul race, causing them to be silenced, subconsciously backing away as if they were facing a great horror for fear of getting too close. However, in an instant, the aura the Jintian Dragon Emperor had erupted was simply the difference between a heaven and an earth. Black cloud overhead. Thunder roared. Jintian Dragon Emperor's divine and domineering golden dragon scales, at this time is flickering brilliance, as if it is a complete revival over the general, mottled divine light as if it contains life, will breathe independently, in the light and darkness between the transformation. He was like a lord above all beings, overlooking the life and death of the earth. His wrath is the wrath of heaven. He mourns, that is, heaven mourns. The strongest members of the 100 races looked up at his divine martial valor, all of them sighing in awe, even with a sense of fear that dwarfed them. Corpse demon, what you said just now, this emperor did not hear. You want to say it again? Jintian Dragon Emperor's pair of dragon eyes erupted with golden streams of light, condescendingly looking down at Yu. Cold and lonely, this is not even clear to hear. It seems that the dragon of the true dragon is not the dragon of the dragon race, but the deafness of the deaf. Since you can't hear clearly, then I will say it again. The dragon race should abdicate. In response to this questioning, Yu was tit for tat and showed no weakness. A true dragon cannot be insulted. You will pay for this. Seeing that he really dared to say it, the Jintian Dragon Emperor had a feeling of taking his own insults and was incomparably shaken. Rumble. In the next moment, a full 1,000 golden thunder pillars, birthed from the cloudy sky, suddenly fell. The heavens and earth were roaring, golden light shone in the world, and terrifying dragon thunder ravaged the heavens and earth, as if it was going to destroy the heavens and the earth. Pale life burial. Tilting his head up to look at the thousands of dragon thunder, Yiyu's face that was shrouded in black mist. No one could see what his reaction was in the face of this situation, just words of indifference. Immediately afterward, Yiyu, who had his feet in the void, bowed his body. His right arm gripped the giant sickle tightly and pulled it back, and a voice resounded in his mind. Ding! Weapon adaptive properties have been turned on. In the next moment, with Yiyu as the center, black light flashed, and the 56-mile radius was instantly swallowed. The sheer scope of this blade's attack was as if it had transcended space and time, as well as process, directly spreading across a 56-mile radius. 77. Dragon thunder descended, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. The black light swept across, devouring everything. The golden light reflected the dome of the sky, and the blade light was like an abyssal sea. The collision of this strike was like heavenly thunder hooking earthly fire. The imperial power surging, the sky shaking and the earth shaking. Yiyu's armor piercing was not simply for the physical body. Spells, divine abilities, and formations. As the black light flashed, thousands of dragon thunderbolts were hardened and annihilated, and all things were reduced to nothing under this blade. Seeing this scene, Cthulhu was touched by it. Dragon thunder was not the strongest stance, but it was the most commonly used killing move of the true dragon clan. Whether or not you can resist the dragon thunder is the qualification to challenge the true dragon. The Ghoul clan has even produced such a monster. The Split Sky Soul Emperor had long since taken his fellow clansmen to hide away since he was injured by the waves. If this sun doesn't die, I'm afraid the Ghoul clan will rise as a result.
The 100 Races powerhouses looked at the black shadow that stood in the air,
not emitting any terrifying aura, as if it was blending into the sky and earth,
and were chilled by it. A single slash to destroy thousands of dragon lightning.
This corpse demon's strength was too outrageous.
Countless powerhouses asked themselves which of their strongest divine abilities was stronger or weaker in terms of power compared to these 1,000 dragon thunderbolts.
People's answers were very similar, either a shade less, about the same, or a shade more,
but none of them helped.
Because the power of this blade was too terrifying, destroying everything.
There was very little hope of breaking this blade and injuring the corpse demon.
In other words, let them face the necromancer, for fear of being fierce. Corpse demon. Right at this moment,
a hysterical and furious dragon roar exploded.
This dragon roar directly pulled everyone's attention back. Looking around,
one sees a shocking scene, only to see that on the shimmering dragon body of the Jintian Dragon Emperor, who had just erupted with the power of the 10,000 laws and was so mighty and divine that he was overshadowed by the gods, there was actually a knife mark that was deep enough to be seen through the bone and was several thousand meters long.
This time, the injuries were different from the broken skin and light wounds of the first encounter before,
but were shockingly serious. This blade of the corpse demon had not only decimated thousands of dragon lightning,
but it had even heavily injured the Jintian Dragon Emperor.
The weapon adaptive property of the giant scythe is better than I expected. Yi Yu had long since seen Jintian Dragon Emperor's injuries and muttered to himself in his heart. Although the giant sickle didn't have the continuous pressure and explosive power of the lance,
after this battle,
the super large range of attacks could not simply be used to mow the grass,
but could also be used to cross the enemy's offense and defense and directly attack the opponent, which could be described as both offense and defense.
It was the first time he found out about this.
There is no way. When he took action in his incarnation as a corpse demon, he was already in the Tianzuan realm, and his special attributes were piled up to a certain height, invincible in the world of man.
In these 5 years, all of them had not encountered any enemies. Through the burial of heaven method to conceal the breath,
and then performed the self-contained divine walk to close the distance. Basically all of them were 1/seconds.
In order to avoid hurting innocents, he had always turned off the weapon adaptive attribute of the giant sickle, and this time, when he saw that the ghouls had fled far away, he had only resorted to using it on an impromptu basis.
In this way, the adaptive properties of each weapon are not to be underestimated, and each is unique.
Sweep, plus, counterattack, plus, blood-sucking.
I'm not going to turn on the electric fan like Bai Chi in some pesticide, am I?
Realizing how terrifying this adaptive attribute of sweeping was, a wonderful thought popped up in Yi Yu's mind, always feeling that this was the correct way to open the giant scythe. According to this, even if he didn't use his lance, it was not impossible for him to defeat the Jintian Dragon Emperor.
Don't scream so loud. I'm not deaf enough to hear you.
Thinking of the correct usage,
Yi Yu jumped into action,
but he did not forget to taunt. Since being invincible, it was hard for him to meet any enemy, so it was hard to catch a strong enemy who could exchange a few moves with him, so he had to enjoy it.
Add $%.
When the Jintian Dragon Emperor heard these words, he was so angry that he almost went berserk, even more hysterical than when he had just died a fellow descendant. He felt that he had lost a great deal of face, and in front of the 100 clans, he was going to make a move to punish, but the result was to be embarrassed by being slapped in the face again and again. The most infuriating thing was that the necromancer's mouth was so cheap, trash talk after trash talk, and he couldn't catch a break.
Damned mole cricket.
Let you see why this emperor is called the strongest in the ages. The Jintian Dragon Emperor didn't want to think about the issue of being a fish in the pond at this moment.
Angry to the point of storming out,
he roared up to the sky.
In a flash, he shook his body. Black as ink ebony light burst out from his body.
Since the dragon's horns started, the golden scales were actually dyed black. Even the golden sun-like eyes were turned into pitch black. His aura climbed upward,
transforming into a black shadow that emitted a terrifying and chaotic aura,
as if it was about to collapse the heavens.
Kala.
With him at the center, with countless bursts of sound, the sky was like a mirror cracking open,
surfacing with dense cracks. That crack, pitch black and incomparable, was as if it was a bottomless pit, and an aura of destruction was emanating from it. Bang!
As the cracks spread unchecked, the firmament crumbled into a profound night,
and the pitch-black body of the Jintian Dragon Emperor unexpectedly merged into the endless void, transforming into the heavens. This heaven and earth, surprisingly, could not accommodate his magnificent body. Seeing this scene,
the heart of the split-sky soul emperor, who was hiding far away,
shook and his scalp tingled.
There are 3,000 great avenues in the universal law of God, and from ancient times there has been a prevalent saying that time does not come out,
and space is honored. And the path cultivated by the Jintian Dragon Emperor was the power of space, the apex of all laws.
What was even more terrifying was that the Jintian Dragon Emperor was directly erupting the power of the Gidi realm,
transforming into space. This was to get real. Jintian Dragon Emperor, we're still present.
The Split Sky Soul Emperor glanced outward and saw the border of the prison of beings, and was so distressed that he could only shout a reminder.
When the Emperor realm is angry, the floating corpses are 10,000 miles.
This rumor is only referring to the power of a single strike. It was possible for a powerhouse at the level of the Jintian Dragon Emperor to put his best foot forward to fight a strong enemy and shatter a domain to pieces.
The weakness of the soul race was originally the 10,000 Laws avatar, and it was trapped in the prison of beings and couldn't get out.
So if the Jintian Dragon Emperor went crazy without regard to the consequences, he would be crippled without dying.
Jintian Dragon Emperor, please calm down.
The Emperor realms of the Ghoul clan were all changing their faces and hurriedly begged for mercy. The scope of this prison of beings wasn't very large, merely enveloping a radius of 5,000 li. But even so, they are within this range, and there are still tens of thousands of fellow ghouls and ghosts. Just now, the ghouls and the Jintian Dragon Emperor's exchanges were deliberately controlling their power and avoiding injuring innocents. Now that the Jintian Dragon Emperor was getting real and going all out, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to retract his power. The great circle of the Emperor realm that grasps the power of space,
and the return to the One Realm. I don't know if I can stand up to it.
When Yu saw him in this form, his face was grave, his body was tense, and he gripped the giant sickle in his hand with force. His battle spirit was excited. He never had the idea of belittling Jintian Dragon Emperor from the beginning to the end, because he was ultimately in the late stage of the heavenly exaltation realm, whereas Jintian Dragon Emperor was the great perfection of the Emperor realm, a powerhouse that was above the topmost point of hundreds of millions of living beings in Tianxian continent, and there was a huge gap in the power of the realm. If the Jintian Dragon Emperor killed him in a second with a single move, it would be useless even if his blood absorption was high. But if the Jintian Dragon Emperor didn't have the means to kill him in seconds, he would have to nonchalantly start spinning.
2 more deliveries. Thank you all for the monthly votes, as well as Salted Fish Demon, and the rewards from the digital bookworms. Not that I don't want to name names, but the digital code is too long. 78. The extreme darkness of the Jintian Dragon Emperor, who had transformed into the void, dominated the heavens and the earth and was unrivaled. Yu held a giant sickle and looked up at the sky as if he was fighting against the sky. There was no unnecessary nonsense. Just for a split second, the battle-hardened Yu suddenly was feeling an incomparably strong sense of crisis. This sense of crisis, coming from the underworld, had the feeling that there was nowhere to escape and that he was completely locked in. The most intuitive feeling is like being targeted by a powerful and terrifying predator, and you don't know where the predator is and in what way it will attack. Alarmed by this matter, Yu did not dodge, but instead, his body swayed, dragging the giant sickle in his hand, and headed straight into the void. His purpose was clear, to close the distance. As long as he kept Jintian Dragon Emperor in his attack range, his counterattacks would be automatically triggered, along with the blood-sucking, but whenever he wasn't killed in seconds, he would be able to open the turn. Griffin, the Jintian Dragon Emperor looked down at him, his words cold and compelling, causing the heavens and earth to tremble and all beings to tremble. He was as if he was the master of the world, and with a single thought, he could cause heaven and earth to collapse. Boom! The words rang out. Yiyu's chest was suddenly shattered without warning, and surprisingly, a dark, deep and horrible stream of water was drilled out. This was spatial turbulence, a bizarre force that did not exist between heaven and earth, but in the void. That terrifying power was enough to destroy everything in the world and devour everything. The strike was so bizarre that it was as if the process had been skipped, hitting the enemy as soon as it was struck, the attack launching itself from within the enemy's body. At the same time, a black light exploded as the giant sickle in Yiyu's hand chopped away, tipping over a 56-mile radius. This strike was also bizarre, as if it was a giant scythe that was 28,000 meters long, violently sweeping across. All living beings within range were unable to avoid its attack. Clang! The blade and the dragon's scales collided together like swords clashing, iron and stone clanging, between the lightning and the fire. Dense, unending collision sounds exploded. Countless channels of spatial turbulence drilled out from the corpse demon's body, like a long, living snake, twisting and winding, devouring everything. The flesh body had undergone such a strange change, but the corpse demon acted as if nothing had happened, constantly waving the giant sickle in his hand. The black blade light carried out a sight of the mountains and rivers, decimating all things. The battle between the corpse demon and the Jintian Dragon Emperor was instantaneous, but it was a fierce battle from the moment they crossed paths. The battle between the two sides could be described as shocking the heavens and earth, and the heavens and earth exploded continuously. deafening the ears as if the heavens and earth were about to be collapsed. The terrifying collision set off the emperor's might, which was like an annihilating tsunami surging, with one wave stronger than the other sweeping away, causing the heaven and earth to change color. A dark, black light that engulfed everything. This kind of fierce battle, people are even unable to see what is happening. Just hearing its sound, it is mesmerizing. The only people who could catch a glimpse of it were those who were strong in the emperor realm, but they were incomparably appalling and trembling with fear, as if they had seen a great terror. Battles between emperor realms were mostly a duel of divine ability moves, with few pure physical combat. What seemed like a simple attack was actually the result of the Great Way being simple and returning to the basics. If the emperor realm was a manifestation of the level of power, then the Tao realm was a realization, utilization, and development of power. If there was a gap in the Tao realm's perception, you wouldn't even be able to comprehend the enemy's attack, why it was so terrifying, and what kind of concept it was. This ghost and dragon duel was just like that. It is bizarre to the point of being unthinkable and beyond human comprehension. Those below the emperor realm were only able to see a black storm raging, spiraling and flowing as it collided with the void. Only a truly strong person can see through that violent to impermeable offense. The corpse demon is like an immortal and indestructible crazy ghost, the body constantly drilling out spatial turbulence, but is unharmed, like no one else, constantly waving the huge sickle in his hand, launching a challenge to the void. 10,000 years ago, the Jintian Dragon Emperor had been called the strongest person in the Tianxian continent, and his reputation was so resounding that it had been known for 100 generations. Until nowadays, mentioning his name could make a night baby stop crying. It was only that how strong the Jintian Dragon Emperor was, and why he was called the strongest person in the Tianxian continent, was little known. He was the apex of the world, the peak of the great circle of the emperor realm, having come to the end of the road, and could be called supreme. He was the head of the 100 races, and possessed the body of 10,000 laws that was number one on the physique list. The way he cultivated was the space avenue of the 10,000 laws avatar. His speed was the greatest in the world, instantaneously resting in the 9 heavens and the 9 ghosts. His power, even more terrifying as it was chilling. Those who are enemies with them dare not have even a moment's laxity. This was because the Jintian Dragon Emperor was able to lock onto the enemy's location, using space as a point to cross distances, realities, magical powers, spell formations, and defenses, and launching directly from within the enemy's body. 10,000 years ago, there was a saying that those who were enemies of Jintian should never be known by him, never be seen by him. Once he sees you, you're not far from death. When the Jintian Dragon Emperor was at the height of his popularity, there was a period when the 100 races reached an unprecedented level of unity to fight against the true dragon race, and the law of the coexistence of the 100 races was also laid down during that period, hidden from the world for 10,000 years. How strong the Jintian Dragon Emperor is always an unknown. What is certain is that he is even stronger than 10,000 years ago, because he has made up for the only shortcoming of the true dragon clan, mastering the power of the Tao of soldiers. But the appalling thing is that Jintian Dragon Emperor is so powerful that it is unbelievable, and the corpse demon was able to fight with him evenly, and it was difficult to distinguish between them in a short period of time. In fact, the real state of the battlefield is not what very many people think it is. After enduring thousands of spatial turbulences, how is it still alive? The Jintian Dragon Emperor went from being lonely and proud as he erupted into full power, to being grave, and finally being heart-stricken. With a single movement of his mind, he was able to summon dozens or hundreds of spatial turbulences that erupted and drilled out from the body of the corpse demon. He clearly and incomparably felt straight away that his attack, which had actually hit the corpse demon had endured countless attacks. Such a battle situation was beyond his knowledge, and he could not understand it. One must know that his terrifying power was enough to tear apart the flesh of any living being, not to mention thousands of them. Even a single spatial turbulence would be a terrifying attack for any Empyrean realm powerhouse. But the corpse demon was like immortal. No matter what kind of attack it endured, it would never fall. What was even more chilling was that as fierce as his attack was, how swiftly the necromancer counterattacked. If you hit him, he's bound to hit you back, as if it's never ending. Moreover, the speed of the corpse devil is extremely fast, as if it were like a shadow. He repeatedly operated the power of space, disappeared into the void of the shift, trying to pull away, but the corpse devil was always able to keep up with his footsteps, closing the distance with him to fight with him desperately. The more he fought, the more he was shocked, as the Jintian Dragon Emperor endured thousands of chopping blows, feeling countless pains coming from all parts of his circumference. Shattered air. In the face of this, the Jintian Dragon Emperor, who had been suppressed by the furious attack, was forced to change his stance. In the middle of a head-to-head duel, although it was not shameful to change tactics,
The party that was the first to change meant that it had fallen into a disadvantage and was forced to seek a change. True Dragon was solitary by nature, never bothering to be the first to change his moves, but he had to do so. He had to interrupt the corpse demon's fighting rhythm. If he let the corpse demon spin on, the outcome would be hard to predict. 79. When one reached the level of the Emperor realm, a casual strike was a killing move for the weak. But in fact, that was just an unusual attack, not enough, and a move with a name was a move of pride, no matter for which realm's powerhouse. Buzz, Jintian Dragon Emperor's dragon body, which was like a black shadow, had both claws hardened to carry the black blade light probing out in the air. This grasp, with him as the center, the void for which must be, unexpectedly is in a spiral shape crazy twisted up. All of a sudden, scalp-numbing, heart-scratching strange sounds, wrapped up and resounded between heaven and earth. The range of this strike covered the entire prison of beings. Jintian Dragon Emperor, the split sky soul emperor, who was placed within this range, could not hold back when he saw this move and exclaimed in shock. As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw that the move had already taken shape, and immediately stood together with his fellow emperor realm, resisting with all his might. The several clan elders of the Ghoul clan had long since gathered the ghouls and protected them behind them, preventing them from being shaken to death by the aftershocks. Seeing that the Jintian Dragon Emperor was about to perform an imperial technique, all of their faces changed greatly, as if they were facing a great enemy. Wah wah! Just then, a baby's cry resounded between heaven and earth. The cry was mournful and bizarre, and even more hysterical, as if it had been subjected to endless aggression. The cry came, and the spatial distortion that was about to ripple through the several clan elders of the Ghoul clan came to a screeching halt, even as it began to retract. It's the son and mother Ghost Emperor. The Ghost Mother has come to our rescue. Seeing this scene, the ghouls who had long been frightened by the aftermath of the Emperor's battle were overjoyed. In the next moment, a woman with greenish-white skin, wearing a bridal Cheongsam wedding dress that was as crimson as blood, her face covered by a red head, and holding a baby in her arms, suddenly appeared in front of the ghouls. The Ghost Mother's body was unbelievably hot, with a convex front and back, boldly dressed with high thighs, long white legs, and many weird and inexplicable black tattoos. Her right arm was bent and she was carrying a baby with a twisted, bloody face and features that were not yet fully developed. The baby cried continuously, and its cries resounded out as if it was able to dissolve all calamities. However, the battle wasn't over yet, and the void continued to distort. Yi Yu was not sheltered. In a twisted void, even if he did not attack, the giant sickle in his hand was constantly counterattacking and driving around, because as the void distorted, that terrifying power was tearing everything apart all the time. To turn everything into pieces, the ghouls have finally sent a decent powerhouse. Yi Yu heard the sound of a baby crying and didn't even need to look to know who the person coming was. The ghoul race was different from other races in that there was no patriarch, only the three supreme ghosts of ghouls, and the Zimu Ghost Emperor was among them. Her origins were mysterious, her racial aptitude unknown, her strength unfathomable, and so far she had never personally made a move, relying solely on the ghost baby in her arms, causing all parties of the Emperor realm to look on in fear. In the last 100 races ranking battle, the reason why the human race was ranked below the ghoul race was because the Ghost Mother had hardened the way forward. Obviously, the situation had changed, and the Zimu Ghost Emperor had decisively stepped in to protect the ghosts when he realized that there was a possibility for several clan elders to survive. At the same time, heaven and earth twisted to the extreme, and the clenched dragon claw of the Jintian Dragon Emperor was suddenly loosened. Woo boom! In the next moment, with an extreme burst of sound, as if it was a great explosion of heaven and earth, the prison of beings was transformed into a chaos. Chaos rages. Space explodes, turbulence runs rampant, Shenkuan is upside down, and everything in heaven and earth is reduced to nothing at this moment. Within the prison of beings, it was as if there was no difference between heaven and earth, only endless darkness. Even the light was swallowed up. Dead silence. The beings that were inside the prison of beings were only able to feel a dark turbulence impacting them, and there was no way to even watch the battle anymore. What happened in the deep darkness? No one knows. The only people who knew a thing or two were the one man and one dragon in the fierce battle. In the midst of the extreme darkness, Yi Yu dragged the giant sickle in his hand and met the big explosion of space shattering as he took a step and charged straight at the Jintian Dragon Emperor. What was appalling was that with every step he took, his body size would rise more than 1,000 meters taller. But in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a 10,000-foot giant, and the giant sickle in his hand turned into a prime giant sickle. Burial. Closing in close, Yi Yu raised the giant sickle in his hand high and rotated it in a circle, no longer using the blade against the enemy, but using the long hilt of the giant sickle against the enemy, stabbing away. This strike seemed as if it was going to penetrate through everything in the world, containing a domineering and unrivaled invincible intent.
The time had come, and he no longer held back, borrowing the giant sickle to transform into a spear and exploding the power of the gun dao of 10,000 soldiers. In the face of this move, the Jintian Dragon Emperor was not willing to show weakness, and his dragon tail broke through the air and chopped away, meeting it hard. But the moment the dragon's tail collided with the hilt at the end of the giant sickle, the Jintian Dragon Emperor was stunned by it, obviously not a blade to each other. The power of this strike is countless times more terrifying than before, contains the meaning of invincibility, wherever it passes, unstoppable. Everything that stands in front of it are destroyed and annihilated. Alarmed by this matter, it was already too late for him to regret. The dragon's scales shattered, golden blood poured out, and the dragon's tail was pierced through a hideously large hole on the spot. The end hilt of the giant sickle was like a lance through its dragon's tail. Yi Yu tightened his grip on the giant sickle in his hand and burst out his strength to pick it up, as if he was picking up a mountain with a gun. His right arm flipped, and the giant sickle blade descended like a heavenly sword, slashing down. The blade of the giant sickle cut and arrived, directly missing Jintian Dragon Emperor's neck, penetrating a tenth of the way in. It was like a meteorite descending from the sky. Yi Yu suppressed it and crashed down, hitting the bottom of the prison of beings. What's wrong? Is the strongest Dragon Emperor in the ages only at this level? Condescendingly writing on the body of the Jintian Dragon Emperor. Yi Yu pressed one hand against the back of the blade of the giant sickle and pressed one hand against its head as he regaled his voice. His voice contained Yuan power and resounded out, swallowing mountains and rivers, lonely and arrogant to the point of being unbeatable, shocking all beings, as if he had achieved an absolute victory. This scene shocked all beings, and even more so, caused the Emperor realms of the true Dragon Clan to tremble. This corpse demon had said earlier that it was already invincible. Was that really the case? This weapon is still not suitable for overcoming challenges. With that on his lips, Yi Yu's heart still had a few disappointments. A giant sickle is not as effective at breaking armor as a lance's penetration for straight cuts. If he had used a long spear, just now when he had performed his spear technique, coupled with the attribute of continuous attack, this Dragon Emperor would definitely be half dead even if he hadn't been killed in seconds on the spot. Roar! Being suppressed by him, the Jintian Dragon Emperor was incomparably humiliated, and even more unwillingly, letting out an angry dragon roar. The time has come for the Ghoul clan to ascend to the top. Ghost Mother, I can't kill it with my power alone. Help me slay the dragon. Disappointment after disappointment. The timing was just right. Yi Yu took the opportunity to pull the Zimu Ghost Emperor down. 80. The strongest Dragon Emperor in the ages is only at this level? The corpse demon's low, hoarse and evil words resounded in all directions. The body was sinuous and long. Its size covered the sky, and the divine and majestic Jintian Dragon Emperor was pressed to the ground by one of its hands, a giant scythe. When the 100 clans saw this scene, they were all stunned on the spot. The outcome of this battle was beyond everyone's expectations. Jintian Dragon Emperor versus Corpse Demon. Surprisingly, he did not have the upper hand from start to finish, and was suppressed at every turn. First, in the first round of the exchange, the dragon's tail was injured and the dragon's blood flowed. Again, in the second round of the exchange, the dragon's body was directly chopped out with a wound that was thousands of meters long and deep enough to be seen on the bone. The Jintian Dragon Emperor had been forced to use his full strength, and he was still pressed to the ground as a result. The true Dragon Clan. Is this the only extent? Kala. For a moment, the wall that stood in the hearts of the 100 races crumbled and cracked. Since ancient times, the true Dragon Clan had been like a huge mountain pressing down on the shoulders of the 100 clans. Only the Soul Clan, which was able to be an even match with it, would not be too inferior. The heavenly pride and powerhouses of other races could only compete with the dragon race by joining forces. As for trying to defeat a true dragon of the same realm in single combat, it could be considered delusional. But at this moment, the corpse demon was the 8th seat of the 100 races, swimming upstream against the current, and even suppressed the strongest Dragon Emperor from 10,000 years ago in a single combat situation. This imperial battle was so intense and even more earth-shattering that it was enough to go down in history. In the face of Yi Yu's invitation, the Zimu Ghost Emperor, who was draped in a red cover, did not say a word when she saw the Jintian Dragon Emperor being crushed by a giant sickle on his neck and being crushed on the ground in a sorry state. Only that her heart had long since set off wild waves of fury that could not be calmed for a long time. Has the time come? Dragon slaying? Ghouls on top? Today's matter was too shocking, and the Zimu Ghost Emperor, who had survived for 10,000 years, had no way to keep his mind calm. The true Dragon Clan was too strong, so strong that any of the races among the 100 races would have absolutely no possibility of defeating it in a one-on-one situation. Because of this, After the black sheep of the corpse demon slashed the dragon emperor, and even openly clamored to be accompanied to the end, the corpse demon clan suffered an unprecedented catastrophe. She, as one of the leaders of the ghoul clan, met with the other two leaders, and ultimately was the one to finalize a plan, a strong one, sacrificing 3 elderly, soon-to-be decaying corpse ghost clan elders, as well as a famous, in his prime, with a promising future as a born heavenly ghost emperor. He took advantage of the tragic, but still bearable, price to make sure that the true dragon clan would be blocked out, because the hidden secrets within the territory of the ghoul clan are too significant. If they are exposed by the excavation, the calamity of extermination will be in the present day. According to their preconceived notions, the corpse demon is doing wrong outside, waving the flag and pulling hatred. I am afraid that there is a great hatred with the corpse ghost tribe, and it is absolutely not going to show up. All strategies are exhausted, and the only way to get through this calamity is to have the next strategy. But what had not been expected was that the corpse demon was true to his word. Saying that he would accompany to the end was to accompany to the end. And not only did he appear in front of the people of the world, but he also broke out with such a heaven-defying battle power, fighting with the strongest dragon emperor of 10,000 years ago. Roar! The Jintian dragon emperor was roaring up to the sky and struggling even more violently. Strange shame. Strange shame. In front of all the people in the world, he was actually suppressed on the ground by a ghoul, which really disgraced the dragon clan. If he wanted to wash away this disgrace, he had to kill the corpse demon in order to revive the majesty of the dragon clan. Ghost mother, hurry up, I can't suppress him anymore. Yi Yu saw him start to struggle and eagerly shouted through the air. With time running out and an opportunity not to be lost, the Zimu ghost emperor faltered and tilted his head slightly. The ghost mother is looking at the split sky soul emperor? What does that mean? Subconscious actions often reveal a lot of things, and Yi Yu was surprised to find that the Zimu ghost emperor, faced with such a good opportunity, before taking action, his first reaction was actually to look at the soul race. Such an unusual action made Yi Yu's mind active. Is this a scruple? Or is it a request for permission? There's something fishy going on. The ghoul race and the soul race, they can't be secretly joining forces, can they? What are the soul clan plotting by cooperating with the ghoul? Ghouls and ghosts facing the true dragon clan's fury pressure realm. The 3 honors do not show their heads. Oppose for peace. Sworn to resist. Even if the emperor realm is killed, is not willing to let the true dragon clan to enter the territory to search for. It would not be in the secret plan. What right? The first direction Yi Yu guessed was conspiracy. Plotting big plans. As for whether or not there might be any stories between the Zimu Ghost Emperor and the Split Sky Soul Emperor, he didn't even think about it that way. The 10 major races had all survived for countless years, and had gotten to where they were today through killing and fighting and scheming, and each of them was not an idle generation. The leaders of the 10 major races are people with great perseverance, great awareness, great wisdom, and in the face of the big picture, they will never be trapped by their children's love, personal feelings and grudges. The ghoul race was a very special race, with an extremely high lower limit and an even higher upper limit, as it was able to combine the strengths of all races, and was also able to become stronger by absorbing the power of corpses. By all rights, a race as special as the ghouls should have been exterminated long ago. After all, the ghoul race was able to breed strong people through the corpses of other races' strong celestials. It was this kind of heavenly angry and disgraceful race that had always stood for countless years and had not been exterminated so far. Perhaps it had something to do with the hibernation of the ghoul race waiting for the right time before their first rise to power, but even if that was the case, such a race should have been exterminated a long time ago. It was as if he was also scheming a great plan, wanting to make the 100 races break the law of coexistence, and the 100 races would be in great turmoil. He's improvising this time and taking advantage of the situation. If he could, he was looking forward to the ghoul clan going to war with the true dragon clan in a bloody battle, because then, he would be able to fish in troubled waters, harvesting the corpses of the strong clan's elites, and growing by leaps and bounds before the day of Heavenly Shin's catastrophe arrived. Anyway, it was the ghouls and dragons who died, and he didn't bring any heartache at all. Ghost Mother, don't hesitate any longer. If we let him get away today, when he makes a comeback, the offense will only be more terrifying. In a flash of 10,000 thoughts, Yi Yu thought of a lot and shouted again. As the strongest 10,000 years ago, the Jintian Dragon Emperor was powerful and not so easily suppressed. The skill he excelled in was strong attacking, not sealing, and he was already on the verge of his limit with just these 10 or so breaths of effort. Boom! In the face of his urging, the Zimu Ghost Emperor finally moved, and between the jade hand that wasn't holding the baby and the grip, the ferocious sword that burned with pitch-black flames fell into his hand and slashed violently. If you wanted to injure a true dragon, you had to rely on weapons. It was impossible to rely on divine power alone. For countless years, The true dragon clan had overridden the 100 clans, and in order to fight against the dragon clan, the true powerhouses of the 100 clans all practiced both dharma and martial arts. 81. 81. Whoa! The Zemu Ghost Emperor struck out. This sword, terrifying and unparalleled, unrivaled sword intent rampant, as if it was going to swallow the sky and destroy the might of the earth, and the child in its arms even cried, emitting ghostly cries and howls of weeping. Only, the sword in her hand was not chopping the Jintian Dragon Emperor, but rather rushing towards the 8 true dragons above the firmament. This sword, coupled with Ghost Waif's wail, directly separated the pale sky and annihilated countless dragon lightning. The fair duel between the corpse demon and the Jintian Dragon Emperor hasn't been decided yet, so you guys are interfering haphazardly. Are you trying to bully the few with the many? The Zemu Ghost Emperor defused their attack, and a cold and majestic female voice came out from under the red cover. With this strike, he had actually blocked the attacks of 8 dragon emperors with his own strength, which could be described as astonishing. This ghost mother's strength is truly unfathomable. The cry of the ghostly child is as eerie as ever. As she struck, a pair of eyes outside the battlefield showed scorn. The ghost mother had never taken the initiative to strike, and every passive strike had been defensive, defusing the attack. Just how strong she is will always remain a mystery and provoke speculation. Unlike other emperor realms, the son and mother ghost emperor is very special. It is like 2 emperor realms merging into one, the ghost mother and ghost child together to beat you, and it is not appropriate for you to say that she is a group beating. The dragon emperors are striking out in a group attack. Does this mean that the Jintian Dragon Emperor has lost the fight in single combat? So the dragons can be afraid too? The prying eyes of the strongest races are even more maliciously effusive, mocking and foolish. In the last 10,000 years, because of the law of coexistence of all races, different races were only able to compete with each other in the same realm, and the concept of pure invincibility of the true dragon race was like an imprint that was deeply embedded into the bones of every race. Let your heavenly pride cover the world. The true dragon is invincible. With the same realm, in the past 10,000 years, even the Soul Clan hadn't been able to break this concept, and only a decade or so ago did a raging Pistoliu, who was claimed to be the strongest demon the human clan had ever seen, emerge and defeat the true dragon clan's heavenly pride at the Earth King realm. Although that battle shocked the world and shook the whole continent with its fame, it only attracted the attention of the various races and did not make any waves. That is ultimately the competition between the Earth King realm. For the 100 clans strong, the Emperor realm is only qualified to ascend to the stage of the 100 clans competition. Defeating a true dragon at the Earth King realm made sense, but not much. The most terrifying part of the true dragon clan was in the realm of the Emperor realm, having the most Emperor realms, the strongest Emperor realms, the most Emperor arts, and an immeasurable amount of reserves. This battle was different. The corpse demon had the power to defeat the Jintian Dragon Emperor even though he didn't have the power to kill the Jintian Dragon Emperor alone. Most importantly, they realized something. The true dragon clan was not invincible. Exterminate the heir. At the same time, the Jintian Dragon Emperor had been suppressed for a long time, and had finally brewed up enough power to directly erupt with an imperial technique. In a split second, a pillar of pitch black light erupted from his body, rushing up through the sky and into the earth. Beyond the pillar of light, storms swept across, dragon thunder exploded, and black and gold met, which could be described as a wonder of heaven and earth. Yi Yu, who was riding on him, was simply unable to dodge, and was instantly submerged by the pillar of light. But as it counterattacked, Yi Yu's attack became even more furious, the giant sickle in his hand spinning madly, a dozen turns in an instant. If it doesn't die like this, is it really immortal? With that wild wind and rain-like rotation, the Jintian Dragon Emperor could feel his own dragon body's flesh and blood being sliced off one piece after another, and felt appalled and fearful all of a sudden. Having survived for 10,000 years, and even more so, having reigned supreme for countless years, how rich his battle experience was, no matter what kind of enemies he had seen. However, the battle with the corpse demon was still beyond his knowledge. His emperor techniques were enough to cause any emperor realm to retreat and be traumatized, but he just couldn't hurt the corpse demon. What was even weirder was that the corpse demon was able to harden itself against all of his attacks, not wanting to fight him to the death. As a matter of fact, his attack had long since injured Yi Yu, and if it wasn't for the corpse collector's exclusive robes covering his body, the Jintian Dragon Emperor would have seen his body disintegrate only to recover in an instant. The air-exterminating light pillar lasted for up to tens of breaths before it finally erupted, and dissipated with a bang. With another round of attack, when the spectacle of heaven and earth changing colors disappeared, Jintian Dragon Emperor's huge dragon body was already bruised and battered all over his body, almost unable to find a piece of intact body, drenched in golden blood and white bones. Boom boom boom. The corpse demon's 10. 000-foot body was still riding on Jintian Dragon Emperor's head, raising his left arm and slamming fist after fist down onto Jintian Dragon Emperor's head. This scene of the riding face angrily pounding and the corpse devil hitting the dragon signaled another round of exchanges that once again ended with the corpse devil gaining the upper hand. Boom! Right at this moment, the prison of beings, which had enveloped a 5,000-mile radius, shattered with a loud bang. When it was too late, the Dragon Emperor of Jintian's dragon body erupted into a jet black, ink-like aerosol, and the power of space enveloped his entire body as he directly disappeared in place. Trying to escape? Yi Yu realized this matter and immediately let out a furious cry and rose up to the sky. Only, his target was not the Jintian Dragon Emperor, but rather, he was heading straight for a dragon body that descended from the sky. That was the corpse of the Dragon Emperor that he had decapitated with a single slash. Even though it was killed by him and the level of the treasure chest was automatically reduced by 3 levels, it was still a harvest. In a flash, he put away the dragon corpse. As he moved, the 8 true dragons above the pale sky were also enveloped in black mist and disappeared into place. Corpse Demon. Today's revenge will be avenged in the coming day. The pale sky hadn't yet returned to its original state. It was still shattered, and upon realizing that he had collected the corpses of the dragon race, Jintian Dragon Emperor's gnashed teeth and shocking words came from the void. Have the balls to say that to my face. Yi Yu shocked his voice as he could not sense his location through the void. It wasn't that he didn't want to chase after him, but after the Jintian Dragon Emperor put away the prison of beings, he disappeared without a trace in just an instant, not knowing how far he had run away. The root cause of Jintian Dragon Emperor's defeat this time was still due to the fact that he had brought this upon himself by laying down the prison of beings, enveloping a radius of 5,000 miles and trapping himself within this small world. Losing the area restriction of the prison of beings, the sky was high enough for dragons to fly, and it wasn't that easy for him to get close enough to stick to the Jintian Dragon Emperor, who practiced the power of space and claimed to have the world's divine speed. He had guessed at this outcome a long time ago, which was why he had not shied away from saying that he could not kill the Jintian Dragon Emperor by himself alone. It wasn't difficult to defeat the Jintian Dragon Emperor, but it would be difficult to kill him. Of course, this was his situation at the late stage of the heavenly exaltation realm. If it was at the same realm, the Jintian Dragon Emperor would be considered it powerful if it wasn't killed by him in seconds. In response to this counterattack, the Jintian Dragon Emperor did not respond any further. The story was written by the winner, and nothing the loser could say would help. And his escape also meant that the curtain had officially fallen on this imperial battle. The strongest Dragon Emperor from 10,000 years ago lost, and the Corpse Demon won. 82. The True Dragon Clan called for 5 days. All the world's 100 tribes were attracted. The intention is to want to brightly and squarely use the power to suppress people, but also to let everyone know one thing. To kill the Dragon Emperor is what kind of consequences. However, Jintian Dragon Emperor's escape meant a great defeat, making the world see a big joke. It's just that people are more like everyone is in danger than they are in a gloating mood. The ranking of the Ghoul clan has been pushed down with great difficulty, and to think that a monster like the Ghoul Demon has been produced. This race should have been exterminated at all costs back then. Especially the powerful clans that ranked above the Ghoul clan were all like enemies, repenting. Only, the words of regret were nothing more than words, and if they really wanted to start a war of extermination with the Ghoul clan, none of the powerful clans would put them into action. The fact that the Ghoul race existed in the world to this day and hadn't been wiped out had something to do with the fact that they had never laid a hand on the top 2 ranked True Dragon race and Soul race. The Dragon clan and the Soul clan hadn't been victimized in any way, so their attitude towards the Ghoul clan had always been one of indulgence. These 2 disconnected leading powerful races sat back and watched while the other races tried to exterminate the ghouls. It was hard as hell, and even if they did manage to do so they would pay a price in blood, because the strong clans were in a deadly fight with each other, and when they really went crazy, the Emperor Realm powerhouses hid to avoid the battle and specialized in sneaking attacks on the enemy's younger generation, which was simply impossible to defend against. The ghouls are going to rise. While ordinary people could only see the outcome of this battle, what the strongest of the clans saw was the impact behind this battle. With heavy hearts, the strength of the Corpse Demon was comparable to the strongest Dragon Emperor 10,000 years ago, and it was a foregone conclusion. Even though it said in its own words that it didn't have the ability to kill the Jintian Dragon Emperor alone. But looking at the entire continent, who would dare to say that they could single-handedly kill the Jintian Dragon Emperor? One must know that the Jintian Dragon Emperor majored in the way of space, and while his battle prowess was heaven-defying, he also had the extreme speed of the world, so if he wanted to escape, no one would be able to stop him. The Soul clan was also clamoring to settle the score with the Corpse Demon before, and it's not over yet. If the Soul race and the Dragon race join forces, this Corpse Demon will surely die. Where's the need to join forces? Corpse Demons specialize in the Tao of soldiers. And the soul race's greatest restraint is the Tao of soldiers. The races outside the top 10, who couldn't climb the rankings anyway, were a bit more calm and looked forward to a good show. That's right, the imperial war between the dragon race and the ghoul race had come to an end for the time being, but this conflict wasn't over yet. After the prison of beings dissipated and Yi Yu collected the dragon corpse, he did not let his guard down but turned his head to face the three emperor realms of the Soul Clan. Compared to the Dragon Clan's battle, the people sent out by the Soul Clan were more low-key. It was only that the Split Sky Soul Emperor was a powerhouse ranked in the Heavenly Shan Anecdotes Supreme Ranking. The so-called Supreme Ranking was a ranking made based on a full range of comprehensive considerations such as battle records, strength, divine abilities, imperial weapons, race, rights, and so on. Being on the Supreme Ranking was not just a reflection of one's personal strength. Each one was a world-defying powerhouse strong enough to shake the continent. It was no exaggeration to say that the powerhouses on the Supreme Ranking were able to sway the pattern of the Tianxian continent. The Split Sky Soul Emperor was faced squarely by the corpse demon's face, which was shrouded in black mist, so that he could not see his appearance or demeanor. And for a moment, he was speechless and his heart was furious. If the corpse demon hadn't mistakenly injured him during his battle with the Jintian Dragon Emperor, his current attitude would definitely be lofty, lonely and cold. After all, that fierce imperial battle just now was already an indication of one thing. The corpse demon was a strong person who majored in the Tao of soldiering, and the one thing the soul race wasn't afraid of the most was the Tao of soldiering. But the weird thing is that the aftermath of the necromancer was able to hurt him. Although it only broke a little skin, it means that the necromancer has the ability to hurt him. What happens when you make an enemy of the dragon race? From ancient times only the soul race is unharmed. Corpse demon. I'm looking forward to how you're going to reach the top when you lead the corpse ghost race. The Split Sky Soul Emperor, who knew that he was being stared at by the people of the world, was silent for a while and spoke in a meaningful manner. Jintian had been beaten away. If he was also beaten away, it would be a great loss of face, and he had to think of a suitable excuse to leave the scene. Didn't you say I was unforgivable and that you wanted to settle the score with me? Seeing that he had an attitude of having the greater good in mind, Yi Yu did not intend to give him face and had a strong attitude. The Dragon Clan and the Soul Clan, the two most lawless bullies in the Tianxian continent, were arrogant and domineering, and there were far too many times when they bullied people too much. The other party was so polite purely because he was too strong, but where he wasn't strong enough, just based on the matter of him killing the Soul Clan's great emperor, the Soul Clan would at the very least strip him of his skin and bones. You've exceeded my expectations, and I'm more interested in how much trouble you can cause the Dragon Clan than in killing you. The Split Sky Soul Emperor had lived for countless years and simply wouldn't eat this kind of provocation. Not only did he not get angry, but instead, he laughed. These words also showed an attitude that the Soul Clan did not intend to join forces with the Dragon Clan to exterminate the corpse demon. Farewell. After saying that, he did not wait for Yi Yu to respond and left a sentence before leading the two soul race great emperors to disappear in the same place. This group of old oil, the skin is really thicker than one, to escape are said by his righteousness. Seeing that he directly left, Yi Yu did not have the idea of stopping him, but only secretly said, with his special attribute of blood absorption, he was indeed able to fight endlessly, and as long as there were still enemies present, as long as he wasn't killed in seconds, he would be able to be revived with full blood. However, he can draw blood, but not blue. In short, he had less than half of his blue bar left, although he had been able to absorb Yuan Qi and recover his blue amount while fighting since the Celestial Exaltation Realm. After all, he was fighting across the border, and casting divine spells and weapon techniques, which had to be exploded at full strength, consumed a great deal. We must find a magic aptitude that exchanges injuries for blue, otherwise there's no way to go on with a never-ending battle streak. The great battle was over, and Yi Yu was also summarizing the experience and lessons learned from this battle. The enemies in the past were so weak that he didn't even need to use his full strength. He could just rely on his flat A alone to spike his opponents, and he couldn't even accumulate any combat experience. This battle with the Jintian Dragon Emperor was a rewarding experience for him. Whether he wanted to single-handedly take on the Dragon Clan by himself, or single-handedly take on other strong clans, in terms of long-term development, he had to find a way to make up for the lack of blue bars. As for laying down a seal or formation like a dragnet to avoid the enemy from escaping, he didn't have much of an idea. Based on the late stage of the Heavenly Sovereign Realm alone, it would be impossible for him to suppress the Heavenly Dragon Emperor Jintian, who was in the great circle of the Emperor Realm, even if he truly created a divine ability of suppression and sealing by virtue of his enlightenment. In the final analysis, the reason why he couldn't stop the Jintian Dragon Emperor from escaping was still because his realm was too low. To solve the problem of not being able to kill his enemies and being given the runaround by them, all he had to do was raise his realm. Ghost Mother, Why didn't you help me slay the dragon just now? If you miss this time, you won't have this kind of good opportunity in the future. After summarizing the lesson in his mind, Yi Yu turned to look at the Zimu Ghost Emperor, who was not far away from protecting the clan members of the corpse ghost race, and asked for the sin. 83. Doing a full set of drama. Since the identity of the necromancer is seen by the world as a ghoulish race, let's sit on it. As long as we can avoid speculation that the necromancers are human, it's all good. Whoa! In the face of his questioning, the ghost child in the Zimu Ghost Emperor's arms instantly let out a cry. The cries were like the howling of wolves, and even more so, they were transformed into bursts of substantial sound waves, spreading out in the air like ripples. As the sound waves spread, the sound of this side of the world was isolated by the divine power. The time has not yet come. Only after this was done did the Zimu Ghost Emperor's clear and cold voice ring out. This is still considered untimely? What a woman's opinion. If we let the Jintian Dragon Emperor go this time, it will be difficult to kill him again in the future. Yi Yu was satisfied in his heart when he saw her behavior, but he still snorted coldly. This act was like talking behind closed doors, and regardless of the Zimu Ghost Emperor's attitude, in the eyes of the world, this was the leader of the corpse ghost race talking alone. Corpse demon, your strength is indeed described as invincible, but I'm sure you've also realized that a ghost's power is limited. If I had intervened in your battle just now, the 8 dragon emperors watching from the sidelines would have definitely stepped in, and this emperor battle would have developed to the point of no return, and might even have attracted the Jinchuan Dragon Emperor, as well as the other great emperors of the Dragon Clan, not to mention that the clans would have also been able to fish in troubled waters to make a profit from it. The Zimu Ghost Emperor did not get annoyed when he saw his attitude, but responded calmly and without joy or pride. A single fight is a single fight, a fight between individuals, but if it is a group fight, the nature of the matter will evolve into a war. He killed 2 emperor realms of my clan, and I killed 2 of their emperor realms. Do you think that the grudge with the Dragon Clan can still be put to rest? Yi Yu saw that she was quite deep in the city and had a calm attitude, so he slightly restrained his words and actions, but his words were still cold. It can't be quelled. We just need time. As one of the leaders of the corpse ghost race, the Zimu Ghost Emperor's vision was long and extraordinary, so he naturally saw through the outcome of this fight, and with a slight shake of his head, he said, "You know you can't quell it, so why don't you do something about it and have to wait for the dragons to make a comeback?" Yi Yu heard these words and read a different meaning, still hedging his bets. This was the attitude of procrastination. Knowing that the threat and grudge of the Dragon Clan could not possibly be put to rest, but the Ghoul Clan still wanted to procrastinate, and must be plotting a grand plan. What is this grand plan? To use 10,000 years to breed the strongest ghost emperor that combines the strengths of all the races and is strong enough to fight against the dragon race? If that were true, it would make sense. The ghouls were facing the pressure of the true Dragon Clan, and were so strong that they preferred to let a few ghost emperors go to their deaths to give an explanation to the Dragon Clan, rather than allowing the Dragon Clan to enter the territory to search. So they must be plotting something. Corpse demon. I didn't have the chance to talk before. This time I see the top just to make things clear. For the sake of the big picture. For the sake of the Corpse Demon Clan. Please don't mess with the Soul Clan and the Dragon Clan anymore. The Zimu Ghost Emperor didn't mean to make a full disclosure, but only made a formal request. She was draped in a red cap, so it was hard to see her expression, but her attitude was obvious. Even though the strength of the Corpse Demon was considered invincible, she had not yet regarded the Corpse Demon as the leader of the Corpse Demon Clan, a partner worthy of entrusting everything to. Only, she also thought that the ghouls were fellow ghouls, although the origin of the ghouls was unknown. As if they had suddenly appeared in this world, the ghoul race was born in a very special way, burst from amongst corpses, and in a sense, it was like a fraudulent corpse. There are traces of ghouls all over the continent, only most of them were exterminated after swindling, and the ghouls are feared to be the fellow foreigners birthed by a certain gaijin whose body is still intact after his death, and who are gifted with unparalleled talent and have risen up in the midst of suffering. The corpses of the Dragon Emperor and Soul Emperor are beneficial to my growth. Yi Yu did not agree to this request, elaborating. 300 years, just 300 years, and after that, it doesn't matter who you want to kill. Seeing that he still had plans to hunt the dragon and soul races, the Zimu Ghost Emperor could only be forced to change his tone after a pause. If the corpse demons were allowed to continue killing indiscriminately, and kill a few more dragon emperors, the true Dragon Clan would absolutely destroy the corpse demons at all costs. 300 more years, and in 25 years you'll all be dead. Upon hearing this intriguing request, Yi Yu, who was wearing the corpse collector's robes, did not change his face, and his heart slandered. The strength of the Zimu Ghost Emperor could not be underestimated, but her death was likewise on Tianxian Disaster Day. Spiteful as she was,
The Ghost Mother's words revealed a lot of information. According to the grand plan of the ghoul race, after 300 years, there would be no fear of the threat of the dragon race and the soul race. Judging from the clues, it seemed that his guess was heading in the right direction, and that the ghoul race was plotting in the dark, intending to make a splash. The law of coexistence of the 100 races 10,000 years ago caused the ghoul race's ranking of the 100 races to fall. As the saying goes, a great man is born between heaven and earth. How can he live under people for a long time? Faced with this blow and predicament, the ghoul race was afraid that they had realized that the way forward was impassable and changed the development strategy of the race. This strategy, in the view of the ghoul clan, even had the possibility of bringing down the true dragon clan and ascending to the top of the 100 clans, and had to be achieved at all costs. And I'm afraid the soul clan is involved in such a grand scheme. After all, the soul race had fought against the dragon race for countless years, and had never once ascended to the top from ancient times, so it was only natural that they would do whatever they could to deal with their big brother. I have to say, this big plan, let people think carefully, really want to let the ghoul race ascend to the top, then for the whole continent's living beings, it will be a disaster. No. Inquiring about the conspiracy of the ghoul clan, Yi Yu did not agree. Are you kidding me? If you ask him not to collect the corpse for 300 years, isn't that difficult for him? What will it take for you to say yes? Seeing that he was unwilling, the Zimu Ghost Emperor paused and hesitated for a moment, his attitude loosening a few points and dropping his stance. The strength of the corpse demon was such that even the Jintian Dragon Emperor wasn't a match, so naturally she wasn't either. Trying to restrain the corpse demon, even though she was the ghost mother who had been famous in the continent for many years, there was nothing she could do. Seeing her drop her stance, Yi Yu could not help but stare. For some reason, he always felt like a villain at this moment, holding the handle of the beautiful woman. As long as he was willing, he was able to threaten the Zimu Ghost Emperor. Mistress, I don't think you want me to kill the Dragon Clan and Soul Clan outside, right? Taking the opportunity to make some excessive demands. Emerging with this peculiar thought, his gaze subconsciously sized up the Zimu Ghost Emperor. Zimu Ghost Emperor's face was covered by the red cover draped down. The silk scarf is not completely crimson. Vaguely can still glimpse a little bit of the outline of the 5 features. Can be described as the pipa half cover the face, giving people a kind of hazy beauty. That white bridal wedding dress covered most of her body, but a pair of long white and jade, and black tattooed legs, were bare, with a great sense of contrast, hot and flirtatious. This is the real meaning of long legs, because the norm of the Ghost Mother is a body of 100 meters. Those long legs, at least as long as 50 meters. I need a reason that will convince me not to kill for 300 years. Retracting his gaze, Yi Yu was more interested in knowing the truth about the conspiracy of the ghoul race than taking advantage of it. 2 more to go. 84. Seeing that he was greasy and insistent on an answer, the Zimu Ghost Emperor fell into silence, seemingly thinking of a countermeasure. Through the red cover, her eyes kept on Yi Yu's body. In this regard, Yi Yu did not rush, but waited patiently. If it had been the previous him, he would not have been able to raise a single bit of interest in the truth of the conspiracy of the ghoul race. No matter what the strongest Ghost Emperor you were, it wasn't as strong as him anyway, and he cared more about what the Tianjin disaster day actually was than such a thing. But since he had encountered his youngest sister, a foreigner whose death was unknown, he couldn't help but wonder if the killer weapon that the ghouls had to prepare at all costs would last past the day of disaster. Follow me. After thinking for a long time, the Zimu Ghost Emperor weighed the pros and cons and made up his mind. After weighing the pros and cons, did you decide to show me the truth? Or will you join with the other 2 ghoul supreme beings to kill me? At this request, Yi Yu pondered in his heart. Good. Although there was a possibility of being surrounded, Yi Yu was blissfully unafraid and frankly nodded his head. Trust was mutual, and if he wanted the Ghost Mother to trust him, he first had to trust the Ghost Mother. The most crucial thing was that even if 3 Ghost Emperors surrounded and sneaked up on him, he wasn't afraid and had absolute certainty that he would be able to escape with his life. His self-realization was created through the special attributes of toughness and armor piercing, and so far he hadn't encountered any formations or seals that he couldn't penetrate. With this matter settled, the black mist that shrouded the surroundings dispersed, and her and the corpse demon's figures once again stood between heaven and earth. Immediately, they flew forward and backward within the territory of the Ghoul clan. An earth-shattering and fierce imperial battle brought shock to the 100 races in the world, as well as to this land, which brought about irreparable harm. The 5,000 miles in circumference enveloped by the prison of beings. Everything returned to the void, and the sky and the earth were empty, with no clouds and no earth in sight, as if it was a gully separating the land connecting the corpse ghost race and the outside world. But the younger generation, this is not discouraged, but rather, the mood is exciting and difficult to endure.
Because the Ghoul clan out of the Ghoul Emperor such an invincible strong man in the world. Only a few clan elders were in a despondent mood, not knowing whether they should be happy or sad. Especially the spectral Ghost Emperor. He has been eschewing the relationship between the Necromancer and the Necromancer clan. And if the Jintian Dragon Emperor killed the Necromancer and retreated from the situation, it can be said that all will be happy. But in this imperial battle, the Corpse Demon won, and the Jintian Dragon Emperor fled in a great defeat. He had already foreseen that after this battle, the status and prestige of the Corpse Demon in the Corpse Ghost race would be as high as the sky, and even the three supreme beings who had commanded the Corpse Ghost race for countless years might not be able to contend with it. If the Corpse Demon were to ask him for a confession, both his strength and means would leave him helpless. Following the footsteps of the Zimu Ghost Emperor, Yi Yu saw the light inside the territory of the Corpse Ghost race for the first time. The architectural style of the Ghoul race was truly unique. As far as the eye could see, not a single intact and new, gleaming house could be seen. It was all in ruins. It's like building a house first and then tearing it down to rubble and making it into a desolate, murderous house that looks like a haunted house. Even if there was a city, it was a dead ghost city, not seeing the sunlight and incomparably gloomy. The territory of the Ghoul clan was huge, and the journey was wordless, and they flew for more than 2 hours before they stopped. Only, it didn't arrive at its destination. It was stopped. Ghost Mother, what are you doing? The road blocker, 12 ghosts carrying a black coffin, a candle lit around the black coffin, a low and horrible male voice coming from inside the coffin. On top of that, there was a ghostly mass that was twisted and hazy, with a single shape that was not even a foot wide. Seeing this stance, Yi Yu recognized their identities at a glance. As a matter of fact, even if he hadn't studied the Tian Xian anecdotes, he would still be able to know the identities of these two ghouls. After all, such a big box was over his head. Ghost Candle, 9111. Burial Reward, Grade 8 Treasure Chest. Ghosts and Shadows, 9111. Burial Reward, Grade 8 Treasure Chest. These two ghosts were clearly the two remaining supreme beings of the Ghoul clan. The Jintian Dragon Emperor pressed forward with the power of the 10 Dragon Emperors, all of whom hadn't shown their faces since the beginning. Obviously, the Ghost Mother was already leading him deep into the hinterland of the Ghoul race, about to break into the forbidden land that outsiders were not allowed to approach, forcing them to show themselves. The Ghoul race's innate divine abilities were very special. Each ghost's ability was different from the unusual divine spells, and highly distinctive. And the abilities of the three supreme beings of the Ghoul race were all bizarre and strong. The Ghost Candle, for example, was called the strongest supreme of the Ghoul clan. According to the records of the Smoke and Rain building, the Ghost Candle's ability to fight alone was extremely terrifying, and there were a total of 9 candles, which corresponded to the soul, blood, yuan power, lifespan, body, and limbs. Its blood candle will use the enemy as fuel, and once it begins to burn, the part that corresponds to the candle will continue to be incinerated. The moment the candle burns out, if it targets the soul, the enemy's soul perishes. Looking at the 100 races, it is also the true dragon race of the body of the inviolable body of all laws that dares to say that it is a stable victory in single combat. As for the other races, even if it can win, it will be a miserable victory. As for the Ghost Shadow, it was able to silently travel between the heavens and the earth, bizarre to the extreme, with abilities that had not been fully explored so far, and a remarkable battle record. With the feet blocked, the downbeat is lost. Only, Yi Yu was able to feel a spiritual sense fluctuation strung between them, obviously communicating in private. The specifics were unknown, and if you wanted to intercept someone's voice transmission, you had to be a strong person who was proficient in the way of the soul. After a while, Ghost Candle and Ghost Shadow got out of the way and came to an understanding. Let's go. The Zimu Ghost Emperor glanced back at Yi Yu before leading him onward, moving forward until he flew to a desolate plain. The Zimu Ghost Emperor landed, but the ground appeared to exist, but it was the illusion of a mirage. Entering the ground, passing through the illusion of the ground, Yi Yu could smell a sweet to cloying, stomach-churning smell. Beneath the ground, there is something else. It was ominous land, white bones and rivers of blood leading to the sky, vast and boundless. I don't know how many races' corpses had been buried, and at the end of where the 9 rivers of blood converged, was a high tower connecting to the ceiling of the underground world, piled up by countless corpses and bones. The phoenix, the giant, the shura, the human, and 3 sinuous and hideous dragon bones, like 3 long rings, stretched up from the bottom, consolidating the tower of bones of the 100 races. This is like the world of the dead, a deserted place to bury bones, not a single silhouette, only countless corpses and bones, desolate and horrible. Yi Yu stood with his feet in the void, looking at the tower of bones and gazing at it for a while. 2 frames emerged. Ghosts and Gods, 9112. Burial Reward, Grade 9 Treasure Chest. That tower,
which contains all of the corpse ghost race's efforts over the past 10,000 years, breeds the corpse ghost race's killer mace.
And in a short while, it will be ready to be introduced to the world. 300 years from now, it will grow to an unrivaled height in the world,
suppressing the 100 races in the world and leading the ghost race to the top, bringing him to the most secretive forbidden place of the corpse ghost clan.
The Zimu Ghost Emperor looked at the tower, his eyes wild,
his voice rising with uncontrollable excitement. The goal of the Ghoul clan was not simply to surpass the Jinchuan Dragon Emperor, but to fight the 100 clans.
Can't we survive the Tianxian disaster day? Compared to her excitement, the unsurprising Yi Yu was extremely disappointed.
Although the 9th level treasure chest is very fragrant, enough to see that this guy who was crowned with the name of Ghost and God is non-trivial, but ideals are plump and reality is cruel.
Tianxian continent is less than 25 years away from the end of the world, and this countdown to death, which is dwindling, is like a ticking clock. 85. 85.
The exploration trip was short-lived, and Yi Yu got the truth he wanted and left without making much of a stop.
Outside the land of buried bones, the Zimu Ghost Emperor didn't see off the corpse demon,
but instead watched the corpse demon's figure disappear between heaven and earth.
After a long time, Ghost Candle and Ghost Shadow emerged from the void and came to her side. Will it cooperate?
The ghostly voice carried an infinite echo, as if it were not one person speaking, but 1,000.
Can only bet on it. Corpse Demon and Jintian Dragon Emperor battle.
Must have already realized that the power of a ghost is limited. If it really wants to let the Corpse Demon clan to the top, it will patiently wait. 300 years soon, it heals a wound. Closed. In a blink of an eye, it will be gone.
The Zimu Ghost Emperor didn't assert himself, but simply said,
taking the corpse demon to the land of buried bones was a decision she had made after deep thought and looking at the big picture.
Again, it's all a gamble. Isn't it good to just kill it? The necromancer's origins are unknown, and even though it's of my race, there's no guarantee that it's on the same page as us. Ghost Candle killing Heartstrong.
Ghosts and Gods is their nearly 10,000 years of heart and soul. Do not allow a tiny bit of error.
If we didn't kill it, the result will only be worse.
The corpse demon's ability is very strange.
The Jintian Dragon Emperor can't even injure it even if he exerts his imperial techniques.
Once it escapes and comes back with a vengeance,
it will be a catastrophe. The Zimu Ghost Emperor shook his head, dismissing the bet.
She was personally present on the battlefield and felt the horror of the corpse demon incomparably truly, and she also saw
the fear of the Jintian Dragon Emperor. The Jintian Dragon Emperor making a comeback is not also a catastrophe.
Ghost Shadow disagreed with this, and the big trouble this time was brought about entirely by the necromancer's unauthorized actions. Had there been no necromancer as an anomaly, they would have waited peacefully until the demiurge descended and guarded it for a few hundred more years, and the plan would have succeeded.
The Soul Clan is sitting on the mountain watching the tigers fight,
and our clan has added the corpse demon as a great general, so as long as the feud doesn't further deteriorate, I don't think the true Dragon Clan will act rashly. The Zimu Ghost Emperor was not very worried about the follow-up actions of the dragon race. The fight between races is not as simple as personal grudges, and moving a hair leads to the whole body. Why don't you tell him about the Soul Clan before he kills another mess and messes up our relationship with the Soul Clan? Shadow Ghost saw her deep thoughts and questioned them.
The cooperation with the Soul Race is the most crucial part. There is no room for error. Moreover, the necromancer doesn't like killing.
As long as others don't take the initiative to attack it, it won't take the initiative to attack the enemy.
Thinking about it this way, its rule shouldn't be to fight back, right? The Zimu Ghost Emperor was too close to them. There was no need to hide anything, and spoke his mind.
At the end of her speech, she suddenly realized something,
as if she had been enlightened.
The reason why the ghoul race's natural aptitude was so strange and bizarre was that it wasn't actually an unusual aptitude.
The kernel was the rules. For example, her child, once bullied, wailed and was able to diffuse most of the world's divine powers and attacks.
And when she is bullied, her strength increases steeply to protect herself and her children, and all her attacks and aptitudes are enhanced. If she took the initiative to attack the enemy,
in the same realm,
her battle power would be at the bottom of the list.
For the ability of the necromancer,
she observed for a long time, and she was never able to understand. But at this moment, she woke up. With the rules triggered,
the Jintian Dragon Emperor is not even a match for it. In that case, the Soul Clan will be fine as long as they don't attack the corpse demon.
As she guessed, Ghost Candle and Shadow Ghost both gained something when they realized what the necromancer was capable of. How strong was the sub-mother Ghost Emperor's rule of being a mother? They had known each other for countless years and couldn't be clearer. But even if it is the son of the Mother Ghost Emperor,
against the Jintian Dragon Emperor is also bound to lose. The strength of the existence of the gap. There is no way to play. Corpse Demon is to prevail. Can be seen. The sun is setting and the afterglow of dusk.
The climate of 9 heavenly pavilions is characterized by 4 distinct seasons and beautiful scenery. There were many mansions on Taiping Peak that were the residences of Feng Yun and his disciples.
Inside the mansion that stood on the side of a mountain peak, facing a flower garden and backing up to a mountain forest and waterfall. In the side room of the bedroom, Shinshui was bathing in a tub. I love baths. La 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 la. Shinizu hummed as she soaked in the bath. She didn't know what song it was. She just improvised and hummed. That childish, meta voice. Little children are forgetful. And although Big Brother didn't take her to the theater this time out, she quickly forgot her troubles. In contrast, she had learned a lot of new and interesting things in the past 2 days. And there were good things to come later. The second elder sister said that an elder in the 9 heavenly pavilion had recorded the images of the battle between the corpse demon and the Jintian dragon emperor, and had already been brought back to the pavilion, and was currently still at the stage of topography, and would most likely be distributed to the various peaks a little later on to allow everyone to observe the greatness of the emperor's battle. Regarding this imperial battle, she didn't know what other people thought, but she was incredibly looking forward to it anyway, because she knew that the corpse demon was the eldest brother. Just as she was humming happily, full of anticipation for the evening's viewing of the emperor's battle session, a low and disdainful voice suddenly rang out from her ears. It's still the little sister. What a stinking fish and shrimp that demon god is. Hearing this familiar voice, Shinshui felt pleasantly surprised that eldest brother had returned. Ghosts? What's that? What rare thing did eldest brother see out there again? Ghosts and gods. This god, is it related to the book in her head? Taiyu Zenshin's secrets? This is 7 days. Should always break through it. This girl in the bath? Is the timing so bad? I'll slip away and find her afterward. Without waiting for her to think carefully, Yi Yu's words rang in her ears again. Upon hearing this heartfelt voice, Shimizu lowered her head and glanced down, realizing that she was in the tub. I'm in the shower. Realizing his situation, Shinshui's dispersed mind returned to his body, and his entire body shrank directly into the water. For a moment, her mind was incomparably flustered, and she was even more bashful. Her small face read, eldest brother didn't just look at my body, did he? If that's the case, what am I supposed to do? Like Jade Sword Fairy, being seen naked can only make eldest brother responsible. Marrying eldest brother? But I'm not a woman from Disya. There are no such rules in Lianyun City. After rambling for a while, Shinshui was late in hearing the next tone before realizing that his eldest brother's heartbeat had disappeared. In this case, there was only one possibility that eldest brother was far away from her. Gone? Realizing that eldest senior brother wasn't hiding in the shadows and peeking, but had left directly after discovering that she had taken a bath, Shinshui then exposed her head to the water and let out a long breath of relief. She looked around and after double-checking to make sure that there were no prying eyes, she hurriedly climbed out of the tub to get dressed. With such a godforsaken big brother, she's really insecure if she doesn't wear clothes. 2 more to go. Sorry I'm a little late because I held the baby for a while in the middle of the day, also pushing a book written by a friend. For those who are interested. 86. Yi Yu didn't even take a closer look after realizing that his little sister was taking a bath. He just roughly swept a glance and slipped away after noticing the situation. Only, he didn't go back to his Linlang Peak, but waited in the distance, looking at the house from afar. It wasn't long before the door to the closed room was opened, and Shinshui, who was dressed and had her hair combed and tied, walked out from the inside. Are you done? Finally, he waited until she came out, and Yi Yu's wandering attention was instantly focused. How come it's still the late stage of the returning wheel realm? Has she actually been seriously practicing awe? Unlike in the bath, where it was not polite to look at her, Yi Yu sensed her scent as he surveyed her. First, go watch the battle images of Emperor Battle and come back at night to work hard on your cultivation. In the face of the eldest brother's heartfelt words, Shimizu muttered to himself, using this to space out his response. She was already practicing very hard, concentrating on her cultivation except for her insight class and 4 meals a day. With that, she turned around and closed the door to her room, and headed for her master's residence. She hadn't yet reached the realm of generalized sense, and couldn't do the job of harnessing yuan weapons to move through the air. But granted, having cultivated her body techniques, she was as light as a swallow, weaving through the mountains. An image of the Emperor's battle? It can't be the image of my battle with the Jintian Dragon Emperor, right? Yi Yu hid his figure to follow her in the dark, also pondering in his heart. Before the law of coexistence of the 100 races, it was common for the 100 races to fight each other and for the strongest to kill each other. According to history books, 10,000 years ago, people didn't even dare to observe the Emperor battle, not to mention observing the Emperor battle, even if it was a battle of a powerful person 2 realms higher.
They didn't dare to take a closer look for fear of being caught in the crossfire and dying.
Battles between powerful people.
Only the proud sons of heaven that each clan valued were qualified to observe them with their own eyes.
And that was even if they had a Tao protector.
Because it was too dangerous to see with one's own eyes. The Smoke and Rain building developed the Phantom Mirror. And battle images were introduced,
enabling one to see battles between powerful people in absolute safety. The detail of the fight depends on the strength, ability, and perspective of the person recording it. When the Phantom Mirror was introduced, the images of the battles at that time could not be recorded just because they wanted to. After all, many powerful people were not good-tempered. The winner, naturally, is not worried about his glorious battle being seen, and even can't wait for everyone in the world to see it. But if the loser, they would hate for the world to not know about this. He cannot be his opponent, but also cannot beat you. The person who is watching from the sidelines? It is common to kill and silence people.
This situation did not improve until after the law of coexistence of the 100 races, and in the past 10,000 years, the fights of the major races and the festivals of the younger generation. Using the phantom mirrors to record the images of every battle had become standard. Every Heaven's Pride of Fame had many battle images for people to observe,
learn from, and refer to.
It didn't take long for Shifu Shinshui to ascend all the way to the master's residence.
Junior sister, come see the imperial battle. With his arrival,
Winand was already waiting at the door, welcoming him forward and greeting him warmly,
doting on and taking care of this little senior sister.
Third brother, seeing him picking himself up at the door,
Shinshui also shouted out in a well-behaved manner. So enthusiastic. Third senior brother wouldn't be a lolicon and like little sister, right? Yu couldn't help but think as he saw this scene. Although the physique of the youngest junior sister is indeed extraordinary, but the attitude of winning end is also too attentive.
First, he sends a great gift of seeing Emperor Dan, a special product of the Emperor clan, which is of great value, and then takes care of it in 100 ways.
In contrast,
he knew exactly how Win-In treated the others.
What in the world is a lowly control third senior brother like me? Sure, Shinshui,
because of the fact that she was dressed and could hear her heart's voice.
Even if she knew that her eldest senior brother was secretly following her, she didn't care.
It was better to say that she was accustomed to it. She was just puzzled in her mind. The word lolicon was one she had heard many times.
She tried to think about it, but never understood what it meant. Following her footsteps into the mansion,
she couldn't help but steal a glance at third senior brother with her sidelight. I don't think she's in love with third brother.
Is she? Don't be silly. It's less than 25 years before the end of the world. It's not the time for love affairs.
No. We must find a chance to remind her that targeting a peer-to-peer supreme is not that easy. When Yu saw this little look in her eyes, he was instantly nonplussed.
In no time,
they arrived at the main hall of the mansion.
Inside the main hall, the arrangement was different from the usual,
but a large table was set up in the center, which was surrounded by chairs.
Master, second senior sister. Wow, why so much food?
Shifu Shinshin faced the two elders and after greeting them,
he was caught by the scene on the table. Just a dozen bottles of wine on the table. Many fine pastries and delicacies,
such as tender and meaty roasted goose legs.
Ha ha ha, the Emperor battle image is a wonderful one. And it's a long time. You haven't opened up your grain yet, so prepare more things for you to eat. Seeing her two-eyed, surprised reaction, Fengyan stroked his beard, complacent about his masterpiece. To be able to make his little disciple so happy, it wouldn't be presumptuous for him to make a special trip to the restaurant and buy so much food. Thank you, master.
Shirexien Shui is very grateful and sweet-mouthed, knowing that a table full of food like this takes time to prepare.
Everyone's here, so let's get on the table and get ready for the movie. With a satisfied nod, Feng Yunyun greeted him with a big wave of his hand.
Yes, Lin Jingwen and Win-En waited until he was seated first, then they leaned toward the table. They were seated with great care, one to the left and one to the right apart from Feng Yunyun, unwilling to sit close to each other and not deal with each other.
Only,
instead of leaning over in a hurry, Shinshui was looking around.
Shinsui, what's wrong? Feng Yun, who had already taken his seat,
was a bit puzzled when he saw this reaction from her.
He specially prepared so many delicacies, and children are greedy for food. Shouldn't the little apprentice be eager to serve? Why did he stay where he was and look around? Master, you just said that the people are all together. Where is the big senior brother?
Shinshui looked around and never found the familiar figure,
and asked with some confusion. Faced with this query, Feng Yun choked, not knowing how to explain. Junior sister, remember what I said before? The last time I saw eldest senior brother was 5 years ago. Eldest senior brother is now a heavenly sovereign realm powerhouse,
and it takes years to come out of a closed door, so it's very difficult to see him. Unless it's a large-scale event like the Spirit Abyss treasure seizure that the pavilion places immense importance on.
A small event like this collective viewing, eldest senior brother won't come. Just then,
Lin Jingwen spoke up,
answering in place of master. Did eldest brother say he wouldn't look?
Sure, Xinxue asked as she nodded in understanding.
Other people may not be clear, but she is aware of it.
The eldest senior brother did not close the door at all, and ran to fight with the Emperor Realm before returning.
What's more, eldest senior brother wasn't even at Lin Lang Peak right now. He was right next to everyone. He was just hiding. No, it's just that it's such a small thing that I'm not good at disturbing Ayu's cultivation. Feng Yunyun shook his head. The joy on his face receded, and with a despondent face, he stroked his beard inside. At the same time, a helpless sigh resounded in Xinshue's ears. Ugh, since the Human King War, I moved to Linlang Peak. The relationship is not the same as before after all. Obviously a family. What do you say to disturb? First shift delivered. Woke up late today. There's a second shift around 3:87. 87. What do you say about disturbing? Master, you did not say that we are a family. Well, between family members, where is the argument of disturbing? Seeing master's despondency and listening to eldest brother's sighs, Shifu Xinxue realized where the problem was and immediately said, it does make sense. Just, Feng Yunyi's face showed a difficult expression, not knowing how to solve the problem for his young apprentice. There are a lot of things in the grown-up world that can't be explained in a single sentence. Just as brothers who were once as strong as gold, there are times when, after many things have happened, they drift apart, become strangers, and their feelings are no longer there. Emotional things, then the fight with people to be too complicated, because with people to fight, just need to fist hard enough, backstage is big enough, can solve all the troubles. Just what? Shifu Xinxue did not understand. Even though she was still young, she could sense that master wanted eldest brother to be there, and eldest brother was not happy about the situation. Is that why I politely declined his old man's invitation a few times? I can't help it. I have something to do. Yi Yu saw his master's face and realized something. Relationships need to be maintained. Feelings need to be communicated. Even though his relationship with his master used to be as close as grandparents and grandchildren. However, because of the past few years, he had traveled all over the continent in order to search for the truth of the sun's fall, and in order to become stronger. His time away from home had become longer, and his communication with his master had become less. Although the master would come to Lin Lang Peak to look for him every time, he would always come out to welcome him and never slow down. But there were always times when it was not coincidental, like looking for him to chatter, eat and drink together, such trivial things, because he had the need to bury people, had to go out, politely refused a few times, so much so that the master now do not dare to look for him, for fear of disturbing him. Master, do you want eldest brother to come along to see the emperor battle image? Seeing that he was silent, Xinxue simply asked. I'd like to. It's just that your eldest brother is probably busy. How do you know that eldest brother is busy when you haven't even bothered to ask? What if he happens to be free? Maybe eldest brother wants to watch the movie with us too, but no one invited him and he doesn't even know about it. I'm the one who's obsessed. Feng Yunyun paused for a moment. The depressed chi in his heart suddenly dissipated, and his old eyes gradually glowed and gleamed. To be able to cultivate to the desolate Saint Realm, each one is a generation of geniuses, picked out of 10,000 miles. Although it can't be called a supreme genius and a demon, but the enlightenment and the heart are not comparable to any other person. Being questioned like this by his young disciple, he suddenly reacted that he was really caught off guard, because he had been politely rejected a few times by the eldest apprentice. He took the liberty of trying to figure out what Ayu was thinking, and every time before he wanted to approach the youngest apprentice, he looked ahead and hesitated for fear of being rejected. But as the young apprentice had said, he hadn't even asked, so how could he know what Ayu really thought? You guys sit here for a while and don't run around. I'm going to find your eldest brother. With one thought in mind, all is at ease. Feng Yuni stood up openly, and the whole aura of the person changed, from amiable to sharp and clean, as if it was a sword that had been dusty for a long time and had resurfaced in the sky. With that, he made no stops and headed straight for the house to find his eldest apprentice. The way a child looks at the world is really simple and crude. Master, old man has acted. I also have to do something to be able to do so. Yi Yu, who was lurking in the shadows, saw the transformation of his master. After thinking that, Yi Yu, who was standing right beside everyone and invisible to anyone, directly disappeared in place. Awesome speech, little sister. Witnessing her master's departure, Lin Jingwen, who had already taken her seat, was radiant and incomparably happy. In fact, she wished that her eldest brother had come along to see it, either out of love or out of siblinghood. She had said similar things before, like this kind of occasion, hoping that master would not leave eldest brother behind.
However, the master began to grow wary after being rejected by his eldest brother a few times.
If eldest brother really came this time, you are definitely the biggest contributor.
Winand gave a thumbs up at Master Mindshare.
He. Seeing their appreciation,
Shinshui was incomparably happy.
The heartbeat faded for the moment, as the distance was too great, but it wasn't long before she heard movement again.
I don't know how long it's been since I've seen Master so happy.
I've been so busy practicing for the past few years that I've neglected it. Master's one thought is a clear idea,
sweeping away the twilight and revitalizing his spirit.
If he can keep up this momentum,
he might be able to impact the Heavenly Father realm. I didn't expect the Master's cultivation to be delayed in the past few years,
but it was actually influenced by me. Fortunately, the little sister is as good as a sweet little cotton-padded jacket. Childish, honest and frank words, and smoothed out this matter. And after that,
I have to reward her properly.
Immediately after,
Shinshui saw third senior brother stand up in incomparable surprise.
There are 2 cents. Master has invited eldest brother here. What invite is bring? Lin Jingwen's realm was relatively low.
Her senses weren't as fast as his,
but they weren't too inferior either. And she also noticed her face showing joy,
but her mouth was not oblivious.
All 3 people were eagerly waiting for it. And in no time,
2 figures appeared in front of everyone through the porch.
The leader, naturally, was the crane-haired, long-bearded Fengyun,
accompanied by a big senior brother with hair like a waterfall and an imposing appearance,
just like the sun. Greetings, eldest brother. Even though they had sensed it in advance,
Lin Jingwen and Winand were still excited to see him arrive.
To them, it was a very rare thing to be able to meet their eldest senior brother.
Greetings, eldest brother. Shinshui wasn't actually surprised at all, but he also pretended to be surprised when he saw their reactions.
No need to be so polite. It's all family.
Yi Yu responded cordially in the face of their meeting and calling.
After he said that, he glanced at Shinshui without moving and muttered to himself in his heart. Why did you react half a beat slower? Didn't you realize I was coming the first time this time? Master was going to go find your eldest senior brother just now. But guess what? Seeing their joyful appearance, Fengyun, who had a clear idea of what was going on, could be said to have a spring in his step and joked. What?
Lin Jingwen had a more delicate mind and picked up the conversation.
It's just like what Xinshui said. Your eldest senior brother happens to be free and wants to find master to drink with him, so it's not a coincidence. Someone picked up on this, and Fengyun immediately said. As he said this, he was also smiling like his heart was in the right place. He was just about to go to the eldest apprentice, but it turned out that the eldest apprentice happened to be coming to him. The feeling of running in both directions, with his heart in the right place, pleased him immensely. I came out just after my injuries were healed. I wanted to find master to say goodbye. I didn't expect everyone to be there in so many meals. What's going on? Yi Yu put his eyes on the table and pretended to have just discovered this. Sparingly, eldest senior brother. While you were in seclusion to heal your wounds, something earth-shattering happened outside. The true dragon clan fought with the corpse ghost clan. The corpse demon fought the strongest dragon emperor in all of history. The Jintian dragon emperor. And guess who won?
Lin Jingwen and Winand questioned this and immediately picked up the conversation.
Then it must be the Jintian dragon emperor who wins. He's the second top powerhouse on the supreme ranking. After Yi Yu pretended to be contemplative, he said seriously, it was the necromancer who won.
Winand shook his head and revealed the answer.
What? Hearing this answer, Yi Yu's face showed shock. Ha 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 ha, I'm at least a movie star with my acting skills.
Shinshui listened to his heart, lowered his head and the corners of his mouth twitched so much that he could barely hold back his laughter. Happiness and laughter were contagious, and she couldn't tell you how much she wanted to laugh as she listened to her eldest brother's smug heartfelt voice and everyone else's reactions. This time the people are all together. All come and hurry up and take a seat. It's time to watch the Imperial battle image. Ayu, you'll know what's going on after you watch it. At this time, Fengyun was the first to take his seat and greeted everyone. Second shift is up. Sorry it's so late today. It's just cold and the comforter is so cozy. 88. 88. 5 people sat around the table, and Fengyun felt relief and joy in his heart when he saw this scene. When he took in his young apprentice, he actually wanted to gather everyone together to sit down for a meal and get acquainted with each other. Only, at the time, he was worried that Ayu was too busy to participate in such a family occasion, so he gave up. The quartet of disciples, 2 men and 2 women, naturally split the sides according to gender. Master, get started. I want to see the Imperial battle. Shinshui did not have any preoccupation with seating, so he could be considered to have all the people, and having resolved all his concerns, he eagerly said. She already couldn't wait to see eldest senior brother violently beat up the Jintian dragon emperor. Moreover, She was curious as to what the eldest brother looked like when he was incarnated as a necromancer.
Good. Old people are always extraordinarily pampered for young children,
and Feng Yunyun was no exception. With a shake of his right hand, he took out a small mirror and placed it on the empty space on the table with a gentle wave of his hand.
Spiritual sense and yuan power were in operation,
and the mirror surface of the mirage mirror was suddenly transformed, emitting strands of white beams of light,
which intertwined in mid-air, forming a huge curtain of light.
As the curtain of light flowed,
a scene emerged,
which was at a clear-cut border, where 10 true dragons that covered the sky dominated the sky.
In this scene alone, it was as if they were on the battlefield,
observing from a distance of less than tens of thousands of meters.
Ghoul clan, if you don't hand over the corpse demon, this emperor is going to lead the dragon clan into search. At the same time, a low and majestic deterrent voice, like the voice of a god, suddenly sounded. That dragon emperor at the head is the Jintian dragon emperor.
Feng Yunyun had poked around a lot of information beforehand, and although it was also the first time he had seen it, he was more aware of the situation and introduced it for everyone. It always feels like the dragon emperors look exactly the same. Shinshui looked at the 10 true dragons and muttered as he carefully scrutinized them. Perhaps that scene of the 10 dragons dominating the sky could be described as divine and majestic, but she couldn't tell the difference between the dragon emperors,
either at first glance or at a jolt, because we are the human race.
That's why we feel that they look exactly the same.
In fact, in the eyes of the foreign race,
the appearance of our human race is also exactly the same,
and it's impossible to recognize.
Only the big elder brother,
and the ding-ding's strongest person, will be recognized by the foreign race.
Winning End felt this and spoke up as well.
No way. How different are we?
How can we not recognize each other? Shinshui does not understand this. The human race, everyone looks completely different.
Plus the clothes, hair length, hairstyle, features, height differences. That is not very recognizable? The dragons think they're very different too, but you wouldn't recognize them.
Winning End's vision was far-reaching, and from a young age, he had not only limited himself to the human race, but also included the affairs of the strongest of the 100 races, and his concepts and notions were far beyond the ordinary.
As an emperor race,
his opponents and targets were never the pride of the human race, but the pride of the foreign race. As the viewing continued,
the situation changed as Jintian Dragon Emperor struck out with a claw,
and Shangtian Ghost Emperor turned his arm into a sword in a counterattack.
Boom! This Shangtian Ghost Emperor is so weak.
He didn't even have the strength to fight back and was directly crushed. Eyeing the first round of clashes,
Shinshui couldn't help but say,
this situation could not be called a battle at all, but rather a one-sided crushing.
It's that the Jintian Dragon Emperor is too strong. He was already invincible under the heavens 10,000 years ago. In comparison,
although the Shangtian Ghost Emperor is also famous, he's not even on the same level compared to him. Winning End was patient with his little sister,
explaining things to her.
The strength of the Shangtian Ghost Emperor isn't weak. It's just that his opponent is too strong. This reaction of the youngest sister is really a strong-mouthed king. Seeing that he was very active in explaining and introducing,
Yi Yu did not interrupt,
but thought in his mind.
The experience of watching a movie at home is so different from watching it live. If one were to be there in person,
as long as one felt the aura of the Shangtian Ghost Emperor, it would be impossible to say the comment of good and weak.
Because of the Emperor's might, it is enough to make all living beings below the Emperor realm fearful. However, he is an exception. This Dragon Emperor is so domineering. How many people must die in this strike? Not a moment later,
Lin Jingwen couldn't help but smack her lips when she saw that the Jintian Dragon Emperor had struck again, even using his dragon's tail to turn into a sword, splitting down with his tail, which shook the heavens and the earth and even chopped out a gully that stretched for countless miles. The battles at the Emperor realm were too terrifying, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth at every turn, even more terrifying than a heavenly calamity. What's all the fuss about? What kind of dominance is this? You've never seen the dragons truly rampage.
Win En scoffed at this, unimpressed.
Talking so much about it.
You've seen it?
Seeing him with this attitude,
Lin Jingwen immediately glared. This guy, does he have to go against himself?
And he's still looking like he's tugging.
He really needs a beating. I have indeed seen it.
The winning family has quite a few images of imperial battles. The dragon race and the soul race, as the two strongest races,
have always been lawless and wildly flaming.
They fight with other races all over the continent,
and at every turn,
they can affect tens and millions of living beings.
When they fought in the human race's territory,
there were even cases where tens of millions of people were affected and died without a single body.
Haven't you learned about it from the history books? The Fuyun City Dragon Disaster,
and the Prime City Soul Disaster. It was only a few 100,000 people who lost their lives,
And this was already the result of the Jintian Dragon Emperor's extreme restraint and controlling casualties as much as possible.
Winand questioned this and frowned coldly. The distaste and hostility towards the foreigners had been engraved in his bones since he was a child, and it was indelible throughout his life. Because of this, he innately held good feelings and the idea of striking a good rapport with a supreme genius like eldest senior brother and junior sister, who had an unlimited future and could battle with the pride of a strong clan. Lin Jingwen was tempted to say that she knew about the most famous dragon and soul disasters in history, but that didn't stop her from finding the hundreds of thousands of deaths and injuries terrifying. Only, she choked back the words she wanted to say when she saw third senior brother's face, unprecedentedly gloomy and terrifying. Don't argue, the necromancer is coming out. Just then, Feng Yunyun opened his mouth, interrupting their conversation. Winand also reacted, realizing that he had overreacted, and when he put his eyes on the light screen, he spotted the corpse demon that had quietly made its appearance. This corpse demon, it's just as weird as the rumors. Seeing the figure wearing a black robe, his face shrouded in mist, and carrying a scythe, Winand also carefully scrutinized it. To be able to defeat the Jintian Dragon Emperor, the strength of this corpse demon was extraordinary, and I was afraid that it would become a major threat to the human race. Indeed, Feng Yun nodded, deeply sympathetic. Wow, so handsome. Just then, Shinchuei let out an exclamation. It can be considered to wait until the big senior brother debuted. This stance is also too handsome, as if a person is facing 10 dragon emperors straightly. It is simply a divine martial arts cover. As soon as these words came out, several people present, whose gazes were uncontrollably attracted to deflection, all focused on the body of the youngest senior sister. 89. Good looking? Winand was genuinely thunderstruck and wondered if he had heard wrong. Little sister. You're. Lin Jingwen wanted to say something, not knowing what to say. Xin Shui. This is a ghoul race. It's a walking corpse. Feng Yun always felt that there was something wrong with the young apprentice's aesthetics and tried to correct it. Granted, everyone's aesthetics and preferences vary, but this is just too netherworldly and evil for you. I'm a hashtag at $%. It's pretty cool, but to people, it's just scary, isn't it? Yi Yu was also shocked and surprised with a sideways glance. His corpse collector's robe was automatically issued by the system activation, practical and good-looking, able to conceal all probing. Even if he was in the returning wheel realm, the Emperor realm couldn't see through the depth of his realm and his true face. That weapon of the necromancers? Ah, isn't it handsome? Facing everyone's strange gazes, Shinchuei reacted and asked rhetorically after a few seconds' pause. Not bad. Realizing she was referring to the weapon, everyone was relieved. It should be said not to say that the necromancer's weapon is still in line with the human aesthetic. Big and long, and the angle of the bend of the giant sickle is just right, and it is very lethal at a glance. With everyone's relief and approval, Shinchuei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Why was eldest brother's heartbeat so strange just now? Having successfully diverted everyone's attention, Shinchuei thought back to the situation just now and couldn't help but feel odd. It was different from when eldest brother had a fleeting thought, and it didn't come rushing at her in a rush, sending her into a whole headache. What was clearly a very calm heartfelt voice was interspersed with an unintelligible passage, as if a key element had been erased. This little tidbit aside, as the corpse demon took the stage, the imperial battle was officially underway. From conversations to exchanges of hands, and then to fierce battles, the divine light was 10,000 feet, and the dark light exploded into chaos. It wasn't the first time anyone else had watched an emperor battle, and although they couldn't learn anything, seeing an emperor realm battle was conducive to improving their eyesight, appreciating the might of the emperor realm, cultivating awe and humility, and not being arrogant. Is this the imperial battle? So powerful. Dragon thunder descending from the sky, black sword chopping the sky. Shinchuei was directly dumbfounded, could not see the details of the battle at all, and could only see that within the golden square. The fight was shocking, the black light shrouded, and even more endless bursts of sound emanated from it. In response to this exclamation, Winand did not lecture and was watching the movie just as carefully. How did the Jintian Dragon Emperor change his appearance? Is this the true appearance of the dragon race? As black mist erupted from the Jintian Dragon Emperor's body, shaking his body and transforming into a pitch-black dragon that merged into the void, Shinchuei couldn't understand and couldn't help but ask. This is the Dao body of the Space Dao. Yi Yu, after all, was one of the main stars of the Emperor's battle, and he was more curious about everyone's reactions than watching the movie. And when he saw that his little sister was looking confused, he explained, a Dao body of the Space Dao? What is that? However, while he did explain, Shinchuei did not understand a single word. Has this child not yet learned the concept of the Dao realm? Dao body, one of the divine abilities of the Dao realm.
also means to transform the Tao with one's body. For example, if one cultivates the way of flame and transforms the Tao with one's body, one will become a fireman. Yi Yu realized that she couldn't understand, and while he was surprised in his heart, he also explained in a simple and graphic manner. Ooh-hoo. Sure, Xinchuei nodded plausibly. I'll tell you about it after I read it. First, Yi Yu had the intention to teach her to cultivate, but felt that the timing was not right and decided to wait until it was over. While watching a movie, a few exclamations are fine. Talking too much is very distracting to others. This imperial battle was not generally intense, although it was impossible to see the details of the battle, but the sound turbulence was still very enjoyable to watch. In the end, after the Ghoul Demon and the Zimmer Ghost Emperor isolated themselves from all sight and visitation and finished their conversation alone, they flew together towards the Ghoul clan's territory, and the viewing officially came to an end. The Necromancer's fighting style is also too weird. Although Winand was at the Earth King realm and couldn't see the details of the Emperor battle, he was after all well informed and still saw some clues. For example, even if Emperor Jintian Dragon Emperor's imperial art was strong and had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, it would not be able to contain the corpse demon's attack. What's more, it was as if the necromancers were immortal and able to fight endlessly. He knew the result from the beginning, but he didn't expect the corpse demon to win so beautifully. From beginning to end it had the upper hand, and Jintian Dragon Emperor, the second in the world, was pressed by it to fight. The most frightening thing is that it even dares to kill the Dragon Emperor. Feng Yunjun slightly jawed, a viewing down. For the corpse demon scruples, raised to an unprecedented height. Men are always more sensitive to things like the big picture of racial patterns. The feeling that this imperial battle brought to them all was that the ghoul race was going to rise, and the human race was not in a good position. It feels like the ghost mother is so beautiful. I wonder what she looks like under her red head. Shifu Xinchui's sentiments were more unique. Seeing the scene of eldest senior brother leaving with the Zimu Ghost Emperor floated in his mind, and he couldn't help but look at Yi Yu with a sideways glance. What's she looking at me for? Do you want to know if the ghost mother looks pretty to a man like me? Yi Yu sensed her little look and comprehended it. Who knows? Yi Yu didn't want to comment much. He wasn't interested in human mothers, and he was even less interested in corpses. She does look pretty good in her wedding outfit. Lin Jingwen was also glanced at by her and nodded slightly. The Zimu Ghost Emperor's dress and appearance were still quite in line with human aesthetics, just magnified many times over. By the way, how did the necromancer suddenly grow taller and transform into a giant? Just then, Xinchuei suddenly thought of a question and wondered. Just now, she was so dumbfounded that she forgot to ask how eldest brother had suddenly turned into a 10,000 feet tall giant. If she can, she would love to learn this move. As a little bitty girl, it's really tiring to look up to her senior brothers and sisters and masters every day. How do you do it? By the power of change in heaven and earth. Yi Yu as a party is very clear, but did not make a sound. After all, people do not know that he is a corpse devil. This identity is not Xing said. It could be a racial aptitude, some kind of divine ability, or a Tao body manifestation. Only the corpse demon knows exactly what it is. Feng Yun pondered for a moment and offered several directions for conjecture. Another Tao body. What is a Tao body? Shifu Shimizu, knowing the true answer by eavesdropping on her heart, pretended not to hear it and was distracted by the other words. The movie viewing was over. Yi Yu didn't have to worry about disturbing others and opened his mouth at the right time. Junior sister. The reason why the Earth King realm is called king is because from this realm, Yuan cultivators begin to grasp and utilize the power of the Tao realm. The Tao realm had three directions: body, mind, and soul, which corresponded to different divine abilities. The Tao realm was also divided into 5 stages: Tao 1, Tao 2, Tao 3, 10,000 transformations, and return to 1, which corresponded to king, saint, Zun, emperor, and the great perfection of the emperor realm, respectively. Whether a person's talent is powerful or not is not only dependent on the physique, but also focuses on enlightenment, because starting from the king realm, one must be enlightened in order to break through to the corresponding realm. 2 more to go. 90. Gnosis. So am I highly Gnostic? Hearing the theory of enlightenment again, Xinchuei asked curiously after thinking about it. It's very high, but your current realm is still very low, so it's good to understand the concept of the Tao realm, so you don't need to be too concerned. Yi Yu thought of his junior sister's previous performances, which were intelligent, and nodded. Xiaotsayu's cultivation speed is so fast because her physique is naturally suited to the way of the sword, and the further back she goes, the wider the gap she pulls away from her peers. Why don't you need to care? Since enlightenment is so useful for the later realms, isn't it true that the sooner you enlighten yourself, the better? Shifu Xinchuei listened to his explanation and asked the question in his mind. The concept of the Tao realm is very subtle. Enlightenment is not achieved overnight. It requires a lot of time and effort to realize. It can take several years, 10 years, several hundred years is a common thing. Moreover, for the understanding of a certain power, without reaching a certain height, it is not possible to understand it in one's entire life. With so much energy, it would be better to dive into realm breakthroughs first. And anyway, we don't need the Tao realm's enlightenment until we break through the Earth King realm. Not surprised by this doubt, Yi Yu explained. The Tianxian continent had a history of countless years, and people had made countless attempts to cultivate. In this, there were naturally people who put aside realm breakthroughs and first sensed the Tao realm. It would not be an exaggeration to say that those who were able to achieve enlightenment in the lower realms were 1 in a million. However, even if one succeeded in enlightenment, their cultivation speed was not necessarily faster than their peers. This is because the heavens prides of their peers are already breaking through several great realms by the time you've expended all your energy on enlightenment. That is to say, before breaking through the Earth King realm. Is enlightenment useless? Enlightenment is useful from the beginning to the end. Enlightenment is a type of talent. Just like the technique you're cultivating right now. It's the heaven and earth transformation elemental technique that the 9 heavens pavilion's prodisciples mainly cultivate. How many layers are there in total? 7 layers. How much time did it take you to cultivate to the second layer? Half a day? In the place of mediocre qualifications, given a year, they might not even be able to cultivate the heaven and earth transformation elemental technique to the second layer. Yi Yu could be said to know her cultivation status like the back of his hand. Wow. Really? If you put an emperor rank Gongfu in front of someone with mediocre qualifications, even if you give him a lifetime, he won't be able to penetrate it, and he won't even be able to practice the first layer. But if a genius with exceptional talent is faced with an emperor rank technique, it will be an opportunity for him to go all the way to the emperor realm. This is the difference in enlightenment. So it is. Sure, Xinshui had no concept of his own cultivation speed at all, and after he made such a comparison, he suddenly realized that this speed of his was too impressive. I'm too high a level for this preaching and teaching. Yi Yu, who saw her come to a realization and succeeded in solving her confusion, had a few moments of self-satisfaction in his heart. I have to say, teaching someone to cultivate and having them listen and understand is a pretty cool feeling. Do you still have any doubts? Because this child is all together with the second senior sister. He is not good to show his face. This time he found the opportunity. Yi Yu has also decided to teach her things on cultivation. Hurry up and make a breakthrough. Turn over the book Tai Yuzhen Xinggong. I'll see what's going on. Eldest brother's cultivation speed is so fast. Is there a trick to breaking through the realm? Sure, Xinshui didn't actually have doubts anymore, but hearing his expectation, he asked. Seeing the two of them talking happily, Feng Yun, Lin Jingwen, and Winning End did not interrupt, but instead ate silently and watched Yi Yu teach his little sister, a scene that was really rare. The trick? Yi Yu was in deep thought about this query. The realms and power levels of the Tianxian continent were universal, but the cultivation methods of the hundreds of races still differed to a certain extent, such as the human race, spiritual movement realm, absorbing spiritual energy into the body, strengthening the physical body, and gathering a large amount of spiritual energy, congealed Yuan realm, opening up the Yuan Fu, storing more spiritual energy transformed into liquid, quantity and sublimation. At the returning wheel realm, spiritual energy is condensed into a wheel, forming a cycle that coalesces into a point that impacts the sea of consciousness, and by opening the sea of consciousness, one can break through to the next realm. The general knowledge realm is the first watershed of Yuan cultivation, and the spiritual consciousness is birthed in the sea of consciousness, and the range of attack is substantially increased. Although the lower realms are also capable of attacking from a distance, the spiritual consciousness is able to manipulate weapons and kill the enemy 10,000 meters away with precision and accuracy. At the divine awakening realm, the spiritual consciousness awakens, transforms into emptiness and condenses into reality, and borrows the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth to irrigate and continuously strengthen the physical body and spiritual consciousness, sublimating them to the extreme. Dharma Dragon realm, human spirit unity, metamorphosis away from the mortal body, breathing like a real dragon, swallowing clouds and spitting out mist, with the power of overturning clouds and rain. As for the subsequent several realms, they all require the sense of the Tao realm. The only trick is to eat some heavenly treasures that improve enlightenment and make it easier for people to realize the Tao, such as spirit crystals. There are no shortcuts in cultivation. The only way is to be persistent and never slack off. Understand? Yi Yu knew the power of each realm like the back of his hand, and after pondering for a while, he gave a serious exhortation. If you want to say that there is a trick, that is to eat rare heavenly treasures, fast impact each realm, each stage of the bottleneck. But this method can't be said. This girl is originally a snacker. If she knew this method, I'm afraid she wouldn't even want to cultivate. She'd just focus on eating. To this heartfelt voice, Sure Xinshui was so wrong that he protested in his heart. She wasn't a snacker, and it wasn't because eldest brother thought all she did was eat and eat and eat because eldest brother gave her something to eat every time he talked to her. She was really practicing, every single day. Understood. Shifu Xin Mizui had always dared to be angry with her eldest senior brother, at most protesting a few times in her heart, still very well behaved. Feeding her rare heavenly treasures is indeed a good way to quickly break through the realm without after effects. My storage space is stowed with all the treasures of the Sacred Order, the Honorable Order, and the Emperor's Order, and apart from the snacks from the Emperor's banquet house, there's nothing she can use, so it seems like I have to go on a big shopping spree. Seeing that she agreed, Yi Yu turned his thoughts and realized that he had a lot of room to maneuver. With less than 25 years left until the Tianxian disaster day, there wasn't that much time for her to slowly cultivate in a step-by-step manner. Although he had found a way to help his little sister, Yi Yu's mind was active and instantly realized the problem. But she's still following her second senior sister in the insight class. Even if you want to feed her heavenly treasures and rare elixirs, it's not that easy. It's not good to let her live in Linlang Peak. I have to go out every now and then. It's impossible to be a nanny around her every day. This child is not staying with the second senior sister 24 hours a day. He is alone when bathing, and also at night when practicing. The bathing time is not suitable, so the only way to find her is to go to her at night? I don't think it's a good idea to break into a little girl's room at night. Shifu Xinshui pretended not to hear his inner thoughts, talking and laughing with his master and senior brothers and sisters. The atmosphere of everyone gathered at a table was nice and joyful. Only, her mind was unsettled. First shift delivered first. One more to go before 4, apologies for oversleeping. 91. The viewing of the Emperor's war image was over, and the crowd sat and chatted until late at night before parting. After saying goodbye to his master and senior brothers and sisters, Yi Yu left the Nine Heavens Pavilion straight away. He's a man of action and thunder. Thanks to years of collecting corpses. After all, collecting corpses doesn't wait for anyone, and if you want to avoid having the body destroyed and anything go wrong, you have to be in place ahead of time to watch the death countdown towards the end of the person's fall. Feeding heavenly treasures, not just buy a little elixir on the line. You must spend energy to find, to screen, even have to go to the auction house to go. It is medicine that is 3 times poisonous. Elixir is indeed able to make a breakthrough, but it has the bad side of pulling out the seedling. Elixirs that did not have any after effects and could accelerate the speed of breakthroughs were rare and valuable, such as the Imperial Banquet House's spiritual food and certain treasures on the Heavenly Treasures list. Such a treasure, even a great power like the Nine Heavens Pavilion didn't have much in stock. A treasure that was beneficial to the young generation's rapid breakthrough and had no after effects would be fought over by all the 100 clans. To enjoy the treasures on the Heavenly Precious list, one would either have to trade for them through clan contributions or be a chief disciple that the clan had devoted itself to cultivating. For example, when he was young, he could only participate in various festivals and events to fight for the treasures on the Heavenly Treasures list because he suffered a great loss in terms of age. It wasn't until after the Human King battle had made a big splash that he was qualified to enjoy it. But there weren't many more treasures that he could use when he reached this stage. To him, no matter what kind of heavenly treasure, it was no match for the reward of collecting a corpse. However, little sister was different, and she didn't have a system, so she could only use the methods commonly used by the 100 races heavenly pride to quickly become stronger. Before buying the heavenly treasures, Yi Yu, who left the 9 heavenly pavilion first, went to the 100,000 mountains and buried the corpses of the Dragon Emperor and the born Heavenly Ghost Emperor, which rewarded him with a level 4 treasure chest and a level 8 treasure chest respectively. The Emperor realm usually corresponded to an 8th level treasure chest, but it had to be a famous Emperor realm. Realm alone wasn't enough. The dragon race was well endowed with strong people, mysterious and terrifying, awe-inspiring. The Zhentian Dragon Emperor led the 10 dragons in the press. He was killing the weakest Dragon Emperor at that time, middle stage of the Emperor realm, and was not known to the world. The burial reward was only a level 7 treasure chest. This was also the reason why he had made a decisive move. The loss of 3 levels from a level 7 treasure chest was not unacceptable. Level 4 treasure chest opened successfully, rewarding armor piercing 1% and evasion 1%. Awesome! A level 4 treasure chest can open both armor piercing and evasion. This Dragon Emperor is really chopping the right one. Seeing this reward, Yi Yu was satisfied that he was one step closer to 100% armor piercing and evasion. Level 8 treasure chest opened successfully. Weapon adaptation +1. Counterattack 2%. The reward of the 8th level treasure chest is even more powerful, successfully opening the adaptive attribute. Yi Yu's face, which was covered by the mist, smiled from ear to ear. Weapon adaptive. This attribute is the hardest to drive out and it's pretty sick.
I got so lucky with the treasure chest this time.
Armor piercing, counterattack, evasion, and weapon adaptation are all noticeable boosts.
There are many things that are difficult to do when you are young and have little power.
Like when you're young, there are so many things you want and you always dream of getting them. But Yi Yu was no longer young. He was the most popular chief elder of the Nine Heavens Pavilion, the most prestigious young supreme of the human race, and a corpse demon who killed emperors like chickens. On this day, in the Tianxian continent,
all the races were in turmoil because of the sudden rise of the corpse demon, the territory of the human race in the southern region, various large auction houses, and the business houses of the major powers. A mysterious person appeared.
Either they are generous, directly as a bite price to buy the auction's finale treasure.
Either you are so rich and powerful that you have to buy the town's treasure as soon as you enter the trading house. In less than 5 short days, he had swept through the long accumulated treasures of the townships of the major merchant houses of the human race, and no matter which auction house's auction it was, as long as there was a treasure that he wanted to participate in, there was simply no one who could compete. When the major powers faced this mysterious person and studied his path of action and purchase records, they realized that his shopping direction was obvious. All of them were elixirs on the heavenly precious list that favored young celestial pride, and they seemed to be used to cultivate disciples, sons and daughters. On top of that, he was so rich and wealthy that even the 5 major powers were moved by him. This was because there were many treasures that needed to be bartered for, not something that could be bought with mere yuan crystals. During this period also occurred a few hiccups.
Some ungrateful people want to make a fortune. Roadblock robbery. Are on the spot died tragically
at the scene of the passers-by, and even is not clear to see how the mysterious person is hands.
With this incident alone,
the 5 powers evaluation and record of this mysterious man became a few points clearer.
Strength is unfathomable, at least the Tianzuan realm, and rich, identity is ominous.
Suspected closure for many years before coming out of the gate.
Found more than 1 gifted children and grandchildren. Came out to make a big purchase, no matter how much it costs to pave the way for the offspring to cultivate. 5 days later, the mysterious man disappeared into the human race's territory, as if he had never appeared and lost his next voice. Only, the Smoke and Rain building, which had its hands and eyes all over the continent,
had discovered his subsequent whereabouts.
Instead of disappearing,
he walked into other great domains, the lands of the major races, and continued to shop for the heavenly treasures on the heavenly treasures list.
9 heavenly pavilions, still a day of years. The night was beautiful, the moon was charming, and in a mansion halfway up Taiping Peak,
Shinshui was wearing a set of beige dresses and skirts as she sat cross-legged on the bed to meditate and cultivate.
Where the hell did Big Brother run off to? Until late at night,
Shinshui opened his eyes, a pair of golden eyes,
showing disappointment, and sighed.
Ever since she knew that her eldest brother had decided to break into her boudoir at night, she had decided then and there that from now on she would not sleep in nightgowns or profane clothes, and that she would wear formal attire at all times and at all times to avoid embarrassment. But half a month had passed, and eldest brother had disappeared without a trace, without a word, since that night when they watched the movie together. It wasn't that she was expecting eldest brother to feed her heavenly treasures. After all, second senior sister would take her to eat delicious food every day, and she hadn't gone hungry for a single meal. It was just that before, she could hear her eldest brother's broken thoughts and self-talk every day, and now that she couldn't hear his heart for half a month, it caused some discrepancies in her heart. Moreover, she had made progress in her cultivation in the past half a month,
breaking through to the returning wheel realm perfection.
She had wanted to tell eldest brother the good news,
but she couldn't find anyone. It seems that the second senior sister is right.
The eldest senior brother is a heavenly dignity realm powerhouse.
Day to day, wanting to see him is not that easy.
Before that, eldest brother had snuck in to see her every day and just happened to be idle. It's better to work hard to become stronger, and strive to surprise eldest senior brother the next time I see him by flipping open the Taiyuan Shinggong. After thinking for a long time, Shinshui carried out some self-encouragement before calming down and entering cultivation once again. I don't know how long it took, but Shinshui's bushel-like eyelashes fluttered as she opened her large, watery and bright eyes, because in her ears, a familiar voice rang out. Killing the Emperor's realm is easier than finding the elixir. Second shift delivered. 92. But when he could wait for the voice of his eldest senior brother, Shinshui felt incomparably surprised. Although in the Nine Heavens Pavilion, every day it is the second senior sister who teaches her cultivation, and also takes care of her 4 meals a day, but the person she is closest to is still the eldest senior brother. Because of the ability to hear the heart, her eldest brother's self-talk and broken thoughts amused her. There are always a lot of interesting and new things happening with Big Brother. Eldest brother is as awesome as ever. In response to his quiet appearance,
Sure, Xinshui secretly sighed, and then closed his eyes once again, pretending to be cultivating. Got dressed, doesn't seem to be in the way. Yi Yu scoped it out and let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Has she broken through to the full circle of the returning wheel realm? Looks like she hasn't been slacking off in the past half month. How should I make my debut? Appearing directly in front of her? I don't think that's cool enough. With that, I'll just sit at the table and drink as much as I can as a highborn man. After a moment's thought, Yi Yu took action and showed up to sit at the table. Immediately, with a swing of his right hand, he took out a jug of wine and a wineglass, and he began to pretend to pour the wine. He didn't deliberately close his voice, and the pattering of wine into the glass was unmistakable in the still, silent night. With this movement, Sure Xinshui's eyelashes fluttered slightly before she opened her eyes and just followed the sound. You're awake. Yi Yu had a good grasp of the winds and grasses in the room, and was holding his glass of wine when she turned her head sideways and calmly said, Eldest brother? What brings you here? Shifu Shimizu pretended to be surprised that she had just realized he was here. Sit. Yi Yu did not explain much. His words were few, showing his strong character. Good. In response to his request, Shifu Xinshui was very good-natured. Moving out of bed and putting on her shoes with her little feet covered in luo stockings, she walked over. You're not shy? After all, it's an 11-year-old child. If it were a 15 or 16-year-old girl who found out that a man had broken into her boudoir at night, her first reaction would be either shyness or fear. As she walked over, Yi Yu didn't look at her with his eyes, but he was able to see her every move and thought in his heart. To this view, Sure Xinshui is really speechless, and would like to say to him, I've been waiting for you for half a month. How can you still be shy and afraid? But she was just thinking about it in her mind, not daring to say it at all. If these words were to be said, eldest brother would definitely find out that she could eavesdrop on her heart and kill her on the spot. I've come to deliver something to you as a reward for enlightening your master earlier. It was only when she was seated beside her that Yi Yu, who was holding a wineglass in his right hand, opened his mouth and spoke, explaining the purpose of his visit. Open it up. After saying that, his left hand opened and he took out a jade box. Because he was talking to himself, Sure Xinshui didn't even have any room for rejection or politeness, and obediently reached out to open it. As she did, the jade box was opened to a gap, and a golden light burst forth and flowed out from it, instantly illuminating the room in a golden splendor. The yuan qi that was so pure that it was unbelievable was even transformed into a wisp of golden clouds that spread out, turning the room into a golden ocean. The jade box was as if it held a sun, with golden light and visions. Wow! Sure Xinshui had never seen such a sight before, and was instantly shocked. Wow! Golden legend! With this reaction, it's not in vain for me to go through the trouble of making a trip to the eastern domain Phoenix Emperor City. With her jaw dropping, Yi Yu was satisfied with this and secretly said, This is too beautiful. Eldest senior brother, is this the phoenix fruit? After Sure Xinshui was shocked, she couldn't hold back her surprise and asked, You know it? Yi Yu, who had wanted to introduce the role, was a bit surprised to find that she had actually said her name. 7th on the heavenly precious list, the phoenix fruit, a specialty of the Phoenix clan, made from the fruit of the Dongyang tree, which is 21st on the heavenly precious list, supplemented by the phoenix flame containment, is a precious medicine that complements the innate and the acquired, and a treasure medicine that the sun and moon sacred physique and the Taiyu divine physique can only dream of. The second senior sister who gave me the heavenly precious insight class said that this should be the most suitable treasure medicine for my physique. Sure Xinshui nodded heavily, looking at the small sun in the jade box that blossomed with golden light and emitted a rich yuan qi, fluttering with color and incomparable excitement. Not much progress. Seeing her gushing and telling the story of where she came from in a coherent manner, Yi Yu was very pleased. I still remember the first time I met my little senior sister. This child didn't even know about spirit food and had no concept of the value of spirit crystals at all. It's only been a month, and you're already able to distinguish between all sorts of rare and weird treasures. Seeing and hearing lessons, for those who are new to cultivation, are really important, not only to help understand the world, but also to cultivate a sense of reverence and aggressiveness. If you don't know how rare it is, you don't know how to honor it. If you don't know how to be strong, you don't know what lies ahead. Eldest brother, would this be too expensive? After Sure Xinshui's surprise, she retracted her hands, which were holding onto the sides of the jade box, with a feeling of being flattered. The value of this phoenix fruit was unknown how many levels higher than the Emperor Banquet House's signature spiritual food, the falling cloud cake. This was a treasure that was in the top 10 of the heavenly treasures list, and its value was so high that it could no longer be measured in terms of extreme yuan crystals, and even if you wanted to buy it, it would be very difficult to do so. You helped me to enlighten my master and unlocked his heart, a feat worthy of such a gift. Yi Yu saw her heart retreating and said with certainty, What's so valuable about stealing something back? It doesn't cost a penny. At most it's just a little bit of effort.
And if this phoenix fruit can make her turn over the Tai Yuzhen Shingon,
then she'll make a lot of money. While persuading, Yi Yu was also calculating in his mind.
For him, finding out the reason for the unknown date of death from his little sister was the top priority.
Thank you, eldest brother. After thinking about it, Shinshui decided to take it. She also wanted to flip through the Taiyuan Shingong in her mind to see what was going on, and if she could help her big brother, that would be even better. This is the lowest ranked 5th ranked phoenix fruit. Unlike the Emperor Banquet House's spirit food that is so mild, the medicinal properties are too violent for you.
A 3rd ranked Yuan cultivator.
So just refine it directly. I'll escort you.
Seeing that she managed to be convinced,
Yi Yu added with a slight jaw.
In fact, he had made a trip to Phoenix Emperor City in the eastern region with the intention of requesting the purchase of a few phoenix fruits, and there was no need to get his hands dirty with things that could be solved with money. He had buried so many heavenly dignitaries in emperor realms,
and every time he went to collect a corpse, he didn't just take a corpse, the trophies were collected as well. It was a pity that the Phoenix clan was unwilling to sell it, so he could only steal it. In order to pave the way for the little sister, the phoenix fruits of the 5th order to the 9th order, he picked one, respectively. As for the Emperor Order phoenix fruits, he turned over the sky and did not find it, was hidden extremely deep, and could only give up. Good. Shinshui understood that eldest senior brother wanted her to make a breakthrough quickly, but why wouldn't she feel the same way and nodded. First shift delivered. With a second shift around 4:93.
Rare and precious medicines are eaten like usual fruits though.
However, the precious medicine was made by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth,
and contained a surging in dense yuan qi, so if one couldn't withstand that power, it was highly likely that one's body would explode and die.
Only, with Yi Yu escorting him, none of that was a matter. As a heavenly sovereign realm powerhouse, it would be a joke if he couldn't help a single precious medicine.
Because of the clarity of purpose,
the two didn't talk too much nonsense. Wow, so cozy. With the jade box in hand,
Shinshui returned to the bed and sat cross-legged,
reaching out and picking up the phoenix fruit in amazement.
Holding the phoenix fruit in her hand and feeling the sizzling aura contained within, she could only feel her body stirring,
as if emitting a joyous cry of longing and pleasure. Comfortable? Has long been a concentrated Yi Yu, always observing her every move and reaction.
This reaction is somewhat surprised,
but did not make a sound. Well, immediately, without any hesitation, Shinshui took the phoenix fruit,
which emitted a brilliant golden light as if it were a miniature sun, and put it to his mouth to nibble on it, before his eyes widened.
What's wrong?
Seeing this strange sound,
Yi Yu immediately raised his voice to inquire. It's delicious. The phoenix fruit was nurtured by the essence of the sun, the yuan qi of heaven and earth, as well as the phoenix fire. A bite down, tender and juicy. Moreover, it melted in the mouth, and the taste was so hot that Shinshui felt it was like drinking a mouthful of super delicious hot soup. Realizing that she was fine and was only in a state of shock,
Yi Yu glared at her without making a sound.
However, the expected accidents did not appear,
until Shinshui wiped out the 5th order phoenix fruit clean,
all unharmed. What's more,
Shinshui still felt unfulfilled after eating, sticking out her little tongue and licking the corners of her mouth,
not missing a drop. Don't just eat.
Run your gong method and refine the essence of the phoenix fruit into yuan power to break through the realm.
Seeing her like this, Yi Yu also reminded. Upon hearing this command, Shinshui nodded,
and then closed his eyes and began to look inward and run his gong methods.
Eldest senior brother, the essence of this phoenix fruit is not under my control. All of it is running towards my left eye. I can't refine it. Soon,
Shinshui was at a loss for words and opened her eyes,
explaining with her hands in an incomparable hurry. This was the phoenix fruit,
a treasure on the heavenly precious list, but if it couldn't help her break through to the passage realm,
it would be too much of a waste. Let's see. Realizing this situation,
Yi Yu immediately climbed onto the bed and pressed one hand on her tiny shoulder.
Immediately, he infiltrated his spiritual sense into Shinshui's body. The little sister's physique, as usual, was divine.
The flesh and blood were densely covered with golden starlight, and there were God's shadows perched on the 5 viscera and 6 bowels.
The golden,
abundant yuan qi of the phoenix fruit flowed through her body, part of it being absorbed by the blood and flesh of her entire body, and most of it was heading towards her left eye,
which contained the sun. At a soaring speed, her left eye was like a black hole,
emitting a terrifying gravitational force to swallow everything related to the power of the sun.
However,
it was only a short 10 seconds of work, and the essence of the phoenix fruit was devoured. When the absorption was over, the sun in her left eye was a few points brighter compared to what it was at the beginning,
containing a hot and surging aura, as if it was gradually recovering.
I fed her so much spirit food before. It shouldn't be absorbed by her body like this, right?
Noticing this, Yi Yu pondered. In fact, he had been wondering before.
The spiritual food from the Emperor Banquet House was an excellent elixir for young celestials.
Logically speaking, it was only the returning Will Realm's little sister who had been fed so much spirit food by him. Not to mention all of it, even if it was partially refined, it would still be enough for her to advance, but it was never moving. Assuming that this power was absorbed by her physique, it would all make sense. The origin of the little sister's physique is unknown.
Unlike other physiques that show divine differences at birth,
until now it has been motionless. I'm afraid that it needs a large amount of yuan qi to irrigate it.
Eldest brother, Shifu Xinchui's mood was apprehensive.
Not knowing what to do,
she was still thinking of using the power of the phoenix fruit to break through the generalization realm in one fell swoop, and turn over the Tai Yuzhen Shingon.
Don't be in a hurry.
Eldest brother still has it.
Try concentrating your mind and power into your left eye and see if there's any change.
Facing her eagerness and panic, Yi Yu guided her after calming her.
Because he was calm and even more composed, Shifu Xinchue calmed down and did as he was told. In the next moment,
a sudden change occurred, and the pupils of Shi Xinchue's beautiful and clear-looking golden eyes shrank,
bursting out with golden streams of light.
This sudden change caused her cute and childish aura to become cold and majestic.
Palm. At the same time, Yi Yu,
who was being watched by her, suddenly had a golden blaze burning on his face. That golden blaze was like a fire snake,
opening its horrible fangs, wreaking havoc on Yi Yu's body surface, engulfing the whole body in the blink of an eye.
Eldest brother. Seeing that his eldest brother's head was covered by golden flames, Shi Xinchue was startled when he came back to his senses, and it was only after a flurry of hands and feet that the flames were retracted.
Only that Yi Yu,
who had been baptized by the golden flames,
was unharmed,
but the bed was burned through and the house was in a mess.
I'm sorry, eldest brother. I didn't mean it.
Although he seemed fine, Shi Xinchue was terrified and hurriedly apologized.
It's okay, you can't hurt me with that little trick of yours.
Seeing that she was dropping her tears in anxiety,
Yi Yu soothed. Whoever stares at whoever burns who. This is exactly the pupil art Amaterasu, and the power is not bad. It should be able to burn people to death. While pacifying, Yi Yu was also pondering in his mind.
Fifth order phoenix fruit has no side effects for her,
and also absorbs so quickly. What if it's sixth order? Seventh order?
This phoenix fruit is of great use to her left eye that contains the sun, directly letting her eye awaken to Amaterasu.
If she keeps feeding it, will it awaken further? Finally seeing his little sister's physique, displaying a divine aspect, Yi Yu's mind was steeply active.
This girl's death was unknown,
exactly as he had expected. It was truly extraordinary. Alright, don't cry. This phoenix fruit, eldest brother has more than enough.
Seeing that she was really crying, Yi Yu took out another jade box and handed it to her, taking food to coax her. Seeing the jade box that he handed over, Shi Xinchue felt overpowered. She had just eaten the precious medicine given by someone else, but she ended up being the one to accidentally hit her eldest senior brother. The miss hadn't even given her time to rejoice in the fact that her left eye could start fires.
Eat up and get stronger.
Yi Yu didn't care at all about her miss,
hoping in his heart, eldest senior brother, I will definitely repay you in the future. Sensing his expectation,
Shi Xinchue hesitated for a long time before making the decision to make her feelings known.
You'll be repaying me if you can open that book in your head and tell me what it's about.
Yi Yu didn't ask her to have the reward of giving her body in return. He only wanted to hurry up and see what was going on with the gong method.
Tai Yuzhen Shingon.
He had a vague feeling that he would be able to see the contents of the Tai Yuzhen Shingon tonight, because little sister's physique was too powerful. The quickness of the effects of swallowing heavenly treasures was simply terrifying.
Second shift delivered. 94. Opening the jade box, Shifu Xinchue saw another phoenix fruit and opened it to nibble when he was mentally prepared. With the previous lesson,
Yi Yu this time was directly pressing his hand on her shoulder to see the effect of her taking the phoenix fruit.
The medicinal effect of the sixth order phoenix fruit was extremely violent,
and cultivators of the same realm,
who swallowed it rashly, might burst their bodies and die. As for the returning Wheel Realm cultivators,
swallowing such a high-grade precious medicine was simply not a blessing, and they would surely die. It was also true that the essence of the phoenix fruit entered the body of the youngest senior sister and instantly erupted into a furious and passionate sun power. What was even more terrifying was that the power of that sun also contained the phoenix fire of the Phoenix clan, which would never be extinguished,
spreading out as if it was going to burn everything. However, the raging sun power could not turn over any waves within Shi Xinchue's body.
Before it could storm and wreak havoc, the left eye that carried the sun brightened a few points as if it had been stimulated, and then it erupted into an infinite gravitational force, sucking all the phoenix fruit essence over her left eye. able to cross the third order to absorb the fire path power of the sixth order. This physique is also too fierce, unlike just now when he only saw the end. This time Yi Yu watched the whole thing and had a judgment in his heart. Here, big brother has more. Keep eating. 7th order, 8th order, 9th order, equivalent to the phoenix fruit of the Tianzuan realm. Yi Yu also hesitated for a moment, but after carefully observing, he still made up his mind to feed her. The result was still the same. Little sister's left eye was like a bottomless pit that simply couldn't be filled. Returning wheel realm cultivator. Swallowing the 9th order phoenix fruit. If this matter is known by the Phoenix clan, I am afraid that the birds are all stupid. Seeing this result, even though Yi Yu had seen a lot of things, he was also slightly shocked. For this big purchase, he spent a lot of effort to study the heavenly treasures and anecdotes produced by the Smoke and Rain building. And for the phoenix fruit, he even went on a field trip to find out a lot of information. The phoenix fruit was the most coveted treasure medicine for the fire cultivators of the Tianxian continent. Its value was so high and immeasurable that for countless years, the Phoenix clan had only sold less than 10 to the public. As the name suggests, this precious medicine is of great use to the Phoenix clan, and unless it is exchanged with the top 5 treasures on the heavenly precious list, there is absolutely no way that the Phoenix clan would barter with someone. Even for the Phoenix clan, at most, it was taken over 2 orders to breed a higher order of Phoenix flame in advance. With the trait of taking precious medicines over 2 orders and refining a high level of Phoenix fire, the young generation of the Phoenix clan was extremely powerful, and in the 100 Clans Heaven's Pride battle, each session's results were incomparably excellent, ranking in the top 5 seats. With the Phoenix fruit, the battle power is against the sky, the outstanding talent of the Phoenix clan demon, and even able to fight over the steppes. Little sister third stage swallowed and refined the precious medicine of the Heavenly Father realm. I don't know if her heavenly illumination has become stronger, or has she awakened more divine abilities? How does it feel? After thinking about it, Yi Yu asked. I feel like I've gotten stronger. And like I haven't. The realm still hasn't changed. Sure, Xinshui carefully felt the changes in his body and was distressed and depressed. That S5 phoenix fruits Although her eldest brother didn't say anything on his mouth, she could hear the heart. These 5 phoenix fruits, rising in rank by rank, from the 5th to the 9th rank, were specially picked by eldest senior brother from the Phoenix clan in order for her to be able to take them even when she cultivated to the heavenly exaltation realm in the future. But she ate it all and the realm froze. You use your fire, attack this shield and see. Finding that she couldn't perceive too many changes, Yi Yu didn't care, but instead, with a move of his right hand, he took out a 9-foot long, crystal clear, greenish wood and placed it on the ground to stand up. The trunk of the 6th order undead tree is a good material for refining weapons. Incomparably pliable and highly resistant to wind, thunder, water, and fire, so I don't know if she can burn it. Good. Sure, Xinshui's mood was a little apprehensive, but she still agreed. Eldest brother, can you stay away from it? Before the test, Shifu Xinshui realized that he was standing right next to him, and worried that she might not be able to control it well enough to burn her eldest brother again. She pleaded, although Yi Yu was not thinking that she could injure herself. But this kind of small request, naturally, he satisfied her and moved a few steps sideways. When he stood far away, Sure Xinshui took a deep breath and prepared himself mentally, then began to concentrate on his left eye, trying to mobilize its power. At the same time, Yi Yu was also staring at her the entire time, noting everything that was going on in the wind. With the experience of the first time, Sure Xinshui was much more skillful this time, and the pupil of his left eye contracted, bursting with golden streams of light. Palm! In the next moment, the immortal tree was engulfed in golden flames. The strange thing was that the flames were clearly raging, but there wasn't a single bit of heat wave spreading out, as if the power of the flames had been completely condensed. In the blink of an eye, the undead tree engulfed in flames made a crackling commotion as the firewood was burned until it burst open. The 6th order immortal tree was surprisingly broken. Her Amaterasu is equivalent to a 6th order flame. Little sister's physique is even more domineering than I expected, although it is a continuous take 5 phoenix fruit, only to let the youngest sister's flame, promoted to this level, and is not a wide range of attacks, just a targeted single attack, but the 3rd stage has the equivalent of the 6th stage of the attack power, can be seen. Seeing this scene, Yi Yu's face did not change, but in his heart, he had a judgment and could not calm down for a long time. Wow! Big brother, I became, successfully burning the trunk of the undying tree. Sure Xinshui retrieved the flame and turned his head to gleefully beg for praise, but he felt a terrifying line of sight, and the sound of surprise came to an abrupt end. It was the sight of eldest brother, stern and terrifying. The 3rd order has the attack power of the 6th order, and she can also cross 6 realms and forcibly refine the sun essence contained in the phoenix fruit of the 9th order heavenly exaltation realm.
If she is allowed to break through to the heavenly exaltation realm, or even the emperor realm, she might even be able to swallow the sun. With such a heaven-defying physique, coupled with the Taiyujian Shingong of mysterious origin, her upper limit is so high that it's frightening. This girl shouldn't be the culprit who killed the sun 25 years later, right? Although it is incredible to say, it is not strange to be strong enough to refine and swallow the sun and use it for cultivation. At this moment, he had truly seen how special his little sister was. Being stared straight at by him, Shunshui's face turned pale. She wanted to say that she wasn't going to swallow any sun, much less try to kill it, but she didn't dare to say it, and could only cringe. LOL. Without waiting for Yiyu to speculate further, he was pulled back to reality by a strange sound. His scattered thoughts collected themselves, and as he fixed his eyes, he realized that Shunshui was looking at him with an incomparably awe-inspiring gaze. That unusual movement was the sound made by the youngest sister's teeth chattering in fear. Did I scare her with my eyes? In just an instant, Yiyu reacted. First shift delivered. One more to go around 5 p.m. 95. 95. Only when Yiyu slowed down and his eyes became calm, no longer aggressive and targeted, did the trembling Shunshui feel relieved. With this relaxation, she, who was already weak in her feet, directly sat down on the ground. Sitting on her butt on the ground, countless grievances welled up in Shunshui's heart, and she couldn't hold it together at once, crying out with a wow. In a flash, the penetrating cries exploded and filled the room straight away. Little sister, don't cry, keep your voice down. Yiyu, who had just reacted, saw the corners of her eyes clattering and popping out pearls, and when he heard this hysterical cry, he was immediately subdued and rushed to coax. Look, eldest brother has a lot more delicious food here. Yiyu so many years just practiced a world of invincible skills. Let him beat women, okay? Let him coax women. That is completely difficult for him. Can only come up with the usual tricks, trying to use delicious to buy children. I'm not eating, I want to go home. Shunshui was truly shocked this time and was about to collapse. The eyes of the eldest brother just now were as if he wanted to kill her. Too terrifying. Spending time with her eldest brother these days, while eavesdropping on her heart, was especially fun. It was also scary at times and caused her to build up a lot of stress. In those earliest days, because she knew the secret that eldest brother was a corpse demon, she even had several nightmares about being buried by eldest brother after accidentally revealing that she was able to eavesdrop on the heart. Although she was scared, but in the subsequent process of getting along, she found that the big brother was really good to her. Not only would give her delicious food, but also willing to take her out to play, protect her, care about her growth, just like a big brother spoiling her. It was the same this time, as eldest senior brother had disappeared for half a month, having run all over the continent, going to find heavenly treasures and spiritual medicines specifically for her. Seeing that her eldest senior brother was so kind to her and did so much for her, she really wanted to repay her eldest senior brother's expectations by becoming stronger and breaking through quickly. After swallowing so many phoenix fruits, it can be considered to live up to the expectations of getting stronger. As a result, she did not have time to be happy, but the eldest senior brother suspected that she was the culprit who killed the son 25 years later, and his heart was calculating how to deal with her. What's most problematic for her is that she doesn't even have a way to clarify this with any kind of pain. You want to go home? Then go home. Tomorrow big brother will take you home, okay? Don't cry. Yiyu crouched down in front of her and went along with her words to coax her, trying to stop her crying first. Although this girl had taken the insight class and grown a lot, she was ultimately an 11-year-old child without experience, and there was no way to be unperturbed by things. I'm not trying to get you to take me home. Seeing him say this, Shunshui cried so hard and sobbed so much that her words were broken. She wanted to go home, where it was as simple as going home, but she didn't want to go on like this. Every now and then she had to worry that her eldest brother would kill her. It was horrible. So who do you want to take you home? Just name it, even if you want to ride the Dragon Emperor home. Seeing that she could finally speak and reach communication, Yiyu hurriedly seized the opportunity to warm up his voice. That was angry words not really want to go home. Elder brother, can you not look at me with that kind of eyes again in the future? Shunshui laughed at his words, and realizing that he had changed back to his usual nice big senior brother, he weakly pleaded. Good. In fact, I just wasn't taking it personally. I was just thinking about something. I didn't pay attention to that. Just like you just missed and hit me. It wasn't intentional. Yiyu agreed in a single breath, taking the opportunity to argue. I really overthought it just now. Even if this girl grows up in the future, she was brought up by me. How could she possibly kill the sun and bring about the extinction of the continent? Say yes-o? Shunshui knew that he was lying and was actually targeting her, but sensing the shift in his thoughts, she still chose to believe it. Being able to eavesdrop on the heart, she knew more than anyone else about what eldest brother was like, and how powerful he was. She wouldn't even think about killing the son and making an enemy of her eldest brother unless she was insane. Your eldest brother has always been a man of his word. Yi Yu nodded slightly and patted his chest with certainty. Aha! Seeing him give this assurance, Sure Xinshui's terrified heart gradually calmed down. Only, the tears hadn't quite stopped from that floodgate-like outburst earlier. Do you want something to eat? Seeing that her mood gradually returned to calmness and she was only still sobbing, Yi Yu proposed after thinking about it. She's not really scared of me, is she? I was thinking that tonight I could see her break through the realm of generalized sense and have the spiritual sense to turn the pages of that book. To eat. Sure Xinshui just said that he didn't eat anymore, just commiserating with what the top said, and found that the expectations of the eldest senior brother nodded heavily. What's this one? You know? Seeing that she was still willing to eat, Yi Yu immediately was taking out a jade box, holding it in his hand and opening it in front of her. All of a sudden, the stream of light overflowed, illuminating the house in a colorful way, like a rainbow standing on the roof beams. Wow, it's so beautiful. Is this the Yunlin flower? When Sure Xinshui saw the treasure in the box, she was immediately stunned. I didn't think you'd recognize all this. You're really knowledgeable. After accidentally scaring her just now, Yi Yu's attitude towards her became a little gentler. It's the things you took out that are too famous. Eldest brother. Sure Xinshui was praised by him and his heart blossomed with joy and smiled, but still had the self-awareness to whisper. It's not that she is knowledgeable, but the handiwork of the eldest senior brother is too powerful. Just take out one thing. It is all known in the world, and the treasures on the heavenly treasures list are famous. Try again to see if you can break through the realm of generalization. Yi Yu encouraged with a gentle smile. Embracing Spirit Flower, ranked 76th on the heavenly treasures list, although not high, it possessed the divine miracle of embracing spiritual consciousness, and was the most suitable treasure medicine for the returning will realm and the generalized consciousness realm. Shifu Shimizu nodded obediently while taking it, sitting right on the ground. She didn't mind getting dirty and directly meditated with her legs crossed, wanting to hurry up and fulfill her big brother's expectations. It wasn't absorbed this time, yay. After picking a petal and sending it into his mouth, Sure Xinshui swallowed it, closed his eyes and felt it for a moment, then steeply opened his eyes in incomparable surprise. Run your gong method to refine it. Yi Yu was not surprised by this and said in a warm voice. In order to break through to the next realm at the returning wheel realm, a large amount of yuan power was needed, condensed into a wheel to form a cycle, and finally condensed into a point to impact the sea of literacy, opening up the sea of literacy. Unlike having a physique to devour, the refining speed of Sure Xinshui's swallowing of the embracing spirit flower was much more normal, not ending in the twinkling of an eye. I'll have to be more careful in the future so I don't scare her again. Seeing her return to calmness and cultivate with her eyes closed, Yi Yu looked at her delicate and lovely pretty face, the tear tracks that made people pity her, and muttered to himself in his heart, eldest brother, I did it. I flipped that book. After a long time, Sure Xinshui snapped his eyes open, his joy unconcealed. Well, what does it say? Yi Yu had not been sure if the general knowledge realm could open the book Taiyujian Shingong. After all, practice makes perfect, and he was pleasantly surprised. Let's see. Has a line written on the first page. Shifu Xinshui was also very happy and calmed down, closing his eyes once again to look inside the sea of consciousness. Shifu Xinshui, who had closed his eyes and gone to read the book, was silent for a while before he read it out word for word. The sun, the moon and the stars are Taiyu, and I alone subdue the gods. Second shift delivered. 96. Any more? Yi Yu gave a note of these words, not rushing to parse them. It's important to look at everything in its entirety, and it's not good to take things out of context. Qi transforms into stars. God becomes the sun and moon, and achieves Taiyu, billions of stars in one. The seed of the stars, with its thousands of changes, contains endless avenues, and on the day of its great fulfillment, it will dominate the Taiyu, and all the gods will bow down. The mnemonic for the first realm is, Shifu Xinshui closed his eyes and concentrated, looking at the Taiyujian Shingong in his mind, reciting it word by word, but in the end, it came to an abrupt end. What is it? Yi Yu saw her pause, seemingly hesitating, and immediately asked. Sure Xinshui hesitated for a moment, but still read it out with determination. The mantra of the first realm is the method of swallowing the heavens and eating the earth, refining all things. The room went dead silent at the words and lost the downbeat. Sure Xinshui carefully opened her eyes to peek at her eldest brother's reaction and expression, not daring to read further. At this moment, she was incredibly weak and even more sweaty. Such a terrifying technique, even she doubted that she would really swallow the sun when she cultivated to a certain level. However, Yi Yu, even though he was caught up in her words and fell into contemplation, he still detached a minute of his mind for expression management to avoid scaring her again. It seems that the direction of my speculation just now was correct. The youngest sister is only at the returning will realm, but she can devour the phoenix fruit of the heavenly exalted realm. Her physique is unbelievable. Coupled with such an overbearing kung fu method, swallowing the sun is not the same as playing. But she is not a sociopathic personality. There is no reason to swallow the sun for the sake of cultivation, and there is no need to kill all the living beings in the whole continent. The culprit of the sun's fall and the death of all the living beings in the end, it is not easy to say whether it is her or not. This Taiyu refers to the sun, moon, and stars, and can also be understood as the universe, which doesn't seem to be a certain place. Analyzing it literally, the meaning of this technique is to suppress the gods with the power of the ether. It should be similar to the divine elephant prison suppressing strength, using some kind of power against some kind of powerful existence. The problem lies in this gods. Since it is a god, it can't be a race, more likely to be a realm, a level, the realm above the emperor realm. Is it the god realm? In terms of the information unfolded in this gongfu, it wouldn't be strange to be able to reach the so-called god realm if one truly cultivates it to great completion. The spirit in the spirit abyss has an unknown origin and is suspected to be a foreigner, which means that there are other worlds beyond the continent. Then again, the apex of the cultivation system in Tianxian continent ever is the emperor realm. This girl has such a heaven-defying physique even if there are also cultivation techniques to become a god. What is her origin again? She has an almost instinctive rejection of the abyssal spirit, obviously seeing the spirit crystal for the first time, and also feeling nauseous, and the abyssal spirit from the same place? The matter is important. Yi Yu, although it is in the brainstorming, but it is in the cocoon, combined with their own insights and experiences of understanding one by one. In fact, he had suspected a long time ago that there were other worlds beyond the Tianxian continent, because the geographical layout of Tianxian continent is too odd. The sky is round, not like a planet, but the sun, moon and stars hang in the sky dome, and the seasons change. There are 4 directions with extreme ends, and there are 4 directions of forbidden life, as if it were a heavenly rift, preventing anyone from going to the end. Due to the very low realm and the fact that there was still quite a bit of time left, he hadn't been to the 4 directions extreme life forbidden zone yet, and had only observed it from afar for a few moments, intending to wait until after the emperor realm to make a break for it. What secrets the 4 forbidden zones of life had was anyone's guess, but there was one thing that could be concluded: extreme danger. From ancient times to the present day, for countless years, there were many emperor realms that had broken through the forbidden zone. An emperor realm had shallowly entered the forbidden zone and escaped back, but he had become insane, as if he had encountered some great terror. As for the emperor realms that went deep into the forbidden zone, none of them survived. Along with his mental activities, Xinshui's heartfelt and uneasy eyes gradually became brighter and even more freckled, because she sensed that eldest brother trusted her. Forget it, even if I want to ask the little senior sister, what is her origin? This girl is probably also a question and 3 don't know. Anyway, she is standing in front of me. Want to play any tricks, can't play up. Although Yi Yu had suspected Xinshui when he first guessed, but now he had already figured it out. As long as the threats and enemies were visible, they were meaningless to him. This was the bottom line given to him by the invincible Tao heart and the system. In contrast, the spirit crystal contamination brought about by the profound spirit, an invisible, untouchable threat that one didn't know how to deal with, was the difficult problem. For him, the most prioritized dilemma at the moment was soul contamination. The spread of soul contamination is so wide that it contains the strong heavenly pride of the 100 races. If it is really a young conspiracy, it is definitely an unprecedented natural disaster, which is even more terrible than the fall of the sun. Any more? Yi Yu asked after some contemplation. Such a profound topic, discussing it with an 11-year-old. Isn't that embarrassing? Also, let's see. Because of his trust, Xinshui was in a fluttering mood and did as she was told. Immediately, she recited the catchphrase on the 2nd page of the book, word for word. Eldest senior brother, I'm sorry for failing you. This gong method seems to be tailored for me, and it's useless to you. After reading it out, Xinshui was a bit depressed. She had thought that she would be able to help her eldest brother by turning over the Taiyuan Shingong in her mind and repaying him for it, but now it seemed to be beneficial only to her. You didn't let me down. You managed to break through the general knowledge realm and turn over that book, and this technique is of great use to me. In the future, if you are able to turn over the back pages of the book, remember to tell me. Yi Yu saw her face apologizing and comforted her. This Taiyuan Shingong is really overbearing. The first one swallows the heavens and eats the earth to transform the stars, and I don't know what will happen to the rest of them. The great Tao has the same origin. According to my enlightenment, if I can see the entirety of this gongfu, I might be able to follow the path and find a way to break through to the divine realm. He had never wanted to cultivate the Taiyuan Shengong from the very beginning. He just wanted to know what was inside. And the words of his little sister helped him to see a lot of things clearly. For example, above the Emperor realm, there was the God realm, and with this information, he had finally found his head. For example, it is possible that the truth of the Tianxian disaster day is the descent of the gods. Good. Hearing his comfort and encouragement, Shifu Xinxue realized that the gong method was still useful to him, and with a happy heart, he nodded heavily. As for the Taiyuan Shengong in her mind, was there any possibility that it was a heavenly secret that could not be told? She didn't even think about it that much. It all boiled down to the fact that she was able to eavesdrop on her eldest brother's mind. She felt that her secret was completely trivial compared to her eldest brother's. First shift delivered. With a second shift around 5. The book will soon be on the shelves. The tree to start saving. In order to shelves burst with more use. Tomorrow will start to update earlier. 97. The spirit embracing flower. Possessing 5 petals, Shi Xinxue had only taken 1, and could continue to eat. Unlike just now, under Yi Yu's suggestion, she was also starting to cultivate the Taiyuan Shengong. After all, it was a tailor-made technique, and Shi Xinxue cultivated it as if everything fell into place. All 5 petals were eaten, and although her realm did not change, her spiritual awareness was more condensed. After fixing this, Yi Yu took out other heavenly treasures and continued to feed them. Under the heaven swallowing and earth eating of the Taiyuan Shengong, Shi Xinxue's speed of refining elixirs and medicines took a qualitative leap. The elixirs related to Taiyu were directly absorbed by her eyes and body, without even having to be refined. As for pills that contained a large amount of yuan qi and were beneficial to cultivation, they condensed the stars under the operation of the gong method. Let's stop here for today, and continue when you break through to the divine realization realm. After a long time passed, Yi Yu saw that the sky outside the window was getting brighter and withdrew his palm from her shoulder. I fed her so many heavenly treasures before the late Tongcheng realm. This girl is simply a black hole of resources. But a knight can refine so many heavenly treasures, quickly become stronger, swallowing the sky and eating the earth. Really no joke. According to this speed, it won't take long for her to break through the God realization realm. 11 Age God realization. Looking at the whole continent is also the peer supreme, the posture of the great emperor. After the 4th and 5th order heavenly treasures were fed, Yi Yu sized her up and couldn't help but think. In order to observe the changes in the Taiyuan Shengong, he had been seeping his spiritual sense into his little sister's body while she was cultivating. The speed at which the youngest senior sister was refining in the face of an elixir of the same rank was divine. When she encountered heavenly materials and treasures that were 1 rank higher, the speed of refining would become a bit slower, but she was still able to ignore the strength and mildness of the medicinal effects and refine them as usual. As for 2 orders higher, she could swallow and refine it, but it would take a lot of time. Is the divine realization realm going to continue? Hearing his heartfelt words, Shi Xinxue was both happy and surprised. Happily, eldest brother thought she had the stature of a great emperor. Surprised that something like tonight's feeding was followed up. What's the problem? Yi Yu nodded and asked rhetorically. 4th order and 5th order heavenly treasures. I have not collected much. More still high order heavenly treasures. She should not want to eat it, right? This one night, he had fed his little sister 12 kinds of heavenly treasures, 5 of which were precious medicines related to the power of Taiyu, which were directly absorbed by her physique. Yet 12 precious medicines. Just where is it? The elixirs he had spent half a month collecting for his little sister, but they were available at all levels, from the 3rd to the 9th rank, and were able to allow her to have the best heavenly treasures to supplement her cultivation in every realm up to the heavenly exaltation realm. As for emperor pills, he didn't have several, and had to keep them for himself to break through the emperor realm. Eldest senior brother, all the things you gave me are too expensive. I don't know how to thank you. How could Shi Xinxue not want to eat it? Every precious medicine gave her the feeling of becoming stronger and happy. She was just flattered and overjoyed. It's just that eldest senior brother's handiwork is too big, and any random item he takes out is a world-famous, chart-topping treasure. She didn't even know how much she'd eaten in just that one night. If you really want to thank me, just cultivate hard and turn over the entirety of the Taiyuan Shengong and tell me the contents. Seeing that she felt indebted, Yi Yu commanded after pondering. Although these elixirs on the list were unavailable treasures to others, to him, they were nothing more than a few flowers and herbs. In comparison, this Taiyuan Shengong was truly priceless. He was certain that if this technique were to be circulated on Earth, it would definitely cause the 100 clans to fight for their lives, as it was a technique that transcended limits and blazed a new trail. Okay, I'll try my best to practice,
seeing that he had a wealthy and generous attitude that he didn't take seriously at all.
Sure, Xinshui also stopped being pretentious,
and only agreed to do so after secretly intending to one day absolutely repay her eldest senior brother's kindness of knowing her.
And you're gifted. The path of cultivation is about perseverance and not being distracted. Do not be trapped by children's love.
When Yi Yu saw her attitude, he suddenly remembered something and added meaningfully. Although after watching the movie together that night, he was already discovering that the third senior brother was not a lolicon, and treating the youngest sister so well was not out of the love and adoration of men and women, but was purely a Muqian mentality.
To be on the safe side,
it was safer to give the little sister a little precaution.
1-1. If she doesn't pay some attention, she might fall in love with me one day.
Got it.
Hearing his narcissistic heartfelt voice,
Sure Xinshui raised her head to look at his cold and angularly handsome face, and still agreed. This bet of yours is burnt out. When you see your second senior sister later,
ask her to report to the pavilion and have it replaced with a new one. Tonight you have gained a lot.
You have broken through a big realm.
Feel the changes in the realm. Consolidate your foundation. Find time to quiz yourself on the changes in your body.
What extra moves and aptitudes you have developed.
Summarize them, and let me know the next time you see me.
Although it took half a month, but one night let the little sister break through to the late stage of the passage realm,
and also managed to see the content of the Taiyujian Shengong, and got the answers he wanted. Yi Yu was in a good mood, and again, he gave some instructions. Are you leaving, eldest brother?
This exhortation was like the nagging of an elder before leaving the house, and Sure Xinshui was instantly heartbroken.
Big brother shouldn't be disappearing for quite some time again like before, right? I have things to do. Also, what happened tonight is a secret between the two of us. Don't tell anyone else.
Yi Yu slightly jawed in affirmation, but also raised a finger in front of his mouth to silence his voice. Especially the second senior sister. If she finds out that I ran to this kid's room in the middle of the night and was busy with the little sister's cultivation, I'm afraid she'll go crazy with jealousy.
Aha!
Sure Xinshui realized the seriousness of the exposure and nodded without hesitation.
The second senior sister was usually high and dignified,
but when it came to the matter of the eldest senior brother,
the genus was not quite normal and extremely difficult to deal with. After saying that,
Yi Yu didn't say goodbye to her and directly disappeared in the same place.
The next step is to observe the changes in her physique.
Having swallowed so many heavenly treasures,
it's impossible to have only one divine ability. Tian Zhao.
Although he disappeared in front of her,
Yi Yu did not leave,
but hid and secretly observed.
Hearing this heartfelt voice,
Sure Xinshui realized that he did not have the intention to leave at all,
but only intended to hide and secretly observe. That lost and unwilling to give up, suddenly swept away,
his heart snickering.
Immediately afterward,
she heard an expectant word.
The second senior sister is here.
I wonder how she'll react when she finds out that the youngest senior sister has broken through from the returning will realm perfection to the late passing sense realm in one night.
Second shift delivered. Earlier tomorrow. 98. 98. Empty of power, but ignorant and foolish,
is the great taboo of cultivation. Lin Jingwen came to see Sure Xinshui every morning to fix her 4 meals a day and to give her a lecture.
Knock knock. Little sister. It's time for class.
Lin Jingwen was like a fairy,
holding the wind in weak willow from the sky, coming to the bedroom door, reaching out and knocking on it, she said in a clear voice.
The next moment the door to the room was opened.
Second senior sister. What is the content of today's insight class?
Sure Xinshui asked with interest when she walked out. Today is the last class to cover the strongman chapter, so before that,
have something to eat. Lin Jingwen didn't smile,
and after a brief response, she was about to head inside. The youngest sister has not yet been discharged,
and she has to eat every day.
A child of 11 years old. It is unreliable to expect her to solve her own food and clothing. Because of this, the task of preparing 4 meals a day for her fell to her senior sister.
Junior sister, what's going on here? Are you playing with fire in bed? Just entering the house.
Lin Jingwen wanted to go to the side table as usual and eat something with her, but her afterglow caught sight of the bed and froze. Only the bed of the youngest sister, which had been burned through a large hole,
became tattered. I broke through the realm last night, then my physique awakened a divine ability, and when I accidentally didn't control my power, I became like this.
Because of the fact that there was an eldest senior brother who was the eyes and had discovered in advance that second senior sister had arrived, Sure Xinshui was already thinking of the wording to explain.
You broke through the realm? The physique also awakened a divine ability? Junior sister, how did you break through from the returning will realm perfection to the late passage realm in one night? That's too big of a span, isn't it?
Lin Jingwen's calm and self-contained demeanor fluctuated as she subconsciously detected her aura, and was instantly shocked.
In one night's time,
even if it was enough to break through the great realm from the returning will realm perfection,
it had even reached the late stage in one go? This breakthrough speed was too heaven-defying, right? At the age of 11, at the late stage of the passage realm, this was already called a heaven's pride. She had long known that her little sister's physique was extraordinary, because the blood flowing in her body was different from any ordinary person, but rather, it contained the power of the stars, a beautiful and dreamy blood dotted with starlight. But even if the youngest senior sister's physique was strong, she had after all grown up in a remote place where resources were scarce, and was too far behind in terms of acquired resources and cultivation. In Lin Jingwen's opinion, it will take at least a few years for the youngest senior sister to catch up with the footsteps of the same generation of heavenly prides, for another 10 years or so before she will show that extraordinary potential, like the eldest senior brother, becoming famous and shocking the world in a single battle, and the Gaijin human king will battle the 100 races. But at this moment, she realized that her prediction was too conservative. Little sister's talent is beyond imagination. It's heaven-defying. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect it. I fed her to the late passage realm in one night. Yi Yu, who was hiding in the dark, was directly happy to see this scene. It wasn't that he had a wicked sense of humor and liked to see the shocked face of his second senior sister, but because the youngest sister was so powerful and he had contributed a great deal, and his participation was full of pride. Aha! Sensei Shinshui, sensing his pride, was also incredibly happy and nodded. This is too good. Lin Jingwen looked at her little sister's smiling face in a daze, paused for a few seconds, and squeezed out a smile. Out of nowhere, the words that haunted her rang in her ears. Junior sister, your physique is even more exceptional than the Taiyu divine body. Sooner or later you'll be a proud daughter of the heavens, and less of a bumbling generation like your second senior sister. Is it silver hair that eldest brother favors? Eldest brother favors the proud daughter of heaven. This is the most hateful person she has ever said. Is very hard to hear, but it is the big truth. And the damage and blow caused to her can be said to be engraved in her heart. Has the youngest sister's talent been so amazing that it's hit her? Seeing this scene, Yi Yu, who was still snickering, instantly realized that there was a problem. Second senior sister, what's wrong with you? When Shinshui heard the sound of her heart, she immediately was aware of the situation and asked cautiously, I'm fine. Really didn't expect that your physique would be so divine as soon as you awakened. Master and eldest senior brother, as well as third senior brother would definitely be very happy if they knew about it. The emotionally depressed Lin Jingwen, realizing that she was concerned about herself, immediately was revitalized and smiled. Second senior sister, did I do something wrong? Although Shinshui was a small child, she was already a person who knew how to observe words and colors, and noticed that there were a few unnatural moments in her smile and tone, and for a moment she didn't know what to do, and at a loss for words, she stood in place, her hands clenching the skirt of her dress, and timidly said, she liked her second senior sister very much, excluding the days of the Spirit Abyss treasure capture. It was her second senior sister who took care of her and taught her every day for a month. How come? It's good to break through the realm. You didn't do anything wrong. Seeing her reaction, Lin Jingwen shook her head and denied it. This child was lively and cheerful, knowledgeable and well-behaved. How could he be at fault in this case? The fault was only in his own qualifications and talents, which were too mediocre amongst the 4 disciples of Taiping Peak. This is dwarfed. Although the talent of the second senior sister is not bad, and it can be called excellent when looking at the human race, the gap is still too big when compared to such a heaven-defying demon like the youngest senior sister. Persistence and hard work are worthless in the face of absolute talent. Genius is such that it is clear that it has done nothing, but it will inadvertently hurt the pride of ordinary people. This girl's perception is outstanding and her intuition is also accurate, but her experience is still too little. At times like this, she should pretend that nothing has happened and behave as usual. The more she cares about the second senior sister, the more guilty the second junior sister will only be. But a mistake is a mistake. Anyway, it's not a mortal mistake. I hope this will change the youngest sister's kind and timid, people-pleasing character. People who are not willing to change their character will only ever live with loss and regret. Yi Yu was like watching a play, feeling a lot of emotions, but had no intention of interjecting or reminding. That's good. Second senior sister, let's eat. What are we eating today? Shifu Shinshui got the solution by eavesdropping on his heart, and with a nod of his head he took 2 steps forward, reached out and took his second elder sister's hand and headed for a side table. I brought your favorite roast goose leg today. When Lin Jingwen saw that she didn't continue to pursue the matter, she secretly let out a sigh of relief and laughed. She wouldn't know what to do if her little sister dug into her roots. Wow, how many are there? Shinshui was beyond excited to hear about the roasted goose legs. To be more precise, roasted goose leg was her favorite food in the restaurant menu within the 9 Heavenly Pavilion. Affordable and approachable, fatty, juicy and delicious. If you count the feeding of the big senior brother, It must be better for the spiritual food. That is a treasure on earth. 4, but 1 for each meal. Ah, can I eat 4 at a time? My dad said you have to eat a good breakfast. What? In addition to the roast goose legs, there are other food it. All day long to eat big fish and meat but will eat into a big fat. Do you want to become a big fat? Seeing her righteousness for the sake of eating, Lin Jingwen was amused by her and scolded her with a laugh. Don't want to. Shifu Shimizu shook her head frantically, resisting this. In denial, she saw that her second senior sister's smile was no longer far-fetched, but came from her heart, and she couldn't help but be secretly grateful. It's a good thing Big Brother didn't leave, or it would have been over. After this, she discovered a new use for the heartbeat. With eldest brother beside her to help her out, there were no difficult problems in this world at all. 99. After filling her stomach, Lin Jingwen used her clan token to order a change of bed, and then took Shinshui to the small pavilion in front of her master's residence for a lesson. It is impossible to want to know everything by reading alone, but it is necessary to know the pattern of the world, the terroir of each place, the distribution of forces, the heavenly treasures, the blessed and dangerous places, and the rules. The strongman chapter was the top priority of the Nine Heavens Pavilion Disciples Insight class. Perhaps under the law of coexistence of all races, the higher realms were not allowed to easily strike out at the lower realm cultivators, but if you offended the strongest, they had countless ways to play you to death. Being able to recognize the origins and identities of powerful people, knowing how to abide by the rules, and understanding the cultivation system, the signs of the major powers, the characteristics and specialties of the 100 races, and the general appearance of this world, was considered to be a formal step into the door of cultivation. The forces of the human race are intricate and complex, with powerful people like clouds. Although we are disciples of the Nine Heavens Pavilion and have the backing of a great power, there are still many forces that are equal to the Nine Heavens Pavilion. On par. You've seen a lot of the younger generation of the 5 powers, even the contemporary leaders, so I won't go into much detail here. In addition to the 5 major forces, there are also 10 major emperor clans that you need to pay more attention to. The 10 great emperor clans are different from the 5 forces. They are all established by emperor realm powerhouses in the form of clans, focusing more on the idea of everyone, because of their honorable origins, especially the best of the direct line of the emperor clans. The guys who are called emperor sons think they are superior and are the hardest to deal with on a regular basis. These 10 great imperial clans are all trash. No comparison to the Yingjie imperial clan. This time in class, Sensei Shinshui found it extra interesting because there was an elder brother shredding beside him. Before this, she was already studying various chapters, and now she was studying the strongman chapter. The mandatory insight lesson for disciples of the Nine Heavens Pavilion is finished here. Little senior sister, from today onwards, you will become a true Yuan cultivator. From early morning to dusk and twilight, Lin Jingwen finished releasing the last of the images of the alien powerhouses recorded by the phantom mirror and let out a long breath of relief before she turned to look at her junior sister beside her and congratulated her. Second senior sister. You won't come to me tomorrow? Although he had finished the insight lesson, Shinshui did not feel happy, but instead felt uneasy. Don't worry, I'll still come to you. Otherwise you won't go hungry, right? But from tomorrow onwards, I will no longer come to you as a teacher, but as a senior sister. Lin Jingwen was worried about this and soothed it. Halfway through the day, she had put that morning incident behind her. Even though the youngest senior sister's talent was incomparable, they were always senior sisters, and this matter would not change. Moreover, the Nine Heavens Pavilion, as the 5 major forces of the human race, had as many heavenly prides as the clouds, and even if not every one of them was as heaven-defying as eldest brother and youngest sister, were there still fewer geniuses who were stronger than her? She had long known that her talent, which was not considered the top group in the Nine Heavens Pavilion, set her mind at ease. It was for this reason that she had volunteered to take care of her youngest sister, as well as teach the seeing and hearing class. Her time wasn't that valuable anyway, so she might as well share the master's worries. The reason why she was devastated this time was down to the fact that what that bastard Win-En said had left her with a knot in her heart. That's good. I thought I wouldn't see you tomorrow. Shinshui took a long breath, put his heart down, and laughed. Nine Heavens Pavilion Disciples Insight lessons all go to the academy collectively. 3 months was shortened to 1 month by her individual teaching. Second senior sister is considered to be a great help. Can be considered to wait until the end of the insight class? You could not help but sigh. Reading 10,000 volumes of books is better than traveling 10,000 miles. Traveling 10,000 miles is better than reading countless people. Reading countless people is better than being guided by a master teacher. Being guided by a master teacher is better than comprehending the world yourself. Junior sister, you've taken this step of walking through 10,000 scrolls and have a rough idea of the world. but you still have a long way to go in the future. So don't forget to learn and progress, and rely on your own eyes and actions to see the world clearly.
Lin Jingwen smiled gently, her tone grave and serious as she admonished.
Second senior sister. Your words are so handsome. It always feels like you have great wisdom. Shixin Shui has a strong memory. Basically listen to it once, read it once and then memorize it.
But there are many things that are useless to simply memorize, they must be thought about and understood.
She didn't even have to think about simple things to understand them.
But the more she savored these words, the more they seemed to have great wisdom.
I didn't come up with this, but eldest brother said it. Is this even what eldest brother said?
Shixin Shui didn't expect this to come from the mouth of his eldest senior brother, and was truly shocked.
Awesome, right? Lin Jingwen was immensely pleased to see this reaction from her. That's awesome. Shixin Shui nodded frantically. Eldest brother was the best. I didn't expect me to be mentioned.
So it looks like today's insight lesson wasn't in vain. With the help of the buried sky method to conceal his figure,
Yi Yu, who stayed beside him,
saw the reaction of the two senior sisters,
and only felt as a burst of darkness. Just like drinking an ice cola in the summer, the whole person was comfortable. Just at this moment,
Yi Yu suddenly felt the token at his waist move,
and his spiritual sense probed in to take a look. The master wants to see me? Why is that?
These two girls are chatting.
I don't think they can stop for a while. Let's go first. Yi Yu left the Taiping Peak and arrived at the Heavenly Emperor Peak in the blink of an eye. Master of the court, knocking on the door and entering. Although Yi Yu was invincible in the world,
he still respected his elders.
Elder Yi, your time is very valuable, so I'll keep it short. Regarding your previous suggestion, I've already talked to my predecessor,
and now that the decision has been implemented,
the Nine Heavens Pavilion won't be using spirit crystals anymore,
and will only be used for bartering and exchanging resources with other forces.
Zhu Yuan, the pavilion master of the Nine Heavens Pavilion, sat at the table in the side area and beckoned him to sit down on the side, opening the door. Thank you for your trust, Pavilion Master.
Yi Yu on this matter has long been known.
This is just going through the motions. Face-to-face notification. The potential meaning is that what you say, I fully valued. In response to this thanks, Zhu Yuan did not show any politeness, and with a mere nod, he continued. In addition,
your previous words made me think of many things,
and I took this as a clue to specialize my investigation, and today I have a stage of results.
The first result, a disciple in the pavilion was willing to risk his life to verify the truth, and continued to tear his soul and strengthen the contamination until his soul turned ghostly white,
but he remained intact and lucid,
and did not appear to have been replaced,
and is still under observation. The second result,
I used the descent of the spirit abyss 8,000 years ago as a node to specifically gather intelligence, and after sending people to various places to investigate,
I found a location that is likely to have a great conspiracy,
as well as 3 suspected homologous locations.
What does so much suspected homology mean?
These words caused Yi Yu's mind to tremble and he asked again.
In fact,
after he realized that the spirit crystals were out of place, he planned to line up the entire continent again. It was only that he wanted to cultivate his little senior sister first, so that her physique would awaken further,
and he might discover more.
What was never expected was that the pavilion master was so decisive that he not only trusted his judgment,
but also put it into action by sending manpower to investigate. Those 3 locations were in the Phoenix clan, the ancient clan, the Sea clan's territory.
Are not good to investigate the place. Before the field trip can only be skeptical.
In fact,
I think that the Dragon clan and the Soul clan's territory is also there, but the strength of these 2 clans is too strong,
airtight,
and nobody knows how much of the secrets of these 2 clans. Zhu Yuan's withered body leaned against the back of the chair, his face grave as he sighed. This investigation has given him a sense of a mountain of uncertainty. The Tianxian continent had stabilized for 10,000 years under the influence of the law of coexistence of all races, but the good times didn't last long, and this time, I'm afraid that it will be subjected to a great calamity. 2 more to send up, almost the end of the month. Ask for a monthly ticket. Readers, don't let your monthly tickets expire.
And thanks to Saint XM everything goes well, Xingyang Zunren, Single Dog Shelter, Bookstore String of Numbers, for their bounties.
The matter was of great importance,
and even if Zhu Yuan didn't talk nonsense and went straight to the point, it was still a huge amount of information.
Because of the intelligence from Spirit Abyss and Spirit Crystal, Zhu Yuan looked at the changes in the 100 races from a completely new perspective,
and after a bit of pondering,
he found out the clues. First, there was the demon race, which ranked 11th among the 100 races, and had risen up very strongly in the 8,000 years after the descent of the Spirit Abyss, and had also had much friction with the giant race, wanting to rise to the top. Even though the 100 races are competing with each other, it is the great righteousness of each race to make the racial ranking rise. but the doubt lies in the fact that the strongest of the demon race had,
at one time, exposed something. Speaking of this, Zhu Yuan took out 3 phantom mirrors and activated one of them by directly inputting Yuan power to run. Look at these 3 images. In response to this request, Yi Yu did not say much, but simply nodded and placed his gaze on the image reflected in mid-air. It's a battle image. 2 huge beasts fighting, wild and bloody. Under the terrifying power that was like a god or a demon, the battlefield had long been a mess. The sky and the earth changing color, space bursting, countless mountains being swept away, and rivers shattering. It was as if both sides were immortal. Both had reasons why they couldn't retreat, and they fought until the sky fell apart. This is an image of a battle that took place in the 10,000 Demon Forest 5,600 years ago. That black-furred and gold-striped tiger is the heaven-devouring Demon Emperor, and the strange bird with sparse hair is the Eternal Demon Emperor. This Emperor battle was fought for 3 days and 3 nights before the winner was decided, and the time is too long, so I'll show you the highlights. As they fought furiously, Zhu Yuan briefly explained the background and situation, and began to manipulate the phantom mirror to speed up the progress. The images shifted, and the battle was nearing its end. The heaven-devouring Demon Emperor erupted his natural aptitude and raised his voice to the sky. That terrifying wave of sound, wherever it passed, space erupted and all laws were shattered. And the claw that contained infinite greatness as it ascended to the sky tore the Eternal Demon Emperor's body in half. Just one strike wasn't enough. The heaven-devouring Demon Emperor added a few more claws, tearing the Eternal Demon Emperor into pieces and completely wiping out his life. Finally, he had defeated his opponent, and the sky-devouring Demon Emperor, who was covered in wounds and blood, stamped his feet on the void and let out the roar of a victor. The tiger whistled in the mountains and forests and 10,000 birds flew. That terrifying and incomparable tiger's roar was like a king roaring in anger, shaking the heavens and the earth, resounding through the 9 heavens. However, Yi Yu, who was a spectator, saw this scene and knew deep down that this battle was not yet over. There was no other reason, simply because in his era, the name of the heaven-devouring Demon Emperor was reduced to a backdrop, one of the Eternal Demon Emperor's illustrious battles. At the next moment, a strange change appeared. The Eternal Demon Emperor's flesh and blood that had been torn into pieces and sprinkled all over the earth suddenly burst open, and a scarlet thread came out, and the number of it was so large and dense that it covered the sky, like a sea of blood rushing up to the sky. This was a surprise attack, and the heaven-devouring Demon Emperor couldn't dodge and counterattack in time before he was surrounded by the group and wrapped into a large cocoon. At the end of the image, amidst the sky-covering silk threads, the body of the Eternal Demon Emperor was reviving. It gazed at the camera and didn't kill anyone in pain, but left with the scarlet cocoon, leaving behind only a devastated battlefield. This Emperor battle was fought for 3 days and 3 nights. The sound was earth-shattering. It was bound to be known by all the races, plus the law of coexistence. The Eternal Demon Emperor therefore did not kill and exterminate, and only then did the Pavilion Elders manage to survive and record the battle. When the image ended, Zhu Yuan then spoke, dripping blood to be reborn. This is the same as the Phoenix clan's racial aptitude, rebirth by fire. This battle is known to the whole world, and no one has investigated the hidden secrets of it? When Yi Yu retrieved his thoughts, he raised the question. This battle took place more than 5,000 years ago, and even if he ran all over the continent, there was no way for him to know the details of this battle. He had only heard about the Eternal Demon Emperor's achievements from books. Now that he saw this legendary Emperor battle, he vaguely had a feeling that the Eternal Demon Emperor's final drop of blood to be reborn was similar to the soul as self-healing given by the Spirit Crystal. If there is really a kind of treasure that can confer the ability to revive the blood drops and even kill the enemy, that is even more terrifying than the Spirit Crystal. This thing can never be silent. Although Emperor Realm powerhouses could reborn with a broken arm, and could heal themselves when they were cut off at the waist, they couldn't do it with their heads all chopped up and still be able to be reborn with a drop of blood. Unless they were from the Phoenix clan, because Yuan cultivators had 2 weaknesses that could be fatal. One was the Sea of Consciousness where the spiritual sense was located, and the other was the Yuan Fu where the core of power was coiled. It definitely needs to be investigated. But the conclusion of all the clans is that it is a foreign beast among the demon clan, and that the last drop of blood to be reborn is its natural aptitude, similar to the Phoenix clan. After all, the demon race is similar to the human race, with a huge community, and the true Dragon clan and Phoenix clan were once part of the demon race, so it's not strange for a foreign beast to pop up. Looking at this image alone, you can't really see much. You'll understand after you look at these 2 images. Zhu Yuan slightly jawed, and while explaining, he also began to screen the other 2 images. Compared to the Emperor battle, these 2 images were relatively ordinary. Scenes of a heavenly pride of the Earth King realm, as well as a powerful person of the desolate Saint realm, fighting someone. On the left is an image of the eternal demon emperor's eldest son, the immortal demon emperor, participating in the 100 Races Heaven's Pride battle when he was young, where he suppressed the soul race and lost to the dragon race, achieving a good result as the runner-up. On the right is a battle that was recorded only after Yanin Heavenly Father infiltrated the demon race for many days and used the ruse of luring snakes out of their holes. As the heir of the eternal demon emperor, the immortal demon emperor displayed the ability to be reborn by dripping blood during the battle, being heavily injured, but resurrected with full blood in the twinkling of an eye, fighting 2 lives against 1, and fighting to defeat the enemy. The true body of the desolate Saint Realm demon race in the other image was not a ferocious bird, but it was fighting 3 desolate Saint Realm human powerhouses in a row with its own strength, and scarlet threads had been surfacing from its wounds, continuously healing its flesh. Is that the basis of your conviction of homology? Seeing this scene, Yi Yu instantly understood everything. Seeing that he sensed the situation, Zhu Yuan stroked his beard and explained, after watching the images of these battles, based on the results of the Heavenly Hidden Pavilion's investigations, I screened out the suspected cases of homology by lining up all the previous Heaven's Pride battles through the Immortal Demon Emperor's case. The Phoenix clan has a female emperor named Phoenix Spirit Shadow. Her honorific title is Underworld Flame, and she similarly captured a good result as the runner-up in the Heaven's Pride battle. But she got this result by instantly suppressing the Soul Clan's Heaven's Pride. And the reason she is so powerful is because she possesses the Black Phoenix Fire. Although it is an isolated case and most likely accidental, but with the demon race as a case study, I have to suspect that there is a mutation similar to the Spirit Abyss within the Phoenix clan's clanlands. It is just that it is being hidden away by them. The Ancient clan's Great Emperor Pingtian and the Sea Emperor clan's Great Emperor Chaotic Sea. These two similarly suppressed the Soul clan and defeated the Dragon clan when they were young. Although the abilities they displayed weren't as otherworldly as the Black Phoenix Flame or as bizarre as the Immortal Demon Emperor, I felt that their experiences were similar and suspected them all together. The Soul clan is also too miserable, being used as a stepping stone every time. Yi Yu felt a little amused when he heard these words. Ha ha ha, indeed. Zhu Yuan, after he reminded him of this, was also happy and laughed openly. I suspect that these 4 races lost to the Dragon race and the 100 Races Heaven's Pride battle all lost on purpose, with great intentions, because from ancient times to the present day, the Dragon race had never lost a single battle in the same realm, and although most of the Soul race's defeats had been caused by the Dragon race, there had been cases where they had been defeated by the strongest of the other races, and as long as they didn't defeat the Dragon race, they wouldn't be too conspicuous. You've defeated the Dragon clan's Heavenly Pride, and you still crushed and finished, so you know the stakes better than anyone else. With so much at stake, Zhu Yuan also spoke his final conclusion and opinion after laughing. Known throughout the world and feared by all races, Yi Yu smiled gently, knowing better than anyone else how terrifying the honor and fame from this victory would be. Seeing him talking and laughing, raising his hands and feet, giving off a feeling of looking out of the corner of one's eye and being the only one who can see the world, Zhu Yuan's mouth moved, but he didn't make a sound, but was just proud in his heart. Although Yi Yu crushed the true dragon, the wind was too much and pushed the 9 Heavens Pavilion in front of the 100 races, causing countless prying eyes and trouble. However, he still had the same opinion that it was the great fortune of the 9 Heavenly Pavilion to have Yi Yu, a supreme heavenly pride, in the pavilion. Elder Yi, what do you think? After lamenting in his heart, Zhu Yuan asked. Highly insightful. Court Master, I think you've made a good point. In response to this question, Yi Yu arched his hand. After all I just said, you're so perfunctory? Do you not believe in my speculations? Seeing this attitude of his, Zhu Yuan instantly became taut and scolded with a laugh. I believe in your speculations. If your guesses come true, then the supreme ranking list compiled by the Smoke and Rain building will, I'm afraid, change the sky. Yi Yu didn't have any perfunctory thoughts and shook his head slightly. His face was grave. Perhaps what the courtier had said seemed like whimsy and too much of a conspiracy theory, but he believed the speculation, because through his little sister, he was already aware of the existence of the God realm and the gods, the 18 spirit abysses, as well as the spirit crystals that increased enlightenment and also cured soul injuries, were a young conspiracy that directly affected the powerhouses and prides of the 100 races, and the potential threat was terrifying enough to topple the world. Compared to Spirit Abyss's young plot, the scope of influence of the 4 clans, the Demon clan, the Phoenix clan, the Ancient clan, and the Sea Emperor clan, was not as frightening. Having said that, if the 4 representative figures mentioned by the Pavilion Master just now were just bullseyes in the Heaven's Pride battle and intentionally lost to the Dragon clan, then the stakes of that could not be ignored. I also feel that the supreme ranking is going to change the sky. Actually, I also suspected the Corpse Demon. Although the Jintian Dragon Emperor was tying his own hands before losing miserably to him, The corpse demon's strength is still claimed to be invincible under the heavens. It's only that it hasn't participated in the Heavens Pride battle, and it's too high profile, too otherworldly compared to these 4 races, so it's been ruled out for now. Zhu Yuan nodded heavily, agreeing with him, and added, Pavilion Master, all the major races have deep cards and conspire in secret. Does our human race have any cards and hold back big moves? Yi Yu did not want to talk more on the matter of the corpse devil. After all, it was his vest, and took advantage of this topic to ask in passing. Of course I did. How could I not? What? Isn't that with you? Yi Yu looked at him somewhat speechlessly, wanting to tell him, just this? I can't help it. The human race is different from the other races, before the law of coexistence of the 100 races, because they had to fight against the 100 races, they were still quite united in their hatred and unanimity, but after the threat of external enemies was eliminated, the human race had more than its fair share of infighting, and it was simply impossible for everyone to join together to hold back big moves. Even before the law of coexistence of all races, the human race was not all one. For example, the 10 emperor clans, all of them are thunderous and small. At best, they are just town halls, and they are not seen on the battlefield to kill the enemy. Being looked at by his disappointed eyes, Zhu Yuan spread his hands helplessly, and rightly so. Yi Yu thought about it carefully and also felt that it was unrealistic. In a situation where there were so many powerful people, each going their own way, wanting the human race to be unified was not possible unless there was a human emperor who was powerful enough to suppress the entire human race and who had thunderous means. He couldn't think of anyone else but him who could do such a thing. Elder Yi, in fact, I'm looking for you to come over this time, not only for the milestones, but there's one more thing. Putting aside such an unrealistic topic, Zhu Yuan then said seriously, Pavilion Master, please. Yi Yu saw that the Pavilion Master still had things to explain and washed his ears. You respect me afoot. I respect you afoot. The Pavilion Master's regard for him is clear to him. Elder Yi, regarding the spirit crystals and solving the problem of pollution, I will find a way to solve it. The chaotic world is coming. Can I ask you to avoid the world and focus on closed-door cultivation breakthroughs? Yi Yu sniffed a beat, not expecting him to say this. Elder Yi, if the chaotic world will come one day, then you are the only thing that the 9 Heavens Pavilion will rely on in the chaotic world. Please close your doors again, and dive the dragon in the abyss, waiting for the time to move. Seeing his dismayed face, Zhu Yuan stood up with an open mind, arched his hands and lowered his waist, placing his posture very low and pleading. It was something he said with a lack of confidence and an overwhelming sense of weakness. It was because Elder Yi had been in closed-door cultivation before this, hidden away from the world for 5 years, but he had been invited to show off his skills. Now that he has only been out of customs for less than a month, he wants people to go back to seclusion and dive into cultivation. Isn't this a tosser? But Elder Yi's talent, strength, wisdom, enlightenment, and intuition were known as the strongest demons the human race had ever seen. True to his name. If you didn't notice the chaotic world and the undercurrents that lurked underneath the peace and harmony, it would be fine. But if you realized that the chaotic world was coming, it could only be so. Elder Yi's safety and security will be the top priority, and there is no room for error. Pavilion Master, please don't. When Yi Yu saw him in this posture, he immediately stood up to assist. Elder Yi, I know that it's ridiculous for me to ask you to go into seclusion again after I've just asked you to come out of seclusion, but I have to do it. Zhu Yuan lifted his head, his face guilty and in a state of shock. Pavilion Master, in fact, I wasn't invited out by you. But rather, I've reached a bottleneck in my cultivation, and I need to go out for a walk to seek a breakthrough opportunity. If I can stay in seclusion all the time, I'll definitely cultivate to the Emperor realm in one go before I come out of seclusion. Yi Yu saw that he felt overpowered, paused for a few seconds, and smiled bitterly. So that's it? Zhu Yuan froze as he heard his explanation inside. That being said, even if Elder Yi's talent was even more heaven-defying, the path of cultivation was not something that could be broken through all the time just by burying one's head in the sand and practicing hard, especially from the Earth King realm. If one wanted to break through the realm, they would need the Tao realm's sense of enlightenment. It was common to travel the world in search of opportunities in order to make breakthroughs and achieve enlightenment. Pavilion Master, I know your worries and concerns, but please rest assured that after being assassinated by the desolate sacred realm back then, I already know the truth of the submerged dragon in the abyss, waiting for the time to move. Don't you see that when I was in the spirit abyss, I knew how to take the big picture into consideration? Seeing that he was relieved, Yi Yu immediately said, closure was impossible. He was still planning to take his little sister on a trip to the 4 clans to see what was going on. 2 more to go. Thanks to Book Club, a big string of numbers, for the bounty. After bidding farewell to the Pavilion Master, Yi Yu flew towards Taiping Peak,
If the truth of the Tianqian disaster day is the descent of the gods, then it would truly be invincible in the world, with enemies coming from the heavens.
Along the way, Yi Yu's indifferent face surfaced with a light-hearted look of some amusement.
He had thought that the Tianqian continent was going to be extinguished after 25 years with the inevitable heavenly tribulation.
However, this time,
the results of the Pavilion Master's investigation were a relief to him.
Fear comes from the unknown. Through the contamination of spirit crystals, following the trail and seeing the tip of the iceberg of Tianqian disaster day, Yi Yu felt relieved. Natural disasters can only be faced, but man-made disasters can be cut off. Even though the spirit abyss's soul contamination and the demon clan's power of blood dripping and rebirth were both difficult and bizarre. So what? Since the end of the world was man-made and he had found out the end in advance, he could try to stop it, instead of doing nothing but watching the countdown to everyone's death dwindle like he had done before. The descent of the spirit abyss 8,000 years ago, as well as the day of heavenly Xian disaster, were turning points of great importance. It could be that something had changed in Tianqian continent, or that the gods had discovered the existence of Tianqian continent. The truth of what exactly was going on,
there was no trace to be found.
There was no need to pay attention to it.
All he needed to know was that the gods' gaze and clutches had already reached into the Tianqian continent, and that he still had 25 years to deal with it.
The eternal demon emperor, the immortal demon emperor, the phoenix of the underworld flame,
the great emperor of the flat sky,
the great emperor of the chaotic sea? Thinking of this, Yi Yu thought of the 5 names listed by the Pavilion Master again,
and a wariness arose in his heart.
He wanted to see just how powerful the gods' tactics and intrigues were.
Yi Yu had just returned to Taiping Peak when he saw a scene that made him cry and laugh. Help! Help! Only to see Shi Xinshui stepping on a half-meter disc in midair,
running away while asking for help. Ji Ji, little beauty, don't run away. Obediently obey this big master. In the future there will be a good day for you to eat and drink.
Behind her, Lin Jingwen was playing the role of a hooligan, Jie badmouthing and chasing after her, but deliberately controlling it, always maintaining a speed that was close to catching up. The 2 little girls were laughing and playing in midair,
chasing after each other, playing so perverted.
If I suddenly appeared,
will the second sister die socially?
Yi Yu, who was hiding his figure,
stood with his feet in the void and shook his head in amusement. Obviously,
the second senior sister was taking the youngest sister for aerial practice,
breaking through to the passage realm. From today onwards,
little sister is already able to fly in the air with the help of yuan weapons. This was because the spiritual sense could merge with the meta artifacts to achieve zero latency and more subtle manipulation. It was just that the simple practice of Mikado was boring, so a role-playing game was played.
The person who would feel bored definitely did not refer to the youngest senior sister. After all,
this girl had long wanted to fly in the sky, coupled with her young age. As long as she was able to fly in the air,
it was definitely not fun. Forget it, let them play for a while. After thinking about it, Yi Yu still gave up interrupting and patiently watched from the sidelines.
These 2 had managed to fight and have such a good time. It would be too much of a spoiler if they were suddenly interrupted. Let's wait for the youngest sister to finish testing her physical aptitude before we set off.
Which clan is better to take her to? The Demon Clan, or the Phoenix Clan?
Shi Xinshui had long since realized that eldest brother had returned, and when she heard this heartbeat, she was instantly brightened.
Eldest brother was taking her out? And it's still going to the Demon Clan, or the Phoenix Clan.
Since she had been to the Spirit Abyss, it had been more than half a month since she had gone out.
In order to live up to eldest brother's expectations,
she was either taking insight lessons or cultivating hard, striving to break through the realm of general knowledge and turn over that book in her mind as soon as possible.
Yikes! With her distraction,
Shi Xinshui's maneuvering of the yuan weapon lost precision, and her feet suddenly became unbalanced, falling from midair. Only, before she fell to the ground, Lin Jingwen caught her with a single acceleration.
What's wrong, little sister? Lin Jingwen, who had her feet on a flying sword,
used the princess hug position to hold her in her arms and slowly landed from the air.
Concerned, it's fine. I just didn't control the steering for a second,
Shi Xinshui explained as she shook her head.
Turning is indeed more difficult, but don't be discouraged. You can do this for the first time in the air. Flying for so long as a quarter of an hour. It's already a heavenly talent. Understanding the situation,
Lin Jingwen comforted her when she put her down.
Is this considered a heavenly wizard? Then what was eldest brother's first time in the air like? Master Xinshui felt surprised and suddenly asked. Master said that eldest senior brother is like he was born to fly.
Breaking through to the general knowledge realm and directly stepping on flying swords to fly all over the mountain.
Not even needing to practice. Lin Jingwen sniffed a beat, and after hesitating, she still confessed. Let her denigrate eldest brother, even if it's in private, with a good lie. Does eldest brother step on a flying sword as soon as he comes up? Not an empty wheel? And it's flying all over the mountain. That's too powerful, isn't it? Sure, Xinshui's eyes widened, and her gaze couldn't help but cast to the side of the disc that smashed on the ground, half a meter in size, though she hadn't tried flying swords yet, and it wasn't a steering failure that caused her to lose her balance just now. She was just distracted. However, the second elder sister said that the first aerial practice of the human race after breaking through the passage realm were all with air wheels. Although not handsome and pretentious enough, it was simple and easy to use. As for flying swords, they required superb control and were not suitable for attempts until after they had become proficient, making them an option for advancement. That's for sure. Eldest senior brother is the most gifted heavenly pride the human race has ever seen, bar none. Seeing that she didn't have the idea of dwarfing her, Lin Jingwen was reassured and was instantly proud of herself. To her, the most brag-worthy thing in her life was having such a big senior brother. As soon as the words left her mouth, she suddenly felt that they were spoken with too much certainty, and after glancing down at her little sister, she added, "It used to be like this, but it's hard to say in the future. Junior sister, with your talent you might be able to catch up with eldest brother." "That's impossible." Hearing this, Xinshui said flatly, "Catching up with eldest brother, how can that be done?" Others weren't sure, but she was aware of how powerful eldest senior brother really was. Eldest senior brother is still in the late stage of the exalted realm now. Even the strongest dragon emperor from 10,000 years ago wasn't a match for him. When eldest senior brother broke through to the great perfection of the emperor realm, she couldn't even imagine how strong he would be. How is it impossible? Although there is a 26-year age gap between you and eldest senior brother, this gap will not be so obvious when you reach 1,000 years old. Seeing her in this attitude, Lin Jingwen's teacher, Feng Yun, was very good at encouraging. She really almost forgot that her little sister's talent was terrifying. Overnight, from the late stage of the returning will realm to the late stage of the passing knowledge realm, directly crossing a large realm. Such a terrifying cultivation speed is simply shocking. That's true. Xinshui stared at his words and felt that they made sense. Though eldest brother was 37 years old, a few years older than her father, and there was as much as a threefold age difference with her. But by the time she's 1011, big brother will be 1037, and by the time that happens, their age gap will be infinitely closer. Take your time. There are still long days ahead. Maybe when it's 1,000 years from now, you'll be as famous as eldest senior brother and become a legendary great man. Seeing that she was convinced, Lin Jingwen reached out and touched her head, saying in a warm voice, "Aha." Shifu Xinshui nodded, and hope and anticipation flared up in his heart. Provided that the world is still 1,000 years old, I hope everyone will still be alive by then. Yi Yu saw this warm scene and secretly said, although he was sure of dealing with the human scourge, he couldn't guarantee that everyone was safe until he identified and solved the source of the scourge of the sun's fall. Second senior sister, didn't I accidentally set fire to the bed last night? Hearing this heartfelt question, Xinshui looked at the second senior sister in front of her, and with a tightening of her heart, she asked, "Don't worry, I've got you covered on this one. You'll see a new bed later when you get back." Lin Jingwen smiled as she slightly jawed. A day's time, not to mention changing a bed for the little sister. Even if it was to build a house directly, it would be enough. I'm not worried about the bed. Besides setting fires, my physique seems to have other abilities. Can you help me test them? Master Xinshui asked as he shook his head. This girl can kind of remember this. I thought she had forgotten it. Yi Yu felt relieved when he saw this scene. Of course you can. It's not too late. Let's go to the martial arts practice ground and I'll spar with you to see how good you are now. When Lin Jingwen heard this request, she agreed without thinking. Cultivation was to become stronger, and in order to motivate everyone's motivation, each peak of the Nine Heavens Pavilion was constructed with a martial arts practicing ground for people to test their cultivation results. Although hitting a target to test the results in a martial arts practice arena was definitely not as good as fighting with people, it was better than being able to test the power and effects of divine abilities and moves at any time, anywhere. Seeing this situation, Yi Yu's heart moved. The youngest sister was still young and had little experience in fighting. Her hands were not light or heavy. The heavenly illumination of the returning will realm was able to burn the equivalent of the Fa Long realm's refining materials. Now that he has broken through to the passing sense realm, how powerful is it? Even he does not know, because he has not tried it yet. Yi Yu, who had always been thunderous and quick to act, was immediately taking action. In the next moment, he left Taiping Peak straight away, and after showing his form, he turned into a stream of light and flew towards the peak. Because he hadn't deliberately concealed his aura, Lin Jingwen, who was pulling Xinshui's small hand and flying towards the martial arts practice ground, noticed that someone was coming the first time. This transported light, its eldest brother.
Lin Jingwen looked up and froze for a moment, then was overjoyed.
Junior sister. Let's go check on eldest senior brother first and test later. In the next moment,
she changed her mind on the spot,
pulling Shinshui and flying towards the peak while doing so. Aha!
At this proposal, Shinshui naturally agreed. It was because she already knew, through her heart, what her eldest brother was planning to do.
Why is eldest brother coming this way? Is he here to find me? Before they could reach the peak,
Lin Jingwen saw the golden recluse light coming this way and froze, feeling surprised as she muttered to herself.
Hearing these words, Shinshui was somewhat helpless. The second elder sister was like this every time. Obviously she was usually calm and rational, but when she met the eldest elder brother, she would become brainless, always whimsical and thinking about things. In the blink of an eye, Yi Yu arrived in front of them. The recluse light dispersed, and his figure appeared. Greetings, eldest brother. As the golden light erupted,
Lin Jingwen saw his divine and majestic figure and snorted a greeting,
her gaze infatuated.
Two senior sisters. I went to the residence just now and didn't find master.
Where did his old man go? Yi Yu found a reason for his arrival.
Of course, he had originally had the idea of finding a master. This was because he planned to take his little sister out and go to the 4 clans that the pavilion master had investigated and take a field trip to see what was going on. This time out it would take 10 days and half a month or more,
so I definitely need to talk to the master. Master has gone to the Heaven Watching Tower to retreat,
saying that he's going to try to break through the heavenly exaltation realm.
Even though Lin Jingwen was being a nymphomaniac,
she had a positive attitude and immediately responded.
So that's how it is. Where are the 2 senior sisters going? Yi Yu asked as he nodded thoughtfully. We're going to go to the martial arts training ground to spar.
The youngest senior sister has broken through the generalization realm and wants to test her strength.
Can you help look after her, eldest senior brother?
Seeing that he took the initiative to ask, Lin Jingwen answered and then hurriedly invited him,
fearing that he would turn around and leave.
Although she had just met half a month ago, she was well aware of how difficult it was to meet her eldest brother and was unwilling to let go of any opportunity to spend time together.
Project pass. Good.
Succeeding in getting her to make the invitation,
Yi Yu sighed in his heart and agreed. Let's go then. Seeing him agree,
Lin Jingwen was happy and couldn't wait.
After saying that,
they headed for the martial arts practice field together.
Eldest senior brother.
Junior sister has broken through to the late passage realm.
Along the way,
Lin Jingwen also pressed on with her conversation.
Look out.
She broke through from the late returning will realm to the late passing sense realm overnight last night.
How is this possible?
Yi Yu's unperturbed expression appeared a few fluctuations,
feeling incredulous. Isn't it incredible?
Junior sister said that her physique suddenly awakened some sort of divine ability,
and then it skyrocketed. Seeing that he was reacting, clearly interested in the matter,
Lin Jingwen was incredibly excited and explained the situation for him.
In response to their conversation, Shinshui didn't make a sound and just quietly watched eldest brother perform.
Only, she knew that this was the gentle side of her eldest brother,
and didn't have the idea of watching the show and seeing the jokes. The reason why eldest brother pretended not to know anything about this was because he didn't want to hurt second senior sister.
Because the eldest senior brother used to have a cold attitude towards the second senior sister,
and had always stayed away from her.
But now he was excessively favoring her as the youngest senior sister, and even went out for half a month to collect the treasures on the heavenly treasures list in order for her to become stronger quickly.
In fact, eldest senior brother didn't hate second senior sister at all.
The reason why he didn't want to see second senior sister was just that he didn't know how to deal with her. So it was a case of can't afford to mess with her and can't afford to hide from her. To be able to catch a scene without laughing is like being a veteran actor.
If that's the case, second senior sister, let me spar with junior sister later. Yi Yu turned his gaze to Shinshui, and while feeling emotion in his heart, he did not forget to proceed as planned. Hearing this proposal,
Lin Jingwen was instantly confused.
I want to see just how strong little sister's physique and potential is. It's more comprehensive to feel it firsthand. Seeing her face of dismay, Yi Yu explained. 2 more to go.
And please bug check for typos if there are any.
I'm checking for errors as much as I can, but sometimes human inertia has blind spots that are easy to overlook. So please forgive me. The martial arts training ground, located at the foot of Taiping Peak, was an area that was 1,000 meters wide, paved with tiles, and also had a lot of boulders, as well as formations, laid out around the edges.
Lin Jingwen was tall and stood on top of a boulder as she looked at the field, seriously doubting that she was dreaming or had been hit by some kind of illusion.
Junior sister, do your best to attack me. Yi Yu stood in the middle of the field,
spread his hands and raised his voice.
It's not good, is it?
Shinshui realized that he raised his hands and feet in an invincible manner,
and was hesitant to make a move.
Although it was a sparring match, She really didn't dare to actively attack her eldest senior brother.
What are you scrupling about? You don't think you can hurt me, do you?
Yi Yu saw her hesitation and provoked her. We have to stimulate her a bit to do that. Otherwise we don't even know how strong she's become after eating so much of my food.
Okay. Shui comprehended his thoughts and took a deep breath, making up her mind. Come to think of it,
with her strength, it was indeed impossible for her to injure eldest brother.
One must know that when eldest senior brother was incarnated as a corpse demon,
he was unharmed in the face of the terrifying attack of the Jintian Dragon Emperor that seemed to annihilate the world. After thinking about it, she began to manipulate her spiritual sense and yuan power, focusing her power and spirit into her left eye, wanting to cast the power of the flame first.
Just like last night, I hope I won't be disappointed. When Yi Yu saw this scene,
he also raised his spirits,
unwilling to miss a single moment. Upon hearing this idea,
a wave of longing erupted within Shifu Xinshui's heart.
I must perform well, even if I put my best foot forward. I can't let eldest brother down.
With the appearance of this thought, Xinshui suddenly was feeling that he had entered a marvelous state.
In the next moment,
her eyes changed. Her left eye erupted with golden dazzling daylight, while her right eye was bright white silent cold moonlight.
As her clear and innocent eyes transformed into the colors of the sun and the moon, it was as if she was transformed into a god, no longer mortal, cold and majestic. Boom! At the same time,
within Xinshui's body,
a jet of black as ink erupted, just like a black armor that surrounded her entire body, not only the torso part,
but also the face and hair. It was as if she was incarnated in a void and silent cold universe,
with the sun and moon in the sky.
As her whole body changed, her aura climbed up, her breath spread out, even forming waves of air visible to the naked eye.
Surprisingly, she has transformed, not only her left eye. It seems that feeding so many precious pills last night directly replenished the power of Taiyu and fully awakened her physique. This change made Yi Yu's eyes light up with anticipation.
Hiss. No wonder junior sister directly broke through a large realm in one night.
This physique is too strong, right? Lin Jingwen,
who was standing on the boulder at the edge of the martial arts training ground watching the battle, violently sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Although the junior sister had not yet attacked,
the aura was too amazing.
Not at all like an aura that could be possessed by the general knowledge realm.
And that transcendent form was even more extraordinary.
Eldest brother,
I'm going to start. Just then,
Xinshui spoke up. Her voice was no longer childish. It became cold and majestic, and there was even a vision of echoes ringing out.
You go ahead and take your shot.
Yi Yu waited for this moment and loomed large.
Receiving his response, Xinshui's eyes, which hosted the light of the sun and the moon, violently erupted like an abyss like the sea. With just a glance,
Yi Yu's body suddenly changed.
Golden flames and bright white frost covered his entire body in just an instant. However, such an attack could not even be considered scratching an itch to Yi Yu. The bipolar attack of the most yin and yang,
just swallowing all kinds of heavenly treasures. The strength of her physique is directly metamorphosed to a level equivalent to the Earth King realm.
This is also too fierce. It's not what I expected. After last night's big tonic, even the second senior sister isn't a match for her.
But her physique has absorbed so much power of Taiyu. It shouldn't have just enhanced her battle power without any other changes, right? Yi Yu carefully felt the destructive power of this force,
and after a preliminary estimation in his mind, his body shook,
shattering the golden blaze and the cold white frost into pieces,
annihilating them on the spot. Are there any other aptitudes and moves? Gently resolving the attack, Yi Yu revealed his true body,
and his black robes were not even injured for a single minute.
Instead of speaking to this request,
Xinshui responded with action.
At the next moment, Yi Yu's eyes flashed, as if he was shaking, and he was on top of the sea, and at the end of the sea level, the bright white and silent cold moon hung in the sky. What's this? A mirror attack? A hallucination attack? Without waiting for Yi Yu to take a closer look, but in a flash,
everything shattered open, as if it was not broken.
Cough, 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 cough. At the same time, as if suffering from a backlash,
Xinshui coughed out a mouthful of blood dotted with starlight.
Coughing violently, and even more so,
his body softly knelt on the ground. Immediately after that, the color of the sun and moon in her eyes gradually receded, and the black mist that covered her entire body dissipated,
changing back to her original appearance.
There were some magical powers that, despite their infinite wonders, would bring about a terrible backlash to the caster if they were to rashly attack a strong person and have their moves broken.
Junior sister, quickly eat these pills. Yi Yu sensed her abnormality.
His heart and mind shook as he ran forward to place his hand on her shoulder,
probed his spiritual sense into her body to take a look,
and hurriedly took out a few porcelain vials, and used his yuan power to draw out the pills and send them into her mouth.
As the elixir entered the mouth,
Shifu Xinshui didn't even need to be swallowed.
It was directly melted in the mouth. The treatment had to be right. And although Yi Yu was rarely injured, he had seen too many people die. Because of this, he was experienced in what injuries he suffered in times of crisis and what elixirs he should take. In the twinkling of an eye, Xinshui's breathing gradually calmed down and seemed to be getting better. Junior sister, are you alright? At the same time, Lin Jingwen was also the first to notice the situation and eagerly flew forward. She's fine. Yi Yu shook his head and pacified. That's good. Lin Jingwen let out a long breath when she saw that he had said so, dissolving the concerns of his second senior sister. Yi Yu, who had been probing with his spiritual sense, was unable to calm his mind for a long time, only to see that the little sister who had suffered a tragic backlash, the flesh and blood within her body was nearly shattered, as if she had suffered a fatal injury and her flesh would burst open at any moment. However, without even waiting for the elixir to take effect, her injuries were rapidly healing themselves at a speed visible to the naked eye, and there was not even time for him to worry. What was even more unimaginable was that after suffering such a terrible backlash, the junior sister's yuan power was flowing wildly, following a certain trajectory of self-rotation, sucking in the yuan qi of heaven and earth, transforming the power of the elixir, and feeding back to her own body. Her realm has broken through again, reaching the perfection of the generalization realm, and her injuries are healing themselves like crazy. At this speed it won't take long for her to be cured. Every time you are on the verge of death you have a breakthrough in your realm, and you will also burst out with superb self-healing power, the power of Tei Wu, and comes with a god-level technique. This girl shouldn't be the handiwork of the gods as well, right? If I were to venture a guess, she might be one of the gods. That's right, that's it. Just as this idea popped up, Yi Yu's mind shook and felt that he had found the right train of thought. If she really is one of the gods, then a lot of things make sense. Is there a possibility that she can be revived even if she is dismantled? Just like the eternal demon emperor. Or if you want to kill the god realm, it's not that easy. You have to fulfill certain preconditions. For example, if the youngest sister is a Taiyu body, controlling the power of the sun, moon, and stars, in order to kill her, you have to kill the stars first. With this in mind, Yi Yu raised his head to look at the sky. At this moment, it was already sunset, nightfall, and the bright moon was in the sky. Back then, after the junior sister was targeted by Lu Ximing's killing intent and suffered a crisis, she was instead blessed by the disaster and directly raised a realm. At that point in time, he suspected that this girl was a super scion physique, but it was like a touch of whimsy, a kind of spitballing, with no follow-up at all. Because this is an example, maybe a coincidence, clinical breakthrough although rare, but in the Tianxian continent countless years of history long river, there have been countless heavenly pride demon. This situation is not considered to be counterintuitive. However, this time, he had witnessed the entire process of his junior sister suffering a fatal injury, but a realm breakthrough, as well as a self-healing injury. This would be quite heaven-defying, especially after he had witnessed the divine ability and means to be reborn by dripping blood through the battle of the eternal demon emperor. He had to think this way. Although compared to his blood-sucking, such a recovery speed is nothing, but this kind of means and divine ability can be described as a dimensional reduction strike for the unusual emperor realm. It must be known that the Phoenix clan ranked third among the 100 races. That is, by virtue of the racial aptitude of Nirvana, it was able to resurrect once with full blood and blue after suffering a lethal attack. 2 lives to beat someone else's 1 life. Until there's proof, a guess is a guess after all. Whether or not it's the same as what I think. A trip to the demon race and finding the secrets of the eternal demon emperor and the immortal demon emperor will make it clear. Yi Yu didn't jump to conclusions on this, but instead, he strengthened his mind. Unlike the other 3 clans, which were merely suspicious, there was evidence that the demon clan was catatonic. Just find the gods and look at the box. If the gods were also dying an unknown death, then he could conclude that little sister was one of the gods. From this, it can also be seen that the date of death of a god may have to reach some kind of precondition before it can be concluded. Or perhaps the gods are immortal. So the name of the little sister's gongfu is Taiyu Jinshen, not Taiyu god slaying. After thinking for a long time, Yi Yu had been paying attention to Xinshui's condition. He hadn't had the idea of burying his little sister since the beginning of time, because last night alone, he was already figuring it out. Little sister was right in front of him, unable to escape and play any tricks. Again, she has entered this state of stagnation. What happens if she is attacked again at this time? The deity's shadow in her body goes berserk and directly takes over her physical body, obliterating all threats? Yi Yu looked at Xinshui's dull and wandering eyes, as if he was soul-searching, and pondered. Only, he just thought about it and didn't try it rashly. For one thing, the second senior sister was watching from the side, and it would be hard to explain this when he suddenly attacked the junior sister. Secondly, He didn't want to attack his little sister. Once a rift appeared in the relationship between people, even if they were to make up, it would be impossible to recover as before, without a moment's effort. Shunshui's gaze regained its clarity and her consciousness returned to her body, but her brain was still in a daze as she looked up at her surroundings. The clear, stupid eyes have come back, all of them. Yi Yu could not help but sigh in his heart when he saw the scene. Junior sister, are you alright? Lin Jingwen, who was standing at the side, immediately asked when she saw this. Should be okay? Shifu Xinshui was still confused. His entire body was in a daze. Outside of the situation, do you want to feel it carefully? Suffering a backlash is usually an internal injury where the meridians in Yuanfu are traumatized. Seeing the blood still lingering at the corner of her mouth, Lin Jingwen took out a handkerchief to help her wipe it clean and reminded her. Don't worry, I just fed her the elixir. She's already fine. At the same time, Yi Yu withdrew his assisting hand and opened his mouth. In just a moment's time, this girl's injuries from the backlash were already completely healed, and he didn't even have time to feel guilty. Looking at her like this, she shouldn't know that she will become stronger when she encounters danger and can also heal her own injuries. Keep it from her for now, so that she doesn't turn into a bear who isn't afraid of death and goes around making deaths. Hearing this heartfelt voice, Xinshui only felt like a head full of questions. I get stronger when I'm in danger, and heal myself? What the hell? What just happened? Did I miss some important heartbeat? That's good. Little senior sister, after this lesson, you must remember to run away when you encounter powerful enemies in the future, and never think of attacking. Seeing that he had said so, Lin Jingwen chose to trust, and then she did not forget to teach. It was actually out of place to say such things at a time like this, but after a month of being a teacher and teaching her little sister's habits, she couldn't correct them for a while. Got it. In response to this admonition, Xinshui also subconsciously nodded her head. Junior sister, although you took the elixir in time, but you are still young, and you don't know if the backlash you encountered will leave behind a hidden disease. You come to Linlang Peak to stay for some time and days, and then I will send you back after I confirm that you are unharmed. Taking this opportunity, Yi Yu took the opportunity to say. After saying that, he also transmitted his voice. Junior sister, quickly agree to it and I'll take you out to play. As a Heaven's sovereign realm powerhouse, it was impossible for his voice transmission fluctuations to be detected to the second senior sister. Oh, good. Shifu Xinshui paused for a moment, took a few seconds to realize the difference between a voice transmission and a heartbeat, and agreed. Eldest senior brother, can I come along? I can solve the problem of feeding my little senior sister. Hearing this, Lin Jingwen pressed the question. She hadn't lived in Linlang Peak yet. She had only been there once with her master when eldest brother entered Linlang Peak. Thank you for your kindness, second senior sister, but I will send her back soon. Yi Yu shook his head and politely refused. If I let you follow me here, then won't my bringing my little sister to the demon clan be exposed? Okay. Lin Jingwen's smile stiffened for a moment, did not force herself, just regretted attacking the eldest senior brother, and how the person who was revolted was not herself. Junior sister, let's go. Yi Yu saw that she was very sensible and didn't stalk her, and with a slight jaw and no nonsense, he extended a hand to Xinshui. Aha! Seeing his movements, Xinshui knew that he was going to take himself away, and nodded her head obediently, placing her small hand into his wide and thick palm. Her mood was excited because she knew that eldest senior brother wasn't taking her to heal her injuries at all, but was taking her to the demon clan. Demons? She hadn't seen a demon race yet, only in books and battle images. Yi Yu held Xinshui's soft, boneless, slender and soft little hand, nodded gently at Lin Jingwen as a sign of goodbye, and disappeared into thin air. His destination was clear. He didn't even bother to make a trip back to Linlang Peak, pointing straight at the demon race. For cultivators of his generation, there was no need to pack any luggage for a trip out. Because of the existence of storage space, one could leave any time, anywhere. On December 1st, at 0:00 a.m., the book officially hits the shelves. That's 12 hours from now. 23 words, 100 plus chapters, 50 plus days of freebies, and the book is finally hitting the shelves. First of all, thank you all for your support in catching up with this book and letting it eat up all of its pre-shelf recommendations. Many people may not realize that you can't add more before the shelves, because it takes time and cycles to eat recommendations, and only the gods can add more at will. But after the shelves are different. No matter whether it is a big god or a small transparent, are able to more as much as they want, finally can let go and make a big mess. Everyone's comments in this chapter said trolling. Tree basically all read. Have questions are replied. There are some not good enough content, but also according to everyone's suggestions, In the case of not affecting the original plot premise for fine-tuning modification, level is limited.
But also hope that all viewers Lord more bear with me.
Shushu deleted a lot of comments, because there are some comments left may affect other readers' perception, as well as the rhythm, so to delete. The key is that I'm glassy-eyed and can't take the spray, so please be merciful. There are also the first 3 months of a new book on the shelves, which is crucial, and there is a great deal to be gained by competing for the list, which is still dry and undecided as to what the book's results will be in the end. Everyone's support, Tree will see in the eyes. I will try to add more, but also please readers greatly help. Lastly, I'm begging for subscriptions, monthly votes, and recommendations, please. It's really important to me. The Tianxian continent was immensely vast, with an incomparably vast landmass, divided into 5 domains, with strong clans existing in each of the great domains. The eastern region is home to the phoenix, and the insectoids, but it's not limited to these 2 powerful races. There are races inhabiting beyond the 10 names. In the southern region, there are the Shura race, the Ghoul race, and the human race. In the west there are the Soul clan, the ancient clan. In the north there is the Sea King, the giant. The central domain was exclusive to the True Dragon clan, and no other race could coexist with them. Only the Dragon domain in Tianxian continent was not allowed to enter and exit at will, while the other great domains were allowed to travel under the influence of the law of coexistence of the 100 races, as long as they did not have an unshared hatred. For the vast majority of living beings, traveling to other great domains was something that could not be accomplished even after a lifetime of exhaustion, because the situation in each of the great domains was complicated. Even though there was the law of coexistence of 100 races, the mountains were high and the roads were far away, so it wasn't surprising for any accidents to happen along the way. Only, after Yi Yu broke through to the heavenly exaltation realm, he was already walking horizontally across the entire continent, helping people collect corpses in order to find a way to break the heavenly Shin catastrophe day. Traveling to other great domains was just like going out for a walk to him, outside the 10,000 demons forest. In a dense forest with dense trees and vines all over the mountain cliffs, a large and a small 2 figures emerged out of thin air. We're almost there. Take a break and eat something. Stopping for the time being, Yi Yu let go of Shi Xinshui's small hand and said, as he let go of his hand, Shi Xinshui only felt his head was all dizzy, his body shook, and he couldn't even stand steadily, sitting on his butt on the ground. From being all smiles when she left the house to being a mess, hell knows what she's been through. Unlike the time when he was being held by the hand of his elder brother and boarded the streaming sky airship directly, the distance was short, just a flash in front of his eyes. This time, it was traveling to the demon race, and she only felt that it was a blur before her eyes, and she changed to a different place. Before she had the time to look around clearly, there was another blur before her eyes, and this went on for I don't know how long, and her whole body was confused. Who am I? Where did I come from? Where am I going? Have some water. Yi Yu saw that she looked confused, and with a shake of his hand, he took out a cup and a jade pot and poured a cup full of juice for her. Shi Xinshui was already accustomed to being fed by him, and took the cup without looking at what was in it, and directly opened it to drink, along with the sweet but not greasy, cool and comfortable flavor. Shi Xinshui's eyes lit up and gulped it down in one gulp. Eldest brother, what is this? So delicious. After a glass of juice, Shi Xinshui's entire body sobered up and hit the ground running. Emperor Banquet House's ice heart juice has the effect of refreshing the mind, clearing the heart and removing agitation. Yi Yu gently smiled and stated, this Emperor Banquet House had gone to great lengths to satisfy the mouths and tongues of the Emperor realm and the Emperor clan, collecting famous chefs from all the clans, and even developing countless delicacies. Any dish on the menu was full of color and flavor, and it even possessed some kind of special and wonderful use. Imperial Feast House again. Shi Xinshui, who had been wondering if he could drink more, froze in his smile and muttered, every single thing in this Imperial Banquet House was ridiculously expensive. According to Sister Asaka, it's not that she can't afford to drink it, but it's so extravagant that it's a complete waste if she eats it regularly. Even if the Jade Sword Fairy was the eldest princess of the great Xia Imperial dynasty, she would at most taste it once in a while. Take it and drink it, and hasten to restore your spirits. Yi Yu was a little amused when he saw her shattered appearance and sent the jade pot with juice in his hand to her with yuan power. Aren't you going to drink, eldest brother? Shi Xinshui subconsciously received in his hands, feeling that the weight is quite heavy. Obviously there are still a lot. Then asked, it's not like I'm going to get dizzy. There's no need to drink that stuff. Yi Yu shook his head. Not interested in this. Let her drink it all if she likes it so much. There's no need to fight with her. I tasted the flavor a long time ago anyway, and there are still a dozen pots in the storage space. Thank you, eldest brother. Learning of his true thoughts, Shi Xinshui felt warm and thankful. Oh, did you sweeten your voice after drinking the juice? Yi Yu was a bit surprised. It was a thank you that was just sweet enough not to feel whiny. The short answer is that it's natural. Unlike dead clips, which are dainty and make you feel pretentious. Drink the juice. Drink the juice. Being side-eyed by him, Xinshui was inexplicably a bit shy, and in order to hide her embarrassment, she pretended to be happy and said to herself, "We're about to enter the territory of the demon race, and we don't know what will happen next, so let's recover to our full strength first." Seeing her happy little expression, Yi Yu gently smiled, took out a porcelain bottle, took out an elixir emitting a colorful halo of light and sent it into his mouth, and then leaped to the tree with a long leap, resting with his back against the trunk of the tree. In just one day's time, it was still quite blue draining to directly cross a large domain, and this time, he had brought along his little sister, so the loss was even greater. "Eldest brother, why did you jump to the tree?" Xinshui, who was drinking fruit juice, saw his movements and asked with some curiosity, "What's this? Scouting the perimeter? Meditate after you drink the juice and recover your spirit quickly." Yi Yu, who subconsciously jumped to the tree, sniffed and gave a beat, not explaining his behavior, but just faintly said, "Because the masters are either sitting on the boulder, or sitting on the tree trunk. Anyway, just can't sit on the ground. I'm a wise and powerful big brother. Can't sit on the ground with you. You don't care about the image. I can care about it. Should I say no?" His strongman baggage is pretty heavy. As awesome as he was and as much as he could debauch and get away with, he still preferred being the cool guy that everyone looked up to, not a funny guy. Oh, hearing these words, Xinshui came to an understanding and hurriedly climbed up from the ground. Immediately, she leapt with a body as light as a swallow and jumped onto the thick tree branch next to Yi Yu, drinking the juice while looking around at the scenery in a beautiful mood. Is she pretending to be cute, or is she really that cute? Yi Yu raised his eyelids to glance at her and couldn't help but think, only to see the youngest sister sitting on a tree branch, gulping down the juice, her legs placed outside and swaying. "Eldest brother, have you ever been to the demon race before?" Xinshui sensed his gaze and inexplicably felt flustered and shy, opening her mouth to change the subject. "Does eldest brother think I'm cute? But I'm just drinking juice. I'm not doing anything. Yes." Yi Yu spared no words and showed his strong character. "I think I've been here a dozen times, but all of them are to collect the corpse. None of them have played in this fury control paradise. I haven't seen the demon race yet. Will the demon race be hard to get along with? I've read that the demon race is ferocious, violent in nature, bloodthirsty and murderous." Xinshui was already accustomed to the strange terms he used from time to time, and instead of thinking about it in detail, he was born with curiosity. "You know full well that the demon race is ferocious. Aren't you afraid?" Yi Yu saw her little expression of anticipation and couldn't figure it out. Shouldn't it be logical to be scornful when you know that a certain race is vicious? What's with this look of anticipation and excitement? No way. Why? Because eldest brother is so powerful. With you, you don't have to be afraid of going anywhere. Xinshui spat out her tongue in a relaxed and cozy pout. In fact, she wanted to say, the demon race is even more ferocious. Can it be more ferocious than you? Only she didn't have the guts to say it, and really saying it would undoubtedly be a death wish. Is this girl honeyed? She's so talkative. Yi Yu's heart blossomed with joy at her compliments and his mouth was about to crook with laughter. Only he still tensed his expression. Men eat it up, especially when cute little lolitas pout at you. The demon race is actually not difficult to get along with, even more friendly than the human race. Or maybe I am too strong. Anyway, the demon race I met are quite good to get along with. Forcing a smile, Yi Yu then responded, "Whatever the question, don't make easy assertions unless they are 100% factual. Because everything in this world that involves human beings is inconclusive and full of variables." Friendlier than a human? No way? Xinshui's eyes widened in disbelief. Junior sister, the significance of racial rankings is even more significant than you think. Just as the human race feels that the ghoul race is not to be messed with, the races ranked behind the human race all feel that the human race is not to be messed with as well. As long as you are strong enough, anyone will be friendly to you, and vice versa. Seeing that she felt incredulous, Yi Yu explained. Although I haven't read the textbooks of the other races should not be any better when it comes to the human race. The oppression of the weak by the strong is everywhere. Just like the strong races whose racial rankings are in front of the human race, the arrogant death is annoying. The human race encounters a race weaker than itself, and the mouth and face may not be as good as it should be. Oh, Xinshui nodded in understanding, recalling what she had seen in the insight class. The demon race, ranked 11th among the 100 races, with its main area of activity located in the border zone of the eastern domain to the west, with its back to the phoenix and its front to the dragon race, the terrain is superior. It was said that in the ancient times,
The demon race was known as the strongest race,
bar none, because at that point in time,
the true dragon and phoenix had not yet separated from the demon race, and were still part of the demon race. But the good times don't last long.
I don't know what changed. The true dragon declared the world, and the demon race to draw a line, and become a race of its own.
And since then it has been sitting on the throne of the strongest race.
The Phoenix clan, too,
was later separated from the demon clan and became a clan of its own,
ranking third among the 100 clans. Since then,
the prestige and status of the demon race was in tatters.
After a while,
Shinshui finished drinking the ice heart juice, and his entire body completely sobered up.
Eldest brother, I'm rested. Shinshui stood up, his medal full. Then let's go.
Yi Yu, who was also restored to his full strength,
leaped to the ground,
raised his right hand and opened his palm,
and a small airship suddenly appeared in the open space in front of him.
Eldest brother,
are we going to take a boat to the demon race?
Seeing him take out a ship,
Shinshui couldn't help but ask. Yeah, but aren't we going to sneak into the demon clan to find the big secret? If we just go over there in a boat openly like this, others will find out, right?
Shinshui couldn't figure it out,
and on the way,
eldest senior brother explained the purpose of this time to her through voice transmission, hoping that she would be like she was in Spirit Abyss, seeing the strangeness of the profound spirit and spirit crystal, and see the end of the demon race,
obviously going to pry into someone else's secrets, but it turned out to be an honorable action. No matter how you think about it, it's strange. Being sneaky will only cause suspicion. Being open and aboveboard,
others won't think much about it instead.
Get on the boat.
Yi Yu glanced at her and walked onto the airship.
The demon race had inherited the remnants of the ancient era,
and the scope of their territory was vast.
In this age of coexistence,
each race is riveted to seek development and progress,
building cities of civilization.
Above the clouds at the border of the demon race, a foreign beast with 4 arms and 8 eyes,
with a body like a giant ape and covered in hair, was named Tongtian Demon Zun. Its body is the Tawny ape, a lineage of beasts among demons, with the ability to see through falsehoods and insight into the 9 ghosts.
The 100 races basically all had similar branches that majored in pupil arts, or were born with extraordinary pupils that excelled in observing and discovering the traces of their enemies.
It was hard to say about other races,
but the Tongtian demon sovereign thought to himself that in his presence,
even an emperor realm would never be able to sneak into the demon race unnoticed. As usual, the Tongtian demon sovereign, who was on guard duty, was squatting on the clouds and eating meat,
and next to him was a phantom mirror showing the image of the corpse demon's battle against the Jintian dragon emperor.
But just then, a white beam of light came through the sky. Someone is drawing a route, and looking at this route it's even pointing straight at the imperial city. What big shot is coming? Noticing this situation,
the Tongtian demon sovereign's heart tightened as he put down the roasted meat in his hands,
paused the battle image,
and muttered to himself.
Such a beam is not an attack, but a far-flung beacon, usually mounted on a large imperial air meta vehicle,
emitting an ultra-far beam to alert others that this is my course.
Be careful to avoid it. Only, the course is not just drawn, and if you want people to get out of your way,
you first have to be able to make them fear and retreat.
In short,
painting a route is an incomparably high-profile act,
as if telling everyone, this grandpa is here. Get out of here. The most arrogant thing is that the person who comes is as if he is in the territory of no one, pointing directly to the demon clan's imperial city. This move is simply not putting the demon clan in the eyes.
The Tongtian demon sovereign dropped his eyes and saw the airship over the Strife Mountain range hundreds of thousands of miles apart.
This is the human race's 9 heavens pavilions flowing sky warship? Damn him, I thought it was the emperor realms of the 4 great royal clans coming. Recognizing the power represented by the warship at a glance, the Tongtian demon sovereign instantly relaxed. The 4 royal clans, namely the Dragon Clan, the Soul Clan, the Phoenix Clan, and the Ancient Clan.
The ranking of these 4 clans had been difficult to shake for countless years, like a lofty mountain pressing down on the heads of the 100 clans. The district human race dares to point directly at the imperial city and smash the scene,
right? I would like to see who was so clamoring. The Tongtian demon sovereign was startled, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became, cursing as he stood up. However,
before he could finish his sentence, it came to an abrupt end. Because of his gaze, he bumped into a pair of terrifying eyes. It was dark, deep, cold, and contained the arrogance of looking out of the corner of one's eye.
Looking at each other,
it was as if one was facing the Great Terror directly,
causing one's bones to creep and one's heart to tremble. The man on the warship, more than 20 years old, black hair like a waterfall, black robes, his appearance as cold as a knife, great posture, standing with his hands, did not do anything,
but it is to give a sense of horror and overwhelming oppression.
Angry Gun Yu? He saw me?
When he locked eyes with him,
The Tongtian demon sovereign only felt like he was sweating, incomparably appalled. Are you kidding me?
The formation that concealed his figure was set up by the eternal demon emperor himself.
For thousands of years, he had spied on many emperor realms here,
and none of them had ever been discovered. But at this moment,
he was discovered? Is this a coincidence? It wasn't like that at all. That terrible gaze, it was obvious that he had found him.
It was some time later that the end of such stares was ushered in as the girl in the bow turned her head and called out.
What is Raging Gun Yu doing here in the demon race?
There's also a child with him. No longer being watched closely, the Tongtian demon sovereign was as relieved as if he had been relieved. His heart unable to calm down for a long time.
Rage Gun Yu,
the strongest heavenly pride the human race had ever seen.
There was no one.
He had defeated the Dragon Clan's heavenly pride in the 100 Clans' heavenly pride battle with a crushing force, becoming famous in one battle and shaking the world. The unparalleled attainments of his military path and the terrifying potential of his talent could be described as something that no one had ever seen before, and no one would come after him.
Whatever. Let's relay this to Imperial City first. Tongtian Demon Zun thought about it.
Could not figure out why the strongest heavenly pride of the human race had to come to the demon race, so he simply did not want to think about it, and immediately took action. Perhaps Furious Lance Yu was not a renowned emperor realm, but his prestige was nothing less than that of an emperor realm. Setting sail since the high mountains, the flowing sky airship shot out a beam of light and drew its course, and it headed towards the 10,000 demon city deep in the demon clan's territory.
Eldest brother, you're right, we should just go by airship. The scenery is so beautiful. Officially departing,
Shinshue stood at the bow of the boat looking at the scenery ahead, excited. Unlike the overwhelming scenery of the previous trip to the Spirit Abyss,
which was gloomy and tyrannical, like an ominous place,
the scenery within the demon clan's territory was like a paradise outside the world. A peaceful place, the high mountains and rivers,
the ancient trees, the many wild animals that traveled through the dense forests,
and the strange landforms were all new and eye-opening to her.
Kids will be kids. Seeing her big change in attitude,
Yu was amused in his heart but did not respond, only raising his head to look towards the distant sky. There was nothing but a thick cloud cover and nothing but people, yet in his eyes there were two frames.
Pantheon, 9091.
Burial reward, level 6 treasure chest. It is said that the eyes of the Tongtian Demon Zun can penetrate the 9 ghosts and see through all the falsehoods in the world.
Still penetrating the 9 ghosts. How many round trips have I run in the demon clan in front of it? But piercing through the 9 specters is a good way to think about it.
Yu gazed at him, pondering in his heart. Prior to the discovery of Tianxian Disaster Day, the battles he had engaged in as a youngster were mostly ring battles where the enemies were close by. But since the matter of Spirit Abyss's Ghost Fiend Sky,
he realized his shortcoming. Without a powerful pupil art, he wouldn't even know what his enemies looked like. It doesn't really matter what the enemy looks like, in case it's hot, but he has a good habit. The lion fights the rabbit, but also with all his strength, never lightly. Not being able to see the enemy means not being able to see what moves the enemy is going to make, and that's a problem.
Wow! Eldest brother,
come and see.
What's that?
Right at this moment, Yiyu's mind was pulled back to reality by a calling voice.
Raising his eyes, he saw Shinshue, who was standing at the bow of the boat, turn his head, with a smile as bright as the sun on his face, waving frantically at him. Yiyu thought that he had traveled all over the continent and seen all the beauty of the world. No matter what kind of stunning scenery, there was no way to amaze him anymore. However, looking at the bright smile on Shinshue's lovely face, as well as the enthusiastic invitation that turned back and waved, Yiyu was surprisingly a little touched by the feeling coming. In the next moment, Yiyu took a step forward and gladly agreed to accompany her to see the scenery.
No one likes to be alone, they just don't like to be disappointed.
The unknown death of his little sister was really important to him, not just for the meaning behind the unknown date of death,
but because she might not let herself down.
The imperial city of the demon race,
10,000 Demon City.
This city was prosperous because the demon race contained countless branches and individuals with their own specialties.
Demon clans can use their molted skins, horns,
and all sorts of weird and wonderful things to barter for resources. Many of the specialties of the demon race were good choices for alchemy,
weaponry, and formations,
thus attracting the favor of all races. But with a white beam of light, coming from the distant vault of the sky and pointing straight at the city walls, the scene attracted the attention of countless people. This white light was silent, but it was silent and shocking.
Is this a big shot coming? Which demon emperor is it?
The last time the route opened up and pointed directly at 10,000 Demon City was back tens of thousands of years ago,
when the Dragon Emperor visited.
The visitors from the other races were incomparably curious as to who was making such a big show.
Only the direction of everyone's speculation was focused on the Demon Emperor,
and the mood was uplifting.
Normally, Route openings would only happen within the same clan's territory because of the supremacy and overriding status. If it was to leave the clan's land, in the territory of a foreign race, looking at the whole continent, only the dragon race, which was so arrogant and proud of all living beings, dared to do so. However, the dragon's cursor was supreme, representing the golden color of dragon power, not white at all. We shouldn't be able to see an Emperor Realm powerhouse today, right? I haven't seen an Emperor Realm powerhouse yet. I don't know what an Emperor Realm powerhouse looks like. Is it possible that it's the Empress? The young generation of the demon race also didn't guess towards the alien Emperor Realm, but their feelings were different, and their mood was incomparably excited. Emperor Realm powerhouse? That was an existence that stood at the very top of the continent. Usually it had always been a divine dragon, only existing in legends. The vast majority of living beings could never see the Emperor Realm in their entire lives, and at best, they could glimpse the Emperor Realm powerhouses active at a young age through phantom mirrors. The demon race and passers-by located at the bottom could not figure out the situation at all, and were only able to make a blind guess. However, the great figures in the 10,000 demon city were already aware of the situation. Outrageous! Using a route to open up the road in the demon clan's territory. This angry Gunyi won the title once at the Heaven's Pride battle and was worshipped as a great emperor's stance. Does he really think of himself as an emperor's realm? In the middle of the stone-cast temple, a man with black scales on both sides of his face and a stout body, with a dragon's horn on top of his head and a hideous claw, violently raised his dragon's tail and slapped it on the ground. Furious, the visit of a foreign race? But this is such a fanfare. High-profile publicity simply does not put the demon race in the eyes. Angry Gunyi? What does he want to do in 10,000 Demon City? Not all the big shots were incomparably grumpy. There were also demonic powerhouses who were thoughtful and suspected that the visitors were not good and must be scheming. There is another place where the response is different. Father, you're kidding, right? King Yi has come to the demon race? The representative of the demon race in the previous Heaven's Pride battle. Killing Hei's face changed drastically when he heard his old man's words. Who is joking with you? This is the news that the Tongtian Demon Zun has sent back. Absolutely no false. There is also the real name of the angry gun is Yiyu, not called the King of the Leaves. Look at your outbursts, even remembering other people's names wrongly. The heaven-slaying Demon Zun glared at him, hating him. Father, I know his name is Yiyu. Killing Hei was helpless as he was glared at angrily. He was a contestant in the same Heaven's Pride battle as Raging Gun, so how could he not know what his opponent's real name was? But precisely because they were from the same class, he knew better than anyone else just how terrifying King Yi was. With the appearance of the voyaging cursor, the news that an Emperor Realm powerhouse was coming to 10,000 Demon City was like a hurricane that directly swept through the entire city. The news was like a big earthquake, and the whole city was abuzz. Countless beings gathered beside the city gates, or on the city walls, or on the top floor of the tavern, the area with a wide view, all wanting to see the legendary Emperor Realm. I didn't think there was really a voyage cursor. The route opens the road. This is also too tugging. If you had the strength, you could tug like that. It was so overcrowded that many people couldn't even squeeze in, but that didn't stop them from circling 3 times inside and 3 times outside, blocking the city gates. This was a big and lively scene that was rare to see. Seeing the Emperor Realm with their own eyes, this was something they could all brag about for a while. A day and half a day was no time at all for the living beings of the Tianxian continent. In particular, the living beings who have opened up the valley. There is no need for 3 meals a day in warmth, coupled with closed-door cultivation can easily be a few months. With the continued growth of age, over time, the cognitive concept of time gradually become insensitive. Coming, I see the ship. The wait was long, and with an excited shout from among the crowd, there was a buzz of excitement. I saw it too. Finally, when I become an Emperor Realm powerhouse in the future, I'm going to do the same thing. Tell everyone a day in advance that Laozi is here. It's awesome to think about. Empress, it has to be an empress. Have you gone crazy thinking about women? And you dare to speculate on the Emperor Realm? I'm not speculating about the Emperor Realm. The Emperor Realm is already rare to see. And if it's a female emperor it's even rarer. It's all about watching anyway. So the rarer the better for sure. The crowd erupted into a clamor. You said one thing and I said another, each saying their own thing, incomparably excited. All the demon clans felt that a good show was about to take place. Get out of the way. Don't block my view of the demon emperor. There was also the demon race that had committed crimes below, and had dared to speak up against races ranked higher than themselves, even to the point of grabbing positions and pickpocketing others. Because the demon imperial realm was coming, with the top pillar to hold down the field, the volume of the demon clan's speech was much louder. The powerful clans that were ranked in the top 10 were enraged when they saw the usually friendly demon clan being so arrogant. but they could only hold their breath and move out of the way, not wanting to clash at a time like this. Compared to other races, the demon race was actually a place he came to less often. Under the attention of 10,000 people, the airship in the sky that emitted a faraway cursor came along its course at great speed, gradually approaching. More and more people, who saw the ship that emitted the beam, but there was a feeling that their expectations had been dashed. What a small ship, and this drive is so unlicensed. That's right, there's only one ship, and I thought it was going to be unbelievably big. The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment, and many were disillusioned, even to the point of some booing. You guys know, where does the Emperor realm need fancy rehearsals? Not to mention sitting in an airship, even if it is riding a turtle, it is unrivaled in the world, because the great emperor is the poker face. That's it. The demon race, who were foxes and tigers and used their power to oppress others, were the first to be displeased when they saw that the majesty of the emperor realm had been damaged. That airship's logo seems to be the totem of the human 9 heavenly pavilion. Without waiting for the two waves to quarrel, a strange sound suddenly rang out. In the midst of a loud, dense crowd, one's voice is easily swallowed up. But as people gradually got a full view of the airship, more and more such noises were heard, and soon they coalesced into a monstrous wave. The human race's 9 heavenly pavilions airship? Isn't it the demon emperor's ride? The boiling words of the demon race gradually weakened, and were replaced by looks of dismay and dismay. Surprisingly it's not the demon emperor. The alien visitor saw the scene and felt rare and bloated. What a joke! What gives the 9 heavenly pavilion of the human race the right to draw a route in the demon race? Outrageous! What is this treating the demon imperial city like? His family's backyard? The demon race, who had previously foxed and pretended to be tigerish, roared in anger and exasperation after the deathly silence. Boom! Accompanied by the group's indignation, the 10,000 demon city suddenly erupted with one terrifyingly powerful pillar of light after another, connecting the sky to the ground. Within the light pillars, a dozen or so light pillars through the sky, demonic powerhouses with bodies as large as mountains, appeared in front of people. The divine light was 10,000 feet. The terrifying pressure was creepy, and people couldn't even see the true face of the strong man. This pillar of light was a vision of Yuan power through the heavens, of the heavenly exaltation realm connecting the power of heaven and earth. I am honored in heaven and on earth. That is, the origin of the name of Heavenly Father. The Heavenly Father realm powerhouse is able to drive heaven and earth Yuan Qi for his own use, lifting his hands and feet to move the Moro 10,000 elephants, and is also able to persevere, never exhausting the fierce battle. That's the Golden Thunder Demon Father. Can't he endure it either? The Golden Thunder Demon Sovereign is a hybrid dragon breed. That violent temper is no joke. And the sky-slaying Demon Lord. Here they come, all of them. Seeing this, the hearts and minds of the rioting demon race trembled, and their morale soared. A heavenly dignity realm powerhouse was a big shot when looking at all the clans, second only to the Emperor realm, and could be said to be under one person and proud of the crowd. Especially in the era of the coexistence of the 100 races where the Emperor realm was not present. Their might was incomparably prominent and well known. A dozen or so demon sovereigns appeared in the world, all of them erupting with a roaring momentum, crushing through the pale sky and arriving atop the city wall, standing in the air. This group of demon zoons didn't say a word, they just lined up in a single line, exuding a shocking aura, and a heavy solemnity filled the air. Seeing this situation, people are silenced, the realm of a little weak, but also shaking like sieve chaff, kneeling on the ground. The body is soft, raise his head to see cannot do. The real characters are not watching the theater near the walls, the gates, but in the taverns with outstanding terrain. This can't be all of them, just the first batch of people. It seems that 10,000 years of coexistence of the 100 races has allowed the demon race with superb reproduction ability to completely grow. When this group of alien powerhouses saw the noise on the city walls, they were all pondering, their hearts unable to calm down for a long time. In the Tianxian continent, there were 3 races at the top of the list that possessed superb reproduction abilities: the insect race, the human race, and the demon race that was just outside the top 10 and wanted to be in the top 10 at all times. If the law of coexistence of the 100 races in peer-to-peer competition, the biggest profiteer would be the dragon race, which makes the rules. Then the races that ranked in the second tier were undoubtedly these 3 races. Under the attention of 10,000 people, the streaming heaven airship that emitted a faraway cursor and drew a course, marking the 9 heavens pavilion, finally arrived at its destination. The airship emitted a haze of light, surprisingly condensing a ladder that connected with the city gates. Coming! People were eagerly awaiting to see who the characters on this spaceship were. Under the attention of all, a figure appeared in front of everyone. Long, dark, thick hair, cold and resolute face like a knife, skin like white jade, those black eyes as deep as Taiyu. able to swallow everything in the world. He walked with his arms folded. His footsteps were smooth and heavy, walking step by step as if he was a king in the world, cold and arrogant, looking down on all beings, even though the 14 demon elders were pressing down on him, exuding a might that shook the heavens. He was still calm and unruffled, as if he was in no man's land. What kind of big man is this? The invincible and arrogant might between raising his hand and raising his foot is mind-blowing. Everyone looked up at him as if they were seeing a great emperor who suppressed all living beings. He might not be a great emperor, but he was a great emperor. He's the previous Heaven's Pride battle champion, Human King Raging Gun. Just then, someone told where he came from. He's Raging Gun Yu? Wasn't it said that he met an untimely end and fell a few years ago? When this name came out, it shocked all the demons. Even if they hadn't seen the images of the Heaven's Pride battle, they had heard of this prestigious name. This name was too loud. With the body of a human, defeating a true dragon, such an anticlimactic and illustrious battle record was known throughout the world. Boom! The ladder was no more than 100 steps, and as he took one step down, the auras of the 14 demon zoons climbed up, using their power to suppress him, to force him to stop. However, under this oppression, Yi Yu's footsteps remained unhurried. I didn't expect the demon race to be so hospitable. Mr. Yu would like to thank all the demon dignitaries for welcoming him. Yi Yu took another dozen steps against the pressure. His eyebrows twitched as if he suddenly remembered something, raised his eyes to the 14 demon dignitaries in the air, and arched his hand, though his gesture was one of approachability, humility and courtesy, as if he were a guest who had traveled a long way to thank his hosts for their entrenchment. But these words were a stone's throw. What does this mean? He took the 14 demon dignitaries pressing into formation as a gesture to greet him? Bull asterisk 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 greetings. Raging Gun, how dare you draw a course in the demon race? Is this your intention alone or that of the Nine Heavens Pavilion? The Golden Thunder Demon Sovereign took the lead, questioning in a strong and domineering manner. He was a hybrid dragon species, with the dragon blood of the head of the 100 races flowing in his body. He was incomparably arrogant, and even more so, he could not afford to be bullied in the slightest. In front of the countless sons and daughters of the demon race, how could Heavenly Father be humiliated? It's not a greeting? Yi Yu turned a deaf ear to his questioning and instead asked rhetorically, Angry Gun, don't think that you really think that you are a great emperor just because you are hailed as a great emperor. In the eyes of this great master, you are dog. Seeing that he hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem by now, the Golden Thunder Demon Exalt snorted coldly and disdainfully. But at that moment, a soul-shuddering sense of crisis arose, causing his words to come to a screeching halt. Boom! Golden light exploded. The sky and the earth changed color. In an instant, it was like the sky collapsed and the earth fell, and a monstrous aura that was even more horrible than a natural disaster enveloped the sky and the earth. The pressure was so terrifying that it directly suppressed everyone, leaving them gasping for breath, and the 10,000 spirits trembling, unable to even stand still, kneeling on the ground as if they were facing a great emperor. At the same time, the 14 heavenly dignitaries that were overriding the pale sky were actually falling from the sky, as if there was a big invisible hand that directly suppressed them. Boom 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 boom. With a heavy landing sound, the 14 heavenly dignitaries were all crushed to the ground, and the light pillars dissipated, all showing their true colors. Since you are not greeting, what are you doing? To make an enemy of this honor? The yuan power in Yi Yu's body erupted. His body was enveloped by dazzling golden light, and he stood with his hands in the air, looking down at the 14 demon dignitaries on the ground. His attitude was no longer friendly, but rather a cold and arrogant questioning. The overbearing and incomparable words were mixed with a proud and invincible might that was going to collapse this heaven and earth. Yi Yu's attitude was extremely overbearing, and the moment he came up, it was a downward spiral. He wouldn't be as polite to the Fae as he was to the humans. Ever since the Human King battle, he had become a thorn in the side of the foreign races, and neither race wanted to see the rise of a demon capable of defeating a true dragon in the same realm. The scene in front of them shocked everyone, and it was even more unforgettable for the rest of their lives. Strong, too strong, suppressing 14 demon sovereigns with just their breath alone. What kind of a grandeur was this? Click, click, click. Being suppressed on the ground by an invisible might, the Golden Thunder Demon Sovereign, clenching his teeth and his veins rippling, attempted to fly. But no matter how much he struggled, it was still to no avail. It was as if there were 100,000 mountains pressing down on his body, not to mention standing up. Merely standing still was the limit. Roar! Golden Thunder Demon Zoon was noble as a hybrid dragon species. How had he ever suffered this kind of humiliation? He could not afford to lose this face. Opened his mouth and violently let out a deafening dragon's roar. It wasn't just the demon race that he represented, but also the dragon race. Only
Before the dragon's roar had a chance to resound out, a cold hum as dull as dry thunder in a clear sky suppressed it.
Click boom. What's more, because of being targeted,
the power suppressing the Golden Thunder Demon Sovereign suddenly strengthened, and his knees burst apart as he fell to the ground with a loud bang.
Seeing this, all the demon elders were in a rage. That is, they looked at the man in midair with anger and fear. Horror, great horror. Facing furious Gun Yu, it was as if they were facing a great emperor. It was like a gap in the sky that was insurmountable. Could it be that raging Gun Yu was in the emperor realm? No, he called himself the honored one, which meant that he wasn't a great emperor. That is to say, they are all in the heaven's sovereign realm? But why was the gap between them so great? It was a world of difference. At this moment, they were all comprehending one thing: even if they went together, they could never be a match for raging Gun Yu. Angry Gun Heavenly Father, we are not trying to make an enemy of you, but we are welcoming you as a guest in 10,000 Demon City.
The air was filled with the tension of a sword being drawn, as if a great battle would break out at any moment, and the heaven-slaying demon Zun was so frightened that he opened his mouth when he saw what happened to Jin Lei. The words came out of his mouth, and he all but felt like a wimp and repented. If he had known, he should have listened to his son and never messed with Yu. This raging gun was too evil. It was clear that he was the same generation as his son, who was still in the late stage of the desolate Saint realm, and as a result, this monster had already broken through to the Heavenly Father realm, and was even so powerful that he was able to suppress them based on his breath alone.
That's not what he said just now. Yu recognized him as the father of the killing Stygian Demon King,
and seeing that he knew the time and didn't care,
he turned his gaze towards the Golden Thunder Demon Sovereign. This is a foreign race's imperial city.
He can run roughshod over the people,
but everything should be measured. If he cannot make a move, he should not make a move, and leave a few points of leeway. If he really wants to make a move,
it will be very difficult to end the situation.
That's just the Golden Thunder Demon Sovereign's side of the story. It doesn't represent all of us. The sky-slaying demon Zun was a smart demon. Seeing that he had given a step, he immediately said, "Killing Sky, you're a ing animal." The Golden Thunder Demon Sovereign, who was pinned to the ground, didn't expect him to dare to say this, and was on the verge of exploding with anger. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Yu stretched out a hand towards the Golden Thunder Demon Zun on the ground and slapped it. His light-hearted palm was like the sky turning over and the dome collapsing, containing a terrifying invincible will that was unstoppable. Boom! Accompanied by the terrifying fluctuations that were like an abyss and like the sea, the Golden Thunder Demon Sovereign was directly knocked out and lost his lower voice. Angry Gun Heavenly Father has traveled a long way. We welcome you on behalf of 10,000 Demon City. Seeing that Golden Thunder Demon Zun's dragon-scale flesh body, which he relied on to become famous and invincible, was battered and bruised by a single blow and fell to the ground like rotten mud, the heaven-slaying demon Zun gulped his saliva and squeezed out a kind smile on his face. Let's welcome each other. Even though the Angry Gun Heavenly Father wasn't at the Emperor realm, he was after all a great emperor, and he was also known as the strongest demon that the human race had ever seen, so it wasn't a disgrace. That's right, 10,000 Demon City welcomes you. Seeing this, the other demonic jinn were all scared out of their wits, and they all retracted their power and breath back into their bodies, hastily agreeing. One must know that the Golden Thunder Demon Sovereign, when looking at the demon clan, it would not be too much to call him the strongest person under the Emperor realm. After all, the most honorable and domineering bloodline in this world, the true dragon's blood, flowed within him, although he was not a pure blood dragon race, but a mixed blood, and did not have the true dragon body of all laws. He was still incomparably dominant in terms of his physical body. As strong as the Golden Thunder Demon Zun, it is not a one-off enemy of the Angry Gun Heavenly Father. They can be self-aware and do not want to touch the bad luck again. I should have said so earlier. I thought I was not welcome. So it seems that the hospitality of the demon race is still very thorough. Mr. Yi is flattered. Seeing that they were all very sensible, Yi put away his aura of oppressing people with his power, and his face revealed a peaceful smile as he arched his hand and said, all of a sudden, the clouds were cleared, and the murderous aura that had enveloped this part of the world was swept away. Angry Gun Heavenly Father is too polite. Seeing how quickly he changed his face, the sky-slaying demon Zun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Shinshui, who had been staying on the ship and hadn't come down yet, was peeking at the situation over here. No wonder eldest brother would say that the demon race is very friendly and accommodating. Who would dare to be unkind to him when he's as vicious as he is? Seeing the smiling faces of those 13 ferocious, devilishly flaming powerhouses, Shinshui smacked his lips in his heart. Angry Gun Heavenly Father, I don't know why you came all the way here. After a bout of pleasantries, the heaven-slaying demon Zun also asked stiffly,
My little senior sister heard about the hospitality of the demon clan and wanted to come and see the world, so I brought her to the demon clan to play. Yi Yu had already thought of what to say and responded. The moment these words came out, the demon zoons present all looked at each other in disbelief. Bringing your little sister to play? That's all? Not for anything else? Junior sister. Into the city. Yi Yu didn't care if they believed it or not. He just greeted them. Along with his words, people's gazes subconsciously looked toward the flowing sky airship in the air. In full view of everyone, a tiny little dot appeared in front of everyone. It was a little girl with silver hair and golden eyes, with a divine appearance, wearing a long snow-white dress, looking harmless and cute, walking out of the warship and stepping onto the top step. Shinshui was stared at by countless gazes, feeling nervous and at a loss for words. Although the disciples of the Nine Heavens Pavilion were no less than this during the mobilization meeting at the Heavenly Emperor Peak, she was mixed in the crowd at that time, and it was the first time that she had been noticed by all like this. In a panic, she saw her eldest senior brother not far ahead, and immediately was running over with both feet. With her small short legs striding fast, Shinshui swooped behind Yi Yu in the twinkling of an eye and hid by using his tall and magnificent body. Is this fear or shyness? But with this experience, it'll be much better in the future. Yi Yu realized that she was like a small child hiding behind her father in fear of shyness, and suddenly found it amusing to reach out and gently stroke on her head as a way to soothe her. After all, the little sister is 11 years old child, and in a small place to grow up, have not seen much of the world. Even if it is on a lot of insight class, ultimately there is no experience. Encountered this situation will be nervous, will be shy, will be embarrassed. Our very normal performance. Everyone on the ground was truly shocked to see this scene, because the contrast was also too big. Just now the angry gun Heavenly Father was still a fierce, domineering and cold posture, but it turned out to be so gentle towards his little sister. The heavenly dignitaries present could see how Yi Yu was doting on Shinshui, and all of them were on the alert, deciding that when they went back, they must tell all of their clansmen that they must not provoke this child with such a doting attitude. If someone dared to bully this little girl, it was simply unimaginable what the angry gun Heavenly Father would actually do. Mr. Yi still has to roam around, so I won't bother all the demon dignitaries to receive him, so I'll take a step forward. Yi Yu didn't know what they were thinking, and realizing that all the demon race and demon zoon were still surrounding him, he arched his hand and said, his purpose of coming to the demon race this time was to infiltrate the demon race and spy on secrets, and being watched all the time was not an option. Be my guest, angry gun Heavenly Father. Seeing that he didn't need to be received and intended to move freely, the demon race celestials were all wise enough to make way. Receiving Yi Yu? Are you kidding me? Such a horrible monster. They can't even avoid it. How can they say that they are going to come up to it? As for such a dangerous character roaming around 10,000 Demon City, they weren't very worried, because from the conflict just now, it was easy to see that the angry gun Heavenly Father was very disciplined, and as long as one didn't mess with him they could live in peace with each other. Immediately, Yi Yu pulled over Shinshui's small hand, and then led her down the ladder formed by the haze, directly ascending the city tower. Before he approached, everyone stepped aside as if they were avoiding a bull or a snake, not daring to block his path at all. Under the gazes of countless people, Yi Yu brought Shinshui into the 10,000 Demon City. I've made such a big commotion, not a single Emperor realm has appeared, and my spiritual sense hasn't detected the existence of Emperor realms. Where have they all gone? And that Golden Thunder Demon Sovereign was severely injured by me, but it didn't automatically recover from its injuries. Is it because it doesn't have the presence of scarlet threads in its body? Golden Thunder Demon Zoon strength is very strong. In the demon race is considered the strongest batch, or dragon hybrids. The identity of the noble are not scarlet silk power. That is to say, not all of the strongest of the demon race are contaminated. Turning his back to everyone, Yi Yu didn't bother with their opinions and pondered in his heart. The reason why he was so high profile was to lure the snake out of the hole and deal directly with the Emperor realm, then turn it into something else, and then use the burial of heaven method to hide his figure and track him up and attack him directly. As a human king, or the most famous human pride in recent years, other races would not dare to easily lay their hands on him, but beyond expectation, the demon race's imperial city was invisible to the demon emperor. Looks like it's going to take a while. Finding out that the situation of the demon race was different from what he had expected, Yi Yu was also pondering over a new plan. No one would put their most important secrets out in the open, and trying to pry into someone's secrets was never an easy task. The tension in Shinshui's heart gradually dissipated as she was pulled along by Yi Yu's small hand and strolled through the streets of a foreign country. It smells so good. Eldest senior brother, do the demon race eat meat too? As he walked, Shinshui suddenly smelled an incomparably rich meat aroma, and his eyes were drawn over to see an astonishing scene.
only to see a half-human, half-animal, fanged mouth, brown-skinned, monster-like stallholder roasting meat. What do they eat if they don't eat meat? They can't eat wild fruit every day, can they?
Yi Yu did not feel strange when he saw this situation.
But, aren't they all demons?
When Shinshui wanted to say something, he lowered his voice, put his left hand in the shape of a fan together in front of his mouth,
and whispered.
She could have read from the books that the demon clan were all wild beasts that were born spiritually and cultivated. She didn't dare to say this out loud. This was the territory of the demon clan. If she said it too loudly, it wouldn't be good to be heard. The demon race is the demon race, and the wild beasts are the wild beasts. Although the origins of the demon race are all wild beasts, they become demon races the moment they give birth to their spiritual intelligence. And there is a clear difference between them and wild beasts without spiritual intelligence. Whether it's the human race or the various races, the meat on the table is all from wild beasts. Yi Yu saw that she really thought so, and explained for her in a simple and clear manner. While there are also demons being served on the table, but now it is relatively rare. Most still eat wild beasts. This girl has not yet been able to dispel the grain. It is the stage of eating meat to grow the body. This kind of thing is still do not tell her, so that she will not think about it without appetite. After the words were spoken, Yi Yu also thought in his heart. So it is. Through his words and the words of his heart, the answer was learned, and the master's heart water dawned on him. Wait, is this girl really asking about eating meat simply out of curiosity? Is it possible that she's hungry? She's a snacker. After solving his confusion, Yi Yu suddenly thought of something. Junior sister, are you hungry? With this in mind, Yi Yu immediately asked. I'm not hungry yet. Shinshui realized that he was getting used to thinking of himself as a snacker again, but after feeling it carefully, he shook his head. She wasn't gambling. It was true that she wasn't hungry. After all, eldest brother thought she was hungry every once in a while and brought her food. Seeing that she had said so, Yi Yu naturally did not have the idea of force-feeding her and led her to continue walking. It was a rare opportunity for her to see a foreign city-state, and it was a long way to see the world. The truth was also true. Shinshui looked from side to side with a curious face. All the things felt new to her. The 10,000 demon city was very large and vast. There were also many grand and imposing buildings. The streets were incomparably spacious, and from time to time, one could still see demon clans that maintained their beast forms. Only, most of the demon races were beast-faced and human, which was the result of transforming into a human form, because the instance of many demon clans were too huge. If it was one demon clan it was fine. If all of them turned back to their instance, this city would be useless even if it was built bigger. As for Yi Yu, he was similarly patient and observed the surrounding scene. He had come to the demon race, but he had come and gone in a hurry and never stayed, because the lifespan of the demon race is generally longer than that of the human race, and extraordinarily united. There is rarely any internal killing, and regardless of other eras, in the past 5 years, few strong people have fallen, and he has no chance to collect the corpse if he wants to. Just like before, the 10,000 demon city was peaceful, and the demons got along harmoniously with each other. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid that the demon race is united as one because of the full rise of the eternal demon emperor and the immortal demon emperor. The human race has 5 major forces, and the existence of the emperor race, the internal division is so serious. In the 10 major races is indeed a unique case. Only, it doesn't mean that all the 100 races in the world are united. Just that compared to the human race, they are usually divided into 2 to 3 factions. Previously he did not think much and look into it, but now looking back and thinking about it, the performance of the demon race in this peaceful world is really not too normal. One must know that the nature of the demon race is to be murderous and combative. Yet there is little infighting, which is completely against nature. There are too many tourists in this demon city. Are they all here to buy demonic treasures? Or is the demon clan organizing some big event recently? Not a moment later, Yi Yu found another suspicion. Demonic treasures were a part of the demon race's body, but not as important as the human race's arms and legs. After all, the individuals of the demon race are so strange, like a gecko breaking its tail, a wild deer changing its horns, a python molting its skin, and a shark changing its teeth. There is always something that can be removed and still be regenerated. It was not uncommon for the demon race to exchange various cultivation resources through demonic treasures, and they had even developed this business to other great domains, including the human race's territory. Yet when you suspect someone, everything they do becomes suspect. He wouldn't have thought much of it before, but now it was different. 10,000 Demon City was overwhelmed by the number of visitors from other races and prospered immensely. But the problem was that with so many tourists, how vast the amount of demonic treasures would have to be to satisfy them. The Eternal Demon Emperor couldn't have captive bred a group of demon races for continuous and recyclable harvesting for supply and sale.
right? Between thoughts, a bold guess popped up in Yi Yu's mind.
Anything that can be used to replace it has value.
The higher the price.
The more things are usually characterized by two things:
Rarity or potency.
The demonic treasures of the demon race, so numerous that they were able to supply so many visitors and even develop into other great domains, would not be possible with the regenerative ability of the demon race itself alone. It must be known that 10,000 years ago,
apart from the human race, all races seldom established cities, and the demon race was the same. At most,
they used a certain mountain,
a certain area as a stronghold. Is it selling so many demonic treasures? Is it simply collecting resources? Or is it using it to spread pollution?
As this thought appeared, Yi Yu's mind gradually sank to the bottom as he felt that this guess was highly probable.
If demonic treasures could really spread contamination, the secrets of the demon race would have been discovered long ago,
and it would be impossible to conceal them for so long.
The eternal demon emperor is collecting resources either to feed the divine realm or is secretly cultivating an army.
The emperor realm has been plotting for more than 5,000 years, and there is also the god realm supporting it in the dark.
If my guess is valid,
then the conspiracy of the demon race may not be smaller than the spirit abyss. He had thought that the divine realm lurking behind the demon race could not directly parachute into the 18 spirit abyss,
and in terms of strength and means,
it was definitely not as powerful as the black hand behind the spirit crystal. But now it seemed that all the means of the god realm should not be underestimated.
Discovering the means of the eternal demon emperor. In Yi Yu's mind, the level of danger of the demon race skyrocketed.
Shifu Xinshui was able to hear his mental path and knew that eldest brother was seriously thinking about the problem,
and was good enough not to disturb,
but just took his hand and looked left and right.
It was just hand-holding,
and she wouldn't be shy about it, because eldest brother was as much an elder to her as daddy was.
Coo.
After thinking for a long time,
Yi Yu was caught by a voice that caught his attention.
Eldest brother,
I'm sorry, I'm a little hungry.
Xinshui covered her stomach with one hand, a little embarrassed and feeling sorry for herself. It was clear that eldest brother was thinking about something very important, but her stomach was indisputable. She couldn't help it because she had eaten so much in the recent past that her appetite had grown and her ability to digest food had become very strong.
It's getting dark? Have I been thinking about this for so long? People eat. It's not your fault if you're hungry. Let's go. Let's find an inn to stay and eat first.
Seeing her apologize,
Yi Yu shook his head and said, let's find a place to stay first. It's obviously impossible to solve this today. Anyway,
the demonic treasure that was sold all over the continent was the handiwork of the eternal demon emperor.
So that means that there is definitely a supply chain, and it's also considered to be the discovery of a clue.
Aha! Xinshui was relieved to see that he didn't mean to blame himself.
No longer strolling to see the scenery,
Yi Yu looked around and searched for a suitable inn close by.
This is supposed to be a greenhouse, right? It's a greenhouse again.
The three greenhouses are so close to each other.
Are there that many forest controls?
Along with his heartfelt voice,
Shifu Xinshui's attention was attracted,
and when he raised his eyes to look, he saw that after the night had darkened, there were a few taverns lit up with lights.
Sir, come and sit upstairs.
In front of the window sill on the floor, one after another female demon of different appearance was winking at the pedestrians on the street. They are unique in appearance, either cat-like and furry all over, or snake-like with a smooth surface covered in scales,
or just oddly shaped anyway. Upon closer inspection,
there were also a few pretty older sisters who looked very little different from the human race, either with horns on their heads or beast ears,
soliciting customers as well. Their voices, soft and seductive, made you blush to hear them.
Sure, Xinshui, who hadn't felt anything from looking at the demon solicitors alone,
was shocked to see a female demon that fit the human aesthetic,
and immediately associated it with a lot of things. Her cheeks burning.
It's better to look elsewhere. Maybe I accidentally walked into the zone where the greenhouses are flooded.
Yi Yu noticed that she was blushing, obviously noticing the situation in the demon greenhouse, and pulled her away in the other direction. This time, he didn't try to stay close by for convenience, but used his spiritual sense to look for it. It turned out to be easy, and he found the right inn. It's a great honor for Lord Heaven's Father to visit the small store.
The innkeeper's wife is a fox demon. In the daytime also went to see the play,
and found this great god in the outside, walked by, then put up a 12-point spirit, came to the lobby waiting.
See, he really walked in.
Immediately as the face piled up with smiles to welcome forward, saying pleasing words, her fluffy tail was also wagging from side to side behind her,
unable to calm down inside.
This she had never received a guest strong enough to seriously injure Lord Golden Thunder with a single slap,
even if she had received many noble guests. Is there a guest room?
Yi Yu didn't care when he saw her face of awe and just asked.
Of course there are. May I ask how many rooms Lord Heavenly Father would like?
The innkeeper's wife nodded without hesitation. This grandpa wanted to stay at the store.
She had to vacate the room even if she had to kick out the other guests. Take one room. Yi Yu made his decision after glancing at Shi Xinshui beside him. It's better to live together, so that she won't be scared alone. I won't be afraid. Learning that she would have to share a room, Shi Xinshui's heartbeat accelerated a little, retorting in her mind but not daring to say anything, because eldest brother had said one room. If she changed her mind at the last minute, it would be too disrespectful. Good. Heavenly Sovereign Lord and Heavenly Sovereign Junior Sister, please follow me. I will prepare the best upper room for you. Hearing this request, the innkeeper's wife immediately led the way for him. Fearful of neglect. 5 more to go. Thanks for all the support, and a request for monthly votes, please. And thanks to Big Tree Can't Get Out of Endless, Ultra Electromagnetic Hit on Flower and Fire Lightning, Absolute Awareness, a big string of numbers bookie, for the bounty. 10,000 Demon City, since the great development of trade, was incomparably prosperous. In order to satisfy the needs of all races, inns or restaurants, a lot of thought has been put into food, clothing and shelter. Tentatively finding a place to rest his feet, Yi Yu also ordered the boss's wife to prepare a table of meals suitable for the human race. There are many branches of the demon race that eat all kinds of strange and weird things. Even though the human race's taste was to eat everything, meat, vegetables, and fruits, it was still inferior to the demon race. Heavenly Father Sama, if there are any more requests, please feel free to command my concubine. After they had filled their stomachs, the innkeeper's wife left respectfully after she brought someone to clean up the leftovers. The service has gotten better at the demon race's inn. Witnessing her departure, Shi Xinshui couldn't help but sigh. It's a function of fame and strength. If there was no fame, it wouldn't be her who would receive us, but her men. Yi Yu had long been accustomed to this kind of attitude. There are a lot of benefits of fame. Such as small people dare not mess with you, but also respect you. Do not dare to have the slightest negligence. Of course there are downsides to this, such as having your every move scrutinized and exposed in plain sight. Oh. Shi Xinshui nodded thoughtfully. Junior sister, just now after walking on the street for so long, have you seen anything like spirit crystals and abyssal spirits that make you very disgusted and repulsed? With tea and rice, and incidentally solving the problem of resting his feet, Yi Yu asked as he smoothly laid down a formation to avoid outsiders from visiting. As a matter of fact, the vast majority of inns, restaurants, caves, residences, bathrooms, bedrooms, quiet rooms, and some important locations would have formations laid down to avoid prying and intrusion by outsiders. Although everyone was a Yuan cultivator, whether it was the influence of the Gongfu or the influence of race, there were always some strange and weird aptitudes and methods to be able to silently probe or sneak in. This inn also had formations, but after all, he was in a foreign land, so for insurance purposes, it was more reliable to have his own formations. No. Speaking of business, Shi Xinshui thought seriously and shook his head. In fact, while shopping, she had kept a watchful eye, trying to find something related to the abyssal spirit, and the spirit crystal. Only, it was useless for her to look left and right. She didn't feel anything at all, while she had seen things that made her feel alien, such as eyeballs, severed limbs, and even the brains of some creature in a clear jar. It wasn't quite the same as when she saw the abyssal spirits and spirit crystals. It's a bit late today. Go meditate and cultivate. The path of cultivation is all about perseverance. You can't pull off a single day. Confirming this, Yi Yu slightly jawed and did not feel disappointed, but said, was I too high profile, causing them all to flee on the wind, or were the tainted demons originally so careful? With the clues and intelligence gathered by the pavilion master, he could be sure that the demon clan was definitely something fishy. Unlike the other 3 clans, which were merely case similarities and unfounded speculations, he actually gained a lot from this high-profile appearance. For example, not all of the strongest members of the demon race were contaminated by the scarlet threads, and there were quite a few famous demon zoons who hadn't been touched at all. For example, demon treasure doesn't spread contamination, as well as the source of the goods is fishy. Only, Yi Yu was still not too satisfied with this result. This is too petty. A conspiracy is a conspiracy. Unlike Spirit Abyss's young conspiracy. Noticing this situation, Yi Yu could not help but complain in his heart. According to his initial plan, he ran over with great fanfare and arrogance, and the contaminated demon race, because of the power of immortality as a backing, must be full of energy. Not to say all of them, but at least one of them would run out to fight with him. However, he was so powerful that he injured the demon zoon in 3 moves and 2 strikes, discovering the end of the undying power on the spot. This approach should have led to 2 situations. The first, that demonic father was like a great enemy and decided to report to the Eternal Emperor, who stalked along to follow him and attacked him straight away. The second kind,
Eternal Life Demon Emperor or Immortal Demon Emperor in the dark, watching all the conditions of the 10,000 demon city. Feel that his battle power is against the heavens. Must be a cat. Think that he also has the gods behind the back of the support. Shouted that this son cannot be retained. Determined to get rid of him. But what I didn't expect was that neither of these two situations happened.
The demon race didn't even go head on with him. What's wrong? Between thoughts,
Yi Yu asked as his afterglow caught sight of his junior sister sitting across from him.
Why isn't she practicing? What's on her mind?
Eldest brother,
can you go outside for a while? In response to this query, Shifu Shimizu asked cautiously after a pause. What does she want now? Going to the bathroom? Or a bath? Okay, then I'm going out. Remember to practice. Hearing this request, Yi Yu surveyed her little expression, and after thinking about it, he did not ask too many questions and agreed. Anyways, the thing of checking into the inn has been done for others to see, and the people who are secretly watching will think that I am in this inn, and I am staying in the same room with this girl, so I think no one will dare to spy, just to take a trip out to find clues. After saying that, his body directly disappeared in place, as if he had vaporized. Let's see what this girl wants before we go. It was only a bit curious that he hadn't left yet, merely casting the burial technique to dissipate his form and breath. Eldest brother? Are you there? Shifu Shinchue sat in place, looked around from side to side, and shouted tentatively. Phew, looks like it's gone. Shower and bath. Without receiving any response, Shinchue stood up with a long breath of relief, because when she entered the room, the innkeeper's wife introduced the layout of this upper-numbered guest room. She was directly heading towards the bathroom. It's true that she wants to take a bath. This girl can't be thinking that I'll peep at her bathing, right? I didn't realize that she was quite narcissistic when her hair didn't even grow back. Hearing her muttering to herself, Yi Yu only felt unsurprisingly amused as he whirled around, pretending not to realize that he was still there. Shinchue, who was deliberately acting, only felt that there was being insulted too. If it wasn't for the fear of the mind-reading thing being exposed, she really wanted to question eldest brother about who thought she was cute yesterday. Confirming her actions, Yi Yu had no thoughts of staying and peeking and quietly left. With the burial sky law, which the Emperor realm could not even detect, Yi Yu was like a ghost that had transcended beyond the three realms and arrived outside. The city was huge, and although it was meant to take care of the other races, it was ultimately the demon race that had the most, and many of the buildings were extraordinarily wide. For Yuan Xiao, the distinction between day and night was actually quite blurred. The difference between the sun and the moon in shifts. Let's put aside the fact that strong people above the Earth King realm, after shedding their bones, regarded night as day. Even the first realm of Yuan cultivation, the spirit movement realm, could converge Yuan power in the eyes to increase visibility at night. And it was basic common sense across the continent to restore spirit and energy by meditating and practicing instead of sleeping. And none of the races had the habit of working at sunrise and resting at sunset. Because of this, like thieves wait until the night to sneak action. Sneaky situation. Cannot say there is no, only to say rare. I'd like to see if the contaminated demon race has really run out. Yi Yu slowly rose into the air, his back to the bright moon, directly unfolding his spiritual sense to cover the entire 10,000 demon city. His burial of the heavens method was not only capable of burying the physical body, but the spiritual consciousness was just as capable. The residences where powerful people inhabited, as well as important places, usually had high-level formations placed to avoid prying eyes. However, such a formation, in front of Yi Yu's face was like a void, accompanied by the unfolding of spiritual awareness. It was as if there was a pair of invisible eyes, overriding the pale sky, coldly and mercilessly overlooking the living beings, the actions and words of tens of millions of living beings at the same moment. Scenes too numerous to count, were like an ocean pouring into Yi Yu's mind. Brother Yulong, you're awesome. I'm telling you. At that time, when the angry gun Heavenly Father gave a single look, all 14 demon dignitaries knelt down. That scene was too terrifying. Pops, I told you not to mess with King Yi. Brat, I think you have itchy skin. How dare you laugh at your father? If I can't clean him up, I still can't clean you up? Where is the great emperor of our demon race? Surprisingly, he allowed a human race to run rampant in 10,000 demon city. In the entire city, the only area that was not covered by his spiritual sense was the guest room where his little sister was staying. Only, the contaminated demon race was as if it had evaporated. He also considered the fact that the contaminated demon race was just as strong as the spirit crystal contaminated world powerhouses, with no difference visible on the surface. For insurance purposes, he also found the Golden Thunder Demon Zune. The result is that this guy has not recovered so far, and he is still taking medicine to heal his injuries, which completely excludes the suspicion of seeing the situation and hiding his strength and bottom card. I can't believe someone dared to come to me. Right at this moment, Yi Yu saw an unexpected sight and his gaze coalesced. It was a tiger-headed humanoid with furry white tiger claws on both hands and feet. A 2-meter-tall Divine Awakening Realm female tiger that was standing hesitantly in front of the door of his inn's guest room.
Is the tiger demon what I think it is? Seeing such physical features, Yi Yu's heart was immediately moved. Although it was not in the plan, he actually had guessed. Whether it was possible for the descendants of the heaven-devouring demon emperor to come to the door and seek help to expose the conspiracy of the eternal demon emperor if he showed his powerful strength. Only, the speculation was eventually erased from his mind. Because every emperor realm is not a person with a soft heart. The eternal demon emperor killed the heaven-devouring demon emperor. Will definitely cut off his roots and kill his bloodline descendants together, eliminating all possibilities of revenge. Between thoughts, Yi Yu withdrew his spiritual sense and returned to the guest room with a flash of his body. I hope she's really the one who slipped through the cracks. Eldest brother, you're back. In just a moment's time, Shimshui was already out of the shower, had changed into a nice long dress, and was combing her hair. We have a guest. Yi Yu slightly jawed, briefly explained the situation. Sight through the door of the room. Saw the tiger demon outside the door repeatedly raised his hand, but hesitated to knock on the door. So he lifted his finger and scratched in the air. In the next moment, the door of the room was opened by Yuan power, and the tiger demon outside the door was also wrapped in Yuan power and brought directly into the room. The tiger demon, who was pulled into the room, was flustered in the face of this sudden turn of events. When she came back to her senses, she saw a handsome man sitting behind the table looking up at her with eyes that were dark and bright, deep and calm. Late generation Du. Greetings to the angry gun Heavenly Father. Getting his wish to see him, the tiger demon realized the situation and calmed down, bowing his head and saluting. First shift delivered. 2 or 3 more to come tonight. Too late to update in the early hours of the morning. Have to adjust the time to a better time. Thank you for subscribing. And thank you to, I'm just taking names ruined pride JPG, for the bounty. Why have you come? Facing her obeisance, Yi Yu slightly jawed, his afterglow sizing her up, and opened his mouth. Emperor Moon, 9089. Burial reward, level 6 treasure chest. T-Yuki. That's a great name. The surname of Emperor was not very common, and even if the Emperor clan called themselves Emperor sons and daughters, they would not change their surname to Emperor, because in the Tianxian continent, Emperor was indeed supreme, but it was a surrogate for a realm. I have come for the purpose of offering a great gift, and I dare to ask the angry gun Heavenly Father if he has ever heard of the divine realm? The calm Du did not know what was in his mind, and although his attitude was respectful, it was not humble, and he threw his voice on the ground. Sure enough, you're a descendant of the heaven-devouring demon emperor. Yi Yu's eyes sank as he heard these words, and the speculation in his heart was verified. This was really an unexpected gain. He hadn't been able to lure the 2 demon emperors, eternal life and immortality, but he had lured out the offspring of the heaven-devouring demon emperor, just as he had planned from the beginning. His high-profile appearance and exhibition of unrivaled and terrifying strength was meant to make those in the know suspect that the gods were also behind him. For ordinary people would only think that he was too counterintuitive. However, in the eyes of those in the know, his over-the-top, illogical battle prowess was another matter. It's like playing a game where the hung dog gets killed. They will never blame their own hang-ups or their operation for being too crap, but will blame the other party for being hung up as well. Elder's eyes are as discerning as a torch, seeing everything. Truly a man of God, being told by him where he came from in a single word. Those tiger eyes of Du burst out with different colors, shock, awe, and complexity, and after a long period of contemplation, he said admiringly, as expected, the angry lance heavenly sovereign was able to suppress the 14 demon sovereigns based on his aura alone, and he was able to heavily injure the golden thunder demon sovereign with a casual strike. So he really was in touch with the realm of the god realm, just like the eternal life emperor Vane. If it was an ordinary person who heard about the god realm, they would only think that he was a fool and a whimsical person, because during those countless years on the Tianxian continent, there were many amazingly talented emperor realm supreme beings who had sacrificed their blood to offer the heavenly Tao to the heavens in order to reach the realm above the emperor realm, and had gone deep into the forbidden areas to seek the truth, but all of them had returned to no avail. The peak of the great circle of the emperor realm was the end of Yuan cultivation, the end of the road. However, the truth was only in the hands of a few, and with the hidden secrets passed down from her ancestors, she knew that there was another realm above the emperor realm, and that was the god realm. You've got a lot of nerve. Aren't you afraid you're shooting yourself in the foot? In response to this compliment, Yi Yu returned the favor and looked at her meaningfully. He had traveled all over the continent and seen death, and had long been accustomed to the machinations of the world. Because of this, he could tell at a glance the purpose of Yu's trip. as a plan to drive away the tiger and swallow the wolf. It is difficult to avenge a great hatred,
so you can only find a strong person who is evenly matched with the enemy.
While he didn't mind being used because his interests were aligned, Du was mistaken if she thought she could pin him down.
He could rely on Tu's intelligence,
or he could do without it and have his own way of setting things right.
Seniors are a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for latecomers, and I had to do it because there was no time.
Being stared at by his black eyes that flashed with a strange light,
Du only felt like she was sweating.
Of course she was afraid, otherwise she wouldn't have hesitated in front of the door. But things had already come to this point. She could only harden her heart.
Forget it, let's not scare her. I guess she's not too old. Don't worry, I'm not with them. Tell me what you know. Seeing her trembling appearance, Yu's mind turned, too lazy to bother with a child, giving her a definite attitude. Shall I make a long story short, or start at the beginning? Du's heart palpitated as if he had walked before a ghost gate, and his unassuming attitude became a few points more respectful as he asked for instructions. Start at the beginning.
Yu made his choice after sweeping the little sister next to him with his afterglow.
This girl followed me to the demon clan without knowing anything.
It's better to let her listen to the story and have a comprehensive knowledge about this experience. This time, he had brought his junior sister to the demon clan, but he had not only relied on her as a radar to confirm the origin of the scarlet threads, he also wanted to bring her to experience, as well as cultivate her. Although the youngest senior sister is in the returning wheel realm, those eyes can see the weirdness of the spirit abyss and the profound spirit, but it is certain that her ability is not only limited to this, and if she is cultivated, she may be able to have a more significant role. Upon receiving his affirmation, Du recounted, ever since the dragons and phoenixes broke away from their clans and formed a clan of their own, the demon clan has been honored by the heavenly tiger lineage since the ancient times.
One of my clan, remembering that the bloodline is of the same origin, has commanded the demon clan for countless years, and although there is no great cause, there is the merit of holding on to the river and mountain. Shouldn't we start from the beginning with the scarlet thread that contains the power of immortality? Why don't you start with the beginning of time? Listening to her narration, Yu rolled his eyes in his mind, speechless. Although he was speechless, Shinshui was listening with fascination. The lineage of heavenly tigers, who can fly in the sky at birth, are proud of their hearts, but have the sense of being a king, unwilling to leave their clans behind, and carry the beam of support for the demon clan. If the heavenly tiger lineage was like the dragon and phoenix, rejecting their fellow countrymen and only aiming to become more powerful, the result of the demon race would only be extinction. For nearly 10,000 years, the demon race had seen its strongest period. Because of the law of coexistence of the 100 races, the races no longer fought day and night, but ushered in a rare era of peace. The demon race, whose breeding ability is not as good as the human race but not much worse, grows at a rapid pace in the face of this hard-won respite. During the most powerful period, the heavenly tiger lineage had 5 emperors contemporaries, and the various branches of the demon race added up to a total of 15 emperor realms. Intending to wait until the next 100 races ranking battle to revitalize the glory of the demon race, this was just the beginning. The demon race would only grow stronger and stronger, and as time went on, the demon race's emperor realm continued to grow, until 6,000 years ago, the demon clan gave birth to a heavenly demon with strong battle power, whose body was a foreign beast, the ghost-faced eagle. Fey beasts are mixed blood from different branches of the demon race, or special individuals ushered into evolution in extreme environments. The number is extremely small, but the natural aptitude of Fey beasts is often more powerful and evil. After his talent was so great and his potential was so terrifying that after he emerged within the demon race, the heaven-devouring demon emperor saw his potential at a glance and conspired with all the emperors, deciding to cultivate it as a bottom card, pouring out all the resources to help him break through the emperor realm at the age of 53. However, no one expected that the ghost-faced demon emperor was a wolf-hearted person who did not miss the grace of teaching and nurturing and bullied his superiors from below. Until 5,600 years ago, the battle of the 10,000 demon forest, devouring the sky demon emperor life and death is unknown. Ghost-faced demon emperor became famous in the battle. Self-appointed honorary name Eternal Life. A move on the throne, commanding the demon race. This eternal demon emperor is too bad. Hearing this, Shinshui was exasperated and couldn't help but accuse. She had been taught by her parents since she was a child the principle of repaying the kindness of a drop of water with a spring of water, being accepted as a disciple by her master. And before she left home, her parents had specifically sought her out for a separate conversation to teach her the virtues of repaying kindnesses and honoring her teacher. Because of this, as she listened to the story, she couldn't help but substitute the perspective of the young, up-and-coming, groomed, ghost-faced demon emperor. She couldn't figure out how there could be such a bad person in this world. Ah, Other people treat you well, you don't return the favor even if you don't, but also return the favor with a grudge. There's nothing in this story that I want to know. Yi Yu has been collecting corpses for many years and has seen countless love-hate relationships and heavenly anger. It is impossible for him to be affected by this kind of story and just reminded. Yu naturally understood, and after finishing the preliminaries, he began to get to the point. The result of this battle was strange. It happened suddenly, and the hearts of the demon race's emperors felt that something was not right, because of the strength of the heaven-devouring ancestor. It's no exaggeration to call him the strongest of the demon race. He has long been an Emperor Realm Grand Circle powerhouse of the returning to the First Realm. His strength is so strong that it's impossible for him to be defeated by an upstart, and the scarlet threads at the end were too bizarre. The Eternal Demon Emperor's innate divine ability was soul-robbing light, an advantageous weapon against the soul race, rather than the phoenix-like fire-bathing nirvana. All the demon emperors united to find out the truth and besieged the Eternal Demon Emperor, and in the end, in the deepest part of its fiefdom, they found the trace of the heaven-devouring ancestor, as well as a scarlet-red ancient tree of unknown origin. That ancient tree called itself Wanja and threw out the conditions for becoming a god to the emperors of the demon race, coercing them. It was only that the heavenly tiger ancestors had pride in their hearts and refused to give in, not to mention that they were unwilling to trust the 10,000 tribulation divine tree of unknown origin, and wanted to avenge the heaven-devouring ancestor, and the great battle broke out. But what no one expected was that 9 emperor realms of the demon clan turned against each other in turn to besiege the 4 emperor realm ancestors of our clan, as well as the followers of the heavenly tiger lineage. It turned out that this was an invitation to kill, and the emperors had long known about the existence of the 10,000 thunders divine tree and threw themselves into its embrace. In the face of the siege of all the emperors, one of the old ancestors of our clan burned through everything to notify all the heavenly tigers by forcing the transmission of this matter through the power of his bloodline and breaking the array confinement. However, this conspiracy was a long-planned killing robbery by the Eternal Demon Emperor, and the Emperor realm of the Heavenly Tiger sect was suppressed and killed. And even more so, by virtue of the blood of the Heavenly Tigers, they were driven to extinction. At the end of the day, only the old ancestor of my lineage, whose bloodline was not pure-blooded because he was intermarried with a foreign tribe, was reduced to a collateral lineage, clashed with the main lineage, and died of old age, and managed to survive. About this story, it has also been passed down from generation to generation, and has been passed down. To this day, Elder, I'm done speaking. 5,600 years. So much time. Why don't you think of a way to report to the true dragon in Phoenix? They heard the news of the god realm and thought that they would definitely intervene in this matter. Yi Yu heard the story and questioned it, because my clan's ancestors didn't want to take any chances, fearing that the heavenly tiger bloodline would be severed from the world before this matter was revealed and the eternal demon emperor was made to pay the price. Then why did you take the risk? Yi Yu raised his eyes to look at her, puzzled. There are only 12 years left until the next 100 races ranking battle. I suspect that the eternal demon emperor will make a move, and with 5,600 years of hibernation, it is very likely that it will become a god. There is also another very important reason why I feel that you will believe in what I say, and believe in the words of this divine consciousness realm of mine. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yu went out on a limb and decided to be honest and open. And as for whether she would die or live, it was up to God. Because you think there's a god behind me too? Yi Yu saw that she was quite self-aware and looked at her with interest. During the golden age of nearly 10,000 years, the emperor realms of Tianxian continent added up to at least 600, and taking into account the hidden forces of the various clans, adding another half would not be impossible. This number was quite a lot, but compared to the hundreds of millions of living beings on the Tianxian continent, every single emperor realm was supreme. Standing at the very top of the continent, the divine consciousness realm was too weak, and trying to talk to the emperor realm could be as difficult as climbing into the sky, let alone making the emperor realm believe what she said. I think you are very strong and might have the ability to fight against the eternal demon emperor. To this query, Tu hesitated for a few seconds and responded skillfully. Where is the eternal demon emperor's fiefdom? Seeing that she responded to herself in an evasive manner, Yi Yu did not care and asked. 5,600 years ago, the eternal demon emperor's fiefdom was in the demon burial valley, and as for where the 10,000 tribulation divine tree is today, I don't dare to say. With so much at stake, Yu didn't dare to assert himself. After all, the stories she knew were still passed down from her ancestors, and as for the truth, she didn't even dare to explore it, because she was too weak. Any one of the eternal demon emperor's men could kill her. In the face of the strong, all small actions have nothing to hide, and acting rashly is just asking for death. That's not a bad gift. Yi Yu glanced at her to show his satisfaction. Granted, the information she provided wasn't exactly comprehensive and didn't make it to one step, but he got enough. The divine realm behind the demon race, called the 10,000 Thunders Divine Tree, and then the next location, the Demon Burial Valley. He stayed in the 10,000 Demon City for a period of time, and with the clues from the supply chain, he could actually find out where the Eternal Demon Emperor's fiefdom was, but this child saved him some effort. Elder, I wonder what action you are going to take next. Seeing that his gaze was satisfied and friendly, Du breathed a sigh of relief and ventured to ask. Naturally, I'm going to go to the door and find out what's going on. Yu wasn't afraid to say that since he had skipped the stage of looking for clues, the next natural step was to witness it with his own eyes. After more than 5,000 years, it's hard to say whether the 10,000 Thunders Divine Tree is still in the Burial Demon Valley or not. And this is all her side of the story. What the truth is, we still have to find the evidence to know. Senior, please think twice. The buried Demon Valley most likely has a dozen or so Emperor realms lurking in it, and with 600 years of time, the Eternal Demon Emperor's strength today is already unknown how strong he is, and may even be stronger than the Jintian Dragon Emperor. Not to mention, the Burial Demon Valley also has the existence of the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Tree. It can't be defeated. It's best to move for help. Hearing this decision, Du was taken aback and hurriedly said, although the Angry Gun Heavenly Father was strong, it was still a Heavenly Father after all. Similarly, having the divine realm behind them, one was a late bloomer who had lived for less than 40 years, and the other was an old monster who had survived for 6,000 years. So how could one think that they were not rivals? I'll take care of myself. You've done a good job. Go back. Yu didn't bother to explain too much to her and just faintly said, with the self-realization divine walk, even if the Eternal Demon Emperor and the Immortal Demon Emperor are really in the Demon Burial Valley, I can still come and go as I please. Incarnated as a corpse demon, he had traveled all over the continent for nearly 5 years. Even if the other party was outnumbered and he was momentarily outmatched, he would have no problem trying to strategically withdraw. Seniors, seeing that his intention to go had been decided, Du only felt that it was an anxious heart. If the Angry Gun Heavenly Father ran to the Demon Burial Valley alone and really met the Eternal Demon Emperor, wouldn't that be asking for death? Eldest brother will be fine. Don't worry. Seeing her eager face, Shinshui opened her mouth. At these words, both of the people in the room looked at her with one side of their eyes. Where did she get the confidence to say that? Is it because I gave her the courage to beat up the Dragon Emperor at the Spirit Abyss? Yu was stunned, not expecting his little sister to trust herself so much. Angry Gun Heavenly Father, this trip is perilous. Please be careful on your journey, as I bid farewell. Seeing that she chose to believe in the Angry Gun Heavenly Father, Du was tempted to say what do you know as a little kid, but after thinking about it, she gave up her persuasion and retreated as an advance. She was very self-aware and knew that it was impossible for a small person like herself to sway the decision of a big person like the Angry Gun Heavenly Father. She was doing the best she could, and the rest was up to God. Are you that decent? I didn't make a stupid request to go with you. Go on. Yu nodded as he saw her say goodbye and was impressed. See you later, Tayuki-san. Seeing that she was leaving, Shinshui also waved goodbye at her. Given that she had been taught by her master in the first place, she wouldn't say goodbye to someone now without saying something as formal as we'll meet again. Bye. Tu waved her hand in response with some discomfort at the sight of her cordial goodbye. After a simple goodbye, Du didn't stay long and left straight away. The battle power of the demon race is stronger than I expected. Excluding the Eternal Demon Emperor and the Immortal Demon Emperor, there are also 9 demon emperors who have turned against each other. The key is the 10,000 Thunders Divine Tree. According to the description of Du, it has an autonomous consciousness, and it can also talk, which is different from the situation in the Spirit Abyss. I don't know if this 10,000 Thunders God Tree is a projection, or an entity descending. How strong is it? Can it fight? There must be some limitations, or else for more than 5,000 years, with the God realm above the Emperor realm, it would have already crossed the world, but even if it is not in its heyday, as long as it can fight, it is certainly not good to deal with. The lead of the realm can not only be the gap between the size of the force, there are also magical powers, the understanding of the level of power. With her departure, Yu didn't care where she went, but was instead organizing the information. The winners of the road have a lot of help, and the losers of the road have little help. Even if he did not consider the visit of Du, he unintentionally still received the support and help of others. Du's visit was truly a great gift to him. If he waited for him to follow the trail to find the Eternal Demon Emperor's lair, only to realize that there was still the 10,000 Sorrows Divine Tree as a big boss, and was unprepared, something might happen. He was really preoccupied this time, because Spirit Abyss didn't have a hidden boss. He assumed that the means of the other god realms were the same.
and that the enemies he had to fight against were just people who were supported by the gods and the shadows.
Even if I'm invincible in single combat, but there are so many of them, I may not be able to wipe them all out by myself. Should I get help? If I want to find help, who can I find? Moreover, the eternal demon emperor has been dormant for 500-600 years, and now he doesn't know how strong he's become. It's not that easy to fight against them. I fought with the Jintian dragon emperor before, and he didn't show any strange power even when he lost, and there should be no gods behind the dragons. To find the dragons? But if the dragons are also compelled by the gods and fall into apostasy, that will be difficult. With so much at stake, Yi Yu did not act rashly, but was thinking carefully about countermeasures. There are always more solutions than difficulties. No matter what the problem is, there are many solutions. It's just a matter of using your brain to think of them. Or, let it go for the time being and go straight back to the Nine Heavens Pavilion for a closed-door breakthrough to the mid or late Imperial realm, invincible under the heavens and pushing across the world. No, that would be like making something behind closed doors, and I'm getting stronger. So is everyone else. It's only good to take advantage of the enemy's illness before he's ready for it. The fastest way to become stronger is to find out the truth and remove as many threats as possible while observing the youngest senior sister's breakthroughs and watching her flip through more of the Taiyuan Shingon, striving to sense the techniques to break through to the divine realm. Between thoughts, Yi Yu dropped his eyes to look at Shi Xinshui. What's wrong, eldest brother? During the time he was thinking, Shi Xinshui, who was already the one who ran over and sat at the table, still combing her hair, noticed his gaze, blinked her big eyes, and asked, "Let's go to the Burial Demon Valley first." After Yi Yu thought about it, he felt that he was just sitting at home on paper and decided to take the actual situation into account before making plans. If he was able to take care of the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Tree, as well as the tainted demon race all by himself, then he would transform into a berserker warrior and push straight across, sweeping away a potential threat before saying anything else. If he couldn't solve it alone, then he would find helpers. Anyway, it was to strike with thunder and raise the conspiracy of the 10,000 Sorrows Divine Tree. Since a threat had been detected, it had to be strangled in the cradle at the first opportunity. It was definitely not a good plan if the enemy was allowed to grow. Can I go? Shifu Xinshui realized through his heartfelt voice that this trip was perilous, and that eldest brother's attitude was not like the time he went to the Spirit Abyss, and asked cautiously, "Don't you want to go?" Yi Yu always felt that her attitude was a bit strange. "I want to go. It's just that it's dangerous this time. And since you, eldest brother, already know what the demon race's big secret is, it's useless for me to go." Shifu Shimizu nodded following his heart and also asked the question. She had just heard that eldest brother thought that Empyrean Sister Moon's request to want to come along was a very brain-dead request. How is it useless? What Diyu said may not be true. It's up to your eyes to tell if it's true or not. Or are you too scared to go? Realizing that she was worried that she was being treated as a drag, Yi Yu immediately said, "The flower in the greenhouse cannot withstand the wind and rain. I still think that she can quickly grow up and become my competent helper. If the slightest danger is afraid to risk, then she is useless even if she breaks through to the Emperor realm." With that thought just now, he realized a very serious problem. Because his growth rate was too fast, even if Diyu reminded him to move for help, he surprisingly couldn't think of a suitable helper in the first place, and was all on his own. And after thinking about it, he thought that his little sister would be a good candidate. "I'm not afraid. I'm just afraid you won't want to take me." Seeing his agitation, Shi Xinshui shook his head and explained with some excitement, "Brush your hair and get going. It's been so long that your hair hasn't been brushed." Yi Yu saw her courage and nodded with satisfaction. Seeing that she was still holding a comb in her hand, he said, "Good." Shi Xinshui was very weak after being lectured by him and nodded her head obediently, hurriedly tying her hair. In fact, she had already combed it neatly, because her hair was already smooth and straight. It was just that the heart and thoughts of her eldest brother had attracted her attention and made her distracted. It takes so long to comb your hair. It's a pain in the ass. Even though the gray hair looks great, waiting for her to get ready before setting off. Yi Yu couldn't help but think as he looked at her long silver white hair that was smooth and silky until the back of her waist. "Eldest brother, do you think my silver hair looks good?" Hearing this heartfelt voice, Shi Xinshui instantly pressed on and suddenly opened his mouth. "She has silver hair, not gray. Gray hair is a hair color only for old people. Average." Seeing her begging for compliments, Yi Yu withdrew his gaze and stood up without responding lightly as he wished. Mouth full. "Obviously I think it's pretty." Seeing him avert his gaze in feigned disinterest, Shi Xinshui inexplicably found it interesting and amusing, snickering in her heart before humming and tying up her hair in earnest. She was not wearing her hair in a ponytail or anything like that, but she was pulling up part of her hair and wearing a hair accessory. "I'm so happy to have my hair tied up. Isn't it a pain in the ass?" Yi Yu, who had turned around and stepped aside without looking at her, found her humming an unknown tune while tying her hair and thinking without looking back. It's not going to be troublesome.
Shifu Xinxue responded to this heartfelt statement in her mind as well. After knowing each other for so long,
from the initial surprise of overhearing her heart until now,
she had gotten used to the act of overhearing her eldest brother's heart and talking to herself in her mind.
She didn't know what the rules were in other places, but a woman in Lianyun City couldn't meet people with her hair draped over her head, because it would be seen as too casual, not reserved enough, not disciplined enough,
not having the grooming of a lady of the house, and she had to be combed and dressed up to be considered formal.
Eldest brother. In no time at all,
Shi Xinxue tied up her hair and stood up and called out,
her small fingers, as white as onions, subconsciously playing with the ends of her hair, anticipating his reaction. Go. However,
Yi Yu turned his head to look at her and reached out his hand to her,
not even bothering to pay attention to her image, but instead considering his next course of action.
Aha! Realizing that he was thinking about business and had no time to pay attention to his hairstyle, Shi Xinxue had a little bit of a small disappointment, but she still obediently walked forward and handed her hand to him.
What follows is dangerous. No matter what happens, never let go of my hand. Understand? About to set off, Yi Yu also gave strict instructions.
The Demon Burial Valley. He had been to the demon race so many times,
so he naturally knew about it.
But the bones of long-dead corpses are useless to him. Only the recently dead are useful to him. So he is all three over. He wasn't very clear about what kind of terrain was inside the buried demon valley and how dangerous it was. The third shift to send, after the shelves of the chapter. A chapter is at least 3,000 words. Unlike before the shelves of a chapter of 2,000. Thanks to permanent pointer poi, Big Tree can't get out of endless. Take Mom's Ice Sword Ultra Thunder Dragon for the bounty. Many races would divide an area and use it as a place to bury their bones, sending people to guard it closely and laying down dragnet-like formations to stop foreign enemies from coming, especially the ghoul race. This is the case among the 10 major races. They will not collect all the corpses from all sides, but the corpses that can be collected will be carried to the place where the bones are buried.
Depending on the race,
the sentiments of the living beings towards their own kind are different from each other. They may not necessarily care that the corpses of their own kind are taken by the ghouls and trashed, but they will mind that the ghouls continue to grow with the help of their corpses.
Departing from 10,000 Demon City,
Yi Yu brought Shi Xinxue and headed straight to the Demon Burial Valley.
One force is 10, and in the face of absolute power, all plots and tricks are useless.
With the burying sky law and the self-realization divine walk,
even if the enemy wanted to keep an eye on his movements, it would be delusional. Arrived.
It didn't take long for Yi Yu to stop.
Finally, it was stopped, and because it was shorter this time,
Shi Xinxue hadn't been flashed to the point of dizziness. Knowing that this trip was perilous, she had long been tensing her mind and keeping her guard up,
but even so,
the light in front of her still made her smack her lips and stare in disbelief, only to see them turn their eyes and arrive at a mountain range with high mountains. Under the bright white moonlight, a 10,000-foot mountain stood above the earth, with layers and layers of mountains corresponding to each other,
vast and shocking, and on the ground was an endless, black mist-covered green canopy of ancient trees. Unlike the loftiness of the 10,000 Demon City, all of the light here was naturally formed, and it could be described as a ghostly work of art. There was also a terrifying and incomparable waterfall that caught the sky and drew the earth, as if it was a starry river descending to the mortal world. Whoa! Even more so,
Shi Xinxue heard a distant and violent strange sound.
It was the mountain wind that blew through the world, through the dense forest, through the mountain peaks, as if it were the wailing of evil spirits, and directly in front of them, in the low and narrow place between the two high mountains, there was a deep and long rift, like a pitch-black serpent that stretched for an unknown number of miles, coiled in the earth. The scenery here was even more shocking than the light she had seen along the way. The divine and terrifying nature made her feel like she was in a ghostly, unearthly scene. This wow monster, unexpectedly did not call. It seems that the last time I took her to the spirit abyss, it made her grow up a lot. It was not the first time Yi Yu had come to this place, and he was a little surprised to see the look on her face when he looked sideways. In the Tianxian continent, although there were many livable zones, there were also many dangerous areas that mortals could not inhabit. The Burial Demon Valley is like this. The environment is extremely harsh. Located in the hinterland of the 10,000 Demon Forest, between heaven and earth raging demon winds, the temperature difference between day and night is so great that unusual animals can't even survive a day here. Although it is not as good as the Spirit Abyss, where all the flowers, plants and trees are in danger, and even a mountain may be transformed by the Abyss Spirit, the difference is not too far. I too will grow.
Shifu Xinxue heard his astonished heart and only took it as a compliment. The scene inside the Burial Demon Valley might be a bit scary, so prepare yourself mentally.
Yu reminded when he saw her come back to her senses. If my speculation about the demon treasure is correct, this burial demon valley is afraid that it is a miserable purgatory. But whether this is the lair or not will have to be known after the field trip. Aha! Seeing his serious face, as if advancing further was a dragon's den, Shinshui's heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably, but she still nodded her head. Seeing that she had come to her senses, Yu brought her down from the sky. In fact, he could have dodged and gone straight to the entrance, but as a human being, it was important to have a sense of ceremony and enjoy the process. How come there isn't a single guardian demon in the enemy's lair? Is this really a lair? Descending from a high altitude at great speed, seeing that valley getting closer and closer, Shinshui couldn't help but ask. Although she hadn't seen much, when she joined the Nine Heavens Pavilion, she still saw the grandeur and style that a great power should have. The Nine Heavens Pavilion had a total of 4 heavenly gates, each of which was sheltered by formations and guarded by heavy soldiers and strong men. Even in Lianyun City, those high-powered bigwigs all had watchful henchmen. There are demons everywhere. They're just casting their magic powers to hide, so you can't see them, but they can't see us either, because I've cast my magic powers as well. In response to this query, Yu swept his eyes sideways and patiently explained it to him. Looking around, although all around is dark, but in his eyes is like day. Between the mountains and streams, there are a lot of frames. Oh, hearing this, Shinshui was enlightened and couldn't help but look around. But she still couldn't see anything. It was obvious that there were people around, but she couldn't see them, and the feeling made her heart grow fuzzy. It didn't take long for Yu to land on the ground, his feet on the earth. Standing on the ground, Shinshui suddenly saw that at the entrance of the valley, there were actually 2 4-armed, 8-eyed, giant ape-like, hairy beasts looming over his body. They were about 3 feet tall. Their faces had many folds and were even uglier. Their entire bodies were covered in withered hair, and their 8 eyes moved in a very uncoordinated manner, as if each eye could move freely. Knowing that he had been concealed by his eldest brother together, Shinshui still felt a tightening in his heart when he realized that their gazes were coming this way. However, as their gazes swept by, they ignored the existence of Yu and Shinshui, not coming with attention of some note, merely observing all the winds and grasses as they went along. Eldest brother, there's a demon. When their gazes moved away, Shinshui said cautiously with a sigh of relief. I know. Why couldn't we see them in the sky just now? In order to avoid others peering above. This burial demon valley has many formations inside and outside, plus the night fog here. You can only see a lot of things by being in it. Go. Yu squinted at her reaction with some amusement, but not forgetting the business. He pulled her along. His movements were natural, dragon-like, bright and unobtrusive. Soon, they passed through the middle of the 2 tony apes. This can't even discover us. Eldest brother, you're so powerful. Successfully breaking through their guards, Shinshui couldn't help but sigh. She was aware of eldest brother's burial of the heavens method. When they were in the spirit abyss, eldest brother had taken her to stand in front of second senior sister, and even master, and no one was able to detect them. Even the sound of the conversation was inaudible, but that was, after all, peeking at someone else's fight. Not at all the same concept as the nature of this one, infiltrating the enemy's lair openly and honestly, and as a result, the enemy could not discover it. The means displayed by eldest brother always opened her eyes. What's the fuss about? Keep going. Yu was blown away by her and said blandly with an expressionless face. I've got a lot of great aptitude, he said. Although he was high and mighty on the surface, his heart was secretly happy. Walking straight over in front of the enemy's eyes, they hadn't officially entered the burial demon valley yet, because important places are multiply protected and have to go into formations. Passing through the tawny apes guards, Shinshui walked for a while and suddenly saw a wall emitting rolling black mist. Without waiting for her to question, Yu pulled her straight through the wall of fog. Having just passed through the fog wall, with the blackness and brightness in front of his eyes, despite Yu's extensive knowledge, he was also surprised by the scene that came into his eyes. Only the other side of the wall of fog looked like a new world. The first thing that caught his eyes was a sky-high ancient tree with scarlet leaves, at the end of the distant ground line, catching the sky and connecting to the earth, emitting a scarlet light, illuminating this heaven and earth. It was clearly a valley, but the space inside was as if it had been expanded, countless miles as far as the eye could see. A building full of bizarre styles loomed large, the outer layers of which were all infested with scarlet and thick branches, perched on top of them, bringing a sense of evil to each house. The scarlet tree roots on the houses were the same color as the scarlet threads of the eternal demon emperor when he was resurrected. Above the sky, there was also a group of strange-looking, winged demon clans that were flying in the air. The scene here is not like what Yu expected as a mountain of corpses, the sea of blood, but instead it looks very cold.
but reveals a sense of desertion with few people. The world in front of me was as if it was the remnants of a strong civilization that had gone from strength to strength and had been deserted for countless years. And the one who started it all was the giant tree at the end of the earth. Yi Yu gazed for a while, and two frames emerged in his eyes.
Little 10,000 sacred trees, 999999999 plus.
Burial reward, level 10 treasure chest.
At $$.
Yi Yu actually didn't fully believe in Yu's words, but he was still willing to come to the burial demon valley to make a trip because he had absolute confidence in the self-realization divine walk and the burial heaven method.
In addition to this,
whether or not there are gods behind the demon race and the dark support,
bring the little sister,
and you will be able to distinguish the truth from the false.
However, at this moment,
he was already convinced that this 10,000 tribulation divine tree was of the same origin as the black hand behind the spirit abyss. What was unexpected was that the 10,000 thunders divine tree actually had a death date. Although this was just a branch and the number was large. Over 100 million days.
Too long ago, but in the end, there was a death date, not an unknown one.
And the level 10 treasure chest also said a lot. One must know that the sun only corresponded to a level 10 treasure chest.
And an emperor realm giant like the Jintian Dragon Emperor,
who had shaken the world for ages, was only a level 9 treasure chest.
Between thoughts,
he turned his gaze to his little sister, wanting to see her reaction. Only Shinshui looked at the large tree in the distance, her large watery eyes revealing indifference and revulsion.
This 10,000 robbery tree is the same origin as the abyssal spirit, but her reaction is not as strong this time. Seeing such a look, Yi Yu was puzzled. Back when they were in the spirit abyss, every time little sister saw the profound spirit, that reaction was incomparably intense. As if it was from a sincere sense of revulsion and abhorrence, the profound spirit was like a natural enemy to her, with an unshakable grudge, and she couldn't wait to destroy them all as soon as she saw them. Eldest brother, are you good with fire?
Although Shinshui was revolted and repulsed, she did not have nausea from her instincts, and noticing his gaze, she raised her head and asked.
Just now,
eldest brother didn't know what had come to his mind, and his heartbeat had turned into strange language again, but she had no idea of digging up the roots.
I'm better with a gun than with fire. Yi Yu took this query seriously and thought carefully before answering. As a heavenly sovereign realm powerhouse,
he could manipulate the power of the heavens and the earth,
and was able to use his yuan power to change wind, fire, thunder,
and lightning for attacking and killing.
But if he was compared to the Phoenix clan,
and some of the Fire Dao great emperors, he was at best able to use fire.
Let's go back then.
Not surprised to receive this response, Shinshui said.
Why? Yi Yu needed a reason.
He had taken the trouble to come over.
If he just went back,
it wasn't a wasted trip, but it didn't solve the problem.
My instincts tell me that the only way to deal with it is with fire,
and super powerful fire at that.
After pondering for a while,
Shinshui portrayed his feelings and thoughts. She didn't know why she felt that way, but it was just a gut feeling.
Intuition?
That is to say,
the simple way can't kill it, and it has to be killed by a special flame?
Yi Yu thoughtfully interpreted her words.
Against a tree, the intuition was to use fire, which made sense, even without his little sister reminding him.
But super powerful flame is intriguing. Is it a fire path that has been cultivated to a certain height? Or does it specifically refer to some kind of divine flame? Is it the black fire of the Phoenix clan? Or can her Amaterasu burn even after little sister grows up? Two possibilities came to mind when it came to flames. It should be so. Best to burn it with fire. With so much at stake, Shinshui responded each time,
thinking before responding.
You've come. There's no need to rush. Let's take a look first. After the conversation, Yi Yu didn't have the idea of hitting the road immediately, but said, Yi Yu's action was a must-have. It's a habit that's developed over time, over years of collecting bodies. I'm sure that the demons have a god behind them in the dark, but that's not enough. In Junior Sister's opinion, this 10,000 apocalypse divine tree doesn't seem to be that difficult to deal with. The threat isn't as great as the profound spirit. If her fire of the Supreme Yang is able to restrain the 10,000 apocalypse divine tree, that would make sense. But it's too much of a waste to return home just like that. Come what may. Even if we can't kill it by it, we can't let it develop so comfortably. First probe the enemy's situation, and then decide what action to take. 5,600 years of time. In the 10,000 searches divine tree's secret support. Also do not know how much the demon race has grown. It would be best if we could find out what the conspiracy of the 10,000 sacrificial god tree is all about. And we must be careful if there is a way of spreading it similar to the spirit crystals. The most crucial thing was that Yi Yu wanted to try whether his armor piercing was useful against the 10,000 sacred tree. If it didn't work, he might as well think of a way to deal with it before Tianjin disaster day came. Although relying on the little sister's supreme young flame was one way,
The 10,000 Thunders divine tree was a god realm, and 9 times out of 10, it was still a powerhouse at the god realm's perfection, or even great perfection level. By the time little sister grew to the same height as hijack extinction, the yellow flowers would be cold. In order to be able to ensure that everyone he cared about could survive, the thing he could do at the moment was to become stronger while weakening the heavenly Shin catastrophe days, annihilating catastrophe as much as possible. Aha! Seeing that he was deep in thought and had his own plans, Shinshui nodded her head obediently. Yi Yu has a very measured way of doing things. Low profile when it's time for a low profile, high profile when it's time for a high profile. He levitated with Shinshui and flew towards the first temple-like building in front of him. Along the way, he also remained vigilant, always observing the surrounding conditions and avoiding touching the branches and leaves of the 10,000 Sorrows divine tree. Inside the burial demon valley, it wasn't dead silent. There would be intermittent movements ringing out. Diving into the Shi palace, Yi Yu was able to see the true appearance inside the building. Shinshui was led by him, and shuddered at the sight before her. One could only see a stunningly beautiful fox with red and white fur, 9 tails, and a huge body that emitted a dreamy light, located in the center area of the palace, with a scarlet tree growing out of its back, spreading out, and even climbing up to the roof. The blood, which had long been dried, dyed the walls within the palace a dark red, and a sweet to nauseating smell hung in the air. For huge-sized demon clansmen with large knives, saws, sledgehammers, and sharp cones made of scarlet tree branches were breaking tails, dismantling bones, flaying skins, and bleeding, and creepy, scalp-numbing motions continued to resonate in the house. They move cleanly, as if they've done it a million times before. In the face of such torture, that head of 9-tailed fox did not have any reaction, nor wailed, nor screamed in pain. That seems like a jewel, like beautiful eyes, like a pool of dead water, numb and lax. It is as if the person being dismembered and tortured is not it, or it has long been numb. Incredibly, as soon as one of its tails was chopped off, scarlet threads would spring up from its wounds, healing the injuries themselves at a crazy speed. The 9-tailed sky fox in the middle of the Zunsha realm is really what I thought. The demon race is enough to supply the entire continent with demonic treasures. It is the result of the eternal demon emperor imprisoning a large number of opponents, and with the help of the contamination of the power of the undead, it is the result of the continuous harvesting. When Yi Yu saw this scene, his eyes sank and converged, brightening and darkening. The 9-tailed sky fox was one of the imperial veins of the demon race, and according to what was written in the ancient texts, the 9-tailed sky fox's 9 tails possessed different aptitudes, specializing in illusions, divine speed, and combat. The so-called demon race emperor vein was a certain branch and group that had given birth to at least one emperor realm. Emperor realm, it is not so easy to achieve, especially in the previous era of the chaos of the 100 races. Nowadays, there are so many emperor realms in the whole continent, or thanks to the law of coexistence. Eldest brother. After the shock, Shinshui saw that the 9-tailed fox had been tortured to the point where life was worse than death, and was immediately moved to compassion. She has seen a lot of deaths in the spirit abyss, although she has seen scattered cultivators die fighting with the abyss spirit for spirit crystals. However, everyone loves beauty, and people are always protective of beautiful and lovely things. Even saving her would be a cure. She's already completely tainted. Yi Yu was able to understand her pity, but shook his head indifferently. The buildings within the demon burial valley, just now a cursory glance, tens of thousands. If each house has imprisoned a demon race, how many demons to save? Moreover, all of these demons were contaminated by the 10,000 tribulation divine tree. According to the spirit crystal's projections, every injury and healing would increase the contamination, and this 9-tailed heavenly fox was already completely contaminated. Compared to saving people, figuring out how to solve the threat of the 10,000 tribulation god tree is the most important thing. When he saw this scene, he felt a bit of pity and intolerance, but more than anything, he was glad. He was rejoicing that the vast majority of the human race was not like the demon race, where there was always an organ that was a demon treasure, and had no value to be continually harvested. He was glad that he discovered the existence of the 10,000 tribulation divine tree in advance. If he only discovered its existence when the 10,000 tribulation divine tree stepped out of the burial demon valley and swept across the entire continent, what kind of hell on earth would that be? He was already as sure as he could be that the 10,000 tribulation divine tree was an enemy, not a friend. The 10,000 tribulation god tree really deserves to die. And the eternal demon emperor. Hearing this heartfelt statement, Master Shinshui pressed down on his compassion and replaced it with anger. Go. Yi Yu didn't say much when he heard her hateful words. He just withdrew his gaze and turned to leave. He had similar thoughts and feelings, except he wasn't a kid anymore after all and wouldn't hang on to such words. After leaving this temple, Yi Yu went to other buildings. The buildings were not palaces, but prisons, each house imprisoning a demon race. These demon clans, the lowest was the Falcon Dragon realm and the highest was the Exalted realm. The demonic emperors of the Heavenly Tiger sect back then. Are they all really dead? Yi Yu did not find any trace of the Emperor realm, but given these cases, he thought of a possibility. The entire body of the demon race is a treasure, and the higher the realm, the more pure. If he uses the Emperor realm demon race as a cultivation resource, how horrible the effect will be. He can't even imagine it. After all, heavenly treasures that were useful to the Emperor realm were incomparably rare when looking at the entire continent. Holding such a doubt, he took Shinshui and skipped the middle part, running towards the foot of the 10,000 Thunders divine tree. The deeper they went, the scarlet branches that extended out from the main body of the 10,000 tribulation divine tree became more hideous and thick, like a giant python that encroached on every inch of land. But their lifespan is longer than Jintian Dragon Emperor. Did they die in the Battle of the Gods? In addition to that, Yi Yu also saw thousands of Zunshi realm demonic beasts. It was a huge beast, and their physique and appearance were strange, such as skin, fur, scales, and scarlet texture staining their bodies. No wonder they can't be seen in the city of 10,000 demons. Unlike the soul contamination of spirit crystals, the naked eye can't see through. The contamination of the 10,000 Thunders divine tree, obviously, it was like a ghost, sneaking through this heaven and earth, and he also saw the tainted demon race fighting head to head, breaking limbs and arms also brazenly, bloody and brutal. Ha ha ha, the immortal god power is too strong. But after listening to the conversation, Yi Yu realized that this was not a fight, but merely a sparring match. This kind of brazen, life-for-life fighting was astonishing. And the 10,000 Scarabs divine tree had also used the scarlet branches to create weapons and armor for the demons with multiple enhancements. They could be considered a descending blow to the strongest of the Tianqian continent in terms of power levels. Junior sister, have you found anything like a spirit crystal? Passing through the area where the Zunshi realm demon race stayed and heading towards the foot of the 10,000 Thunders tree mountain, Yi Yu also asked. The 10,000 Searches divine tree had the ability to explode soldiers and explode gold coins was already verified. But the most threatening and difficult thing for him was still the method of spreading contamination. Well, in response to this query, Shishinazu fell into deep thought. No need to be sure of the answer. It's whatever you suspect. Yi Yu saw her deep in thought and opened up. The youngest sister is still young. As far as her mind and insight are concerned, it is not necessary to expect her to give very mature opinions and replies. It is only necessary to speak from the heart, and I will naturally corroborate them. It could be that leaf. When Shifu Shimizu heard this heartfelt voice, she only felt enlightened, and it pointed to a leaf on a certain branch of the tree. It was an unexplained guess, unfounded, but that's what she felt. Are they leaves? Not fruits? Seeds? Yi Yu looked towards the leaves that were everywhere and had a huge earthquake in his heart. The leaves of that tree were like maple leaves, nine-horned and cracked like a palm, swaying in the wind. The scarlet color was like crimson blood. He also thought that within the burial demon valley, there is a tree spirit, similar to the abyssal spirit that will explode things if he kills it. But what he didn't expect was that the 10,000 tribulation divine tree had different means, and was able to spread contamination and spread the immortal divine power by opening its branches and spreading its leaves alone. This immortal divine power was not a good thing, which could be seen from the fact that inside the nine-tailed skyfox's body, a large tree had grown out. The contaminated demon race may be able to have the ability to defy death, but their lives may all be accounted for in the hands of the 10,000 Thunders divine tree. Since the youngest sister has said so, then 9 times out of 10, it's the leaves. After Yi Yu pondered over it, he was still inclined to trust his little sister's judgment. This 10,000 robbery tree leaves should be swallowed to be able to do, rather than contact can be spread, or else the years devouring Sky Demon Emperor has long been it taken, or strong enough to be able to in the leaves in the body before taking root and sprouting, forcibly expelled. In any case, this 10,000 robbery divine tree must die. First try to see if I can kill the contaminated demons. With this in mind, Yi Yu stopped his steps and directly flashed his body, taking Shinshui with him and disappearing in the same place. When they showed up again, they were already in a different place. Eldest brother, how did we get out? With a few flashes of light before his eyes, Shinshui realized that they were already leaving the burial demon valley. Even if she was able to read minds, she couldn't keep up with the speed of her eldest brother's thinking. Grab my shirt and don't let go. I'll show you the fireworks. Rising above the pale sky, Yi Yu pulled her hand and tugged on his own robe. Looking down from a height at the ground that resembled a big black snake in the burial demon valley. Try to see how many contaminated demon clans. I can't save them, but I may not be able to help them free themselves. With those words, Yi Yu opened his right hand, and a silver 7-foot-long spear appeared out of thin air and fell into his hand. 2 more to go first, and 1 more before 12. I'm doing my best to write, and will try to adjust to an earlier time after that, so please forgive me. With the long spear in his hand, Yi Yu's aura climbed up and up, as if he was transformed into a ferocious spear in the sky, overbearing and pure, like an abyss. Like the sea of Yuan power came out through his body, enveloping his body, and his long black and thick hair fluttered with the wind, being dyed blonde from the beginning of his hair roots. Wo ya! Terrifying waves of air swept out, and Shi Xinshui, who had grabbed his robes behind him, was nearly blown out of the room, and did his best to grab the corner of his robes. Only, Yi Yu had no time to pay attention to her, a pair of eyes looking down at the pitch-black valley below, a voice resounding in his mind. Ding! Armor piercing is on. Ding! The weapon adaptive attribute has been turned on. Burial. With the opening of the special attribute, Yi Yu tightly gripped the lance in his hand and raised his right arm high, without uttering the name of the stance out. He just read it in his mind, because the enemy was too powerful. He was directly taking out his best weapon to deliver the strongest offense. At the same time, the demon tribesmen who were lurking in various parts of the 10,000 demon forest, acting as sentries, were raising their heads with alertness in their hearts, having an inexplicable premonition that there seemed to be something at the top above the dome of the sky. However, any demon race that could serve as a sentinel was an individual with superb senses, either a divine ability or a racial talent. All of them. But before they could act, adjusting their all-encompassing range of perception to target the pale sky above, the premonition was fulfilled. Only to see above the thick clouds, a golden pillar of light exploded in the darkness of the night, descending from sky to sky, just like the sun descending into the world. The brilliant and dazzling golden light, illuminating the dark 10,000 demons forest with a golden splendor. Boom! Immediately following it was a tremor that resounded through the heavens, even more horrifying than a shocking thunder, enough to deafen the ears of even the heavenly exaltation realm. One could only see a beam of golden light that looked like a meteorite descending from the sky, mixed with an invincible and overbearing gun intent that tore through the heavens. Wherever that golden light passed through, space burst in cracks were all over the place, as if it was going to destroy the sky and the earth. The Emperor realm is coming? Seeing this scene gave all the sentries the creeps. All of this happened too suddenly, without warning, as if they were about to attack the burial demon valley without a single word. The beam of golden light was too terrifying. Just by looking directly at it with the naked eye, one's eyes ached, and the spiritual sense blocking the way forward was even annihilated, backfiring on the body. What kind of god is it that wants to attack the place where my clan's bones are buried? However, in the blink of an eye, a furious roar came out from the demon burial valley, and there was even a pillar of black light that exploded from the valley and rose up to the sky. The sentries recognized it at a glance. This was the eternal demon emperor's soul-robbing light, and even more so, it was his innate divine ability, one of the most powerful killing moves. Dang! In the next moment, the black light that rose up in the sky and the golden light that fell from the sky collided together. This strike was too terrifying, as if it was a pinpoint, like a big explosion in heaven and earth, turning everything into chaos. Terrifying fluctuations of imperial power exploded, and the 10,000 demon forest was ushered in an unprecedented havoc. The mountains were flattened, the trees were annihilated, and the sentinels who stayed on the ground were not even able to wail. And with the shockwave swept by the golden light and the black light, they were annihilated on the spot. And under that terrifying golden light, the soul-robbing light was like a praying mantis, and was actually crushed hard. As the golden light won, the burial demon valley shook with divine light, and it even manifested countless huge figures. Ow! Fresh! It was the phantom of 100 demons, tigers whistling, birds crying, and 100 beasts roaring as they rose into the sky. This was an emperor-level formation that Burial Demon Valley had set up together with the strength of the strongest members of the community, spending countless hours of effort in order to avoid the Ghoul clan's incursion. The formation was in full operation, and the terrifying and overwhelming power of the 100 beasts collided with the golden light. This time it was the power of the formation, as if it was a number of great emperors combining together, no longer shattering at the touch of a button, but in a stalemate. Who the hell is it? Inside the buried Demon Valley, the Eternal Demon Emperor was incomparably enraged when he saw that after destroying the soul-robbing light, this strike was able to harden the formation without declining. This strike was too sudden, although his soul-robbing light was a hasty response to being caught off guard. But the incoming enemy this time, the terror of their strength was not trivial. It was at least a powerful strike issued by an Emperor Realm Great Perfection powerhouse. Its power was so terrifying that it was highly likely that it was an attack emitted by the strongest stream of the 4 royal clans. He has been acting cautiously for many years, and has been developing trade and good relations with all the clans. How could a strong clan suddenly attack without saying a word? and it also pointed directly at the center of his conspiracy. Rumble. Not waiting for him to see who the enemy above the sky dome was, another beam of golden light descended from the sky. What's more, it wasn't just a beam of golden light, but densely packed dozens of them. How can this be so? Is the offender also a god's messenger? Seeing this scene, the eternal demon emperor could only feel his scalp tingling. This was because he could tell at a glance that the power of these 20 or so golden lights was not weaker than the first beam of golden lights in the slightest. Just one golden light was on the verge of breaking the burial demon valley's formation, and with more than 20 golden lights coming together, it was impossible to resist. Within such a short period of time, it is impossible for someone to be able to burst out such a furious and swift attack, which is simply unimaginable. To want to do this kind of thing, the only thing that can do it is a divine power-enriched divine messenger. But it was the same divine envoy, and the other party's strength was too terrifying. All come to the altar. Just then, a cold and icy voice, whose gender could not be distinguished, resounded through the heavens, pulling his mind back from dismay. At the same time, there was a great earthquake in the demon burial valley, and the scarlet tree branches that were coiled in the earth seemed to have revived, growing wildly and even rising up to the sky, forming a canopy. This was the 10,000 tribulation divine tree striking out. This round of attack was too swift. Even it couldn't stand alone. It had to strike. Seeing this situation, the eternal demon emperor rushed up and retreated at great speed, flying towards the 10,000 tribulation divine tree, followed closely by dozens of figures. There was not a single emperor realm to be seen in 10,000 demon city, but within the burial demon valley, there were dozens of emperor realms. The demon race venerables within the buried demon valley also came back to their senses, all rushing towards the foot of the tree. 28 golden lights descended from the sky, and the buried demon valley's mountain protection formation had no more power to resist, and was destroyed in just an instant. That dazzling golden light crashed into the canopy formed by the intertwined branches of the scarlet trees with a destructive force. The terrifying and incomparable power broke the surface with a point, just blocking less than 5 breaths, hard poking out a hole in the canopy, the tree branches bursting into pieces. 28 golden lights, like a cluster of meteors, descended on the burial demon valley and landed on top of the earth. The black mist shattered. The bursts that shook the sky and collapsed the heavens were unceasing, and the splendid golden light swept away as if it was a world-destroying tsunami, and wherever it passed by, everything was broken, as if it was going to flatten this heaven and earth. In the face of this terrifying strike, the Emperor realms possessed divine speed and all rushed to the god sacrifice platform at the foot of the 10,000 sacrifice tree. Most of the Zunshur realm demon clans were simply unable to catch up and were engulfed by the golden light. In front of the god sacrifice platform, more than 30 Emperor realms and more than 100 demon Zuns, sheltered within the scarlet boundary, stared blankly and in shock at the annihilating golden light outside the boundary. Obviously possessing the immortal divine power, they had long regarded themselves as immortal and fearless of all enemies in the world. However, in front of this destructive golden light, they felt helpless and small. They had a feeling that but if they ran one step slower, they would die under the golden light. Under this catastrophe, the 10,000 tribulations divine tree stood above the earth, as if it had existed since ancient times and could not be shaken. It has no eyes, to be more precise. Every leaf, every branch, is its eye, its ear. The 10,000 sacred divine tree looked up at the scarred sky, but there was no sign of the enemy. After emitting 28 golden lights, the enemy disappeared, like hitting you while you're not looking and running away. It has actually mastered the power of destruction, but its realm is not high. At most it is in the middle of the Emperor realm. It's a pity. It would have been better if we had realized it was coming in advance, or if it had gotten a little closer. Not being able to find the enemy, the 10,000 sacred divine tree felt scorn and regret. The fear was that the enemy possessed a terrifying power of destruction. Sadly, it failed to capitalize on this fleeting opportunity to nip the threat in the bud. At the same time, the terrifying power that raged between heaven and earth gradually dissipated. The golden light dispersed, and the small world within the burial demon valley was already full of devastation. The earth is no longer earth, but a vast and boundless abyss where everything is annihilated and barren. Seeing the demon burial valley that had been painstakingly managed for more than 5,000 years destroyed, the eternal demon emperor's heart was dripping blood. God Tree, is the enemy a god envoy? Only, he didn't have the heart to care about that anymore, and instead turned to face the 10,000 tribulation divine tree for a solution. Divine tree, didn't you say we were immortal? There were emperor realms that felt incomparably terrified, their hearts palpitating. Meanwhile, Yi slipped away at the first opportunity after delivering a full force strike, and turned off his armor piercing, pinned his little sister on his waist with his arm, and ran wildly towards 10,000 Demon City. It wasn't that he didn't have the strength left to fight again,
But he had strategically retreated when he broke through the formation and realized that the 10,000 tribulation divine tree had made a move.
Do it when it's time to do it, that's what he always does. If the 10,000 thunders divine tree hadn't made a move just now, even if there were more than 30 emperor realms, in the case of using his hand weapon, the lance, he would have been certain of a battle and would have gone straight in for a messy kill. After all, when he used a long gun, his combat power was the most fierce. The attribute of continuous attacks is too perverse. Not only flat A, but even the gun skills can also be connected. In other words, he could release 29 big moves in one breath but only needed the blue amount of one move, which was the reason why he had majored in the way of the gun after discovering this feature of the lance. But the 10,000 sacred tree could do it, so that was a different story. He's invincible, but he's not invincible in the sky. He was ultimately at the late stage of the exalted realm, so it was fine to fight the great circle of the emperor realm. What was there to fight with the god realm? Is the later the time of descent, so it can do something? Or do the gods descend in different ways? Just now, the demon race's emperor realm and exalted realm had to escape, so that means I have the ability to kill them. Today's battle is so turbulent that the 100 clans will definitely send people to find out the truth. And the closest to the demon clan are the Phoenix clan and the Dragon clan. If there is a god behind the Phoenix clan, it is highly likely that it is a god that restrains the 10,000 thunders divine tree. There is a restraining relationship. Basically it is a foe for the most part. As for the Dragon clan, the strength has always been strong. And when they found out that the demon clan has more than 30 emperor realms, they definitely won't just sit back and do nothing. Next we'll wait for a good show, preferably a dog-eat-dog fight. Along the way, Yi Yu was also summarizing. Until he returned to the guest room of the inn in 10,000 Demon City and was put on the floor to stand. Sure, Xinshui's head was buzzing, because what just happened was too shocking. Enough to shock her for the rest of her life. Although she had seen images of the Emperor's battle, the feeling of seeing it through the phantom mirror was vastly different from seeing it with one's own eyes. She knew that eldest brother was strong, but this was too strong, wasn't it? A beam of golden light descended from the sky, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, and wherever it passed, everything returned to the void. It wasn't just her. It was the same within the 10,000 Demon City. The city was restless. Every house was stepping outside and looking into the distant sky. It was still late at night, before dawn, but the dark night sky was colored a golden yellow. A terrifying vision surfaced in the sky. Dark clouds rolled in, covering the stars and moon, as if they were being pushed away from the dust by a brute force like. Behind this abnormal celestial phenomenon, all living beings were sensing a terrifying aura surging. And there was also a burst of oppressive and low, mind-numbing roars coming one after another. When heaven and earth change color, there must be something unusual. What happened? That direction is the 10,000 Demon Forest. 10,000 Demon Forest had a battle? The 10,000 Demon Forest has a forbidden burial demon valley. It can't be that the Ghoul clan has fought over. That Ghoul demon came to rob the corpse. The fluctuations of the battle could be detected for an unknown number of miles apart. So it was conceivable that a shocking and earth-shattering event had taken place in a place that was invisible to everyone. For a moment, the demon hearts were in a state of panic, and panic and suppression spread through the crowd, sweeping across the city, the highest level of the Emperor War. Demon race has settled down for so many years, is it going to stir up again? After the sky-slaying demon Zun had finished beating the child, he also walked out of the house and looked at the sky, his expression grave and uneasy. This scene reminded it of the imperial battle between the heaven-devouring demon emperor and the eternal demon emperor more than 5,000 years ago. That imperial battle was fought until the sky was dark, everything collapsed, and the demon clan's territory was shrouded under such a horrifying vision. This kind of heaven and earth anomaly also caused the demon race's every move to enter the sight of the 100 races, as if it had become the center of attention of the world. And the strong and young prides of the foreign races arrived one after another in order to find out the situation. Enough for 2 emperor realms to fight and beat their heads off. There might be a heaven and earth treasure in question, and the original reason must be ascertained. But that imperial battle was a battle of the strongest people of the demon race, and it belonged to a civil unrest. So the clans checked, and dispersed when they couldn't get what they wanted. For any race, internal strife is not good news. It is easy to trigger a change of heart, or even a foreign enemy to come. Fortunately, this civil unrest is taking place in the present era of the law of coexistence of all races, and has not caused any trouble, but is only a paroxysm of pain, which will pass after enduring it for a while, and civil strife that can be resolved in a short time, although it will set off a bloody storm, but after surviving it, the reign will be over. It was also true that after the eternal demon emperor came to power, various guidelines for governing the community were implemented, and the demon race ushered in an explosive and rapid development. However, this time around, the Emperor War,
The heaven-slaying demon emperor always felt that this was not an internal war within the demon race,
but rather an external enemy coming in, because he couldn't even think of a demon emperor that would compete with the eternal demon emperor even if he racked his brain. No way.
As the group of demons stirred,
Du was also mixed in.
Her heart and mind shook as she looked at the distant sky.
Feeling nothing but disbelief,
she ventured forward to visit the angry gun Heavenly Father to tell the dusty secrets and truths, and she had just finished speaking on the front foot.
And it was only for how long
that this strange change occurred in the burial demon valley. It was hard for her not to suspect that this was the work of the angry gun Heavenly Father, but before she made up her mind to visit,
she made some special inquiries in the city. Angry gun Heavenly Father Yu,
the strongest heavenly pride the human race has ever seen.
There is no one.
In the heavenly pride battle crushed the geniuses of the 100 races,
proudly looking down on the world, unrivaled in the world,
was crowned as the posture of a great emperor,
and in time,
it will surely become a great emperor.
After many years of being hidden from the world,
he reappeared again and had already leapt from the Earth King realm to become a strong person in the late stage of the heavenly respect realm.
But even if you are in the late stage of the heavenly dignity realm,
it is not possible to fight with the emperor realm.
Even if you have the same as the 10,000 sacrifice divine tree behind you, the god of unknown origin is not reasonable to support you in the dark. Inside the guest room, after Yu put his little sister down, he walked to the terrace and looked out pretending to be an onlooker.
With the gods supporting them in the dark, the threat of the demon race is so great.
If the other races are the same, the consequences are unimaginable.
I hope the gods are not on good terms and will kill each other.
Looking at the distant heaven and earth anomaly, Yu was not surprised,
but pondered in his mind. Burial of the world was one of his mastery techniques, coupled with bludgeoning,
explosive damage bonus, armor piercing, and weapon adaptive attributes of the combo,
coupled with the bottom power of the late Zuni realm.
So many special attributes added. His serious flat A in the case of hitting, were able to kill the Emperor realm,
and this time he also stored up his power to amplify his moves beforehand,
and it was quite normal that he was able to do so.
After spending so much time within the buried demon valley, he had not only been investigating the enemy situation, but he had also used the phantom mirror to make a cameo as a photographer and capture some of the scenes on film. His primary purpose for doing so was naturally to gather intelligence, so that the pavilion master and the ancestors of the Nine Heavens Pavilion could see the hidden secrets of the demon race, and live up to the credit of the Nine Heavens Pavilion's Heavenly Concealment Pavilion's painstaking efforts to infiltrate the demon race and find conclusive evidence. If I make such a big commotion and forcefully expose the location of the 10,000 sacrifice divine tree, the 100 races will definitely take action. Should I release the video and see what they do first before making a decision?
Let's all fight. Fight fiercely,
so that I can fish in troubled waters and incidentally confirm which race is hiding the gods behind them.
After gazing for a while, Yu returned to the room.
It would take some time for the 100 races to take action.
After all, not everyone was like him, possessing the self-realization divine walk,
able to traverse the entire continent in a short period of time.
Eldest senior brother, did you just make a move to save everyone?
Shifu Xinshui, who had been shocked for a long time,
reacted at this time.
If she remembered correctly, eldest brother's heartfelt message before he did it was that he couldn't save anyone, but he could help free them.
No,
I just want to make sure I can kill the demon race that was contaminated by the 10,000 sacrifice divine tree.
Yu shook his head and denied it. What a rescue. It's just that the 10,000 sacrificial god tree will move,
or else I'll just push it across.
The hands on the hands, the need to lurk to collect intelligence, is already completely in place. The last step, naturally, to explore the enemy's strength and strength, the gap between the enemy and me. He has a very clear perception
of his own strength,
and he is invincible in the world. As long as the 10,000 tribulation divine tree wouldn't move,
even if the demon race had many emperor realms, he was certain that he could sweep away all enemies in a short period of time. If it couldn't be swept away in a short period of time, the battle would be so loud and powerful that the 100 clans would follow. Suddenly realizing that the demon clan had so many emperor realms with malicious intentions, and would definitely have their walls fall down.
Anyway,
it was just a matter of one go at the man-made disaster brought about by the 10,000 tribulation divine tree.
He could have used a ruse,
but it was the first option for a weak force.
There is absolute strength. Just push directly across the line. One force breaks all laws.
There is no need to spend so much thought,
because the Tianxian continent was so big, and there were so many hidden secrets.
If they all took the trouble to take their time,
how long would it take? This time, even if he couldn't uproot the 10,000 thunders divine tree in one fell swoop,
he still had to make it suffer a great deal of vitality.
Anyway, he just couldn't let the gods' plot be carried out so smoothly. Even if that's what you say,
but you killed the nine-tailed fox,
and those demon clans that were imprisoned. Isn't that liberation for them? Seeing his flat denial, Xin Shui didn't believe it, but rather understood what he was doing. Although eldest senior brother was cold-blooded and heartless on the surface, saying that those demons were already hopeless, he would still be unable to bear it when he saw so many of them being tortured. Maybe it didn't allow the nine-tailed foxes to escape and regain their freedom, but they didn't have to endure that never-ending pain and miserable torture anymore. You'd have to say I'm helping them out. That's true. When Yi Yu saw her thinking like this, he looked at her with some surprise and no longer denied it. It's good that she's willing to think so. Least it's better than her thinking I'm a pain in the ass and cold-blooded. Eldest brother, what do we do next? Shinshui thought back to the various scenes just now and still couldn't get enough of them. Only feeling the pain and leaping to burn the 10,000 sacrifices divine tree right away. Were the fireworks good? Yi Yu saw that she was in high spirits, obviously having been refreshed by her shot. Good looking. Shinshui nodded his head frantically with clenched fists as if he were pounding garlic. How hard it was for her to see the nine-tailed fox being tortured by skinning, cutting, and tearing apart her bones, and how comfortable it was for her to see her eldest senior brother stirring up the burial demon valley with a single strike. There's a good show to follow. Yi Yu saw her eyes glowing with incomparable admiration as she looked at herself, and laughed. Aha! Shinshui nodded without asking more questions. After dealing with her, Yi Yu was also calculating in his mind. The ideal situation would be for the god behind the Phoenix clan to take the lead and burn the tree down, once and for all. The next bit of development is when the 100 clans realized that the demon clan had so many emperor realms and a tree to fight with. The worst case scenario is that the 100 races are compelled by the immortal power of the 10,000 sacrifices divine tree. But with the video as a means of protection, we shouldn't be afraid. The video is not to be released directly. The matter is so important that it can only be used as one of the means to turn the tide in the end. It was only a small child with a pure heart and nature like the youngest sister who would be furious at the sight of the nine-tailed fox's miserable torture, hating to destroy the 10,000 searches divine tree as the main culprit. And when the 100 races powerhouses saw this, the first thing that they would notice would definitely be the benefits. Because it was not difficult to foresee just how great the temptation of the power of eternal life and immortality would be for the living beings of the world. On top of that, like the eternal demon emperor, it was obvious how great the harvest was when he continued to harvest the resources from the undead weaklings. If the footage was hastily released, some of the races might even be like the eternal demon emperor, who had directly defected to the enemy and thrown himself into the arms of the immortal divine power. This divine power is a descending blow and a temptation to the beings of the Tianqian continent. Looking back on this experience, Yi Yu thought of the spirit crystal's soul self-healing ability again. In a sense, spirit crystals can also grant people the ability to make their souls indestructible, except that people who refine spirit crystals will still die, unlike the immortal divine power, which is so simple and rough, and what the consequences are is unknown for the time being. Let's go. After thinking about it, Yi Yu decided to move. Where to? Shinshui realized that he thought one thing at a time. And even being able to read minds couldn't keep up with the speed of his thoughts. Go to the burial demon valley to watch the fun. With such a big thing happening, we'll make people suspicious if we keep hiding in the room. Seeing that she didn't understand, Yi Yu also explained it clearly to her. While the likelihood of others guessing me is very low, but going to the scene to control the big picture is the key. Good. This time, there will be a gathering of strong and elite people from 100 races. Don't make a fuss or make any noise. Understand? Before moving on, Yi Yu thought of one more thing and made it clear in advance. Before in the spirit of the abyss as the human race 5 forces meet, from the big picture aspect, are considered their own people as just. Everyone can understand a small child's doings. However, in front of the foreign races, his every move represented the pride of the human race, so he couldn't let anyone look down on him. Understood. Eldest brother, you said that all the 100 races will come, so will the human race come with people? Master Shinshui nodded in agreement, and after thinking about it, he wondered. Of course I will. Yi Yu nodded. The 100 races naturally included the human race, involving an emperor battle. The human race would definitely send at least one emperor realm to lead the honored ones, as well as the young elites to come and see the situation, saying that the beautiful name was to let the younger generations see the world, but in reality, it was to probe the reality of the other races. Then will Immortal Jade Sword come? Shinshui asked again. I don't know. Don't ask so many questions. Let's go. Hearing this name, Yi Yu glanced at her, interrupting her action to continue pursuing the matter, and headed out of the house. Unlike sneaking around by executing the buried sky law, he, as Raging Gun Yi Yu, was meant to act openly and honestly. Even in 10,000 Demon City, where demon hearts were on edge, the human king's Raging Gun's every move was still the center of attention. Even if there was no deliberate stalking,
The fact that angry Gun Yiyu had brought his little senior sister and stayed in the 100 Foxes family had spread throughout the city through word of mouth. Because of the fluctuations of the Emperor battle, the streets and alleys were filled with demons, as well as beings of all races. Under the eyes of everyone, Yiyu took Shinshui out of the inn and just rose into the air, flying in the direction of the burial demon valley. The king of men is on the move. Is this a visit to the scene to see what's going on? It's just nice to have the strength to fly when you want to. He arrived at 10,000 Demon City half a day early, so he couldn't have foreseen the change in the demon burial valley, right? Seeing this scene, the attention of the group of demons was drawn to it, and there was a lot of discussion. People haven't gone far yet. Don't talk about strong people. Be careful of trouble coming out of your mouth. There were countless cities and pools in the Tianxian continent, and the rules of each city and pool were different. For example, there are cities that are stopovers on trade routes that allow ships to dock. However, most of the cities and ponds within the city are not allowed to allow medium and large imperial air metaphysical weapons to act recklessly, and even prohibit imperial air, unless it is a strong person who has reached a certain realm. After all, power is honored, and the strong are the strong, and are to be privileged, but there is no concept of equality for all. As life was unfamiliar, Yiyu did not need to greet anyone and flew straight to the outside of the city. Only on the occasion of leaving the city, he still landed and passed through the city, because every city has a city guard formation, and if you want to enter and exit, you must pass through the city gate. Trespassing or forcibly breaking through would attract the operation and targeting of the city guard formation. Of course, there are also some divine abilities and techniques that are able to pass through the city guard formation, silently and without causing any backlash. For example, Yiyu's combination of the burial of the sky method and the self-divine walk. Leaving the city, Yiyu took out the small flowing sky airship, took his little sister on board and set off. As the flowing sky airship started up, a beam of light was suddenly shot out from the bow of the ship. Hiss, he's drawing routes again. This angry gun Heavenly Father is also too arrogant. In all the years I've lived, I've never seen anyone more arrogant than him. This is truly not putting my demon race in my eyes. When the demon race saw this scene, they were incomparably shocked and furious, but they dared not speak out, and could only complain in secret. The person who wanted to give a lesson to the angry gun Heavenly Father last time was the Golden Thunder Demon Father. This is only half a day. I am afraid that I am still recuperating, and I don't know if I have any improvement. This angry gun Heavenly Father's style of acting is really rampant. In the future, when you see him, it's better to avoid walking away, so as not to run into him. The beings of the various races that were mixed in with the masses were all fearful. In the Tianxian continent, a high profile required capital. Usually, the more arrogant and high profile a person is, it means that he is more bottomless and rampant. And if you mess with him and make him lose face, he will never let it go and must save face. When he grows up, I'm afraid the human race's racial ranking will rise. That's impossible. The ones ranked above the human race are the corpse demon race, and if you want to move up, you first have to pass the corpse demon hurdle. There are only 12 years left until the 100 races ranking battle. Even if his talent is strong, breaking through the Emperor realm will be just like that. What will he take to fight the corpse demon? He's just rampaging under the Emperor realm. If he breaks through to the Emperor realm, he definitely wouldn't dare to be like this. People read is more than right and wrong, although it is scrupulous, but also because of this, it is more likely to provoke targeting and nonsense. The various tribal beings are unbalanced in the heart. A meal of speculation. The weak are still talking. The strong are taking action. The demon zoons who showed up during the day showed up one after another. And after gathering and discussing to leave a few demon zoons to guard the city and maintain order, they went towards the burial demon valley in pairs to explore the situation. And the various clans did the same, wanting to see what had happened in the burial demon valley. They are not there to watch and be onlookers, but to gather intelligence and understand the situation at necessary moments. Inside the demon burial valley, under the 10,000 tribulation divine tree, a group of demons gathered together. However, it was only a moment's effort, and as the terrifying power gradually dissipated, some demon emperors went out to tally the losses. The Emperor Realm tree species are unharmed, and all tree species below the Emperor Realm are extinguished. There are also 867 divine envoys of the Venerable Realm who fell in this attack, and all divine envoys below the Venerable Realm are extinguished. There's a lot of dead and wounded. How can there be such a strong enemy? How is this going to be fought? The demon emperors were all subdued by the result. Just one round of attacks. With the divine tree lord's hand, it was still disastrous to such an extent. How terrifying should the enemy's strength be? For a moment, the almost fanatical beliefs of the demon emperors who had long ago thrown themselves into the arms of the immortal god sect under the solicitation and cultivation of the eternal demon emperor faltered. In fact, They had known for a long time that the gods in this world were not just the god tree, but also the existence of other gods and god envoys. Because of this, even if they had obtained the immortal divine power, the divine tree lord had told them to wait for the time and not to rush out to fight for the world. What dragon and soul races were not a threat to them at all, much less an opponent, and what they had to deal with were the divine ambassadors of the other gods. But what they never expected was to go out on a limb. They didn't even have the time to expand outward and make a big splash before they were backstabbed by the other divine ambassadors and suffered such heavy losses. Don't panic. The fact that the enemy is running away after a sneak attack means that he's not sure how to deal with us. And since the Emperor Realm Tree seat isn't dead, it's even more unlikely that we'll be killed by him. Seeing this scene, the Eternal Demon Emperor spoke in a deep voice. Yeah, he can't kill us. When these words came out, the Demon Emperors reacted as if they were waking up from a dream. There was a moment of panic, but they reacted. Immortal divine power was real. They had experienced this power a long time ago, and the reason why they were panicked and shaken was just that they had no way of accepting the brutal fact that even immortal divine power could die for a while. But now that they thought about it, if an enemy as powerful as this couldn't kill them, who else would be able to kill them under the heavens? As for the demon elders, they looked at each other in dismay, but they didn't dare to speak. This wasn't an occasion where they could say anything. The purpose of the enemy airstrip is to break through the mountain protection formation and make such a big noise to attract the 100 races to come. To the god tree, I implore instructions. The Eternal Demon Emperor, as the demon clan's patriarch, had a high position of power and strength, and had a comprehensive view of the big picture. He was more concerned with the enemy's calculations than his losses. The mountain guard formation was broken. The burial demon valley has been exposed. When the 100 tribes come to explore the situation, the existence of the divine tree will be exposed to the world. How to deal with the enemy is the key. Since we've been exposed, let's go on a killing spree. Before that, show the enemy that you are weak and invite him in, and let the 100 races fill in the gap after losing so many tree species. The indistinguishable but murderous voice of the 10,000 tribulation divine tree resounded. A killing spree. Hearing such an instruction, the demon emperors were all shaken and only felt like their blood was boiling. After thousands of years of waiting, is it finally time for the big kill? If it wasn't for the consideration that a small intolerance would cause a big mess, and that no Emperor Realm divine envoys were allowed to leave the burial demon valley, they would have already killed their way out and turned the continent upside down. The 100 races have come to attack, and they have come well. For a while, a frenzied look appeared on the faces of the demon emperors. I want dragon meat. The immortal demon emperor, a strange bird with sparse hair and a fierce and terrifying face, cracked his beak and likewise leapt into action. As early as that year's Heaven's Pride battle, he had wanted to defeat True Dragon, but he had ultimately restrained his impulses with the greater good in mind. After so many years had passed, he still couldn't forget the ugly face of the Dragon Clan's pride when they won. In the face of everyone's agitation, the Eternal Demon Emperor didn't make a sound, but only raised his head to look at the divine tree. The demon race has a divine realm behind it, and the other races have not tasted. This time, the divine city has been forcibly exposed in front of the people in the world, and it is really necessary for the 100 races to come to offend. And the situation is not optimistic. Only he even saw through this, but did not publicize, because there is no choice, only a loss, a glory. Immortal divine power is a double-edged sword, invincible against the enemy and unrivaled against oneself. The 100 clans spied on it, and although they would send strong men to come, they would not directly show up on the battlefield. Above the sky dome outside the demon clan's territory, countless fluctuations of spiritual awareness swept in like a typhoon. Strong people from all clans were exercising great divine powers and imperial techniques, spying from a distance apart, and there were also strong people who were rushing directly to the battlefield. Even if they weren't physically present, they were still closing the distance. The cities that were closer to the demon burial valley, the demon race venerables came to visit at the first opportunity. A giant eagle, which covered the sky, flew in from the sky, and before he could reach the battlefield, he was deeply shocked by the light in front of him. He only saw that the 10,000 demon forest he remembered was already changed into something unfamiliar. In front of him was a terrifying abyss that was so deep that it couldn't see the bottom, and the ghastly winds were howling like ghosts crying and wolves howling. As far as the eye could see, this abyss could not even be seen at a glance, as if it was a gateway to another bizarre world. The earth at the edge of the abyss was hardened and reshaped, like a basin sunken in, 10,000 feet shorter than the normal ground, but also bursting out a hideous scar. The earth was still collapsing, and countless sky-high trees were implicated by the mud and fell into the bottomless abyss. The earth was still disintegrating, and the broken earth was turned into yellow dust as soon as it was blown by the wind. The memory of the vast and boundless 10,000 demon forest had already disappeared, and the mountains had evaporated out of thin air.
as if they had never existed. What exactly happened in the 10,000 demon forest? A natural disaster? The giant eagle that excelled in speed and was the first to arrive because of its proximity saw this scene and only felt his soul trembling, its hairs sweating, and felt an unprecedented fear. What kind of greatness was this that shocked the heavens and earth, crying the ghosts and gods, countless times more tragic than the rumored battle of the patriarchs that had been fought for 3 days and 3 nights 5,600 years ago? Such destructive power is already beyond his cognition. The Emperor realm is not able to easily do this kind of thing, and he feels that it is impossible for anyone in this world to be able to do this kind of thing. The only thing that can be done is a heavenly disaster and an earthly calamity. He suspended in the air and stopped, did not dare to approach another step. The bottom of the abyss there is still a horrible power raging, that between the sky and the earth whistling wind, like a natural barrier. Strength is not enough to hastily approach the words, it will only be scraped to the bones or not left. It was hard to imagine what had happened to the 10,000 demon forest to turn it into this state. This time the commotion was so great that the world was shocked. At the same time, people were arriving from other directions one after another. They were not in the same place, but felt the same fear. The stronger the strength, the stronger the fear. Because they stand tall and see far, they are able to vaguely perceive the signs in the face of the unknown. However, all the powerful people with strength, who had detected the visions, with their confidence, all moved to come to want to see what was happening. However, the idlers stopped. Even the Zunshur realm didn't have the certainty to break through the abyss, and could only stop to peer and gather in the distance beyond the abyss, as if they were blocked out by a line. What's more, they have to be on guard at all times for fear of sudden changes in the abyss and dying. Because the distance was too far and they didn't know the ferocity inside, they didn't even dare to use their spiritual sense to probe, fearing that something would change. There were also demonic dudes who took out a yuan tool and used a strong force to push into the abyss, flying high above. However, before that thing flew far, it inexplicably disintegrated away, its corpse gone. Through such validation, everyone dared not make any more rash moves, even retreating 3 feet and pulling away. For a moment, everyone was frozen out and could only wait for changes, either waiting for a stronger person to arrive, or waiting for the forces ravaging the abyss to dissipate. In short, wanting a result, a truth. Just as the situation was at a standstill, suddenly one of the demon Zuns realized that he was touched by something, and a warm and calming sensation spread out. This demon sovereign retracted his gaze from the abyss and turned his head to look, just to realize that it was the faraway cursor that had shot up to his body. Someone's painting the route? Alarmed at this point, the demon sovereign was shocked and furious, only that he still stepped aside. He didn't know who the people who drew the lines were, but drawing the lines was synonymous with being strong and powerful. In fact, he wasn't the first one to step aside. There were many others who had sensed the cursor and had voluntarily stepped out of the way. It was better to do more than less. Everyone was here for the abyss. There was no need to clash with people. It was a blip that was quickly forgotten, as there was more than one cursor pointing to this place. What people were more concerned about than this kind of thing was the terrifying aura coming from above the sky dome. Those were the gazes and fluctuations of spiritual awareness cast by Emperor Realm powerhouses, who had long since gained insight into everything before they arrived. In the era of the coexistence of all races, it is important to take stock of the situation, whether to stand by and watch, or to get a share of the pie, as well as what level of powerhouse to be sent. It would not be a disadvantage to spy on the information beforehand. As time passed little by little, a huge airship that covered the sky, gorgeous and good-looking, appeared in the sky. The people from the Smoke and Rain building are here, so now we can find out what's going on. Seeing this scene, even the demon race was in an uplifting mood. The Smoke and Rain Tower was one of the most special forces in the Tianxian continent, often putting on sale all sorts of books and directories, and even creating many things that made people's lives easier. This power never clashes with people, and if your deeds are among the latest books and intelligence on sale in the Smoke and Rain building, he will give you a very substantial reward. If you do not wish to have your exploits publicized, you may not be paid, and Smokehouse will choose to redact your exploits. Only to refuse the reward is the right of the 10 strongest races. As for the races outside the 10, he will give the reward to you anyway, and it doesn't matter whether you want it or not. For casual cultivators, and most people, it was still cool to be able to have their deeds recorded and published as a book by the Smoke and Rain building, both in terms of lucrative pay and the reputation that would be proclaimed as a result. Although the Smoke and Rain building is a high-profile action, it is a low-profile thing. Arriving at the abyss is not in a hurry to enter the interior, but docked in the high altitude, just like a record keeper who is outside. After another half a day, a large figure with a cursor drawing a course was finally here. It was a small airship, not exactly imposing compared to the seats of the major demon exalted, but what it did was enough to overpower everything.
Many people saw this scene and recognized the origin.
The human race's 9 heavens pavilions flowing sky worship? Is this the human race imperial realm coming? How did it come so fast?
The demon exalted who were drawn out of their seclusion by the terrifying fluctuations of the demon burial valley did not understand the situation.
And when they saw this scene, their hearts were puzzled. The owner of this route is the angry gun Heavenly Father.
Although he is not in the Emperor realm,
he is better than the Emperor realm.
He suppressed a total of 14 demonic fathers,
led by the Golden Thunder Demon Father,
in the 10,000 demon city yesterday with his own strength.
In response to this query, he was given an awesome explanation by an enthusiastic fellow clan member.
The deeds of the previous generation's human king,
the angry lance heavenly exalt you,
who brought his junior sister to paint a route in the demon race,
pointing straight at the demon race's imperial city, 10,000 demon city, and suppressing 14 demon exalts, had already been spreading.
Although it took less than a day for the spread to reach the entire continent, many demon clans are receiving wind that they must not provoke the angry gun Heavenly Father.
Let him be arrogant. He's good enough for that anyway,
as long as he doesn't cause any trouble or mischief.
At the same time,
riding on the flowing sky airship, traveling at full speed,
consuming half a day,
you could be considered to have arrived at the 10,000 demon valley.
Eldest senior brother, aren't we going to the 10,000 demon forest? Why did we run to the spirit abyss?
Sure Xin Shui, who was eating a pastry in her hand,
accompanied by approaching,
was shocked by the sight before her as she was attracted a few steps forward.
The scenery in front of me is very similar to the spirit abyss,
except that there are no dark clouds that cover the sun and ravage the abyssal winds of heaven and earth.
This is the 10,000 demon forest. In the face of her shock,
Yu stood aside with his arms folded, looking at the scene in front of him. A grandeur clumped in his heart.
Is this my full power now? Not bad, because the 10,000 tribulation divine tree was able to move.
He was worried about the change and didn't dare to stay for long, not even being able to stay and admire his masterpiece.
But if you see it sooner or later,
there's no need to rush.
Don't you see it now?
Hearing his response and heartfelt voice, Shinshui looked at the endless abyss in front of him, and then looked back at the eldest senior brother, only feeling his brain buzzing and one's mind going numb.
Eldest brother's full force strike was too terrifying. Right. So many trees, so many mountains,
and so many rivers,
just gone?
At this moment, she was considered to have seen, in the true sense of the word,
just how invincible eldest brother was.
In the past, even though she knew that her eldest brother was very strong and had a hidden identity as a corpse demon, she had even seen the Emperor battle images and knew that her eldest brother was so powerful that even the Jintian Dragon Emperor was not a match for him.
But hearing is believing, seeing is believing, and she didn't have a very real sense of what was going on, only that it was very strong and powerful. It wasn't until now,
when she saw with her own eyes that her eldest senior brother's all-out strike had obliterated the 10,000 demon forest, and the earth had been torn apart and turned into a bottomless abyss, that she had a true concept of what was going on.
Look at this little expression on her face. Intimidated by my strength?
Yu looked at her dumbfounded reaction,
calm and collected on the surface,
but his heart was already blossoming with pleasure.
Invisible pretense, the most deadly.
Last night he did not tell his little sister what the result of that fireworks was,
just for this moment.
Eldest brother,
you're awesome.
Hearing his smug laughter,
Shinshui slowed down. An infinite bravado and pride welled up in his heart.
Although it was powerful to the point of being terrifying, eldest brother was still the same eldest brother.
In response to this compliment, Yu did not move and only transmitted his voice.
Junior sister,
although there is a formation soundproofing,
you still need to be careful with your words so that no one can read lips.
We are now onlookers who don't know the truth and have run to see the fun, not the culprits of the burying demon valley's mutation. Do you understand?
Oh,
receiving this transmission,
Shinshui nodded in understanding.
Eldest brother, we've arrived at the 10,000 demon forest. What do we do next? Spinning around,
she suppressed her excitement of adoration and admiration and looked down at the pastry in her hand before nibbling on it,
pretending to be an unknown onlooker.
Watch the show. Yu controlled the airship and hovered in the air without continuing forward.
There are so few people here.
All of them are desolate Saint Realm and venerable.
Why haven't the Emperor Realm people shown up yet? Is it because I've made too much of a commotion?
But this is good. The battle force of the Demon Burial Valley is mainly the Demon Emperor Realm.
It's good to weigh your strength before coming, so as not to give away your head. He cruised around,
taking in the whole scene, and also felt the fluctuations above the sky.
Undoubtedly,
the strongest members of the various clans were already sensing the abnormalities of the demon race.
Only,
all of them still maintained the practice of snooping from a safe distance,
not daring to act rashly.
Yu was looking at others, who were likewise looking at him. Seeing that he was staying out of the abyss like everyone else and not being a maverick,
they withdrew their gazes. Only, Yi Yu had long been accustomed to the attention of millions of people and did not care at all, waiting for the subsequent changes. The wait was always extraordinarily long, and Sure Xin Shui was supposed to be looking around to see the action, to see all the great and powerful people, as well as the people who were arriving one after another. Eldest brother, do you want to sit down for a while? But after watching for half an hour, Sure Shui always felt that he was tired of standing, walked into the edge of the airship protruding place to sit down, unfinished and not to the invitation, patted the empty seat beside him. In fact, she reached the consummation of the Tongqing realm. Just standing for half an hour will not be tired at all. It's just that waiting for a long time will be physically tiring. No need. Yi Yu glanced at her and said indifferently, aren't you tired of standing? Sure Shui looked around at the many empty seats and wondered why he had to stand. How can you get tired just standing there for a little while? And it's not very dignified to sit with a little kid. Yi Yu sniffed and didn't pay any attention to her, only muttering to himself in his heart. Hearing these heartfelt words, Sure Shui sort of understood that eldest brother was pretending to be an expert again. No, the eldest brother was originally a master. To be more precise, the eldest brother was maintaining a strong style and paying attention to the image. What to do? Should I stand up? But I'm not a master. Whatever, let's take a break. I didn't realize it was an old acquaintance who came first. Phoenix Clan still waiting to see what happens? After waiting for another moment, Yi Yu suddenly raised his eyes to the sky, only to see that above the cloudless dome of the sky, dark clouds covered the sky and the sun, and there was even rolling thunder resounding, as if a storm was coming. At the same time, the dome of the sky looked like it had cracked open a large, pitch-black hole, from which emanated a domineering, ancient and terrifying imperial might that shook the entire scene. This pressure was too terrifying, causing the wind and clouds to change, and the sky and earth to change color, and even more so, the powerful people in midair only felt like they were being crushed by a huge mountain, and all of them were crashing down to the ground, planting themselves on the ground. Facing this pressure, people only felt like their souls were about to perish, and their fleshly bodies couldn't withstand the trembling. There was no way for people to even raise their heads to look up to see what kind of god and what kind of face the powerful person above the dome of the sky was. This scene was as if a great emperor had descended and all beings knelt to greet him. This was the terror of the emperor realm, possessing the greatness of sweeping across the 8 wastelands and swallowing mountains and rivers. All beings were worshipping, and in the shattered void above the firmament, a great and terrifying figure that covered the sky was slowly emerging. The first emperor realm to show up was clearly the Jintian Dragon Emperor, who majored in the way of space and claimed to have the ultimate speed in the world. All 3 shifts are being delivered together, and to avoid any claims that I'm purposely breaking chapters, they're all coming together today. The 3 chapters add up to a total of over 10,000 words, so I hope you enjoy reading them, and I'm also begging for monthly votes and catch-up orders. The Jintian Dragon Emperor descended on the battlefield, that divine and majestic dragon body dominating the sky. In the face of the pilgrimage of all beings, he did not say a word, ignoring the feelings of the ants and just gazing at the abyss below. The exalted realm couldn't see the entirety of the battlefield at a glance, but he was able to take in the entirety of it. The strongest person in the ages, the Jintian Dragon Emperor, was above the pale sky, and those dragon eyes fell on the center of the abyss. There was a scarlet sphere there, with clumps of branches that wrapped around everything. It is as if it has existed since ancient times, but it is beyond heaven and earth. Its spiritual sense is not traceable, only visible to the naked eye, and it exudes an ominous aura. What is this? Is it the culprit that triggered the vision? Or perhaps someone tried to break the spherical tree body and failed. Seeing this scene, the Jintian Dragon Emperor fell into deep thought. The stronger the strength, the higher the perception. This endless abyss could only be done by at least an Empyrean realm great perfection erupting with infinite greatness, performing multiple Empyrean techniques, and bombarding with all their might. Whether it was the terrifying heavenly calamity brought about by the spherical tree body descending into the world, or the fact that there was an Emperor Realm Grandmaster attempting to attack and kill it, it showed how unusual it was. Is it a heaven-sent treasure similar to the Spirit Abyss? Or what? Jintian Dragon Emperor didn't act rashly. The reason why he moved to come was because the Dragon Clan detected the strange changes in the 10,000 Demon Forest Burial Demon Valley, but it was so far away that there was no way to see the whole picture with just his spiritual sense and scrying aptitude. Only, based on the estimation of the destructive power, the demon race's mutation this time was extraordinary. When the level of the Emperor Realm was involved, it was natural for the Emperor Realm to step in and find out the truth before making a decision. As he descended afterward, looking across the field, no one ascended beyond the borders of the abyss. Even Yi Yu controlled the airship in a low-profile manner and landed on the ground, not wanting to have an unnecessary conflict with him. Having said that,
He protected Shifu Xinshui from being crushed to the ground as well as kneeling in an invisible manner. This is too big. Shifu Xinshui sat at the edge of the airship, his head raised high, staring dazedly at the true dragon that covered the sky, even to the point of not being able to see the whole thing, his heart and mind shaken. Through her senior brother's heartfelt words, she knew that this was the Jintian Dragon Emperor, and because of that, it shook her to the point of no return. She had seen images of emperor battles, and had seen her eldest senior brother incarnate as a corpse demon fight against the Jintian Dragon Emperor, but across a mirror. Just by watching the video, she didn't feel how strong the Jintian Dragon Emperor was at all, and it felt just like that. Now that she had seen it with her own eyes, she realized just what kind of monster's eldest brother had been fighting in the first place. Before that, the people who were the first to arrive at the battlefield were so grand and imposing. Demon dunces from all sides showed up, as well as oddly shaped 100 races powerhouses, each of which looked like they were not to be messed with. However, the moment the Jintian Dragon Emperor appeared, he directly overpowered everyone, even to the point of bringing everyone to their knees. That terrifying aura was as if all beings were tiny ants before it, unable to take a hit. Truly thick blood and high defense. Before beating him like that did not hurt the bones. This is just how long to heal, but it is good. If the strength of the people who went out is not strong enough, it will only be to send ahead. The demon race emperor realms have all been sheltered by the immortal divine power. How strong is the battle power? Let the various races try their hands at it. It's best to take this opportunity to find out the truth about the Dragon Clan and see if there's a god realm presence behind the Dragon Clan. Yi Yu tilted his head and looked at the figure of the Jintian Dragon Emperor as he pondered in his heart. Regarding Jintian's arrival, he was actually not surprised. Rather, it was better to say that he had already guessed it. In the face of this sonorous and shocking change in the demon race, the strategy adopted by the dragon race was definitely to allow the Jintian Dragon Emperor to come and explore the situation. Because the demon race territory is the closest to the dragon race and phoenix race, and these three races are still inextricably linked in the ancient world, which can be described as an ancestral lineage. In reason, both the true Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan would take a high degree of importance to this matter. Only, even if the true Dragon Clan attached great importance to it and directly deployed the heaven-suppressing Dragon Emperor, just how much trouble it could bring to the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Tree was still an unknown. Back then, the Eternal Life Demon Emperor was a newcomer, but he had counter-killed the heaven-devouring Demon Emperor, who had been famous for many years, by virtue of his immortal body, as well as the scarlet silk thread. Meanwhile, only after the Jintian Dragon Emperor had identified the focus of the shocking change did his gaze roam away. Looking across the entire scene, his gaze was like two suns, flashing with divine light, and wherever it passed, nothing was hidden. Rage Gun Yi Yu. Has he broken through to the late stage of the heavenly exaltation realm? After making a round, only one group of people came to his attention. As for the others, they were all unheard of ants. True dragons were lonely and proud, viewing their bloodline as invincible and disdaining the company of subdragons. This was because they were well aware of the invulnerability of the 10,000 Laws true dragon body, as well as the power of the true Dragon Emperor technique. Throughout history, other than the Soul race, there had never been a race that was able to fight a true dragon in the same realm. This Rage Gun Yi Yu, as a human, was at the Earth King realm, crushing the contemporary strongest Dragon King of the true Dragon Clan, so it was evident that he had potential. Only, the Jintian Dragon Emperor merely scanned the circle before withdrawing his gaze and aura, no longer overwhelming the crowd. Although Yi Yu was not overwhelmed and knelt in worship like the others, all under the Emperor realm were ants. As a truly strong person, there was no need to bother too much with mole crickets. As the terrifying aura that was like a heavenly tilt converged away, everyone present was relieved and had long been sweating profusely. Until then, the people who didn't dare to breathe dared to breathe, looking up at the Dragon Emperor's true dragon with awe and fear. Many of the living beings present also saw the Corpse Devil and Jintian Dragon Emperor battle of the Emperor War video, had snickered in private. The true Dragon Clan is nothing more than that. 10,000 years ago, the strongest person on this? However, when they truly faced the Jintian Dragon Emperor, they truly saw the terror of the strongest person 10,000 years ago. It wasn't that the Jintian Dragon Emperor wasn't strong enough, but that the Corpse Demon was too strong to be able to suppress him the entire time. The beings who had once done something wrong and pointed their fingers at the Jintian Dragon Emperor only dared to steal a glance and avert their eyes, not daring to look at them more for fear of being seen to be in danger of being killed. Only, one wave has just subsided, not waiting for people to slow down and adjust. Boom! Suddenly, a red light so bright that it pierced the eyes and made it impossible for people to look directly at it emerged from the white sun in the sky. Only a round of red sun, wrapped in an aura that suppressed heaven and earth and was invincible in all worlds, erupted and rushed in with a heat wave that destroyed all things. That terrifying firelight. Wherever it passed, everything burned out. It was even more dazzling than the sun. It was like the sun falling on the earth, comparable to the end of the natural disaster. All the living beings only felt that they were shrouded by death, shivering, and everyone was in danger. The red sun passed through the abyss until it stopped falling in the near distance and hung in the air. Until then, the red sun showed its true appearance, but it was a ferocious bird that covered the sky. The whole body was burning with phoenix fire, and the horrible firelight made the space all twisted and churned. It didn't deliberately exude an aura or pressure, but that terrifying heat wave was frightening to all beings. Burning sun? The matriarch himself has come. The Phoenix clan is actually paying so much attention to this vision. It can't be that they know something inside, right? The Jintian Dragon Emperor, who was the first to arrive at the scene, waited for him to show his true form before he opened his mouth, his tone unkind. With these words, he also revealed the origin of this phoenix. The visitor was the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor, who was ranked 4th on the supreme ranking, and was also the patriarch of the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix clan intended to send out other emperor realms, but since the Dragon clan has allowed you to come, wouldn't it be a loss of face for you if you sent other descendants? In response to this heartbreaking statement without any evidence, the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor has known him for many years and resolved it with a single word. Originally, the Demon Tribe's vision. The Phoenix clan sent the mainstay level of the Emperor realm to find out the truth can be. But Jintian Dragon Emperor have come, if not sent the same level of strong, really appeared what treasure. Afraid of a mouthful of soup cannot drink. Count on your self-awareness. The Jintian Dragon Emperor was just a blind shot, and seeing that he didn't have any differences, he coldly said. In response to this taunt and blow, the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor ignored it, and cast his gaze towards the center of the abyss, seeing the spherical tree that was wrapped up in a hideous mass of scarlet roots, impermeable. Unlike spying in the Phoenix clan and being there in person, he was also noticing phenomena that could not be observed by his spiritual sense and divine ability, but only by the naked eye. Enemies who have known each other for a long time have long been aware of their respective minds. In the face of this situation, the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor likewise held his ground and did not act rashly. Only, after he showed up, Yi Yu's gaze was on them. Jintian, 9095. Burial reward, grade 9 treasure chest. Burning Sun, 20,821. Burial reward, grade 9 treasure chest. That head of the Stygian Flame Phoenix is not a coincidence. Seeing this scene, Yi Yu was puzzled. He realized that he still had a way to directly determine whether or not the various clans had god realms that were secretly supporting them. Most people's death countdowns were 9,088, and Jintian Dragon Emperor's death countdown meant that he had survived for 7 more days after the Tianqian catastrophe day erupted, which was already a fierce mess. Yet this burning sun was as high as 20,000 days, so it didn't take much thought to realize that it must have something odd about it. Only his death period is even longer, is at most a few more decades of survival than ordinary people. So it seems that the entire continent of the 100 races of living beings for the gods, but they are just pawns in the struggle with the other god realm. The reason that they hadn't realized this before was because the strongest members of the various clans were all gods and dragons, and unless they took the initiative to show themselves, one would have to spend a lot of time and energy to meet them. There is this kind of free time. He went to collect the body to bury people to take the treasure box. Enlightenment and cultivation to create the law to become strong is the top priority. After all, at that time, he was not invincible in the world. As strong people of the level of the Jintian Dragon Emperor and the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor appeared, strong people from other races, one after another, followed. It's not that the later the debut order, the weaker it is, but each race is spread out across the continent, and it takes time to get there even if you want to, because of the great momentum of these two appearances. In order not to be weak, the clans were also riveted to play, and the visions were frequent, like the descent of gods and devils. The Heavenly Tribulation Soul Emperor, who was ranked 3rd on the supreme ranking, had his imperial might explode out as his soul howled in fury, changing the color of the sky and the earth. The Shattered Star Ancient Emperor, who was ranked 5th on the supreme ranking, had no light in the sun or moon, like a meteorite descending from the sky, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth. The War Demon Shura Emperor, who ranked 6th on the supreme ranking, with his 3-headed and 6-armed body, set off a bloody storm that shook heaven and earth. And their secret rivalry as they made their entrance caused the onlookers in the audience to agonize and regret that they should not have come to see the fun. That said, there are still some people who are headstrong and feel no regrets in this life. Ordinary people who had spent their entire lives had never even seen the Emperor realm, but they had seen the strongest people who were at the top of the continent. That alone is enough for them to brag about for the rest of their lives if they make it out in one piece. After such a long time, the other races haven't come yet. They shouldn't be coming. It's time to see what condition this spherical tree body is in.
The Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor was one of the first great emperors to arrive, and after waiting for half a day, he opened his mouth when he saw that the moons had appeared. So far, the races ranked in the top 5 have all shown up. All of them are strong races with strong single combat power. As for the races in the bottom 5, they have not shown up late. No hurry. The Jintian Dragon Emperor did not concur, but instead signaled for everyone to wait a little longer. His pair of dragon eyes patrolling the 4 directions, inciting the heavens and the earth. Seeing this action, the other great emperors were guessing who he was looking for. The corpse demon of the corpse ghost clan. Before that, let's get rid of this group of mole crickets. A bunch of mole crickets dare to peer into the emperor realm. They really don't know how to die. The war demon Shura Emperor was a 3-headed, 6-armed body, with one of the heads with protruding fangs being rather grumpy, and looking at the people on the ground who had been watching the show, his heart was irritated and he felt that it was an eyesore. In his opinion, the unusual emperor realms were all wastes and dregs, not to mention the ants below the emperor realm. Phoenix Clan, the ancient clan have catnip, as the pavilion master guessed the same. Dragon Clan, Soul Clan, the Shura clan is normal, is really not supported by the gods, or hidden away? Yi Yu was pondering as he saw them all make their respective appearances like the 8 immortals crossing the sea. The number of gods, exactly how many, remains an unknown, but as of now, counting the spirit abyss and the demon race, there were already as many as 4, and that was certainly not all. But no matter how many gods there were, and one counted as one, he remembered them all, and sooner or later he would have to pay a visit. The 5 figures above the sky were all behemoths, and the human race was no longer even compared to the length of a hair in front of them. This group of big shots were talking, and the people who gathered around the abyss from all directions were all silenced, not even daring to use their spiritual sense to transmit sound to communicate secretly. Although the reaction of the vast majority of people was one of awe, Yi Yu was the only one who was very different. I wonder if the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Tree and the Eternal Demon Emperor are sweating right now when they see so many Emperor Realm Supreme beings. Seeing that all of the famous powerhouses on the supreme ranking had gathered together, Yi Yu was kinda proud of himself and had the satisfaction of a masterpiece, like sitting on a mountain and watching tigers fight. No hurry. Right at this moment, Yi Yu heard the words of the Jintian Dragon Emperor. Don't wait. Let's do it. The corpse demon won't show up until you're all dead. This Jintian is quite vindictive. It can't be that after escaping back, the more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and summarized the cause of his defeat and wanted to fight with me again. Right? Yi Yu noticed that Jintian Dragon Emperor was looking around as if he was waiting for someone to show up and flirted in his mind. He could tell at a glance that Jintian was waiting for himself to show up. Just as he was flirting, the words of the war demon Shura Emperor caused Yi Yu's mind to lurch. Before that, let's get rid of this group of mole crickets. A bunch of mole crickets dare to peer into the Emperor realm. They really don't know how to die. You want to clear the area? It's also good to put the youngest sister at a safer distance, so it'll be easier to strike then. He was treated like an ant, but Yi Yu didn't get angry and went along with it. Everyone's personality is different, and the OP's is even more so. Since the war demon Shura Emperor felt irritated at being surrounded by people and wanted to clear the scene, there was no need to cause trouble by cooperating with him. Thinking that, with a movement of his spiritual sense, he maneuvered the flowing sky battleship backward on the ground. But before he could retreat farther, the war demon Shura Emperor suddenly struck, and without waiting for the other great emperors, he raised his arm and swung it violently. Whoa! Swinging his arm horizontally, a terrifying and incomparable blood-colored hurricane erupted between heaven and earth, bursting out with ghostly cries and howling air-breaking noises as it swept away. How terrifying was the power of the 6th strongest person in the world. Waving his arm and fanning himself, a demon Zune couldn't even fend it off in time. And when he was hit by the wind it was as if he had been hit by a huge mountain, and he flew out directly backwards, splattering blood in the air. This was the case for the demon elders, and when the desolate Sate realm cultivators were swept up by the hurricane, they directly rolled their eyes and fainted on the spot, being blown away like dead dogs. In the midst of the hurricane, the small flowing sky airship that was retreating endured the impact of such a hurricane, as if it had hit a reef while traveling, and let out a roar as the ship protection formation was automatically triggered by the attack. And the streams of light burst into flames. The Scarlet Hurricane was like an indiscriminate, wide-ranging bulldozer sweeping across the landscape, clearing away everything in its path. In the midst of the gale, only the airship Yi Yu was in was spared. This airship was built by the Nine Heavens Pavilion with a lot of energy and effort after Yi Yu won the championship at the Human King battle. Although it is small, but what is condensed is the essence. The full-speed flight is comparable to the Emperor level, and it is also able to withstand the attack of the Emperor realm in a short period of time. This is much more comfortable. Seeing that the field of vision became empty all of a sudden, War Demon Shura Emperor was satisfied. War Demon. What do you mean by that? Lawlessness? When the Jintian Dragon Emperor saw this scene, he didn't bother to stop it, but only questioned in a cold voice. As the initiator and leader of the law of coexistence of all races, it was necessary for him to condemn all those who violated the rules. Jintian. They spied on us first. What's wrong with me driving them away? It's not like I killed anyone. They're just a little hurt at best. And wouldn't it be easier for you to find someone if you got rid of them? In the face of this condemnation, the War Demon Shura Emperor was expected. 3 heads and 3 mouths. You a sentence and I a sentence defense. Seeing his sophistry, the other Emperor Realm Supreme beings all looked on coldly without expressing any opinions. If this group of mole crickets had dared to spy on their existence 10,000 years ago, they would have died long ago, and now they were merely driving people away, which was already very merciful. The Jintian Dragon Emperor looked at him and felt that this was not unreasonable, and the world was indeed much cleaner after this round of sweeping. War Demon. You can't do this either. But you didn't drive away all of them. But you even missed one. The Celestial Plague Soul Emperor cruised away, feeling his vision open up much more, but also noticing the empty ground and a spaceship. Teasingly. That's not true. Heavenly tribulation. You don't understand the War Demon. He's clearly recognizing that the owner of that airship is the Raging Pistol EU, who has claimed to have the stature of a great emperor before he purposely stayed his hand. It's even if you injure an ordinary person. If you injure the human race's pride of heaven, that would be a bad thing. The Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor disagreed with him and spoke for the War Demon. The leaders of the various clans knew the situation on the continent like the back of their hands, and at a glance, they could tell that the pattern on that airship was the symbol of the 9 Heavens Pavilion of the human race. War Demon. I haven't seen you for many years. I didn't expect that your strength has increased again, and that your control of power can be as meticulous as this. I admire you. The Shattered Star Ancient Emperor also chimed in. The crowd appeared to be helping the War Demon speak, but how they looked at it was all shady, and one was more angry than the other. Get out! Being teased and mocked by the crowd playfully, the War Demon Cultivator Emperor's fangs protruding head, which was already of violent temper, couldn't bear it anymore and extended his hand to slap at the airship to send it flying. In the nick of time, the void around the flowing sky airship suddenly became fixed and then collapsed, and it was as if the heavens and earth had turned into an abyss. This strike by the War Demon struck into the abyss, but it was like striking into a bottomless pit. All power was swallowed up and dissolved between touching the airship. War Demon, what is the reason for your move? At the same time, a stooped figure walked out of the void, crane hair and white beard, hunchbacked and walking, its voice vicissitudes and low, but the majesty and anger. The person who appeared was clearly the contemporary pavilion master of the 9 Heavens Pavilion, the profound Sky Emperor, Zhu Yuan. This place is crowded with Emperor realms. It's dangerous for him to stay here as a venerable. I'm sending him away for his own good so that he doesn't get caught in the crossfire. The War Demon Shura Emperor was righteous in the face of this questioning. So that's how it is. Then I thank the War Demon Shura Emperor for his help, and for today's great kindness. The 9 Heavens Pavilion and the human race will surely double it in the coming days. Zhu Yuan saw that he had his eyes open and nodded in understanding, arching his hand and smiling. Seeing his smiling face, the War Demon Shura Emperor's face sank and his body tensed, wanting to let him know who he was talking to, but right at this moment, the sky dome behind the flowing sky battleship silently emerged a figure, all of which were at the Emperor realm. The 4 figures were all old and colorful, but they were imposing. These people were all great emperors of the 9 Heavens Pavilion, and each of them had once shaken the continent with fame and created many illustrious battles. Profound Sky, take your people and leave. Your holiness will only get in the way if he stays here. Seeing this scene, the Jintian Dragon Emperor couldn't stand to watch and opened his mouth. They had come on this trip for the demon race's mutation, and having them thunderously fight it out was simply a waste of time. Farewell. Seeing his words, Zhu Yuan didn't intend to stay for long. He just arched his hand to bid farewell to all the Emperor Realm Supreme beings, reached out his hand to transform it into a gigantic hand in the sky, grabbed the airship and turned to leave. As Yi Yu got out of danger, the 4 Emperor realms that pressed the scene also turned around and left, not speaking since the beginning. The War Demon Shura Emperor didn't stop him because the Jintian Dragon Emperor had given his word, so it would be too disrespectful to make another move. After flying out a meal distance, Zhu Yuan put away his divine ability and came to the airship. All of the strong imperial realms of the 9 Heavens Pavilion have come, and to create such a big battle, the Pavilion Master has gone to too much trouble. Greetings to the Pavilion Master, all the ancestors, and many thanks to all the seniors for saving the formation. Yi Yu was both touched and helpless when he saw the 5 old men show up and bowed his head in salute. It wasn't that easy to be the first generation of the 9 Heavens Pavilion. The minimum requirement was the middle stage. Reaching this realm,
They had long been transcendent, regardless of affairs, and would only show up for major events that jeopardized the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Greetings to the Pavilion Master.
All the ancestors.
Shinshui realized that this group of old men were all at the Emperor realm, and immediately was bowing low to perform a great salute. Elder Yi, you're carrying the future in hopes of the Nine Heavens Pavilion and the human race on your back, so you have to wait for the right time.
Zhu Yuan looked Yi Yu up and down,
stroked his beard, and after taking a long breath of turbid air, said in a serious tone, noticing the strange change in the demon race's 10,000 demon forest, he guessed at the first moment that this change might be related to Yi Yu, and immediately woke up the ancestors of the Nine Heavens Pavilion, and all of them rushed over to save the people.
Fortunately, Yi Yu did not have an accident. If something happened, the Nine Heavens Pavilion could not afford this loss.
Looking at the entire continent, the human race was one of the races with the highest number of emperor realms,
with enough numbers to rank in the top 3.
But on the strength of single combat, it is not as strong as the strong clans at the forefront, especially the Dragon Clan and the Soul Clan, which is the double king that presses on the head of the 100 clans.
Because of this, a supreme demon like Yi Yu,
who was able to cross the boundaries of races and even defeat a true dragon,
could be able to stand up to several great emperors by himself. Yes, Yi Yu actually wanted to say that he would be fine, but with elders lecturing,
it was best to listen obediently. To be attacked by an Emperor Realm Supreme being and still be in danger.
Elder Yi is truly young and talented. Running this far,
you're really not afraid of death.
Thanks to the Pavilion Master's speed being fast enough. Otherwise you'd be in danger.
It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Wait until you break through to the great circle of the Emperor Realm before you up that war demon Shura Emperor. You're really scary.
After returning to the Nine Heavens Pavilion this time,
you'll have to cultivate properly. The ancestors saw that he was young and proud, but his attitude of honoring his teacher was very satisfying. All of them praised and also laughed and cursed. It was not in vain that they had come from thousands of miles to save him.
Pavilion Master, all of you first generation. I can't go back yet. Why don't you guys go back first?
Facing the nagging of this group of old elders,
Yi Yu realized that they were planning to directly take themselves back to the Nine Heavens Pavilion,
although it was a feeling of anachronism, but still said,
why?
Zhu Yuan respected him and was puzzled to see him in this attitude.
I actually set this up.
Yi Yu knew in his heart that this group of old elders had traveled thousands of miles to come over to save the day, and it was impossible to put it off in a few words,
and after thinking about it, he deliberated on what to say, and then explained. Layout?
When Zhu Yuan heard these words, he was genuinely subdued by them.
Not only him,
but even the 4 ancestors who had lived for an unknown number of years and had long been accustomed to seeing all sorts of great scenes were also looking at each other in dismay.
Laying out and calculating were one and the same. Elder Yi, a venerable, was calculating 5 Emperor Realm Supreme beings? That's a long time to live. I have to find a way to get them to go back. With 5 emperors watching, how am I supposed to run over there and cause trouble in the guise of a corpse demon? Or should I just show them my hand? Did you ancestors know about the conspiracy of the demon race to be contaminated? Seeing their shocked and unbelievable reactions, Yi Yu asked as he thought about it. The demon race has a conspiracy? What conspiracy? When these words came out, the 4 ancestors were all puzzled and curious.
Lord of the court,
did you not tell the ancestors?
Yi Yu did not expect them to even know about this and looked at the Pavilion Master.
They are in seclusion on weekdays,
and the conspiracy of the demon race is still just speculation.
There is no need to alarm them without more conclusive evidence.
Zhu Yuan didn't panic in the face of his old friend's stares and calmly said,
wait, is this something she can listen to?
Just then, one of the ancestors noticed Shinshui next to him and called out to stop. They are all old farts, and no matter involving race can be trivial.
The matter is important. Cannot let a little girl know. Not afraid of what she can do,
but afraid that her mind is immature and her strength is not enough to keep the secret. It's not unreasonable for adults to talk and children to leave the room.
In a flash, 5 gazes were cast on Shinshui's body. Zhu Yuan as the Pavilion Master,
for her things are known. This is the small disciple received by Elder Feng of the Great Sage of the Peace.
Extraordinary physique, unlimited potential.
Elder Yi to this little sister.
Extra favor.
Others had no concept of it.
Reaching their level,
they had long been transcendent,
either in seclusion or in seclusion.
Being stared at by 5 emperor realms, Shinshui shrunk his head.
Nervous. Ancestors, this is my junior sister, Shinshui, whose physique is even more transcendent than the Taiyu divine physique.
It was she who discerned the oddities of the spirit crystal,
arousing my suspicions and thus discovering the intrigue and danger behind it. Right at this moment,
Yi Yu introduced himself as he dropped his hand sideways and pressed one hand on Shinshui's head.
It's a rare opportunity, so it's a good time to introduce little sister to the ancestors.
Carefully, It seems that she reached the passage realm perfection when she was around 10 years old.
This son is exceptionally gifted and has a divine body to protect him. In time, he will become a great emperor. This little girl is so handsome. She's a match made in heaven for you. Your master is really good at taking on disciples. The 4 ancestors were impressed when they learned of Shifu Xinshui's physique,
measuring and scrutinizing it with all their hearts.
What a match made in heaven. Don't all old people like to order lovebirds? Really, Xing? You think it's okay for her to hear?
Zhu Yuan had long known that Shi Xinshui's physique was unusual, and did not expect there to be this illusion.
Asking thoughtfully, that's okay. Since Elder Yi has endorsed her, let her stay here. Elder Yi, what did you mean by layout just now? Receiving an affirmative reply, Zhu Yuan made a decision, and then he asked solemnly, layout, which implies calculation, usually also means gain. Although the matter of an exalted realm counting on an emperor realm supreme that stood at the apex of the Tianxian continent was simply appalling, but this was after all the work of Elder Yi, and even if there was a more heaven-defying feat, it wasn't surprising. Before explaining the layout, please also take a look at this. This is the scene I captured when I sneaked into the buried demon valley with my little sister. Yi Yu saw that he was anxious, and with a gentle smile he took out the phantom mirror and played the image for them. Looks like the necromancer isn't coming. Time to explore that ball. Having thoroughly driven away the idle people, the burning sun Phoenix Emperor saw the 9 Heavens Pavilion's airship far away, and waited for a while longer, getting a bit impatient. That necromancer is a god and has no fixed residence. It only shows up when someone is dead, so maybe it didn't even intend to come. The Heavenly Calamity Soul Emperor also chimed in, being quite knowledgeable about necromancers. After waiting for such a long time, the Demon Emperor realm has not yet shown up. I'm afraid that something has changed, so let's do it. When Jintian Dragon Emperor thought about it carefully, he was right. It wasn't a solution to just die and wait, but he wasn't willing to admit that he was waiting for the corpse demon. These words were also true. After such a big event had happened, the demon clan didn't even have a single emperor realm showing up. At most, it was a demon zone. It was very fishy, even if you know that you are not as powerful as others. This is after all the territory of the demon clan. You should always show up and show your attitude. But he waited until he gave up waiting. But no one picked up the slack, instead looking at each other. Everyone was clear-eyed. This abyss underneath was at least an emperor realm great perfection erupting with full power and casting emperor art several times before it was possible to cause damage on this scale. The reason why the crowd was willing to accompany Jintian and wait for so long was because they were waiting for him to lead the way and a dragon to take the lead. Seeing through their faces and minds, the Jintian Dragon Emperor let out a cold snort, fearless of all plots and tricks, and immediately struck out. In the next moment, the sky-shadowing dragon tail transformed into a heaven-zapping greatsword and chopped through the air, a blade chi that ran through heaven and earth, cutting straight at the sphere that was coiled in a mass of tree roots, accompanied by a heavenly earthquake. Unexpectedly, the sphere was directly cracked open with a large mouth. The expected scene of a single strike being unable to break through and at least a few Emperor Realm Supreme beings combining their efforts to bombard the area did not appear. The gaping hole, emitting a scarlet glow, looked like another world. Spiritual sense probed, but it was useless. In the perspective of spiritual sense, the sphere was as if it did not exist. Let's go. Let's see what's going on with this ball, and where the demon race's Emperor Realm has gone. Only, when the Jintian Dragon Emperor saw this scene, he nonchalantly led the way. The truly strong are all thunder and lightning style, no matter what plotting and scheming, a hand across the push of it, majoring in the way of space. Unless he was trapping himself as well in order to trap the corpse demon like he did before. If not, the heavens and the earth could all go. In his opinion, this sphere was similar to the spirit abyss. Both were forbidden places or secret realms that formed their own small worlds. Perhaps this kind of unknown zone might be hiding some kind of danger, but strong people who were able to reach their height never had the idea of being afraid. Seeing his movements, the other 4 Emperor Realm Supreme beings no longer hesitated and followed. The gap that the tree ball was blasted out of wasn't big. About the size of 10,000 meters, not big enough to accommodate the body inside. In response, the Jintian Dragon Emperor didn't continue to go blasting away. Instead, he shrunk his body into a 10,000 meter long true dragon. This was the limit of his tolerance for his own size. If he got any smaller, then he wouldn't look godly enough. The other Emperor Realm Supreme beings similarly shrunk in size, except that all of them were keeping a watchful eye and did not enter with their entire body, but only a part of their body probed in. Being careful is not yet known. Whether the spherical tree body is a piece of treasure land or a murderous land is still unknown. If they can, they want to use their spiritual sense to probe. But the spiritual sense is useless to the spherical tree body, so they can only rely on the naked eye. Entering at the same time, The 5 Emperor Realm Supreme Beings were finally able to see the face inside the tree cave. It was a world made up of trees, with roots running all over the place, no sky or earth in sight, and incomparably empty. Looking around, the space was extremely vast and endless, conservatively estimated to be hundreds of thousands of miles away. Between heaven and earth, there were still scarlet fallen leaves flying, making the world look particularly desolate and lonely. And at the end of the small world, there was a great and mysterious sky-high tree that stood above the earth. Its leaves were scarlet with 9 palms. Its crown was dense, and it bore a dozen or so huge fruits emitting a scarlet halo, and the light was so bright that it was like a small sun, illuminating this small world. After roughly scanning the circle and failing to perceive any aura of living beings, all of the gazes of the Emperor Realm were focused together, sizing up the fruit on that giant tree in the sky. They didn't know what kind of fruit it was or what it did, but the fact that this tree was so divine that it could form a small world of its own and bear only 13 fruits was a sign of rarity. Only, no one acted rashly because the abyss outside was still fresh in their minds, and the fact that the demon imperial realms were still nowhere to be found seemed too fishy. All signs point to the fact that this place is not as peaceful and calm as it seems, and that there is a hidden danger. When the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor saw that tree, he was outwardly cloudy, but inwardly he was unable to calm down and his heart was not in a good place. As early as when he saw the full picture, he recognized that this was the 10,000 Thunders divine tree. Finally realizing the change in the demon race, the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor tensed his mind as if he was facing a great enemy, sinking his sea of consciousness into his body, his head suddenly exploding open, wanting to give up a portion of his body and pull back. But when his head exploded, trying to control the headless body that was outside of the cave, he lifted his wings and swung his wings, erupting into extreme speed to leave. There was a sudden change, and he was directly crashing into a wall of trees. Boom! At some point, the scarlet tree roots had long been intertwined and coiled, cutting off the path of retreat. Burning Sun, what the hell? With this sudden change, the Jintian Dragon Emperor reacted at the first opportunity, and seeing that the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor's head exploded, and his headless body even crashed into the tree wall, he immediately sensed the situation. It's not right. The Burning Sun seems to recognize the origin of this tree, and it is extremely dangerous. So dangerous that the phoenix with 2 lives will break its head to survive and evacuate it the first time, before the other Emperor Realm Supreme Beings could make a sound. The red flames covering the surface of the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor's body turned into pitch-black flames, and even more so, he erupted with unparalleled strength, attempting to destroy the wall of trees that was blocking his back path. Each strand of flame from that pitch-black blaze exuded a bizarre and ominous aura of death, as if it was capable of incinerating everything in the world, and when it rushed over the wall of trees, the fire instantly spread out to incinerate everything. Yet the wall of trees blocking the way, even though one layer had been burned, there was another layer inside, as if it were endless. Seeing the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor's fearful flight and his back path blocked, the other Emperor Realm Supreme Beings also reacted with divine speed, and one after another, they were all casting their divine abilities in an attempt to evacuate. Only, all have failed. Jintian Dragon Emperor exerted the power of space that he was famous for, but he could not rush out. The space of this heaven and earth was blocked, completely cutting off the connection with the outside world, and they had no way to retreat. That's a real windfall. At the same time, an indistinguishable, majestic and loud voice suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. The voice couldn't find its source, and it rang out abruptly in the void. 3 more to go. Another day of Nichimen. Asking for subscriptions and monthly votes. There were too many things that happened in a flash, but none of the Emperor Realm Supreme Beings who could stand at the very top of the continent, overlooking the living world, were good. With just a glance, the Jintian Dragon Emperor saw the situation clearly. The Phoenix Fire had been red from ancient times, representing the purest flame, and the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor's black flame was very strange. Their group of Emperor Realm Supreme Beings were like prey that had fallen into the enemy's trap, and that giant tree in the sky was dangerous, cutting off the back road and coming from a bad place. Burning Sun, what is the origin of that tree? The Jintian Dragon Emperor's words were calm, ignoring the voice of unknown origin, wanting to get the full picture of his enemy. Knowing one's enemy and knowing oneself, one could win 100 battles, and this truth was crucial for strong people at their level. The more you know about the enemy, the more you have to deal with it. I don't know, but I have a feeling it's dangerous. The Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor, who had transformed into a black flame phoenix, gave up on forcing a breakout after many attempts, and his head, which had blown apart, with blood and flesh flying across it, regrouped to form a head again. Responding. The recovery ability of the Emperor Realm is extremely heavenly, able to recover in the twinkling of an eye and regroup the physical body, just with the same level of strong fighting. If you are seriously injured,
The enemy's power will be like a gangrene-like invasion of the body entrenched in the wound to prevent self-healing.
Unless it is able to quickly remove the enemy's power.
Or else want to recover from it is not so easy. The Jintian Dragon Emperor snorted coldly,
dissatisfied with such an answer, seeing that he was insincere, but didn't ask any more questions, only acting as if he was facing a great enemy,
breaking his tail to escape,
and even directly erupting into a black flame that no one knew about.
Such an intense reaction could not be explained by a single sentence of sensing danger.
Nonsense, with the way you just reacted. Who couldn't tell it was dangerous?
The war demon Shura Emperor was not a good-tempered person, especially with that head whose fangs protruded from the side of his mouth,
and immediately cursed. Having said that,
such an intense reaction from the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor was a reminder to everyone that the danger level of that sky-high giant tree was unprecedented.
To know, Burning Sun's strength was extremely strong, even against the 10,000 law-inviolable dragons.
There had never been such a loss of composure.
After all, there were 2 lives. War demon, do you think I'm a human? Dare to talk to me like this?
The Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor, who was already erupting with black flames, was instantly displeased by his cursing.
If Xintian scolded him a few times, it would be fine,
but the district Shura clan dared to scream in front of him.
We'll argue when we get out.
First we'll cut down that tree. The Jintian Dragon Emperor disliked unnecessary bickering and made his attitude clear.
Xintian, I didn't think that we would still have a day to work together.
The Heavenly Tribulation Soul Emperor was likewise too lazy to argue. Without a physical body and resembling a mass of shadows, he flirted with laughter in a clinical manner. The Tianxian continent had a prevalent saying from ancient times that if the true Dragon Clan and the Soul Clan joined forces,
there would be no more enemies.
But that was just empty words,
because the Dragon and Soul Clans had a blood feud,
and both hated each other to death.
In response to this flirtation, the Jintian Dragon Emperor didn't even bother to give him a second glance, fully concentrating and remaining vigilant as he inspected the heavens and earth, especially locking onto the scarlet ancient tree at the end of the earth.
They are not fond of each other and never want to work together,
but as bitter enemies,
they both know each other's character very well.
Even if they were to fight to the death, they would have to rule out enemies of unknown origin before saying anything,
and after countless years of fighting, they would not allow a situation where a foreign army would rise out of nowhere.
As the words fell, they didn't even need to transmit their voice communication and dialogue.
They had a heartfelt feeling as they erupted their power together and blasted towards the tree wall at the back.
Dragon thunder descended from the sky, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. The soul arm turns into a sword, and the sun and moon sink.
The divine light was 10,000 feet. The explosive roar that resounded through the heaven and earth was wrapped in an abyssal and oceanic explosion of power. The power of the divine ability and the Tao of war erupted together. Unlike the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor's fire that burned all over the sky, the place of their attack was completely consistent. To break the surface with a point, even though they were huge, they only needed a small gap to open a connection with the outside world to be able to get out. Although fleeing without a fight is not in the style of a strong man,
but the enemy's details are unknown. And if you know that you have entered the enemy's trap and still don't know it, then it is too stupid.
This was the greatness of an Emperor Realm Supreme Being.
The tree wall was hardened and dented,
and the scarlet tree roots burst open.
Seeing this,
the other Emperor Realm Supreme Beings also reacted,
striking out one after another, wanting to forcefully break out. However, just like what happened to the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor, no matter how terrifyingly powerful they erupted, the wall of trees was like endless. Digging through one layer, there was still another layer inside, and it simply couldn't be pierced through. Kalala. At the same time, the dome of the sky above the roots of the tree that can cover up all the spiritual sense probing, is suddenly gathered together, accompanied by a heart-stopping tremor sound, as if it is to open up the clouds and fog to see the sky. A ghastly and magnificent figure, with an aura like a rainbow, covering the sky and the sun, was overriding the sky, appearing in the world. They erupted a terrifying aura. Surprisingly, all of them were at the Emperor Realm.
When a sudden change occurred, the 5 Emperor Realm Supreme Beings all tilted their heads to look at the sky, and they saw more than 30 Emperor Realms,
led by eternal life and immortality. Save your strength. It's a boundary wall. No one can get in or out.
The Eternal Demon Emperor was a strange bird with sparse hair,
a horrifying face, a sharp beak like a barb,
brown skin that was also covered with scarlet textures, and a size that covered the sky. His words were arrogant,
condescending, and emboldened,
as if he was in the posture of a winner.
Isn't this the ungrateful Eternal Demon Emperor? I told you where you went, so here you are. Seeing those 30-odd figures, all of which exuded the aura of the Emperor Realm, the Jintian Dragon Emperor let out a cold snort and stopped his breakout. Learning that it was the boundary wall, he sort of realized what the hell this wall of trees was. If this was really a boundary wall,
Then I'm afraid that this tree wall was just like the wall of that small world in Spirit Abyss,
isolated and independent from the world. If you want to enter the Spirit Abyss, you can only pass through the entrances and exits.
As for the hard penetration from other places,
it is impossible. In other words, if they wanted to break out, they had to find an exit. Whatever you say, you all have to die today anyway.
The Eternal Demon Emperor scoffed at such an aim.
What ingratitude!
That heaven-devouring demon emperor didn't cultivate him for no purpose but to train him as a fighter.
Just you guys? The Jintian Dragon Emperor was amused by these words and disdained them when he saw his untouchable face.
The 5 emperor realms on their side could be the top of the supreme list,
holding the strongest means and bottom power of each tribe.
The other side was only more than 30 demon emperor realms. It was hard to say which side was outnumbered.
Just us. The Eternal Demon Emperor laughed morosely and coldly. Tit for tat. With the divine tree at his back and the power of the immortal god, even if he was the strongest dragon emperor 10,000 years ago, he would all have to die. Kill them all. Just then,
the 10,000 sacred tree gave an order.
Whatever it is, it's best to get it over with quickly,
because the longer it drags on,
it's only going to create complications. Kill them all. Hearing the divine tree's order,
the Eternal Demon Emperor also stopped talking nonsense and charged ahead of the bird.
Seeing this,
the other demon emperors similarly initiated without hesitation.
Do you guys really want to be my enemies? At the same time, the Jintian Dragon Emperor's size climbed up, and in the blink of an eye,
it changed from being 1,000 meters long, back to a divine martial true dragon that covered the sky and dominated the sky horizontally.
And it even opened its mouth, letting out a deafening, arrogant dragon roar that looked down on the heavens and the earth.
This dragon's roar seemed to be able to spread to the deepest part of the soul,
causing the most primal fear in the human heart. This voice,
representing the supreme existence at the top of the biological chain,
was heard by all the races in the world.
The dragon and demon races were the same in the past,
and the lead in bloodline and position is even more deeply rooted,
and is the ultimate fear engraved into the deepest part of the body.
However, when the 30-odd demon emperors faced the dragon's roar, their movements only paused for a split second, and they unexpectedly erupted with an even more terrifying aura. If it was in the past,
the demon race removed the heavenly tiger,
the nine-tailed fox this level of branch,
the other demon race, even if they were talented enough to break through to the emperor realm, they would not dare to have the courage to challenge the true dragon in their lifetime. But this was not the same as in the past. They had the divine tree at their backs, and the power of the immortal gods to rely on. They had just experienced the horror of being attacked by other divine messengers, yet they were unharmed,
and their belief in immortality was already deeply rooted. So what if it was a true dragon?
Kill it as usual.
To them,
the only enemies were rivals at the same level, and that was the divine ambassadors of other gods. Jintian Dragon Emperor found that the dragon bellowing that was invariably unfavorable to the demon race did not work, and this group of demon race did not know what kind of evil they had been hit by, but they were actually brazen,
shaking their bodies,
and the power of the void that was as black as ink shrouded their bodies,
and they were directly in the strongest state.
The imperial battle was instant, and the two sides were directly mixed up into a ball.
In an instant, the sky shook and the earth moved, divine light exploded,
and surging and endless imperial power raged and stormed between heaven and earth.
Even though he couldn't escape this small world, it didn't mean that Jintian Dragon Emperor's spatial way was sealed.
This world could be different from the prison of beings which was so small, but was incomparably vast, and the larger the scope, the larger his stage.
In the heavens and the world, only the dragon reigns supreme, daring to challenge the true dragon. You're asking for death. The Jintian Dragon Emperor leaned his back against the void,
and between one of his dragon claws, void turbulence erupted directly from his opponent's body,
instantly killing an early-stage Emperor Realm Demon Emperor in a display of thunderous means. Die!
The heavenly tribulation soul emperor's words, just this one word, were a sword that opened up the heavens,
destroying everything wherever the sword energy passed. Out of your depth.
The burning sun Phoenix Emperor was only being scornful of that tree, knowing full well the origins of this group of demon emperors.
He let out a cold snort and his black flames rose to the heavens. Only, his black phoenix fire had just erupted, and before it could sweep across the entire field,
it was surrounded by scarlet tree roots. This burning sun Phoenix Emperor is afraid that he'll have to suffocate to death,
being targeted by the 10,000 sorrows divine tree. Meanwhile, in a certain open space in the vast world,
Yi Yu could not help but sigh when he saw the scene.
Actually, he came in a long time ago, following everyone else.
He returned alone after explaining the situation to his fellow elders,
and as for how he convinced everyone,
it was naturally by relying on his burial heaven method of sneaking into the burial demon valley without being discovered. As for the youngest senior sister, she was left on the ship for him to let the pavilion master look after her for a while.
He had actually considered directly appearing as a corpse demon,
but for the sake of insurance, He chose to hide his form and wait for the time to observe the situation. The 10,000 Pillars Divine Tree specially stepped in to block the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor's attack, which means that the Phoenix clan's Black Divine Flame is indeed the best means of restraining the immortal divine power. The Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor, this level of powerhouse. With the Black Flame, I'm afraid there is no way to burn the tree. This 10,000 sacrifices divine tree is difficult enough. Defense is so high. The blood bar is not generally thick. The recovery speed is also huge fast. But it didn't directly strike to kill. It didn't even attack Xintian, but relied on this group of subordinates of Yongxing to kill the enemy. Why is that? Is it that it can't kill before the day of the Tianqian disaster? Or is it practicing? Or is it deliberately holding back? Yi Yu didn't have any thoughts of gloating. Instead, he was observing the situation of the battlefield, especially keeping a close eye on the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Tree. The defense of the 10,000 Thunders Divine Tree was outrageous. Even though his previous all-out strike plus a combo had hardened through the defense, directly destroying the Burial Demon Valley. But in truth, the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Tree was gullible at the time, only using its roots to form a wall to block the attack. Just a single layer. Not layers like it did just now when it resisted the 5 Emperor Realm Supreme Beings from breaking through. If he was defending at full strength, it wouldn't be that easy for him to break through the defense of the 10,000 Sorrows Divine Tree. At the same time, ranked in the Supreme list, but also on the leaders of the 5 tribes, although it is a relatively small number of people, but the Xintian Dragon Emperor, accompanied by the outbreak of the Great War. But it is the turn of the eye on the upper hand. The demon tribe continued to attrition. Instead of taking the decision of capturing a thief, they all cut down the enemy's numbers first, killing the weaker emperor realms first. However, the good times didn't last long, and the situation ushered in a strange change when the 6 slain demon race emperor realms, with the appearance of scarlet threads, reconstructed their fleshly bodies and came back from the dead. A general's work was done, and each of the 5 Emperor Realm Supreme Beings was a ruthless person who had fought hundreds of battles and killed their way out. They were too experienced in battle to be able to gain insight into any change on the battlefield. Seeing that the demon Imperial Realm had risen from the dead, the Xintian Dragon Emperor's mind sank to the bottom. At this moment, he sort of understood why this group of demon emperors still dared to bare their teeth at him in the face of his dragon's roar and shock, launching a suicidal attack without fear of death. Coming back from the dead. I'm afraid it's not as simple as being reborn in Nirvana and having 2 lives like the Phoenix clan. This move, surprisingly, was not the Eternal Demon Emperor's innate divine ability, but originated from that tree, returning from resurrection. Those few demon emperors glanced at each other, and in their eyes were instantly bursting with a color of madness. We are immortal. Kill them all. With things having come to this point, the Eternal Demon Emperor no longer had any reservations and bellowed out a loud voice to strengthen his morale. Once these words came out, the demon Imperial Realm went completely crazy. Their attacks all became wide open, even at all costs, directly turning into a fight where they exchanged wounds for wounds and lives for lives. Humongous because it won't be killed. Secrets were no longer secrets, and the demon emperor's means of attack became even more unpredictable, such as the wounds erupting into an overwhelming scarlet thread, to directly devour their enemies. Seeing this, the 5 supreme beings all avoided like snakes and scorpions, unwilling to be touched by the scarlet threads. For a moment, the battle situation suddenly changed, and the 5 supreme beings who had originally pressed against the demon emperors could only show their abilities, retreating as they fought. The Xintian Dragon Emperor cultivated the way of space and possessed worldly divine speed. Even though he was being pursued by eternal life and immortality, he was still at large and at ease, still being a divine warrior overshadowed by the world, and was able to suppress all attacks with a single strike. The dragon thunder raged, and the scarlet threads, even if they weren't able to be annihilated, were still pushed back by the thunder, and couldn't get close at all. Not to mention, he could appear in any position on the battlefield at will. Although he still had some strength left and was able to deal with it easily, the Xintian Dragon Emperor still adopted the strategy of killing the minions before capturing the leader of the thief. Killing another demon emperor, thwarting him and killing him to the bone, killing him to the dregs. Burning Sun, you definitely know where that tree came from. Is there any way to deal with them or not? If we just keep fighting like this, sooner or later we'll be exhausted by them. When the Xintian Dragon Emperor saw that demon emperor, once again, return reborn, he felt tricky and shouted. Reaching this level of the Emperor realm, though, was the ability to fight while recovering one's yuan power for eternity, but this is the theoretical state. The same realm fight, must use up yuan power, chi, energy, perform magic and means to be able to injure the enemy. Want to kill the strong enemy, it is even more important to use up a lot of yuan power. If the fight continued like this, if this group of demon emperors were truly immortal, if there was no way to break the situation, then there was no way out in sight.
What's more, that giant tree in the sky hadn't made a move,
but rather targeted the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor like a tease.
Shuntian, kill or suppress.
War Demon Shura Emperor was also caught in a fierce battle. With 3 heads and 6 arms of his body, his fighting style was ever-changing.
Divine ability, military path, array all have,
directly is to lay down an array to suppress the 6 demon emperors.
The means is heavenly. I need to get to the root of the problem. Burning Sun. In response to this offer, the Jintian Dragon Emperor ignored it and once again shouted across the sky. If I want to kill them, I have to rely on my phoenix fire, but that tree won't let me make a move to help me out. The Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor was surrounded by the heavenly net laid down by the scarlet tree roots, and could not escape the defense line at all, finding the right opportunity to ask for help as well. This statement was the talk of the town. When the Jintian Dragon Emperor learned of this matter, he made an immediate decision and clawed in the air. With this grasp, with the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor as the center, the void was definitely, unexpectedly, twisted up in a spiral like madness. Shuntian, what are you using Shattered Sky for? Just pull me out directly. Seeing this scene, the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor was instantly anxious when he saw that familiar starting stance. After so many years of being equals, their group of supreme beings all knew each other. This move was one of the Jintian Dragon Emperor's famous moves, a large-range undifferentiated group attack with divine might against the heavens. The other Emperor Realm Supreme beings originally wanted to rush over to help Burning Sun get out of the siege, but when they saw this move, they immediately braked in place and turned their heads to pull away, not wanting to be caught in the crossfire. Already in danger, the situation would only be made worse if friendly forces were to be mistakenly wounded. Shuntian, they are the enemy. It's pointless for you to try to kill me while I'm trapped, and I can still achieve nirvana. Being in the center of this move, the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor was distorted by the power of the void. His physical body was traumatized by it, trying his best to escape, but he was trapped by the scarlet tree branches, gradually becoming hysterical and extremely panicked. In the face of his hysterical madness, the Jintian Dragon Emperor was cold and speechless, his dragon eyes as if he was looking at a dead bird, right at the point where the void was distorted to the point where it was completely disfigured. With an extreme burst of sound, it suddenly was loosening its claws, but just in the nick of time, the twisting vortex centered on the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor suddenly disappeared. In a flash, the twisting vortex suddenly appeared at the end of the earth, on the body of the giant tree in the sky. Boom! An explosion that resounded through the world exploded. Chaos raged. Space exploded. Turbulence ran rampant. Shenkuan was turned upside down. And at the center of the explosion of the Emperor's art, endless darkness spread out. Even light was swallowed up, and everything was reduced to nothing. This sudden turn of events drew the attention of all the demon emperors. At the same time, Jintian Dragon Emperor's figure suddenly disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he had already transformed into a 100-meter-long true dragon, grabbing at Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor with one hand, wanting to take him away. But in an instant, a change occurred as the scarlet tree roots exploded into hundreds of wooden spikes, directly stabbing at the Jintian Dragon Emperor. In the face of this kind of attack, the Jintian Dragon Emperor was forced to withdraw and reappear, already at a distance, his divine speed superb and not injured. However, he escaped. The Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor in the tree cage can be a disaster, directly pierced by the wooden thorns, all over the body scales. Incomparable woe. Surely it is capable of attacking? With the help of the stratagem of sounding out the east and striking the west to divert attention, but it was too late to save the people, and was even nearly left behind. Jintian Dragon Emperor only felt that it was his heart was pounding, and greatly felt bad luck. Once again examined the battlefield, and in a flash of a million thoughts, pondered over the countermeasures. That heavenly monstrous tree was blasted out of a large hole by his imperial art, yet scarlet threads were emerging from the wound, recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Burning Sun was suppressed, and failed to get out of the trap was tragically implicated. Wooden thorns into the body, into a desperate situation. The heavenly calamity, Shattered Star, and Battle Demon, were each surrounded by 10 demon imperial realms before and after them. And although they hadn't been injured much yet, the enemies couldn't even finish killing them, and they were in a quandary. As for him, he was being chased by the 2 demon emperors, eternal life and immortality. 32 demon emperors, plus the monstrous tree whose strength was unfathomable and who was eyeing them intently, and also having their path of retreat cut off. The situation was too bad. Should have waited for that guy to come along. Jintian Dragon Emperor observed the situation while facing the siege of the 2 demon emperors, eternal life and immortality, and counterattacked calmly, but he couldn't come up with any good plans even after racking his brain, and his mood became more and more irritated, so he couldn't help but curse. In the final analysis, They were undermanned this time, and if they had been outnumbered a little more, they could certainly have solved it. The person he was hung up on was naturally the corpse demon. He had fought with the corpse demon and knew the bizarre and terrifying aspects of the corpse demon. But now how to hang up again is useless. There is that boundary wall in. No one can enter. No one can get out. They hadn't waited for the corpse demon in the first place, and now they were simply delusional if they wanted reinforcements. Who's that guy? Is that about me? Right at this moment, a low and hoarse strange voice suddenly rang out. As soon as this voice came out, the Jintian Dragon Emperor saw a bizarre figure clad in black robes, with his face shrouded in black mist, making it impossible to see his appearance, carrying a huge scythe, looking at him from the sky not far away. This figure was too bizarre, clearly standing in front of him, but there was no breath at all, as if he was one with heaven and earth. Who else could this look be but a necromancer? He actually came. When did he come? Not right. The corpse demon is also immortal and fights in a fierce way, just like this group of demon emperors. It couldn't be under that tree as well, right? When the Jintian Dragon Emperor saw him appear silently, his heart was delighted, but he soon felt fine. Don't you wish I was there? Why do you see me as if I were a ghost? Yu found that his huge dragon eyes, from surprise to scorn, obscure and hard to figure out what he was thinking. At the same time, eternal life and immortality, who were both father and son, pestering the Jintian Dragon Emperor together, also realized Yu's existence, and were both shocked, stopping their movements and looking at each other. Although they had been hiding in the burial demon valley in seclusion, it didn't mean that they were unaware of the world's events. No one knew about the battle between the corpse demon and the Jintian Dragon Emperor, and the world was shocked. They, in particular, were especially concerned about this battle that was beyond reason, and seriously suspected that there were also gods behind the ghoul race who were secretly supporting them. In other words, necromancers are god envoys just like them. When the Jintian Dragon Emperor saw the reaction of the two demon emperors, eternal life and immortality, he immediately realized the situation. Obviously, the corpse demon was not in league with the demon race. I mean Zhengan, who mentioned you? Ruling out the suspicion that the corpse demon was in league with the enemy, the Jintian Dragon Emperor instantly calmed down and responded. This old dragon is so proud of himself. Seeing him deny it, Yu only felt his scalp tingling in goosebumps. When did you get here? The Jintian Dragon Emperor didn't care what he thought. He just asked, how did this guy get out? Does it mean the boundary wall can be breached? Did he find an exit? I've been around since the beginning. Yu raised his eyes to eternal life and immortality, and this move was also a sign of an attitude to face the enemy together. After observing for such a long time, he was already able to be sure that there are no gods behind the dragon race in support. Anyway, the Jintian Dragon Emperor is definitely not a traitor to the gods. This old dragon, as the strongest supreme being, was very responsible, as if he was adhering to the principle that the greater the power, the greater the responsibility, and he was already doing everything he could to break the situation. However, the ingenious woman could not think of any good solution because she did not have enough troops and the enemy was so numerous. This group of demons can't be killed. Save Burning Sun first. It's being focused on. It must be the key. Learning that he had actually been there all along, the Jintian Dragon Emperor's heart sank, but he still reminded. It doesn't matter. I'll make a move. In response to this reminder, Yu carried a giant sickle, confident and lonely. He was already confirming before this that he could kill this group of demon race, although he didn't know which special attribute was at play. But being able to kill was being able to kill. You deal with these two strange birds first, I'll go help the others. Since Yu had shown up, it meant that he had already made a decision. First, he would slaughter this group of minions, then unite with the 5 Emperor Realm Supreme Beings and cut down the 10,000 sacrifice divine tree. Although the human race does not have a great relationship with these races, but things are divided into priorities. The gods are foreign enemies, and even more significant hidden dangers that must be prioritized. Good. Seeing that he wanted to fight with the same enemy and face the enemy together. Although Jintian Dragon Emperor was not fond of listening to people's commands, but the situation forced the dragon to nod his head. Originally, there were not enough troops and he could not save the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor. He even felt that this trip was going to be hanging by a thread. But now that there was an additional corpse demon, it was a different story. He had fought with the corpse demon and knew how difficult this guy was to deal with. It was simply a monster. Can you top that? Yu couldn't help but add another sentence when he saw him like this. Nonsense. I'm the Jintian Dragon Emperor, and with these two little birds, if they weren't able to resurrect, I would have killed them with 2 slaps. When the Jintian Dragon Emperor saw him say this, he was instantly offended. Even if they can't be resurrected, 2 slaps won't be enough. I'm afraid. Yu didn't believe it at all when he saw his untouchable, pretentious face. The The strength of this eternal demon emperor and immortal demon emperor was no joke, being the two strongest emperor realms of the demon race. Even if the strength of the Jintian Dragon Emperor was indeed described as invincible, but two-peak Emperor Realm Great Circle, if it could really slap one to death, then the Dragon Clan would have long since unified the world. How could there be a situation where all the clans were in the same situation today? Why not enough? The Jintian Dragon Emperor didn't expect eternal life and immortality to pick up on it before he spoke up first, choking on his words and coldly snorting. Ha 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 ha. Seeing him die with a stiff upper lip, Yu felt amused and turned to leave with a loud release of laughter. What are you looking at? Looking for death. Seeing him leave with a big smile, the deflated Jintian Dragon Emperor was so furious that he could only vent his anger on the two demon emperors, eternal life and immortality, and directly summon two dragon thunderbolts to blast at them. The change that occurred over here was perceived by the entire place, and all the emperor realms fought while splitting their minds to look at him. Although this heaven and earth was vast, compared to the Tianxian continent, it was merely a small world, and for their group of emperor realms, they would be able to overview the entire field by putting their eyes on it. No one knows the prestige of the Corpse Devil. No one knows. Although his battle records are few, his most recent battle was to beat the Jintian Dragon Emperor to flee in defeat. When did it come? Everyone had only one thought when they saw the Corpse Demon's appearance. That said, the feelings vary depending on the camp. Although the Heavenly Tribulation Soul Emperor had never dealt with the Corpse Demon, and today was the first time they had met, but seeing that it was fighting with the Jintian Dragon Emperor, but chatting harmoniously, he was already convinced that it was a friend. This guy has enough arrogance. He'll make a move. I hope he's as good as his mouth. This guy can fight with Jintian. He's undoubtedly a powerful aide. The three heads of the war demon Shura Emperor. You said one thing and I said another, but they also regarded him as a friendly army. When the Shattered Star Ancient Emperor saw the appearance of the Corpse Demon, his eyes were hidden in fear. This Corpse Demon is surprisingly from the beginning to the end, but he is unaware of it. So bizarre means, if it is a friend, it is naturally a joy. If it is a foe, it is dangerous to the extreme awe. Corpse Demon, come save me. That tree is absorbing my power. If this continues, I won't even have a chance at Nirvana. When the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor saw his appearance, it was as if he had seen his savior, and he hurriedly begged for help. He could be sure that the Corpse Demon was definitely a God Emperor, because the Corpse Demon had defeated the Jintian Dragon Emperor. This battle record alone was enough to explain everything. You have to know. The Ghoul clan, even if it really came out to have a demon, can beat the best emperor realm of the Dragon clan even if it is against the heavens. As for defeating the Jintian Dragon Emperor, it is simply impossible, unless it is a divine power added to it. Why is there another one? Some demon emperors saw the Corpse Demon and were tranquilized by the sudden appearance of the enemy. Feeling fear, who cares? Kill as many as come, kill them all. Only, most of the demon emperors were not at all impressed. Having fought fiercely for as long as a quarter of an hour just now and revived several times, they were already thoroughly experiencing the sweetness of immortality. They are immortal. They will quickly heal their wounds even if they are injured. They can still be resurrected if they die, and they are even backed by the divine tree. So this battle, they are sure to win. After holding back for so many years, the first battle fought all the famous and renowned continental powerhouses on the supreme ranking. It really made people's blood boil. When did it come in? Even I couldn't discover it. Whose divine power and means is this? The 10,000 Thunders divine tree saw the Corpse Demon and didn't act rashly. It was just observing, realizing that the situation, which was a sure win, had a little bit of an uncontrollable factor. After showing the enemy weakness and inviting him into the jar, within this world, it is the master who controls everything. The ubiquitous branches are its eyes, its limbs, and everything has nothing to hide. But the weird thing was that before the Corpse Demon took the initiative to show itself, it was actually not aware of anything. What's more, it couldn't even see the realm of the Corpse Demon, which was simply appalling and beyond reason. Split 9 to kill him. Although there were 100 things to wonder about, the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Tree quickly issued a command to prioritize the suppression. The Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor who possessed the 9 Spectre Divine Flame had already been trapped by him, and this group of Emperor realms, even if they were stronger, were nothing more than ants that couldn't deal with its undead army. Upon hearing this order, a group divided into 3 waves of people, each wave consisting of 10 demon emperors, all of which were separated into 3 emperor realms, totaling 9 demon emperors, rushed towards the Corpse Demon. The Heavenly Tribulation Soul Emperor dealt with the 10 demon emperors, and with the body of 10,000 soldiers, he was still at ease. Seeing that they wanted to leave, he also no longer stayed his hand, and his vertical sword rose up, spinning crazily in the air, and the terrifying and unparalleled sword intent wreaked havoc. Although they had never known each other before this,
The necromancer was a variable that had suddenly appeared, and it depended on it to be able to break the situation and find a turnaround. If the corpse demon could rescue the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor, the situation would be much better.
You want to leave? Did you ask my opinion? War Demon Shura Emperor is also the same idea. More violent temper. Directly is to grab. Shattered Star. The Shattered Star Ancient Emperor didn't say much nonsense, and was directly casting his famous stance, and as they made their moves, how could the demon emperors bind their hands and make their moves as well? For a moment, heaven and earth were in turmoil, imperial arts clashed, and terrifying and unparalleled power swept out. However, even if they had erupted their imperial techniques with the intention of blocking the enemy, the demon emperors who had broken away from the group were all charging around with their undying divine power, not fearing their obstruction at all, and daring to dive headlong in the face of a mountain of blades and a sea of flames. Corpse demon. We can't stop them for too long. Go save them quickly. Imperial techniques erupted, ushering in a new round of fierce battle, and the heavenly tribulation soul emperor saw this and shouted through the air. Seeing that they were so forceful, Yi Yu, who had wanted to casually kill a demon emperor realm as an example to others and was waiting for his enemies to come up to die, also stopped procrastinating and suddenly disappeared in place. He was so fast, there was no trajectory to speak of. When he reappeared, Yi Yu had already appeared in the sky above the Phoenix Emperor, waving the giant sickle in his hand and slashing down. This blade was harsh and horrible, and even more so, it was divinely fast and caught off guard. However, the 10,000 Thunders divine tree was well prepared for his intentions of trying to save him, and the roots of the tree were layered on top of each other, even as they were still growing wildly, continuing to intertwine and encircle. With this slash, the roots of the tree were cut off dozens of times, and surprisingly, 1/3 of the tree was cut in hard. Boom! Seeing the power of this blade, the long-waiting Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor also erupted with pitch-black phoenix flames burning everything, and cooperated with the corpse demon inside and outside to break out. However, in the blink of an eye, he found a gap and directly rushed out with a shrunken figure. Well done, corpse demon! The black flame phoenix lifted its wings and flew high, finally escaping from the cage, and the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor let out ecstatic cheers and chirps as he leapt through the air and flew quickly to avoid being trapped again. But before he could express his joy, he saw that the cage that had originally trapped him was actually extended, trapping the corpse demon, along with the giant scythe that was caught in the trees. Even more so, this time, the binding and imprisonment was even more terrifying than the means that imprisoned him. Layers of the tree cage that surrounded and intertwined, like 1,000 pythons twisting together. The scarlet color became more and more intense, and surprisingly, countless scarlet leaves and thorns grew, emitting a depressing and terrifying aura. At this moment, it was as if the 10,000 tribulation divine tree had completely rioted, using its full power to try and crush the corpse demon. This was exactly what happened, and the 10,000 heavens divine tree discovered the end after being slashed by Yi Yu. The corpse demon's attack surprisingly contained the power of destruction as well, just like the divine envoy who attacked the burial demon valley yesterday. It was even if he hadn't been able to catch that god envoy yesterday, but now that the corpse demon had thrown itself into the net and ran into its divine domain, the source of the power of destruction must be found. It's over. Seeing this scene, Jintian Dragon Emperor's face changed greatly. The weirdness of that scarlet tree root, the spiritual sense was impenetrable, and it contained a weird and inexplicable power. Unless one was like him, majoring in the spatial way. If not, once trapped, it would be hard to escape. Even though the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor was saved, they had too few troops this time, and just one attrition would be a major loss. What's finished? Just then, a low and hoarse voice came from above his head. You're not dead? When the Jintian Dragon Emperor heard this voice, he raised his eyes and realized that the corpse demon had, at some point, run up to his head, and was incomparably shocked. Isn't he trapped? When did he run over here? Who do you think I am? Just a few broken pieces of wood to kill me? Yi Yu stepped on top of his head, amazed at this, and disdained it. Since he dared to go to the rescue, it meant that he had absolute certainty. His self-realization divine walk, in terms of speed alone, was indeed inferior to the Jintian Dragon Emperor, but in terms of divinity, it was absolutely unrivaled in the world. This was a divine ability that he had created on his own by using his tenacity as inspiration, coupled with more than 100 times his enlightenment. Get down here. Seeing his arrogant appearance, the Jintian Dragon Emperor realized that he was fine and instantly put his heart down, but he soon realized that something was wrong and angrily said, "This guy was stepping on his head. Are you kidding me? Now is not the time to be counting on such things. That tree is going to get real." At this request, Yi Yu did not agree and instead looked into the distance. Boom! At the same time, the 10,000 Thunders divine tree that stood at the end of the earth unexpectedly shook violently, What was even more terrifying was that its dense canopy, which was as big as the sky, was erupting with light as scarlet leaves flew down from the sky. 3 more to send. I apologize for being so late, but there's no way around it. 4:10:000 a day. I start writing at 4 p.m. Sometimes I write fast enough to post at 11 p.m. Sometimes writing is so slow that it takes 12 o'clock to get it done. There was no terrifying aura, no terrifying movement, only scarlet light shining through the world. Scarlet is everywhere, and the leaves are falling from the sky. As the winter solstice snow comes, the leaves swing in the air and sprinkle the earth. In the midst of the silence, it looks a bit eerily beautiful. The fallen leaves were as if they were endless, and with every one that flew out, the dense and sky-topping canopy would frantically grow new branches and sprout new leaves once again. What a commotion! When the Jintian Dragon Emperor saw this scene, his mind sank to the bottom. Although I don't know what the origin of this fallen leaf is and what purpose it serves, it is certain that it is definitely not something good. For some reason, he had a sense of thankfulness that this scene of falling leaves and flying flowers happened in this small world that was isolated by the boundary wall. I wonder what would have happened if the tree had stood above the earth and sprinkled fallen leaves all over it. This leaf should be the origin of the immortality of the demon race. Be careful not to touch it. Yi Yu was not surprised at all when he saw that the 10,000 tribulation divine tree was directly as entering the second stage and just reminded. As soon as he learned that the leaves were most likely the method of spreading contamination, he realized that the 10,000 sorrows divine tree was capable of spreading immortality on a large scale. Whether it's touching the leaves, people will become undead monsters, or refining the leaves to change. This thing will be a devastating disaster for the world once it spreads on a wide scale. Nonsense! Who would want to touch the leaves? What's your bright idea? Jintian Dragon Emperor had lived for so many years. What kind of scene had he not seen before? He only thought that this was nonsense and asked. That tree was already dangerous, and to suddenly send out so many fallen leaves, while it looked kinda nice, it didn't look right anyways, and after all this time watching, he was already reacting. Since the corpse demon had been there from the beginning, but only showed up after the fact, it meant that it had been secretly observing and waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Kill these minions first, then surround the tree. Yi Yu did not have a foolproof plan for the time being. After all, he did not know much about the gods. Crap again. The Jintian Dragon Emperor had expected him to have some kind of tall tale, but it turned out to be this, and was disappointed in him. That said, this is the only way to break the current situation. If he wanted to focus on that tree, he had to get rid of this group of undefeatable demon emperors before he could do so, or else if he was being harassed by more than 30 emperor realms beside him, it was fine for a short period of time, but for a long period of time, he would only end up being entangled to the point of death. Roar! The Jintian Dragon Emperor opened his bloody mouth and once again let out a dragon roar that shook the heavens, accompanied by a deafening roar. A ghostly howling gale blew between heaven and earth, and dark clouds rolled above the sky with thunderstorms. But the strange thing was that the falling leaves in the sky that were swept by the gale were like illusions of nothingness, unaffected by any force, still floating away between heaven and earth, to be sprinkled all over the earth. Seeing this scene, Jintian Dragon Emperor's dragon roar gradually weakened, feeling incomparably bizarre. This leaf is too weird, isn't it? Surprisingly, it is not affected by any power. At the same time, the dome of the sky in the distance suddenly became dark, only to see a phoenix burning with black flames riding high in the sky, spreading its wings as a sun burning with black flames rose, accompanied by the sunlight shining. The black flames spread out, and the leaves that were not affected by the wind and rain were washed over by the flames, and they were actually burned to ashes. The dazzling sun burned, the phoenix danced in the sky, and that figure was like the embodiment of the sun, the master of flames. Come here, all of you. The burning sun phoenix emperor who was able to get out of the trap was finally joining the fight, letting out a shout. Emperor realm supreme beings were all battle-hardened, and seeing that his strikes were so effective, they were all exerting their divine abilities and rushing away at great speed. The speed of the Jintian Dragon Emperor was the most terrifying, and as the words fell, he had already appeared below it. It's humiliating to be overridden, but this is not the time to be counting on such trivialities. The bigger picture is important. It was a mistake to save you. The Jintian Dragon Emperor couldn't help but marvel when he saw the black flames spreading out in a circular shape, turning fallen leaves into ashes wherever they passed. You still have the nerve to say that you just saved me? It almost didn't kill me. When the burning sun phoenix emperor heard this, he became angry and cursed. Just now, although Jintian was a bluff, when Shattered Sky erupted with his full strength, he instantly transferred to the 10,000 Sorrows divine tree's body. However, during the staging phase before the Shattering Sky erupted, the ghastly power that distorted the void was also causing him to suffer. Worst of all,
The wooden thorns of the 10,000 sorrows divine tree stabbed directly into his body.
Although I didn't save you just now, can you blame me for that? It's that tree's power that's too weird. And what are you afraid of with 2 lives? Jintian Dragon Emperor, as the head of the 100 tribes, but also the world's #1 in the past, his temper was called an arrogance, and he could not listen to others say that he was not a word, so he was not happy on the spot. This tree leaf has to rely on fire. If you want to kill this group of demon emperors, you also need to rely on fire. Except that normal flames are useless. You need to rely on my phoenix fire. You guys will give the demon emperors a half-death and I'll harvest them. Also, that tree is very evil. It didn't want to kill me directly just now. Instead it was absorbing my power. I almost got sucked dry. I didn't even have a chance at nirvana.
Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor saw that stubbornness of his didn't bother to argue with him, and just glanced down at the corpse demon on top of his head,
explaining the situation. Although the Phoenix clan had 2 lives, there were actually conditions that limited them to at least a little bit of flame left before they could be reborn in the fire. It would be hard to resurrect the Phoenix if its power was drained and not a single drop was left, thanks to the corpse demon, or else he would really be dead this time. So are you still on top? Yi Yu was concerned when he learned that he was almost sucked dry. This concern was not out of friendship, but the role that the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor could play on this occasion was far greater than that of any other Emperor Realm Supreme Being. I just ate an Emperor-level Phoenix fruit. If you're afraid I won't be able to withstand it, you can also take something to heal me.
The Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor knew that he wasn't acting out of emotional concern,
merely considering the big picture, and wasn't touched,
but simply explained the situation.
Learning that he had eaten the Emperor-level Phoenix fruit, Yi Yu no longer cared about him. Burning Sun, what exactly is the situation with this Phoenix flame of yours? In a few words,
the Heavenly Tribulation Soul Emperor also came to gather below him,
and looking back,
he saw that the group of humongous demon emperors didn't even dare to siege over,
and felt something fishy when he saw the black circle of fire. As the same Emperor Realm Supreme,
even though the last 10,000 years had been an era of coexistence between the 100 races,
there had always been open and secret struggles between them. For example, during the Spirit Abyss descent 8,000 years ago, the major races even fought in order to share the 18 Spirit Abyss. Corpse Demon, you're really good. You said you'd make a move and directly saved Burning Sun. What Jintian couldn't even do was done by you. You're better than Jintian.
The War Demon Shura Emperor also rushed over, although he had 3 heads and 6 arms,
but facing the exhaustive pursuit of 10 undefeatable demon emperors, he was still under tremendous pressure,
and with a long breath of relief, they were all praising each other.
War Demon, are you looking for death? How is it stronger than me?
When the Jintian Dragon Emperor heard these words, he only felt that he was having been insulted to the point that he angrily said,
"Now is not the time for idle chit-chat. That group of demon emperors is starting to go crazy." The Shattered Star Ancient Emperor similarly arrived and warned.
As soon as these words came out, the crowd saw that the demon emperors who stayed outside the circle of fire were making contact with the falling leaves. They touched the fallen leaves, and the scarlet texture that surfaced on the surface of their bodies became denser in color and even more visible, as if they were branches hibernating beneath the surface of their bodies.
Not only that, but their aura was climbing by the minute they touched the fallen leaves. This group of demon emperors is being strengthened. That tree is going to move for real. We don't have much time.
Hurry up and find a way to reduce the number of people.
Seeing this scene,
the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor felt that it was not good, and seeing that the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Tree in the distance was still vibrating violently, he hurriedly urged. Although he knew that the 9 ghostly divine flames and the 10,000 thunders god tree were deadly
enemies,
he really did not expect that his own rescue would cause the 10,000 thunders god tree to react so violently.
Looking at this situation, the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Tree was clearly holding back some big move, wanting to personally take action and wipe them out.
I wonder what will happen when I touch this scarlet leaf. Jintian Dragon Emperor naturally knew that the enemy wouldn't give them a chance to catch their breath, and that this was just the calm before the storm.
But even if he had to make a move, he was still wary as he looked at the sky of fallen leaves outside the circle.
How can this fallen leaf look wrong?
Once it is touched, there is no telling what will happen. After so much time, there were already leaves falling to the ground. The leaves were as if they had fallen to the ground and taken root. The earth that was intertwined and densely covered by the scarlet tree roots was directly sprouting new shoots, growing wildly to form branches that coalesced into scarlet leaves in the blink of an eye. You wouldn't know if you went to catch a leaf.
Yi Yu saw that he had doubts in his mind and proposed, "Why don't you go pick up a piece and see?"
I was asking Burning Sun, not you.
When Jintian Dragon Emperor heard him encouraging him to go out and catch the leaves hard, he cursed without any good reason. It's getting to the point where this guy doesn't expect him to be a little bit nicer.
I don't want to harm you.
I'm just wondering if the leaves have any effect on your all-powerfulness. We have to fight quickly, or else when more and more leaves fall,
it's likely to be a chronic death. Seeing that he mistakenly thought that he wanted to harm him, Yi Yu explained. Although he was also able to chop off the undead, 9 times out of 10 he was able to chop off these fallen leaves, but 32 demon emperors were not that easy to kill. It would be best if every Emperor Realm Supreme went all out in order to solve the problem in a short period of time. The necromancer was right. When the Heavenly Tribulation Soul Emperor heard this, he immediately agreed. Makes sense. A body that is invincible to all laws is invincible to the world. Jintian is the strongest. The War Demon Shura Emperor also agreed, and the 3 heads cupped one after another. That tree looks too weird to be in an enemy camp where all conditions are unknown, especially this tree leaf. Apart from the flames of the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor, their power was surprisingly unable to blow the leaf away. It was too fishy. There had to be more ways to deal with it. Get out of here, all of you. Being touted by them, the Jintian Dragon Emperor only felt like he was being roasted on the fire. This was a complete cudgel. Cursing and cursing. Corpse demon, get down here. I'll try. Having said that, the Jintian Dragon Emperor still made a decision. Just as the corpse demon said, he was a body that was invulnerable to all laws. So what was the point of being afraid of a few leaves? I'll go with you, and if anything happens, I'll find a way to help you. Yi Yu shook his head at this request. If the leaves of the 10,000 Tribulation Tree came into contact with Jintian's Dragon Emperor, they would fall to the ground and invade his body, so he could also help Jintian scoop up the flesh. If you're coming with me, you're coming with me. Get down here first. Seeing that he was still unwilling to come down, the Jintian Dragon Emperor coldly said, TSK. When Yi Yu saw that he had to come down himself, he skimmed his lips and bounced in place, just levitating to the side. Add $%. Hearing this skittish, as if it was too much trouble, the Jintian Dragon Emperor was truly infuriated by it and wanted to fight him. Only, he cursed angrily in his mind, but he suppressed the impulse. Now that he was in a dangerous situation, he had to focus on the big picture. And his grudge against the corpse demon had better wait until he got through this difficult time. It's foolish to not know when you're dying. The Eternal Demon Emperor, who stayed outside the circle of fire and was being continuously strengthened by the scarlet tree leaves, was annoyed when he saw that they still had the heart to argue, completely ignoring his presence. However, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly was feeling an incomparably terrifying force, accompanied by a blur before his eyes. The Jintian Dragon Emperor, who had been in the distance just a moment ago, had already appeared in front of him. To be more precise, it wasn't just the Jintian Dragon Emperor, but also the Corpse Demon, the Heavenly Tribulation Soul Emperor, the Battle Demon Shura Emperor, and the Shattered Star Ancient Emperor, all of whom were eyeing him intently, and there was also the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor above his head. Seeing this, the Eternal Demon Emperor was confused. What's going on here? How did he get into the enemy's circle? You're worthy to speak out in front of me? The Jintian Dragon Emperor erupted with the power of space, using his dragon claws to shift the Eternal Demon Emperor, grabbing him from outside the circle of fire to in front of him, his gaze icy cold as he gazed at this strange bird with an abominable face and a character that was a cause for scorn. Kill him first. The Jintian Dragon Emperor had already been infuriated enough by the Corpse Demon, and was so furious that he had nowhere to vent his anger, but as a result, this Eternal Demon Emperor still dared to jump in front of him, and decided to slaughter one first. What makes the strong strong is their ability to seize the moment when the opportunity presents itself. There was no need for him to say anything more. The Heavenly Tribulation Soul Emperor, the Shattered Star Ancient Emperor, and the War Demon Shura Emperor were already striking out. Their attack looked plain and unassuming, but they condensed all of their power into a single point, which directly blasted at the Eternal Demon Emperor's body. As for the Jintian Dragon Emperor who had it in his grasp, he fought to hold it, and the power of space raged. Suffering from the siege of 4 Emperor Realm Supreme Beings, the Eternal Demon Emperor didn't even have time to react, and in just an instant, its flesh shattered apart. However, with its flesh in tatters, countless scarlet threads sprang out from its flesh and blood, sweeping away and rushing towards the 4 Supreme Beings. Burning Sun! Not knowing the bottom of the scarlet threads, the Heavenly Tribulation Soul Emperor shouted. War Demon and Shattered Star also saw something wrong and immediately pulled away to avoid being touched by the silk threads. Only the Jintian Dragon Emperor didn't dodge and allowed the silk threads to wrap around his dragon body. At the same time, a sudden change occurred. The Eternal Demon Emperor, who had been attacked by 4 Emperor Realm Supreme Beings together in a combined attack, and beaten to the point that he was torn apart, was coalescing his physical body at an unimaginable speed, and even used this as a means of escaping from the dragon's claws bondage. Surprisingly, he hadn't died yet. The power of the immortal divine force was too strong. The strenuous strikes of the 4 Emperor Realm Supreme Beings couldn't even kill him. At the same time, black flames descended from the sky and directly surrounded the Eternal Demon Emperor.
This black flame just touched the scarlet threads, and it was like pouring oil on the fire,
intensifying, directly centered on the eternal demon emperor, spreading out along the way,
as if it had turned into a fire prison.
Divine tree save me. The eternal demon emperor,
who hadn't had time to be complacent before reuniting his physical body,
was enveloped by the black flames,
and his soul and flesh and blood wailed,
feeling the threat of death and struggling violently.
This flame was too terrifying,
not just using the immortal divine power within it as fuel, but even his flesh, blood, soul, and yuan power were all fuel.
The soul-robbing light exploded, and the wings were swung like sharp blades across the sky and sharp claws.
In the face of this struggle,
the 4 Emperor Realm Supreme Beings all stepped in to block it,
preventing it from injuring the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor.
This sudden killing move was too fast,
a set of consecutive moves that left no room for error.
The scarlet threads were ignited and extinguished, and the eternal demon emperor transformed into a firebird, his flesh and blood vaporizing, his chi gradually failing until he died.
It worked!
The dragon's eyes reflected the terrifying black flames,
and the Jintian Dragon Emperor saw hope,
even though Burning Sun was covering up, making it clear that he was hiding some secret. It was true that he said that his phoenix fire could kill this group of demon emperors.
Burning Sun, stop it! Just then, a low and hoarse voice rang out.
Why? This was the voice of the corpse demon. Burning Sun was saved by it and valued it in particular, and at the sound of his voice, he stopped his movements and put away his flames.
The black flames surged back like a tidal wave, all of them retracting into Burning Sun's body and body surface, while the eternal demon emperor was already transformed into a crumbling black bone, with the majority of his corpse burned away.
When the remaining 4 supreme beings saw this,
they also looked at the corpse demon with suspicion and uneasiness in their hearts. Could it be that the corpse demon had discovered something unusual? Even the phoenix flame of the Burning Sun couldn't kill the eternal demon emperor? Facing their gazes, Yi Yu walked forward, reached out his hand and pressed it on the skeleton, and it was stowed away in the system's dedicated corpse collecting space. What a time for you to be collecting corpses!
Seeing that the eternal demon emperor's corpse bones had disappeared,
apparently having been put away by him, the Jintian Dragon Emperor immediately became taut. The ghoul race is the ghoul race.
At this point in time,
they are still thinking about the corpses of their enemies.
The other Emperor Realm Supreme Beings were silent and speechless when they saw this scene.
It can't go to waste. Burning Sun, just kill them later. Don't destroy them. After successfully putting away the corpse of the eternal demon emperor,
Yi Yu, who had made the first move,
faced everyone's stares and dissatisfaction,
and said with a straight face,
in response to this request,
both the Shattered Star Ancient Emperor and the War Demon Shura Emperor turned their gazes to Burning Sun,
signaling with their eyes that he must not leave a corpse behind. Just kidding, the corpse demon is already incredibly strong right now, and can suppress the Jintian Dragon Emperor,
so that he can collect all the corpses of the 32 demon emperors.
Then is there anyone else who is his opponent? Give it to it, don't implode. Right at this moment,
the Jintian Dragon Emperor opened his mouth to make a statement.
No matter what it's like in the future, wait until we get through this time.
This group of demon race is too harmful.
The Heavenly Tribulation Soul Emperor also chimed in.
Regardless of how helpful these corpses were to the corpse demon,
if they all died here, it would really be more than worth it. Moreover,
this group of demon races backing on the so-called God Tree was too bizarre and immortal.
If they were allowed to rise and go to the outside world, it would definitely be a disaster that would be enough to sweep through the entire continent. Okay, but you're going to have to step up and not just think about collecting the body.
The Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor raised his eyes to look at the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Tree in the distance and agreed.
When they had surrounded the Eternal Demon Emperor just now, all of them had made a move,
and only the corpse demon had watched from the sidelines.
Do it!
It was agreed that the corpse would be disposed of, and Yi Yu was also decisive in his words.
At the same time,
because of the fall of the Eternal Demon Emperor, the demon emperors who stood outside the circle of fire while absorbing the immortal divine power and eyeing it intently were all terrified of their demonic hearts at this time,
and even backed away.
They dared to make a move even in the face of an Emperor Realm Supreme Being.
This was because of immortality. The enemy couldn't kill them anyway, so what was there to be afraid of? But if it would kill you, that's a different story. Even if they are at the same Emperor Realm, there is a strength gap between the Emperor Realms. Especially the strength of the Jintian Dragon Emperor and the Heavenly Tribulation Soul Emperor is even a breakaway lead. Moreover,
the means that the Jintian Dragon Emperor had just displayed was too terrifying, grabbing the Eternal Demon Emperor in front of him through the air and besieging him to death. This was leading and crushing on the level of power. The best thing a strong person can do is to do what works,
as it were, over and over again.
The Jintian Dragon Emperor was directly on fire. His claws disappeared into the void. Each claw probing out to retrieve it would grab back a demon emperor.
This time, he kept an eye out.
no longer capturing an emperor realm that was at the great circle of the emperor realm like the eternal demon emperor, but rather, he first tackled the weaker emperor realms. An enemy like the eternal demon emperor had to join forces together for them to be able to suppress and cripple him in a short period of time. However, in the twinkling of an eye, he captured the people back. The heavenly tribulation soul emperor made up for it, and coupled with the reaping of the burning sun phoenix emperor, two demon emperors at the early stages of the emperor realm fell on the spot. You didn't even need to make a move and collected two more emperor corpses. After finding a way to kill the demon race and officially blowing the horn for the counterattack, the terror of the Jintian Dragon Emperor was fully displayed. Don't run around. All come over and resist together. Within Jintian Dragon Emperor's field of vision, it's useless for you to run anywhere. He can attack you at any time. Right at this moment, the immortal demon emperor could see the signs and shouted to gather the scattered demon emperors. In a flash, the demon emperors all rallied, exercising their divine abilities and laying down formations of divine light in an attempt to defend against them. Does that make sense? Seeing this situation, Jintian's pair of dragon eyes revealed the arrogance of looking down upon the living world, once again probing out his claws, directly passing through that ridiculous divine ability and formation, and grabbing back two more demon emperors. Seeing this scene, even the Emperor Realm Supreme beings who were temporarily in the same camp had sideways glances and chills in their hearts, having not seen him for many years. The strength of the Jintian Dragon Emperor was unknown how many times more powerful compared to back then. They had thought that Jintian had been defeated by Corpse Demon, an upstart, and that his strength was limited even if he was strong, and that the era belonging to the Dragon Clan was about to pass. But now it seemed that it wasn't that Jintian was old, but that the Corpse Demon was too terrifying. Scared as they were, they also seized the opportunity to settle two more demon emperors. The God Tree, with his companions in danger one after another. Even the immortal demon emperor panicked at this moment. As he shouted, the 10,000 tribulation divine tree didn't make a sound, but used its actions to explain everything. The scarlet tree roots that enveloped this world, in all directions, were growing wildly at an unimaginable speed, emitting a numbing movement. The original 3-meter thick tree roots, but in the blink of an eye, grew to 10 meters, 100 meters wide, and its length was nowhere to be traced. At this moment, all the tree roots were like revived, like a giant python in the sky, like 10,000 pythons swallowing the sky, killing the fire circle unfolded by the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor. Protect Burning Sun. Seeing this situation, the Jintian Dragon Emperor gained insight into his opponent's purpose in just an instant, and putting down a sentence, he directly was killing his way out of the circle of fire to meet the battle, rushing out of the circle of fire and no longer being sheltered. The scarlet fallen leaves in the sky also fell on top of his divine and majestic dragon body. Facing the falling leaves, the Jintian Dragon Emperor ignored it, to disintegrate the enemy's power before their attack was completely formed. However, in a flash, the Jintian Dragon Emperor killed his way headfirst into the scarlet python, and a shocking tremor erupted at once. He opened his bloody mouth, calling out the wind and rain, and the dragon thunder exploded. He had the power to defeat 1,000 pounds, and the dragon's tail swept across the python. He was like the Lord of heaven and earth. His claws were spread out and grasping the power of space. The void exploded, turbulence ran rampant, and chaos raged. Jintian is really reliable as an ally. Seeing that he was fearless of the strange fallen leaves between heaven and earth and stepped out of the circle of fire to actively meet the enemy, the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor couldn't help but praise him. The other supreme beings didn't say anything, but remained vigilant, keeping an eye out for any changes. After the successful case of killing the Eternal Demon Emperor just now, they were already incomparably aware of the importance of Burning Sun. The group of demon emperors' immortal bodies were too difficult to deal with, and the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor was their key to launching a counterattack. So if anything happened to Burning Sun, such as being trapped like they were just now, then they would be in a bitter battle once again. If Burning Sun was killed, then they would be stuck in a quagmire. Even if they struggled anymore, it would be useless. Kala! Kala! Just then, a horrendous tremor came from above the sky, keeping a vigilant eye on the situation. Nothing that blows in the wind escapes them. It is unbelievable, overriding the pale sky, like the boundary of this side of the world, like the wall of trees, surprisingly is bursting open. That layer after layer, constantly overlapping tree roots above, surprisingly is open one after another. Scarlet giant eyes, giant scarlet and demonic eyes, thousands and thousands of them, too many to count, covered the dome of the sky, coldly and mercilessly looking down on the living world. This scene was too frightening, even though as Emperor Realm Supreme beings, each one of them was of a size that covered the sky. They still had a feeling of insignificance in the face of this heavenly tilting momentum, as if they were gods on top, unbeatable. Jintian, come back quickly, it's going to release a stance. Yi Yu met the scarlet giant eyes, from which he felt incomparable killing intent and indifference. His heart felt bad and he shouted. At the same time, the pitch-black giant sickle he carried on his shoulder shifted and disappeared into his palm. Immediately afterward, his body began to climb upward, gradually growing in size, but in the blink of an eye, he turned into a 10,000-foot giant, only to see his arms spread out, and between his palms, a heavenly bow that emitted a dense deathly aura was held in his hands. With the great bow in his hand, his aura, which had been collected since he showed up, climbed in strength, and the system's voice rang in his ears. Weapon adaptive properties activated. Multiple arrows. The higher the realm, the more horrifying the means that were exerted. When a low realm fought a high realm, it was not just the difference in the size of the force, but the difference in the level of power. The reason why the dragons were the first of the 100 races was because they possessed the body of invulnerability to all laws and possessed the trait of magic immunity. Yi Yu has a very clear self-knowledge about the fact that he can cross the border to challenge the matter. That is, his special attributes are too heavenly. In terms of the power level, for all people, it is a descending blow. And now that the 10,000 tribulation divine tree was going to make a move, it was bound to be uncomplicated, and he couldn't afford to watch the show anymore. The tree, though, may not be the full form of the gods, as evidenced by the fact that its name is the lesser 10,000 sacred tree. But even so, the divine realm was the divine realm, and even with 100 limitations, its means were absolutely not to be underestimated. Seeing that the corpse demon made a move and suddenly turned into a giant of enormous size, putting away his weapon, the giant's sickle, and directly replacing it with a large bow, the supreme beings all looked confused. What the hell? A necromancer has two weapons? As Emperor Realm supreme beings, powerhouses that stood at the very top of the world, their perception and mastery of the Tao realm and power could be considered transcendent. Although they could use any weapon when they reached their level, if they wanted to exert the strongest power, it had to be a weapon that corresponded to the Tao of Bing. Under the heavens, except for the Shura race, which was able to utilize several weapon paths at the same time because of their racial gift of 3 heads and 6 arms, 3 souls and consciousnesses in one. The other races could only utilize the strongest power with one type of weapon. That tree is going to get real. Don't hold back. With a large bow in his hand, Yi Yu shook his right hand and Yuan power condensed into a huge arrow that emanated a domineering and invincible will, as if it was capable of annihilating everything, and bending his bow. He also snapped. As the words fell, his aura completely erupted, and his 10,000-foot body was as frightening as a world-defying demon god. What a strong aura. It also specializes in using a large bow? Could it be that the giant sickle isn't its main weapon? At the same time, Juntian Dragon Emperor was already back to everyone's side, and also noticed that the corpse demon had changed his weapon, and was surprised in his heart. Possessing the way of space? Unless the space is partitioned like the boundary wall of this heaven and earth. If not, the sky and the earth are large enough for him to roam freely. Turning his back to the crowd, Yi Yu had no thoughts of explaining, but only aimed at the dome of the sky and directly shot the huge arrow in his hand. Boom! This arrow was so powerful and heavy that the loud sound of piercing through everything exploded, and the huge arrow that rose up to the sky, surrounded by dark light, wherever it passed through, space exploded, everything sank, and heaven and earth were annihilated, as if it was able to shoot down the sun, moon, and stars. Seeing this, the Jintian Dragon Emperor could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. One must know that the space of this world had been reinforced by that so-called divine tree, which meant that he was able to forcefully tear through space by majoring in the spaceway. If it is someone else, if you want to tear the space, it is not so easy. The void is torn, and the power of this arrow can be imagined. Buzz! When the scarlet giant eyes above the sky dome saw such an attack, one of them suddenly shot out a beam of light that was 100 meters thick, wanting to fight with him in a hard fight. The scarlet beam of light, wherever it passed, the void erupted, instantaneous and divine. Boom! However, in an instant, the black light against the scarlet, the two forces collided blatantly together in mid-air in the firmament. In a flash, the heavens and earth were in turmoil, resonating with the humming of the universe, wrapped in the terrifying power of destroying everything that raged on. Divine light exploded, and the heavens were shaken at this moment, as if they were about to be sunk. Such a horrifying collision was like a battle between gods and demons, shocking the world and crying to the gods, and the mere spreading of the aftermath was enough to collapse the heavens and the earth. However, everyone in this battlefield was at the Emperor realm and were not idle. After all, it's not a major in the way of war. Can't it be topped? Jintian Dragon Emperor's dragon whiskers were blown backwards by the gusts of wind caused by the collision of forces, and seeing that the scarlet beam of light was in a stalemate with the oozy black giant arrow, but the enemy was vaguely tending to gain the upper hand, He felt bad and was ready to take action at any time.
He was not the only one.
The rest of the Emperor realm also sensed the situation and intended to make a move.
Don't worry though, I'll hold my own.
Just as the military was in turmoil, Yi Yu's low and hoarse voice rang out.
At the next moment,
the huge black arrow that continued to collide with the scarlet beam of light, between the violent tremors, was actually divided into 28 residual shadows, condensed from the virtual to the real, and slammed into the beam of light in a single burst of energy.
One arrow transformed into 29 arrows,
directly piercing through the scarlet beam of light, bursting out with true power and striking the ninth heaven.
But just in the nick of time,
the scarlet giant eyes that filled the pale sky shot out another beam of light,
hardening the arrow.
Having said that, it was obvious which was stronger or weaker in this round of exchanges.
The corpse demon had only made one arrow, while the owner of the scarlet giant eye, the 10,000 Thunders divine tree, had taken 2 rounds of action. The power of destruction. The power of eternity.
Good.
Blocking his attack,
the indistinguishable male and female voice of the 10,000 Tribulation divine tree once again resounded between heaven and earth, but it was a maniacal laughter.
Excited and impatient.
The power of destruction.
The power of eternity. Is it talking about my special attributes?
Yi Yu savored its words and was enlightened. The supreme beings were also fascinated by these words,
their minds wondering and weighing the meaning. The Tianqian continent had 3,000 great paths,
covering all laws and all armies, but there had never been these two. The gazes of the burning sun Phoenix Emperor and the shattered star Ancient Emperor were cast on the corpse demon's body, their moods unable to calm down for a long time.
The god behind this fellow actually mastered 2 types of divine power? Corpse demon, don't get distracted. Originally, the Zhentian Dragon Emperor was also pondering over it, but he kept his guard up and sensed that the eyes above the sky dome, with the rioting of the divine tree, seemed to be about to take some kind of action, and hurriedly alerted. As soon as the words fell, the eyes that were spread across the zenith emitted a scarlet glow, a precursor to emitting a scarlet beam. This time, the 10,000 Thunders divine tree did not have the slightest intention of holding back, and thousands of eyes were going to attack together. However, as the lowest realm in the entire field at the late Zunshi realm, how could Yi Yu, being in a battle at this level, take it lightly? Boom 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 boom. Yi Yu did not have the slightest intention to stay back. His arms swung at extreme speed. The speed was so fast that it even brought up a residual shadow, frantically shooting arrows with full firepower. 5 arrows a second. The arrow that left the string no longer collided and then split into multiple arrows, but split into 28 residual shadows the moment it was shot out. Each arrow shot was equivalent to 29 arrows. 5 arrows in a row. 145 arrows a second. At the same time, the 10,000 Tribulation divine tree's attack was already brewing, and the scarlet giant eyes that covered the sky shot out thousands of light beams. This kind of attack was too terrifying, like a river of stars falling to earth, to destroy the heavens and the earth. Facing this kind of attack, Yi Yu shot 5 arrows in 1 second, and the 5 arrows were then divided by the power of the multiple arrows, hardening the sound of 10,000 arrows. Rumble! In a blink of an eye, countless beams of light and countless giant arrows collided together, turning heaven and earth into a chaos, with horrifying explosions going on and on. Seeing the huge black arrows that roamed the sky, all the supreme beings looked dumbfounded. What kind of firepower was this? Was this the power of eternity? Although they hadn't heard of it, this was too fierce, right? No wonder the corpse demon dared to claim that he was invincible when he faced the Zhentian Dragon Emperor. If he didn't make a move, he was a force to save the heavens, especially the war demon Shura Emperor, who had 3 heads and 6 arms and cultivated 3 types of weapon paths, the bow path being one of them. He had thought that when his great bow came out, it was enough to strike down the sun, moon and stars and shoot through everything, and was already invincible. But he hadn't expected the corpse demon to be even braver than him. His major weapon turned out to be a bow and arrow? He wasn't even at full strength when he fought me back in the Ghoul clan? Zhentian Dragon Emperor's entire dragon went numb when he saw the corpse demon explode with such fierce firepower by himself alone, stiffly resisting that divine tree's attack. After the previous battle with the corpse demon and he was forced to flee back to the dragon clan, he summarized the reasons for his defeat. The reason why he hadn't beaten the corpse demon and was suppressed at every turn wasn't because the corpse demon was too strong, but because he was too arrogant, laying down the prison of beings and restricting the size of the battlefield's range, a move that was no less than tying his own hands. After summarizing the reasons for his defeat, he was convinced that the next time he fought with the corpse demon, he would surely win, but now that he saw the necromancer put away his giant scythe and take out his bow and arrow, his belief in certain victory was shaken. He asked himself if he could hold his own if the necromancer took out his bow and arrow and shot him. The answer was that he couldn't top it, and in the face of this kind of gusty wind and rain, which was enough to destroy the heavens and destroy the earth with its terrifying attack. He could only hold his head and scurry about. I don't have enough arrows. Use the power to coalesce them into arrows for me. Right at this moment, Yi Yu suddenly was shouting. Upon hearing this request, the Emperor Realm Supreme beings who could only watch the show because he was too fierce and didn't know how to intervene slowed down from their shock, and all of them were running their power, condensing their Emperor power into shape and transforming into arrows of different forms, placing them to his right side. The first to condense arrows was the Jintian Dragon Emperor, all of which had dragon shapes entwined around them, emitting huge arrows with a domineering and overwhelming aura. Boom! Roar! Yi Yu moved extremely fast and received the true dragon giant arrow and shot it directly. Not only the movement of shooting the arrow, it was even more horrifying. Even a dragon's roar. The giant arrows crossed the sky, transforming into 29 golden dragons that shot up into the sky, replacing it with a giant arrow condensed by an Emperor Realm Supreme being with his power. His attack was surprisingly many times stronger. The giant dragon rushed into the sky, and the vortex of power that was originally frozen in the pale sky was actually shaken hard. Rumble, 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 asterisk 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 asterisk. This is the correct usage of the Emperor Realm Supreme. Yi Yu's hand movements didn't stop for a moment, frantically shooting arrows, and with the even more furious string sounds, his heart screamed out in pain. The arrows condensed by the Jintian Dragon Emperor could be so much stronger than the arrows he condensed with his own power. At the same time, the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor also condensed a dozen black flame giant arrows and sent them to his right side. Good coming! Yi Yu directly skipped over the giant arrows of the other supreme beings and picked up the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor's black flame giant arrow with a surging heart. Although the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor might not be as thick as the Jintian Dragon Emperor in terms of the strength of imperial power alone, its power possessed the property of restraining the power of immortality. 3 more to go. Asking for monthly votes. Also thanks to Broken Wing Panda for the bounty. Boom! Building a bow and shooting arrows. Yi Yu took the black flame arrows and directly shot them out. Each arrow was powerful. Just hearing the movement, it made people's heartstrings vibrate. The black flame arrow didn't enter the pale sky and suddenly turned into a sea of black fire. The flames burned the sky as if they were trying to devour everything, and the chaos that was enough to annihilate everything was scorched. The stalemate of continued sparring came to a turnaround with the outburst of this arrow, the terrifying fire snake that followed the scarlet beam of light straight to the eye of the zenith. Before being burned by the black flames, the densely packed eyes of the 10,000 sacrifice god tree finally stopped their attack, stopped emitting beams of light, and disconnected the bridge. Although it was stopping its attack, Yi Yu had no such intention and was still frantically shooting arrows. Unlike the gunway and the giant sickle which were more commonly used, the great bow was a weapon he used less often and had not developed any powerful moves. Having said that, the fact that an Emperor Realm Supreme used his Emperor power to condense an arrow was what allowed him to explode with unparalleled destructive power. Finally, we have gained the victory and the upper hand. So it's a good time not to take advantage of the victory and pursue the attack. In the face of this kind of attack, the 10,000 Thunders Divine Tree and the 9 Spectres Divine Flame, as arch-enemies, had long since fought countless times, and possessed extremely rich experience in dealing with them. Countless scarlet tree roots surged, as if they were a heavenly dragnet, overlapping and compartmentalizing in layers, constantly resisting the attack of the black flame arrows. When the arrow breaks through the 3 layers of tree walls, the walls fall off naturally and fall from the firmament, but are burned to ashes in mid-air. It will stop the attack. That is, these eyes follow when the stretching of the trees is different, and cannot be cut off at will. Can you block it? Based on its coping strategy, Yi Yu instantly saw the end, alternating the arrows of the Heavenly Calamity Soul Emperor, the Shattered Star Ancient Emperor, and the Battle Demon Cultivator Emperor, and stiffly overpowering the speed of the tree root extension. And lastly, the black flame arrow was used to wrap things up. Palm! 29 black flame arrows, penetrating through everything, were as powerful as a bamboo, passing through the layers of protection, finally hitting the zenith. Arrows! Finally, he was breaking through the defense and hitting the enemy directly. Yi Yu knew that this was a good opportunity and shouted. Upon hearing this low cry, all the supreme beings were as if they were waking up from a dream, using their power to condense an arrow for him. With such an intense fight, even the well-informed Emperor Realm Supreme beings were dumbfounded by what they saw, not knowing what to say. As the leaders of the various races, since ascending to the top, they had experienced an unknown number of battles, and even more so, they had led the races and fought the most voluminous racial battles. However, at this moment, it was as if the Jintian Dragon Emperor was seeing a battle on another level, beyond imagination. If there was no corpse demon present, that strange tree that the demon race called the God Tree, around a flurry of shots would come down, and they were afraid that they were going to be in deep trouble. This is not presumptuous, but to reach their level, for the comprehension and understanding of the power,
has long been to achieve the state of perfection.
But now, whether it was the 10,000 beams of light shooting in unison from the strange tree or the 10,000 arrows from the corpse demon,
both were beyond the limits of his perception. He could also summon tens of thousands of dragon thunder and blast them together,
destroying the sky and the earth. However, there is a limit to one's power, and there are usually two laws. The greater the number, the less the power. The smaller the number, the greater the power. Like the strange tree and the corpse demon, it was clear that the number was super high, but the power was not reduced at all. It was simply unimaginable and beyond common sense. Lucky to have it at. The Jintian Dragon Emperor looked at the corpse demon's magnificent and invincible back, condensing his arrows while celebrating in his heart. After this round of fighting, he was already confirming that the strange tree was worthy of the name of God Tree. If the corpse demon wasn't present, even if all 5 of their supreme beings joined forces together, I'm afraid they wouldn't be a match for this strange tree. Of course, without them, the corpse demon alone wouldn't be a match for this divine tree. The other supreme beings did not say anything, but the idea was similar. Only the battle was fierce, and it was not time to slow down the breath, coalescing the arrows while taking the treasures that had been treasured for many years to restore the Yuan power. The firepower was fully suppressed, and countless arrows, with ghostly breaking sounds, whistled up and didn't enter the zenith. For a moment, the zenith shattered. Roars continued, divine light burst out, and the 10,000 tribulation divine tree fell into a downward spiral. Tree of God. Seeing this, the demon emperors who had already embraced the group all looked at each other, their minds hitting rock bottom. The divine tree is their dependence, and it is their bottom of the earth for thousands of years, and the divine tree has even given them the ambition to conquer the continent. However, at this moment, the divine tree they believed in was being fully suppressed, and it was hard to know whether they would live or die. They never thought that such a day would come. What are you all looking at? Stop them. The immortal demon emperor was similarly shaken in his beliefs, but he knew that it was not desirable to sit and wait for death, and shouted. This cry caused all the demon emperors to come to their senses. Yes, there is still something they can do. They can't just watch. With this in mind, all the demon emperors had a common goal in mind, and the crowd was united. In the next moment, the immortal demon emperor was a bird in the air, and his eyes were directly shooting out soul-robbing light as he rushed towards the crowd of supreme beings that were surrounded by the circle of black flames and fire. Seeing this situation, all the demon emperors also exerted their divine trees and innate divine abilities, erupting their full power to bombard from a distance. They were restrained by the black flames and didn't dare to approach easily for fear of ending up like the eternal demon emperor who was burned to death. But that didn't mean they were truly helpless. All of a sudden, howling winds, furious thunderstorms, landslides and tsunamis, mountains of corpses and seas of blood. For mortals, those heavenly disasters and earthly calamities that human beings could not resist and could only be forced to face appeared together. And this was just the beginning. There were still many more demon emperors who were exercising their imperial techniques and had yet to burst out with their true power. 27 demon emperors bombarding together, and the immortal demon emperor, a peak emperor realm grand circle leader. This attack was too horrifying, as if it was going to break down everything. Seeing this, the Jintian Dragon Emperor directly rushed out of the circle of fire, while the heavenly calamity soul emperor, the battle demon Shura emperor, and the shattered star ancient emperor didn't dare to go out. All of them meeting the enemy within the circle of fire, because there is still no way to know what is so bad about the leaves that are falling from the sky. Even though Jintian Dragon Emperor was just killed out of the fire circle and touched the leaves still unharmed, but Jintian Dragon Emperor is after all a body that is inviolable to all laws. He won't be affected. It doesn't mean that they won't be affected. It's better to be prudent or to be careful. Boom! The 4 supreme beings responded to the 27 demon emperors and directly fought as if they were in full swing, plunging into a fierce battle as soon as the battle started. With the 4 supreme beings forced to go and answer the battle, Yi Yu's archery speed was so fast that the arrows were directly in short supply. Damn! What a chance! When the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor realized that his arrows had succeeded in suppressing the attack of the 10,000 sacrifice divine tree, he was so overwhelmed that when he saw him stop, he also realized the problem of the lack of arrows and felt bad luck. No! It's probably good. Forced to stop shooting, Yi Yu's gaze gazed at the sky dome that had turned into a chaos, unable to see anything, and muttered to himself, because the little 10,000 tribulation divine tree was too harmful. He was even putting aside the principle of maximizing the rewards of burial and wanted to pluck the tree right off the ground and cut off the immortal scourge. However, he had just used the power of the 5 supreme beings to shoot for so long, and the little 10,000 sacred divine tree still hadn't fallen, so it was evident that this alone wasn't enough to kill it. What do you mean? The Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor did not understand what he meant. Right at this moment, A cold laugh came out, and the lonely and indifferent words of the 10,000 tribulation divine tree once again resounded between the heavens and the earth. Ha ha ha. Necromancer, still count on you to have a few bits of wisdom, not stupid. In the next moment, the chaos that pervaded the firmament and was made up of countless forces and rays of light was pushed away as if by an incomparably brutal hand. The zenith, which no one can see through, is revealed when the chaos is cleared away. After Yi Yu's round of fire bombardment, the tree wall canopy above the zenith was full of devastation. The scarlet tree roots were burned and broken, and the roaming eyes were even destroyed in an unknown amount of geometry, no longer densely distributed, but rather 3 or 2 that were distantly separated from each other. Just by looking at this scene alone, the effectiveness of the firebombing just now was visible. But just then, a creepy scene happened, only to see the broken trees wriggling madly, the breaks regenerating, the trees burned until they were shattered, condensed again, and the scarlet eyeballs emerged again. This, seeing that it had been subjected to such a terrifying attack and was still able to recover, which could be described as immortal, the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor only reacted at that moment, and only felt like it was incomparably desperate. Is this the power of the gods? How is this going to be fought? Did he just show the enemy that he's weak and lure me in? After this is over, I must create a pupil art to be able to do so. Yi Yu had noticed something fishy since he stopped shooting, not desperate at all, just a sinking mind. Although he had just shot 1,000,000 arrows, that was a pain in the ass, but after the hot blood rushed to the crown, he calmed down and realized that there was smoke and no injuries. In light of this lesson, he was also able to summarize the reason, and in the final analysis, it was still his eyesight that was too weak. If he had been able to keep seeing the condition of the 10,000 tribulation divine tree being attacked, he would have realized the problem a long time ago. The 10,000 thunders divine tree was too difficult to deal with, and I'm afraid that if he wanted to truly injure him, he would have to attack its main body. As for the roots, leaves, and so many eyes it stretches out, it's all used up. Burning Sun, go and help them kill the demon emperors. This tree has cultivated so many demon emperors. It must have some plans and serve another purpose. After thinking about it, Yi Yu ignored the 10,000 tribulation divine tree and just opened his mouth. There's nothing to say to an enemy, and a cunning enemy that will use words to disrupt the mind. Obviously, the 10,000 thunders divine tree belonged to this category. Not only was it powerful, but it was also insidious, cunning and tricky. If you talked to it more, you didn't know when you'd be led into a pit. What about you? Hearing this arrangement, the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor immediately asked, I'll stop its attack. You guys make quick work of it, and save the body for me. In response to this query, Yi Yu put his right hand away and put away the great bow. The pitch-black giant sickle fell into his hand, and his body that was as high as 10,000 feet gradually shrunk as he walked towards the outside of the circle. Being huge in size is a double-edged sword, although it is a wider range of attacks, but also a wider range of hits. Weapon adaptive properties activated. Sweeping. At the same time, the system's voice sounded in his head. The weapon, the giant scythe, has a large sweeping range and can also be used in unanticipated ways with counterattacks, but has a flaw in that it is prone to accidentally injuring friendly troops. Although this group of Emperor Realm Supreme beings were only temporary friends, they had to help each other before resolving this crisis. When the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor saw that he took out a giant sickle and dared to go outside the circle, he wanted to dissuade him, but he quickly suppressed the impulse and once again took out an Emperor-grade phoenix fruit and swallowed it to replenish the yuan power that had been used up by condensing the arrows just now. And then he turned his gaze to the battlefield. As a fellow divine messenger, Corpse Demon must know how terrifying the 10,000 tribulation divine tree was, but if he dared to say so, he must be certain. The other battlefield was scorching. The strength of the Emperor Realm Supreme beings was terrifying, and when they moved in a real situation, they were able to forcibly subdue the demon emperors when they were one against many, but they simply couldn't kill this group of demon emperors. Moreover, other than the Jintian Dragon Emperor, the other 3 supreme beings didn't dare to leave the circle of fire for fear of the attack of the falling leaves, and were even caught in a disadvantageous situation when their movement was restricted. How can you stop me with just you? Unconscionable. The 10,000 Searches divine tree had the insult of being insulted by his words and said in a cold voice, this mole cricket really didn't know the heights of heaven and earth, and didn't think about who had just managed to fight it to a draw with the power of 5 Emperor Realm Supreme beings. Yi Yu recovered to a height of 1 meter 9, carrying a giant sickle, and when he was at the edge of the fire circle, his figure shifted and directly disappeared in place. In an instant, the distant sky dome of fallen leaves was suddenly a flash of black light, and was directly swept away into a circular clear place. Rubbish. Feel free to use any other moves. I'll take them all. In the next moment, Yi Yu appeared in the center of the circle, wearing a black robe and carrying a giant sickle. He looked up at the sky above the zenith and stretched out his left hand to invite it. Don't know the heights of heaven. Just by you challenge the gods?
The 10,000 tribulation divine tree was furious when it saw that he dared to do so.
After the encounter just now,
it already had a clear perception of the corpse demon's power, but it was nothing more than that. Along with its majestic and lofty words, the eyes that hung upside down above the zenith of the sky, overlooking the living world, had long since fully revived, exuding a ghastly and bizarre aura, and once again emitting countless beams of light. Tens of thousands of light beams descended from the sky,
covering all directions, and the scarlet light dyed the sky and earth a scarlet color.
The more powerful the force,
the more simple and brutal it was,
and there was no need for fancy changes.
No matter how many tricks you have, as long as you can't carry my attack, it's death. What's more,
it didn't even need to worry about injuring friendly troops,
as its divine messenger was immortal. You're so grumpy?
You're just a little irritated,
and you're going to make a big deal out of it.
Seeing the tens of thousands of indiscriminate beams bombarding him, Yi Yu felt bad and his body stiffened. He had wanted to taunt the 10,000 tribulation divine tree so that it would target itself, pulling in all the hate and giving the 5 supreme beings the time they needed to kill all the demon emperors. But what was never expected was that the 10,000 tribulation divine tree used this move again,
with no intention of changing its move at all.
If this move was allowed to blast down,
not to mention what would happen to him,
the other Emperor Realm Supreme beings would definitely be in danger of being caught in the crossfire.
I hope I can hold my own. All of you, come over here. Stand underneath me and defend with all your might.
Realizing that the 10,000 tribulation divine tree was going to directly end this battle with a single force, after Yi Yu muttered to himself in his heart, he immediately was shouting, yanking the giant sickle in his hand, and rushed up to the sky.
But just at this moment,
Yi Yu suddenly was in front of his eyes. The huge shadow that covered the sky and the sun appeared above his head, and there was also a majestic and domineering voice that resounded.
Get over here, I'll carry it. Yi Yu realized this situation and immediately was stopping his movements.
He raised his head to realize that the behemoth that covered the sky, which was clearly the body of the Jintian Dragon Emperor,
was blocking the top of his head. As the Jintian Dragon Emperor shouted,
the Emperor Realm Supreme beings who were fighting the demon emperors erupted with divine abilities and imperial techniques, forcing their way through the heavy siege and swarming over to them.
When it was too late, it was too soon,
and another round of scarlet beams from the 10,000 tribulation divine tree had already descended.
Boom 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 boom. In the next moment,
as if the sky dome had blown apart with the movement,
deafening vibrations completely erupted.
Yi Yu and the Emperor Realm Supreme beings who were protected by him tilted their heads up and could only see the divine martial dragon body of the Jintian Dragon Emperor trembling as they watched. It was certainly obscured by his body, but how strong they were. It was as if they were seeing countless beams of scarlet light,
blasting furiously at the huge body. A terrifying and overwhelming aura was permeating the air, and a heaven-destroying movement was erupting, just like the sky tipping over.
But even if the sky collapsed, it was hardened by the Jintian Dragon Emperor.
He came to carry it, meaning he fought it with his flesh?
Yi Yu was dismayed and shocked in his heart when he saw this scene. This all happened too quickly. Yi Yu had thought that Jintian Dragon Emperor was going to use some kind of stance when he said that he would carry it. What was never expected was that Jintian was actually relying on his 10,000 laws imperishable body to resist the attack of the 10,000 tribulation divine tree.
How terrifying were the attacks of the 10,000 tribulation divine tree?
It was evident in the first round of the fight just now.
Jintian, can you hold up?
The heavenly tribulation soul emperor looked around and saw that the group of demon emperors didn't have time to hide under Jintian's body, and were engulfed by the scarlet beams of light, and didn't even have time to let out a scream as they were blown into nothingness like a devastating blow, and all he could feel was his scalp going numb.
What kind of monster is this tree?
It had just blasted a round against the corpse demon,
and it even had the energy left over to put in a second round. What's more, this may not even be the limit of that tree. It's capable of sending out more. In the face of his concern, Jintian Dragon Emperor's muffled,
intermittent voice transmission resounded in the minds of the crowd.
Go kill the Demon Emperor. Obviously, enduring this kind of bombardment,
even with a body that was invulnerable to all laws, was incomparably strained,
and even words could not be spoken, and could only rely on sound transmission. At the same time,
the demon emperors that had been engulfed by the scarlet beams of light and reduced to nothing all erupted into countless scarlet threads spreading out,
chasing and killing underneath the Jintian Dragon Emperor.
The immortal demon emperor was the strongest and the speed of remodeling his flesh was the fastest. It had just recovered when it met the gazes of the 4 supreme beings, as well as the corpse demon's face, which was shrouded in black mist,
making it impossible to see its face. Kill! Yi Yu's killing intent rose when he saw the immortal demon emperor. At this moment,
he was no longer thinking about maximizing the rewards of the treasure chest and wanted to personally bury this group of demon emperors. This sound was like a thunderous explosion, and it was still clearly audible amidst the endless explosions. When the immortal demon emperor heard this killing sound, he felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. His soul trembled and his bones were creeped out, and he immediately retreated backward, wanting to escape to the heaven and earth that was strewn with scarlet beams of light, and those who were born to enter it would surely die. Even though it was extremely dangerous outside and even this group of Emperor Realm Supreme beings didn't dare to fight against it, it possessed the divine power of immortality. So as long as it wasn't scorched by the flames of the burning sun Phoenix Emperor, it was immortal. But just as it wanted to flee, a curved and sharp blade of a giant scythe seemed to emerge from the underworld, directly slashing at its neck and pulling it back. Alarmed by this matter, the immortal demon emperor looked over in dismay, and was confronted with a face shrouded in black mist, hearing words as cold and bone-chilling as a nightmare. Want to escape? Can you escape? This was Yi Yu striking out, with the weapon of the giant scythe alone. There was no way for him to kill the immortal demon emperor of the great circle of the emperor realm in a single strike. Only with his three attributes of armor piercing and bludgeoning, as well as burst damage, his attacks were still able to injure the Empyrean realm great circle as long as they hit. At the same time, the four great supreme beings also struck out. The situation was urgent, and none of them had any intention of staying back. They all struck out with full force. The heavenly tribulation soul emperor conjured up a sword surrounded by soul light, and chopped away with a sword that was like a torrent of souls. The war demon Shura emperor had 3 heads and 6 arms, and when they made their moves together, they were more like God blocking God and Devil blocking Devil. The shattered star ancient emperor also cast an imperial technique and bombarded wildly. The 3 supreme beings and Yi Yu joined hands together, directly breaking the immortal demon emperor into pieces. The blown apart flesh and blood, writhing with dense scarlet threads, falling from the air, but in midair crazy connected together, is remodeling the flesh. Flesh and blood surged, and in the blink of an eye, a flesh-shaped embryo was formed, and there were black bones interspersed with it. The immortal god's power was too bizarre. Before it could remake its flesh and revive itself, a black flame descended from the sky, directly enveloping the lump of flesh. While the burning sun Phoenix Emperor was reaping the harvest, Yi Yu and the 3 great supreme beings were also not idle, striking out at the other demon emperors. Because he was worried about accidentally injuring friendly troops, Yi Yu turned off the attribute of weapon adaptation in advance. Only, even without the attribute enhancement of sweeping, his attack range was still extremely great, with each swing of the blade being a half-moon-shaped blade light. An ordinary Emperor realm was too much for Yi Yu to handle. When the burning sun Phoenix Emperor saw that he was killing ferociously and shattering the demon emperor into pieces, he wanted to use the 9 sepulchral divine flame to burn the body and burn off the undead, but he stopped. This was because he realized that the demon emperor who died under the giant sickle was clearly covered in blood and flesh, but he had lost his movement, as if he had been killed on the spot. The most crucial thing was that the corpse demon didn't even give him a chance to burn the corpse, putting away the demon emperor's corpse while killing him. His giant scythe can cut through the power of immortality? Seeing this scene, the burning sun Phoenix Emperor was incomparably dismayed. He had thought that his role in this battle was irreplaceable, as he possessed the 9 Spectre Divine Flame and was the only bird capable of dealing with the immortal demon race, but now it seemed that this was not the case, and the corpse demons were also able to deal with the immortal demon race. Go help the others. Don't let them get away. Yi Yu found him frozen in place and drank coldly. He was able to cut off immortality, but the other Emperor Realm Supreme beings were not. Even if they beat the demon race into flesh and tore it into pieces, the demon race would still be able to come alive under the work of the immortal divine power. Being reminded of this, the burning sun Phoenix Emperor instantly adjusted his mindset and erupted the 9 Sephirotic divine flame to reap the rewards. The fierce battle quickly ended. Not that they were all killed, but the demon emperors saw that it was not right, and they all withdrew from the safe area that the Jintian Dragon Emperor had forcefully created on the battlefield by using his physical body to harden himself. Are there still 14 demon emperors left? Yi Yu carried the giant sickle and traveled in the air, collecting the corpse deliberately left behind by the burning sun Phoenix Emperor and also staring out. The strongest ones are dead, and the rest are not high enough to pose much of a threat to us. The heavenly tribulation soul emperor was quite satisfied with the result. Just now, in a round of fierce battle, none of them had left their hands behind, and in such a short period of time, they had killed 13 demon emperors in a hard way, which had already yielded great results. It's a shame we weren't able to kill them all. The burning sun Phoenix Emperor knew the power of the 10,000 Thunders divine tree, and knew that this hard-won opportunity, which the Jintian Dragon Emperor had exchanged for by putting his body at risk and resisting with his flesh, was a pity that he hadn't been able to finalize the matter with a single hammer blow. Old brother Jintian, can you still hold up? Cheer up. You are the strongest, invincible in the world. War Demon Shura Emperor's 3 heads looked up and were encouraging and cheering.
The bombardment of scarlet beams had not ended so far. It was chilling. If it was anyone else, I'm afraid that they would have been blasted into crumbs long ago. It would still have to be the Jintian Dragon Emperor. Right at this moment, the massive dragon body of the Jintian Dragon Emperor was suddenly shedding drops of golden liquid. It's dragon's blood. Seeing this scene, Yi Yu immediately sensed that it was not good. Jintian was injured, and in the face of the attack of the 10,000 tribulation divine tree, he couldn't carry on forever. He was only able to withstand it for a period of time. Seeing this situation, the joy of the supreme beings from the success of the great battle gradually dissipated, and it only felt like a dark cloud was hanging over the top. What now? The heavenly tribulation soul emperor looked around and saw that the scarlet beam of light was still erupting, showing no signs of failing for a long time, and his heart felt bad. He could not be more clear about the strength of the Jintian Dragon Emperor. Even though the 10,000 laws impervious body was able to resist the power of the 10,000 laws avatar, it wasn't completely immune to bombardments of a higher realm, especially if it was being continually bombarded like this. In the face of his question, no one could give an answer. This situation is so bad. The enemy's power is like endless, and the bombardment is so long without any attenuation that it's almost desperate. Is challenging a god, after all, asking for death? The burning sun Phoenix Emperor's mind sank to the bottom, feeling drained as he muttered to himself. Although they were already resisting extremely hard, and had even seen repeated successes, the power of the gods was still too terrifying. When these words came out, the heavenly tribulation soul emperor didn't even bother to ask the god what he meant, his mood falling to the bottom. Had he known that this trip was so treacherous, he shouldn't have come out of the gate and run over to fight together because Jintian had personally come to the demon clan to see what was going on, and how good it would have been to send out a second-in-command or something like that. You're wrong. We're still alive. Just as the atmosphere was oppressive, Yi Yu spoke out. Corpse demon, what's your high point? After experiencing so much, the heavenly calamity soul emperor already regarded him as a powerhouse of the same level, if not stronger, and immensely valued his opinion. The number of demon emperors outside is decreasing one by one. Yi Yu gazed outside, looking at the densely packed, scarlet red light pillars that were enough to destroy everything, and continued, you can see out? Hearing this, the heavenly tribulation soul emperor only felt that it was unbelievable. Everyone couldn't see what was going on outside because the tree's attack was so terrifying that their spiritual sense couldn't probe out at all. 5 of the demon emperors who escaped just now died. The power of that tree is limited. It is sacrificing and absorbing the power of this group of demon emperors to turn it into its own. Enemy's power also has a limit. Yi Yu could see the death countdown, and he saw the boxes in the scarlet column of light, which were decreasing one by one. For sure. Is that true? The supreme beings weighed these words. Hope rekindled in their hearts, and they hastened to confirm. As the strongest people at the top of the Tianxian continent, they were fearless of all challenges and dangers, possessing the heart of a strong person who turned the impossible into the possible. The root cause of their despair was, again, because they could not see the limits of that tree. But if what the corpse demon said was true, it meant that the tree was close to its limit and had to sacrifice its men to replenish its power. The necromancer was right. Before Yi Yu could respond, a mighty and domineering voice came from overhead. Along with his words, the incessant roaring sound was gradually declining, as if the attacks had stopped and the outside world was gradually calming down. Visible to the naked eye, the scarlet beam of light that was covered by the Jintian Dragon Emperor's outer edge was also gradually closing in and shrinking. The attacks stopped, just like the necromancer said. The heavenly tribulation soul emperor was also relieved when he saw this scene. Jintian, are you okay? Finally, he waited for Jintian to speak out, and Yi Yu immediately asked. He knows better than anyone how fierce Jintian's fire and attack of the 10,000 thunders divine tree is hard to resist for so long, and he doesn't know how serious the injury is. Nonsense, you go and try to resist it hard. In response to this concern, the Jintian Dragon Emperor cursed without a good breath. You can still joke about it, so it seems to be fine. Yi Yu was relieved when he heard his angry curses that were a little weak, but still in high spirits. Don't be too happy. That tree stopping its attack doesn't mean it's all over. He should be brewing his next wave of killing moves to directly annihilate us. The Jintian Dragon Emperor didn't deny this, but only reminded the crowd. At the same time, the scarlet beam of light in the outside world completely dissipated, and the crowd flew out at the first opportunity. After 2 rounds of terrifying attacks, the void of this heaven and earth had long since collapsed, and there were still horrifying forces running across the heavens and earth. Yi Yu's speed was the fastest, directly disappearing in place, and when he appeared again, he was already above the Jintian Dragon Emperor. Yi Yu looked down at Jintian Dragon Emperor's injuries and was silent, hardly resisting the attack of the 10,000 tribulation divine tree. The injuries received by the Jintian Dragon Emperor were even more grievous than he had expected, only to see Jintian's godly, martial, sky-covering true dragon body as a golden bone, with not a single piece of good meat to be found on the surface. His internal organs were shattered, his dragon bones crumbled outwardly, and a bizarre and gruesome aura remained in his wounds, as if it was attached to his bones, preventing his injuries from healing themselves. The other supreme beings also flew up in the air and were stunned when they saw the injuries of the Jintian Dragon Emperor. In particular, the mighty and domineering dragon head of the Jintian Dragon Emperor was also disintegrated in blood and flesh, leaving only the skull. This is also too tragic. They had known each other for countless years. How had they ever seen Jintian in such a sorry state? Jintian, no matter what happens in the future, in my heart, you will always be number one in the world. That's right, even if you can't beat the corpse demon, I would still like to worship you as the strongest. Even if you can't beat your son, the war demon Shura Emperor was true to his nature, daring to love and hate, and seeing Jintian give so much to protect them, it was incomparably touching. War demon, even if I'm injured, it's still more than enough for me to beat you. If you keep talking I'll kill you. Being looked at with pitying and touching eyes by everyone, especially by the silent and speechless gaze of the corpse demon, the Jintian Dragon Emperor was already having a hard time, and when he heard that he was still gabbling, he was instantly enraged. How is your injury? Can you still move? You saw that he didn't like to be pitted, so he didn't talk nonsense and opened his mouth to ask. Can move, but can't carry it. The Jintian Dragon Emperor gave a sniff, and because the situation was dire, it was not good to amplify his words and tell the truth. It was true that his dragon bones were harder than dragon scales, but it wasn't like they were invincible. In fact, even if he didn't say those words, the crowd knew he wouldn't be able to carry the next round. Corpse, use your bow, we'll get you arrows, and we'll win if we last one more round. Learning of this, the Heavenly Tribulation Soul Emperor immediately said, I'm afraid this isn't the final round, but a trap. In response to this request, Yu did not say anything and only raised his eyes to the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Tree that stood at the end of the earth. In just a moment's time, the 14 demon emperors who had just managed to escape at their hands were all dead, apparently all sacrificed by the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Tree. So far, the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Tree had moved to make a real strike only twice. The first round was only possible by relying on his great bow, giving 4/5 of his yuan power, plus the Emperor Realm Supreme as an ammunition stockpile, so that he was able to tough it out. The second round relied on the Jintian Dragon Emperor's physical body to fight hard, paying the price of serious injuries. Just twice, they coped incredibly hard. If the third round was truly the limit of the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Tree, then it would naturally be a good thing. But if this was the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Tree's trick and trap, then they would be in a truly desperate situation if they fought until they ran out of ammunition, and he was most concerned about whether they had the ability to burn the tree down after resisting the third round. Although they have been fighting for a long time, there is a creepy fact that has to be cared about. They have not touched the body of the 10,000 Thunders Divine Tree so far. Ghoul, don't you have any more arrows left to shoot? In the face of his silence, the Heavenly Tribulation Soul Emperor, who had pinned his hopes on him, was worried. When the other supreme beings heard this, they also dropped their eyes onto Corpse Demon, who was the only hope. Although they were also strong and could play a certain role, if they wanted to save the day, they still had to rely on Jintian and Corpse Demon. Yes, facing their gazes, Yu glanced down at the Jintian Dragon Emperor and responded with determination in his heart. Yes, when they received his reply, the supreme beings immediately had their hearts in the right place, and immediately, they were operating the power within their bodies and began to condense their arrows. As for things like taking advantage of the fire and falling on the rocks, as the leaders of the clans, they all had a comprehensive view of the big picture. Even if they killed Jintian now and were able to cut down on the overall strength of the True Dragon clan, if they couldn't escape, it would be a major loss for their respective races. What's he looking at me for? The only one who wasn't happy was the Jintian Dragon Emperor, but rather was concerned about his actions and pondered in his mind. Even though the Corpse Demon was odd and his face was shrouded in black mist, he was vaguely able to feel the Corpse Demon's gaze. As they talked, the Supreme Beings took action to prepare for the next round of attacks, and the scarlet eyes above the sky dome were coldly peering at everything. Struggle, use up all your power. As long as you catch the Corpse Demon, all those 500-600 years of losses can be made up for. Seeing that they were still struggling, the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Tree wasn't worried in the slightest. Instead, it was in an excited and surging mood. After playing with them for so long, it's time to reap the rewards. As a god, it had never worried about these ants being able to stir up any waves. Everything was under control, even if the divine city was destroyed. So what? And the divine envoys were all wiped out.
As long as it could capture the corpse demon and get the secrets of the eternal power and the power of destruction in its hands, it would all be worth it. Since discovering that the corpse demon possessed the power of destruction and the power of eternity, its goal had become incredibly clear, and that was to capture the corpse demon. Only, it's not that easy to catch a necromancer. This corpse demon didn't know what kind of power it had mastered. It was clearly in its divine domain, and before the corpse demon took the initiative to show itself, it unexpectedly couldn't detect the corpse demon's existence. Waiting until the necromancer realized that their struggle and resistance was meaningless and all thoughts were lost was the perfect time for it to capture the necromancer. The time has come to do it. After waiting for a while, when the 10,000 tribulation divine tree saw that they had condensed many arrows, it immediately decided to make a move. Kala, Kala, Kala. In the next moment, heaven and earth shook with a loud noise, and the long brewing attack came. It's coming. The heavenly tribulation soul emperor was perceptive of everything and noticed the commotion at the first opportunity. However, in the next moment, the breaths of all the supreme beings were choked and their scalps went numb. Only the roots of the earth trembled, and one scarlet eyeball after another emerged. Not only the sky and the earth, but also the boundary wall of this heaven and earth. Scarlet eyes also surfaced. How does this fight? The third round of attacks was surprisingly no longer limited to the zenith, but came from all directions. Seeing this scene, the heavenly tribulation soul emperor, who was still condensing his arrows, felt an unprecedented despair. Was this the final wave of attack after the divine tree had sacrificed 14 demon emperors? According to this situation, even if the corpse demon is strong, it won't be able to withstand it. The Jintian dragon emperor only felt his scalp numb. He had anticipated that the divine tree's sudden stoppage was definitely to brew an even more terrifying attack, but this was too terrifying, wasn't it? Don't worry though, I'm here. Just when the crowd was in despair, Yi Yu's low and hoarse voice sounded. Between the words, his size also climbed, and the giant sickle in his hand was replaced with a large bow, his aura climbing. The situation is not right. I'm going to take your arrows and force a breakout. Retreat first and wait until afterward to deal with him. Although he was talking about invincibility, he was also transmitting his voice to the supreme beings. As expected, this 10,000 tribulation divine tree did not use its full strength to kill him from the beginning to the end, but rather had great plans, such as capturing him and capturing the supreme beings. With this move, it probably wanted to transform both him and the 5 supreme beings into its henchmen. As the saying goes, one drum is enough to make a difference. This last wave of attack was when the 10,000 sorrows divine tree was harvested. 3 more to go. More early tomorrow. Hearing the corpse demon's transmission caused all the supreme beings to stare at each other in disbelief. The situation is not right. Retreat first, and wait until afterward to deal with the tree. Who among them does not know this? But the problem was that they had just entered this small world, and they were already trying, and they couldn't be broken at all, because this tree wall was the same as the border of the spirit abyss. It was the wall of a small world that could only be entered and exited from the entrance and exit. Having said that, the supreme beings were all smart people who wouldn't take the bull by the horns and quickly reacted. Could it be that the necromancer was looking for the exit when it dived into hiding at first? Does it know where the exit is? Boom! Without waiting for them to think more, Yi Yu was already bending his bow and shooting an arrow towards the heavenly giant tree-like body of the 10,000 tribulation god tree. This is plain and ordinary shooting, without any arrow skill to speak of. However, under the giant arrows condensed by the Emperor Realm supreme beings, as well as the multiple arrows, the 29 giant arrows, nonetheless, erupted with a destructive momentum rushing toward the 10,000 thunders divine tree. And that was just the beginning, as he once again bent his bow and shot arrows in all directions littered with giant scarlet eyes. All follow. However, in the twinkling of an eye, 8 arrows were shot, splitting into more than 200 giant arrows whistling away as Yi Yu's voice exploded in the minds of the supreme beings. In the next moment, his huge body moved and ran in a direction. The situation is critical. Even if the supreme beings are puzzled, they can only believe in him once now, because the scarlet eyes in all directions were already beginning to be restless, and even more so, they were emitting a palpitating aura of destruction, and the scarlet beams that covered the sky were about to explode. In a flash, the 5 supreme beings followed Yi Yu's lead and headed along a path blazed by the giant arrow. Just after taking action, the heavenly tribulation soul emperor realized that something was wrong. This direction, wasn't it the place they had come in when they initially came in? Ghoul, that's not an exit. Alarmed by this matter, the heavenly tribulation soul emperor hurriedly transmitted his voice. Ghouls, panicking is a big no-no. Corpse demon, this is a dead end. Corpse demon, why don't we fight that tree? The other party is already at the end of their rope. As long as we survive this round, we'll win. He wasn't the only one who sensed that something was wrong. The other supreme beings did the same and hurriedly transmitted their voices.
In front of me, even a dead end will become a living one. You guys have time to send me a message. Why don't you think of a way to fend off the attack? In the face of their panic and skepticism, Yi Yu's thoughts were incomparably firm. He had the attribute of armor piercing. Even if it was the sky, he could poke a hole in it. This was the critical moment of fighting for time, and for powerhouses at their level. A mere second was enough for them to do a lot of things. This reasoning, too, applied to the 10,000 sacred trees. Along with them taking action, the 10,000 tribulation divine tree discovered the corpse demon's intent to escape at the first opportunity, and was instantly alerted. In just an instant, it realized the corpse demon's intention, which was to use the power of destruction to unite the power of the 5 supreme beings and forcefully punch through the tree wall to kill its way out. Even if we kill all 5 Emperor Realm supreme beings, we must still leave the corpse demon behind. We absolutely cannot let it escape. Alerted to this point, the 10,000 sorrows divine tree, which was still victorious and high above the world, was shocked and furious, and had a resolution. If it really let the corpse demon escape, then the immortal god army that it had spent 600 years of its heart and soul to cultivate would have been sacrificed for nothing. The most crucial thing was that the 2 supreme powers, the power of destruction and the power of eternity, were not easy to come by. With the power of its dreams right in front of it, it must consider if this will be the only chance it will get in this life. As long as we could catch the necromancer, then even if we sacrificed more, it would be worth it. Rumble. In the next moment, the sky shook and the entire world seemed to be collapsing at that moment. With such a violent commotion, the supreme beings who were fleeing in the footsteps of the corpse demon looked back to see a hair-raising scene, only to see since the beginning of all stand in the earth at the end of the 10,000 thunders divine tree. The top of the body is violently trembling. Huge and horrible roots as countless hideous python in the writhing and tossing. Each root of the twitching, as if it is a giant whip, tearing the sky and earth. The terrifying power of even the space cannot withstand. For the collapse of that giant tree in the sky, as if it was unlocking some kind of seal and bondage, was actually standing up. Just a mere act of rising up caused the sky to shake and the earth to sway. What kind of astounding greatness was this? What kind of power is this? Is it really a god? The Jintian Dragon Emperor looked at the huge figure that topped the sky and felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. He had thought that he had reached the peak of the great circle of the Emperor realm, had sensed the way of 10,000 soldiers, had mastered the 10,000 laws and 10,000 soldiers, and had made up for the weakness of the true Dragon Clan's close-quarter battle, and had reached the end of the road, and that he could be called honorable by looking at the strongest people of the past and present. Unlike the predecessor powerhouses 10,000 years ago, because of the many racial wars that occurred, fighting until the sky fell apart, there were many dark wounds, and there was strife day and night, because he lived in the era of the coexistence of the 100 races, which he had personally created, where celestial prides came forth, demons flourished, and supreme beings suppressed the current world. He was able to dive into his cultivation and ascend to the top of the heap. It's blocking the road. It's in a hurry. It's the right road. Yi Yu had been eyeing ahead, and when he saw the boundary wall that the giant arrow pointed to, the layers of intertwined tree roots seemed to revive as if they had come back to life, surging wildly and vibrating with sound. At this point in time, the intention of escaping had already been exposed, and there was no point in transmitting the voice. Steady and loud words exploded like thunder, and all the supreme beings came back to their senses and looked ahead. In the midst of battle, all the enemy's movements, eyes, expressions, words, center of gravity, purpose, are all traceable, insight into everything. 100 battles. What the enemy will stop at all costs is often what it fears most. In other words, this path chosen by the necromancers is the right one, and their current actions are the optimal solution. Because of this, that divine tree was so anxious that it even stood up and tried to stop them at all costs. Boom! In the midst of the fierce battle, there were instantaneous changes, and in the face of their breakout, the 10,000 searches divine tree was already erupting with countless beams of scarlet light shooting out. In the sky and the world, in all directions, scarlet beams of light that could be injured if rubbed, and seriously injured if hit, poured in from all over the sky. What's more, there were leaves flying among the scarlet beams of light, killing them together. Protect Jintian. Seeing this kind of attack, Yi Yu's heart sank. In fact, the reason why he wanted to strategically retreat was not just because he sensed that the 10,000 tribulation divine tree might be plotting a trick, but because Jintian's injuries were too severe. If Jintian hadn't helped him block the second round of attacks, he would have at least waited until he was injured before retreating, still thinking that it would be best for the 5 supreme beings to die with the demon emperors, and that he would collect the corpses all at once and bring them back to bury a wave and take off on the spot. because he possessed the body technique self-contained divine walking created based on a special attribute, toughness. Even if this was the land of the 10,000 tribulation divine tree, he was still able to come and go as he pleased in this heaven and earth. To be at ease means to be free and unconstrained. In this heaven and earth, there was no formation, no divine ability, no space that could suppress him, imprison him, or bind him. But Jintian Dragon Emperor just resisted with his flesh, as if the sky collapsed and the tall man topped it, making him change his mind. He cannot care about the death or life of the other supreme beings, but Jintian Dragon Emperor, if he can be saved, he can be saved. You guys just take care of yourselves. I can still hold my own. Although the Jintian Dragon Emperor did not have a piece of good flesh on his surface and was half dead, the true dragon had pride and was unwilling to accept the protection of others, and was incomparably hard-headed. At the same time, the attack of the 10,000 tribulation divine tree had already arrived. The supreme beings didn't care about his stiff upper lip. They all struck out, erupting with divine abilities and imperial techniques, sweeping across the party. Although the scarlet beams were horrendous, the Jintian Dragon Emperor was able to use his physical body to harden against a round of flurry of shots, and they, as equal, same-level Emperor Realm Supreme Beings, and even more so, the most apex of the Tianxian continent's great figures, with endless undercard cards. Wouldn't they be suppressed so easily? Divine light burst out, black flames surrounded them, and the 5 supreme beings together with Yi Yu were like a huge black sun, heading straight for the tree wall, breaking out strongly. Even though scarlet filled the sky, they were like an invincible lance, penetrating through everything, unstoppable, and the network of firepower interwoven by the scarlet beams of light could not stop them at all. A bunch of mole crickets also want to escape from me. Do you really think you can get away with it? Getting closer and closer to the wall, a cold and angry word, like the voice of a god, caused heaven and earth to resonate, echoing and shaking the soul, hijack the life. The immediate aftermath is as simple and straightforward as if the gods had decreed it. But the words fell. But it is the words follow the law. Thunder shook the sky. Yi Yu group of people in front of the road immediately turned out a sky and land of thunder prison. The thunder prison exudes a monstrous ferocious might. The void collapsed into a chaos. Everything in the world is annihilated in it, like an impenetrable wall, proclaiming that the world, this road cannot be. This scene caused all the supreme beings to look away in despair. It was simply impossible to pass through the body. If they continued forward, they would only be seeking their own death. Since entering this space, they had been fighting with the immortal demon race, fighting repeatedly, and even exerting imperial techniques and divine abilities, and had long since been injured, with most of their yuan power depleted. To carry this kind of thunder prison forward hard, unless the Jintian Dragon Emperor was still at his full strength and swallowed everyone into his stomach, it would be possible to break out. Don't stop. All follow. No one in heaven or earth can stand in my way. Yi Yu did not stop. Having anticipated this, with a shake of his right hand he took out the true dragon arrow that had not been utilized, and released a furious voice. This voice is loud and overbearing, no longer the usual hoarse and low, invincible, looking down on the world's will and vigor, sweeping away all the gloom. It's death to stop. Follow him. Having fought with the corpse demon before, the Jintian Dragon Emperor knew him best and chose to trust him. Yi Yu put 3 true dragon arrows on the bowstring and went all out. The arrows came out to transform into dragons, and a domineering and overwhelming roar resounded as 87 true dragons rushed towards the thunder prison. The 3 arrows opened the way, and without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yu's body moved and actually chased after the giant arrows. Seeing his determination, the supreme beings returned to their senses and also decided to put up a fight. All of them erupted with divine speed and followed closely. The true dragon and the thunder prison collided. The heavens and earth trembled, storms exploded, and there were even fiery flames that incinerated everything. However, the power of the true dragon giant arrow was too powerful, and that heaven-spanning thunder prison was actually hardened and torn open. It was not a good path to walk, the two brute forces erupting close to each other, as if they were moving forward in a sea of swords and mountains. Hijack extinction. Never think of escaping from me. Along with their righteous charge, a voice of divine might that shook the 9 heavens above and reached the 9 ghosts below came. Those were the divine words of the 10,000 Jubilee divine tree, and the words followed the law, and the visions were frequent. The thunder prison, which was already like an abyss like the sea, exploded open, with endless surging divine power that surged wildly. That one thunder shattered into billions, no longer muddled, but still has a horrible destructive power, rubbing that is injured. Even the Emperor Realm Great Circle also dare not use the flesh hard to catch. All the counterattacks and blocking. See the exit. Under the brutal and incomparable charge, crossing the thunder prison, Yi Yu finally saw the boundary of this heaven and earth, the wall of size,
which had resisted the 5 supreme beings joining hands in despair, was struck by the giant arrow and was as fragile as a piece of paper, unable to withstand it at all, forming a large hole. The view beyond the large hole was no longer scarlet-colored, but bright daylight. Corpse demon. At the same time, a roar so furious and maniacal that it seemed to be destroying everything resonated with heaven and earth. This was the roar of the 10,000 Thunders divine tree, which used its roots to condense a pair of giant hands to press down on the earth, and tried its best to stand up, but it was slow to do so, and it was already too late to stop it. Its body was deeply rooted between heaven and earth, not to be shaken or easily moved, and it could only drive countless tree roots that turned into whips trying to grab him. In the face of this furious roar, Yiyu ignored it, and without stopping his footsteps for a moment, he directly led the 5 supreme beings to rush out. 3 more to go. Forgot to name the chapters in the first 2 chapters. Will correct when the editor in charge gets to work. Outside the burial demon valley, the 5 supreme beings and Yiyu were still being chased by the tree roots until they flew out of the range of the abyss before stopping. Escaped. The burning sun Phoenix Emperor had long been bruised all over his body, wounded in the successive fierce battles. His yuan power was even less than what was left. He looked back and looked distantly at the tree roots stretching out from the burial demon valley like 10,000 snakes dancing about, wreaking havoc in the heavens and the earth. And he only felt that it was unbelievable. As early as when he realized that the divine tree within the burial demon valley was the 10,000 tribulation divine tree, and the first time he escaped was when his back was cut off. He thought that he was dead this time. The supreme beings were the same. They only felt like they were escaping from death, and while they were relieved, the throbbing in their hearts could not be calmed for a long time. Is that position its limit? This raid was considered a great success, harvesting the corpses of 18 demon emperors and also destroying the immortal army of the 10,000 sacrifice divine tree, weakening its means and figuring out its strength. The power of the God realm is even stronger than I expected. Joining hands with so many Emperor Realm Supreme Beings didn't manage to pluck it out at once, although it's a pity. But when I break through the Emperor Realm and my special attributes are further enhanced, I should be able to single-handedly defeat it. Compared to their physical and mental exhaustion, Yiyu stood with his feet in the void, gazing at the scene of the burial demon valley and summarizing the harvest this time. For the matter of being able to escape, he wasn't surprised at all. If he didn't want to save Shintian, he didn't need to go through so much trouble at all, casting the burial heaven method to hide his breath, and then using the Z divine walk and toughness. He would just force his way through the wall of trees. It was true that he could come and go as he pleased, but the late stage of the Zunsha realm was still too weak after all, and if he wanted to cut down trees, he had to raise his realm further before he could do so. Demon Emperor all destroyed. Do not know what happened to those demon duns. So far are nowhere to be seen. It is possible that the 10,000 searches divine tree was sacrificed, or it is possible that it was hidden. It's better to make a handful of preparations just to be on the safe side. Do you all have any left? After thinking about it, Yiyu turned around to look at the several Emperor Realm Supreme Beings who were taking heavenly treasures to recover their injuries and strength. There, what do you expect us to want to do? When the Jintian Dragon Emperor heard this question, he immediately answered. In fact, it was already running out of gas, and it was also heavily injured, so it no longer had the strength to do anything. But as a true dragon, he could never say no. The 10,000 Tribulation Divine Tree's attack range can extend 10,000 miles out of the Burial Demon Valley is the limit, and as this distance is neither too long nor too short, I feel it is very necessary to curb its actions. Yiyu saw that he was hardened and didn't pick a fight. He just opened his mouth. Get to the point. I want you to join forces and lay down a formation to seal it, so that it doesn't wreak havoc on the party again and gather another undead army. Yiyu was not good at seals and formations. After all, his years of cultivation were too short, only 25 years, cultivating from zero to the late stage of the exalted realm, enlightenment, collecting corpses, and traveling all over the continent. He had already expended all his energy, and he simply didn't have the time to study array formations, seals, alchemy, weaponry, and other means. Although he didn't know how to do formations and seals, it didn't mean that the supreme beings wouldn't. Exactly. It's a big scourge, and it's best to sweep this threat away as soon as possible. That's right, kill it at all costs. The war demon Shura Emperor disapproved of this proposal, and his killing intent was full of wariness. Nearly killed by that tree. How had he ever suffered such an indignity? He had to get it back. Are you sure? Kill it at all costs. Yiyu was surprised to see that the war demon Shura Emperor was so brave and cast his gaze on him. I'm sure. This tree is immeasurably harmful and has great plans. It's even if we didn't find out before. But now that we have found out, we should gather the power of the 100 clans together to exterminate him. We've gone through so much effort and managed to wipe out its henchmen. So if we don't do it now, what better time to wait?
Being questioned by him, the war demon Shura Emperor did not waver and said with certainty, "This divine tree is indeed terrifying, but it has a limited range of influence and can't move freely yet. Sealing it is the best way." Although his attitude was firm, the heavenly tribulation soul emperor had a different opinion and opened his mouth. "The strength of that tree is unfathomable. If we do it rashly, the consequences will be unimaginable. It's safer to seal it first and think twice before acting." Exactly. Hearing this proposal, the Shattered Star Ancient Emperor and the Burning Sky Phoenix Emperor also felt that it made sense and agreed. If you miss this opportunity, you won't have such a good chance in the future. When the war demon Shura Emperor saw that they all had this attitude, he immediately didn't understand. "War demon, you said you'd do whatever it takes. Have you thought about how many deaths and injuries you'll have to suffer if you kill that tree? And after this battle, we've all suffered very serious injuries. Going back to heal our wounds, we don't even know how long it'll take if we want to recover to our full strength. War demon, act calmly and keep the big picture in mind. Relying on recklessness alone won't work." Realizing that he still wanted to make a move, the supreme beings were also explaining to him the advantages and disadvantages of doing so. Seeing them start arguing, Yi Yu was not surprised and did not interrupt. Perhaps in the moment of crisis, the five supreme beings all had a great sense of the big picture and put aside their former suspicions to cooperate. But when the crisis was lifted, then the situation would be different. If everyone was willing to work together and destroy the 10,000 sacrifice divine tree at all costs, he would definitely be the first one to be in favor of it, and would even be willing to lead the attack. In this way, not only was he able to directly remove a hidden danger of doom, because of the fight to the death, he was also able to directly harvest a large number of corpses. But the problem lay in the fact that the strength of the 10,000 tribulation god tree was obvious to all, and there was no way to know just how heavy a price one would have to pay if they wanted to destroy it. Perhaps when an external enemy was present, one should be united. But the 10,000 sacred tree had a limited range of action, which doomed it to the fact that eliminating it was not the only option. And there was also the option of sealing it. Corpse demon, what level of seal is to be laid? Jintian Dragon Emperor wasn't surprised by this and didn't get involved in the argument. He never liked to talk nonsense and hit the point. Those outside can't get in. Those inside can't get out. It's best to use the flames of the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor as the dominant flame to avoid a situation where the leaves of that tree can fly out. Yi Yu's request was clear. Sooner or later he would cut down the tree. It was just that the time had not yet come, and he still needed to make some preparations. Before that, he had to avoid the disaster of the 10,000 sacrifice divine tree spreading out as much as possible, and gather a sizable army once again. The undead army of the 10,000 tribulation god tree was not only able to help it expand its territory and conquer the four directions, but it could also be used as a backup hidden energy source. In other words, the more henchmen the 10,000 sacred tree had, the stronger it would be. Jintian Dragon Emperor confirmed to his meaning, and didn't bother to ask the opinions of other supreme beings, even though he was heavily injured. His dragon scales had long been broken beyond repair, and those dragon claws were clenched in the air relative to each other. In the next moment, a golden square floated in front of it, and then it slowly flew towards the front of the burial demon valley. Along with flying through the air, the golden square swelled up and enveloped the outskirts of the burial demon valley in the blink of an eye. This was the sealing formation that the true dragon clan was best at, the prison of beings. Even for Emperor Realm supreme beings, once they were trapped by the prison of beings, it would not be easy to escape from it. The prison of beings can only be entered but not exited. It's your turn. After doing so, the Jintian Dragon Emperor looked towards the other several supreme beings. His already weakened aura had fallen by a large amount again, and what little power he already had left was almost depleted. Seeing that he had made an example, it would be hard to say anything if the supreme beings didn't do something. Moreover, as long as the formation was laid down and the seal was imposed, this divine tree tribulation would be considered to have come to an end, and there were many strikes. Rumble, accompanied by a vibration that resounded through the 8 directions. 5 formations were laid down, and the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor's formation was sandwiched in the center to isolate the leaves of the 10,000 tribulation tree from flying out. Since then, the burial demon valley, which was surrounded by scarlet tree roots, like a spherical tree, was also completely covered up, and it was almost impossible for ordinary people to get a glimpse of the true appearance. Gentlemen, I have consumed a great deal in this battle, so I will go first. The war demon Shura Emperor, who was forced to lay down the array, was in a bad mood because he disagreed with them and was unwilling to be in their company any longer. Throwing down a sentence and leaving, he was indignant, but he was telling the truth. In this battle, the 5 supreme beings were all bruised and battered. Their yuan power was consumed tremendously, and they looked incomparably wretched and miserable. Only the necromancer appeared to be unharmed on the surface. and it was not known if he had been injured. Today's favor will be repaid in the coming day.
The heavenly tribulation soul emperor did not want to stay for long,
and after looking at Yi Yu and making a promise, he turned around and left. Today's encounter is too crazy. Above the emperor realm, there is actually a realm. He had to bring the news of the divine tree back to the clan in a hurry, formulate countermeasures and study them. As they left,
the other supreme beings also said their goodbyes one after another.
Intending to leave, Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor, please stay. Right at this moment,
Yi Yu called out to the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor,
Corpse Demon, is there anything else you want?
When the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor heard his retention, his heart froze, but he still stopped.
Could it be that the necromancer wanted to take advantage of the situation?
Although they were grasshoppers on the same boat in the divine realm of the 10,000 tribulation divine tree, now that they were out of danger, that short-lived alliance and union had come to an end.
I was greatly consumed in the battle just now. I wonder if you could give me a phoenix fruit.
Yi Yu simply could not kill an Emperor Realm Supreme if it was not necessary, and seeing that he was nervous, he opened the door and asked,
Emperor-level phoenix fruit, rare in the world. He hadn't been able to find it even after rummaging through the Phoenix clan, so it was not easy to see it, so he definitely had to fight for it. How can I let you down when you've asked?
Realizing that he had specifically called out to him for this very thing, the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor hurriedly took out an Emperor-grade Phoenix fruit and sent it to him, holding it with Yuan power. Although the Emperor-level Phoenix fruits were rare,
and to him, each one was a life-saving treasure medicine, this thing could be cultivated. After saying this, he turned around and with a wave of his wings, he turned into a red sun rushing towards the sky and left. For his departure,
Yi Yu did not stop him and took the Emperor-level Phoenix fruit and fumbled with it twice before putting it away.
The Phoenix fruit is only useful to fire cultivators. I'm afraid it's useless to you. Seeing this scene, the Jintian Dragon Emperor, who hadn't left yet, opened his mouth. Since I want it, it is naturally useful to me. Are you still not leaving? Not afraid that I will kill you? Yi Yu didn't want to explain too much to him, and after responding,
he saw that he didn't have the intention to leave,
so he intimidated. You don't scare me. You wouldn't have bothered to save me if you wanted to kill me.
The Jintian Dragon Emperor wouldn't easily jeopardize the situation and coldly snorted in disbelief.
Perhaps the other supreme beings didn't see it,
but he knew very well that Corpse Demon was calm and unhurried from the beginning to the end,
as if he had everything under control. That's disgusting. Can you stop making it sound so mushy? Do I need to go through the trouble of saving you?
When Yi Yu heard him say this, he only felt that it was goosebumps and immediately cursed.
While he did. For men, some things are tasteless when spoken. Corpse Demon. This time, the visions in the Burial Demon Valley couldn't have been caused by you, right? Jintian Dragon Emperor was a bit embarrassed by his foul scolding, so he simply went straight to the point. So what if it is? Wouldn't it be good for you to find out about it? Yi Yu didn't deny this and frankly admitted it. What the hell is it?
The Jintian Dragon Emperor didn't get angry when he saw him admit it in person.
Only his mind sank. As the strongest 10,000 years ago, and now the second in the world.
He had thought that there was nothing he didn't know under this universal sky, but now it seemed that this was not the case.
Don't worry about it. Go back and get well. In response to this query, Yi Yu stood parallel to him,
looking at his tattered and broken dragon head with all its flesh and blood broken and its skull exposed,
and said indifferently, Corpse Demon, don't think I'll obey you just because you saved me. I saved you once just now too.
When the Jintian Dragon Emperor saw him say this,
he was instantly enraged. Why did you just carry it in your flesh?
Yi Yu saw that he was proud of his heart,
and after pondering, he asked. In fact,
he had set up this time to make a big commotion, and had made up his mind after seeing the 5 supreme beings make their appearance. He wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Let the 5 supreme beings fight with the 10,000 thunders divine tree.
Cut down the tree if he could, and if he couldn't cut down the tree, he would bring all the emperor corpses back to be buried, weakening the enemy while at the same time using this to grow his own strength and prepare for the next tree cutting. Though his actions were a little accidental in the process, he made an early appearance to help the 5 supreme beings together against the enemy. But that was because he realized that if he didn't make a move, it was very likely that the 5 supreme beings wouldn't even be able to kill a single demon emperor, let alone probe the strength of the 10,000 tribulation divine tree. From the beginning to the end, he had actually held the idea that the snipe would win. 5 great supreme beings. One counts as one. It's best if they all die. He doesn't have any good feelings towards any of these 5 supreme beings anyway. Such thoughts did not change until the Jintian Dragon Emperor stepped forward and blocked the attack for him.
The Jintian Dragon Emperor still has value beyond turning into a treasure chest.
Why? Because I am the Jintian Dragon Emperor. And if you can carry that tree's attack, so can I. In response to this query, Jintian snorted coldly, incomparably arrogant. Which means you're trying to prove that you don't lose to me? Seeing that he was seriously injured and was still arrogant to the point of being unbeatable, Yi Yu was not angry. Instead he helped him think of a reasonable name. Nice. In the face of his interpretation, the Gentian Dragon Emperor did not deny it. Get lost and go back to heal your wounds. I'll let you off this time. Next time you dare to appear in front of me, I'll definitely shoot you to death with an arrow. Yi Yu was a little amused to see that he really obeyed his words and did not argue with him. Just by you? Get lost and go back to heal your wounds as well. Next time I'll let you see how powerful this emperor is. That time I lost to you before was just me being careless. Gentian was disdainful and arrogant at this provocation. It's never been about him telling others to get lost, not others telling him to get lost. There are people outside of people, and there are people outside of people. So be good. Yi Yu's body had long since returned to its normal human size and rose into the air, looking down on him from above, indifferently. After saying that, his figure shifted and he disappeared between heaven and earth. Realizing that the corpse demon had disappeared without a trace in an instant, with not even a hint of chi to be traced, Gentian Dragon Emperor's heart sank. The corpse demon's divine means were so terrifying that it was as if it stood above another level, being able to reach the realm of the Emperor realm great perfection. The strength of the major supreme beings was actually hard to distinguish between them, not much different. All of them were beings that stood at the very top of the Tianqian continent. However, the corpse demon's strength was beyond the boundaries of a supreme being. It was as if their group of supreme beings were all geniuses, and the corpse demon was a monster that surpassed genius. Is there a man outside of man? After pondering for a long time, the Gentian Dragon Emperor weighed the words spoken by the corpse demon, and dark spatial power erupted around his body, wrapping around his entire body before disappearing in place. In reality, Yi Yu hadn't left yet, but rather, he was above the pale sky, only using the burial sky method to conceal his figure and breath. I hope he won't come to the next divine crusade. He's still adding to the chaos at his age. I don't have the energy to save any more people. Seeing that the Gentian Dragon Emperor, who was seriously injured to the point of near death, left peacefully without being attacked by a sneak attack that took advantage of the situation, Yi Yu then let go of his heart and muttered to himself in his heart. Although in the middle of this divine tree crusade, this old thing's performance was noteworthy. His flesh was hard against a round of attacks from the divine realm and still managed to stay alive, and his blood volume and defense were ridiculously high. But the power of the god realm was too strong, far beyond the limits of the emperor realm. Standing at another height, the Gentian Dragon Emperor had lived for 10,000 long years and was already old. He should have to understand the reasoning of being wise and give the stage to the young. For example, his son, the strongest demon in the history of the Tianqian continent, the top of the supreme ranking list, the Xinchuan Dragon Emperor who was known as the number one in the world. The existence of the god realm has already been made known by the 5 great supreme beings. The balance that has been maintained on Tianqian continent for 10,000 years is going to be broken. So I hope that the encroachment of the gods can be curbed instead of further deteriorating. No longer worried about Gentian, Yi Yu's falling eyes looked towards the 5 formations that surrounded the buried demon valley impermeably, and his heart rippled. He possessed the ability to see through the death of others, and for 25 years, had been able to grasp everything, able to determine life and death in a single breath. But this time, in the face of the human disaster brought about by the gods, even he could not assert it. The countdown to death measured by the system was an absolute death that excluded him. And even if the Celestial Destiny clan possessed the ability to count heaven and earth and life and death, they could not change their destiny. A person who wants to escape the death countdown must either intervene or be influenced by him. He is the only variable in this world. One wave of a butterfly's wing could cause a tornado. He is not a butterfly. He is an even more terrifying existence than a true dragon. How horrible a chain reaction he will bring to the whole continent with this action, no one can assert and predict. When the Gentian Dragon Emperor learned of the existence of the divine realm, as the head of the 100 races, he definitely wouldn't sit back and do nothing. The Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor had exposed the existence of the Black Flame, and it was no longer possible to hide the fact that there were gods behind it. The Shattered Star Ancient Emperor was well hidden in this crusade, and even though it went all out, it never exposed the gods behind it, what power it possessed, and was still dormant. More than 30 demon emperors of the demon clan had fallen. The plan to rise to power had been ruined, and it was hard to predict what would become of them from now on, and it was also hard to predict whether they would live or die. There is also the war demon Shura Emperor. This guy is obviously also an old thing that has lived for 10,000 years, probably because he has 3 heads and is never alone, and keeps a little bit of childishness, and it is easy to be intentional, and it is impossible to conclude what kind of action he will take. It's useless to think about it too much. With so many formations and the Emperor realm all but extinguished, the 10,000 sacrifices divine tree shouldn't be able to play any tricks for the time being,
So let's go ahead and bury the corpse for a treasure chest and then figure out how to break through the Emperor realm. Yi Yu thought of the general consequences that would be brought about by this divine tree crusade, and with an expectation, he also turned around and left. South of the southern domain, an unnamed forbidden mountain deep within the 100,000 Great Mountains, Yi Yu, who was wearing a black robe and whose face was shrouded in black mist, making it impossible to see his appearance, was digging a pit to bury the corpse. As he moved, the two emperor beasts lurking in the mountain didn't even dare to breathe, their hearts pounding with fear, and they only dared to transmit their voices in secret. How many is this? 18. Are all demonic emperor realms? It shouldn't have wiped out the demon race, right? The strangest thing is that the demon race has so many emperor realms, no matter how many there are. As it stands, it's all been caught in the net. These two imperial beasts that were captured for tomb guarding purposes were so scared that they lost their 3 souls and only felt like they were sweating and creepy. Although they have long seen corpse demons drag the emperor realm back and bury it, and even dragon emperors have dared to bury them, but this time the number is too outrageous, right? The corpses were all emanating ferocious flames of imperial might, as if they were recounting how powerful they had been in life. Yi Yu paid no attention to the fear of the emperor beasts, and simply buried the last remains into the earth. Burial of the eternal demon emperor, rewarded with a grade 8 treasure chest. Level 8 treasure chest opened successfully, rewarding armor piercing 2%, dodge 2%, weapon adaptation plus 1 inch. The treasure chest of the eternal demon emperor is so fierce, it still has to be someone else to kill. The more advanced the treasure chest, the more fierce the rewards, all rare attributes. Fortunately, I only killed 3 demon emperors, and 15 are the 5 supreme beings to kill. Seeing this attribute, Yi Yu was also shocked and felt saddened. Immediately, he also opened his attribute panel and looked at his harvest this time. Name, Yi Yu. Age, 37. Realm, Late Celestial Realm. Weapon, Lance. Armor piercing, 88% 95%, closed. Blood absorption, 167% 170%. Toughness, 84% 90%. Strike chance, 216% 223%. Strike rate overflow will be converted to strike damage. Chance of counterattack, 85% 92, closed. Dodge chance, 61% 70 opening. Weapons adaptation, 2931. Enlightenment, 156 times 162 times. This time, when you open the treasure chest, probably because of the higher level, most of them are relatively rare attributes, not the 2 easiest attributes to stack, which are blast and blood absorption. If I stack my attributes a few more times at this rate, I should be able to make them into the twilight of the gods in 25 years when the gods descend, right? Seeing such a luxurious attribute panel, the corners of Yi Yu's mouth grinned on his cold face that was shrouded in black mist, a smile that he simply could not suppress. This time, the harvest of launching a surprise attack on the 10,000 tribulation divine tree, creating a big commotion and attracting the 5 supreme beings to join in the crusade against the demon race was too lucrative, especially armor piercing, evasion, toughness. This time the increase is too big. With the 2 attributes of bludgeoning, blood absorption to reach 100% is just the starting point different. These 3 attributes to reach 100%, but a qualitative change. Armor piercing, for example, is real damage once it reaches 100%. As we all know, true damage is the truest damage. If I stack armor piercing to 100%, can I just cut down the little 10,000 sacred tree? Thinking of the qualitative changes that might be ushered in when armor piercing reached 100%, Yi Yu's mind was active. After the first round of bombardment of the buried demon valley, he was already confirming that he was able to annihilate the demon race that was empowered by the immortal god's power even if he didn't use fire. By analogy, the fact that he could kill the demon race meant that he could kill the 10,000 sacred tree. He has the burial of heaven method, as well as the self-divine walk. If he silently touches the side of the 10,000 thunders divine tree, and initiates a sneak attack and assassination with the help of 100% armor piercing, ignoring the true damage of all defenses, he may be able to kill the gods with a single blow. 3 more deliveries. Ask for monthly tickets. Thank you to Big Tree Can't Get Out of Endless for the reward. West of the Eastern Region, 10,000 Demons City, 100 Foxes Family Inn, Grandfather Pavilion Master. Don't worry, eldest brother will be fine. Sure Shinshui sat down at the table to eat his lunch, and as he ate, he saw the old man beside him frowning and stroking his beard with a sad face, and comforted him. Be careful with the water. Why can you assert this? The despondent Zhu Yuan came back to his senses and realized that he was being comforted by an 11-year-old doll, and he was in tears and confusion. Since the sealing of the 5 supreme beings in the burial demon valley, 2 days and 2 nights had already passed, yet Elder Yi still had no news and his whereabouts were unknown. This time, the burial demon valley is extremely dangerous.
as strong as the Jintian Dragon Emperor has been seriously injured, and there is even a corpse demon involved in it. He is going to suspect that the corpse demon is not killing Elder Yi, and directly collecting the body away. This situation even he, a knowledgeable old man, had to worry, but this little doll was not worried at all. Could it be that he knew what was hidden? Because Big Brother is invincible. Sure, Xinshui responded to this query without thinking. Why was she able to assert that? That was naturally because she knew that eldest brother was a corpse demon. Nearly 2 days and 2 nights. The matter about the burial demon valley was already spreading, especially in the 10,000 demon city, before tea and after dinner, in the streets and alleys. It was all hotly discussed. The demon race's forbidden land, the burial demon valley, was suspected to have undergone a major change, and was encompassed by a scarlet spherical tree. The 5 supreme beings and the corpse of the devil broke into the demon race forbidden burial demon valley, but encountered a shocking battle. The battle lasted half an hour. Wounded breakout. The last is to join hands to lay down the ceiling array before going their own way. What you say is not unreasonable. Zhu Yuan saw how blindly trusting she was, and after thinking about it, he slightly jawed and loosened his frown. In fact, he was still worried and just made expressions to manage it. As the 9 Heavens Pavilion Master, one of the strongest emperor realms of the human race, the profound Sky Emperor, what was the point of letting a little doll comfort and worry? However, he felt that there was some truth in what Sure Xinshui said. That was the invincible Elder Yi. Before separating from the team to act alone, Elder Yi concealed his breath and figure in front of them, so that he and the ancestors of the 9 Heavens Pavilion couldn't find any trace of him even if they racked their brains, tried everything, and exerted all sorts of magical powers. Moreover, Elder Yi had shown through the phantom mirror that he was able to come and go as he pleased in the burial demon valley. The reason he was so worried boiled down to the fact that Elder Yi was too important to the 9 Heavens Pavilion, especially after realizing that the calamity was coming, as well as the bizarre immortality of the burial demon valley. This sense of dependence reached an unprecedented height. Pavilion Master Grandfather, you want to eat something together? Seeing that he was no longer frowning, Sure Xinshui felt that her consolation had paid off and warmly invited him. No need. You eat, it's all for you. Zhu Yuan was still worried. Where did he have the appetite to eat? Glancing at the meal on the table and gently shaking his head. With that said, he fell into deep thought and began to think of a countermeasure. He planned to wait for one more day, and if he still couldn't wait for Elder Yi, he would use the airship route to open the way to send this little girl back to the 9 Heavens Pavilion, and personally make a trip to the Cultivation clan to talk to the War Demon Cultivation Emperor to find out the whereabouts. The cultivator race and the human race are the same race in the southern domain, and the ranking is relatively close, and it is easier to negotiate, at least than the ancient race, the phoenix race, the soul race, and the dragon race. Seeing that the pavilion master was not eating, Sure Xinshui did not force himself and ate on his own, as he was not worried at all and had a good appetite. Reaching the perfection of the Tong sense realm, coupled with the fact that eldest senior brother had fed her a lot of heavenly treasures, her physique was already metamorphosing a lot without her realizing it, and she had a huge appetite. In fact, she is now in a position to eat for several days. It's just that it's not that easy to break the habit of growing up with 4 meals a day. Just then, a familiar voice rang in her ears. It's been so long. I don't know if the Pavilion Master is waiting for me in 10,000 Demon City. I hope it's not directly brought back to the 9 Heavens Pavilion. Big Brother is back. Hearing this voice, Shifu Xinshui was happy, but didn't show it and didn't move. Although she shouldn't have any city at her age, she had to learn expression management because she was carrying too many secrets, in order to avoid being exposed and getting killed. She was also speeding up her meal to avoid revealing herself. Meanwhile, Yi Yu arrived at 10,000 Demon City and went straight to the 100 Foxes family inn. As his body shifted, Yi Yu, who had executed the burial of the Sky Law to hide his figure, saw the light inside the house. The youngest sister was sitting at the table, and was gorging herself, burying her head in her mouth at the table full of food. I'm such a good eater. I'm such a good eater. Yi Yu was a little amused at the sight of Sure Xinshui eating right away. It's not a bad idea to watch someone else eat their food. Is the Pavilion Master worried about me? Thinking about it, it's not like his old man knew I was a corpse demon, and as a result I disappeared for 2 days and 2 nights. Whirling around, he noticed the master of the court sitting in a chair by the wall, narrowing his eyes in contemplation, paying some attention. Noticing this situation, Yi Yu confirmed the general situation and put away the burial Sky Law. Ta! Yi Yu's silhouette emerged out of mid-air, making a distinct landing sound, using this movement to indicate his return. Elder Yi, you're finally back. Are you alright? As he appeared, Zhu Yuan realized it at the first moment and stood up to welcome him, incomparably excited. As he approached, he also looked Yi Yu up and down to make sure he was not injured. Only, Yi Yu was not injured at all. His figure was upright and magnificent, and his aura was strong and overpowering. I'm sorry for the Pavilion Master's trouble, but I'm fine. After I followed the 5 supreme beings to escape from the burial demon valley, because I had a feeling from watching the Emperor battle, I searched for a secluded place to gain enlightenment, and as a result, I forgot about the time and came back late. Facing his care, Yi Yu also arched his hand. This was the reason why he broke away from the group and traveled to the burial demon valley alone. Having fallen into a bottleneck in terms of cultivation, he had to experience. It's nothing, as long as you're humanly possible. Zhu Yuan learned the reason why he had not returned until now. The huge stone hanging in his heart fell with a bang, and a smile appeared on his wrinkled face. After explaining the piece, Yi Yu also sat down with him and talked about the things discovered in the burial demon valley. In this, naturally, the fact that he was a necromancer was concealed, as well as some of the details. After some explanation, Zhu Yuan's expression was so colorful. 32 demon emperors, and they couldn't be killed by unusual means, and could only be killed by the black flame of the burning sun phoenix emperor and the power of the corpse demon. But in the end, they were all wiped out. The scarlet ancient tree that covered the sky was a divine tree above the emperor realm. Its fallen leaves filled the sky, and its strength was invincible through the heavens. The 5 supreme beings and the corpse demon were still undefeatable when they joined forces and were forced to withdraw. And ultimately it was in consideration of the danger of the divine tree that they laid down a formation to temporarily seal it and plan for it later. Fortunately, this divine tree is rooted in the burial demon valley and can't move freely. If it is allowed to spread undead, it would definitely be a catastrophe big enough to sweep the entire continent. Learning about the details of the divine tree crusade and the battle situation, Zhu Yuan let out a long breath, his face grave, his mood unable to calm down for a long time. He had thought that Elder Ye's infiltration into the demon burial valley and secretly photographing the hidden secrets of the demon race through the phantom mirror was already a shockingly big secret. However, compared to the 5 supreme beings joining hands and also failing to defeat the divine tree, it was nothing compared to the battle, as this battle revealed the existence of an emperor above the emperor realm. How powerful the 5 supreme beings were. As one of the leaders of the human race, he knew too well, he couldn't beat any of them in a single fight. However, the 5 supreme beings united, plus a corpse demon are not the opponent of the divine tree. It is enough to see how terrifying God is. Surprisingly, there are gods above the emperor realm lurking in the continent, and I don't know what their intentions are. Fortunately, you have a sharp perception and realized that the spirit crystal was not right, and crashed through their trickery in advance. This intelligence is vital, and it is even possible that the survival of the 9 Heavens Pavilion is at stake. Zhu Yuan only felt that it was a fine thought and his scalp was numb, and after the shock, he looked at Yi Yu. Pavilion Master, the one who discovered that the spirit crystal was out of place was Junior Sister, and it was only after listening to her that I came to the conclusion of contamination. Yi Yu did not have the idea of grabbing the credit and looked towards his little sister who had long since finished eating and was sitting at the dining table with her ears perked up to listen to the story. You're right. Beware of the water's role in credit. Zhu Yuan slightly jawed and also looked at Shi Xinshui. Hey! Facing their appreciative gazes, Shi Xinshui realized that she had her own credit in this matter, and was a little embarrassed, as well as feeling immensely proud. The truly strong have something to do, have something to achieve. I hope that the youngest sister will be able to gain something and grow quickly after this. Seeing her giggling reaction, Yi Yu was also amused, and a smile surfaced at the corner of his mouth. What makes a strong person strong is not something that can be assessed by a high realm, but rather by achievement. The hidden secrets of the burial demon valley are a matter of great importance. I still hope that the Pavilion Master will bring this news to all of the ancestors and pay attention to it. After finishing this matter, Yi Yu did not forget to please. He had come to the demon race this time and found the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Tree without any effort, or thanks to the information from the Pavilion Master. Even though the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Tree was still alive in terms of the outcome, it was now sealed, sort of holding down its demonic claws. No problem. By the way, Elder Yi, can that burial of the heavens law of yours be taught to the heavenly hidden pavilion as a supreme divine ability? This would also make it easier for them to investigate the existence of the gods. After Zhu Yuan agreed in one breath, he turned his words around and proposed in a smooth manner. His words seemed to be casual, but he had actually spoken them with great determination, because spying on other people's divine abilities and secret arts was something that should not be done. However, the effect of the burial sky law was too terrifying. Elder Yi was only in the late stage of the Zunshe realm, and when he performed this divine ability, even the 5 supreme beings couldn't discover his existence. Pavilion Master, I can give you the recipe for the burying sky technique, but I have one request. Yi Yu saw his nervousness and didn't get angry, having long anticipated this day, and responded, What? Zhu Yuan was indeed nervous that Elder Yi would be enraged, but for the sake of the overall interests of the Nine Heavens Pavilion, he had to be brave enough to try. As long as Elder Ye's request wasn't to hand over the Gongfu and leave the Nine Heavens Pavilion, he would be able to agree to it. If it was a choice between the Gongfu and Elder Yi, he would definitely choose Elder Yi. You can only sense for 10 years, and if you haven't mastered it after 10 years, you can't pass it on to others even if you bring the spell to the graveyard. With so much at stake, Yi Yu's attitude was serious. What you mean by that is, Zhu Yuan was able to achieve the position of Pavilion Master of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. How intelligent he was. And when he realized that his request was so simple, he instantly detected the implication beyond his words. As the creator of this divine ability, I know its power better than anyone else, and I also understand that your reason for this request is for the common good of the Nine Heavens Pavilion, and if it can strengthen the Nine Heavens Pavilion, it is incumbent upon my generation to do so. But just like some high-level techniques that cannot be mastered in a lifetime for those who don't have enough talent, the level of this divine ability is too high. There can't be a second person besides me in this heaven and earth who can learn the heaven burying technique. Yi Yu saw that the Pavilion Master had an understanding, and did not hide it, opened the door and told the truth. If I could, I would have passed this divine ability to my master a long time ago, but the problem lies in the fact that this divine ability is tailor-made for me. Saying that, Yi Yu felt sorry in his heart. The more he cultivated, the more he understood the importance of enlightenment and talent. It's as if an apple hit Newton and he could figure out gravity. And the average person hit by an apple would just feel a headache. Even if he made the heaven burying method public, it would be impossible for others to learn it. Because this is the phenomenon that he has observed many times burying corpses. No matter what kind of person the deceased was in his lifetime, at the moment of being buried, the vitality, chi, and physical body will all be reduced to nothing. Coupled with more than 100 times of enlightenment, he was able to perceive the divine ability. Elder Yi, it's me who's obsessed. Zhu Yuan came to his senses when he heard these words. He had only thought of how useful the burial sky law was to the Nine Heavens Pavilion, but had forgotten just how difficult it was to practice such a divine ability. It was as if the Nine Heavens Pavilion had accumulated countless years of imperial arts, each of which was an extremely strong, infinitely powerful secret art aptitude. But even if one was at the same emperor realm, it wasn't that easy to learn an imperial art that had been created by a predecessor. If one didn't have enough enlightenment and blindly went to cultivate a powerful divine ability, the result would only be a basket case, which was the reason why Elder Yi hadn't given the burial of the heavens law to everyone. After a few exchanges, and after finishing the business, Zhu Yuan planned to return to the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Only, Yi Yu was not planning to go back together. Elder Yi, if you're angry because of the request I made just now, I'll make amends to you. Realizing this, Zhu Yuan felt terrified and lowered his stance. Pavilion Master, I grew up in the Nine Heavens Pavilion, and I can't go back with you because I still have some things to take care of here. Yi Yu realized that he looked at his face very much, and took 2 steps forward to assist and show his attitude. The request that the Pavilion Master had just made was not out of selfish desire, but for the sake of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. So how could he possibly be angry over such a thing? If you have anything to do, you might as well leave it to everyone in the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Your time is very valuable. Although his attitude was clear, treating the Nine Heavens Pavilion as a family, Zhu Yuan was still worried that he wouldn't return to the Nine Heavens Pavilion from then on and proposed. Master of the court, Yi Yu was helpless. Having elders look at his face was not something to be happy about. The demon race after this big change, the near future must be a big mess. I want to collect a large number of corpses. Cannot please everyone to help me collect it. Although the identity of the corpse demon to tell the Pavilion Master is also no harm. But to how to explain my collection of corpses? But it is a big problem. If he could get someone else to help, he would naturally be happy to make it easy. But the problem was that it wasn't a good idea to get someone else to do it. Then pay attention to your safety. Return to the Nine Heavens Pavilion when you see the situation is not right. The Nine Heavens Pavilion will always be your backing. Zhu Yuan saw his helpless attitude and realized that he had gone too far, giving up the idea of persuading him to return to the Nine Heavens Pavilion together. I hope that the Pavilion Master will take the trouble to investigate about the gods. Finally allowing him to straighten his back, Yi Yu nodded slightly and made his request. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Zhu Yuan turned to leave and set off on his way back to the Nine Heavens Pavilion. In fact, he had wanted to stay and protect Yi Yu. Although the information that there was a god in the buried Demon Valley was important and worth bringing back to the Nine Heavens Pavilion at the first opportunity, Elder Ye's safety was more important. However, if he was allowed to follow him around, Yi Yu would have a lot of inconveniences in collecting the corpses, so he could only support him. And what a thing to have an old man as his bodyguard. Although in terms of age, The pavilion master was not as old as the Jintian dragon emperor. Being of the same human race, the age difference felt more obvious, but it's kind of gone.
Yi Yu waited for a while and confirmed to the fact that the pavilion master was not hiding to secretly protect himself, but had really left,
letting out a long breath. I have to say that dealing with elders is really tiring,
especially when elders are still so humble, making him uncomfortable all over.
Eldest brother, does being with the pavilion master make it so hard for you?
Seeing him relax as if he was relieved, Xinshui felt amused and ran forward. It was the first time she had seen such an expression after knowing eldest brother for so long.
Knowingly, Yi Yu glanced at her and didn't retort.
Although this girl was very young, she should have had the experience of being pestered by her elders.
By the way, eldest brother, aren't the dragon race and the corpse demon enemies? Why would they help the corpse demon block the attack? With a cheeky grin, Xinshui, who knew that feeling well, pressed the question. Regarding this matter,
she had wanted to ask just now when she heard that the Jintian Dragon Emperor had used his physical body to endure the second round of the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Trees attack, but due to the rule that children should not interrupt when adults are talking, she could not speak up and could only hold her tongue.
I'm not the Jintian Dragon Emperor, how do I know what he thinks?
But take this opportunity to educate the little sister is also good. Maybe it's because of the strong man's bearing.
After Yi Yu heard this question and secretly spat it out, he mused, the bearing of the strong? Xinshui didn't understand at all,
but she was only an 11-year-old child,
so how could she know so much?
Whether or not a person is strong depends on whether or not he is willing to take responsibility.
If he doesn't even have the courage to take responsibility, that is undoubtedly a cowardly move.
And for the Jintian Dragon Emperor to be willing to stand up and fend off for everyone when disaster strikes,
and to dedicate himself even to the abandonment of former grudges and hatred, is undoubtedly a truly strong person.
Considering the potential of his little sister to be able to stand on her own sooner or later, Yi Yu paid a lot of attention to her psychological counseling. I had thought that the true dragon clan and the human race of the 10 emperors clan the same.
Weekdays lawlessness, the authority of the blessed inertia, rotten to the bone, hopeless.
I did not think that Jintian is quite a bearer.
The sky collapsed, knowing that the trip is dangerous also dared to top it. Looking back at what happened in the Divine Tree Crusade, Yi Yu also lamented in his heart. If it was any other supreme being, I'm afraid that they would never be able to do so.
This was because when he and the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Tree went head-to-head in the first round, everyone saw how terrifying the power of the scarlet beams firing in unison was.
However, the Jintian Dragon Emperor knew this, but he still resolutely stepped forward and protected everyone,
on traces regardless of heart, just based on the fact that the Jintian Dragon Emperor used his physical body to resist this matter.
It was enough for Yi Yu to be impressed by him. When disaster strikes, it's the ones who are willing to stand up and fend off for everyone that are truly strong. Eldest senior brother is also this kind of person. Learning the reason for this,
Xinshui sighed as if she was enlightened. Discovering that the sun was going to fall and foreseeing that 25 years later would be the day of the Tianjin disaster, eldest senior brother made a lot of efforts and wasted countless thoughts for this.
It was the same this time. When the existence of the 10,000 sacred tree was detected, the first thought was to cut down the tree. She is referring to the matter of the spirit abyss. I see.
No wonder after I saw Jintian save me despite the danger,
I would want to save his life.
It turns out that it is because he is the same kind of person as me.
Sure.
Yi Yu originally intended to use the heroic deeds of the Jintian Dragon Emperor to teach his little sister and cultivate the bearing of a strong man. He did not expect her to say this, froze for a moment and laughed lightly.
Eldest brother, the Jintian Dragon Emperor is the same person as you, so that means he's not a bad person? Hearing this, Xinshui couldn't help but ask. Of course he's not a bad guy. He's a dragon, and even if he is, he can only be a bad dragon. Hearing this innocent question, Yi Yu teased. Kids are kids, they can ask such naive questions. You know exactly what I mean, don't laugh at me.
Being teased by him with a bad joke, Xinshui was a bit embarrassed and bashful, and stomped her foot.
Whether a person is good or bad cannot be asserted, and it will change depending on the position.
So we can only discuss things regardless of the person. Jintian did do a good job in this battle and did a good thing, but that doesn't affect his ability to do bad things in the future.
Understand? The world is not black and white. There is also black and white and gray. Aha! This statement was easy to understand,
and Xinshui understood it on second thought. It is as if the eldest brother is very good to her, but is very bad to others. Whether a person is good or bad does change according to the position,
and cannot be asserted.
There is a great sense of fulfillment in teaching,
especially when you make a great point and someone else understands it.
This Divine Tree Crusade can be a bumper harvest also has her credit. This girl has been in the hotel for 2 days. Her little buttocks should be sore from sitting.
Reward her. Come on, let's take you out.
Seeing that she was intelligent, Yi Yu immediately decided to take her out for a stroll. Yeah, Shi Xinshui had stayed in the hotel for 2 days and was indeed bored to death, and was incredibly happy to learn that Tu was going out. If it was in the 9 heavenly pavilion, she wouldn't be so boring. The problem is that the outside 10,000 demon city is obviously very lively and looks like a lot of fun, but she can't go and play, and she also has to be urged by the pavilion master to cultivate, which is just like going to jail. A heavenly dignity realm powerhouse. Looking at any place in the entire continent, as long as the Emperor realm was not out, it would definitely be the center of attention in people's eyes. Under the respectful escort of the shopkeeper, Yi Yu brought Shi Xinshui out of the inn and onto the street. Heck, when people saw him, although they did not greet him on their knees, they consciously made way to avoid rushing into him, maintaining a certain distance. Whether it was the demon race, the human race, or other races, all of them had their sideways glances as they looked at this large and small combination. That's a lot of people. Shi Xinshui's pair of small legs stepped fast, closely following the footsteps of her eldest brother, looking at the surrounding scene with some surprise. This is literally multiple million demon city guests from all races, and although there are many, the vast majority of them are demons. But nowadays, when she just glanced around, she saw a lot of humanoids. Yi Yu had long been accustomed to big scenes and would not make a fuss. Noticing the large number of people, he silently dispersed his spiritual sense to detect the situation around him. Under normal circumstances, spiritual sense could not be diffused at will, because probing into a strong person, the other party could understand that you were spying, and even if they were in a higher realm, they could still kill you. It was only that Yi Yu's spiritual sense could exert the burial sky law and no one could detect it. How did Xiat Sayu come? She rushed over after hearing the news that I appeared in 10,000 Demon City? Yi Yu scoped around and quickly noticed an abnormality. In fact, he had expected that the matter of his appearance in 10,000 Demon City would soon spread. It was because his deeds in the demon race painting route, where he single-handedly suppressed the 14 demon zoons and forcefully descended upon the 10,000 Demon City, were too shocking. What's more, he was already very famous, as the first overwhelming demon to defeat the Dragon King in the 100 Races Heavenly Pride battle. The mighty name of Raging Gun Yi Yu can be said to be known by no one and no one. Celebrities plus famous events. If the Smoke and Rain Building's intervention was added, it would spread throughout the continent in less than a day. If one intended to come to him, a few days' time would basically allow them to arrive. Except for the western region, which was the farthest away from the eastern region. Shi Xinshui, who had only come out for a trip after a long time, immediately became excited when he heard this heartfelt sound. Is Fairy Jade Sword here too? Where is she? Did Sister Shallow Song come? It had been more than a month since we had parted ways at the Spirit Abyss. It is undoubtedly a pleasure to meet an acquaintance when you are a stranger in a foreign land. There are still a lot of familiar faces. The human race is basically acting together. It seems that everyone should be here to collect intelligence. After all, what happened to the demon race? Based on rumors alone cannot be true. It is necessary to visit the field. However, Xiat Sayu's main purpose should be me. Dressed up so beautifully. Yi Yu found out about this and did not move on the surface, but was particularly concerned. There's no way around it. Surely the actions of an acquaintance are more worthy of attention than a stranger who can't say his name or where he's from. Listening to his heart, Shi Xinshui was so impatient that he didn't even care to look at the surrounding bustle. He only wanted to quickly meet the Jade Sword Fairy and see how beautifully dressed up he was today. The love of beauty is universal. Men love to look at beautiful women and so do women. Ha! Just as he was observing, Yi Yu suddenly was murmuring. The internal forces of the human race are intricate. There were the 5 great powers, the 10 great emperor clans, and the Yingjie Emperor clan. Although in the territory of the human race, there were dark currents and much friction between the various forces and they did not deal with each other. They still maintained a united attitude when it came to making contact with the foreign races. Just like now, the demon race change, 10,000 Demon Forest Burial Demon Valley erupted shocking momentum, and even the 5 supreme beings appeared. The last is to join hands to lay down the seal. Injured and returned. The human race, sensing the situation, sent out their men and women to find out what was going on. When acting in the territory of a foreign race, the human race would usually embrace the group. After all, it was not easy to suffer losses with a large number of people, but it is not all like that. After all, the demon race's racial ranking is 11. If there is no agreement in advance, there are also many people who are acting together with the same forces, and there are also scattered cultivators who are acting alone. 10,000 Demon City. Yingzuan Building, one of the highest profile restaurants in the city, had become the location where the pride of the human race gathered. The proud sons of heaven who had participated in the Human King battle were all gathered together. All of them were old acquaintances who seldom saw each other during the day.
and when they had the chance to act together, they could not help but get together. And there are many advantages to moving together, such as being able to be the first to notice a situation when someone is missing. The highest floor of the Yingzuan building was a vast terrace, with no walls but a roof on all sides, and soundproofing formations were laid out, and it was chartered by the human race, and all the major heavenly prides were sitting around a large circular table, drinking and making merry, and Xiaotsayu was also among them, sitting in front of the round table. Xiaotsayu wore a long blue and white dress that looked like frosty falling snow embellishments, and the headdresses on her long black hair were each rare and precious. But even if the jewelry is more expensive, is far less than her beauty like heavenly beauty, just sitting at the table, just like a bloom in the depths of the snowy region of the lotus, cold and dignified temperament, dumping the beauty of the country, the beauty of the crowd, the proud sons of heaven from all the major powers, while talking enthusiastically to themselves, their eyes were uncontrollably drifting towards her body, but they didn't dare to look at her more. It should be known that in addition to her reputation as the first beauty of the Grand Xia, the Grand Xia Rapunzel was also called the strongest sword cultivator of the younger generation, having claimed the third best result in the southern region human king battle. In other words, looking at the younger generation, there were only two human prides that could beat the great summer princess: identity, talent, strength, status, plus the fact that Xiaotsayu's heart is in Yiyu's heart. In their group, it can be said that it is known to everyone. Everyone is very sensible. No one dares to pursue her at all. There is no way. The angry gun Yiyu is too fierce. Now it is even promoted to the heavenly father. Who dares to grab a woman with him? Big imperial sister. Why hasn't brother-in-law shown up yet? Besides Xiaotsayu, there was also a young girl with a delicate and pretty appearance, who was clearly Xia Shange. I don't know. Xiaotsayu, who was still very high and cold, knitted her brows and sighed lightly when she heard this question. She had come to 10,000 Demon City the day before yesterday, investigated, and through clues, found the 100 Foxes family where Yiyu had stayed. The result was disappointing, as the shopkeeper of the 100 Foxes house informed her that the angry gun heavenly father was not in the store and had left temporarily, and had not yet returned. In light of this matter, she investigated some more and learned that the last place where the angry gun human king appeared was at the edge of the abyss outside of the 10,000 demon forest's burial demon valley, where he clashed with the battle demon Xiao Luo Emperor, and his whereabouts were unknown after that. The battle of the demon burial valley was already 2 days and 2 nights in the past, but Yiyu had not returned yet, making her unavoidably worried. The human king hasn't shown up until now. I'm afraid he didn't go back long ago. In my opinion, a certain person is afraid to make a trip for nothing. Just then, the woman sitting on the opposite side, with a delicate and mature appearance and a plump and hot body, suddenly said to the person beside her, although she didn't name names in these words, but individuals can hear that this is sarcasm. Li Linglong, what are you shading? Who asked you? When Xia Shange heard this, her face changed and she instantly sat down to fight for her imperial sister. Although she was at the Dharma Dragon realm, and compared to her sister's fellow heavenly pride, she was indeed a weaker person. But as an emperor's daughter, she wasn't vain when it came to her identity and background. Shallow song, there's no need to be general with the villain. Without waiting for her to say more, Xiaotsayu called her off. Although she was stopping, her words were nonchalant, Ling yet sharp. Who are you calling a villain? Could it be that I'm not telling the truth? The human king is so powerful. He's one step ahead of everyone in everything. And when we ran over here with hindsight, he might have already been the one who found the information he wanted and went straight back. When Li Linglong saw her cold and lonely attitude, she immediately exploded. Who wants to hear you tell the truth? Did I just ask you? And who are you saying made a trip for nothing? We didn't come to the demon clan just to meet our brother-in-law, but like everyone else, we were sent here to spy on information. Xia Shange excitedly followed along to 10,000 Demon City, did not manage to find her brother-in-law, was already in a depressed mood. To see her still blabbering, it was called a gas. Who would believe you when you say that? Who can't see that you and your sister are here for the human king? If the human king isn't here, it's a wasted trip, isn't it? Moreover, you're not ashamed to call the human king your brother-in-law. When did the human king marry the great Xia dynasty? Why don't I know about it? Li Linglong originally sees Xiaotsayu is not good. The young pride of heaven rarely get together. On her taut face, a mother the world's most beautiful attitude. The result is that everyone is still staring at her. Just now it did not hold back to say that, but also lazy to care about so much. That's right. When did the human king join forces with the great Xia imperial dynasty? And I've heard that the human king came to 10,000 Demon City specifically to bring little sister out to play. This statement immediately drew the concurrence of several women present. They didn't all look at Xiaotsayu unfavorably. The key was that there was basically not a single young woman of the human race who didn't like Yiyu. After winning the Human King battle, Yi Yu became the dream lover of thousands of young girls, winning the crown in the 100 Clans Heaven's Pride battle. Yi Yu had even become the hero of countless women's souls. In the past 2 days, when they heard Xia Sheng's mouthful of brother-in-laws, they didn't feel much at first, but it wasn't until later after they realized that the brother-in-law she was referring to was Yi Yu that they felt uncomfortable. What's going on here? The angry gun Heavenly Father has been chased by the Jade Sword Fairy? Only, even if one's heart was very unbalanced, due to the Jade Sword Fairy's reputation, coupled with the absence of the person himself, there was no way to ask for proof, so one could only wait and see what would happen. Now that someone has taken the lead in getting the word out, they are not holding back. It's not a union yet, but my brother-in-law has acknowledged it, and he acquiesces when I call him brother-in-law. Everyone's sudden concurrence caused Xia Sheng's words to trail off, but they were still hard. Perhaps in terms of facts, her brother-in-law was not betrothed to her sister, but she had already tried it during the Spirit Abyss treasure hunt, and her brother-in-law had recognized her as his sister-in-law. So there's no union yet. I heard you call your brother-in-law so cheerfully with every mouthful. I thought that your sister had long been married to a human king. Acquiesced? I'm afraid that the king of humanity has directly ignored your existence. Although you are the 5th princess of Xia, in the eyes of the king of humanity, you are nothing more than a small, unheard of character. That's just it. At this statement, the crowd only laughed and looked at each other. As for the men, seeing them argue so fiercely, they all have the sense to turn a blind eye. 3 women are a drama. So many women are arguing. It is better to be less nosy. You guys. Xia Sheng faced their cold words and sneers, and for a moment she didn't know how to retort. As a princess, she had grown up with a noble birth, and no one had ever dared to quarrel with her in Xia, so how had she ever experienced this kind of scene of being attacked by a group of people? With this lesson, the 5th sister should not be so impulsive in the future. It's time to stop it. Seeing that her sister was getting darker and darker, saying more and more wrong, and completely falling into the wind, after Xia Tsayu sighed in her heart, the Yuan power in her body began to revolve, intending to stop all of this. Boom! But before she could burst out her sword intent, the door that was closed not far away seemed to have been slammed open by a brute force, and the process of opening the door was shortened indefinitely, making a huge commotion. A sudden jolt interrupted the argument at the table. Everyone present sensed the commotion and followed the sound, wanting to see what was going on. At this look, everyone was silent. Only 2 people were walking in at the front door. The leader, black hair like a waterfall, tall and magnificent, eyes like stars, eyebrows ling as sheer, cold and handsome, walking with his hands in the air, wearing a black robe, even if he did not intentionally emit aura. But his aura is terrifying and overwhelming. The seer is shocked. Immediately beside it is a girl, silver hair like the bright moon, golden eyes like the sun, white skin can be broken, features standard and lovely, small and exquisite body, although still young, is the embryo of beauty. The people who came were clearly Yi Yu and Shinshui. Seeing this scene, the crowd all looked at each other with incomparable shock. How is it possible that he's even here? One must know that Yi Yu is already breaking through the heavenly exaltation realm, completely leaving their group of peer group prides behind. In fact, many people felt that it was impossible for Yi Yu to show up at such a gathering. It was already not at the same level. Why don't you call on me if it's so lively? Facing everyone's astonished gazes, Yi Yu was calm and composed, and just made a round and opened his mouth. The crowd didn't know what to say to this query. That said, this comment is like telling everyone that the reason he hasn't shown up is simply because no one invited him. Sister Heartwater, brother-in-law, being verbally abused. Already at a loss for words, Xia Sheng saw their arrival, and the aggression that was held back from crying suddenly became taut, and she directly ran over. Another crybaby. Luckily, today was seen by me. Otherwise this little guy is going to make a big trouble for her sister. Again? Why did Big Brother say again? Is the other crybaby talking about me? Sister Shalosong, why are you crying? Shinshui listening to the heart a little lost in thought, only to feel a gust of wind on his face. Hands were held, raised his head to see Xia Sheng's delicate face, 2 tears in the eyes of the pitiful appearance of concern. She sort of understood why eldest brother had rushed over in such a hurry. It was to help. What happened? Although it is the whole time in the eyes, but Yi Yu did not expect her to cry, after the surprise, but also concerned. Brother-in-law, they bully me and my sister. In the face of their concern, Xia Sheng was like a godsend and immediately confessed. With that, she turned around and pointed at Li Linglong. 3 more deliveries. Ask for monthly tickets. She can bully your sister too? Facing her complaint, Yi Yu followed her movements and saw Li Linglong, questioning. He had a few impressions of this woman, a member of the Li family of the 10 Emperors clan.
During the time he won the Human King battle and participated in the 100 Races Heaven's Pride battle, an attempt was made to use a beauty trick to bring him into the Imperial Races Li family's camp. However, he had a very bad impression of the 10 Emperors race, who usually did wrong and roamed the world based on their status as emperors, but once they encountered a foreign war, they turned into limp wrists. Being stared at by his calm and indifferent gaze, Li Linglong stiffened in place, her face ugly and embarrassed, not knowing how to answer. Although angry Gun Yiyu faced Xia Shan's complaint, he did not make a strong statement to settle the score and get back the scene. But with such an attitude, it was as if she was an insignificant little character who simply didn't believe that she was capable of bullying the Jade Sword Fairy. She was just shading sister, saying things that are so diabolical and nasty, she said. Xia Shan nodded slightly, and in front of Yi Yu, it was as if she had found her backbone, explaining indignantly. On weekdays, Imperial Sister had taken much care of her. She could not allow others to say that Imperial Sister was not at all. After all, it is the Imperial daughter, the flower in the greenhouse, has not seen any big storms. The character is too impulsive. Your sister can be bullied by those 3 or 2 words. That would be a strange thing. But the sister is being sneered at. It would be normal to be angry. Yi Yu couldn't help but think as he saw her exasperated look. In fact, he had long noticed the situation over here, and had even watched the whole course of the quarrel, and understood the reason for it. To put it in a simpler way, it was that Li Linglong was shady on the side for some unknown reason. For a situation like this, according to Xia Caiyu's condescending character, she would have ignored it and treated it as air. After all, it is the eldest princess of Daxia. There is no need to care about this kind of gossip that does not dare to name names, and if you really want to care about it, it is tantamount to being right. But instead, it is a trivialization that makes people feel petty. But after all, Xia Shange was the princess of the great Xia imperial dynasty, and having been raised with respect and love for her sister since she was a child, hearing that her sister was being criticized, she simply couldn't endure it and wanted to fight. This is impulsive, but it makes sense because a lot of people are like, it's okay for you to yell at me. It's absolutely not okay to yell at my family. As a result, the child Xia Shange made a big fuss and was questioned in 100 ways, and it evolved into a situation that was hard to end. If he didn't show up, there would only be one result, and that would be that Xia Caillou would have to step in and shock the entire scene, forcing an end to such a quarrel with a thunderbolt. There may be other means, but no matter how it is done, after this incident, it will be reduced to a laughingstock and a talking point. So it is. Listening to her recount the ins and outs, Yi Yu nodded his head thoughtfully, his gaze roving across the room. You Nunk Yi, my sister is young and unintelligent, letting you see the joke. Xia Caillou looked at his calm, unperturbed face and stood up to apologize with a few moments of apprehension. She knew very well that the root cause of this matter was because Asagayo's title of brother-in-law had attracted the jealousy and dissatisfaction of bystanders. She was a little afraid that Yi Yu would consider whatever Shallow Song's title of brother-in-law as a trouble because of what happened today, and incidentally see her as a trouble. There is no harm in it. Through this matter, it has instead allowed me to see a fact. Immortal Jade Sword, don't you think it's unseemly to sit at the same table with this kind of person? Yi Yu shook his head slightly, not caring at all, only casting his gaze at her and opened his mouth. Mr. Yi has a point. If I had known she would come, I wouldn't have come. Xia Caillou froze at his words, and found that he was informed to the whole picture. Not angry and dissatisfied, his heart was happy, nodding his head in agreement, but also looked at Li Linglong. My little senior sister heard that you came to 10,000 Demon City and would like to see you. It's inconvenient to talk in a crowd. Could you please move over? Yi Yu saw her pick up the conversation and offered smoothly. Shifu Xinshui, who knew the reasoning that when adults speak, children shouldn't interrupt, didn't make a sound the entire time, and when he heard this, he only felt that his head was full of question marks. It was clearly eldest senior brother who realized that Immortal Jade Sword was in trouble and wanted to help. In order to reasonably show up, eldest senior brother also pretended to have stumbled upon the gathering of the human race's heavenly prides, as well as Xia Caillou also coming to 10,000 Demon City, and asked her if she wanted to meet Immortal Jade Sword. Good Yi Gongzi is too polite. In the face of your invitation, which person in the world will have the reason to refuse? In the face of his invitation, Xia Caillou nodded without hesitation, before realizing that she was too excited and had lost the decorum and reserve of the eldest princess of Daxia, and added, let's go. The invitation was successful. Yi Yu turned around and left without talking much nonsense to everyone. Gentlemen, farewell for now. Xia Caillou had no way to be as meek as he was. After all, they were all peers of the same generation of heavenly pride, and after saying goodbye, she only followed, pulling on her sister's hand in the process. With their departure, the The top floor of the Heaven's remarkable gathering remained silent for a long time, and there was no movement until someone used yuan power to close the door through the air.
The prides from the major powers were shocked, and after calmly thinking about what had just happened, they always felt that something was not right. The angry gun and the jade sword fairy couldn't really be related, could they? The Nine Heavens Pavilion and the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty shouldn't really be joining forces. The men were unanimous in their attitude and decided that there was something fishy going on. What can it matter? Didn't you guys hear what the Human King said? He's here because his little sister wants to see Immortal Jade Sword. Even before the demon race's mutation, the Human King was already pampering his little sister by bringing her to play in 10,000 Demon City. The woman's attitude was very different, and she tried her best to refute it. Men who are attracted to women who like them and they don't. If they don't have to, will just avoid them and not see them if they can. That's right. The Human King's mouth is saying that little sister wants to meet, but the truth is what it is. Know it all. When men see what women say, they just think they're fooling themselves. Men are most afraid of troublesome things. As long as a man is willing to specialize in a woman, the underlying meaning is already self-evident. What are you laughing at? Don't you men like Jade Sword Fairy? Like to stare at her? As a result, the person you guys didn't even dare to climb into a conversation with was taken away by the Human King in a few words. Don't you feel ashamed? When Li Linglong saw their smug attitude, she was instantly offended. What's there to be ashamed of? It's in a man's nature to look at beautiful women, just like you guys like to look at handsome men. Li Linglong, rice can be eaten indiscriminately. Words cannot be said indiscriminately. I did not like the Jade Sword. They just now is too lazy to bother with you, but I can be free. Lu Jiming, who hadn't said anything, heard this statement from her and his face clouded over. Walking out of the penthouse on the top floor, Yi Yu and his group did not leave the Yingzuan building. There were no words along the way. Only Yi Yu explained his request to the store manager who came all the way from Yingzun Lu to ask for a box with good environmental conditions. Within a short time, they were brought to a quiet and scenic courtyard room with elegant decorations. Although it is not as good as the top floor that has an open view, able to look out at the light of the various parts of the 10,000 Demon City, it is directly opposite a garden and a lake. Big royal sister, brother-in-law, I'm sorry. By the time the store manager of the Yingzuan building left and sat down at the large dining table, after such a short while, Xia Shange was already reacting and realizing her problem. Just now she was too impulsive, arguing with someone and making such a big deal out of it that she almost didn't let her sister down. It's good that you can realize your mistake, or else it would have been really hard to end it when it got like that just now. Fortunately, Mr. Yi came. Why don't you thank him? Seeing her bowing her head and admitting her mistake, Xia Tsayu knew that she was being so impulsive for her own sake, and didn't overly blame her, but only reminded her. Thank you, brother-in-law. Xia Shange sniffed and hurriedly thanked her. This quarrel, the root of the matter is still caused by you shouting brother-in-law in public. Don't shout nonsense in the future. As everyone said, I have no union with Duke Yi, and we are not married, so if you shout blindly like this, you will only make people look at you as a joke. Seeing that she was still calling out for her brother-in-law, Xia Tsayu was somewhat helpless and lectured. Got it, but you can't shout in public, so can you do it in private? Xia Shange obediently nodded her head, already deeply aware of the fault of the problem, and then she had a change of heart and looked at Yi Yu. If her brother-in-law was unwilling, then she wouldn't even shout until her big imperial sister was married to her brother-in-law. Asaka, seeing that she was still playing around, Xia Tsayu's face sank, and she had to be made to realize the seriousness of the problem. No one cares if you call the Jintian Dragon Emperor a worm in private. Before she could have a seizure, Yi Yu picked up the conversation. He'd witnessed too many deaths, seen countless people do too many nasty things in private, for this level to count for anything. I wouldn't dare then. In case he has his hand in the dark and hears it in the underworld. Seeing that he didn't mind his name, Xia Shange swept away the haze in her heart and was amused by the example he gave, shaking her head and laughing playfully. It's better to be as strong as you can be, even in private. Seeing the situation, Xia Tsayu was not good at having a seizure, and looked at Yi Yu with joy and headache, always feeling that he was too spoiled for his sister. Kids should be spoiled, but they should be taught well. Her glance is also too soul-stirring. Is it the reason for the tear mole? Yi Yu was swept away by her sultry glance and only felt that the lethality of this look was too great. There was no falsehood in the grand name. As the number one beauty of the Grand Xia, and also crowned as a fairy, Xia Tsayu's beauty was truly no joke. Didn't you say that this kind of heaven's pride gathering is meaningless at all? Either you're gossiping about nonsense or secretly competing. So what are you doing running here this time? Seeing this situation, Yi Yu changed the topic. He rarely participated in the heaven's pride gathering because it didn't mean much. And where there were people, there were rivers and lakes. and it was easy for unnecessary conflicts to occur. Why don't you do something else with your free time? Because the situation is special this time. The demon race doesn't know what kind of change has happened. It's safer to act together. Hearing this statement, Xiaotsayu's pair of beautiful eyes were stunned, and after lifting her jade arm and pulling her sideburns, she explained. This action of hers was not a deliberate attempt to pretend to be beautiful, but her heart was in turmoil and she used it to cover it up and avoid losing her temper, because she realized that Yi Yu actually remembered what she had said before. When was this something she had said? It should have been 10 years, right? My sister brought me here because she couldn't find you after coming to 10,000 Demon City, thinking that the human race's heavenly pride gathering invited all the families and that she might be able to find you here. Hearing this statement from her, Xia Shange opened her mouth. Fifth sister. Having her true thoughts revealed, Xiaotsayu felt embarrassed and stopped it. Big imperial sister. Wasn't it you who taught me that lying is wrong? You obviously wanted to find your brother-in-law. Why didn't you say so? In the face of her stopping, Xia Shange also said in a dignified manner. Xiaotsayu had the intention to explain, but when she saw Yi Yu sitting across from her, she didn't know what to say and blushed. It's true that she's here for me, but why did she lie? Wasn't she quite brave before? In front of so many young sons of the Nine Heavens Pavilion, she dared to ask me when I would marry her, and she's embarrassed in front of her sister? There's more to it. Yi Yu saw her blush and looked at her with some surprise. Covering up, it is not Xiaotsayu's character. After all, she is a sword repair, but wherever a soldier repair, the character is usually heroic and fearless. I just wanted to see what you were doing. Didn't mean to disturb you. Xiaotsayu lowered her head and didn't dare to face his gaze. Her hands didn't even know where to put them. Explaining vainly and nervously, she wanted to see Yi Yu, so she came to 10,000 Demon City. However, Yi Yu was bent on seeking the way and wanted to go to the end of the road, which was why she didn't dare to say that she wanted to look for him, fearing that she would disturb him. It might not be a long distance to come to 10,000 Demon City, but it was enough for her just to be able to take a look at Yi Yu. After all, the man hadn't been practicing, but had spent far too little time wandering around outside. She doesn't dare to say she's here to see me. Is she afraid I'll find her annoying? How can that be? Compared to second senior sister, she's not even close to being like this. Hearing these words, Yi Yu sort of understood why she lied and thought darkly. But what am I supposed to say when she says that? I can't say I don't mind, in case she runs over every time she hears from me. She has a strong talent. I guess it won't be long before she breaks through to the heavenly exaltation realm. If she's running around like this with no intention to cultivate, it's a complete waste of time. That said, this atmosphere, how awkward to live. Come to someone to say a word. Break the silence. Realizing her change, Yi Yu was also pondering in his mind, but he soon realized that because of his musings, silence had fallen over the box and the atmosphere was somewhat tense. As the only man in the room, his status was too high, and his strength was even more unbelievably strong, possessing absolute power of speech. Every move he makes, every word he speaks, is something one has to care about, just like the master and the pavilion master. Now they all have to look at his face. This is actually not good. Eldest brother, I'm hungry. Inciting this heartfelt voice, Shimizu felt it was time for her to strike and spoke. Hungry is good. Yi Yu, who was troubled, was pleasantly surprised when he heard her words. Sister Xin Shui, I have food here. You should eat some first. Xiaotsayu was also as helpful as she could be, and with a single gesture of her right hand, she took out a portion of falling cloud cake. After years of refraining from food, this was the only food she carried with her. Wow! Thank you, Sister Sayu. Seeing this, Shinshui was also incomparably happy, because the first time the big elder brother fed her, it was the falling cloud cake. Even if she has eaten it many times during this period of time, she still can't get tired of eating it. There was also a possibility that the chefs at the Imperial Banquet House were so high level that they could make snacks that one could never get tired of. You're welcome. Seeing her bright smile and sweet voice, Xiaotsayu only felt incomparably healed, gently smiled and sent it to her. She hadn't forgotten that the reason Yi Yu had come to her was because the boy wanted to see her. Sister Shalloson, let's eat together. Shifu Shinshui wasn't the character to eat alone, and warmly invited. Let's forget about it this time. This falling cloud cake's portion is small. Since you're hungry, it's better for you to eat it alone. Although Xia Shange loved spirit food, she knew that this was a piece of big imperial sister's heart and shook her head. That's okay. There's 5 pieces here. I'll eat 2 and be full. Seeing her refusal, Shinshui didn't give up. In fact, she wasn't hungry at all, as she happened to be eating before eldest brother came back. Really? When Xia Shange heard her say this, she was instantly a little heartbroken. Because of her big royal sister leading the way as an example not to be pestered by her appetite,
She rarely snacked since she turned 8, even if she was a princess.
After all, spirit food is still quite extravagant, with a serious premium.
There are so many extreme yuan crystals. It would be better to take them and exchange them for other heavenly treasures. The snacker knows how to share.
Feel free to eat, I have more here.
Yi Yu listened to their conversation without uttering a word, only reaching out his hand to shake it on the tabletop.
In the next moment, a dozen more jade discs appeared on the tabletop,
and the visions were frequent,
illuminating the room with streams of light.
The spiritual food of Emperor Banquet House was every kind of colorful and fragrant,
and sold well. Wow, brother-in-law, how do you have so much spiritual food? Seeing this scene, Xia Shange, who was still hesitant,
suddenly brightened up and marveled.
Of course, it's just a collection. Someone else gave it to me.
Facing her marvel,
Yi Yu blandly said, "Thank you, eldest brother."
Sure, Xinshui saw so many snacks. This is not afraid of not enough to eat.
Do not forget to be grateful. Thank you, brother-in-law.
Xia Shange was grateful to see this. Their vocal tones are all about the same.
Very sappy. It seems like I did the right thing by leaving the spiritual food behind and not taking it out for yuan crystals before.
You're welcome.
In the face of their pampering and gratitude,
Yi Yu felt secretly pleased in his heart, but on the surface, he was still calm. With that said, both little girls were eager to start eating.
Mr. Yi, will this be too expensive?
Xia Tsayu didn't have the idea of competing with a child for food. She just felt that he was also too generous in this way. Just this table full of spirit food. It was many times more expensive than the wine and food specifically ordered by the Heaven's Pride gathering just now.
No. Yi Yu shook his head.
It was called a fortune. He had buried so many heavenly dignitaries in emperor realms, which was tantamount to collecting the treasures that these powerhouses carried with them, and it was called a wealth.
Sister, isn't falling cloud cake your favorite? You eat it together too. Although it was a food present,
Xia Shange did not forget her sister and pushed the plate with the falling cloud cake in front of her.
This falling cloud cake,
neither she nor Sure Xinshui touched it, consciously leaving it for Xia Tsayu.
Not for me. You guys eat. Seeing this action of hers, Xia Tsayu only felt like crying and laughing, gently shaking her head.
This plate of falling cloud cake was what she had taken out for her sister Heartwater to eat,
and she ended up letting her eat it. What kind of thing was that? And in her opinion,
this was what Yi Yu had taken out for the two little ones to eat.
Don't mention it. Eat together. I have more if it's not enough.
Yi Yu invited when he noticed that she refused to eat what was clearly her favorite food in front of her. With that, he casually picked up a piece of falling cloud cake and ate it. Falling cloud cake was also his preferred food, probably because it was related to rice and gave him a feeling of eating a staple food.
Good.
Seeing that he had opened his mouth, Xia Tsayu was no longer reserved and picked up a piece of falling cloud cake,
brought it to her mouth and gently bit into it. As she ate,
her gaze also looked at Yi Yu across the table, her eyes soft and celebratory. Eating falling cloud cake with Yi Yu was the best scene for her.
It's delicious.
Master Xinshui was in an incredibly good mood when he saw how happy she was.
When people get together for dinner, the table can't be too quiet or it will be too dull.
Speaking of which, 10,000 Demon City is very dangerous. So if there are no important matters, you guys should return to the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty earlier. Yi Yu opened his mouth after eating other spiritual food.
What does danger mean?
Xia Tsayu was a little curious when she heard his suggestion. Although she had come to 10,000 Demon City for Yi Yu, she was also on a mission to find out what was the cause of the demon race's mutation. I went to the scene earlier to check out the situation and saw a sky-high tree within the burial demon valley, and it was with it that the 5 supreme beings and the corpse demon had a battle.
Yi Yu thought about it and clarified. A heavenly tree? What's the origin of that tree?
The 5 supreme beings and the corpse demon were all repelled by it and forced to resort to sealing. Xia Shange learned of this and couldn't help but smack her lips.
In the past 2 days,
she had a general understanding of what happened in the buried demon valley.
The Zhentian Dragon Emperor, Corpse Demon, Heavenly Calamity Soul Emperor, Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor, Shattered Star Ancient Emperor, and Battle Demon Shura Emperor were suspected to have experienced a shocking battle within the burial demon valley, and all of them were injured, even more so, because before they left, they had specifically laid down a shocking formation. Taking this, people have analyzed a meal, and they all guessed a horrible fact. Everyone has not been able to get a bargain within the burial demon valley. However, what exactly happened in the battle of the buried demon valley, and what was the reason for the big explosion at the beginning, is still an unsolved mystery. I don't know where it came from either, but I suspect the tree's realm should be above the emperor realm. Yi Yu didn't intend to give a full account. Just let them have a general intelligence and be able to go back and give an account. Above the emperor realm? Hearing this,
Xia Shange was so stunned by it that her eating movement stopped.
In the Tianxian continent,
It was common knowledge that the Emperor realm was the extreme of the realm. This was because throughout the countless years, no matter which era it was, there were Emperor realms that were attempting to break boundaries, trying to reach the realm above the Emperor realm. However, so many Emperor realms had all failed, telling the world with bloody lessons that this path would not work. What's more, for the sake of the Emperor realm above, there were many Emperor realms that ventured deeper into the four great forbidden areas of living beings, but it was still useless. That's right, there is still a path above the Emperor realm. Yi Yu slightly jawed, looked at Xiaocayu and declared. This answer was already enough for the two sisters to go back and deliver. The existence of the God realm was actually no longer a secret, because those races that were being supported by the God realm and the shadows, all of them knew that they were just keeping it a secret, and that one day they would be exposed. What realm is above the Emperor realm? Is it the immortal realm? Xiaocayu comprehended his meaning, and after pondering, she asked, Immortal? That tree seems to be called some kind of god tree. It's supposed to be a god. Yi Yu froze at his words and shook his head, still giving her some perspective. Isn't it immortal? Learning of this situation, Xiaocayu thoughtfully said to herself, why do you think it's a fairy? Yi Yu always felt that her reaction was a bit odd and wondered, have you heard the rumors about me? It's that when I was born, within the great Xia, all the swords were roaring, and there were immortal swords that descended and recognized me as their master. Xiaocayu hesitated for a few seconds and asked rhetorically before explaining, of course I know, but I don't see you running around with an immortal sword. Yi Yu was actually quite concerned when he first heard about the rumors of Xiaocayu. Could there be an immortal in this world? Moreover, the origin of the name of the great Xia imperial dynasty also made him feel doubly close to it. However, after actual contact, he discovered that Xiaocayu's strength was just like that. Even if he was defeated in the human king battle, he was also defeated by the Xiansect's heavenly pride, and was merely the third of his peers. He then quickly figured out that it was a blackmail. After all, in this world, there are many legends that are exaggerated. That is not a rumor. There really is an immortal sword in this world. I did not hold it because it is sleeping in the great summer dragon vein. Xiaocayu took a deep breath or made up her mind and opened her mouth. This was a hidden secret of the Xia imperial dynasty for many years, and in fact, it could not be publicized to the outside world. Only, seeing that Yi Yu was so concerned about her safety and also told her about the information she had gathered, she felt that she could say it. Is that true? Hearing these words, Yi Yu's eyes changed immediately. No way. Imperial sister, you really have an immortal sword? I thought it was just everyone talking about it. Xia Shange was also stunned and dumbfounded by the topic. This matter is only my father and I, as well as the mother know. About it everyone else doesn't know. The reason why this rumor has risen may be because on that day, the divine light penetrated the sun and was so powerful that it led to such speculation. Xiaocayu was a little amused to see her expression, slightly jawing and sighing. In order to keep the secret, the midwives who were delivering the mother's babies at that time were all killed and silenced by the father. Have you touched the sword? Does it talk? Call itself an immortal sword? This sudden rumor coming true caused Yi Yu to be dismayed by it, and then he asked, whether there is any fairy in this world is unknown, for the time being, but the existence of the gods is already confirmed, and he even tried to kill the gods a few days ago, only to fail. Given that all the races regarded the gods supporting them in secret as the ultimate secret, he actually suspected that a certain power of the human race was in contact with the gods, and he made a special effort to ask the pavilion master to keep a closer eye on them. The schemes of the gods were all different from each other, and he seriously doubted that this so-called immortal sword was also the handiwork of the gods. For example, the spirit abyss had dangerous abyss spirits that were able to produce large quantities of spirit crystals that increased enlightenment and even helped heal soul injuries, using this to contaminate the great prides and powerhouses of the major powers. For example, the 10,000 Thunders divine tree had the ability to spread immortality, although its activities were limited to the burial demon valley and the demon race. This should be considering the dangers of the dark forest laws and the like, and didn't dare to act in a big way and expose its whereabouts. That immortal sword can talk, and father said that after the immortal sword descended, it only left a sentence asking me to go to the dragon vein to awaken it after I break through to the heavenly exaltation realm, and it drilled into the dragon vein. Xiaocayu slightly jawed, thinking that Yi Yu was trustworthy, wanting to use this to reward him for telling him about this matter above the emperor realm. As it were, your cultivation speed is so fast because of the immortal sword guiding you? Learning of this situation, Yi Yu asked again. There is no, and my cultivation speed compared to you, where is considered fast? Xiaocayu shook her head before looking at him somewhat helplessly. He started cultivating at the age of 12, and in just 25 years, he reached the 9th realm from the 1st realm, and he was still in the late stage of the heavenly exaltation realm. With such a heaven-defying talent,
When looking at the Tianxian continent, only the Xinchuan Dragon Emperor would be able to compete with it. That means you haven't been in contact with it? Yi Yu had thought that she had been guided by the immortal sword to break through to the desolate sacred realm so quickly, but he did not expect that to be the case and was somewhat surprised. In that case, it seemed that Xia Caiyu's talent was still quite strong. When looking at his peers in the human race, Xia Caiyu was second only to him. When looking at the various races, the desolate Sate realm consummation was enough to stand proudly. You have to know that the higher the realm, the more difficult it is to break through this point. Look at his master Feng Yun knows. After living for thousands of years, he hadn't been able to break through to the heavenly exaltation realm. However, the master has recently closed down, and I don't know if there's any chance to go further. It has been in contact with it. Father said that when I was born, it took a drop of my blood and incorporated it into the sword, which is why Father felt that it recognized me as its master. But I haven't seen it. Father told me on the day I became king that I should cultivate hard and break through the heavenly exaltation realm as early as possible. Because of his earnest and serious attitude, Xia Caiyu gave her replies only after deep thought, not daring to answer easily. Do you know any more details? Like if it ever called itself an immortal sword? I don't know if it calls itself an immortal sword, but Father says it is anyway. Is that so? Learning of this situation, Yi Yu fell into deep thought. Is that an immortal sword or a divine sword? Is it possible that there are immortals in this world besides gods? For insurance reasons, it is safer to identify it as the gods. Whether this sword has long been lurking in the Daxia imperial dynasty, or whether it descended after she was born? Is there a possibility that Excalibur has long been united with the great Xia imperial dynasty, but is just a submerged dragon in the abyss, waiting for the time to strike, just like the demon race? The fact that the Excalibur specifically took her blood means she's kinda special, but the fact that she's still going to die on Tianxian Disaster Day means she's not special enough. Imperial sister, if that's the case, wouldn't you become super powerful if you break through to the heavenly exaltation realm and get the immortal sword? Or even break through above the emperor realm? Just as he was thinking about it, Xia Shange came back from her shock and was incomparably excited. I'm not sure. What will become of it? I'll have to wait until I break through the heavenly exaltation realm to find out. In the face of her expectations, Xia Caiyu was not in the habit of saying too much, but her mood leaped. Regarding the matter of the immortal sword, she was actually not sure before this. As the saying goes, hearing is believing. It was common knowledge that the Emperor realm was the highest realm, and she didn't dare to assert it until she had seen the immortal sword with her own eyes. However, the Battle of the Buried Demon Valley, where a giant tree in the sky fought the 5 supreme beings plus a powerful combination of corpse demons, and still one, suspected to be above the Emperor realm, caused her to venture a bold idea. Above the Emperor realm was the immortal realm, and the immortal sword was the weapon of a strong person in the immortal realm. Only somehow it had strayed to earth and recognized her as its master. No matter what, as long as the sword was real, then her chances of catching up with Yi Yu would be even greater. Even if everyone dies, there is a cause of death. What will be the cause of her death? The divine sword takes a drop of her blood, and when the day of Tianxian's disaster comes and the world reaches a turning point, it will kill Xia Caiyu, take her flesh, and replace her? From that moment on, she is no longer Xia Caiyu, but the incarnation of the divine sword walking the earth. There's also a possibility that immortals and gods are opposites, such as junior sister's Taiyu god suppressing technique, which potentially means something like a technique created to suppress the gods. Only compared to the youngest senior sister, Xia Caiyu still isn't special enough. She can't see that the spirit crystal is contamination, and she'll die on the day of the Tianxian Catastrophe Day. It seems very necessary to take little sister on a trip to the Great Summer Dragon Vein to see what's going on with that sword, and until then, it's better not to jump to conclusions. I didn't expect telling her about the existence of the Emperor realm above and the divine tree could have such a windfall. Is it okay to tell me such an important hidden secret? Yi Yu spoke after lamenting in his heart. The secret, extremely significant. Unlike the demon race where there were many demon emperors and demon zuns, and even demon treasures that displayed weirdness, the immortal sword of the great Xia imperial dynasty was merely a rumor that no one was even able to confirm. And if it wasn't for the fact that Xia Caiyu said it himself, I'm afraid that he wouldn't have noticed this blind spot at all. Because people tend to believe in what they find the answer to, the cover story, and will not be easily swayed. The smarter you are, the more you are, the less likely you are to suspect yourself unless the evidence is overwhelming. It's okay as long as you don't tell anyone. Xia Caiyu shook her head slightly, not worrying about it. In her opinion, everyone currently sitting around the table was trustworthy, especially Yi Yu. Sister Xin Shui, don't say anything about this matter. Saying that, Xia Caiyu also looked at Shi Xinshui and admonished in a warm voice. Aha, don't worry, I have a very tight mouth. Regarding the matter of keeping secrets, Sure Xinshui was so confident. After all, she had peeped into too many secrets through her eldest brother's heart, and taking out just any one of them would be enough to shock the heavens and the earth. Imperial sister, I won't tell either. Seeing this, Xia Shange also took a stand and made a pledge. First, give her a precautionary shot. If it's really Excalibur, I'll definitely kill it. Given the level of danger of that divine tree, I think it may not be a good thing for you to come into contact with the immortal sword. This immortal sword has an unknown origin, so you'd better not hold too many expectations. Yi Yu reminded after pondering. You think the immortal sword is coming for something else? Hearing this observation, Xiaocayu perceived the implication in an instant. Like a strong person of Yi Yu's level, a sentence he said was all secretly implied with deep meaning, and could definitely not be meaningless nonsense. Just my guess. Yi Yu did not assert. After all, he had not yet seen the so-called immortal sword, he just preferred to believe it. What the truth really was would come out when he took his little sister for a spin to the Great Summer Dragon Vein and saw the immortal sword. I see. Xiaocayu trusted his judgment and pressed down the little excitement in her heart, keeping these words in mind. Although it was natural that the immortal sword would unfold best if it was beneficial to her from an ideal state of affairs, it wasn't necessarily a good thing to calm down and think about it. Strong people have pride. If the immortal sword is really in existence above the Emperor realm, why should it recognize her as the master? Seeing her promise, Yi Yu continued to eat his snack. For adult things, it is difficult for small children to interrupt, although they are peers, but the realm and age, as well as experience are placed there. Brother-in-law, when is the Great Rebellion in 10,000 Demon City? Can I play with Sister Xin Shui for a day before returning to Daxia? Xiao Shange was incapable of making any lofty comments on such a profound topic, and seeing that they had finished talking about business, she asked. As soon as these words came out, Sure Xinshui also couldn't help but turn back to look at his eldest senior brother. If she could, she would also love to play with Xia Shange. While it was fun to be with her eldest brother, he was quiet and had more ideas than she could interact and respond to a lot of the time. This girl followed me to the demon clan. Have not played much. Have a companion is also good. Yes, but stay another day and go back. In fact, he wasn't sure if the 10,000 Demon City would be in a big mess. It was just speculation. And facing the expectations of the two little ones, Yi Yu agreed after pondering. Because he has to maintain a strong style, there is no way to accompany the youngest sister to have fun. If he doesn't find a companion for the youngest sister, I am afraid that this trip to the demon race, I am afraid that I will not have enough fun. Yeah. With his promise, Sure Xinshui and Xia Shange exchanged glances and cheered. When they were in the spirit abyss, they had wanted to spend more time together. Sorry, she's rather playful and giving you trouble. Xiaocayu felt sorry, always feeling that her sister was too self-conscious and always pampering Yi Yu. No harm done. Yi Yu didn't care about this. Anyway, looking at one person was still looking. Looking at three people was also looking. If it were in the past, even if it was a dangerous place, because he could see the date of death, he would be able to assert whether a person was safe or not. It was only in the way that many people were gathering in 10,000 Demon City nowadays because of the commotion he had made in the Demon Burial Valley, and the death dates of the vast majority of the people in the city had become unstable. For example, Xiaocayu appeared to be more than 9,000 days old, but since she came to 10,000 Demon City only under his influence, there was no way for him to assert whether she would encounter danger. That being said, as long as he is intent on taking care of it, there is no danger to speak of. After all, the Demon Emperor realm was all dead, and as long as the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Tree hadn't run out of the Demon Burial Valley, there was simply no one who was his opponent. It was worth mentioning that since getting through the disaster of the Spirit Abyss, Xia Shange's girl's death date, which had changed from 2 days to more than 9,000 days, like everyone else, the level of the treasure chest had also increased. Treasure chest rewards are upgraded because the longer one lives, the more possibilities and doings one has. After eating and drinking, the two little girls ran off to play in the garden. The Yingzuan building was a luxurious setting, with tall buildings as well as gardens, lakes, and a spacious interior alone. Look, Sister Heartwater, Crocodile Swallow, the older, Summer Shallowson, ran her around the garden and soon stopped. It's so ugly looking. Sure Xinshui raised his head to look at the tree that was more than 10 feet tall, with roots that looked like swords and clusters, and at the top of the dense roots and leaves was a strange thing with a big head like a jagged tooth, and was amazed. She had taken the insight class, and nowadays, she sort of had a few concepts about many things in Tianxian continent, but seeing it in a book isn't quite the same as seeing it in person. Crocodile swallow is a plant that is usually abundant in the demon clan and is widely loved. It's all about racial differences. The sense of aesthetics is completely different. Ha ha ha. Crocodile swallow can still eat meat. It's funny eating. Let's go find a piece of meat to try. Seeing her sharp comment with a face of shock and dismay,
Xiaoshange was amused by her expression and was also playful.
Aha!
Shui also wanted to see how Crocodile Swallow ate meat and nodded.
With that, they ran off again, returned to the compartment and opened the door,
and went to the clerk and explained their needs, wanting to feed the crocodile swallows,
and asked for a couple servings of meat.
There are a few shopkeepers outside the door who have been waiting for the side.
The mighty name of the angry Gunyiyu is too loud.
The heroic deeds of the 14 demon Zuns who overwhelmed the 14 demon Zuns with their chi alone.
Unless they are in the Emperor realm, who dares to underestimate them?
They brought back a few pieces of meat and started feeding.
Ah! Crunch!
As the large chunk of meat approached, Crocodile Swallow reacted instantly like a wolf that had smelled blood,
and the jagged-like head snapped open its bloody mouth. Well, funny, huh?
Having successfully demonstrated and shared one of her own childhood means of entertainment,
Natsuko was curious to know what she thought.
It's got such great teeth. The bones are crushed.
Shimizu raised her head high in amazement.
It's more fun to watch from above.
Oh, let's fly.
Seeing that her reaction still wasn't wonderful enough, Xiaoshange immediately took out a flying sword and wanted to take her to the sky.
Oh, Shimizu learned that it was going to fly, and when he saw it, he brought out a 3-meter disc. Wow! Empty wheel. Have you already broken through to the generalization realm? So fast. Ha! Passage realm perfection? Seeing the air-crossing Yuan tool she took out,
Xiaoshange was a bit surprised,
and it was only then that she reacted,
stimulating her spiritual sense to look at it, and was shocked.
What is this?
Back when we first met at the Spirit Abyss,
wasn't Sister Xin Shui at the perfection of the returning wheel realm?
It's only been a month or so since we've seen each other,
and Sister Xin Shui is already breaking through to the perfection of the generalization realm?
And while they were frolicking, Yi Yu and Xiaotsayu just sat at the table and looked at them.
Sister Xin Shui's talent is actually so exceptional. Crossing a large realm in a month's time?
It was only after these words that Xiaotsayu noticed the change in Shui's realm and felt astonished. It wasn't that her perception wasn't sharp, but her attention was on Yi Yu's body and she didn't have the heart to observe anything else.
That has to be.
And don't look at how much I've fed her. Seeing that they had finally noticed this,
Yi Yu felt immensely proud. Nowadays,
he kind of understood the feeling that Master had taken him as an apprentice and that he was very talented. Although the youngest sister was not his disciple, he had put in a lot of effort.
Is Sister Xin Shui having some kind of strange encounter? After being surprised, Xiaotsayu asked curiously.
A month was too short a time for a Yuan cultivator.
Although when the realm was low,
it was normal for the cultivation to become increasingly refined and productive every so often.
Unlike the Earth King realm, Desolate Saint realm, and Heavenly Father realm, where it could easily take a year,
a few years, or even dozens of hundreds of years before a breakthrough was possible. But she had been a genius once, and had a clear knowledge of all the stages.
Moreover, as the eldest princess of the Daxia imperial dynasty,
her cultivation resources had always been unworried. Even if heavenly treasures were eaten for food, it was impossible for a person to make a sudden progress. It was still necessary to make a gradual progress. Swallowing a large amount of heavenly treasures and earthly treasures could indeed make it easier to break through the realm. But whatever heavenly treasures and earthly treasures needed to be refined, and the rarer they were, the longer it would take. Her physique is rather special, able to quickly refine all kinds of heavenly treasures.
So she enjoys eating. Special means? Absolutely nothing. Hardly. Learning of this situation, Xiaotsayu nodded in understanding, not asking more questions, understanding a lot of things. It was absolutely unique, meaning that it was the only one in the ancient and modern world, and it also possessed such a miraculous effect, being able to quickly refine heavenly treasures. No wonder Sister Xin Shui's cultivation speed possessed such divine speed. No wonder Yi Yu, who used to only act together with his master, would pay so much attention to this little senior sister and pamper her. At this rate of cultivation, I'm afraid that Sister Xin Shui will become a uniquely strong person in a matter of years. What's more, if one could maintain such a breakthrough speed after breaking through the Earth King realm, it might even be possible to break the record of becoming an emperor at the age of 35 set by Jin Xin Dragon Emperor, the #1 demon in history. After saying that, they once again looked at the courtyard where Shui and Xiaoshange were frolicking, because Xiaoshange had been spoiled since childhood. Even at the age of 20, her character was still not very mature and childlike, and she was very compatible with Shui. Have a great time. Xiaotsayu heard the incessant laughter in the garden and watched them play so happily. The corners of her mouth unconsciously revealed a smile with a deep feeling. Because she was the eldest princess of Daxia, she had been placed in high expectations since she was a child. Plus as a Taiku sword body, she was born with a special feeling for swords.
and she had spent her childhood in cultivation. Regardless of the wind and rain, and the alternation of seasons, she was either practicing her sword or refining her yuan qi. This kind of bitter cultivation yielded great results, and she became the best in this era of stars and celestial pride. Looking at the entire continent, her talent and cultivation speed ranked among her peers. It was only the occasional moment of realization and envy when she saw others laughing and playing, for she had not had such a time. Sure enough, kids still need to play with kids. Yi Yu didn't feel that much. He had had a childhood in his previous life. He just felt that he had made a wise decision. Speaking of which, if you're not afraid of me catching up with you when you're walking around with Sister Xin Shui and not practicing? Right at this moment, Xiaocayu turned her head and looked sideways at Yi Yu, her cherry lips slightly opening. In fact, the underlying meaning of her words was that she wanted to know when Yi Yu would close the door again. After all, before this, Yi Yu had the precedent of not leaving the Nine Heavens Pavilion for 5 years in seclusion. Have you ever seen me afraid? In response to this provocation, Yi Yu was unimpressed. The more he learned about the world, the more he realized how powerful he was. Even if it was the junior sister, it was impossible to catch up with him. Even if she really swallowed the whole world, she would at most catch up with him in terms of realm. After this divine tree crusade, he was already as sure as he could be that he would be even more powerful than the gods. But you always have to go into closed-door cultivation to break through the emperor realm, right? When? Seeing his invincible demeanor in every word and action, Xiaocayu was a bit dazed and laughed lightly. Come to think of it, she had never really seen the man scared. Yi Yu was too strong. Back then, when he was in the king realm, he already had the pride of looking out of the world, even more so than her father, such as the momentum of swallowing mountains and rivers. Now that he was young, he was already in the late stage of the heavenly exaltation realm, and when he achieved the emperor realm, he would surely become a mighty human supreme being. Starting from the Earth King realm, if you want to go further you have to realize the Tao. You can't just blindly shut down. Regarding this matter, Yi Yu replied after carefully pondering over it. He didn't have the idea of closed-door cultivation for the time being. It wasn't that he didn't want to break through to the Emperor realm, but the time it took to break through to the Emperor realm was too long. Even the number one demon in the history of the Tianxian continent, the Zhenxuan Dragon Emperor, took 35 years to cultivate to the Emperor realm from zero. A breakthrough in the realm was not something that could be accomplished overnight, even if his talent was even more impressive than Zhenxian, reaching the late stage of the heavenly exaltation realm in 25 years. But if he wanted to break through to the Emperor realm, it wouldn't be possible in 10 days and half a month, and according to one small realm a year, it would still take at least 2 years. With so much time, he first went to dig into the lair of the gods. Directly piling up attributes and harvesting a large number of treasure chests was the way to get stronger quickly, and this has the added advantage of catching the gods off guard before they are ready. After I go back this time, I'm going to be in seclusion. Xiaocayu got the answer from these words. Her beautiful eyes touched, knowing that he would have to move around in the near future, but after thinking about it, she still made up her mind, her eyes firm. If Yi Yu would not take long to shut down, she might not be willing to do so because such an opportunity was not easy to come by. The higher the realm, the longer the life expectancy, the longer the cultivation time. Friends and relatives can easily be a few years. More than 10 years to see not above is possible. She was in Daxia while Yi Yu was in the Nine Heavens Pavilion. To meet up, at least one party had to take the initiative to run. But then she thought, even if she hadn't seen him in 5 years, those 2 meetings would be enough. Especially this time, Yi Yu suddenly appeared at the Heavens Pride gathering and invited her to leave the table and meet in private, and also ate falling cloud cake together. Perhaps Yi Yu's appearance appeared to have just happened to be there, but according to her understanding of Yi Yu, it was definitely not a coincidence. Yi Yu's strength was too strong. Even the hidden secrets of the 5 supreme beings, he had the ability to peek into them, and it was impossible for the formation of the welcoming tower to block his eyes. You want to break through to the heavenly exaltation realm? Noticing the change in her eyes, Yi Yu asked. With such a tone and statement, she was clearly determined not to leave the gate until she broke through the heavenly dawn. I can't be intimidated by the immortal sword and never dare to break through, and I still want to catch up with you. Xiaocayu nodded her head slightly and affirmed. When she said that, her pretty face with white skin like snow was slightly flushed. It was a pact and code word that belonged between them, and no third person knew about it. Why did you tell me that you were ashamed? Yi Yu understood the underlying meaning of these words and nodded slightly. In fact, he held a good feeling towards Xiaocayu, or else he would not have shown up to save the day if he happened to bump into her today. He would only save the day if he happened to bump into it by chance, and it was impossible for him to exclusively surround Xiaocayu, just as he had instructed his youngest sister not to get caught up in the love of a child. This was also what he demanded of himself.
25 years to go.
Enjoying the rare purity and leisure, Yi Yu looked at Xiaocayu and then at the two girls in the garden, and could not help but mutter to himself in his mind.
The Tianqian disaster day was like a dangling sword hanging over the head of the Tianqian continent, and once it landed, it would be the time when the world would be destroyed. 25 years, to say long is also long, to say short is also short. Although he has achieved a great victory in the God Tree Crusade, and he has even laid a seal, but what is the real face of the day of disaster? He currently has no way to assert, and he can't take it lightly, just like nowadays. For example, his spiritual sense had been silently spread all over 10,000 Demon City, distractedly paying attention to the movements within the city, searching for any sign of the 10,000 Sacred Trees undead army. In his opinion, the immortal army of the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Tree definitely could not all be in the Demon Burial Valley, and there must be a portion of them operating outside. Moreover, with this unusual change in the demon race and the demon emperor not showing up so far, the demon dunces would sooner or later notice the clues, and the other races would also find out about this anomaly and would surely take action. It was also true that because the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Tree appeared to have a strange change, the store in 10,000 Demon City that specialized in selling demonic treasures was already revealing itself. Only, he wasn't in a hurry to make a move. The 10,000 Demon City wasn't really in chaos yet. On top of that, there were also foreign celestial beings who had specifically come to the demon race to probe the situation, and after a bit of tracking down, they began to move to profit from the situation. The law of coexistence of the 100 races was actually formulated by the Emperor Realms of the 100 races, under the leadership of the Jintian Dragon Emperor. As for the races that did not have an Emperor Realm, they simply could not be ranked in the hundreds and were not sheltered by the rules. Just like wild beasts, the loss of the Emperor Realm by the demon race, which was ranked as the 11th of the 100 races, would surely attract the covetousness of other races. Is the 10,000 Thunders Divine Tree crazy? Right at this moment, Yi Yu suddenly was a face that sank, incomparably shocked and furious as he stood up. What's wrong? Although Xiaocayu was watching the two children frolicking in the garden, she had been peeking at him with her afterglow, and noticing that his face had changed drastically, she immediately asked. In response to this query, Yi Yu didn't explain much. Instead, he grabbed her hand and disappeared in place. The next moment he reappeared. He scooped up Xia Shange and his little sister and disappeared into the garden. 10,000 Demon City was incomparably lively as the imperial city of the demon race. Because of the demon race's mutation, it was even more of 100 races that came to visit, wanting to pry for news. Being of the same demon clan, they also cared a lot about the major events that happened within the clan. Without any hesitation, the number of people gathered in the 10,000 Demon City on this day reached unprecedented heights, at least tens of millions. On the top floor of the Yingzuan building, the human race's celestial pride gathered, and even though the Jade Sword Fairy was taken away by the human king's rage gun, it didn't affect them in the slightest to continue eating, drinking, and having fun. Rather, it was better to say that what had just happened like that had instead added a common topic for everyone to talk about. What do you think the human king and the Jade Sword Fairy are doing? What can they do with two small children with them? They were both celebrities, but to them, Yi Yu and Immortal Jade Sword were the same. Boom! Dang it! Not waiting for them to gossip for long, suddenly there was a shaking of the sky and the dining table, loaded with delicious food, fell to the ground. What happened? This sudden vibration caused everyone to be startled. It was only that they were all the best of the younger generation of the human race, and even though they had been left behind by a gap, they were at worst at the Earth King realm, and none of them had fallen because of such a shock. At the same time, because they were traveling to the foreign races to spy on the information, each power was sending a heavenly father to spy on the information, and incidentally, to protect the heavenly pride of their respective powers. Angry Gun Heavenly Father, what are you doing tearing down the restaurant? There was a human heavenly father who discovered the situation and was incomparably shocked. This sudden vibration was actually because the Angry Gun Heavenly Father had torn down the welcoming Zune building, and raised the top floor of the human's heavenly pride gathering with both hands. For a while, the heavenly dignitaries lurking around also showed up, not understanding what they meant. 10,000 Demon City is about to be in chaos. There's no time to explain so much. Flee east at full speed. Go to the Phoenix Clan's territory and don't look back. Raising the top floor platform where all the human race's pride were, Yi Yu faced their questions with a grave and cold face, and with a loud shout, he threw the platform in his hand towards the east gate. At the same time, he took out a long spear and stabbed it through the air. A beam of golden light crossed the sky, instantly catching up with the huge platform of the building and striking straight into the sky above the east gate. Along with the eruption of this power, visions arose frequently in the empty sky above the 10,000 Demon City, but before it could fully manifest, The golden light pierced through the 10,000 demon cities' city guard formation.
The heavenly exaltation realm powerhouses of the various forces of the human race saw the situation and looked at each other,
not knowing what to do for a moment. We are of the same human race.
It's impossible for the angry gun Heavenly Father to harm us.
Trust him. Let's go. Right at this moment, the heavenly exaltation realm powerhouse from the great Xia imperial dynasty shouted and directly moved out. When these words came out, many people felt justified and moved. There was another part of the group that actually wanted to say that it was possible for the same human race to do harm. But seeing that everyone else had done so, the solemnity was to follow suit. The Ingzuan building was not the tallest building in the 10,000 demon city, but it was still a very conspicuous landmark.
Seeing that the roof of the welcoming Zun building had been torn down, the strongest members of the various clans who had intended to come to spy on the information and concentrate their minds were the first to notice something strange.
Is that the angry gun Heavenly Father? It directly tore down the roof of the Ingzuan building. This is really not putting the demon race in your eyes. It's really bad luck for the demon race to meet him. 14 demon Zuns can't suppress him. No one can suppress him without the Emperor Realm. Even if an Emperor Realm stepped in, they wouldn't be able to suppress him. His talent and strength are so terrifying. But he's the heart of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Didn't you hear that earlier in the 10,000 demon forest abyss? He was targeted by the battle demon Shura Emperor and the Nine Heavens Pavilion Master showed up to save him?
Strong people from all clans were gloating when they saw this scene.
What does it mean that 10,000 demon city is about to be in chaos?
Even the angry gun Heavenly Father is in such a hurry.
I'm afraid this pandemonium isn't simple. The 9th-ranked human race has withdrawn. Why should we, who are ranked 26,
still make a scene and withdraw? The alien powerhouses that were close by heard what Raging Gun Yu said,
noticed the more detailed situation, were alerted, and took action. Deceiving the demon is too much. Is there still a king's law, allowing him to act like this?
The demon clans that were close by were enraged when they saw that the Ingzuan building had been demolished.
Many demonic dunces were noticing the difference,
but were still understanding the situation.
Father, let's go. Only the father and son pair, Killing Hay and Killing Sky, reacted at the first opportunity. 10,000 demon city was a vast area, so unless one was riding high in the sky and their realm was strong enough, it was impossible to take a panoramic view of the entire city. Most of the people within the 10,000 demon city just heard a roaring loud noise, but on the ground by the various houses and buildings to hide the sight, or even the strength and status is too low to be able to fly in the air. Even to see the situation cannot be done. Meanwhile, on top of the west gate wall of 10,000 demon city, there were many demon soldiers standing guard.
Although there was a city guard formation, and if they really had to encounter any major events,
they couldn't help much,
but more often than not, they were trivial matters that didn't use the power of the formation.
What's that? Standing guard as always.
A raptor with superb eyesight suddenly raised its head to the sky.
I don't know, because there was a commotion within the city. The demon race, who looked back, heard this suspicion and followed the sound. It was dusk, the sky was darkening, and there was an afterglow of golden light as the sun set over the western mountains. But the distant sky had somehow turned a scarlet color, as if a scarlet storm was sweeping in. There were too many demon races, no less than the human race,
and not all of them were qualified to know the hidden secrets of the upper echelons.
What a large size! Is that my clan's demon emperor? After gazing for a while, that raptor suddenly was seeing a huge giant shadow appearing from the sky, and finally got a few clearer views,
and immediately felt his heart pounding. The demon race's method of assessing the level of strength is very simple, being able to judge intuitively through the size of the body. Even though the demon race had many branches, and some of them were naturally larger in size, it was impossible to grow indefinitely down the line. The other guard also cast his racial talent to peer in, but before he could see the whole picture, he suffered a backlash. As if he had been struck by lightning, his body trembled and bled from 3 eyes,
black fur and gold stripes, and wings. That can't be the legendary heaven-devouring demon emperor? The heaven tiger lineage is still alive? Only, the guard with 3 bleeding eyes, his whole body trembling not because of pain, but incredulity, and even more fervor. To all the demon races, every single emperor realm was their pride. Because of the existence of the emperor realm, they didn't have to worry about being bullied and hunted by other races. And while growing up, they were all thunderstruck by the various emperor realms in the history of the demon race, especially the heaven-devouring demon emperor. That was a legend. Although the demon race has been thriving all these years, it is even more ferocious, and every demon is living a good life. However, all of their ancestors had passed on by word of mouth that the heavenly tiger lineage was the king who would never compromise after the true dragon and phoenix had left, leading the demon race to fight against the 100 races for countless years. The heaven-devouring demon emperor is even more of a legend.
one of the greatest demon emperors in the history of the demon race,
benevolent and righteous, wise and brave, with great wisdom, great courage, and great invincibility, not the least bit weaker than today's demon race patriarch, the eternal demon emperor. It really is the heavenly tiger emperor lineage, and it's not just the heaven-devouring demon emperor, but also the nine-tailed fox lineage. The raptor guards were thrilled to discover not one, but several, of the huge figures that covered the sky at the far end of the sky, get the notification up there. As they reacted, the other guards also realized the situation one after another and were all excited. During this recent period of time, they couldn't mention how bad their mood was. First, the human race's heavenly father visited 10,000 Demon City with impunity. A shocking change occurred in the burial demon valley, and the 100 races visited, but as a result, the demon emperor didn't show up after a long time. After looking forward to the stars and the moon for so long, they were finally expecting the demon emperor to show up, and it was like they had found their backbone. But right at that moment, the ponderous figure that was still in the distant sky suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, shadow shrouded and a terrifying figure with a body that was 10,000 feet tall and tens of thousands of feet long appeared in the sky above 10,000 Demon City. With the sudden approach, the guards of 10,000 Demon City were shocked and felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, so close that they couldn't even see the whole picture. Greetings to the demon emperor. Only, instead of being afraid, they were incomparably excited as they knelt down to welcome the emperor realm. But at that moment, a dark light exploded as the heaven-devouring demon emperor raised his front claw and slapped down. It was as if it was dense with chaos in its tiger claws, with divine light bursting forth, emitting an incomparable aura of terror. As the blow landed, accompanied by an explosive roar that resounded through the 9 heavens, the entire 10,000 Demon City was as if it had suffered an unprecedented earthquake, and the heavens and earth were trembling. Ow! At the same time, a tiger's roar that shook the world and was enough to cause the fear of all the beasts suddenly exploded, and the city guard formation was stimulated, with frequent visions, and countless shadows that covered the sky were being manifested from the virtual to the real. The first one to manifest a figure was a big pitch-black tiger with black fur and golden stripes, wings, and a huge body, which was clearly the phantom of the heaven-devouring demon emperor. This sudden strike didn't manage to break 10,000 Demon City's protective formation, but it shattered the hearts of countless demon clans. Heaven-devouring demon emperor? The topsy-turvy raptor, paralyzed by the blow, raised his head to look at the light above him, feeling nothing but disbelief. Only 2 black tigers with wings were seen facing each other in the air. Their bodies, all of them are covering the sky. Divine martial arts cover the world, and their faces are extremely similar. But at a closer look, there are differences. For example, the heaven-devouring demon emperor outside the city was indeed black-furred and gold-striped, with wings, but his body was covered in scarlet textures, and his eyes were not golden, but revealed a bizarre scarlet color. How could this happen? Why did the heaven-devouring demon emperor attack the 10,000 demon city that he built with his own hands? The other guards were also ashen, in disbelief at what was happening in front of them. How could they not believe that after disappearing for 5,000 years, the legendary heaven-devouring demon emperor had returned and was actually an enemy? At the same time, the beings who were drinking and chatting in the various buildings within the 10,000 demon city were all aware of the abnormalities, and they all walked out of their houses and came outside to see what was happening. This time, the commotion could be much bigger than the angry gun Heavenly Father tearing down the Welcome Zoom building, shaking up the whole city, and it would be hard not to notice it. Regardless of their reactions, the heaven-devouring demon emperor paid no attention, only being provoked by the phantom and slowly opening his bloody mouth. Ow dash! The next moment, shocking the world, weeping ghosts and gods, sweeping the 8 wastelands, swallowing mountains and rivers of tiger roar, like thunder exploded, but also wrapped in the destruction of all the ferocious power erupted. It has been recorded in the book of Heavenly Xian Anecdotes, 10,000 Demons, that the heavenly tiger, the emperor of the demon vein, with black fur and golden stripes, the head of the king's power, born with 2 wings, can travel above the 9 heavens and below the 9 secrets, and possesses racial magical powers. The emperor's whistle, which can subdue and kill all the world's foes. The heaven-devouring demon emperor, as a lineage of heavenly tigers, a great emperor that would remain famous in history, was so brutal that he was proud of his strength that he looked down upon the past and present. With an imperial roar, mountains and rivers shattered, the heavens and earth shook, and the void erupted. The city protector formation was still erupting with power and was condensing demon emperor phantoms, but this group of emperor realm phantoms were simply unstoppable in the face of this emperor's whistle, and in an instant, they were shattered into flying ash and dissipated into the air. The city protection formation that shrouded above the 10,000 demon city was shaking under the sound of the emperor's whistle, and it simply couldn't withstand it for too long. The roar was so terrifying that gods and demons were afraid. The beings of the various races who walked out of the various buildings, wanting to see what was going on, even though they were sheltered by formations that blocked all damage. Hearing this terrifying and incomparable tiger's roar, they were also affected, hearing its voice, seeing its shadow, divine consciousness realm and the following living beings. Only feel is the brain downtime. In front of the eyes floated a terrifying and incomparable tiger head rushed to roar at himself, and then fainted on the spot. The only beings above the Earth King realm that weren't roared into unconsciousness on the spot were those who were delirious and in a trance. It's over. What the Angry Gun Heavenly Father said is true. Run. Just now. Angry Gun Heavenly Father said it was heading towards the East Gate. Let's go to the East Gate. Powerful beings noticed the vision and were all alarmed as if they were facing a great enemy. Although they didn't know what was happening or the beginning and end of the incoming dragon, they were already seeing this situation. There was a demon emperor outside the city attacking the city. The emperor realm attacked the city. And that demon emperor was so ferocious and violent. It was like he was crazy. Once he was caught in the wave, he would surely die. For a moment, 10,000 Demon City was in chaos, and those powerful people who had the strength to do so, fled. Many Zunis even couldn't care less about their young offspring and fled alone. Perhaps they were all following the clan's mission to come to the demon clan to spy on information, and in the process, bring a few of the younger generation out to see the world and grow a few points of experience. But where is the safety and security of the lives of the younger generation compared to them when a great catastrophe is at hand? On top of a high mountain tens of thousands of miles to the east of 10,000 Demon City, Shi Xinshui, Xia Tsayu, and Xia Shange were staying in a clearing. Right at this moment, a figure emerged out of thin air, and it was certainly Yi Yu. What happened, eldest brother? Seeing him return, Shi Xinshui immediately asked. What I said about the 10,000 Demon City pandemonium has begun. It's worse than I expected. Yi Yu's face was grave, and it was hard to tell. He stayed alert the entire time, and because of that, he noticed the vision at the first opportunity. The Scarlet Tide on the other side of that day was a team composed of a total of 5 demon emperors and more than 30 demon Zuns, with the heaven-devouring demon emperor as the leader. There are heavenly tigers, there are 9-tailed foxes, and there are other beasts. Without exception, their appearance is not the same as the rumors. The ancient books recorded in the ancient books. They are all in the original basis. All around the body are covered with scarlet texture. Moreover, their eyes are revealing the scarlet light. The fact that the heaven-devouring demon emperor was still alive surprised him a little, but not much. Demon clans at the Earth King realm would be used by the 10,000 Thunders divine tree as an inexhaustible resource, and a powerhouse at the heaven-devouring demon emperor's level would be even more unlikely to let it go, and would definitely leave it alive. This was also the reason why he intended to seal the burial demon valley. The 10,000 Thunders divine tree was insidious, cunning and ruthless, and having suffered such a turn of events and having suffered such a great loss, it would definitely not be able to let go. He thought about laying down a seal to be able to suppress it for a period of time, and then come back to single-handedly kill the 10,000 Tribulation divine tree when his strength was further advanced. But what was never expected was that the 10,000 Tribulation divine tree directly stormed out. Ow dash! Right at this moment, a tiger's roar that transcended space and swept through the 8 wastelands shook the heavens and the earth. This roar was too terrifying, covering tens of thousands of miles, causing this to be the only sound in the sky and underground. Overbearing, solitary, and invincible. This is the roar of the king of all beasts. The roar, which lasted for a full dozen breaths before it gradually subsided. Along with the calming of the roar, the big mountain where they were, the woods were startled to fly up countless birds, and there were even countless beasts in agitation, and even 10,000 beasts fled away from the source of the tiger's roar. Emperor Shao of the Sky Tiger clan. Finally, waiting until the end of the emperor's tsunami, Xia Tsayu had already realized the seriousness of the problem and looked at Yi Yu in dismay. This man was also too good to have foreseen such a thing in advance. Xia Tsayu, take the youngest senior sister and your sister with you and head all the way east to the territory of the Phoenix clan. Yi Yu commanded with a slight nod of his head, affirming her guess. Well, what about you? Faced with this request, Xia Tsayu agreed without even thinking about it, and soon sensed that something was wrong. Junior sister, you follow them first. I'll come back afterward to pick you up. Yi Yu didn't rush to reply and gave some more instructions to his little sister. Aha! Shi Xinshui's head was buzzing from the tiger's roar, and both ears were deaf, but it was as if eldest brother's voice contained special power, so even with tinnitus, he could still hear it clearly, and nodded his head obediently. This girl is really understanding. Every time I have to act alone I don't ask too many questions, saving me a lot of trouble. Protect them and protect yourself. I'm going to see what's going on. Seeing that she was obedient, Yi Yu sighed in his heart before looking at Xia Tsayu and explaining. After saying that, he didn't wait for a reply before his body shifted and disappeared in the same place. Let's go. When Xiaocayu saw him go straight away, she looked at the two little sisters beside her and said, not everyone was able to recognize that roar as the heavenly tiger's racial talent, the emperor's tsunami, but that didn't affect them in the slightest from comprehending the terrifying aspects of it, especially after seeing everyone running away. All the living beings forgot everything and followed along. Only, the vast majority of the demon race wouldn't even be able to escape, because the heavenly tiger, as the imperial lineage of the demon race and the king of all beasts, the terror and power of the heavenly tiger was engraved in the blood of all demons. The emperor whistles with divine might, and the king is in the world. Just by hearing the emperor's whistle, they instinctively felt fear and awe. Under the emperor's tsunami, the beings of the other races were like enemies, even if they hadn't been shocked into dawning disorientation. The living beings of all races were like encountering a murderous robbery, panicking and fleeing for their lives, and under the terrifying tiger's roar, even the sound of footsteps, angry curses, and cries were all swallowed up. Boom! Not waiting for them to escape, the 10,000 demon city suddenly was shaking violently, and in that shocking tiger's roar, the city protection formation shattered open. This tremor was like a cold shiver in the earth, and the people who were running on the ground directly lost their balance and planted themselves on the ground. Along with the shattering of the city guard formation, the living beings in the city lost their shelter, and an overwhelming imperial might descended. The vast majority of living beings were never able to reach the Earth King realm in their entire lives, so how could they withstand this kind of pressure? In just an instant, the sky looked like it was raining dark rain, and countless beings fleeing in the air, as if they were overwhelmed by a huge mountain, planted themselves on the ground. This sudden turn of events caused numerous deaths and injuries in various places within the 10,000 demon city. And the stampede was extremely terrifying. Greetings to the heaven-devouring demon emperor, accompanied by the shattering of the formation. The raptor guard at the west gate's wall, the one who had first noticed the difference, was so terrified that he could only tremble in obeisance, no longer sheltered, exposed in front of the heaven-devouring demon emperor. Even though it was the first time he had seen the heaven-devouring demon emperor, the fear engraved in the depths of his bloodline was completely aroused. In the face of his worship, the heaven-devouring demon emperor, who was above the 10,000 demon city, looked as if he was oblivious as he walked towards the city. Phew! Discovering that the heaven-devouring demon emperor had no intention of killing himself, the raptor guard only felt like he had escaped from death. But before he could put his heart down, he suddenly felt a pain, and saw spikes condensed from scarlet threads running through his body. Seeing this scene, the raptor guards looked back and saw the scarlet spikes that came from the sky-devouring demon emperor's massive body. It wasn't just him, but the fellow demons around him were also penetrated by the spikes. What was even more terrifying was that the spikes that erupted from the surface of the heaven-devouring demon emperor's body were spreading out towards the city. Could it be that the heaven-devouring demon emperor wants to slaughter the city? Personally slaughtering the demon race's imperial city that he built with his own hands. When the raptor guards saw the scene, they were all disheartened, and the faith in their hearts collapsed, feeling an unprecedented despair and grief. How could he imagine that the heaven-devouring demon emperor, who was worshipped as an emperor by all the demons, would extend his butcher's knife and devil's claws to his fellow demon race members? This was an unprecedented catastrophe, and the 10,000 demon city was in chaos as the living beings lamented. Under this pressure, it was extremely rare for the entire city to be able to move. Right at this moment, a low and majestic, godlike male voice resounded like thunder. If you're going to run, they're all going to the east gate. Don't go anywhere. At the same time, all living beings were feeling a lightness in their bodies, and it was as if the oppressive pressure enveloping their bodies had been counteracted by a force. Finally, they were able to move, and all of them were driven by survival instincts, forcibly suppressing their fear and despair and all their emotions, rushing with all their strength in the direction from which the sound came. They didn't know who the speaker was, but they were certain that it represented hope. 10,000 Demon City was huge, and it wasn't that easy to get out of the city. Someone's coming for us, Dad. The slaying underworld great sage was incomparably surprised when he heard this commotion. Don't I have ears? Do I need you to tell me? And I don't know what's helping. The heaven-slaying demon Zun glared at him and hurriedly led him and his wife and daughter towards the east gate. They were actually running towards the east gate to begin with, but there was no way to leave the rest of the family behind and there was a slight delay. Flying up into the sky again, they saw what the rescuers hovering over the east gate were. A bizarre figure clad in black robes, with his face shrouded in black mist, making it impossible to see his appearance, carrying a huge scythe. A necromancer? Seeing this scene, the eyes of the sky-slaying demon Zun were glazed over as his mind hit rock bottom. The name of the man, the shadow of the tree. After the battle between the Ghoul clan and the Dragon clan, which suppressed the Jintian Dragon Emperor, the ghoul demon's notoriety spread far and wide,
and it was known to be fearful for the strongest of all parties.
As we all know, the ghoul race is a race that only wants the world to be in chaos, and the beauty they like to see the most is never the flowers and the moon, the wind and the sun,
but the blood flowing into the river and the corpses piled up into the mountains.
As for the corpse demon, it was the best of the ghoul clan, and in this era where all clans coexisted, it dared to blatantly rob corpses, and on the contrary, you couldn't defeat it. Without any hesitation,
necromancy was synonymous with calamity and death. Wherever it appeared,
someone was bound to die. The heaven-slaying demon Zune didn't even know if he should be happy or sad.
He only felt like he had just gotten out of the tiger's mouth and into the wolf's den.
He was not the only one,
but any character who heard the commotion and was able to arrive at the East Gate in the first place was not an idle person.
Because the corpse demon's fame was too great,
the people who were fleeing at full speed stopped in their tracks and looked at each other,
not knowing what to do.
They were all wondering if the person who had just called out to everyone to come to the East Gate was a necromancer or not. Is it possible that the corpse demon heard that call and ran here to one-up everyone,
blocking everyone's path to life? Boom! However, time waited for no one, as the 10,000 demon city was still rioting and erupting with booming sounds. Dad, let's go,
with a wolf in front of them and a tiger behind them,
driven by the instinct to survive.
Some people thought that it would be better to take a gamble rather than sitting on the sidelines and took the first step,
killing the underworld? As usual, you know what you're doing. As he moved, you couldn't help but glance at him. Back then in the 100 Races Heaven's Pride battle,
the most sensible one was this guy. Encountering him when he drew the lots and choosing to surrender before the fight even started, avoiding a situation like the other Races Heaven's Pride sons, who were stabbed half to death by him with a single shot and had their Tao broken to the point that they played extremely poorly in the subsequent matches. But it was such a glance. It was not easy to gather the courage to drag on the old man wanted to leave the killing of the hay.
Only felt like falling into an ice cave.
Although the face of the necromancer was shrouded in black mist and its eyes and appearance could not be seen,
it was still possible to see what direction its head was facing. Did it really come to block the door?
Realizing that the necromancer was staring at him,
Killing Hay despaired. But Yu was not a rash person,
and realizing that everyone was intimidated by himself,
he simply made a move and walked forward. Only,
as he strolled through the air, just as he took a step out,
everyone took a step back. Am I that scary? Who in the world doesn't know that I don't like to kill,
but only collect corpses?
Seeing this scene, Yu really wanted to curse. With that in mind, he took another step.
The crowd took another step back.
Go east.
Discovering that everyone was holding a heartfelt fear of him,
Yu's footsteps did not stop and he only opened his mouth.
His voice was low and hoarse, and it was hard to hear, but his words were like an amnesty.
After saying that,
his figure disappeared in place,
and when he reappeared, he was already at the back of the crowd, heading right for the west door.
People turned their heads and saw that his back was fluttering, but he was heading towards the source of the great chaos in 10,000 Demon City, and they only felt that it was incomparably shocking.
Everyone is fleeing, but the corpse demon is going against the flow. Could it be that it wants to stop the disaster of the 10,000 Demon City? But shouldn't the more dead the better for the necromancer? Run away.
Killing Hay held the same doubts, but he knew deep down that he wasn't out of the trap yet,
and with a hasty cry, he continued to flee. As things stood,
the city guard formation had already been broken, and 10,000 Demon City was not only limited to the city gates if they wanted to enter and exit the city.
In a flash,
everyone dispersed, all of them displaying their own magic abilities and flying towards the eastern sky.
At the same time, there were people fleeing in other directions.
Even if there were voices resounding throughout the city,
telling everyone to run east, but in a time of crisis, who cares so much? All thinking of getting out of the city quickly.
Shout so loud, the enemy knows the east gate.
Who's going to run to the east gate?
Some people flew out from the wall in the direction of the south gate and managed to get out of the city, only to feel that they had come back from the dead, and were instantly grateful for their cleverness.
That's right, so loud that it's a wonder the enemy doesn't chase them over.
Anyone who runs toward the east gate is dead.
There is more than one person who does this,
and all of them are complacent and gloating when they hear such exclamations, not waiting for them to be happy for a long time.
In front of them, a big mountain suddenly appeared silently, blocking in front of this group of people, as if blocking all the way.
Everyone was alerted to something strange and raised their heads to see that the mountain was a huge beast that covered the sky,
a pair of demonic eyes emitting a scarlet glow as they looked down on them from above, cold and unfeeling.
The people who were still knowing each other and smiling as if they were brothers in distress only felt like the sky had collapsed when they were stared at by its icy gaze.
Greetings to the Demon Emperor.
I am the 12th generation descendant of the Sea Emperor clan's Windstorm Great Emperor lineage.
Wind. Just then, a man with an outstanding temperament stepped out from the crowd, bowed his head,
and reported his origin.
However, before he could finish his sentence, scarlet threads ran through his body. Immediately after that, the scarlet threads trapped him into a ball, fixing him in place and transforming him into a silk cocoon. Situations like this are not limited to the South Gate, but also the North Gate. Regardless of what race you are, the demon emperors went straight to killing madness. There was also a heavenly tiger demon emperor who entered the city and directly landed in the center of the city. Spreading his wings, the scarlet texture on his body surface erupted with an intense light, and his physique mutated, as if a tree was growing inside his body, and was directly rooted into the ground beneath his feet. The impenetrable floor tiles of the 10,000 demon city were like dirt in front of the rampaging tree roots, and could not withstand them for an instant. The bizarre and ghastly scarlet glow was like a storm spreading, the earth shaking, and a tree root breaking out of the ground. Many of the demon clansmen who hadn't been able to slow down from the Emperor's tsunami were even skewered by the tree roots running through them. The disaster can be seen everywhere, but the only one is the East Gate, which is spared. It's not that there is no demon emperor to block the door, but the demon emperor is blocked by the corpse demon. As early as when he discovered that the group led by the heaven-devouring demon emperor had several demon emperors, Yi Yu was already aware of the seriousness of the problem. Trying to keep everyone alive in front of so many demon emperors was impossible. You know, he's good at killing, not protecting. Once the war started, unless he was able to slash and kill directly in seconds, a random aftershock from the collision of his and the demon emperor's power would be able to shock and kill countless living beings. Because of this, his first reaction was to save his friends and family first, as well as the pride of the human race, who were all of the same race no matter what. In the sky to the east of 10,000 Demon City, a stunningly beautiful fox with white fur dyed scarlet and 9 tails that swung in the wind, covering the sky and emitting a dreamy glow, was confronting someone. Its eyes erupted with a scarlet color as it stared deathly at the black-robed shadow in front of it. It's true that I'm spreading immortality. This old thing Wanja is really completely crazy. It's simply my lifelong enemy. Confronting it, Yi Yu didn't directly make a move, but instead crowdsourced the whole city and cursed in his heart. 10,000 hijacks has really gone crazy. Probably because the location where it is located was forced to be exposed, and it has lost 5,600 years of operation, and it is acting at all costs. To the 10,000 tribulation divine tree, there was no benefit at all to exterminating the demon race, so its choice was to spread immortality, to transform the entire demon race into the immortal divine army. But even if Yi Yu was able to think of the schemes and choices of the 10,000 tribulation divine tree, it didn't affect him feeling angry about it, because no matter what kind of living being, once it was transformed into the undying God's army, it could only be burned to death by the black flames of the Phoenix clan, or else by him. When the Phoenix clan wanted to kill their enemies, it was impossible to control the power just right like the Burning Sun Phoenix Emperor. It was definitely an all-out bombardment, and at every turn, there was a possibility that there would be no corpses left, and the corpses didn't even have to be collected. As for him coming to kill it himself, the treasure chest reward would automatically drop 3 levels, not to mention that it might even drop more, because everyone's treasure chest rewards correspond to the day of death. For example, if a person was just born, and his death date was 100 years, and the treasure chest reward was level 7, it meant that this person's life was definitely not simple, and he would become a famous and powerful person in the future. If a future great emperor was killed at birth, even if he was powerful in the future, he might not even have a tier 1 treasure chest. After all, he hadn't yet made a name for himself and made a big splash. That being said, most beings killed before their time of death will have their treasure chest level drop once more, unless he is already at the cap. Of course, this particular situation would only occur if he intervened, for if he is watching all beings from the underworld, not interfering with anyone's life or death, but merely collecting corpses with a cold eye, the date of death and the reward of the treasure chest as he sees it are fixed and cannot be rewritten. In any case, the more living beings that were scourged by the 10,000 sacrifices divine tree, the more they lost. In the meantime, there are a lot of people running away on the ground, because the demon emperors were all too large. The people who were originally choosing close by and fleeing towards the south and north gates all saw the demon emperors outside the city and decisively changed their routes, coming towards the east gate. Although there were also demon emperors on this side of the east gate, there were some angles where they were able to see the 9-tailed sky fox demon emperor motionless, confronting someone. There were all demon emperors blocking the road, so they might as well choose the east gate, which at least had people to help them, such as dissolving the emperor realm's pressure, or else the entire city's living beings, not to mention panicking, wouldn't be able to move even if they did. The demon emperor was blocking the door, and the demon emperor was blocking the wall, wanting to wipe out the net. The immortal demon sovereigns were also on the move, stopping in every direction of the city walls, unwilling to let go of anyone who fled from the walls. What kind of monster is this? With the Heavens Father realm protecting them, the Heavens Pride from all the clans were crying out in despair and fear. This was because they had witnessed their own Tao protectors doing their best to blast the enemy to dregs, but with the crazy writhing and intertwining of the scarlet threads, the enemy had actually come back to life intact. From fear to hope to despair, even though they had cultivated the Taoist mind that would remain unperturbed in the face of danger even when mountains crumbled before their eyes, they still collapsed. The city of 10,000 demons was in chaos, with cries of fear, hysterical screams, the sound of huge objects falling to the ground as houses collapsed, and deafening explosions. There were demon zoons approaching the east gate, but before they could form an encircling net around the city walls near the east gate, they fell on the spot as a dark blade light flashed by, or were even cut off from immortality, with no way to get back up. Whether I can kill it in seconds or not, I have to do it. Once the other demon emperors rush over to surround me, it will be even more impossible to kill it in seconds. It is a pity that necromancers can't use a gun in this capacity, or else with the Tao realm's enhancement, coupled with the gun techniques and combos, it is definitely possible to stab this nine-tailed skyfox to death with a single shot. Yi Yu wanted to save as many people as possible, but knew that the fish and the bear's paw could not have it both ways. This group of demon emperors were all top demon emperors from the Heavenly Tiger era, and there were also strong individuals like the heaven-devouring demon emperor who had ascended to the supreme ranking. Even if his attributes skyrocketed, he might not be unable to fight 1 against 5 top demon emperors. But the enemy only needs to split one demon emperor to be enough to hunt down the people who escaped from the East Gate. Does this nine-tailed skyfox still have an autonomous consciousness? Or has it been brainwashed by the 10,000 sacrifices divine tree? It hasn't attacked me until now, so it can't be that it has recognized my identity and is contacting the 10,000 sacrifices, right? Before he was ready to make his move, Yi Yu noticed that the nine-tailed skyfox in front of him was always staring at himself without saying a word and sensed that something was wrong. He was incarnated as a corpse demon and wore the exclusive robes of a corpse collector. No one could see through his realm and true face. Even his spiritual sense couldn't see him. He had to rely on the naked eye to see him. Realizing the possibility of this, Yi Yu executed the burial sky technique and disappeared on the spot. In the next moment, a dark blade light that dominated the sky, encircling the neck of the nine-tailed skyfox, exploded on the spot. He'd bought people enough time. Let them fend for themselves as to how many would actually escape. If you don't move, it's a hit. Yi Yu had always been thunderous, and without the slightest hesitation, he went straight for the kill. This nine-tailed heavenly fox demon emperor had already been contaminated into an undead divine army, and if he didn't kill it, it would have to rely on the phoenix. If he sat back and let this nine-tailed heavenly fox run amok, his single fox alone would be enough to wreak havoc on a party, stirring up the living world. The battle was instantaneous. However, the neck of the nine-tailed skyfox was cut by the ring of dark light, enduring this kind of attack, but there was no blood-splattering scenario. Instead, the body turned into a bubble, shattered and dissipated in the air. Woo-woo, reappearing again. The nine-tailed skyfox was already appearing in the distance, bowing low, its 9 tails wreaking havoc in the air, no longer floating like an immortal, baring its teeth at Yi Yu. He didn't say anything even when he was attacked, and he still has this ferocious look, so it seems that he has lost all rationality and has been reduced to a complete beast. She has a wound on her neck. This knife of mine, she did not dodge. That is to say, she disappeared the moment she was hit by me. What kind of magical power is this? Seeing her fierce look, Yi Yu did not rush to go after her, but was scrutinizing and pondering. Killing the enemy depends on tactics. It's pointless to rely on stalking alone. And the more intense the fight gets, the more it will only spill over into the pond. The realm of the Emperor realm, unlike other realms, was divided into 5 stages: beginning, intermediate, late, perfection, and great perfection. This fox was an Emperor realm consummate. Its strength was extraordinary, enough to suppress a sight of mountains and rivers, and it was also a foreign beast emperor vein among the demon race. Tianxian Anecdotes Demon Chapter has recorded. Nine-tailed fox, the emperor of the pulse of the demon, fluff snow white to pure, 4 feet, 9 tails have the light of God, was born charming bone, pouring the country, pouring the world, is the world's most stunning, good at changing, charm, song and music, has a racial magical powers, 9 tails, 9 styles, can be 1,000 times change, God and ghosts. In short, the nine-tailed skyfox could change into the face of any race, and could also turn into anyone's favorite appearance, seducing the living world and defending against it. Aha! Right at this moment, Yi Yu suddenly realized that the sounds around him disappeared and became incredibly quiet, cultivating to his level. How fast his reaction speed was, an instant of 10,000 thoughts. He was no longer in the chaotic and horrible, like hell on earth, 10,000 Demon City. But he was in a room, and the surrounding furniture layout, decorations and the pattern were very familiar. This is the bedroom of the youngest senior sister. Cruising away, Yi Yu realized that he was lying on the bed, and beside the bed stood a silver-haired and blonde-eyed, small and delicate figure, wearing a beige dress, a delicate and cute little loli, who was looking at himself with clear and stupid eyes. Eldest brother. You. That was Shifu Xinshui, and when he met Yi Yu's eyes, he was instantly bright-eyed and incomparably excited. Only, before she could finish her sentence, the world twisted wildly and fragmented apart. In the next moment, Yi Yu saw that the world in front of him had once again turned into the chaotic and scarlet 10,000 Demon City, and the nine-tailed sky fox is not far away from the sky staring at their own 9 tails in the air and gathered. Its center is accumulating a red and white ball of light, like tailed beast jade. Asterisk 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 and die. Realizing that he had just been hit by an illusion, Yi Yu was enraged when he came back to his senses, tightly gripping the giant sickle in his hand and directly slashing it. Are you kidding me? This 9-tailed sky fox used illusion on him. Letting him see Xiaocayu is not even a problem. How much does it mean to turn into the appearance of a little sister? Does he think he is a lolicon? Yi Yu indignantly struck out. The curved ebony blade light was like a waterfall suddenly hanging in the city of 10,000 demons. The 9-tailed sky fox, who was building up its strength, intending to end the battle with a single strike, was unable to dodge in the face of this sudden attack and was directly slashed. But before the damage intensified, it disappeared into place again like a bubble. Only, when she reappeared, the ebony blade light appeared as if it had surfaced from the underworld, following her like a shadow. Boom! This blow was very heavy. The 9-tailed sky fox was cut to pieces, directly was hit off balance. The huge body fell to the ground, but also crushed a street of many houses. A hideous and gruesome slash appeared on that aesthetically and fantastically beautiful body, deep enough to be seen in the bone, with blood flowing out. Boing boing! Collapsing on the ground, the 9-tailed sky fox let out a humming sound like a baby cub, which was a cause for pity. But in the face of its response, which was like a plea for mercy and a sign of weakness, Yi Yu was unmoved and raised the giant sickle in his hand as if he was hoeing the ground, and hacked madly at her. Boom 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 boom! With every blade, a terrifying blade intent and aura would erupt, with blade light all over the sky. 95% armor piercing meant that any defense was null and void in front of Yi Yu. Under such a swift attack, the body of the 9-tailed sky fox, under that swift and storm-like blade light, let out a wailing sound and was hard chopped into a lump of flesh. This was still the reason why Yi Yu had subconsciously kept his hand, because he wanted to collect the corpse. Really, ing. Won't change. Don't change. You become a fox lady. I may even look at you a few more times. To you a little lighter. Strongly subduing the 9-tailed sky fox, Yi Yu smoothly put away its tattered and torn corpse, still somewhat unrelieved and slandering in his heart. Without waiting for him to curse more, a sword chi rushed towards Yi Yu. However, this sword chi was so weak and slow that Yi Yu was even too lazy to dodge. Taking to the attack, the counterattack is automatically triggered. The giant sickle in Yi Yu's hand shook, directly as cut back. The black light flashed. The person who attacked him, directly was engulfed. No body left. Human? Only. Yi Yu still saw the face of the attacker within such a short period of time. You shall not die. I'll fight you. Corpse demon. Give me back my wife. Just then, roars of fury rang out from all around, and people continued to run at him, either using weapons or wielding sharp claws, all of which raised their butcher knives at him. There was more than one person who did this, and there were crowds of people rushing this way in all directions. Only, before they launched their attack, an aura that was like the sky dome collapsing spread out, suppressing everyone so that they couldn't move. Are they all under the 9-tailed fox's illusion? Suppressing them with just his breath. Yi Yu was also aware of it. Obviously, this group of beings had heard the 9-tailed skyfox's last wail as the wail of their beloved. This 9-tailed skyfox's tactics of playing with people's hearts really can't be defended against. Realizing that it wasn't someone who had inexplicably attacked him, but that he had been hit by an illusion, Yi Yu managed to settle a demon emperor, and not bothering with them, his figure disappeared into thin air. Corpse demon, come back here. Corpse demon. Seeing his disappearance, even though they were suppressed to the ground by a terrifying aura, these people were still hysterical and defiantly shouting in rage. After the commotion just now, a demon emperor had fallen, and the other demon emperors didn't have much of a reaction. They were just minding their own business, spreading immortality with scarlet threads. It's the corpse demon. The corpse demon has appeared. Quickly report to the god tree. Unlike the demon emperor, there were a few demon sovereigns who still had their wits about them, and despite the chaos in the city, they still heard the cries and realized the situation. Having reached the heavenly sovereign realm, even though 10,000 Demon City was huge, Their spiritual sense was enough to cover the entire city. Only, Yi Yu's existence could not be captured and detected by his spiritual sense,
and had to be seen with the naked eye.
However, when they noticed the corpse demon, Yi Yu also noticed them, and before they endowed them, he slashed through the air. The heavenly exaltation realm was as unbeatable as dirt in front of him. Sure enough, the tree of the 10,000 sacrifices is targeting me. Because of the power of destruction and the power of eternity, it wants to capture me and use me to get these two powers? He killed 3 more demon zoons in seconds. His figure fluttered and collected their corpses. Yi Yu, who was in the battlefield, had his eyes and ears on all sides. Having killed 1 demon emperor, there were still 4 left, and he was considering who to go after first. Why is she still here? Is she crazy? Right at this moment, Yi Yu looked around the battlefield and suddenly noticed a figure with some consternation. Because the origin of the great chaos in 10,000 Demon City was the West Gate. Everyone, even if they were in a panic, would not be able to escape towards the West Gate. Everyone was moving away from the Western Gate of 10,000 Demon City, while the beings close to the Western Gate were frantically escaping. But there was only one exception. One could only see a female tiger with a tiger head in human form, with furry white tiger claws on both hands and feet, and a 2-meter-tall divine consciousness realm female tiger, was taking one crooked step at a time, staggering against the grain. Elder heaven-devouring ancestor, I know that this can't be your intention. Please wait a little longer. I will definitely awaken you. Du was in tears, her eyes filled with heartache as she looked at the scene ahead, forcing herself to endure the severe pain as she advanced. Ever since she learned of the dusty past, she had specialized in checking out a lot of historical information, and ever since then, the heaven-devouring ancestor had become her faith. According to the annals of history, the heaven-devouring demon emperor was the greatest emperor the demon race had ever seen, because he treated everyone equally, regardless of the bloodline's high or low nobility, and made good use of his talents, and as long as he showed potential and ability, he would pay attention to it. Divine martial arts cover the world. Benevolence and righteousness are matchless. Talent is overwhelming. Mighty mountains and rivers. Wise eyes like a torch. That great character. Glorious deeds. Even if we look at the countless years of history of the Heavenly Tiger clan, there are only a handful of them. But it was such a great emperor who died tragically at the hands of the eternal demon emperor, a white-eyed wolf who was nurtured by his own hands. Because of this, she did not hesitate to venture to 10,000 Demon City, the imperial city with the most powerful foreigners. She wanted to avenge old ancestor Heaven Devourer. Even if it was with the power of an outside race, she wanted to do right by old ancestor. That eternal demon emperor didn't deserve to be praised by the people. It had relied on power that didn't belong to it, as well as underhanded and despicable methods, to defeat the heaven-devouring ancestor. Moreover, in her opinion, that 10,000 tribulation divine tree was of unknown origin, and would most likely bring about an all-consuming, unprecedented disaster to the demon race, which had to be dealt with in some way. Her faith was always strong, and she was willing to die for even the slightest hope, even if the great hero in her heart, that heaven-devouring demon emperor who wants to lead the demon race to glory, is raising the butcher knife in his hand against its dearest people. She is willing to believe in the old ancestor. Even if she had to die 9 deaths, she was going to try to wake up the old ancestor and stop this. You know it's a dead end, but you still want to take a chance? But how can you do that? Yi Yu was already noticing her and felt sad as he looked at her retrograde back. He has witnessed countless deaths, seen many farces, and many touching scenes. Obviously, Du was already prepared to die, and even stopping her was useless. Faith, the pillar of one's soul. Faith is so many different things. It can be God, a loved one, an object, a dream, a meal. Having faith is not a bad thing. It can help one get through suffering and lows. And most people's beliefs are shaky, and are likely to change if something changes. But where there is a majority, there is a tiny minority, and there are always those whose faith is capable of trumping everything, even the fear of death. But in the face of harsh reality, faith alone is not enough, but also ability. She sort of helped me before, so it's better to help her out. Yi Yu realized that she had consumed very little of her yuan power left and could only rely on walking. It was impossible for her to walk to the heaven-devouring demon emperor, and after pondering, he made a decision.